Who would have thought that I, the so-called useless idiot who had been mocked since childhood, would be chosen to participate in the divine battle that determines the fate of the nation? Everyone was in despair, even the teachers said I was an omen that heaven was going to destroy our Huaxia. Our opponent was a terrifying behemoth from Eagle Country, while on our side, one teammate had his arm severed on the spot, and the other made a heroic sacrifice. Now, it's my turn. My name is Lin Xuan, formerly the chief archaeological researcher and professor of mythological semiotics in the country. One moment I was at a cultural relic seminar, the next moment I opened my eyes and found myself in an unfamiliar classroom. On the podium, teacher Qingao, wearing black-rimmed glasses, was pointing at the projection screen, spraying saliva as he angrily scolded the students below. This is our only remaining clue about the god of war. You useless bunch, you can't even comprehend these fragments. The future of Huaxia depends on you? Might as well wait for destruction. I rubbed my temples, quickly sorting through the information in my mind. This world is similar to my original one, but national disputes are resolved through battles of national fortune deities. Both sides randomly select 3 summoners, with one leading the awakened deities in a best-of-5 match. The victor gains the opponent's fortune and heavenly blessings, while the loser suffers natural disasters. Huaxia has already lost 2 consecutive battles, suffering heavy losses. If we lose this battle again, our national fortune will show signs of decline, facing the risk of annihilation. Suddenly, an alarm sounds. Ding! Emergency broadcast. The Eagle Nation has launched a 3rd national destiny war against our country. The target is the 3 southern provinces of our nation. 3 candidates will be randomly selected for combat in 3 minutes. On the TV screen, lines of text appeared. Contestants from Huaxia, Qinfeng, Lin Xuan, Li Bing, begin transmission. A beam of light enveloped me. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a competition venue as large as 3 football fields, with the stands completely packed. In the center of the venue, on a square table, lay 6 gray stone tablets covered with cracks. There are 2 other chosen ones by my side. One was a youth about my age named Qinfeng, and the other was Li Bing dressed in military uniform. I looked at the 6 stone tablets, silently comparing them with my memories from the previous world. Earth God, Mountain God, God of Longevity, God of Wealth, Matchmaker. The last steel, Xingtian. In the memories of my original self, this was a deity yet to be researched. The clear humanoid symbol had no head, with a dry shield for its left hand and a battle axe twisted into a scimitar for its right. Xingtian dances with shield and axe, his fierce spirit eternal. I pondered silently. A mechanical voice rang out, "Let the summoning begin for Huaxia." The elderly man on the podium pressed the red button, unlocking the bulletproof glass case of the stone tablet. First summoner, Qinfeng. With a pale face, Qinfeng walked before the 6th stone tablet, his trembling hand tracing the outline of a head upon the statue's shoulder. Clasping his hands together, he then shouted, "Guard this disciple." The kitchen spirit awakened. "God of the hearth, take your seat." A red light flashed, followed by a faint cracking sound. Cracks appeared on the stone steel's right arm as Qinfeng clutched his own right arm, howling in pain as he collapsed to the ground. This is divine punishment. The monument of merits cracked, and Chen Feng's right arm also split open like stone, with powder falling continuously. The entire hall erupted in an uproar. If both remaining attempts fail, this stone tablet will be rendered useless, and we will lose yet another deity. A desperate murmur rose from the audience. The booming loudspeaker reverberated once more. Second pick, Lin Xuan. My heart sank. I just guessed it might be Xingtian, but I'm not 100% sure. Reporting. Li Bing, soldier of the Information Support Company, 3rd Combined Brigade, 3rd Army Regiment. Requesting priority summon. The soldier Li Bing beside me saluted toward the podium. Broadcast content updated. Second in line, Li Bing. Li Bing smiled and said to me. After lengthy discussions among several officers in our unit, they also concluded that the kitchen god should be the first choice. If that doesn't work, the door god could be considered as an alternative. Let me go first and try. Don't be afraid, child, he said candidly, unable to bear watching a child wade through this river ahead of him. My heart trembled as I recalled the orderly who had sacrificed himself to protect me. Li Bing turned his gaze toward the elderly mother and wife standing teary-eyed at the side of the podium, then resolutely turned his head and reached out his left hand to touch the stone monument. He added large bell-like eye symbols to the stone tablet and roared with deep resonance. Bells welcome the divine generals, golden armor guards the courtyard. Invite the door gods to descend to the mortal realm. A red light flashed, followed by a faint cracking sound. A fissure appeared on the chest of the Chiyu stone tablet. Li Bing clutched his chest and collapsed straight backward. I dashed forward in a single stride to catch him. He forced a faint smile, turned to look at his family, and gradually stopped breathing. The arena fell into a deathly silence for a moment, then erupted like a volcano. Third pick, Lin Xuan. I gently placed Li Bing on the ground and slowly stood up. On the podium, the general's hoarse voice came through the speakers. Student Lin Xuan, summon the known mountain deity. Abandon the unknown gods. He couldn't gamble anymore. The global live broadcast had already begun streaming simultaneously. At this moment, the representative from Eagle Country had completed the summoning. A clear and complete totem of the giant wolf Fenrir appeared, its massive form towering. Its aura fierce and mighty, its roars shaking the heavens. Foreign netizens flooded into Huaxia's livestream, their mockery and disdain overwhelming. I bypassed Li Bing and walked straight toward the sixth stone tablet. The leaders on the podium erupted in uproar. What is he trying to do? Note, Huaxia is transcribed as is, as it refers to the cultural/legendary concept of ancient China in this context, similar to how Eagle Country is used as a fictional/nationalistic term for the US in some Chinese narratives. This is going to destroy Huaxia. General, order him to stop immediately. The general tightly gripped the teacup, staring intently at me, and finally pressed the broadcast button. Lin Xuan, do you have confidence? I smiled, turned toward the podium, and gave a solemn nod. Even though there was only a 50% chance it was Xingtian, given the circumstances, we had to try. I opened my mouth, my eyes firmly fixed on the podium. Believe me. The general silenced the objections around him and growled, then shut up. Wait with me. I pulled out an engraving knife from my pants pocket and, under everyone's gaze, raised my hand to begin tracing on the stone tablet. Chapter 4. The Phantom appears, heaven and earth tremble. The audience watched him intently as the blade chiseled into the stone tablet. A faint rustling sound echoed as the weapon in Xingtian's hand was gradually whittled away. The entire venue echoed with gasps rising and falling. Global live chat flooded with rapid-fire comments. It's Uncle Huang, not Emperor Huang. What the hell is he doing? Destroying the Monument of Merit? Has this kid lost his mind? Xiaomi pot chicken, is anyone in CD Town? My grandpa's still in CD Town, B province. He didn't make it out in time. All the escape routes are jammed with evacuees. If disaster strikes again, can someone save my grandpa? Emily Rice, so China randomly picked a lunatic? God, poor Chinese people. The greatest third empire, surrender to the embrace of my 3,300 gods. The live audience, realizing what was happening, began to stir restlessly. A young man with blonde hair in the back row tilted his head, spat, stood up, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "You traitor! I'll destroy that monument. I really will." The elderly man at the scene sat frozen in his seat, overcome with despair. Ruined. Everything's ruined. The Monument of Merit is destroyed. We can't defeat the giant wolf. We're doomed either way. There's no escape. The slightly balding middle-aged man could no longer hold it together. Clutching his wife and child, he trembled slightly as he muttered to himself. The first divine punishment was the earthquake in the air. The second was 3 years shaved off our lifespans. If we lose this time, who knows how many of us will survive? I must keep you alive. With that, he scooped up his wife and child, his eyes hardening with resolve as he hurriedly left the scene. Since there's no way out, I'll make one last stand. Run as far as you can. Those with weaker nerves were nearing collapse. If we lose this time, we'll have lost 3 rounds of crushing defeat between nations. Ha! Everyone must die. Will this be deemed a summoning failure? He destroyed the Monument of Merit. He should die. I don't want to die. I'm innocent. The scene erupted into a chaotic mix of screams, curses, panic, and wails, emotions running wild. Meanwhile, spectators from non-combatant nations flooded Huaxia's livestream chat with mocking comments. Yusuke Kobayashi, nice. The Huaxia folks are smart, just destroy the summoned creature. Or did they think that meant they wouldn't have to fight? White sacred bull, after all, they're a third-tier nation. Can't compare to our top-tier country. Make America great again. This boy is out of control. This violates the rules. He should be eliminated immediately. If no one steps in, our great nation can oversee enforcement. Teacher Chen, who had just arrived at the Monument of Glory battlefield, collapsed to the ground. The principal behind him held his breath, eyes fixed on Lin Xuan, his mind in utter chaos. He dared not imagine the consequences if his school's student had destroyed the Monument of Merit, causing the national fortune battle to fail. How could he possibly shoulder such immense blame? Sitting in the lounge, Chen Feng clutched his arms, trembling with rage. What was all this sacrifice worth? My arm, lost forever. If you want to die, go die alone. Don't drag me down with you. At that moment, everyone regarded Lin Xuan as a national traitor. Lin Xuan traced the fine pits and the chilling coolness of the Monument of Merit, ignoring the overwhelming pressure and torrent of curses around him. Infusing his blade with conviction and knowledge from his past life, he began to etch directly onto the ancient monument. For this was not mere insight, it was correction and completion. As his fingertips traced the surface, the monument's once faded and fractured lines were sharply defined and reconnected. Distorted sections were realigned. Most crucially, he added entirely new core totem components missing from the monument: the complete dry shield defense, divine patterns, and the devastating runes of the battle axe. His movements flowed like clouds in water, carrying an ancient, vast rhythm, as if awakening dormant memories. The totem he sketched blended seamlessly with the existing marks on the steel, forming a complete, unprecedented totem radiating primal battle intent and majestic authority. As the final stroke fell, the restored Xingtian totem erupted upon the Monument of Merit with a blazing crimson light, fiery as blood, seemingly capable of scorching the heavens. The general on the podium leapt to his feet, a red-tier deity. Lin Xuan pressed his palms together. The axe and shield bear witness to ancient bones, the fierce resolve endures forever. The wilds of Yan and Huang, the dust of Zhuolu. Breast becomes the eye of day, navel the mouth of night. Xingtian dances with axe and halberd. Unbowed war god Xingtian. Return to battle. War. A roar that transcends time and space, filled with boundless indomitable will, pierces the soul and shakes the heavens and earth. Amidst crimson light, the monument of valor seemed to come alive. A towering, headless giant emerged from the monument's shadow, breasts as fierce eyes, navel as a battle mouth, left hand wielding a primal shield, right hand grasping a sky-splitting axe. Xingtian, the ancient god of war. His true form has descended upon the world. Seeing the bewildered yet reverent gazes of the crowd below, Professor Lin Xuan's teaching spirit blazed fiercely as he began recounting Xingtian's legendary tale and extraordinary exploits. The great deity before you now is named Xingtian. In the ancient mythological pantheon, he served as a great general under the celestial emperor Yan Di, ruler of the entire cosmos. Later, the Flame Emperor was overthrown by the Yellow Emperor. Xingtian even engaged in direct combat with the Yellow Emperor, trading blows back and forth. Even after Wang severed his neck with a single sword strike, leaving him headless, Xingtian's fighting prowess remained undiminished. Bare-chested, Xingtian used his nipples as eyes and his navel as a mouth. He clutched his axe and shield in both hands and fought to the bitter end. Such an indomitable deity truly deserves to be the war god of China. Never compromise. At this moment, the pure battle intent and divine might radiating from Xingtian's spectral form caused Fenrir, the giant wolf summoned onto the Eagle Nation battlefield, to emit a fearful whimper before its divine form shattered and dispersed. Simultaneously, the pillar of Huaxia's national fortune seemed to thicken, its golden radiance blazing brighter. Far away on the podium, a general instinctively shouted, "A top-tier god king of the red rank." Those around him stared wide-eyed in disbelief. In the three southern provinces, not only did the golden light stabilize, but the murky and pure energies churned violently in the sky, expelling some of the dark toxic fumes. It must be noted that while this was the first martial god for China, for other nations, martial gods were not necessarily rare occurrences. However, just summoned. Merely a phantom form could cause the deities summoned by enemy nations to nearly shatter into oblivion. It even directly boosted the nation's fortune aura while suppressing the enemy nation's fortune pillar. What does this signify? It signifies that this deity's divine power ranks among the absolute pinnacle of divine kings. The crimson light during its summoning confirms it as a top-tier divine king of the red rank. This color classification stems from a common understanding linking the hue of divine summons to a deity's combat prowess. Colors are generally categorized into three tiers: white, gold, and red. The deeper the hue, the greater the combat prowess. And now, China finally possesses its own supreme combat power. General Jiang on the podium thought of this, his heart pounding uncontrollably. He pressed trembling fingers against his throbbing temples, closed his eyes, and fought to suppress the surging excitement. Xingtian, the unyielding warrior. Our mighty China has finally. The general's voice was gravelly, his Adam's apple rolling as he swallowed something even hotter. The weight of the nation's anxieties and worries, borne alone all this time, finally began to lift. The other leaders on the podium were also moved to tears. Old Jiang, he really succeeded. We succeeded. The elderly leader in the shadow-gray Zhongshan suit on the left side of the podium trembled as he spoke. General Jiang glanced at the solidly built Xingtian Wang, then shifted his gaze to the colossal wolf in the distance, as massive as a mountain, his expression grave. Having just summoned his power, he now faced the invincible giant wolf. Its ultimate technique, the abyssal black hole, was said to leave no trace of life behind. Chapter 5: One axe decides the fate of the world. Meanwhile, at the Huaxia arena, Teacher Chen, who had been collapsed on the ground, suddenly sat up with a start, staring at the scene in utter disbelief. Behind him, the principal, whether from shock or lingering terror, wept hot tears. Chen Feng remained rooted to the spot, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if struck by lightning. After a brief silence, a thunderous roar erupted across Huaxia, a cacophony of cries and wild shouts. A wave of passionate cheers surged through the entire venue. God of War. Holy crap! He's our very own Chinese God of War. The blonde in the back row jumped straight onto his seat, his face flushed with excitement as he stood up. So this God of War is called Xingtian. Lin Xuan, you're definitely going to win, right? The ponytailed girl tilted her head back, her face filled with admiration. The boy beside her was utterly stunned, staring at the shadowy figure in the air with disbelief. He actually summoned it. But how could he have done it? He damaged the stone tablet. The white-haired elder knelt on the ground, clutching his phone mid-call. His aged, wrinkled face was streaked with tears, his sobs mixed with laughter, his expression bordering on madness. Ha! Wonderful! We won't die now. We won't die, my dear. We won't die. Global live streaming platforms were flooded with comments from viewers worldwide. Karina, has the Eastern True God truly awakened? Fantastic. Go China! Ichiro Chiji, that youth is impressive, but the great Eagle Nation's giant wolf surely possesses superior combat prowess. White supremacist supreme, are all Chinese people actors? This is laughable. Just a successful summoning, and they're this happy and excited? Truly a nation starved of deities, how enviable. At the Eagle Nation's VIP podium, seated in the main position, the man in the elegant black suit flashed a hint of malice in his eyes. He bent his index finger and tapped the desk beside him, summoning the attention of the Minister of Information, who looked terrified. Don't panic. Investigate. I need every single piece of information on his vulnerabilities. The Minister of Information nodded, rose from his seat, and left to make a call. Simultaneously, similar investigative orders echoed through the national security offices of other nations eyeing China with predatory intent. In an instant, spies from various nations embedded within China sprang into action. Lin Xuan remained utterly unaware. He was performing the grand kowtow ritual to the great god Xingtian, following the descriptions in the ancient texts he remembered. Lin Xuan, descendant of the Yellow Emperor and Yan Emperor of Huaxia, pays homage to the great god Xingtian. In this hour of foreign invasion, he implored the great god to save his bloodline from peril. Xingtian's form shifted slightly, and a deep, resonant hum spread out. The word battle surged powerfully into the minds of all present. Then, Xingtian raised his battle axe slightly, his crimson gaze locking onto Fenrir, who had tucked its tail between its legs in fear. The battle axe. Even a slight swing produced a crisp crackling sound and an overwhelming aura of terror. Remember, in the ancient era, this divine weapon had soaked in the blood of countless gods. Legend held that when Xingtian covered Qi Yu's retreat, he had wounded Yinglong with this very axe alone. Lin Xuan glanced up at the curved blade of the axe. Sure enough, a thread of liquid, a deep, molten gold, was spreading across its surface. His pupils contracted in shock. It was real. The blood of the Yinglong. 1 drop could transform into sweet rain, 3 drops could unleash a flood. If this ancient demonic beast could wound a great sage of the primordial era, what of this mere giant wolf before him? A little wolf cub cowering with its tail tucked between its legs, intimidated by the axe's murderous aura? Lin Xuan's modest smile returned to his face as usual. After all, when it came to something he was absolutely certain of, he possessed that level of scholarly confidence. Before he could ponder further, a crimson axe beam ripped through space. Fenrir's phantom, along with its summoner and even the crystal ball in the summoner's hand, vanished instantly. In a single strike. So fast that viewers in China, the UK, and even global livestreams couldn't react. A second later, an emotionless mechanical voice echoed across the globe. Beep. National fortune settlement, China wins this round. Everyone except Lin Xuan couldn't believe the victory had come so easily. All eyes turned to Lin Xuan and the legendary Xingtian beside him. Mommy, did we win? Is it over? Nan wants to go home and sleep. A clear, childish voice broke the solemn silence in the arena. Yes, we won. We won. We can go home now. Mommy will take you home right away, sweetie. The little girl's mother pulled her tightly into her arms. The relief of escaping disaster made the father beside her smile too. Smile spread like wildfire, sweeping away the venue's earlier tension and dread. Cheers erupted, voices raised in excitement. Beside them, a middle-aged man wearing glasses shielded the pendant hanging from his neck with both hands, revealing a faint smile. Don't worry, sweetheart. Daddy made it. I'll come get you in Province Z right away. In the corner, the girl with asthma struggled to sit upright, pointing toward Lin Xuan's direction. Her pale face was filled with excitement. Her boyfriend patted her back, urging her to calm down. I can die with peace now. It wasn't all for nothing. You won't die. Let's go home first. You can't stay out here. We've won. We can leave now. The girl shook her head and grabbed the boy's hand. There's no time. I know. The mechanical system voice continued. Representative of Huaxia, please select your reward. A light screen unfolded before Lin Xuan, nation, people, self, 3 options. Through memory fusion, Lin Xuan had already grasped that present-day China was teetering on the brink of collapse. Without hesitation, he pressed the nation button. Instantly, the pillar of China's national fortune surged skyward once more, its golden radiance illuminating 10,000 miles. The swirling impure qi in the sky was illuminated by the soaring golden light. The dark, murky air gradually dissipated within the golden radiance. The skies over the 3 provinces of China were now exceptionally clear, and the air felt unusually fresh. In an instant, raindroplets imbued with spiritual energy fell across the 3 provinces. All living things burst forth with vitality. Meanwhile, Eagle Nation's fortune plummeted in a catastrophic collapse. Domestic disasters began to manifest, and a crimson moon hung eerily in the sky. The general, who had been sitting quietly on the podium with an expression of calm composure, finally let out a sigh of relief. Below the platform, hands clenched white slowly relaxed after a long moment. They looked up at Lin Xuan, who stood on the platform with a humble smile. The general pulled a neatly folded sheet of paper from his pocket. It bore the title, Post-Victory Plan for Huaxia. He had thought this paper might never be needed. Yet, as a matter of conviction, the general chose to keep it close at hand. Clearing his dry, tense throat, the general took the microphone. My fellow citizens, we have all witnessed the outcome. In this battle, Huaxia has triumphed. Lin Xuan listened as his voice cracked with emotion, his breath uneven. Unconsciously swept up in the moment, his own eyes welled up. We have gained a new deity. The war god Xingtian. On stage, off stage, and even at home or on the streets watching the live broadcast, the entire nation erupted in celebration. Xingtian, the god of war. God of war Xingtian. The entire nation plunged into a frenzy of totem worship. The crowd looked up, feeling the sweet rain falling from the heavens. The girl, who had been gasping for breath with a deathly pallor, visibly regained her color. She lowered her asthma inhaler, opened her mouth wide, and beamed with delight. Honey, I think I'm better. The air feels cleaner too. Her boyfriend beside her pulled her into an embrace, tears streaming down his face. This is wonderful. This is wonderful. His trembling hands wrapped around her, the overwhelming joy leaving him speechless. Xingtian stood atop the summoning platform, his form slowly solidifying from a shadowy projection. He could feel the divine power within him rapidly surging. Is this the power of faith? Ha! He raised his axe and shield, his body trembling slightly as a muffled chuckle escaped him. Kid, you're good. Come on. Xingtian lightly touched Lin Xuan with the axe and shield in his hands. Instantly, a surge of crystalline energy flooded his mind. Lin Xuan closed his eyes, carefully discerning the blessing, the divine favor of the war god Xingtian, the battle technique of the axe and the protection of the shield. This. Lin Xuan froze in his tracks. In an instant, countless images flashed through his mind, fragments of battles from his own long history, where he had honed his combat skills time and again, swinging his battle axe against all manner of primordial beasts. The shield of divine protection summoned by the power of the gods. It struck him like a bolt of insight. He remained lost in this realization for an unknown duration until the person beside him called out, snapping him back to the present. Xingtian sensed Lin Xuan's profound shock. His chest rumbled slightly as he chuckled softly. Chapter 6: The Ancestral Dragon Hall. Before Lin Xuan could examine it further, the surrounding cheers forcibly snapped him out of his thoughts. Before Lin Xuan could even step down from the summoning platform, his alma mater had already been unearthed by the frenzied crowd and journalists, then completely swamped. Leaders across nations issued urgent directives to their covert agencies. China's mythological gap has been breached. Investigate immediately. Lin Xuan possesses knowledge of the lost totems worth more than nuclear weapons. Acquire information on Lin Xuan and Xingtian at any cost. On the battlefield, the restored Xingtian totem shone brilliantly atop a monument of valor. A squad of special forces appeared silently beside Lin Xuan. The middle-aged leader first saluted the general on the podium, then nodded to Lin Xuan. Mr. Lin Xuan. The monument of valor shines because of you. The Chinese totem continues because of you. The National Fortune Research Group cordially invites you to join us. Lin Xuan frowned and looked toward the general. With the general's nod of approval, Lin Xuan followed them out of the bustling venue. When Lin Xuan first saw this pavilion, he thought nothing of it. It was just an ordinary song-style structure, with common Tang song bracket sets and eaves. If pressed, it resembled the style of the former Vine Emperor pavilion from his past life. Yet strangely, Lin Xuan could distinctly feel an uncontrollable surge of excitement welling up within him. This feeling reached its peak when an elderly man dressed in a dark gray Zhongshan suit emerged from the Zuluang pavilion. Lin Xuan frowned, pressing his right hand against his left arm to suppress the tremors shaking his body. Was this the residual psychic resonance left behind by the original host? Civilization explorer Zhou Yonghuai. This titan of the historical and cultural world was an immensely powerful presence in his memories. When the National Fortune War first began, it was he who stepped forward first, calling upon his peers in the historical and cultural community to share their treasured information, urging everyone to unite and overcome the crisis together. Lin Xuan could vividly recall that scene in his memories. Thanks to Zhou Yonghuai's astonishing influence within the field, they quickly gathered collections from private collectors and national-level institutions, deciphering the 7 divine beings of Huaxia. Lin Xuan remained non-committal about the titles bestowed upon the 7 divine deities of China: the Earth God, the Medicine King, the Mountain God, the God of Literature, the God of Longevity, the God of Wealth, and the Matchmaker God. But his gaze fell upon the old man's empty right arm. His admiration was genuine. Not every industry titan could swallow their pride and risk their life to summon deities. Even within scholarly circles, a failed invocation dealt a far more devastating blow to one's expertise and reputation. Surviving 2 failed invocations, perhaps even heaven itself couldn't bear to let such a passionate scholar perish here. The figure etched in his memory, that scholar whose blood-stained robes had not diminished his refined composure, now stood before him, a stark contrast to the elegant Confucian gentleman he remembered. If forced to describe him, he resembled a mad scientist who hadn't slept for 7 days and nights in the lab. The exhaustion in his eyes made Lin Xuan see a reflection of his own past self, engrossed in studying ancient rubbing prints, equally mad, equally obsessed. Lin Xuan, come on. I'll take you inside. Professor Zhou flashed him a faint smile and beckoned him to follow. Lin Xuan stepped onto the stairs. The black-clad men who had accompanied him remained guarding at the bottom of the steps, no longer following. Lin Xuan quickened his pace to catch up with old Zhou, trailing half a step behind him, following closely. Young man, thank you for stepping forward to save Huaxia from peril. Old Master Zhou slowed his pace, turned his head, and spoke to Lin Xuan in a hoarse voice. For a national hero, I haven't given you time for interviews or commendations. It's simply because there's no time left. As they walked, old Zhou briefed him on the current state of their research. He made no mention whatsoever of why Lin Xuan knew about the punishing heavenly god, nor did he demand an explanation or ask for any ancient texts. Lin Xuan had prepared numerous excuses beforehand, yet none were needed now. The divine hall is just ahead, Lin. Lin Xuan nodded, scanning the vast corridor as they walked. 3 divine portraits hung on the left wall, 4 on the right. Curious to see how much information current cultural studies had uncovered about these 7 deities, Lin Xuan examined each portrait carefully. Lord Wenchang. Also known as the Lord of Zitone, Star of Literature, or Literary Star, he is the deity presiding over academic achievement and official rank. Information sourced from Weiwenming Village, Jinchang Mountain, Guangfu. Below was a reconstructed line drawing of the deity statue. Beneath the statue were 3 photographs of different individuals, one a casual snapshot, another a passport-sized photo. What is this? Before old Zhou could answer, Lin Xuan instantly realized. These are the 3 scholars who summoned this deity. Which meant at least 2 were injured, or even dead. Lin Xuan's throat tightened. Glancing around, he noticed several photographs beneath each of the 7 deities. Some faces even repeated under different statues. His heart suddenly felt hollow, compelling him to press a hand to his chest. Lin Xuan was puzzled. These deities truly possessed no combat prowess. At best, they were relics of a bygone era. People worshipped them more in later generations when life was peaceful, so their lingering traces were more abundant. Yet even these minor deities had been forged by the lives of so many people back then. The urgency back then left us no time. Moreover, our hard-won experience revealed that the deeper one's understanding of divine culture, the faster the deities could be summoned, and the clearer their illusory forms became. Old Zhou gave a resigned chuckle. Enough of this. Let's make the most of our time. You've won this round, making it 2-1. If you can win the next 2 matches, our southern 3 provinces. He glanced at Lin Xuan, then lowered his gaze. After a moment, he continued. But even if you lose, it's not a problem. At the very least, you've bought several more days for the people of our 3 provinces to evacuate. Do your best. With that, he led him to the laboratory at the end of the first floor. Passing through 3 sterilization chambers, they finally beheld the full expanse of the National Destiny Research Lab. In the vast laboratory, 10 bulletproof glass cabinets stood at the very center. Overhead, shadowless lamps cast a clear light on the 9 monuments of achievement within, revealing every minute groove and curve. One monument, presumably never successfully summoned, was represented only by several photographs. Researchers in whitecoats hurried back and forth, clutching various documents. Lin Xuan was stunned to discover that the monument honoring Xingtian had already been placed inside a glass case by the time his people arrived. A crowd of researchers swarmed around the new monument, arguing heatedly. Is this Xingtian? Which Xing? As in Xing from Xingtian Execution Heaven? Impressive indeed. Seriously, not a door god? The weapon does look somewhat similar though. Get lost. Stop flaunting your newly unearthed door god data. That kid summoned it and won the fight. You're still daydreaming. You nearly got us killed and you still have the nerve to talk? How is that my fault? Hood 1, be reasonable. You haven't harmed anyone, but you haven't researched anything either. You. Enough bickering. Meet Lin Xuan, the summoner of the mighty Xingtian. The moment Master Zhou's weary yet commanding voice echoed, the entire hall fell silent. Then a chorus of questions, each louder than the last, drowned him out. How do you know this is Xingtian? Do you have more detailed information about Xingtian? What about other deities? Like the door gods? Lin Xuan cleared his throat and shared the reasoning he'd pondered for so long. There used to be a treasured book of myths tucked away in his family's belongings. His elders would read stories from it to him, which is why he remembered so many tales of the gods. But that book was lost after several moves, and so on. The researchers all sighed regretfully. Only old Zhou remained unmoved, his eyes flickering slightly. Alright, since everyone's here, let's cut to the chase. First, let's examine this latest achievement. Bring all the materials you were asked to prepare earlier as well. We'll discuss everything together. To the conference room. Lin Xuan, you're in charge of carrying this monument. Follow me. Lin Xuan's eyes widened. Handing him something this important right off the bat? His hands touched the cold, rough stone tablet. Holding it with utmost care, he followed old Zhou upstairs and placed it in the special display case in the conference room. Lin Xuan exhaled heavily. During the entire journey, he had secretly examined it thoroughly, even running his hands over its base. Lin Xuan stared at the stone tablet on the table, his eyes shining. It was actually this? Chapter 7, Live Awakening. Noticing Lin Xuan's delighted expression, old Master Zhou glanced at him before striding up to the lectern, taking a moment to adjust his collar and hair. The upcoming discussion would be broadcast live to the entire nation. He paused, observing the confusion and discomfort among the audience below, then raised his hand to signal silence. Everyone, please keep your emotions in check. This is the result of my discussions with the leadership. I know you're all under immense pressure. The cultural gap is too severe, and the research findings are fraught with uncertainty. It's nearly impossible to reach a definitive conclusion. The conclusions we present directly impact human lives, not to mention the fate of the entire nation behind them. Some of us haven't even dared to go home recently because our neighbors know what we're researching. The public feels deeply uncertain about our work. Uncertainty and confusion only amplify their fear and criticism of us. Along this journey, we've borne not only the pressures of scientific research in time, but also the weight of ethics, human lives, and the nation's rise or fall. Watching everyone work through the night, yet producing fewer and fewer results. Professor Zhou's piercing gaze swept across the researchers below the podium. Some bowed their heads in shame, unable to meet his gaze. This cannot continue. Let us return to the purest form of scientific research, setting aside all consequences and possibilities. Let the nation's leaders and people join us. We will provide information analysis and recommendations. The decisions will be theirs. Another reason is Lin Xuan. Professor Zhou smiled as he gestured toward Lin Xuan, his tone light. Since remnants of deity culture may still exist among the populace, we must synchronize information promptly and pool our wisdom. Who knows? We might even discover a few more Lin Xuans. A buzz of murmurs rippled through the audience as people chatted and began adjusting their hair and attire. Lin Xuan smiled as he watched the young people around him energetically discussing whether their parents or significant others would see him on national television for the first time. For Lin Xuan, however, this was routine, delivering reports and speeches before national leaders and the public. His composed demeanor did not escape old Zhou's notice, who silently nodded in approval. Once everyone was ready, he activated the live stream switch. Simultaneously, the 6 cameras in the conference room began transmitting real-time footage nationwide. Researchers in the audience couldn't resist pulling out their phones to check the live feed. Little Chi-Chi, whoa. Front row, front row. So these are the researchers studying those mythical civilizations? Any single guys here? If gender doesn't matter, I'm down too. Xingtian, who summoned that martial god? That's insane. Are they about to summon the next deity? A live summoning? Thrilling. Jojo, that guy in the school uniform in the front row, could it be Lin Xuan? Damn, he made it straight into the National Fortune Research Institute. Mumu cutest, even with the HD camera, I can tell his skin looks great. Unlike those uncles beside him, their dark circles are terrifying. The researchers beside Lin Xuan touched their faces and silently shifted their seats, moving farther away from him to avoid being used as a comparison. Old Zhou pulled out several enlarged close-up photos of the stone stele and pinned them to the clipboard behind him. This monument of glorious deeds was also crucial. The gesture of holding a golden whip alone was enough to confirm it depicted a deity from a combat-oriented pantheon. The three-eyed head, the armor, and the white silk ribbons wrapped around the figure. These details would require everyone to consult ancient texts and relevant materials for further interpretation. He turned to the camera beside him and addressed the lens earnestly. If any viewers watching the live stream have information about this deity, please contact us directly. With that, he slowly lowered his head and bowed in acknowledgement. The murmurs of discussion in the conference room gradually subsided. Only the live stream's comment stream grew more frenzied. Big treasure, wow, who is this? Seeing this white-haired old man bowing to us, it feels kinda weird. Xing, this is the goddamn titan of historical artifact research, an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Mr. Zhou Yonghui, the explorer of civilization, you stupid XXX. Yushan, with such a fierce demeanor, I'd never guess this thing is a deity even if I scratched my head raw. Spicy me, he's wearing a hat, so I'll blind guess it's a hat god. Hard to please, reopening the case for the golden whip spirit. CA04, wait, this deity seems kinda modern. Seriously, the middle finger gesture on the left hand? Mr. Zhou listened to the hushed discussions in the conference room. He pulled a pair of glasses from his breast pocket, tapped them against his chest, slid the arms over his nose, and squinted at the documents beside him. The others in the conference room were either murmuring among themselves or flipping through documents. None of them knew how incredibly excited Lin Xuan felt inside. This deity. He had once supervised a graduate student who wrote a thesis specifically about this deity. During the Ming dynasty, this deity was known to every household, and even the Ming Emperor Zhu Di was said to be its #1 devotee. When appearing in Journey to the West, he fought Sun Wukong to a standstill, possessing fiery eyes and a third eye. A great deity embodying the trinity of thunder god, fire god, and demon subduing god. Wang Lingguang. Divine title, Supreme Lord of Thunderous Response. With a crimson face and flowing beard, clad in golden armor and a scarlet robe, he radiated awe-inspiring majesty. Lin Xuan grabbed the brush and paper beside him and swiftly jotted down Wang Lingguang's details. Several researchers had already approached Elder Zhou with their respective materials for discussion. The live stream's chat was also running a real-time poll, gathering public votes on the researchers' respective lines of inquiry.
Xuan Gu, that guy with the messy handwriting, claims it's a door god. Seems legit, well-reasoned and evidence-backed. I'm voting for it. Neat star, no way am I voting for that. Remember that last time with Xingtian?
Someone claimed he was a door god too, that officer guy. Anzu Chan, check this out, that guy just claimed he's one of the 100 demon subduing generals.
I don't even have a single name, let alone summon one.
Wang Kong, look at Lin Xuan, he's been writing for ages, filling pages upon pages.
No references whatsoever, just winging it. Making up stories on the spot? Pretty smooth, though.
Lin Xuan finished 3 pages, barely putting down his brush. He took the paper and strolled over to old Zhou. Earful of the same old chatter from those around him, old Zhou gestured with his eyes for Lin Xuan to bring the paper forward.
Understood.
A member of the 100 demon subduing generals.
I'll record this proposal. Student Lin Xuan, what are your thoughts?
Lin Xuan nodded slightly and handed over the paper. Hail to the divine king of the heavens, whose majesty reverberates across the 4 corners of the world. This is the divine king of the heavens, god of thunder, god of fire, and god of subduing demons. His voice was steady and assured, instantly silencing the entire conference room. The middle-aged researcher who hadn't gone far returned immediately, scrutinizing Lin Xuan from head to toe. Is he really that impressive? How did he figure that out? Hope he's not just making stuff up to get famous after seeing the national broadcast. Wow, the thunder god, the fire god, and the demon subduing god unbeatable.
Our battle is in the bag. That can't be right. Isn't each deity assigned to one project?
From the moment Lin Xuan spoke, the live chat exploded.
Countless messages flooded in per second, impossible to keep up with. Yet, in the next instant,
the stone tablet, which had been glowing with a cold light, began to tremble slightly.
This had never happened before. Merely calling its name without even touching it seemed to activate it. The conference room erupted. Why is it moving without being touched? Was this the summoning beginning? Whose turn was it? Please don't let it be mine.
Naturally, this scene was also broadcast live, reaching the eyes of all the people across the nation who were glued to the livestream.
So it really is the 3-god unified king spirit official, right? Otherwise, why would the monument of merit tremble? That light. Is it red? Guys, this time it's another red-level deity. Get up, witness the divine manifestation. This is China's 2nd red-tier deity. And both were awakened by Lin Xuan. What level is this?
Thunder god, fire god, King Lingguang, please send us some rain over here.
It's been scorching lately.
As the bullet comments rolled in, the red glow on the monument of merit intertwined with blue-purple light, tracing the carved lines of the stone tablet. The once dull figures seemed to come to life. With a thunderous boom, a cluster of flames erupted from the middle finger raised on the statue's left hand.
Amidst the flickering flames, the ultra-thick bulletproof glass which bullets couldn't even penetrate was suddenly melted away before their eyes.
Suddenly, 2 figures clad in black burst from an inconspicuous corner of the conference room, grabbing old Zhou and Lin Xuan to retreat.
No need. Divine officials do not harm the innocent.
Lin Xuan halted the black-clad figure's retreat, extending his hand toward the grain-sized flame.
Indeed, no harm.
Old Zhou stared at Lin Xuan with visible excitement, then waved for his men to retreat. In that moment, the image of the youth touching the divine flame was etched deeply into everyone's minds. Lin Xuan glanced casually at the camera, then leaned close to old Zhou and whispered in a voice only they could hear. I suspect the fame and recognition of the deity's name also affect the success rate of the summoning and the deity's power level. As the live stream extended, the divine power of the stone tablet clearly grew. Therefore, I need this opportunity to share some details with everyone as a test. Old Zhou nodded and pushed the 3 pages of documents back to Lin Xuan. Take it. Since you're the one who deduced this, you should explain this deity, King Lingguang, to everyone. Then step aside. He walked over to the black-clad guard and whispered a few instructions. The guard hesitated briefly before nodding and exiting. Old Master Zhou sat down with a smile, ready to listen as Lin Xuan enlightened the entire nation about Lord Lingguang. Lin Xuan, a seasoned expert himself, delivered his lecture with erudition and wit, drawing hearty laughter from the audience. He gave a broad overview of the long-lost journey to the West Tales. He emphasized Sun Wukong's formidable prowess and Wang Lingguang's equal match, along with the origins of the 4 great divine officials of Taoism. As Lin Xuan spoke, the monument's radiance intensified dramatically. Amidst a buzzing hum, a nearly 3-meter-tall ethereal image of the deity materialized. With a crimson face and bushy beard, clad in golden armor and a crimson robe, 3 eyes glaring angrily, standing atop wind fire wheels, right hand raised with a steel whip, left hand forming a fire seal, a fierce and valiant image. This. Everyone in the assembly hall was stunned. Eyes darted back and forth between Lin Xuan and the looming shadow behind him. Could this unknown deity be this powerful? This is insane. The first time I've ever seen a 3-meter-tall phantom. Old Zhou rose to his feet, staring at Lin Xuan in disbelief. No one noticed the phantom's eyes. Its gaze slowly focused, inch by inch downward, until it finally settled upon Lin Xuan's head. Chapter 8: Eagle Nation's Dirty Tricks. On the other end of the live stream connection, the nation's leadership was in an uproar. The president, accompanied by generals and ministerial-level officials, watched the proceedings in the capital's assembly hall. When the crimson light appeared, even the seasoned veterans rose to their feet, overcome with emotion.
China has hope. This youth must be protected.
Or bring him to our third corps, he can live and eat with me. I'll risk my life to shield him. This is General Chang, commander of the third corps. He should be rewarded, and more citizens like him should be encouraged to step forward. The Minister of Culture nodded in agreement.
I doubt there are many more like him among the common folk. This youth is no ordinary boy.
The head of intelligence smiled and nodded, murmuring to himself. You must understand that, according to current public perception, the symbols of divine power are: red tier deities are supreme, followed by gold, then white. Below that tier, one must either wield a weapon, the larger the better.
Or possess immense stature, the larger, the better.
Or they wielded both fire and thunder, plus exorcism sounds formidable.
And our Taoist first hall guardian deity, the divine general Lingguang, embodies all these traits. He appears before the nation with an aura transcending all other deities.
One could even say that, aside from the Fenrir giant wolf we saw last time, this is the second colossal deity summoned globally.
And it was summoned by our own Chinese people.
Just as the chairman was about to speak, a guard approached with a note. The chairman took the note and studied it intently.
Propaganda Minister.
Within 3 days, spread the divine tale of Wang Lingguang across the nation, preferably until it becomes common knowledge in every household.
Everyone else, hold off on any action for now.
Only the Minister of Propaganda remained, left scratching his head over this simple yet complex task. The chairman then continued his directives. Intelligence Department, keep a close watch on those major powers hostile to us.
What exactly did the Eagle Nation summon this time? Unclear for now. With 2.5 days left, they should be summoning too.
Given their love for grandstanding, any summons would hit the news the moment it happens. The intelligence minister chuckled to himself after speaking. The chairman's face remained stern as he urged.
No complacency. Every battle henceforth will be our final one. Success is mandatory, failure is not an option. Consider the masses trapped in the 3 provinces who cannot retreat. Silence fell over the room.
In fact, news of Huaxia activating yet another war god had already leaked during the live broadcast. Nearly every nation with hidden interests in Huaxia received the intelligence. For other nations, this was material for studying Huaxia. For the Eagle Nation at this moment, it was a catastrophe. In the British Parliament chamber, nobles, bishops, generals, and senior members gathered to deliberate strategy against China.
Didn't Little Cherry Blossom Nation promise us they'd return a sacred treasure vital to our deities?
As long as we defeat Huaxia.
We're just one battle away now, make them hand it over early.
General Lester, Dean of the Defense Academy, pointed an accusing finger at the foreign minister and snarled.
Lester, you must learn to keep your cool. Our prior agreement stipulated that after victory, to secure this transaction, we even signed a bilateral treaty. Now, that wretched China hasn't been defeated yet. What am I supposed to say?
The Eagle Nation Prime Minister patted Lester's arm.
Calm down, calm down. Last time we underestimated them, sending our weakest Wolf King.
We still have Thor the Thunder God, Odin the War God, and King Arthur.
No need to panic. How's progress on your side with the Crystal Ball Summoning Academy? Lester's face darkened. The crystal ball revealed an angel. Excellent.
Angels are the mightiest combatants in our pantheon.
Summoning one would surely crush China effortlessly.
The foreign minister chimed in with a sarcastic tone.
Lester cleared his throat twice and lowered his voice. The problem is we can't immediately identify which specific angel it is. He then raised his voice again. What can we do? Our pantheon is so vast. Having too many deities complicates our summoning process. It's unavoidable.
A cold gleam flashed in the Prime Minister's eyes. There's no time to waste. China has summoned such a formidable martial god.
We must act swiftly.
Otherwise, we'll have to start by sacrificing those death row inmates.
If the summoning succeeds, their sentences will be commuted.
Also, regarding that Lin Xuan from Huaxia, figure out a way to eliminate him.
Yes.
Furthermore, there's another method on the battlefield.
Our artifact if needed.
China, for a moment, was filled with surging undercurrents. Rumors swirled like a storm. The propaganda department worked through the night producing a series of promotional documentaries about Wang Lingguang.
National-level animation studios began producing family-friendly animations based on Lin Xuan's oral accounts.
The Ministry of Education incorporated his mythical tales into supplementary textbooks for all grade levels. It was only natural that merchandise featuring Wang Lingguang sold out in no time. After all, he was the newest deity summoned by Huaxia. Previously known deities also began reappearing in public view. Previously, the state had been unaware of the spiritual empowerment that popular faith in deities could provide, even strictly prohibiting the entertainment-oriented portrayal of deities for a period. But now it's different, they're embracing promotion. As long as the mythical abilities and stories are positive, they are being aggressively promoted.
Temples dedicated to worship are being constructed in major cities under the state's auspices, allowing people to offer prayers and sacrifices. Spies from various nations frantically smuggled intelligence back to their homelands. One night, they even managed to steal a statue of the divine guardian Wang Lingguang right from the temple grounds. When the research institute staff recounted this story as if it were a joke, Lin Xuan felt rather helpless. From that day onward, he was placed under protective custody, living and eating at the research institute. Fortunately, being an orphan, he didn't mind where he was. Fearing the young man would grow bored confined to the institute day in and day out, old Zhou assigned him a squad of black dragon guards. They ensured his safety whenever he ventured outside the institute for recreation. But he hadn't anticipated that Lin Xuan would grow so accustomed to this life. He could even match Zhou Lao's schedule, looking as though he was born to belong in a research institute. This left the foreign spies waiting outside in a panic. Especially the British, who had invested heavily to ensure success in this operation. They activated a top-level spy, a cafeteria worker at the Huaxia Research Institute. They stole another employee's ID badge and laced Lin Xuan's post-meal tea with a drug designed to induce respiratory arrest, making him appear dead. The original plan was to exploit the chaos and arrange for a fake ambulance to smuggle him away. The fake ambulance, already covered in camouflage film, was waiting 300 meters outside the institute. All that remained was for the chaos to erupt inside, then load him onto the vehicle. Lin Xuan did indeed consume the tea, and the cafeteria worker had passed by him 3 times. Yet he remained standing. What was going on? The spy watched him finish his meal at a leisurely pace, elegantly wipe his mouth with a napkin, rise, and depart with grace. Not a single reaction. What they didn't know was that after summoning Xingtian and Wang Lingguang, Lin Xuan had received divine power from the 2 deities. His body was no longer that of an ordinary human as they understood it. While he couldn't be said to rival the gods themselves, minor ailments like this were now completely immune. His physical constitution had undergone a comprehensive enhancement. If this were the era of cultivating immortality, it would be equivalent to effortlessly consuming 2 marrow washing pills. Later, they attempted assassination and threatened classmates. But before most could even reach Lin Xuan, they were swiftly dealt with by the state's security forces. Time marched on to the 3rd day, and the 4th battle was about to commence. Before the battle commenced, Elder Zhou and other leaders attempted to dissuade Lin Xuan. After all, the activation had already occurred once. Anyone could take his place now that everyone knew the details of this divine being. A precious talent like Lin Xuan was indispensable. But Lin Xuan shook his head. I fear the opponent might employ another underhanded tactic and others might not have time to counter it. Thus, the next day, Lin Xuan still went to the venue. Meanwhile, in Eagle Nation, a priest clad in black robes entered slowly, holding the Bible in his right hand and a square red velvet box in his left. Upon reaching the altar, he carefully placed the box on the ground, lifted the lid, and revealed the crystal ball within. What kind of deity did Eagle Nation bring this time? Why all the secrecy? Is it too weak to show? Priests on the battlefield? Eagle Nation has something up its sleeve. An exorcism war? Priest Ram raised the crystal ball above his head and prayed solemnly. Michael, commander of the heavenly hosts, warrior of God, archangel symbolizing divine justice, courage, and protection. Please guard us. Before his words faded, a flash of white light erupted. A vast, winged silhouette slowly materialized on the platform. On the Eagle Nation battlefield, the surrounding area instantly fell silent. As the apparition solidified, the pure white, colossal wings trembled slightly. Under this terrifying pressure, Rem involuntarily took a small step back. Is it you who summoned me? In an instant, Rem was lifted into the air by a towering figure. The archangel was strikingly beautiful, with features that defied gender classification. 12 massive wings unfurled behind it with a swish, emphasizing its imposing stature. The priest struggled to speak. Please help us save your followers. Believer? Michael repeated with disdain, yet still released Rem. Gazing distantly toward the Chinese battlefield across the way, his presence was unmatched. On the Chinese battlefield, a wave of anxiety began to spread among the spectators. Can we really win? I heard the 12-winged are the highest-ranking angels. The strongest combat power. They haven't even deployed Thor or the like yet. In previous battles against other nations, a single hammer strike was enough to obliterate them. And the Grim Reaper too. Don't be so downhearted. Our Wang Lingguang is also a thunder god. Don't despair like that. Lin Xuan saw the opposing angels successfully manifest and heard their summoner invoke the name of Archangel Michael. God's warriors and guardians, the absolute loyalists of the divine? He lowered his gaze for a moment, rose slowly, curved his lips into a smile, and looked down at the monument of merit before him. The monument began to tremble slightly. Lin Xuan smiled. Upholding divine might, the mighty commander, supreme heavenly inspector, the great spirit official. The 3 great thunder gods of the heavenly chariot, commanded by the 3 heavens to subdue malevolent spirits. Golden whip in hand, he patrols the world. Golden armor adorns his form, revealing his divine might. Green boots and wind-swept robes guard his form, fiery eyes blaze across heaven and earth.
In an instant, he ascends to the three heavens to worship the supreme deity. In the blink of an eye, he descends to the 9 realms to save sentient beings. Your disciple humbly beseeches your arrival, granting mighty thunderous protection and aid.
Hasten as the law commands.
Lin Xuan pressed his palms together in a ritual gesture, eyes closed in deep concentration as he summoned.
After a long while, there was no response whatsoever. Where was Lord Wang? Chapter 9, Divine Being, Divine Move.
In an instant, Lin Xuan broke out in a cold sweat. He took several deep breaths to steady his mind, silently reciting the legend of the divine official Wang before chanting the invocation aloud once more. Amidst a buzzing hum, a divine apparition nearly 2 stories tall materialized before Lin Xuan. Red-faced with a beard, clad in golden armor and a crimson robe, 3 eyes glaring angrily, standing atop wind fire wheels, right hand raising a steel whip, left hand forming a fire seal. Standing at 1.83 meters tall, Lin Xuan now seemed like a miniature figure before this colossal presence.
Finally summoned.
The audience at the Huaxia site was utterly stunned by the colossal apparition filling the sky.
The entire venue fell deathly silent. Lin Xuan, too, had never witnessed such an immense divine apparition.
Overwhelmed by the deity's overwhelming pressure, he stood frozen, hearing only his own heart pounding wildly and a constant buzzing in his ears. It was an overwhelming sense of pressure even from this distance. It made everyone hold their breath in awe. The global livestream was flooded with an overwhelming wave of comments, filling the screen with frantic messages.
Heart in Han, body in Sakura, our nation has finally unearthed such a formidable deity. Victory is within reach. Limifu, so what if he's big? You'll never defeat our greatest archangel. Our archangel Michael will claim ultimate victory. God of Liberty just bought $200 worth of Eagle Nation wins. Saw Michael take down Allen Nation's lumpy god before total annihilation. That combat power is off the charts.
Moments later, the crowd finally snapped out of their shock, erupting in awe and admiration.
That was absolutely terrifying.
The armor plate on his waist was almost as big as my head. You have to open your eyes as wide as possible just to take it all in. Even if your eyes popped out of their sockets, you still couldn't see the whole thing. It's just that huge. Truly worthy of a red-tier god. Bro, if you lean back like I did, you can see the whole thing. But right now, I feel like if he lifted his foot, he could crush me and the dozen people around me. I don't know why, but my heart's pounding, and I can't bring myself to look.
Wang Lingguang lowered his head.
Golden faith energy drifted toward him from all directions, gradually solidifying his ethereal form. His imposing crimson armor gleamed brilliantly, intricate celestial patterns on the plates pulsing like living creatures, utterly mesmerizing.
His presence was utterly awe-inspiring.
Every movement carried the rhythm of heaven and earth, commanding respect and an irresistible urge to kneel before him. Lin Xuan struggled to steady his legs, forcing himself to stand firm as he looked up at the divine guardian.
There stood Wang Lingguang, a golden divine whip held horizontally across his chest. His thick brows and large eyes radiated an overwhelming aura. Who dares call my name?
The deep voice thundered like spring lightning beside his ears, stunning Lin Xuan for a moment.
Recovering his composure, Lin Xuan bowed his hands and said, "The Supreme Lord of Thunderous Response, Tai. This humble one is Lin Xuan.
You now stand upon the battlefield between our Huaxia nation and other lands. The Eagle Nation seeks to seize our nation's destiny and annihilate our people through divine warfare. We humbly beseech the Supreme Lord of the thunderous voice of Tai to intervene and save our nation from peril." Lin Xuan bowed deeply, pleading aloud. He could feel a gaze as tangible as a physical presence piercing through his back. Though it lasted less than a second, it was enough to make him break out in a cold sweat. After a moment of silence, a thunderous roar echoed in Lin Xuan's ears.
"I am the celestial inspector King Lingguang.
If the lower realms truly suffer as you describe, plagued by calamities and the suffering of all living beings, I shall wield my whip to purge demonic miasma and with thunder and fire consume all impurities. Wicked creatures, defying the ways of heaven.
Even divine might cannot avert your self-inflicted ruin."
As the divine being spoke, the aura emanating from him grew ever more potent, and the golden light flowing into his body increased steadily.
By the time the final syllable fell, Wang Lingguang seemed forged into a golden statue, radiant and dazzling.
At that moment, the pillar of light representing China's national fortune seemed to thicken, its golden radiance intensifying.
"General! Another top-tier red-grade divine king."
On the podium, the assistant behind the general shouted excitedly. The general suppressed his own excitement, nodding as his eyes fixed intently on the summoning platform. Lin Xuan looked up at the dazzling deity in the sky and smiled. It worked! Wang Lingguang was the foremost among the 500 divine officials of the Celestial Court, commissioned by the Jade Emperor to patrol the 3 realms. Whenever calamity struck, he would manifest his divine presence to intervene.
What standards define heavenly court membership?
When you pour every ounce of effort into honing your innate talents, rising above countless prodigies to ascend to the heavens by sheer luck. Then you gain the chance to become one of the 10,000 celestial soldiers and generals.
But becoming one of the 500 divine officials is another fierce battle, and ascending further to become the foremost among them?
The prestige is beyond measure.
Heaven help Wang Lingguang win, please? I'm begging you.
A young mother in the crowd held her child, her voice trembling as she whispered, tears falling onto her child's face.
Wah, I'm ready to die. But Divine Lord Wang is so mighty, save us.
The teenage girl closed her eyes and pressed her palms together. A golden light flashed in Wang Lingguan's eyes as he stepped onto the divine arena high above. Meanwhile, the Eagle Nation battlefield erupted in murmurs. After all, China's 3-day media blitz had been relentless and unapologetic. To expand their religious following, they were even secretly promoting it to other nations. Compounded by the clash of national fortunes, citizens on both sides were intensely focused on their rival nation's situation. Young people on the Eagle Nation battlefield argued loudly with their friends. I checked out China's profile, their deity seems pretty powerful this time. A friend chuckled in response, have some confidence. Ours is Archangel Michael. The 12-winged Archangel. Commander of heaven, warrior of God. Others chimed in, exactly. The foremost of the 4 archangels. The pinnacle of combat power. Have you forgotten his record last time? I truly don't understand your worries. But some remain anxious, the last earthquake and tsunami killed so many people. I'm genuinely scared. Listening to the surrounding voices, several high-ranking officials on the Eagle Nation's podium exchanged glances. Their gaze then shifted to Wang Lingguang, who was walking towards the divine arena. The eldest among them, seated at the very center, frowned and nodded. He then summoned an assistant from behind and whispered instructions. In that case, he said, watch for the right moment and retrieve that item. We needn't suffer any further losses in the battle for China. With that, he settled back into his seat. On the divine arena. After Wang Lingguang stepped onto the platform, Michael finally spread his wings and soared up, hovering mid-air with his wings gently fluttering. Eastern deities, are they? Michael's voice was cold and clear, carrying the unique arrogance of angels. Before the glory of the Lord, all things. Before he could finish, Wang Lingguang's eyes blazed with fury. Pointing with a single finger, the third vertical pupil between his brows snapped open. A golden beam shot straight toward Michael. Divine vision. Michael's wings fluttered slightly, and he instantly shifted to the other side. Yet Wang Lingguang's all-seeing eye still caught his afterimage. In an instant, all of Michael's experiences flashed before Wang Lingguang's eyes. At the divine command, he slaughtered without restraint. As an archangel, he knew no right or wrong, obeying only the command above. Wang Lingguang frowned, truly a demonic being. He must die. Michael's exquisite features twisted with disdain as he slowly drew a holy sword blazing with fiery flames from his back, murmuring softly. Holy judgment and exorcism flame sword, follow me to destroy this evil entity that dares to defy the divine command. He swung his sword toward Wang Lingguang. A flash of disgust crossed Wang Lingguang's eyes as the vertical eye on his forehead erupted with dazzling golden light. 5 Thunder Righteous Punishment. A crimson gold beam slammed into the flaming sword gripped tightly in Michael's hands. Despite Michael's full effort to brace the sword, he was still forced backward by the beam fired from the Eye of Thunder and Fire. With a faint crackling sound, Michael's flamed sword shattered before the eyes of all present. The thunder firelight sent Michael flying backward. A deathly silence hung over the battlefield for 2 seconds before erupting into cheers and jubilation. Wang Lingguang is awesome. Lin Xuan is awesome. Simply by opening his eyes, he sent that angel flying. The audience was overcome with excitement. Mommy, we won, right? We're not going to die, are we? Mommy, please don't cry. A little girl in the audience, clutching her mother's collar, looked up with confusion. Meanwhile, a teenage girl nearby was both crying and laughing. There's hope. We don't have to die. Lin Xuan, too, was swept up in the scene's emotion, clenching his fist. After all, he was the foremost divine general of Taoism, the leader of the heavenly court's 500 divine officials. Coupled with the nation's propaganda, his faith points and divine power surged dramatically. Dealing with a mere bird man would be a piece of cake. Suddenly, a cry rang out. A man in a black suit rushed onto the Eagle Nation summoning platform, clutching a crystal box with a panicked expression. Our great Eagle Empire requests the use of the Forbidden Orb. Ban the divine spirit Wang Lingguang of Huaxia. The man opened the crystal box, took out the green orb inside, raised it high above his head, and repeated loudly. The great Eagle Empire hereby requests the use of the binding orb. Ban the divine spirit Wang Lingguang of Huaxia. Chapter 10, Substitution. For an instant, time seemed to freeze. The cheers in the arena abruptly ceased, as if someone had pressed mute. What does this mean? Everyone looked up simultaneously. They stared in disbelief at the Eagle Nation's summoning platform and the now empty divine platform. A mechanical voice announced, sealing orb, confirmed activation. Wang Lingguang's golden form began to fade into transparency. He struggled, but the force was too overwhelming. He could only be sucked back into the stone tablet. In the final moment before the golden light faded, Wang Lingguang's gaze swept across the crowd. His eyes held anger, resentment, and above all, reluctance to leave the people of Huaxia. Then, everything vanished. No, someone screamed, their voice torn with agony. God! Don't leave! A young man with yellow hair in the back row erupted, pointing at the divine arena in the sky and cursing furiously. You ing bastard sky!
What the hell is this? Taking my Lingguang away? How the hell are we supposed to fight now? Give him back, you bastard. Or I'll kill you. It's over. Everything's over. The children didn't understand what was happening, but sensing the adults' emotions, they started crying too. Mommy, why did the gods disappear? Mommy, are we going to lose? Why are you crying? It's okay, baby. Mommy will protect you. No matter what, I'll risk my life to keep you safe. As Michael flew back to the divine arena, the crowd's emotions reached a fever pitch. Their anxiety now turned to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan! Snap out of it. Think of a way to save us. Yeah, what about Lin Xuan? Save us, please? Lin Xuan frowned at the shouts ringing in his ears, his gaze fixed on the stone tablet as he struggled to make sense of the situation and devise a way out. He knew that whatever entity capable of constructing the national fortune arena must be immensely powerful. But seeing this mysterious entity firsthand, one who could seal the top-tier warrior Wang Lingguang into the stone tablet with a single breath. Images of the earthquakes and towering tidal waves in Eagle Nation suddenly flashed through his mind. If it were to happen in China, it would be like the natural disasters that once struck his world. The death tolls reported on the news. The weary, numb eyes of soldiers. Children weeping for lost parents. Displaced refugees. The suffering of two worlds began to overlap. What the hell is this crap? On the podium, the fiery security chief, Li Jian, slammed his fist on the table and leapt to his feet. Pointing toward the distant Eagle Kingdom battlefield, he was furious. But it was already too late. Seeing the Eagle Nation's suit-clad man holding the crystal trophy with a taunting grin, Li Jian was instantly enraged. General! Quiet! What we need is a solution. Anger serves no purpose. General Jiang pressed his phone to reject the message from the capital, his brow furrowing slightly as he fixed his gaze on Lin Xuan at the summoning platform. Earlier, Elder Zhou had proposed another option. Summoning the mountain god could serve as a backup. He'd already discussed this with Lin Xuan. Besides, let's wait and see what Lin Xuan does. Lin Xuan snapped back to reality, watching Michael slowly stride back across the divine arena. Michael glanced at Lin Xuan and burst into laughter. A mere mortal dares to attempt god-slaying? A bunch of shameless scoundrels, lowly humans. Lin Xuan observed his exaggerated expressions and gestures, then glanced at the monument of glorious achievements shimmering beside him, narrowing his eyes. The Eagle Nation believed the remaining gods were all white tier, so as long as they could suppress our last red tier god, victory was assured. That's why they were willing to invest heavily this time, using this artifact. Their best strategy was to pick the tallest among the short ones, as they put it, summon the mountain god for one last desperate gambit. But he was Lin Xuan. If they were resorting to such underhanded tactics, he could give them a little surprise of his own. Did they really think that after 5,000 years of civilization, all China had to offer was this? Lin Xuan lowered his gaze to the stone tablet before him, a faint smile curling his lips. Viewers in the global livestream erupted the moment they saw this scene. Must have spice with meals. This is cheating. What's the point of fighting then? Just give each country a few powerful deities and call it a day. Hans Cat Engineer, this item's unfair. What if the UK pulls another one when we face them? How are we supposed to compete? Does our country even have such items? Elegant Emily, the item was loot from the last battle. Since it was bestowed upon us, we can use it. If you can't handle it, just admit defeat, losers. Fairness? Cheating? Whoever wins is right, don't you understand that? Serena, China's only red deity, taken out in one move. Why do deity battles need this kind of thing? It's not fair. Bonnie Rabbit's romance, heard there's a new item? Came to check it out. Which other countries have items? Rainy City, China's only left with white-tier deities. Game over. Ha! Amidst the surrounding anxiety and panic, he glanced at General Jiang frowning on the podium, then confidently reached for a stone tablet to his side. Feeling its icy chill in his palm, he bowed his head in reverence and invoked. Divine Guardian of Virtue and Fortune, your disciple Lin Xuan, grateful for your divine protection. With sincere devotion, I beseech the earth deity to descend. To safeguard our home, dispel calamities, and bring prosperity. As his invocation echoed, a white glow enveloped the stone tablet. The faint image of a short, elderly man gradually materialized, and the surrounding clamor slowly subsided. An elderly man with white hair and beard, clad in a crimson scholar's robe and holding a dragon-headed staff, descended with a beaming smile. Young Lin Xuan, why have you summoned this deity? Earth deity, I beseech you. Foreign tribes now seek to seize the fortune of our Huaxia people. I implore you to intervene and protect my subjects. The earth deity stroked his white beard, gazing toward the divine arena in the sky. An exceptionally conspicuous hostility surged toward him, utterly unmasked. The earth deity slowly withdrew his smile, his expression turning grave as he locked eyes with Lin Xuan. Western deities? 12-winged bird men? The killing intent is palpable. We lesser deities are not particularly skilled in battle, but for the sake of China, I too can join the fray. The earth deity's expression was solemn, his white hair and beard stirring without wind. Lin Xuan nodded, turning to the earth spirit. Earth deity, come closer. Hear my words, can you borrow the soul binding cord?
It is possible, but the divine realm finds it difficult to lend them at present. The earth deity's face clouded with difficulty.
Lin Xuan smiled faintly and lowered his voice. Then, I have a method we might try. The scene of Lin Xuan and the earth deity conferring in hushed tones was observed by the officials seated on the podium. What is Lin Xuan doing? Summoning an old man? He can't even stand straight?
Tell him to replace the mountain spirit.
What is he trying to do?
Heated arguments erupted on the podium, while in the National Fortune Conference room far away in the capital, the situation was much the same. Lin Xuan paid no heed, solely focused on communicating battle details with the earth spirit.
After hearing the plan, the earth deity's expression finally relaxed slightly, though a trace of worry remained. Is this truly feasible? The nation's fate rests on this, we dare not fail. Lord Earth Deity, look at the people around us and the countless Chinese citizens watching this live broadcast.
Lin Xuan waved his hand toward the crowd in the arena.
You can do this. You have so many believers in you, and with our battle tactics, you absolutely can.
Gripping his dragon-headed staff, the Earth God felt the anticipation in gazes of the stadium's spectators as he stepped onto the divine arena in the sky.
Chapter 11, The Carving Knife returns.
The Earth God had entered his battlefield. Lin Xuan cleared his throat. It was time for him to enter his own. Lin Xuan pulled his phone from his pocket, aimed it at himself, and opened the national account he'd prepared earlier, launching the live stream. He began explaining the Earth God's background and special abilities to the viewers. While watching the battle, everyone, listen as I introduce our deity to you all. Lin Xuan licked his lips, fighting back a smile as he launched into his immersive commentary. The Earth God, also known as the God of Fortune and Virtue, is the local guardian deity overseeing a specific region. In traditional Chinese culture, worshipping the Earth God equates to honoring the earth itself. In ancient times, its primary role was to bless bountiful harvests and the growth of all living things. However, in many regions, the Earth God possesses unique administrative responsibilities, granting him diverse abilities. For instance, in tales of him competing with villagers, he possesses clairvoyance. In tales of safeguarding local waters and lands to ensure villagers' enduring blessings, he wields area of effect rule-based powers. In the tale of Meng Jiangnu weeping at the Great Wall, he wields the power to control spirits. In tales of the impoverished brothers, he manifests silver coins at will. Thus, since ancient times, the Earth Deity has been revered as a being of immense power and limitless capabilities. This has also shaped his unique combat style. His combat style fuses rule suppression with the inherent advantages of the land. Within his jurisdiction, everything falls under his authority. As he spoke, he pulled out that engraving knife again. Both the live audience and viewers at the scene watched his actions with curiosity. He's already finished summoning. What else could he possibly want? It's just a white-tier deity. Shoo! Don't speak. Don't breathe. Just watch. He slowly carved something onto the stone tablet of the Earth Deity. To ensure global understanding, Lin Xuan even arranged simultaneous translation in 10 major languages. His sole purpose, to let the world understand and genuinely recognize the Earth Deity's power. Remember, both faith and recognition serve as a source of power for deities. And vice versa. Lin Xuan spoke with a slight smile, his gaze drifting toward the direction of the Eagle Nation. Even the Earth God of our China has been passed down through thousands of years of civilizational heritage. With such vast and profound civilizational accumulation behind us, what do you rely on to win, deity of the Eagle Nation? Both parties finally stood upon the divine arena in the sky. Watching the Earth God shuffle forward step by step, staff in hand, the angel Michael blinked. He tilted his head to observe the excited yet somewhat anxious Chinese people behind the Earth God. Old man, your followers behind you seem to hold you in high regard. But a fallen deity is even more beloved. With a flap of his wings, he instantly materialized to the Earth God's left. A massive gold ingot suddenly materialized in the Earth God's hand, blocking the fatal blow for him. The speed and force of Michael's fatal strike caused the Earth Deity, who was holding Yuan Bao, to stumble backward. The Earth Spirit's eyes darted, and he suddenly clenched his fist in midair, then swung it toward Michael. Instantly, a cloud of dust filled the battlefield. Michael covered his nose and mouth, retreating at top speed. What the hell are you doing? You've covered my wings in dust. If you can't win, just die quietly. Michael narrowed his eyes, his killing intent toward the Earth Deity surging. But cries rang out from ahead. God of Fortune. So all these millennia, you've been protecting China, blessing its people. You must win. Don't lose. You must persevere. Stay alive, we await your return. For the sake of the millions in the 3 provinces of China, we beg you must win. So the Earth Deity was this powerful, possessing such divine abilities. It seemed Lin Xuan might not have made the wrong choice after all. Such an outstanding deity, yet we later generations have forgotten him. If not for Lin Xuan, I pray the Earth God prevails. I'll gladly offer daily incense. If only it could spare the people of our southern 3 provinces from displacement. As Michael froze in thought, the Earth Deity charged forward. He strained to recall the tactics Lin Xuan had taught him. The first thing to do is spread our soil across the divine battlefield above.
We must do it stealthily. Then bury him, encasing him in an earth cocoon. Don't give him a chance to spread his wings.
The earth spirit swung his right hand downward, unleashing a torrent of mud and sand that pelted the divine battlefield like a downpour. In moments, it piled high, submerging Michael's calves.
The earth deity nodded silently. This task was complete.
He then turned his vigilant gaze toward Michael.
You disgusting piece of trash.
How dare you throw filthy dirt on me on my pure, noble wings?
I'll kill you. I absolutely will kill you. You disgusting maggot.
Michael's face drained white with fury as he roared and lunged forward. Hearing the thunderous cheers of support behind him, the earth spirit clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on Michael's face. At that moment, Lin Xuan set down his chisel and blew away the residue from the stone tablet. A distinct chain pattern emerged on the stone tablet.
As if sensing something, the earth spirit's eyes darted. He slammed his dragon-headed staff down with force. Soul binding chain, lock them down.
Rule 1 of the Huaxia land domain, bind all non-Huaxia deities. In an instant, countless black chains erupted from the earth, whipping through the air with a sharp rustling sound.
The earth spirit was stunned.
Long ago, he had once borrowed them from the black impermanent Saint Lord of the Netherworld. After all, demons and ghosts causing trouble on his domain could disrupt the peace, and he had to intervene sometimes. But back then, with his divine power, it was merely a small cold iron binding chain, stretching only about 2 meters when extended. Now, however, as more people learned his story, their faith and reverence for him grew. This devotion transformed into invisible golden light, flowing into the earth deity's body. Visibly, his ethereal form grew increasingly solid, and even the fine cracks on the stone tablet beside Lin Xuan slowly began to mend. His immortal power surged at an astonishing rate, and the chain grew thicker and more formidable. Michael dared not touch the soul-binding artifact, for it had summoned nothing more than a spectral projection of a divine spirit. In his current spectral state, if struck by the chains, he would be utterly defenseless, destroyed body and soul.
Land god, hold on. Defeat this bird man. China must prevail. The earth deity must triumph.
The earth god, who could previously only extend a single black mystic chain, now directly expanded his domain. Countless chains within the domain were under his complete control.
Each one moved as if by his own will.
A smile gradually spread across the earth god's face.
Birdman. Dare you face this old man in battle? Michael instinctively glanced behind him.
The swirling black chains seemed to lock onto their target in an instant, hurtling directly toward Michael.
Michael didn't even notice the mud particles clinging to his wings.
He fled frantically. Using his 12 wings, he darted through the gaps in the swarm of chains. His feathers, no longer pure white, fell like a shower of blossoms.
Chapter 12, The Power of Faith.
Michael flapped his wings, but he found they weren't as agile as before, and his divine power was gradually fading.
Why? Your chains can absorb my divine power?
His maneuvering space was being squeezed ever smaller by the chains. Soul-binding chains, the heavier the sins of the bound, the greater the chain's suppression. So, you're no good, Birdman. The earth spirit explained earnestly.
Michael went mad. He roared to the heavens, and a white mist appeared before him.
Michael's face twisted into a savage grimace as he drew a flaming sword from the mist. He actually reshaped the flaming sword with his faith. The earth spirit inwardly cursed. The flaming sword seemed to possess a life of its own, vibrating at an eerie frequency. Holy! Holy! He swung the flaming sword in a frenzied attack against the surrounding chains. The sword truly possessed formidable power, each strike leaving deep gouges in the chains.
Ha! You maggots of China, what else can you do? Let me find you, where are you?
Michael strained to channel divine power within him, hacking through the chains to forge a path as he frantically searched for the earth spirit's location. Seeing Michael's frenzied state, Lin Xuan began frantically recalling the Western Michael he'd studied.
No! He's summoning the Holy Light Vanguard.
The moment the voice reached the earth spirit's ears, the inherently cautious deity immediately buried itself deep within the earth. But it was too late. Michael had already detected his movement. Michael pointed his sword at the earth deity's silhouette. Holy Light Vanguard, form ranks.
Attack! Countless meteors suddenly rained down from the sky, landing on the divine arena. They transformed into blurry human figures, swiftly surrounding the earth spirit and launching a barrage of attacks.
Though the earth spirit managed to shift away from the area through repeated teleports, he was struck multiple times from shoulder to waist.
His entire right shoulder down to his palm began to turn transparent. A group attack, huh? Then I'll join in soul suppression. Dark golden runes slowly emerged on the black chains, faintly flickering.
With each breath, the surrounding holy light vanguards gradually became transparent. The earth spirit swung his hand. The outermost black chains whipped out, devouring half the holy light vanguards.
The remaining ones began to fade in and out.
The earth spirit knelt on his right knee, left hand braced against the ground, watching the man who still laughed wildly beneath the encroaching layers of chains. His left hand dug fiercely into the earth, while his right hand gripped his earth staff tightly.
Earth, bind. Power of the rules, death's embrace.
With a swish, dust and sand rained down upon Michael, while an irregular sphere, coiled with countless black chains, slowly contracted.
As it contracted, it absorbed the remaining holy light spears entirely. The chains shifted and compressed, while the dust filled every gap between them. The friction between them produced a bone-chilling, teeth-grinding creak. Global bullet comments began flooding the screen. We won. Ha! China will prevail. Modest little Tanbian isn't this cheating? Sandstorms and chains, both external forces. The chains writhing suddenly halted. A violent clanging erupted from within the black metal sphere, and occasional flashes of crimson light could be glimpsed inside. The entire crowd held their breath, watching this scene. With a massive explosion, the battered angel, with more than half its wings shattered, only 3 left wings and 1 right wing fully spread, blasted free from its cage. Ha! You think you can crush me with chains? You maggot? Dream on. Michael spat a mouthful of blood, his head twisted in a vicious sneer. What else have you got? Bring it on. Dragging his heavy wings, he limped slowly toward the Earth God. Though battered and broken, its presence was overwhelming. The crippled wings were too heavy. He halted, glancing back at the twisted, fractured wings. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. He snapped the useless wings off with a backhand, tearing them away. Ah! The divine battlefield echoed with his solitary, agonized roar. To be so cruel, even to himself. A collective gasp rippled through the spectators below. Michael's entire body visibly trembled as he hunched over, leaning on his flaming sword. With a savage grin, he strode toward the Earth God. With each step, droplets of pale golden liquid dripped from the broken wing sockets on his back. A hissing sound filled the air, rapidly corroding the earth beneath his feet. The Earth Spirit braced himself, watching Michael's approach. His left hand formed a seal as he gradually sank into the mud beneath his feet. Seeing this, Michael withdrew his right foot, which had been poised to step forward, and stood still, head bowed. Ripples began to form in concentric circles around his feet, as if countless tiny insects were circling around him. Swish! A figure materialized from the rear side. With a whistling crack of the staff cutting through the air, the Earth Spirit swung his dragon head staff, striking Michael squarely in the side. Michael was sent flying by the blow, crashing heavily to the ground. Ha! I see through your tricks. Come again. Pale golden blood gushed wildly from Michael's mouth and nose. Yet he rose as if unharmed, his eyes narrowing into vertical slits with excitement. He cackled maniacally, spitting blood as his eyeballs trembled violently in their sockets. Earth escape technique, very good. But what if this entire land has been corrupted by me? He gripped the flaming sword in his hand, wildly swinging it around, creating wave after wave of shockwaves. Hiss! The Earth Spirit appeared about 10 meters ahead, kneeling on one knee. A large, scorched wound stretched across its chest. The Earth Spirit could hear his own flesh sizzling, his form steadily fading, while the surrounding power of faith desperately tried to heal the wound on his chest. He forced a grim smile and glanced backward. Through his spiritual insight alone, he could sense the trust, hopes, and prayers of countless Chinese people behind him. His lips parted slightly as he murmured a few words. I cannot lose. Lin Xuan frowned from afar, watching the scene unfold, pressing his fingers to his temples. People of China. He had been seated beside the microphone just moments ago, recounting the Earth God's magnificent deeds to the crowd. Now he roared directly into the microphone. Everyone, listen to me. Pray. Close your eyes, everyone. Pray for the Earth God to regain his health and invincible divine power. The Earth God was always the mightiest, but in a moment of carelessness, he was suppressed by the angels. He remains the greatest. Now. He will soon regain his divine form. His power will surge, his divine might will be unmatched. He will become the divine king of China. Lin Xuan gripped the microphone, shouting his heart out to paint a picture of victory for everyone. His eyes remained fixed on the half-collapsed figure on the divine battlefield. This must work. Divine power and the power of faith will surely prevail. Earth God, you have over 1 billion Chinese people praying for you behind you. Can you hear them? As Lin Xuan murmured, countless golden threads barely visible to the naked eye converged from the land of China toward the divine arena in the sky. Lin Xuan's eyes widened as he watched these golden threads gradually coalesce into a massive pillar of light, merging into the Earth God's back. Chapter 13, Victory Once More. Feeling the ceaseless flow of faith power gathering behind him, the Earth God's gaze gradually cleared. He looked down to see his wounds rapidly mending. Land God, fight on. Earth God. You must win. Save us. Countless voices poured into the Earth Spirit's mind along the golden threads. Birdman. Keep going. Gritting his teeth, he slowly rose to his feet. Even in his movements, the faint outline of an ancient official's robe woven from golden threads could be glimpsed. Seeing his rapid recovery, Michael limped forward, swinging his sword in pursuit, intent on halting the healing process. But it was too late. The Earth Spirit swept his right hand, conjuring a massive golden shield from thin air. The flaming sword struck the shield, and a thunderous crash sent Michael flying backward. Now the Earth Spirit truly resembled a peerless deity, radiating golden light from every pore. With a light lift of his foot, he teleported to Michael's side in a single step. Michael slumped to the ground, shaking his head in disbelief. How can you recover instantly? How can your divine power have grown to such an extent? This is impossible. This is impossible. Don't come any closer. He shook his head frantically while turning to face his people. Damn it, pray for me now. At this moment, Michael had completely lost his former carefree arrogance. He slumped to the ground, curling into a ball, his will to resist utterly broken. My people's faith is too weak. I surrender. Let me go. Michael pleaded humbly. The Earth Spirit's gaze was icy. With a sweep of his massive hand, black chains rattled and clanked, snapping around Michael. They tightened, binding him, and dragged him deep into the earth. Beep. National fortune settlement, victory for Huaxia in this round. The mechanical chime echoed, and the Huaxia battlefield erupted in chaos. Wah! We really won. Woo, we really. Ha, this is amazing. Absolutely incredible. Overwhelming joy swept through the Chinese people, who screamed and cheered, expressing their triumphant delight. Only those who endured the previous 2 punishments in the southern 3 provinces could truly grasp the intensity of this emotional surge. Watching the contest while living in constant fear, with the sword of Damocles hanging over their heads, what agony that must have been. At that moment, General Jiang on the podium finally relaxed his tense nerves. He picked up the phone on the table, flipped it over, lit up the screen, and raised an eyebrow as he scrolled through the various messages and missed calls. The global live broadcast faithfully captured that moment. In a conference room far away in the capital, the Prime Minister chuckled and muttered, "That old codger hasn't changed a bit." Then he returned his gaze to the live broadcast screen. On the screen, the Earth deity's thin lips parted. Heaven and Earth, the mystic origin, all chi, the primordial root. With each repetition of the sacred incantation, the effects of purifying body and mind, attracting blessings, and warding off evil were maximized, most profoundly felt by those present. Wow, is the Earth God blessing us? I feel so much lighter now. I feel it too. I've been feeling dizzy and foggy for days. But now my head suddenly feels incredibly clear, no more drowsiness. I could practically head straight back to school and take a math exam. Huang Mao, standing in the venue, watched as everyone around him marveled. He rubbed his neck, spat, and muttered in confusion, "Why the hell don't I feel anything? You guys are kidding me, right? This isn't some kind of show?" The Earth Spirit's ears twitched slightly, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Disrespectful behavior and foul language are acts of disrespect. Serves you right. As the Chinese citizens present reveled in their unexpected delight, a mechanical voice echoed in their minds. Representatives of Huaxia, please select your reward. A light screen unfolded before Lin Xuan's eyes, the people, or himself, 2 options. Lin Xuan stroked his chin. This time, there was no need to think twice. He clicked directly on the people option. Acquired, nationwide physical enhancement. A mechanical voice boomed through everyone's minds. The news sent the entire nation into a frenzy of celebration. Remember, the failure of the first battle had reduced the lifespan of 3 provinces' populations by 3 years, resulting in countless immediate deaths. The failure at the second station has left the 3 provinces with harsh living conditions, severe pollution, and scarce resources, forcing countless people from their homes. Most of those who could evacuate had already done so. Those who choose to stay or are unable to leave will find that even if they manage to survive on this land, their days are numbered. The victory in the previous round brought environmental restoration and optimization. Now, in this round, the people of the 3 southern provinces have gained improved physical constitution. Finally, what we lost has been reclaimed. I truly feel that from that very moment just now, my physical condition has begun to improve. It's a shame my mother didn't live to see this good fortune. If she could have received this physical enhancement back then, the live stream would have erupted in cheers and celebration. Little Lee who loves chestnuts, I'm in the hospital. Many mild cases are recovering now. My long troubling skin allergies don't even need medication anymore. I'm heading home soon. The Earth God will come back to bless your home. Hiking enthusiast, look outside everyone. The sky is crystal clear, and the air is super fresh, we can open the windows. My graduation project got eaten, speaking of which, I heard Professor Liu, the agricultural expert, was diagnosed with cancer just the other day. If only he were in the 3 southern provinces, maybe he could have boosted his constitution a bit. Countless bullet comments flooded the livestream, leaving viewers from other countries green with envy. Alright. We really won. The Earth God finally let go of his tension and solemnity. Bearing the weight of tens of millions of Chinese people and battling other deities proved far more stressful than he'd imagined. Thankfully, he hadn't let anyone down. He had succeeded. Seeing the jubilant crowd behind him, he smiled. The entire land of China erupted in an instant. Lin Xuan finally let out a sigh of relief. The Earth Spirit had already teleported back to the summoning platform. Placing a hand on his shoulder, he said, "Young friend Lin Xuan, this battle was truly perilous. Fortunately, you channeled the power of faith at the last moment. This battle has been immensely beneficial for this old man. Look at my golden immortal robes. Once all the deities of Huaxia have fully revived, this old man should be able to apply for a rank upgrade. Lin Xuan turned to look at the earth deity. Good heavens! From the lofty battlefield of the gods, I hadn't really noticed. But now that he's stepped down from the altar and stands before me, I finally notice. This fellow was now decked out in gold and silver, radiating a dazzling golden glow that was almost blinding. But, fair's fair, the divine aura around the earth deity was now ethereal and flowing. Standing beside him felt like bathing in spiritual energy, every pore basking in comfort as if lying on a cloud. It took the earth deity a long moment to withdraw his hand from Lin Xuan's shoulder. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xuan felt as if he'd consumed a marrow-cleansing pill. Impurities and toxins surged out of his body, expelled by the influx of spiritual energy. He instantly transformed into a filthy, foul-smelling little figure, covered in grime and reeking of stench. Feeling the lightness in his body, Lin Xuan looked up at the earth deity. The earth deity smiled faintly. Young friend, a small token of appreciation. The earth spirit watched as Lin Xuan pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and scrubbed his face and hands vigorously. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. The Eagle Nation's citizens remained in disbelief. They couldn't comprehend how their 12-winged angel, the Pope's elite combat force, could possibly be defeated. Why? How could such a powerful angel be killed by an old man? He doesn't even have much muscle. The nation must find us a way out. A national protection plan. Where can we escape to? Don't be afraid. It's only a draw now. They have few gods left. But we still have many. No more holding back this time. Choose the strongest one. We still have Odin, King Arthur, and the Titan King. Victory will surely belong to our great Eagle Empire. Global bullet comments are flooding in as people worldwide watch the outcome. Travel-loving Polly, I'm from AEL. Currently at the Eagle Nation border. Follow my account to enter my livestream. I'll broadcast the Eagle Nation earthquake live. Fashion CCO, here from the Republic of FA. Witnessing insane tsunami waves. Probably triggered by the quake. Crossed the border and immediately hit by dark clouds and towering waves. Yusuke Kobayashi, the great Eagle Nation underestimated this too much. Plus, the Chinese deities happen to possess chains capable of restraining angels, limiting their spatial freedom. Otherwise, they wouldn't have lost. Fashion Emily, why didn't they just deploy their strongest force, Odin? These high-ranking officials are XXXX. Keep your Odin XXX to hell. As the environment within Eagle Nation underwent drastic changes, its high-ranking officials began arranging their own escape routes, temporarily relocating to other countries to wait out the storm before returning to govern. As for the citizens? The government lacks surplus funds, national forces are uncontrollable, and logistics are failing. Everyone was left to fend for themselves, hoping to simply endure this ordeal. Cries for help and desperate pleas streamed from the live feeds of Eagle Nation citizens, while the area around the divine battlefield fell into eerie silence. Watching the horrifying chaos unfold across Eagle Nation through the global livestream, Lin Xuan felt a chill run down his spine. Had he not crossed over, wouldn't it be our China now plunged into nationwide panic, suffering tens of thousands of casualties in an instant? He dared not imagine how the people of the southern three provinces had endured the sudden upheaval during China's two previous defeats before his own transmigration. Had they also been engulfed in such sorrow and despair? Our side demands. Immediately commence the fifth battle. Now! A frantic shout suddenly erupted from the Eagle Nation battlefield. Lin Xuan whipped his head around to see the commander of the Eagle Nation front frantically waving his arms and shouting into the sky. Eagle Nation had no other choice but to fight with their backs against the wall. A deep gleam flashed in his eyes. The final battle had finally arrived. This time, which god king would they face? Chapter 14, Both Sides All or Nothing Gamble. For once the mysterious entity in the sky agreed to commence the battle, all rewards and punishments for both sides would be suspended until the outcome was decided. Everything would accumulate and be distributed later. This rule had been painstakingly discovered through the blood and tears of the now vanished Chile kingdom. The Eagle Nation now clung to this last straw, desperately awaiting a response from the void. The Huaxia side, however, appeared far more composed than the Eagle Nation. In the previous two battles, even when the southern three provinces suffered, they had government-deployed troops, other organizations, and even spontaneous nationwide relief efforts, the entire nation united as one. But Eagle Nation? They've thrown their entire national territory into battle against us. In such a small area, when disaster strikes, there's nowhere to even evacuate or relocate. Not to mention their government's difficulty in mobilizing rescue forces and the lag in information. They know this themselves. So when defeat looms for the Eagle Nation, the desperation and all-or-nothing gamble of its people and government become understandable. Eagle Nation requests early commencement of the fifth battle. Opposing side, Huaxia Nation, prepare. As a mechanical tone sounded, the summoning platforms lit up once more on both sides' domestic battlefields. Lin Xuan did not rush onto his summoning platform. He looked at the Chinese citizens surrounding him, their eyes filled with expectation, then glanced at the Eagle Nation citizens online, desperately awaiting rescue. This final battle victory was the only option. On the Eagle Nation side, a frail youth clad in white robes was urgently ushered forward.
They even arranged for a dozen staff members to support the youth, carrying over 10 red velvet crystal ball cases.
They formed a circle and placed them in the summoning zone. Was this a group attack? Was that even allowed on the divine arena?
Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on the summoning area.
Staff members began opening the red velvet boxes one by one, revealing the translucent crystal balls within.
A particularly well-dressed, tall staff member wearing gold-rimmed glasses pressed down on the frail, white-robed youth's shoulders, forcing him to sit on the ground in the center of the crystal balls.
She whispered in his ear, "This is the Prime Minister's secret order. Summon as many deities as possible.
Victory, and you'll be a national hero.
Defeat, and we'll ensure your parents and sister are safely abroad first. Their needs will be fully provided for.
But if you don't give your all, you know what will happen."
His thin lips parted. "Either succeed and summon them all, or give it your all until you die within the summoning zone."
The frail youth in white robes turned deathly pale, his face twisted with terror as he strained to lift his head, stammering an explanation.
"I've only ever summoned 3. The other deities aren't even part of our churches."
Before he could finish, a fan-like hand clamped down on his trembling shoulder. The staff members snarled.
"Do as the Prime Minister says. If you don't want to die right now, think of your family."
Koro. The white-robed youth Koro shuddered in fright, forcing a grimace uglier than tears. He lowered his head, gazing at the summoning crystal spheres before him. He could only begin by summoning the deities he knew best.
The Eagle Nation's Prime Minister was equally helpless. He had believed the 12-winged angel would be sufficient to subdue Huaxia.
He intended to save Odin, the king of gods, to intimidate other nations. This was also to prevent other hyena-like trash nations from sensing an opportunity to launch a series of attacks once his side deployed such powerful gods.
To protect his own Odin summoner, he had even prepared a safe house for him. But the sudden earthquake and tsunami struck without warning, leaving no time to rescue Odin's summoner.
Fortunately, the Prime Minister, who had arrived at the scene to be among the first to celebrate victory over China, was present.
The Prime Minister made the decision on the spot: group attack.
The secretary cautiously mentioned that there was no precedent for a group attack. But the slightly balding Prime Minister was already beyond listening.
"Let him try it.
If it fails and he dies, we'll just find someone else." The Prime Minister's plan seemed flawless, but they couldn't find a single human in the entire nation capable of summoning all the gods.
Much less someone present on the battlefield, ready to join the fight at any moment.
After all, once war was declared, the deities had to be summoned within 10 minutes. Failure meant defeat. Thus, by default, the backup summoner, the white-robed youth, Koro, was thrust into the spotlight.
Pulling his phone from his pocket, Koro's hands trembled as he opened his notes. It read, "First summon, Odin." But he'd never even attempted summoning Odin before.
Calling upon such a top-tier deity right off the bat might just get him killed instantly.
Koro lowered his head, sweat dripping from his forehead into his eyes. He blinked, wiping the sweat from his eyelids. Second summon, King Arthur. Koro swallowed hard.
Just one more look, just one more look. A crystal ball behind him began to tremble slightly, but Koro was too tense to notice. As he continued watching, the crystal ball behind him actually floated up to hover directly above Koro's head.
With a humming sound, a blinding light erupted.
For a moment, everyone watching the Eagle Nation summoning platform felt an intense stinging pain.
What was happening? Koro finally looked up.
Then his mouth fell open.
But he hadn't even initiated the summoning yet. Who could this deity be? Another humming sound echoed.
Vibrational waves inexplicably formed in the air, radiating outward from the center of the crystal ball. A third hum sounded, accompanied by a faint cracking noise. Koro squinted against the blinding light, tears stinging his eyes as his pupils trembled slightly, staring at the crystal ball. The crystal ball cracked. A figure of noble elegance and graceful curves slowly materialized.
A goddess? Koro wiped away the tears he couldn't control, lowering his head to search for the name of the female deity. Behind him, murmurs grew louder and louder. What kind of monster is this? An old man? Odin? An old woman? Why is it constantly shifting forms? Can it even turn into a fly? Could it be the god Loki?
Kor suddenly jerked his neck up, muttering to himself, "God of lies and deceit, also god of fire.
Lord Loki. Freeze!"
A furious roar split the air as the figure in the sky stabilized into the form of a tall, gaunt giant. Clad in massive armor, he wore a metal helmet adorned with 2 sharp, curved horns. His features were exquisitely carved, his eyes deep and piercing. In his left hand, he gripped a massive sword blazing with black flames.
"Human! You may step aside. This is a battle for vengeance. I shall make all of China pay for my poor Fenrir."
Loki strode right past Koro, taking 3 strides to ascend the divine arena in the sky. The remaining crimson velvet boxes surrounding Koro snapped shut one after another.
"Very well.
Lord Loki wishes no other gods to disturb him."
Koro nodded dazedly.
He suddenly recalled that during the third battle, the giant wolf Fenrir
was Loki's son.
Koro stared at the single crystal ball whose lid remained open, noticing a faint, almost imperceptible crack.
Had he forced his way out of the crystal ball to break the rules for revenge? Lord Loki. He braced his trembling legs, clutched the 2 red velvet boxes closest to him, and staggered toward the podium, swaying with each step. It wasn't that he feared death. Lord Loki forbade him from summoning others. You can't blame him. He couldn't be blamed. Chapter 15, The Deity's Revenge. Lin Xuan watched as the others summoned Loki, feeling slightly relieved. He scanned each monument of glorious deeds, selecting one from among them. Holding it in his hands, he chanted, invoking the divine might of the Overlord, the supreme celestial inspector of the Great Spirit. The 3 great thunder gods of the chariot, commanded by heaven to subdue malevolent spirits. Golden whip in hand, he patrols the world. Golden armor adorns his form, revealing his divine might. Green boots and wing-tied armor guard his form, eyes blazing like fire, illuminating heaven and earth. In an instant, he ascends to the 3 heavens to attend the supreme deity. In the blink of an eye, he descends to the 9 realms to save sentient beings. Your disciple humbly beseeches your arrival, granting mighty thunderous protection and aid. Hasten as the law commands. A crimson glow began to emanate from the monument of merit. A towering figure slowly materialized before Lin Xuan's eyes. Lin Xuan, you brat! Did you prevail in the previous battle? A thunderous hum echoed overhead. Lin Xuan took 2 steps back, straining to look up at the divine official. The great spirit official of punishment is here. He immediately clasped his hands, bowed deeply, and paid his respects with utmost reverence. The battle between the earth deity and the angel birdman had already been won. This was the final round. It concerned the survival of the people in the 3 southern provinces of China. Wang Lingguang laughed heartily. A mere petty demon? I'll deal with it myself. Summoning the wind and fire wheels beneath his feet, he soared toward the divine arena where Loki stood. Lord Lingguang, do not underestimate your foe. Wang Lingguang glanced back at Lin Xuan, gave a slight nod, and whispered telepathically. I was forcibly sealed within that stone tablet. My struggle to break free drained my spiritual energy. This must be resolved swiftly. Only a sigh carried on the wind. Only for the peace and well-being of the people of Huaxia. Lin Xuan lowered his gaze to Wang Lingguang's monument of glorious deeds, his body trembling. Originally, absorbing the power of faith had nearly repaired all the cracks, but now it appeared riddled with them once more. How could the valiant and resourceful Lord Lingguang not know that struggling would drain his spiritual energy, even risking harm to himself? Yet his heart remained devoted to China. Throughout China's 5,000 years of history, how many had sacrificed their lives to save the masses from calamity, only to ascend as immortals or deities? Unlike those self-serving Western deities, they unleash natural disasters and destroy nations out of jealousy and hatred, and incite wars through greed and lust. And don't even get me started on those Western deities who demand countless human sacrifices before deigning to lend a hand. Before becoming an immortal, Wang Shang was known as Wang Lingguang. He was a man of integrity, fiery in nature, who took it upon himself to uphold justice and often stood up for the wronged. During one such act of aid, he struck too hard and took a life. While fleeing, he encountered Master Sa. After undergoing a series of trials, he gained Master Sa's recognition and was taught the way. He was later recommended to the Jade Emperor. Such was this righteous and upright divine official. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan clasped his hands, his voice trembling slightly. Great spirit official above, please accept our bow. For China. Fight the foreign enemies. The audience behind him was moved, rising to their feet. They mimicked Lin Xuan, performing a somewhat unorthodox bow. They shouted in unison toward the direction of the divine official Wang in the heavens. For China. Fight the foreign foes. Great spirit official. Victory for the divine guardian. Wang Lingguang stepped onto the divine arena. Hearing the shouts below, he flashed an almost imperceptible smile before turning to face Loki, who had been waiting on the platform. I won't fight you. Call out the one who killed my son. I will kill him. Loki casually thrust his massive sword into the ground, the blade sinking deep into the divine arena's surface. Only half the blade remained above ground, radiating black flames. With a thunderous boom, the entire ground shook violently. Wang Lingguang sighed. You have your reasons. But my duty is to protect. Always. Everywhere. With that, he raised his golden whip in his right hand and formed the fire seal with his left, preparing to meet the enemy. Not only Loki, but some of the Chinese citizens present didn't understand the meaning of those words either. Lin Xuan shook his head. He had previously instructed various media outlets to explain that passage from Journey to the West, yet some still hadn't heard it. He picked up the microphone at the summoning platform and recounted the tale of Sun Wukong's rampage in heaven, where he was stopped by Wang Lingguang before the Lingxiao Palace. Their fierce battle ended in a stalemate. The audience below the stage murmured in awe, while the global livestream was flooded with frantic comments. Xing, so, we're guaranteed to win this round, right? Tell me, is that minotaur helmeted deity over there any good? Sun and I, but he's a descendant of the giant clan. My intel says he can transform into a giant. Plus, he's the god of deception. Yushan, our god seems so straightforward. Facing the god of deception, I'm starting to feel uneasy. Lilith the all-consuming, China's doomsday is nigh. The great eagle shall prevail. Prepare your final rites, you trashy lowlifes. Such petty squabbles among mortals could never disturb the two gods locked in confrontation above the heavens. Loki glanced at the stubborn fool across from him, no longer bothering with words. If you won't yield, then I'll subdue you first before seeking vengeance from that other one. Loki's eyes darted around as he sized up the red-skinned creature. He yanked the massive sword from the ground and charged toward Wang Lingguang. With a light tap of his toes, he appeared at Wang Lingguang's right side in the next instant. The heavy blade swung straight for Wang Lingguang's right side. Wang Lingguang let out a soft snort, swinging his golden whip backward to block at his side. The expected heavy blow never came, only a light breeze brushed past. Suddenly, another identical greatsword, engulfed in black flames, materialized at his left side, slicing directly into the seam between his armor plates. With a crackling roar, the black flames spread from the sword across the armor, covering Wang Lingguang's chest and back. Wang Lingguang glanced down at the burning armor, his left fingers twisting lightly. Extinguish! The black flames slowly began to die out. Loki's pupils dilated slightly. Wang Lingguang turned his gaze back to the right side, where he had expected a heavy blow. The massive sword on the right gradually vanished, transforming into Loki's fingers. Loki suppressed his astonishment, raised his index finger to his lips with a smile, and murmured softly, "I am the god of wisdom, you know, not some trickster god as those mortals claim." He frowned. Lowly mortals are like that, their words are truly unpleasant. Wang Lingguang remained composed, twirling his golden whip at his wrist to strike the giant's sword away. Poof! Nothing but second-rate trickery. Loki raised an eyebrow and lifted his chin. "You're somewhat interesting. But no worries, I have other, more sophisticated tricks up my sleeve." With that, he withdrew the greatsword. In an unnoticed corner, he pinched a single drop of golden blood from the blade into his palm. Loki smiled at Wang Lingguang, murmuring something under his breath. Wang Lingguang paid him no further mind, his golden whip pointing directly at him. In an instant, countless bolts of thunder and fire roared toward Loki. Loki made no attempt to defend himself, he turned and fled. Chapter 16, The Cunning Loki. Wang Lingguang chased Loki around the entire arena, his feet stepping on the wind and fire wheels. For a moment, this comical scene left everyone utterly speechless, with both the live audience and online viewers filled with mocking laughter. Huaxia sword, sneak a hit and then bolt? The Eagle Nation's done for. Yusuke Kobayashi, damn it, how dare you speak of the great Eagle Empire like that? The god Loki surely has other tricks up his sleeve. Elegant ace, the god Loki won't lose. He still has magic and wisdom. He's just dealing with your clumsy Chinese warriors. Loki sprinted ahead, his expression frantic yet his gaze steady, muttering incantations under his breath. 3, 2, 1. He halted abruptly, glancing back over his shoulder. Thud! Wang Lingguang plummeted from the sky, smashing a deep crater into the divine arena. Loki halted with a broad smile, gliding upward until he hovered above Wang Lingguang. "How did you like my magic spell?" Loki asked earnestly, head bowed. Wang Lingguang looked down at the half of his body that was beyond his control. "Is this your Western sorcery?" "It certainly has its tricks." Loki offered no reply, merely chuckling as he raised his heavy sword and brought it crashing down. "Farewell, red-faced deity. I'll be seeking my next target." Black flames surged from the heavy sword, causing the entire divine arena space to warp. The Eagle Nation battlefield spectators erupted in jubilation. "I knew we'd win. How could that foolish red-faced god possibly stand against our mighty Loki? Long live the great Eagle Empire. Finally. We're finally winning. No more running for our lives. Thank God." Meanwhile, in Huaxia. At the strike's impact, the people of Huaxia instinctively closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Only Lin Xuan and the few high-ranking officials on the VIP platform held their breath, staring intently at the blazing arena. A deafening roar erupted with the explosion of flames, as terrifying divine energy rippled outward from the ring's center. As the flames flickered, Wang Lingguang on the stage had actually blocked Loki's full power strike with just a single golden whip. Only the cracked platform beneath his feet and the shattered fragments of his wrist guard bore witness to the sheer power of that strike. Wang Lingguang's eyes blazed with fury as he jerked his hand, clanging the massive black sword away. Muttering an exorcism spell under his breath, he spun his windfire wheels at breakneck speed, retreating from the center of the ring. Now it was Loki's turn to pursue. Loki descended leisurely behind him, waiting until the dark aura at his waist gradually dissipated. "This? He actually deflected my spell?" Loki halted his pursuit. "You sly fox, what else have you got? Bring it all on. I am the god who subdues demons, master of banishing plagues and capturing poisons. Such petty demonic toxins could never trap me? Preposterous." Wang Lingguang instantly spun around, his golden whip flashing as he lashed out at Loki. Loki retreated while his form gradually faded into a ghostly apparition. In moments, he had transformed into the likeness of Wang Lingguang's master, Master Sa. "Wang Shan, you dare betray your master and dishonor your ancestors. Kneel at once and await your punishment." Wang Lingguang's feet halted. Gritting his teeth as he watched Loki speak with his master's face, the wind and fire wheels spun even faster. Seeing this, Loki's form wavered and shifted once more, this time into that of a monkey. Stop chasing me. I won't fight you anymore. Wang Lingguang remained unmoved, continuing his relentless pursuit. His form flickered once more, transforming directly into the majestic figure of the Jade Emperor, seated regally amidst the clouds. Great Heavenly Inspector! Stand down! Wang Lingguang was forced to halt his pursuit. As the foremost among the 500 divine officials under the Jade Emperor, a title personally bestowed by the Emperor himself, he could never bring himself to strike the Jade Emperor with his whip. Damned demonic creature! How dare you assume the form of the Celestial Emperor? Damn it! Wang Lingguang lost his usual composure. Even his earlier injury hadn't caused the slightest flicker of emotion, yet Loki had now shattered his composure. Ha! The Jade Emperor, now Loki, twirled his beard with a smug grin. The great spirit official has defied this emperor. Behead him immediately. With that, he hurled the massive black sword beside him, sending it hurtling straight toward Wang Lingguang. Seeing Wang Lingguang prepare to swing his golden whip in defense, he roared, "Resistance is forbidden." Wang Lingguang struggled to control the golden whip in his hands, gritting his teeth. His wind and fire wheels spun at their peak, propelling his body away to evade the great sword. Loki's eyes flashed with excitement, as if he'd found a new toy. Continue. He let the great sword chase after Wang Lingguang, while he himself sat comfortably atop the clouds, happily watching the spectacle. The people of both nations followed the emotional swings. On the Huaxia side, they were anxious and furious, shouting in unison that this was unfair. Who on earth is this deity? How powerful is he? Even the divine guardian can only dodge? Unable to contain themselves, some in the crowd rose to their feet, pointing at Loki disguised as the Jade Emperor and shouting loudly. Lin Xuan sighed inwardly, realizing the Huaxia crowd didn't even recognize the Jade Emperor anymore. Meanwhile, the Eagle Nation mocked the rigid nature of the Huaxia deities, unable to break even this simple spell. Damn it! Countless countermeasures flashed through Wang Lingguang's mind, each one ultimately failing. Lin Xuan was also frantically searching for a solution. He had it. Fire-eyed golden gaze. Great divine official. Fire-eyed golden gaze. He shouted with all his might toward the divine arena in the sky. Wang Lingguang's ears twitched slightly. He had always relied on brute force to overcome all obstacles, only activating his fire-eyed golden gaze when investigating past sins. He halted his steps, steadied his stance, pressed his palms together, and closed his eyes. Moments later, the third eye upon his forehead abruptly opened. Instantly, countless beams of brilliant light shot forth from his eye. His eye shifted slightly left, right, up, and down before fixing its gaze upon the figure of the Jade Emperor, impersonated by Loki. As Wang Lingguang murmured incantations, the false Jade Emperor's form began to waver, shifting between solid and shadowy. Loki struggled to maintain his form while simultaneously directing the great sword toward Wang Lingguang. Final strike. Slay him. In the end, he simply abandoned the divine power of transformation, watching with eager anticipation as the great sword executed a horizontal slash. Wang Lingguang smiled faintly. Gotcha. One hand seized the great sword, the other pointed directly at Loki. The golden whip whistled through the air, unleashing an endless torrent of thunder and fire toward Loki. The look of relief on Loki's face froze in place. He had clearly seen his great sword strike Wang Lingguang. Even if Wang Lingguang had raised his hand to block it, the blow should have severed not just his palm, but his entire arm and body. Instead, a bloodied hand gripped his greatsword. Until his dying breath, Loki stared fixedly at Wang Lingguang's bloodied hand. Why? His sword shouldn't be this weak. Unless... Loki glanced back at the inconspicuous crack on his crystal ball. The light in his eyes gradually faded. Fenrir. Wang Lingguang watched his body turn to ash in the thunderfire before finally drawing the black greatsword embedded in his palm. Clang! He tossed it to the ground. The black flames on the greatsword slowly extinguished. The entire arena erupted into two starkly contrasting waves of fervor. On the Eagle Nation battlefield side, endless screams and curses mingled with the frantic flight of those fleeing the battlefield. With their nation's defeat now irreversible, those capable of escape naturally sought to flee Eagle Nation at once. This triggered a severe stampede. Wails of agony filled the air in an instant. Damn Loki! He doesn't deserve to be a god. He's going to kill us all. God, please save your faithful. Why can't God descend to fight? Why doesn't he save us? Is it because we aren't devout enough? Meanwhile, behind the Divine King, the Chinese battlefield erupted in joyous cheers. In the stands, spectators embraced each other in tears of relief. We no longer need to live in fear. We have survived. No more leaving our homes, no more fleeing for our lives. Long live Huaxia. Long live Wang Lingguang. Long live Huaxia. Long live Wang Lingguang. Amidst the deafening cheers, Lin Fan welcomed the return of the Divine General. Great Divine Official, please rest well first. We shall build a pantheon in your honor, enshrining you within to receive the incense offerings of all households. Wang Lingguang, however, had expended most of his divine power. Visibly unstable, his form was already beginning to fade into transparency. Without further words, he gave a slight nod and directly returned to the monument of great merits. Beep. National Fortune Settlement. China has won this round. Representative of China, please select your reward. A light screen unfolded before Lin Xuan. Self. This time, only one option was available. What could it be, meant only for himself? Lin Xuan lightly pressed the button and looked up, waiting. Chapter 17, National Level Fortune. Receive your personal reward. Watching a yellow orb of light drift down from the sky before his eyes, Lin Xuan blinked and reached out to cradle it. A voice echoed in his ears. Your personal reward is. The mechanical voice paused for a second before announcing the reward, though the tone seemed slightly distorted. Purple chi of primordial chaos. Lin Xuan's breath caught in his throat as he stared wide-eyed at the ethereal orb floating in his palm. What? Primordial purple chi? The primordial energy born at the dawn of creation, imbued with the laws of the Tao, the very essence for ascending to sainthood or immortality? The very essence that grants comprehension of the heavenly Tao upon absorption? At this moment, even Lin Xuan, who had weathered storms in his past life and remained unflappable, couldn't help but tremble. He glanced around in disbelief, only to see the crowd staring at him with curious expressions. Was this proof that he alone had heard this reward? Or did everyone else simply not know what primordial purple chi was? Lin Xuan's behavior caused General Jiang, seated far away on the podium, to furrow his thick brows. Lin Xuan slowly clasped his hands together, carefully raising them before his eyes. The glow gradually faded, revealing a slender thread of purple energy that undulated between his palms like a coiling dragon. Had he not been staring intently at his hands, it would have been nearly impossible to notice. The entire audience followed his movements, craning their necks. Those in the front rows stood up to get a better view. Though standing certainly wouldn't help them see anything. What's the reward? Oh my gosh, can't you just show us already? All this hiding and covering up is driving me crazy. What was that golden orb? Another forbidden bead? Or a healing bead? I heard there's even a restoration bead. Purple energy was drawn into Lin Xuan's body with each breath. In that instant, purple Tao patterns flickered in his eyes. His consciousness was pulled from his physical form, drifting through the boundless cosmos. He witnessed countless starry worlds collapse and reshape. Purple Tao patterns also danced across his skin, and a faint purple glow began to emanate from his entire body. With his eyes closed, he heard celestial music swirling around him. Its wondrous rhythm and melody helped clear his mind of distractions, guiding his consciousness into a deeper state of enlightenment. Unbeknownst to him, as the celestial music played, countless golden lotuses blossomed around him. This extraordinary celestial display left every spectator utterly speechless. Wow! What is this? Lin Xuan, he's blooming. What kind of reward is this? How come I've never heard of this before? What's that sound, apprentice? Did you hear it? It sounds like someone murmuring softly. A middle-aged man dressed as a Taoist priest stared at Lin Xuan in the arena, his ears twitching slightly. The young Taoist beside him looked around in confusion. I didn't hear anything. Where is anyone? Master, you're not having auditory hallucinations again, are you? No, no. Golden lotus and celestial music. This is one favored by the Tao. Close your eyes and meditate deeply. The half-volume scripture passed down in our Taoist temple states, such celestial music, when encountered, purifies the Taoist heart, heals wounds, and cleanses the soul. The truth was, only a select few in the entire venue could hear this celestial sound, including General Jiang, whose expression had just shifted on the podium. He pressed his fingers to his temples. His stubborn headaches, which even the nation's top hospitals had been unable to cure, now seemed to be improving. The neuralgia that had plagued him for over a decade was also slowly repairing itself. A dozen or so others in the venue, too, closed their eyes in confusion and bewilderment. They were yet unaware of the immense opportunity this experience would bring. Just as the entire venue was captivated by Lin Xuan, the mechanical voice continued. This round of the National Fortune Divine War, China wins 3, loses 2 victory. Please receive your National Fortune rewards. The moment the words ended, a dragon's roar echoed. The entire arena transformed into a colossal golden dragon head, soaring skyward and charging directly toward the Eagle Nation. Hovering above Eagle Nation, it opened its massive jaws and dove downward. It swallowed the entire Eagle Nation whole, swallowed it several times, then flew back over China, gradually dissipating. Stripped of all its fortune by China, Eagle Nation's land began to crack and split. Compounded by the cumulative punishment from the 2 previous divine wars, earthquakes, floods, and typhoons converged upon the small nation of Eagle Country. Countless citizens were displaced, many facing imminent peril. As one of Blue Star's current technological superpowers, Eagle Nation had utterly lost its chance to compete for supremacy. Had they not been so arrogant and offered up a portion of their territory as a bargaining chip, they might still have had a chance to recover. Now, with divine punishment and natural disasters engulfing the entire nation, there was nowhere left to retreat. The entire land resembled a living hell, filled with the desperate cries of countless citizens. Lin Xuan finally snapped out of his reverie, lifting his gaze to the large screen. His pupils contracted slightly. The sea of screens forced him to avert his gaze, shifting his eyes to the screen showing the direction of China. Across the 3 southern provinces, the sky stretched azure and clear. The previous smog, dampness, and toxic fumes had vanished without a trace. Once barren soil had become fertile, and arid lands now enjoyed abundant rainfall. In coastal waters, toxic elements vanished entirely, revealing crystal-clear seas teeming with vibrant fish and colorful coral reefs. Whether it was the leaders on the podium or those in the National Operations Office in the capital, everyone nodded with satisfaction in unison, watching the footage streaming in from cameras across the 3 southern provinces. Excellent! We won! Thankfully, we won! As the victors in this first round, Huaxia could now make a demand of the defeated nation. 10-second countdown. The sudden mechanical voice startled every Huaxia citizen. What? Yes, the first victory comes with what's known as the first winner's bonus package. This was Huaxia's first combat victory. But only 10 seconds, what should we ask for? The general abruptly stood up, his expression stern. Assistant Fong, do we have contingency plans? Yes, 2 contingency plans. First, seize Eagle Nation's most cutting-edge technological achievements, including research laboratories and scientists. The advantage is that we can immediately continue their research. The disadvantage is that we don't know which specific projects we'll obtain, we might end up with some less significant ones. Second, seize all antiquities from Eagle Nation including porcelain, calligraphy, ancient texts, carvings, and all other historical artifacts. The advantage is recovering all Chinese antiquities lost to Eagle Nation, plus many artifacts from other nations held there, for research purposes. Countdown, 3 seconds. As the assistant spoke, he swiftly handed over a folder. The general took the file, ran his thumb over the A4 paper twice, then looked toward Lin Xuan in the summoning field. We want every single antique. He pressed the amplification button on the desk, his deep voice booming toward Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan paused, then shouted into the air, we want all the antiques. Confirmed. All antiques. The once tumultuous Eagle Nation seemed to hit pause, as golden lights began to flicker across its territory. Slowly drifting upward, they coalesced into a golden river flowing toward the Chinese venue. In no time, the venue spanning 3 football fields was filled to the brim with all manner of cultural relics, as if it were raining treasures. And from the heavens, a ceaseless stream of cultural treasures and artifacts continued to fall. This process lasted a full 2 hours. Even fragments that had been submerged or damaged in the earlier earthquake and tsunami piled up layer upon layer in the open spaces of the venues, still accumulating. Chapter 18, How dare you? The leaders on the podium began frantically making calls, mobilizing personnel to collect, clean, catalog, and authenticate the artifacts. Personnel originally stationed at key urban locations were now redeployed to assist with the sorting of ancient artifacts, thanks to the nation's victory in the war. The entire nation erupted in celebration. On-site spectators each grabbed one or several artifacts, trembling as they cradled these unexpected treasures. Ha! Guess I've finally gotten my hands on some high-end stuff. Hey, for eyes, how much are these things worth? The blonde-haired guy, clutching a blue and white porcelain vase and a small bronze tripod, nudged the bespectacled guy on his right with his elbow. The bespectacled youth spun around, shielding his treasures as if fearing the blonde youth might knock them over. He exclaimed anxiously. Hey, be careful. This inkstone I'm holding is priceless, and then there's this ancient coin. Add in this scroll, just this coin alone could buy your life. The blonde guy scoffed, my life's worth more than any of this junk. Hey, for eyes, which one's worth the most? How much is that coin of yours worth, UING? This is a Ming Dynasty Yang La Tongbao with a 3 on the reverse. It's sold for a whopping 9.2 million at auction. Glasses lifted his chin, proudly lecturing the blonde punk. Whoa! A middle-aged man in the center of the venue, dressed impeccably, was flushed crimson. Clutching a small jade pendant, he gasped for breath, eyes wide with disbelief as he scanned the room. The guiding bodhisattva. The admonitions of the court ladies. Shang Dynasty Double Goat Vase. Qing Dynasty Qianlong Enameled Vase. Qianlong Imperial Seal. The man swallowed repeatedly, mesmerized by every ancient artifact around him, shaking his head in disbelief. Even the large vase casually placed on the steps at Qianlong period pink enameled openwork vase had once fetched a staggering 51.2 billion yuan at the Dongfu International Auction. Perched atop the pile of rolled-up yellow scrolls on the plastic stools in the front row, if his eyes did not deceive him, was the cursive handscroll poems and letters of Master Wang Yangming by the great Ming scholar Wang Yangming. He had specifically requested to attend the spring auction in Sakura country back then to observe and learn, but at the time, he didn't know who had snapped it up for a staggering 1.1 billion. The regret of that moment and the awe of the present seemed to clash violently in his mind. As he scanned the rows, Bai Qingshan's hands trembled. One after another, irreplaceable antique treasures lay within easy reach. So engrossed he forgot to breathe, his face flushing crimson from oxygen deprivation before he could finally believe the reality before his eyes. Good heavens! Good heavens! Is this all real? Chairman, Secretary Chen, where are you? Hurry over. His voice trembled, his gaze growing hazy. Smack! No need to thank me, old man.
The young staff member collecting antiques in the venue saw his state. While gathering items, she casually gave him a sharp slap. Along the way, collecting these antiques, she'd seen so many people like this so excited that she'd grown numb to it. With the frame of Da Vinci's Salvator Mundi tucked under her arm and 8 ivory chess pieces in her pocket, the young woman carried on with her work.
These national treasures of Eagle Country don't look like much. Hey, don't step on that, it seems to be Agee's Rosetta Stone. Damn Eagle Country people, they're really thieves. The girl turned to call for help. This thing absolutely had to be transported back to the National Museum. Holy, it's real. It hurts. Xingtian showed no sign of anger. Instead, he touched the spot where he'd been struck, his eyes widening with extraordinary delight. This has been the dream of the antiquities world for so many years. Who could have imagined it would come true today? This roller coaster of a day deserved to be etched in his memory forever. As vice president of the Qing Province Antiquities Preservation Association, Xingtian had only intended to participate in this national treasure battle during his final days. Little did he know that before his life ended, his career would reach its pinnacle. As his phone rang, he was finally summoned to join the temporary artifact identification and sorting team at the venue. Xingtian pushed through the crowd, took the Wang Yangming hand scroll, picked up the small Shang-Zhou dynasty bronze cauldron and the Dunhuang Buddhist silk painting from the ground, and stepped by step toward the playground below the stage. Only trembling hands and uncontrollable tears could reveal that it wasn't just him. All of China had waited far too long for this day. Even some informed veterans of the War of Resistance and cultural relic experts watching at home on television were moved to tears. Since the nation's founding, Huaxia had been negotiating with various countries to repatriate some cultural relics. However, the tug of war between nations and the shamelessness of various governments had prolonged the process far too long. Now, as the artifacts poured down like rain, everyone felt a deep emotion welling up inside. We must grow strong. This grand return of cultural relics presents our finest opportunity. Now look back at the catastrophe the British people are enduring. In the Eagle Nation, the wealthy flee by helicopter. Ordinary people are stuck on highways and roads. Meanwhile in China, birds sing, flowers bloom, plants grow wildly, air is purified, sunshine abounds, and fortune surges like a dragon. The Eagle Nation's Prime Minister broadcasts live from the battlefield, pleading for aid from all nations. Willing to offer up every last valuable possession in the nation, begging neighboring countries to open refugee shelters so British citizens can cross borders swiftly and save their lives. He even implored the United States, far across the globe, to arrange technological rescue. After all, the US is a technological superpower. But the United States politely declined. At that moment, the beautiful nation was busy militarily conquering neighboring small countries, preparing territory for the upcoming divine arena. Other nations bordering the Eagle Nation could only accept a small number of refugees before imposing border restrictions. Even nations that had previously coveted China's territory now reconsidered the necessity and benefits of war against China, given the recent emergence of 2 new red-level deities. Thus, after the clash of national destinies between China and the Eagle Nation concluded, no nation immediately seized the opportunity to exploit the chaos and launch successive attacks against China. Amidst the chaos, several mechanical voices echoed across the global broadcast. The United States of America requests a national destiny war against the Eagle Nation. The Land Down Under applies to wage a national destiny war against the Eagle Nation. The Bear Nation applies to wage a national destiny war against the Eagle Nation. Japan requests a national destiny battle against the Eagle Nation. Italy requests a national destiny battle against the Eagle Nation. 5 nations have applied to challenge the Eagle Nation. The Eagle Nation is requested to select opponents. All eyes turned upward, awaiting the Eagle Nation's decision. Please choose within 10 seconds. The Eagle Nation was now in complete chaos. Its leaders had already fled the country by helicopter, and the summoner was nowhere to be found. Naturally, there was no one left to make this decision. Countdown complete. Italy's National Fate Battle application against the Eagle Nation is successful. Italy's representative rejoiced this was a rare opportunity to seize an advantage. The other nations, seeing they hadn't secured it, turned their attention to other battlefields except for Sakura Nation. The diminutive representative of Sakura Nation waved his flag, craning his neck to shout. Sakura Nation applies to wage a national destiny battle against Huaxia Nation. The peculiar Sakura language echoed through the global broadcast, reaching every ear. All the people of China were stunned. After all, we were now a powerful nation boasting 2 red-tier deities, no longer the weak, deity-less country of old. Sakura Nation? How dare you? Chapter 19, Lin Xuan's busy schedule. Only Lin Xuan noticed that General Jiang and the other leaders seemed completely unfazed, continuing to handle their tasks as usual. A new round of the national fortune battle typically required 3 months of preparation. And China had far too many matters demanding attention. General Jiang beckoned Lin Xuan forward. Given the current chaos, I'll prioritize implementing your proposal to construct the pantheon. He waved behind him, and a medium-built, unremarkable-looking young man with a bowl cut stepped forward to salute. This is Li Xin. From now on, he'll accompany you on all assignments. His role is to protect you and assist you in completing all tasks. Li Xian saluted General Zhang, then walked to stand behind Lin Xuan. General Zhang smiled and nodded, continuing. The pantheon, whether you build it in the capital or erect one in each of the 5 major regions of Huaxia, will receive incense offerings from the people nationwide. As if sensing Lin Xian's hesitation, General Zhang chuckled softly. Though our nation currently lags in divine culture, our technological and financial economies far surpass theirs. That is precisely why they have united here to suppress us. The recent global anti-China propaganda campaign was also an attempt to curb the spread of faith in Huaxia deities. Therefore, declarations of war from the Eagle Nation, the Cherry Blossom Nation, and even the Beautiful Nation fall squarely within our projections. Moreover, with both of our red deities now active, having demonstrated their methods in combat prowess, the land of cherry blossoms can make targeted strategic arrangements. 3 months to restore their divine power to peak condition. Lin Xuan nodded upon hearing this. It seems Japan is equally repulsive in every world. Once we complete the pantheon, we can intensify our propaganda efforts and gain the reverence of all people. It is certain to succeed. I propose constructing the pantheon near the ancestral dragon hall, but not too close. This will facilitate public devotion while ensuring security. Lin Xuan made his request. Li Xian pondered briefly before taking him to inspect several nearby locations. Wherever they stopped, the moment he stepped out of the vehicle, he was inevitably recognized by the surrounding people. For a time, Lin Xuan felt like he had become a red-hot celebrity. The final choice fell on an abandoned shopping mall in a remote wilderness 30 kilometers from the ancestral dragon hall. With only the interior needing refurbishment, construction could be completed within 2 months. Upon hearing that Lin Xuan intended to build a pantheon there for public worship and prayer, local residents eagerly donated funds and supplies, with some even offering their labor free of charge. Young man, thank you for helping us win against the British this time. Let me tell you, I've suffered from severe skin allergies and asthma for years, and they've completely healed. You're doing this for the country. Here, these are fruits Auntie just bought. Have some for the road. If there's anything we common folk can do to help build this temple, just give us a shout. Without you, my daughter, son-in-law, and precious grandchild are all in the southern province. If anything happened to them, my husband and I wouldn't have the will to live. After finalizing the location, Lin Xuan rushed back to the Zuluang Hall with Li Xian. The general had sent word that a batch of monumental steels had suddenly appeared across the nation. The closest ones had already been transported to the ancestral dragon hall, and he was urgently summoned back. Seated in the carriage, Lin Xuan stared at his palms, deep in thought. Should he report his primordial purple chi to the higher-ups? Should he first attempt to cultivate the cultivation methods stored in his mind himself, or report them and find someone to test them first? One reason China had consistently lagged in the divine wars was its historically minimal divine summons. Why had these steels suddenly appeared? Could it be connected to a zone transmigration? Could these steels harbor powerful deities? Meanwhile, at the ancestral dragon hall, Elder Zhou was directing staff to arrange all newly transported stone tablets on the first floor for preliminary appraisal. Those confirmed as summoning artifacts would be sent by dedicated personnel to the second floor for secondary appraisal by researchers in the National Fortune Laboratory. Finally, they would be consolidated in the main laboratory for grouped classification, research, and decryption. Xiao Lu, be careful, take only one at a time. No need to rush. Classify them first. I didn't tell you to start researching them right here. What category is this one? Then why are you still standing here? Lin Xuan, you're here. Every time I see you, it's during such a busy, intense period. I'm truly sorry. Old Zhou seemed even more exhausted than before, his voice hoarse. Lin Xuan knew all too well the pressure and exhaustion that came with leading such a major project. He instinctively reached out to pat Zhou Lao's shoulder in consolation. But as his hand rose, he remembered he was just a high school student now, and promptly lowered it. Master Zhou was too preoccupied overseeing the entire operation to notice Lin Xuan's gesture. 13 new monuments to glorious achievements were added today alone. 7 have already been transported here, and 6 more are on their way. So many? Old Master Zhou nodded and handed Lin Xuan a stone tablet. Lin Xuan took it without hesitation. Our top priority now is to analyze and interpret these deities. Everything else can wait, including your personal reward. Lin Xuan's hand paused mid-motion as he looked toward Old Master Zhou. He was still debating whether to report the primordial purple chi, but Old Zhou had already covered for him. Before Lin Xuan could respond, the portly scholar Lu Changwen came running downstairs, drenched in sweat. Lin Xuan! You're here! Quick, come help me! Is this one a door god? I swear, my sixth sense tells me this time it's real. He pulled Lin Xuan toward the stairs. Old Master Zhou nodded and followed them upstairs. We've basically confirmed 5 monumental statues. 2 more are being analyzed downstairs. Results should be ready in about half an hour. Lin Xuan examined them one by one. One depicted a disheveled immortal wielding a sword, flanked by a tiger. A 3-eyed high priest holding a bow and arrow. A goddess priestess holding a vase with a willow branch inserted.
A priest bearing four-sided banners and standing upon a wheel of fire. A fairy riding a giant bird. The summoned deities of Huaxia have always been few in number, most being minor spirits who bestow blessings upon daily life. At the sudden appearance of these new figures, Lin Xuan took a deep breath and massaged his temples. Any discoveries? Old Zhou observed his reaction and inquired.
Lin Xuan nodded. I might know.
The surrounding archaeologists and researchers halted in unison, turning their gaze toward Lin Xuan.
Is he really that good? Holy crap, he's a summoner in the battle of national destiny. He awakened both Xingtian and Wang Lingguang. How dare you doubt him? Awakening too doesn't mean you can awaken others. Young man, don't get too cocky.
Several researchers whispered among themselves. An elderly professor sat nearby, removing his glasses to wipe them, feigning nonchalance.
Lin Xuan is now the spiritual totem of our nation.
I wouldn't advise you to attempt the summoning yourself. The others present glanced around nervously, not daring to speak. What this implied, everyone understood. Lin Xuan had a plan and a direction, but it required others to risk their lives to test the results for him.
Several people took a step back, visibly shaken. Chapter 20, a new batch of deities arrives. No way. I'm just a researcher, I'm not participating in summoning experiments. A timid researcher frantically waved his hands in refusal. He was right.
Every researcher here is a vital member of the historical artifacts community.
Without concrete information to back us up, we shouldn't blindly sacrifice lives. Another elderly professor stepped forward to object.
He fixed his gaze on the professor who proposed the summoning, his expression grave. Lin Xuan observed the tense atmosphere unfolding before him. After a moment's thought, he spoke up, I can give it a try. He fetched paper and pen, then buried his head in writing. A hushed silence fell over the room, the only sound the faint rustle of paper against pen. When Lin Xuan finally stopped writing, everyone crowded around, eager to see what he had written.
Several minutes later,
Lin Xuan placed 5 sheets of paper in front of 5 monuments to great achievements, gesturing for everyone to look. First monument, bare-faced with a long beard, master of the GSX divine powers. Mounted upon a white-browed tiger, he ruled supreme over the East Sea Shengongbao, the true lord. Master of illusions and metamorphosis, skilled in seducing hearts and minds, riding a white-browed tiger. Armed with the thunder god sword in the heaven-splitting pearl, he mastered the 5 elements' true mysteries, capable of moving mountains and overturning seas, subduing dragons and tigers, and riding cranes and phoenixes.
Second, with utmost devotion, I bow in reverence. Lord Qingyuan Myoto, accompanied by the heaven-roaring dog, the guardian saint of plum blossoms. Slayer of dragons and tamer of waters, manifesting divine might to subdue demons, Lord Qingyuan Myoto.
Clothed in golden armor, jeweled cap, and brocaded sleeves, he wields bow and arrows, accompanied by a white hound. Third deity, the compassionate voyager, manifests his true form, showering nectar to cross the mortal realm. With his vase and willow branch, he dispels suffering, swiftly descending before the altar to save all beings.
Taoist compassionate voyager.
Holding a vase and willow branch, standing upon a lotus flower, crowned with a jeweled diadem. Fourth deity, with sincere devotion, we bow before the Jade Emperor's chariot, commander of heavenly troops.
At the 3 altars ocean assembly, divine powers manifest, exorcising evil, binding demons, protecting children. The mighty and illustrious great general. A Deluo immortal with 3 heads, 9 eyes, and 8 arms, standing 6 shang tall. Clad in lotus leaves, he wields a spear and the heaven and earth ring, standing upon the wind and fire wheels. Fifth deity, with reverence we invoke the great immortal lady of jade sky, whose golden bowl of primordial energy subdues demon lairs. With a single snip of the golden dragon shears, she vanquishes evil spirits guarding the 9-bend yellow river, she protects all living beings. Swiftly descend before the altar to slay the demonic scourge. Immortal lady of jade sky. Mounted upon a swan, sister to Zhao Gongming, they wield the golden dragon shears and the primordial golden cauldron together. He even speculated, the remaining 2 deities are likely Yin Xiao Fairy and Bi Xiao Fairy.
Old Master Zhou braced his hands on the tabletop, his breath quickening as he stared at the white paper before him. The other professors were similarly transfixed, their faces aglow with excitement as they watched Lin Xuan and his written work.
Holy crap, he actually wrote it down. Am I dreaming, or is he just making this up? Is this real? It all looks so impressive. If it's true, then we're guaranteed to win the next round. Who's going to test it? Then we'll know if it's real or fake. Everyone snapped out of their daze. Except for one scrawny, messy-haired young man, who pushed through the crowd to the front row, immediately immersing himself in a muttered recitation. He didn't even notice that as he bent his head to read the first word, several colleagues beside him widened their eyes and instinctively took a step back. Old Zhou frowned, hesitating to speak. Lin Xuan and Li Xin beside him, however, watched the youth with unwavering confidence. The sword of Lord Pear and the heaven-opening pearl, forging the 5 elements, true marvelous art capable of moving mountains and overturning seas, subduing dragons and taming tigers, riding cranes and soaring on phoenixes. As the young man stammered through his recitation, the first monument of glorious deeds began to tremble slightly. Whoosh! The gasps from the surrounding crowd finally snapped the young man out of his trance after finishing the first verse. He
He turned around in confusion, pushed his glasses up his nose, and looked at his colleagues and superiors. Whoosh! His colleagues gasped again, their eyes widening as they stared behind him. He turned back just in time to see a golden light glide across the engravings on the stone monument. Hey! Gold! That's a gold-tier deity. Look! Shenanji, Master Zhou's last disciple, the young man with the messy hair, shouted excitedly, his face framed by enormous dark circles. No one noticed that this usually quiet, stuttering young man had suddenly become eloquent after summoning Shingongbao and establishing a connection. All the professors and researchers were focused on the stone tablet, their murmurs growing louder. Originally, everyone had been skeptical of him. Even Master Zhou had stopped Lin Xuan from attempting to summon and activated himself. For far too long, China had suffered from a severe dearth of divine beings. Both summonable entities and historical records of deities had been missing for ages. This had eroded confidence in China's divine civilization. Even with so many deities suddenly descending from the heavens, no one believed they could summon powerful deities to counter the land of cherry blossoms. But if everything Lin Xuan had written was true, and if the remaining 4 scrolls could all be successfully summoned, everyone's eyes instantly lit up with fervor. Shenanji nervously belched, patted his chest, and forced a smile at old Zhou. Master, shall I continue? Master Zhou stared at him for a long moment, about to nod, when Li Xian stepped forward from behind Lin Xuan. Let me handle it. I trust him. Lin Xuan glanced at Li Xian without turning his head, then strode directly toward the second monument of merit. With heartfelt devotion, I bow in reverence. To the pure source of profound truth, the heaven-roaring dog follows, the plum saint protects, slaying dragons and taming waters, manifesting holiness to subdue demons. Then came the third monument. The fourth. The fifth. Li Xian had actually recited every single summoning order in one breath. Everyone held their breath, waiting intently for his reaction. Li Xian himself had barely managed to force himself through the entire reading, gritting his teeth to maintain composure as he walked back behind Lin Xuan. After a long moment, instead of any cries of pain from Li Xian, the monument of merit on the table began to glow one by one. Like a kaleidoscope, they shimmered in vibrant colors, dazzlingly splendid. Everyone held their breath, stunned by the blaze of light. Red. 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 Gold. 3 reds and 1 gold. All high-level deities. Ah! So many red-tier deities. Am I dreaming? It's real. All summoned successfully. The scene erupted in chaos. Old Zhou's hands trembled as he took the papers Lin Xuan had written, assigning everyone to study and research separately, striving to uncover more information about these deities. Li Xian immediately dialed General Zhang's number to report the successful summoning to his superiors. The news quickly reached the National Fortune Office in the capital. Everyone has reviewed Lin Xuan's materials. Any thoughts? The Prime Minister scanned the spread of documents on his desk, then looked up at the assembled group. Based on his past academic and life experiences, he couldn't possibly possess this knowledge. But since he had already successfully summoned 7 deities, his past didn't really matter anymore. General Chang, commander of the 3rd Legion, shrugged indifferently. The head of intelligence pressed, then, should he continue overseeing the decryption of divine information? The Prime Minister tapped his fingertips lightly on the tabletop twice. Trust those you employ. Since he appeared at this critical moment for China, it was time for the land of cherry blossoms to witness the might of our nation. Chapter 21, Combo Move. When the remaining 2 monuments of glorious deeds were brought forth, unsurprisingly, they indeed bore the names of Immortal Yunxiao and Immortal Bixiao. Lin Xuan had barely finished writing when Li Xian stepped forward to recite the inscription, activating the stone monument. 2 more gold ranked. If only they were red. You've been living too comfortably lately. Remember, we didn't even have a single red one before. If it weren't for... Li Xian finished his powerful recitation and strode back with his head held high. Before he could reach Lin Xuan's side, Lin Xuan grabbed his arm. Your forehead. Li Xian instinctively jerked his arm, yet failed to shake off Lin Xuan's grip. Don't move, let me see. A pattern emerged on Li Xian's forehead, a lotus supporting 3 interlocking rings, within which golden threads flowed endlessly. Pure protection and blessing. Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes, then broke into a satisfied smile. Following me has its perks, I suppose. Li Xian touched his forehead, feeling nothing unusual. Is there something there? This should be the divine blessing of the 3 Xiao goddesses. What's the use of this blessing? You should summon the 3 Xiao goddesses to find out. Lin Xuan rewrote the invocation and handed it to Li Xian. Summon whom? There are no other monuments of valor left? Who else is there? Whispers rippled through the crowd. Only Lin Xuan remained utterly unfazed, holding a stainless steel teacup and sipping it slowly. Li Xian rubbed his forehead, took the paper, and began to chant. We humbly beseech the divine presence of the 3 Xiao goddesses to descend, Yunxiao, Xiangxiao, and Bixiao, the 3 sacred mothers. We humbly beseech your divine grace to protect us, specify specific wishes, such as averting calamity, dispelling misfortune, or bestowing blessings and peace. May your compassionate mercy relieve suffering, manifest divine grace, and bestow benevolent light upon this disciple's devout offerings. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the three monuments of merit before Li Xuan resonated in unison. Layers of sound waves radiated outward, echoing throughout the grand conference room. The ethereal forms of the three celestial maidens emerged from the monuments. Behind them, the three monuments began to shimmer, their golden radiance gradually shifting to crimson. Sister Yunxiao, Sister Bixiao. Zhongxiao's sister. The three sisters embraced each other in delight before slowly fading away. Since this wasn't the national fortune summoning battlefield, they could only be temporarily summoned for a few seconds. What's going on? Quick, record it. Time, event, triggering conditions. Hurry. 3 at once? All 3 turned red? I don't even know which one to be shocked about. Could it be that summoning multiple deities simultaneously and fostering harmony between them enables resonance-based upgrades? The scholars and experts present were on the verge of their brains exploding, exhaustively considering every possible scenario and trigger condition. Lin Xuan smiled faintly, because these three are collectively known as the three Shao goddesses. It's a fixed pairing, no need to overthink it. Some left immediately upon hearing this, while others remained deep in thought. Old Zhou clapped his hands to regain everyone's attention. The rest is up to your research. If you can uncover more detailed information about these deities, it might just boost their combat effectiveness. Lin Xuan, come with me to the office. Everyone else, continue your work. Old Zhou led Lin Xuan and Li Xuan to the top floor office. I don't know how someone so young possesses such extensive knowledge, but it doesn't matter. I'm already deeply grateful you're willing to share it. Our institute hereby confers upon you the title of Chief Researcher. Here are the relevant authorization documents and your badge. Your signature will activate them. Old Zhou handed over a document, tapping the signature line. Lin Xuan paused briefly, then instantly understood Zhou Lao's meaning. This was the backing Zhou Lao was giving him. Whether it was his solo activation of so many high-level deities or his acquisition of the primordial purple chi, either feat alone was enough to attract covetous eyes. But with the backing of the Chief Researcher title from the National Fortune Deity Research Institute, if others tried to seize his achievements, coerce him into doing something, or even harm him, Old Zhou would have grounds to intervene on his behalf. After all, he was someone who had navigated the academic world for so many years. Moreover, the battle for national destiny in this world affected the lives, fortunes, and futures of countless people. Seeing the sincerity reflected on Old Zhou's weathered face, Lin Xuan picked up the pen and signed his name. Old Zhou nodded approvingly and turned his gaze to Li Xuan. With this signature, he now belongs to our National Fortune Research Institute. We must now discuss some confidential matters concerning the institute it would be inappropriate for outsiders to hear. Li Xuan glanced at Lin Xuan, who nodded. I'll wait for you at the door. If you have any questions, just call out, I'll be there in an instant. With that, Li Xuan stepped outside and closed the door behind him. The moment the door closed, Old Zhou asked sternly, what exactly is that personal reward you mentioned? More than one group has already approached me about it. Their influence is significant, I can't ignore it. Intelligence indicates numerous hostile or neutral nations are actively sending personnel your way. You need to be cautious. You don't understand what a personal reward entails. Other nations' personal rewards are ultimately handed over to the state, which provides some economic compensation in return. But your reward seems different from anything known so far. The Prime Minister and General Jiang have instructed me to communicate with you and inquire. Lin Xuan felt profound gratitude that Elder Zhou had taken him under his wing and shielded him as much as possible under these circumstances. After a moment's thought, he stated directly, Hongmeng Purple Chi. Given the cultural gaps in this world, most wouldn't even know what the primordial purple chi was. Sure enough, Old Zhou looked utterly perplexed. What is that? You know it? Yes. I just don't know how to explain it right now. Because the primordial purple chi I've learned about has different functions in different cultural contexts. Lin Xuan hesitated, a rare moment of uncertainty. Old Master Zhou waved his hand and chuckled. Isn't that precisely the norm at our National Fortune Research Institute? Missing data or ambiguous meanings, sometimes conflicting records, require us to unravel the threads and seek the truth. Lin Xuan smiled too. Yes. Alone in this place, surrounded by unfamiliar people and events, he faced severe cultural gaps. It was as if he had been teaching foundational knowledge all along. This made him forget that his previous work in that world had been exactly the same, unearthing fragments of information, cross-referencing them from multiple sources, and piecing together the truth. This was the daily reality of folklore studies. Lin Xuan stopped dwelling on it and shared what he knew, discussing it with Old Zhou. In mythological and Taoist traditions, the primordial purple chi symbolized the primordial essence of the universe. He paused briefly before continuing. For now, its most crucial function is to comprehend the workings of creation. That day when the primordial purple chi entered my body, a cultivation method spontaneously emerged in my mind, though I haven't had the chance to test it yet. Master Zhou hurriedly raised his hand to interrupt. Do not attempt to test it yourself. Caution is paramount in all matters. In mythological tales, the primordial purple chi is typically governed by creator deities like Pangu and Nuwa. Since they passed it on to me and even imparted cultivation methods, I suspect the gods may be urging us to cultivate. But I haven't found the reason yet. I have a few theories. Chapter 22, Uses of Personal Rewards. 1. It's simply an ordinary reward. I just happened to draw such a top-tier prize, a miraculous reward useful to me personally. 2. The primordial purple chi was deliberately bestowed as a catalyst, enabling me to guide others in cultivation. Lin Xuan raised his eyebrows and looked at Elder Zhou. As he listened to Lin Xian's reasoning, Old Master Zhou's breathing grew heavier. He stood up abruptly, pressing both palms down on the tabletop. Cultivation? I'm not sure. Lin Xian leaned back slightly in his chair, his voice tinged with resignation. I can try it first. After a moment's thought, Old Master Zhou nodded and extended his hand. He actually intends to handle this himself? Lin Xian hurriedly stopped him and summoned Li Xian. Since obtaining the primordial purple chi, Lin Xian had been diligently comprehending its profound cosmic laws, attempting to resonate with it through cultivation methods. So when a bewildered Li Xian sat cross-legged on the ground as instructed, closing his eyes to meditate, Lin Xian placed his hand atop Li Xian's head, channeling the primordial purple chi into him. After a long while, Lin Xian withdrew his hand. As if sensing something, Li Xian slowly opened his eyes. I feel like I have a strange power inside me now. Lin Xian nodded. I circulated the primordial purple chi through your body once, and cultivated a thread of innate true chi to remain within you. It will continue to improve your physical condition. Now, feel your own body. Li Xian glanced down at his hands and tried clenching his fists. Lin Xian smiled at Li Xian. You military men must have accumulated quite a few hidden injuries from training or missions. Li Xian looked down at his knees. Back in the military, he'd pushed himself beyond limits during training, risking injury to become the all-around champion. Strictly speaking, there wasn't a single part of him that was in good shape, but the worst damage was to the meniscus in his right knee. Oh, and his left shoulder, a bullet wound from years ago. He had long grown accustomed to these chronic pains. Only when he focused on those specific areas could he distinctly feel the aches. But now, he felt no pain whatsoever. Li Xian even tilted his head to examine his shoulder, flexing it slightly. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Lin Xian grew even more intense, tinged with a hint of admiration. Lin Xian didn't even need to wait for him to speak. Seeing the astonishment and surprise on his face, he knew his earlier hypothesis had been correct. Old Zhou trembled as he pressed his hand against his severed arm, steadying himself before reaching for his phone and turning to Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded, lowered his gaze to assess the situation within his body, then looked back at Old Zhou. The only issue is that with my current abilities, I can handle at most 2 individuals. National Fortune Office. The head of the National Fortune Intelligence Department rushed in with a report. Latest war report, Sakura Nation has launched a new joint anime and game promotional campaign. All feature their own deities as main characters, with various skills exaggeratedly designed based on their divine combat techniques. They're even waiving global copyright fees and allowing free IP adaptations subject only to their national review. General Jiang rubbed his nose. Bridge, divine being promotion, huh? Anything else? At 3 a.m., during a patrol along the southwestern border, 3 Moon Shadow sect missionaries were apprehended. Interrogation and supplementary intelligence confirmed that Sakura Nation is currently executing a project called Moon Shadow. Primarily, they covertly deploy cult members into impoverished, underdeveloped regions to propagate their deities, establish temples, and recruit followers to voraciously absorb the power of faith. Their presence has reportedly been detected in other nations as well. The intelligence minister distributed additional intelligence reports to the assembled high-ranking officials. After deliberation, General Jiang finalized the proposed plan for submission to the Prime Minister for final review. Option 1. Globally increase the export of Huaxia deity culture. Many friendly nations could be approached to become promotional regions embracing Huaxia deity culture. Simultaneously, Huaxia could provide these nations with economic and cultural support, achieving mutual benefit. Option 2. Within China, provide economic support and promote religious beliefs in remote areas. While purging cults, strengthen the faith in Chinese deities. Option 3. Provide comprehensive economic and policy support for cultural industries promoting Chinese deities. Offer full-spectrum assistance and tax exemptions for novels, films, TV dramas, games, variety shows, etc., while supporting high-quality resources through overseas channels. Additionally, consolidate all recent propaganda materials and intelligence reports from Japan. I need to know which deities they plan to deploy against us. General Jiang made the final decision. General, an urgent call from Elder Zhou. Before the meeting concluded, an assistant rushed into the conference room holding the phone. The general answered with a stern expression. This is crucial. Understood. We also have documents requiring the Premier's approval. I'll incorporate this into the briefing materials. 4 days later, in the morning, Lin Xian was studying ancient texts from the 3 kingdoms with others when Old Zhou suddenly came downstairs to find him. He arranged for Lin Xuan to be taken to the VIP ward on the top floor of the Capital Military District Hospital.
Lin Xuan entered to find General Jiang standing solemnly by the door.
Beside the bed sat an elderly man in ornate robes, his fierce exterior concealing inner weakness. Lin Xuan looked toward the bed, where a pale-faced old man lay unconscious.
Lin Xuan. After high-level deliberation, we currently wish for you to apply the primordial purple qi to Professor Lu, an expert in agricultural studies. Lin Xuan startled, hastening to the bedside.
In his original world, this man was a national hero. His scientific research and cultivation of numerous grain varieties had completely liberated China from the era of hunger.
Some even called him the modern-day Shannon.
In that world, Lin Xuan had even attended his Republic Medal Award ceremony.
But later. Now, he was seeing this old acquaintance again and crucially, he was alive.
Lin Xuan glanced at the elderly man seated beside the bed. General Jiang whispered a reminder. The premier wishes to observe your procedure.
He personally overruled objections to make you the first candidate selected. The Prime Minister? This was different from the original world.
He smiled to himself, unable to resist comparing this to his original world. After all, he had once been a scholar of national stature and had encountered leaders of this caliber before. Lin Xuan showed no sign of intimidation, lifting his head with a modest smile.
I cannot guarantee the outcome, but I'm willing to try.
The Prime Minister replied slowly, do your best.
He won't have time to wait for the experiment. Lin Xuan approached the bedside and gazed at Professor Lu's face. Slowly, he placed his hand atop the professor's head.
Wherever the primordial purple qi touched, parched and withered cells and blood vessels swiftly regained vitality. Injured and infected organs rapidly reduced inflammation and restored function. As the energy circulated through his internal organs, it accelerated cellular regeneration and renewal.
The heart regained its vitality, beginning to beat steadily and returned to normal rhythm.
Lin Xuan deliberately circulated the energy and extra cycle through the brain, widening the narrowed blood vessels caused by aging. This enhanced the repair of brain cells and ensured smoother blood supply to the cerebral region. Finally, he left a trace of innate energy within Professor Lu's body before successfully withdrawing.
Chapter 23, New Arrangements.
The moment Lin Xuan withdrew his palm, Professor Lu opened his eyes. The Prime Minister was startled. He had only read about Lin Xuan's abilities in reports before, but now he witnessed with his own eyes Professor Lu, a patient whom even top-tier doctors could only prolong for another half-month at most, open his eyes. This made him take Lin Xuan seriously. Such godlike abilities, coupled with his understanding of the divine, far surpassing current knowledge. The Prime Minister glanced at General Jiang, whose face clearly showed signs of joy, then stood up. Suddenly, the complex monitoring equipment by the bedside began beeping urgently, drawing a crowd of medical staff.
What's happening? Is the patient failing? It didn't seem like he was failing, he was doing a bit too well.
Those blood oxygen and heart rate readings either meant the monitor was broken, or Professor Lu had been reborn.
Cut the chatter. Replace the equipment and retest.
I told you to cut back on those novels and videos.
Professor Lu watched the doctors bustling around him with a smile, his voice hoarse as he said, well,
I feel incredibly light and free of any pain. He swallowed hard and looked at Lin Xuan before him. My mind is crystal clear now.
I suppose I should thank you, young man.
His complexion is rosy, his eyes clear, Brother Chen.
Professor Lu has truly recovered. Good heavens.
A young doctor by the bedside nearly lost his voice in excitement.
The three nurses removing the equipment nodded frantically in agreement.
Just last night they were saying it was a matter of willpower how many days he could hold on, at most 2 weeks to live.
This was full organ failure. How could you save someone from natural bodily decay? This was the only way. But look at him now.
I swear old Master Lu's skin looks smoother, and the spots on his face have faded.
See his hand? The bruises from the 4-needle are gone.
Shut up. The senior attending physician, who appeared to be the oldest among them, snapped sharply. This can only be called a medical miracle. He dared not lift his gaze, glancing only with the corner of his eye at the tips of the shoes belonging to the figures standing by the bed. Seeing this, the premier beckoned to General Jiang and Lin Xuan.
Leave the rest to the doctors, they know what to do. You two, come with me. We'll discuss the next steps on the way. General Jiang nodded and began his report as they walked.
Based on our preliminary intelligence and the deity rankings, Sakura Nation is highly likely to deploy Yamada no Orochi, Susuna, Takamikazuchi, Amaterasu, Izanagi, Abe no Saimai, Butsunushi, Hachiman, and Bishamontan. The Prime Minister's expression remained unchanged as he nodded while walking, signaling General Jiang to continue. We activated Sakura Nation's Intelligence Plan 3, sacrificing 9 operatives and exposing 32 others.
Our confirmation indicates the opening battle will most likely feature Yamada no Orochi.
General Jiang's deep voice delivered this report, causing the Prime Minister's footsteps to falter slightly. Lin Xuan silently followed behind them, his head bowed.
Upon hearing these figures, he looked up in astonishment. So many lives lost, yet only this single piece of intelligence returned.
Within those 2 brief lines of data lay the brutal, terrifying process behind them.
These unsung heroes might not even have their names recorded. Forget intelligence channels, even their journey home was likely fraught with hardship.
We owe them our deepest gratitude. You have full authority to handle the follow-up plan.
They are all heroes of our nation. The Prime Minister paused for a second, then patted General Zhang's arm.
In recent times, the land of cherry blossoms has gained 13 new deities, while we
have gained 7 new deities.
General Zhang deliberately paused before reporting to the Prime Minister.
What?
The Prime Minister halted abruptly, turning to face the two men. It must be noted that historically, other nations have gained far more deities than China. The lack of deity culture, coupled with far fewer summoned entities than other nations, had long kept China suppressed on the divine battlefield. But now, 7 had been added at once. The Prime Minister was certain his ears hadn't deceived him. 7 deities had been added, not 7 commemorative plaques.
All summoned successfully?
The Prime Minister's expression turned solemn. General Zhang chuckled heartily, pushing Lin Xuan forward.
Yes, it's all thanks to this young man. I hear there were no casualties whatsoever. Have the lad tell you all about these deities in detail on the way. I wasn't there that day either, so I'd like to hear it too.
The Prime Minister smiled as Lin Xuan recounted the stories, abilities, and combat traits of these 7 deities. If we're talking about raw combat power, I personally think the 3 Shao sisters are the strongest. Though I wonder if the divine battlefield allows multiple deities to clash simultaneously. If they were to fight individually, they would. Explaining divine culture brought Lin Xuan back to his comfort zone. His eyes sparkled as he finished recounting all the deities. Licking his slightly dry lips, he glanced at the 2 who were already engrossed in the tales.
Ahem, that's about it. Have you recorded all this? Has the propaganda department begun their work? The Prime Minister, still eager for more, turned to ask General Zhang. Preparations began the very day the summoning succeeded.
Once Lin Xuan finishes compiling all the stories in the coming days, we can launch the publicity campaign.
Excellent. Expedite it. I'm very confident after hearing this. Very good. The Prime Minister's string of compliments left General Zhang beaming. Regarding the personal safety of young Lin Xuan, you must exercise utmost caution. We're already constructing the most secure safe house in history. Right here in the Zhurong Hall.
Lin Xuan opened his mouth to protest, but General Zhang's palm as broad as a fan landed firmly on his back. We will create the safest environment possible, one that allows constant communication with the outside world and direct access to national broadcasts. This will enable you to stay in touch with everyone during the divine battlefield period. You won't need to attend summoning ceremonies in person anymore. Your role will be to compile post-event data and uncover further details. Stay off-site, safety comes first. The premier added softly, publicity efforts must continue as planned. Don't let our little Lin Xianbai take the credit, list him as a research scholar in the documentation. I recall Zhou Yongkang secured him a chief researcher position at the National Fortune Research Institute, correct? Use that title. That old fox sure knows how to protect his own. The premier remarked with a smile, and General Zhang nodded promptly. After the discussion, they conveniently escorted Lin Xuan back to the institute. Old Zhou instructed Lin Xuan to personally select 10 researchers as assistants. They would join him in studying the latest 7 Divine Beings data to prepare for the Divine Beings tournament in 3 months. Lin Xuan shook his head. Let everyone vote voluntarily. Only those willing will be assigned. Old Zhou, consumed by academic passion and patriotism, only recalled the danger when Lin Xuan pointed it out. He nodded in agreement. Sakura Nation already possessed numerous deities, and with their intact divine cultural heritage, they likely harbored many red-level deities, a genuine threat. Although they had triumphed in the last divine tournament against the Eagle Nation and expanded the Research Institute's staff considerably. However, in Lin Xian's view, to work under a high school student like him required a pure scholarly heart. But this work could never be forced. If the recruited individuals harbored resentment, it could lead to miscommunication and misunderstandings at best, or waste a great deal of unnecessary time at worst. Unexpectedly, over 100 applications poured in. Based on resumes and interviews, Lin Xuan selected 10 individuals who would henceforth spend their days immersed in the research lab alongside him. Chapter 24, A Grand Opening. 3 months later, National Fortune Research Institute, Main Laboratory. Ding. Emergency broadcast. Sakura Nation has launched its first national fortune war against our country. Target, Yun Province. 3 candidates will be randomly selected for combat in 3 minutes. Pray for them. The shrill alarm blared 3 times. It's finally here. Both nations' combatants have been selected. China's combatants, Lu Liyuan, Bai Bin, Fu Yun. Teleportation initiated. The researchers, shedding their usual apprehension, waited with excitement for the announcement. Lin Xian's 10 students packed their belongings and assembled at the military airport, heading straight to the battlefield venue. Though referred to as students, each possessed a maturity surpassing that of Lin Xian's current high school students. For the first time, everyone approached this divine arena battle with such confidence and anticipation they practically couldn't wait to board the bus, cheerfully heading toward the airport. Crash.
As the bus passed an intersection, it was violently overturned. Immediately afterward, the intersection erupted with intense gunfire.
Lin Xuan and the other professors gathered in a small conference room, watching the live stream of the National Fortune battlefield projected onto a screen.
Suddenly, a phone rang.
Lin Xuan apologized repeatedly, picked up the call, and stepped out of the conference room.
General Jian? I just saw you on TV moments ago, entering the battlefield. Lin Xuan.
I've dispatched 2 SWAT teams to pick you up at the Zhurong Hall immediately.
Gather the Divine Being files and go with them. Your students just encountered an ambush by Sakura Nation's death squads on the road. Our people are rushing to rescue them, but goddammit. General Zhang couldn't hold back his expletives on the other end.
Lin Xuan stood frozen in place, phone still pressed to his ear. The general's voice continued pouring out from the other end.
This time, Sakura Nation actually resorted to such dirty tricks.
Their first and second ninja clans mobilized their entire forces, even recruiting a group of international mercenaries, all to ambush the deity researchers including you.
Fortunately, we hadn't scheduled you to go anyway. Just gather your materials and wait.
Lin Xuan frowned, as if the voices in his ears were growing fainter and fainter. These past 3 months, he and the other 10 older students had been both teacher and friend, spending every day together.
Chen Dongyang, the rebellious one.
Li Jingyan, the eternally optimistic good soul.
Jiang Qiqi, who never ate much. Since his arrival, his memory and vision had steadily improved. He remembered each person clearly, but now.
The general kept talking on the other end of the line, but he couldn't make out a single word. All he could recall was everyone leaving with smiles, promising they'd bring him victory. With them around, teaching a few people to summon deities was a piece of cake. When he snapped back to reality, a sharp sting shot through his palm. He declenched his fist so tightly his nails had pierced the skin. Staring at his palm, Lin Xuan silently vowed, Sakura Nation must fall and fall hard. He would avenge his students.
At that moment, Sakura Nation had already summoned the Yamata no Orochi.
Through the live broadcast cameras, they taunted Huaxia. Meanwhile, on the Huaxia side, the 3 summoners selected this time stood frozen in place, their faces filled with terror. For a moment, the global livestream chat exploded with comments.
Curry Rabbit, China's summoners seem kinda weak this time.
Their faces are white as ghosts, darting around everywhere.
So cute. Leopard loves donuts, go get M, Sakura's little snake. Take down trash China. Yusuke Kobayashi, our Yamata no Orochi could swallow a Huaxia deity whole with a single bite. Shinna Badian, didn't China have an in-house expert panel before? I remember that disabled old man. Why haven't they shown up these last 2 times? Hope they didn't get kicked out. The Chinese arena erupted in chaos. Haven't they added tons of gods these past months? Damn it, why the hell did the randomly summoned trio completely ignore them? That's just unlucky. A middle-aged man inside the arena cursed fiercely.
Yeah, I remember seeing news the day before yesterday about discovering another new monument of merit. Seems like they've added several new ones in the last 3 months. I thought we were getting stronger with all these red-tier deities.
What the hell is the government doing? Where are all the experts, professors, and researchers? I don't want to lose in the first round. What kind of natural disaster is this going to be? I've watched tons of official anime and game promos. This won't do. I need to go down there and give them a piece of my mind. I've still got summoning words in my pocket. At least I can call up 2 to hold the line.
A young man in the front row, eager to act, stood up and started walking toward the arena. General Zhang sat stiffly on the podium, his expression calm. Only the fist clenched beneath the table betrayed his true emotions. To minimize public panic and prevent summoners from losing control, he hadn't disclosed the attack on the 10 researchers. Now, he could feel fear and agitation spreading through the crowd. He waited. Until Lin Xuan entered, clad in a snow-white tangsuit, followed by 2 groups of fully armed SWAT guards. The moment he stepped into the venue, he saw the colossal Yamata no Orochi, its body obscuring the sky, displayed on the central screen.
Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow.
He strode toward the summoning area, his gaze fixed on the 3 summoners within the arena.
Who is the first summoner? Come here. I need to speak with you.
A bespectacled youth in a plaid shirt hurried toward Lin Xuan, only to find himself trapped within the summoning zone.
Evidently, Lin Xuan couldn't enter either. It's okay.
Calm down first.
Look at me. What's your name?
Seeing the helpless, pleading look in the bespectacled youth's eyes, Lin Xuan tried his best to soothe him.
I'm Li Tae. Li Tae, huh? Got it. Li Tae, have you seen the new Green Snake movie and anime that just came out?
I only watched a movie review on my way to work.
I'm from the Central District. I never imagined I'd be selected. I've never heard of anyone around me being chosen. I thought. It's okay. Just do as I say. Once you're done, just wait for the gods' battle in the sky to end and you'll be out. It's fine. You're safe. Listen carefully to what I say.
Though Lin Xuan was only a high schooler, his words carried an inexplicable authority that commanded belief. Li Tae slowly became drawn in by Lin Xuan's words.
The panic on his face gradually faded as he nodded repeatedly. Got the incantation memorized? The second one on the right. Go.
Li Te paused for a moment, then nodded and walked straight toward that monument.
Lin Xuan turned to look at General Zhang and gave him a nod.
General Zhang understood the signal and pressed the red button on the table, opening the bulletproof glass cover. Li Te slowly reached out to touch the dark stone monument, gathering his focus as he recalled the summoning incantation Lin Xuan had taught him.
Golden seal of law, purple gold as proof. Demon mist blinds the eyes, Buddha's gaze shines like a lamp. Mahaprajna, the Kasaya cloaks the heavens.
Venerable Dharma C, manifest to subdue evil. Golden light surged from the stone tablet, slowly coalescing into a golden swastika upon the chest of the figure carved upon it. Fahai's ethereal form gradually materialized from the steel. When Fahai fully awakened, he saw a towering monk 8 feet tall, muscular, and grim-faced, stomping his staff on the ground with thunderous thuds that reverberated throughout the hall.
Whoa! A monk? Who's this? Looks pretty fierce. Could he be here to persuade those 8 giant snakes to lay down their weapons? You don't know? You country bumpkin. It's Fahai. Didn't that Green Snake movie come out this month?
He trained with the gods and broke up the love triangle between the green snake, white snake, and Su Xian.
Ha! That's the story?
In the anime I watched, he subdued the white snake, defeated the green snake, and Su Xian voluntarily shaved his head to become a monk.
Ah, same thing, same thing.
Anyway, his staff, golden bowl, and monk's robe are pretty powerful.
He's got a knack for subduing snakes. Blessed be, blessed be.
In an instant, all of China erupted in admiration. A mighty monk specializing in subduing snakes, facing off against snakes. This was a case of elemental advantage. The land of cherry blossoms naturally received this intelligence. Jiro Shikita, the person in charge on the podium, began to feel uneasy, constantly turning back to communicate with his assistant behind him. His mind flashed back to the emperor's demand before his departure: victory in the first battle is non-negotiable. He nervously touched his pocket and forced a smile.
Chapter 25, again? How despicable. Summoning zone. Fahai tapped his Zen staff impatiently, smacking his lips with disdain.
He looked down at his own body, his eyes brimming with disgust.
You summoned me? My golden robe isn't soft enough, and this staff it's not ancient Buddha gold, TSK. And what's with this block-patterned robe? Utterly hideous. As for your appearance, I don't even know where to begin with you, monk. Fahai narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Li Te from head to toe. He even produced a toothpick out of nowhere, leaning on his staff as he began picking his teeth. Li Te shrank back timidly near Lin Xuan, unable to meet Fahai's gaze.
The Fahai he'd seen in movie clips was a fair-skinned, refined monk.
This towering, domineering muscle-bound giant was terrifying. He wasn't prepared for this.
Lin Xuan was also taken aback.
Such a stark contrast?
Fahai twirled the hem of his robe between 2 fingers, then tapped his staff with his index finger, frowning. Sigh, this is truly annoying.
Next time, remember to get me a robe woven from golden silk of the celestial silkworm and a golden staff of the ancient Buddha.
The staff's head must have 8 large and 8 small rings. And no lotus patterns on the golden bowl that's so outdated.
Since you summoned me, where are your offerings? Sacrificing yourselves is unnecessary, tasteless, and those who seem useless, this monk won't accept.
Li Te swallowed hard, shook his head vigorously,
then gave a slight nod. He turned to whisper to Lin Xuan, can we agree to his terms? Just agree already.
Good heavens, he was practically scared to tears.
Lin Xuan cleared his throat and called out from outside the summoning circle.
Venerable Fahai, we summon you because the land of cherry blossoms challenges our Chinese nation to a contest of national destiny. We implore your intervention. Upon your triumphant return, we shall present the most exquisite robes and Zen staffs according to your wishes.
Even the patterns on the golden alms bowl can be altered. Choose whatever pleases you.
Lin Xuan pointed toward the divine arena in the sky, then slid his finger toward the Yamata no Orochi serpent opposite it. Fahai followed Lin Xuan's gesture and instantly his eyes lit up a physical, almost tangible glow, as if 2 light bulbs had ignited within them.
Snake! Can I have the snake skin this time?
The texture is a bit coarse, but it wins for sheer size. Lin Xuan had only 6 points to make at this moment. It's rare to find such a large, intact piece of snake skin. Let me tell you, the texture of snake skin is the most unique in the world. This kind of feel, when used in clothing and ornaments.
Countdown, 10.
The mechanical voice sounded, and Lin Xuan finally couldn't help but interrupt him. Venerable Fahai, please take your large piece of snakeskin first.
We can discuss the rest when we return? The countdown has already begun.
Fahai, his fashion discourse abruptly halted, visibly annoyed, let out a disapproving TSK.
Fine.
I'll go collect its skin first.
As for the snake gallbladder, it's quite nourishing. You can have it. Just remember what I said.
With that, he stomped his right foot hard on the ground and vanished instantly, reappearing on the divine arena high above.
A piercing shriek echoed through the air. The moment Fahai stepped onto the divine arena, the 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi opened wide, unleashing sonic attacks. Snake demon, you're so noisy. Fahai, radiating full aura upon reaching the platform, swung his staff and leapt directly onto the central serpent head. So many eyes? The serpent's skin will be riddled with holes. Damn it! Slay the demon! A single strike shattered the eyes on the serpent's head. The serpent head reared back, a agonized roar erupting from its gaping maw as streams of venom spurted from its two curved fangs. The Chinese spectators section erupted in a thunderous cheer. Holy crap! Instant kill! Instant kill! Pro level. Truly worthy of a deity specialized in slaying serpent demons. I was just saying he was being pretentious, my bad. With combat power this strong, what's wrong with wanting some stylish clothes and accessories? My question is, 1 strike per head. With 7 heads left, how many seconds will it take? 3 more seconds. Because while you were talking just now, 4 more heads were extinguished. Meanwhile, the land of cherry blossoms hadn't even registered what was happening. They couldn't comprehend how the Yamata no Orochi, a crimson deity, no less could be suppressed by the golden Fahai. Even now, as Yamata no Orochi unleashed a deluge that reached the heavens, Fahai showed not a shred of fear. The roaring tidal waves could not disrupt Fahai's assault. Why? Where is Yamata no Orochi's earth-shattering, heaven-piercing divine power? Where is the walking catastrophe? Fight back! Bite him! Why are you so clumsy? The faith of the people of Sakura Nation could not bear witness to their Yamata no Orochi being brutally decapitated blow by blow, utterly powerless to retaliate. The people roared, wept, and raved like madmen. Sakura Nation's venue manager, Shikita Jiro, watched the Yamata no Orochi being beaten, his lips trembling, yet his hands remained awkwardly tucked into his suit trouser pockets. Watching the Yamata no Orochi struggle to roll, attempting to wrap its heavy tail around Fahai to strike him, only to have each tail shattered by Fahai's Zen staff, until finally, it lay limp on the divine stage, clinging to its last breath. Its colossal body stretched like a mountain range. Fahai stood atop it, leaning on his staff, frowning as he paced and surveyed the scene. This leather is already worn. I told you not to move while I was beating you. What if I'd been careless and made a robe that was downright rude? You didn't whip yourself with your own tail, did you? This monk's keen eyes see through everything. These marks weren't made by me. How could you have met others before encountering me? You disloyal snake scum. Fahai's anger flared. He thrust his staff down with force, eliciting another faint whimper. The venue manager, Shikita Jiro, finally couldn't stand it anymore. He sprang to his feet, pulled a purple orb from his pocket, and thrust it forcefully toward the sky. Sakura Nation requests use of the reset orb to recall Yamata no Orochi and reselect a deity for battle. Recall Yamata no Orochi and choose again? Before the audience could react, Fahai on the divine stage protested first. No way. I worked hard to defeat that serpent. You just call it back like that? Fahai looked utterly innocent as he rolled up his sleeve. Near the cuff, there was indeed a rice grain-sized hole. On the live broadcast screen, zooming in repeatedly revealed it clearly. After all that effort, surely I can't just... Fahai was about to continue when a mechanical voice interrupted. Approved. Sakura Nation uses the reset orb. Effective immediately. Seeing this, Fahai swiftly pulled a golden bowl from his sleeve, ready to snatch the serpent. But he was a step too late. Watching the dying serpent being taken away, he only managed to snatch a small piece of its scales. Damn it all to hell. I'll be damned if I let you get away with this. Fahai's curses were filled with ban words. Lin Xuan momentarily didn't know how to react. The crowd seemed ignited by Fahai's outburst, erupting into a frenzy. Why are they hunting us down? Everyone else has props, but we don't. What's the point of fighting? Might as well just die. If you can just retry after losing, that's basically 1-on-2. Where's the fairness in that? And that giant snake, damn it, they just take it back, rest it for a few days, and it's back to fight again. Is there any justice left? Can our venerable Fahai even fight anymore? Holy, what god did they summon? This is... In the summoning zone of Sakura Nation, a new shadowy figure slowly materialized. Chapter 26, Truly Indecent. Amidst the cheers from the land of cherry blossoms, the form of a burly man with disheveled hair and a thick beard gradually solidified. Donut-loving leopard, heard China got hit with another gimmick again, so I came to gawk. What's the new trick this time? Lost Alice, a magical little green ball that can fight 2-on-1. Their Fahai is already exhausted. How can they defeat Sakura Country's newly summoned Susanoo? The strongest of the 3 kingdoms, still not enough gods. Lin Xuan gazed at the large screen, his brow slightly furrowed. He knew little about the deities and folklore of the land of cherry blossoms. This Susanoo no Makoto, what was his background? Hey, expert, can our mighty Fahai take down that Susanoo no Makoto? Yeah. I've played their game, The Chronicles of Izumo. That Susanoo no Makoto is the founder of the Izumo Kingdom. Right. He also defeated the Yamata no Orochi. As long as you collect the fragments of the Tatsuka no Tsurugi, you can defeat the Orochi. And in the end, he obtained the Aim no Kagetsuchi sword. The ultimate divine weapon. He motioned for the other 2 summoners to lean closer and whispered to Lin Xuan. If Fahai wins, they'd be completely safe and wouldn't need to activate the summoning. That's why they were just as anxious as Li Tae. 3 pairs of eyes fixed on Lin Xuan, awaiting his answer. What are the abilities of this Susanoo no Makoto? Lin Xuan tilted his chin upward and asked. Storm sweeps. Storm sweeps, sword technique. Storm sweeps, deep sea realm. Lin Xuan smiled, raising an eyebrow to signal the 3 of them to look up. The Suzenmu lord of Sakura country had made his entrance. Dark clouds gathered instantly over the divine arena in the sky, lightning churning within the storm. A vast silhouette could be vaguely discerned, its long hair whipping wildly. Eyes like crimson ghostly flames even before fully revealing itself, it sent mortals trembling to their knees. It's over! The 3 exclaimed in unison. In stark contrast, the energy within the Huaxia arena plummeted. What level of deity is this? His mere appearance can trigger such drastic weather changes? Top tier among the red ranked. It's over, it's over. Fahai is only a golden tier deity. Don't be afraid, dear, don't cry. I'll protect you. The young couple in the arena clung to each other, waiting in terror for the battle's outcome. Mainly, Fahai had already fought 1 round earlier. That must have drained both his divine power and stamina. Look at him, leaning on his staff to rest. The rational analysts in the crowd sank into rational despair. Who'd have thought at my age I'd witness natural disasters straight out of TV dramas? This old body of mine has truly hit the jackpot. Old woman, don't worry. I'll be joining you soon. The white-haired old man beside him tremblingly pulled a photo from his wallet, stroked it for a moment, then pressed his hands to his chest. Put. Old geezer, don't speak such unlucky words. I came all the way from the south to Yunnan province for this event, seeking thrills and victory. That yellow-haired kid from the last Southwest Arena event actually chased all the way to Yunnan province. If chasing the divine arena counts as chasing stars, then he's a die-hard fan. Lin Xuan must have other tricks up his sleeve. Just wait and see. The blonde wiped under his nose, his expression unwavering. Just as firmly convinced in their own deity as he was were the citizens of Sakura Nation. As Susanoo emerged from the howling winds, sword in hand, the arena erupted in thunderous applause and screams. O storm god, grant us victory. O first ruler of Izumo. Punish those rebellious gods of China and send them where they belong. Sakura Nation shall prevail. Watching Susanoo no Makoto drift up to the divine arena on the storm's wings, Fahai elegantly smoothed his robes and drew a golden bowl from beneath his kasaya. You surely don't possess any techniques that would damage my robes, do you? That serpent just now was truly crude. But your unkempt hair, coming up with it all tangled and messy, that's also quite unsightly. TSK. Fahai snorted in disdain. This storm you carry blows my robes about wildly. This monk has his dignity, you know. It's most unseemly. The short undergarments beneath this robe must not be displayed for the masses to see, though I must admit, my taste is rather refined. Lin Xuan couldn't help but flush crimson, covering his ears with both hands. Enough already. Let's wrap this up quickly, master. I'm not exactly eager to hear the finer points of your sartorial choices. Sujianmo Zun growled in a deep, resonant voice. His massive hand twisted in the wind, drawing a long sword. The blade sliced through the howling wind, striking directly toward Fahai. Fahai frowned slightly, crouching low as he thrust his staff forward to meet the blade. Susanoo no Makoto twisted his wrist for a diagonal slash. Fahai swung his staff to block again. Sparks flew everywhere. A clanging sound echoed far and wide. Enough already, damn it. UXXXX. Before anyone could react, Fahai's elegant Mandarin flowed smoothly from his lips. Fahai scrambled to the edge of the platform, his monk's robe slashed with several gashes by Su Zanwuzun's sword chi, a bleeding wound still oozing on his abdomen. Sorryuzan wore a smug grin as he raised his sword and stepped closer to Fahai. In an instant, the entire nation of Sakura erupted in cheers. Some spectators had even begun dancing and singing in their kimonos. The Chinese populace, however, remained silent. Fahai stared down at his tattered robes, grinding his teeth as he declared. I couldn't care less about your skin, yet you're putting up such a fight. Even if I don't care, you'll die here. You'll be buried with my kasaya. He drew the golden bowl from his sleeve once more, raising it high above his head, its rim pointed at Susanoo. His lips moved in incantation. Sojako-san halted, watching Fahai warily until he sensed himself being sucked into the golden bowl. He spun around hastily, plunging into the storm behind him and vanishing from sight. Fahai let out a cold laugh, closed his eyes, and chanted the incantation with all his might. Under everyone's gaze, the whirlwind on the platform drifted toward the golden bowl, gradually shrinking smaller and smaller. At the very moment it was about to be sucked into the golden bowl, Susanoo no Makoto scrambled out of the storm in disarray. His hair was wildly plastered to his face, even obscuring his eyes, forcing him to brush it aside with his hands. Bent over, gasping for breath, he clutched his knees to steady his trembling body. If you've got the guts, don't use that divine artifact. Face me one-on-one in a duel. Susanoo glared at Fahai, his eyes red, spitting out each word like venom. Fine. I'll smash you to bits with this Zen staff.
Fa raised an eyebrow in surprise, shrugged, and promptly tucked the golden bowl back into his sleeve. The Chinese people were displeased. Why should they? When they used the reset bead, why didn't they demand a one-on-one fight? Great Master Fa, don't listen to him. Take him down. Don't listen to him. If you take us out, you win. What are you doing? A bald middle-aged man in the crowd shouted the loudest. Is your pride more important than the lives of an entire province? What kind of god are you, anyway? Fa frowned and turned, fixing his gaze on the man who had cursed him. The bald man instantly lowered his head. Lin Xuan also frowned, for only after Fa had absorbed that whirlwind did the golden bowl momentarily appear to fade. Only Fa knew that the golden bowl was a gift from the Buddha, specifically for subduing demons and monsters. The first time he subdued a celestial phenomenon, he hadn't expected the golden bowl to nearly melt away. He had temporarily suppressed it with divine power, but he absolutely could not use it again. Nor could he let this scruffy deity from the land of cherry blossoms know. Otherwise, if he summoned countless supernatural phenomena with a wave of his hand, it would be difficult to deal with. Thus, when Susanoo proposed a one-on-one duel, it suited Fa perfectly. Having exchanged one blow, Fa now had a clearer grasp of his opponent. He lowered his head and smiled faintly. Is that all you've got? Chapter 27, The Prize. Susanoo advanced cautiously, sword drawn. Seeing Fa make no move, he gritted his teeth and launched a fierce assault. Fa calmly evaded Susanoo's strikes, paying no heed to his own wounds as he focused solely on retreating, his staff clanging rhythmically in his grasp. Xuan Wuzun unleashed a barrage of sword techniques, madly chasing and slashing. Lin Xuan caught only a fleeting glimpse of his mouth moving in incantations and the corner of his lips curling upward. Only then did Lin Xuan realize that the staff in Fa's hand was deliberately swaying as if he feared Susanoo couldn't find him. Purely playing cat and mouse. This sight eased the tension in Lin Xuan's heart slightly. At some point, the Buddhist beads on Fa's wrist began to emit a purple glow. He reached up, plucked the beads from his wrist, and flung them backward with a flick of his wrist. Simultaneously, he halted his steps and turned around with a smug look. Sujan Wazun was bound by the tiny beads into a miniature figure, writhing helplessly on the ground. The long sword in his hand clattered to the ground. Humph. Wasn't you fond of chasing me down to slash? This splendid golden and crimson ensemble of mine, you've just chopped it to shreds. Fa glanced down at his robe, his face darkening with fury. You're dressed like a beggar, with nothing of value to offer as compensation. Only this sword might fetch a few coins. Then die. He raised his foot, aiming to stomp towards Susanoo. Squish. The storm god who once founded the land of Azumo was crushed to death under his foot. Silence fell over the arena. Until the summoner from Sakura Nation screamed, drawing everyone's attention. The Sakura Nation cameras captured the scene of him gradually turning into a pile of flesh. How could our Susanoo lose? China must have used foul play. How could our red tier god be crushed by a gold tier god? This must be a judging error. Request a re-judgment. Why? Didn't they say summoners wouldn't get hurt as long as the god was summoned? Why is this happening? Why did Mr. Tanaka die the same way as Susanoo no Makoto? I don't want to die. Let me out. The two remaining summoners from Sakura country went completely mad right inside the summoning circle. Lin Xuan abruptly looked up at Fa. As if sensing his gaze, Fa lowered his eyes to meet Lin Xuan's, blinking once. You ruined my clothes and injured my perfect 8-pack abs. That's a huge grudge. I sacrificed a lot to get these, kid. Remember you promised me, okay? Fa pulled up the corners of his mouth, revealing pearly white teeth, and smiled at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan frowned. Without moving his lips, Fa transmitted his voice directly into Lin Xuan's ear. Lin Xuan whispered, How did you do that? Fa's smile grew even broader. He merely flicked his tattered sleeve, offering no reply. Well, he truly wouldn't take a single loss. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the Chinese audience, Lin Xuan smiled helplessly. A second later, a mechanical voice devoid of emotion echoed across the globe. Beep. National Fortune Settlement, China wins this round. I knew it. Ha! My idol, how could he possibly lose? Huang Mao stood up excitedly, pointing at Lin Xuan's seat and shouting to those around him. Exactly. So what will the reward be this time? I'm already looking forward to it. My ancestral home isn't here, but since I'm living here now, I guess I count as a resident of Dongdao province. If they're handing out blessings, I should get one too. The young man beside the blonde nodded earnestly, then turned his expectant gaze toward the arena. The mechanical system voice continued. Representative of China, please select your reward. The summoner was Li Tei. A light screen unfolded before his eyes. Nation, people, self, 3 options. He instinctively glanced at Lin Xuan. Choose nation. He readily complied, clicking the nation option. China's national fortune materialized as a dragon head, charging straight toward the land of cherry blossoms. With one bite, it severed the tree of fortune that embodied the nation's destiny, swallowing the massive stump whole. With a thunderous boom, the nation's fortune dissipated. Within the land of Sakura, the earth shook violently, fissures opened, seawater surged inland, and the nation was plunged into wails of despair. Fortunately, the land of cherry blossoms was already prone to frequent earthquakes, and they possessed relatively well-established and streamlined response strategies. This time, the earthquake covered a larger area and was compounded by seawater flooding, making the situation appear more severe. Consequently, Sakura Nation's leader, Shikita Jiro, maintained his composure, remaining seated steadily at the podium though he did snap a pen in half on the table. Shikita Jiro blared at the next summoner and roared, "Bastard! Start the second round immediately." At that moment, his beautiful assistant hurried over with the phone in hand. "Mr. Shikita, the Emperor is on the line. He wishes to hold you accountable." "I won't take it. After we win this battle, I'll personally apologize to His Majesty." Meanwhile, in Huaxia, the nation's fortune surged dramatically. The pillar of national fortune instantly doubled in height, its golden light illuminating the entire sky. East Island Province, bordering Sakura Nation, was flanked by the Yellow Sea and Bohai Sea. Previously, to cut costs, the Japanese government and unscrupulous factories had recklessly discharged nuclear wastewater, causing severe nuclear contamination in the surrounding waters. Dongdao Province was once severely affected, with marine fishing and aquaculture nearly ceasing entirely. Now, through the area live streaming screens, one could clearly see the waters near Dongdao Province gradually clearing. As if purging toxins, the ink-black waters carrying the scent of death were being expelled into the waters of Sakura Nation. This miraculous gift from heaven, like a border drawn on the world map, has divided the normally flowing ocean into two worlds, one azure blue and one pitch black. Wow! Mom, look! That's our house on TV. See the seabirds on the beach? Mom, look quick! A little boy sat in the stadium, staring up at the big screen, excitedly patting the woman beside him and urging her to look. The sea has returned, so Dad and my brother can come back too. They won't have to work away from home anymore. We can all be together as a family again, right? The boy looked at his mother expectantly. Mom was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down her face. She opened her mouth several times but couldn't form a complete sentence, only clutching the little boy and sobbing. It's been far too long. Ever since Sakura Country announced the release of nuclear wastewater, fishing for these coastal villagers and the entire East Island had been completely banned. Everyone who could leave the small fishing village had gone. Before, they could still rely on some coastal tourists to spend money and supplement their household income. All lodging, dining, and marine recreational activities have been suspended as everyone fears radiation. But now, all of this is coming back. The small fishing village can bustle with life again, and relatives and friends who left their hometowns to work elsewhere can return to reunite. Sakura Nation has requested a second match. Should Huaxia Nation accept? The mechanical chime echoed through the arena. General Jiang frowned from the podium, turning to look at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan nodded and turned his gaze toward Li Tai. Chapter 28, The Ultimate Ascension. Sakura Nation requests a second match. Should China accept? As the second announcement echoed, Li Tai nodded reluctantly under Lin Xian's gaze. Who are they summoning this time? No rush. Let's see who Sakura Nation summons first. Lin Xuan remained calm, fetching a stool to sit nearby Li Tai, his gaze fixed on the direction of Sakura Nation. Sakura Nation's representative, Shikita Jiro, pressed the button to initiate the summoning, his eyes darting around restlessly. This time, let China and Japan initiate the summoning simultaneously. We must learn from last time, we can't let them summon deities targeting us. At the Chinese venue, General Jiang frowned as he listened to the simultaneous translation. Lin Xuan was summoned to stand by and observe. Cherry Blossom Nation fears we might counter their deities, so they demand both sides initiate the summoning simultaneously. What are your thoughts? The general turned to Lin Xuan. No problem. Let them summon together. They'll likely stick to the usual suspects. Having lost the first battle, they'll definitely deploy another red-tier deity, one exceptionally powerful, likely choosing between Takumi Kazuchi no Kami and Amaterasu Amikami. Therefore, my proposal is: summon the great god of the three altars and the sea assembly. General Jiang paused to recall that Neza Stirring the Sea anime from a few days ago? I remember the bonus features mentioned he's also called the great god of the three sea assemblies. Lin Xuan smiled and nodded. Don't worry, General. I've made some other arrangements. It's time for China's traditional culture to shine once more. The general stared at Lin Xuan for a moment, then nodded, signaling him to proceed with preparations. When Lin Xuan reappeared on stage, the audience gasped in astonishment. He walked barefoot at the front, his pristine white Chinese-style tang suit immaculately tailored. Waving a massive square banner embroidered with the image of Neza the Third Prince, he led the procession. Behind him, 4 men carried the deity Neza in procession. Following them were 10 burly men, also barefoot and clad in red traditional Chinese robes, each holding a long-handled drum. They held the drum in their left hand and the drumstick in their right. The procession followed Lin Xuan's footsteps precisely, moving in perfect step to an intricate rhythm as they advanced toward the center of the venue. What's going on here? Old Jiang, tell us what's happening. Several leaders seated near the podium crowded around General Jiang to ask.
The general looked just as baffled, though he didn't show it. The audience was even more bewildered. What is Lin Xuan doing? Is he summoning some kind of drum-beating, gong-striking deity? Will it work? Can we win? Regardless, I support him. Our nation will prevail.
Lin Xuan whispered something to Li Tai, who then turned to perform the summoning ritual. Lin Xuan waved a great banner, leading the 14 people behind him. Stepping to the rhythm of drums and banners, they chanted the sacred edict of the third Prince Neza, circling the summoning area round after round.
The spirit pearl descended, manifesting as a lotus incarnation. Its might shook Xingtian, its divine power vast and boundless. 3 heads manifest divine presence, 6 arms vanquish demons. Feet tread the wheels of wind and fire, hands grasp the golden spear in sacred hoop. Exorcising demons, binding spirits, slaying ghosts, and vanquishing monsters.
Commander of the central altar, guardian deity of heaven. Great compassion, great vows, supreme courage, supreme strength.
Third Prince Neza, enlightened prince. Hasten forth as commanded. Li Tai chanted the invocation in unison.
With wholehearted devotion, I bow before the Jade Emperor's chariot, commander of heaven's hosts, manifesting divine power at the 3 altars ocean assembly. Banishing demons and binding spirits to protect the young, almighty and glorious general. With sincere devotion, we beseech the great deity of the 3 altars and ocean assembly to descend. The monument of meritorious deeds was instantly engulfed in crimson light, transforming the entire stone tablet into a colossal luminous sphere. Such overwhelming radiance had never before been witnessed in a Chinese divine invocation ritual. It shone like a miniature sun, forcing everyone present to squint. For a moment, everyone stood speechless, utterly incredulous. Not only the spectators on site and the leaders on the podium, but even the nation's top officials watching the live broadcast from the National Fortune Conference Hall in the capital rose from their seats.
Months ago, China had no red deities.
Lin Xuan had successfully summoned 2 red deities during the previous battle against the Eagle Nation. And since then, the number of red deities had steadily increased.
Yet even among the red, distinctions existed.
It was common knowledge that the brighter the red glow, the greater the combat power. To date, aside from Sarah, which had produced a deity as dazzling as a miniature sun, no other nation possessed such a formidable divine being.
One can only imagine the shock felt by China's national leaders. With this sudden leap, China has become the world's second nation to possess a top-tier deity. Call Jiang Jiangwaxing immediately. After this battle, ensure Lin Xuan is escorted here to see me.
Raise Lin Xuan's security level to the highest tier.
The same as mine.
The Prime Minister pressed down on his slightly trembling right hand as he gave the order to his secretary. Both those present at the scene and the Chinese people watching the live broadcast now gazed at the crimson light with nothing but boundless fervor. Lin Xuan waved for the 10 people behind him to stop and rest outside the arena. He slowly pulled a pair of sunglasses from his pocket and slipped them on. Taking the microphone from a stage crew member, he cleared his throat before the entire live audience and global viewers. He tilted his head toward the direction of Sakura Nation. As he had suspected, they had indeed summoned the thunder god Takamikazuchi, adorned with swords, bows, and spears, his entire body crackling with lightning. Lin Xuan gave a light chuckle toward Sakura country. His hypothesis had proven correct once more. He had previously theorized that promoting tales of deities could amplify the power of faith, making divine forces stronger. Now, by restoring cultural heritage completely lost in this world, he was gradually reviving vanished history, social customs, beliefs, and ways of life, all of which could also increase the power of faith. The cultural heritage nearly extinct in the original world could only survive through the persistence of its people, the efforts of folklorists like Lin Xuan, and the support of national news broadcasts and television coverage. Though now lost here, the heavens sent Lin Xuan through time perhaps to prevent these civilizations from vanishing entirely. Lin Xuan ran his fingers over the slightly rough wooden flagpole in his hand, then clenched his fist. He had finally discovered his mission, to continue his work here, to restore the grandeur of China's millennia-old civilization. He would help the Chinese people of this realm understand their lost history and culture, ensuring they stood unmatched on the battlefield of national destiny and took pride in being born Chinese. Whether on the divine arena or in the foundation of ethnic culture, they could proudly proclaim, "I am a descendant of the Chinese people, a child of Yin and Wang." The first deity he would test was Neza, the renowned 3 altars sea assembly great god revered throughout the southern provinces. This ritual was a fusion of the Nada Prince's procession prayer ceremony from Lin Xuan's previous world, combined with fragmented information he had gathered from this world. Remarkably, though this world lacked vast swaths of its culture, it also held documents and ancient text fragments he'd never encountered before, as if they were meant to fill in the gaps. As he observed the terrified and resentful expressions of the Sakura Nation's representative, he explained the concepts and details of ritual worship to both the live audience and the global livestream viewers. Watching the ridiculous spectacle of these clowns from Sakura Nation, their panicked faces twisted with impotent rage, Lin Xuan's lips curved into a faint smile.
This was only the beginning. Sakura Nation live site. Venue director Shikita Jiro raged on the podium. What the hell is happening in China? When did they acquire a top-tier divine king? Where are our intelligence and research departments? Where is Professor Numata?
The head of intelligence, Miyamoto Tomoya, a balding, overweight man with a receding hairline, wiped his forehead incessantly with a small handkerchief. After being called out, he could only repeatedly press his stomach, bowing deeply in apology. According to our prior intelligence, China possesses no top-tier divine king. This 3-altar sea assembly great god Neza is recorded in our intelligence system as merely an ordinary red-level deity.
Open your damn eyes and look. What the hell are you talking about? Shikita Jiro, enraged, kicked Miyamoto Tomoya to the ground.
The others on the podium trembled in fear, cowering like frightened quails, desperate not to draw attention.
Where's Professor Numata? Where's the AI team? Can the Takamikazuchi they selected even win? If we lose this battle, every last one of you will commit seppuku. Damn it. And solutions.
I don't want to hear useless nonsense, I want results.
At any cost. Chapter 29, another prop? The monument to the merits of Neza, third prince of the Huaxia summoning zone.
A flaming spear pierced through the blinding crimson light, followed by a snow-white barefoot stepping onto the ground. A youth of 15 or 16, dark-skinned, emerged from the red glow. His skin was snow-white yet radiated a jade-like translucent luster. Black hair was bound into topknots on either side with crimson cords. A light, translucent cloth of mixed silk coiled around his arms like a living thing, while the golden bracelets on his wrists, the Qianquan rings, glinted faintly. He twirled the fire-tipped spear in his hand, a faint gleam flashing in his eyes as he slowly scanned everyone present.
You summoned me.
Neza spoke, his voice clear and resonant like a chime.
His gaze fixed on Li Te.
Li Te swallowed hard, stammering about how China needed him to win the battle for national destiny, occasionally glancing toward Lin Xuan nearby. Neza, of course, took particular notice of this barefoot youth in a white tangsuit, holding the banner.
Hongmeng Purple Chi, you.
Within the summoning zone, Neza extended his right hand. The heaven-shaking brocade shot out like a serpent, snatching Lin Xuan directly from midair and pulling him before Neza's eyes.
This. How could this be possible?
Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He even caught a glimpse of General Jiang on the podium, his face drained of color as he leapt to his feet, shouting something at him. The next instant, he was already within the summoning zone's range. From the very beginning of the War of National Destiny, it had been said that place was a divine summoning ground, accessible only to those chosen by the gods.
Yet he had been snatched right in.
Neza paid no heed to such matters. He lifted Lin Xuan, sniffed at the hem of his robe, and flashed a bone-chilling smile.
You have obtained a strand of primordial purple chi. His expression shifted abruptly, erupting into a booming laugh. Ha! Scared you, didn't it? You're the one the heavenly Tao has chosen now. So I won't say anything more. You want me to come fight, huh? Hurry up, I'm heading back after this.
Lin Xuan was startled, but thankfully this body was young enough, otherwise his heart condition would have flared up again. Clutching his chest, he sighed. Third Prince, hurry to the divine battlefield above.
Win, and return swiftly. Youngster, how can someone so young possess such an aged voice and soul? The last two words were whispered right into Lin Xian's ear.
Before Lin Xuan could recover, the third prince burst into raucous laughter again, his bare feet stomping onto the divine arena.
Wind fire wheels. Lin Xuan reminded him. TSK, you don't have to tell me that. I'll do it anyway. Barefoot on the ground is the best feeling. Mind your own business. I'll win, won't I?
Neza rolled his eyes and waved dismissively, striding onto the divine arena in a few swift steps.
Our side requests the environmental orb. The divine battle scene shall be an endless sea of fire.
The moment Neza's toes touched down, a passionate shout erupted from the Cherry Blossom Nation's viewing platform. Shikita Jiro smiled at Lin Xuan and General Jiang, thoroughly pleased to see both of them frown simultaneously. Don't assume Takamikazuchi no Kami only holds the titles of Thunder God, Sword God, War God, and Military God.
Sakura Nation possesses a complete mythological heritage.
Kaminagare was born when the blood of the Fire God and Earth God splattered onto a rock. Therefore, theoretically, he possesses all the attributes of the Fire God, Earth God, Thunder God, Sword God, Martial God, and War God. His deliberate omission of the Fire and Earth Gods during his public appearances was precisely to catch his enemies off guard. Moreover, Professor Numata had meticulously studied their Neza, the third prince, a deity born from lotus roots, a plant-based god. This meant he thrived in water and earth, yet feared fire.
Shikita Jiro flashed a sinister grin. Agreed. Japan activates the environmental orb. Effective immediately.
2 items had already been used against Huaxia.
This round must be won at all costs. Shikita Jiro clenched his fists, bowing silently.
General Jiang and the leaders on stage also grasped this implication, their faces instantly turning ashen as they turned to look at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan smiled helplessly, gesturing reassuringly.
The opponent was already within the summoning circle. What was there to fear? A sea of fire, huh?
He just hadn't had time to write all of Neza's stories into an animated film, but that didn't mean the third prince Neza only possessed those abilities.
Don't forget Neza's master was none other than Tai Zhenren. Taizhenwen possessed a treasure that he later entrusted to Neza.
Lin Xuan smiled modestly, pulling out his trusty engraving knife from who knows where.
He walked to Neza's monument and added a new totem to it.
As stone dust flew, a 9-dragon totem pattern and a pair of treasure swords gradually emerged.
Neza seemed to sense something, glancing down at him. Only when he finally exhaled did the assembled crowd snap out of their rapt attention, gasping for breath. "Phew," someone murmured. "What on earth did Lin Xuan carve this time?" "No idea. Hopefully it can suppress the sea of fire. Otherwise, how could Neza withstand its scorching heat?"
Look at him, all smiles when talking to Lin Xuan, but the moment he steps up, his face turns stern. "Screw those cherry blossoms. It's like a toad crawling up your leg even if it doesn't bite, it's damn creepy.
If we lose this round, it'll probably trigger an earthquake too.
Actually, our place was brought here by an earthquake as well.
A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Be optimistic, the fight hasn't even started yet." Lin Xuan pulled out the microphone, enunciating clearly.
"We humbly present the 9-dragon divine fire cloak and the yin-yang divine sword to the third prince Neza." The 9-dragon divine fire cloak was the prized treasure of Neza's master, Taizhenwen, later passed down to his disciple Neza. This artifact once incinerated Lady Shurji, a stone immortal with nearly 10,000 years of cultivation from the Jie sect, within its flames. Later, during the Battle of the Ceiling of the Gods, it also burned to death Sun Tianjun and General Xinyuan Weizhong, terrifying away countless divine generals and demons, earning glorious battle merits. The 9-dragon divine fire umbrella can summon 9 fiery dragons that spew the immensely powerful 3 pure true fire. Having said this, Lin Xuan smiled as he looked at Sakura country's Shikita Jiro.
Playing with fire in front of Neza?
Not only is Neza's celestial lotus incarnation inherently immune to mortal flames, but just look at the wind fire wheels beneath his feet. It was simply because Neza was too formidable during his sea-raising incident that Lin Xuan hadn't had time to specifically mention the wind fire wheel's ability to control wind and fire.
But that didn't mean it could be ignored outright.
It certainly wasn't Lin Xian's fault, it was little Sakura who hadn't paid attention to their promotional films. Only trash who bully the weak constantly find fault with others.
Sakura's entire nation is the one with the real problem. The ethnic hatred from the previous world couldn't be mended even after reincarnation.
On this matter, Lin Xuan would forever be the most radical, no matter how extreme he became. Lin Xuan silently rolled his eyes. The divine arena high above had transformed into a sea of crimson flames. The distorted figures of the 2 deities on the live broadcast screen were distorted due to the heated air at high altitude. Neza had summoned his wind fire wheels the instant the battle began, standing atop them as he pointed his crimson plumed spear at the thunder god Takamikazuchi. "Ugly demon, how dare you call yourself a god?" The deity of thunder's skin glowed crimson, each hand possessing only 3 fingers, one clutching a thunder-filled jar.
"You claim to be skilled with blades? Then bring forth your swords. Blade and fire, you ugly Ryukyu monsters truly know how to provoke me." Neza gazed upon the endless sea of flames surrounding him.
In that moment, he recalled the scene of his flesh being consumed by fiery infernos when he carved out his bones to return them to his father. Then, he saw the images of the people of Chuntang Pass wailing amidst the flames. Neza's features twisted into a savage grimace. The golden bracelet on his arm slid slowly into his hand, his eyes gradually spreading with crimson.
Chapter 30, Buffet on the Arena.
For the first time, he was enraged by his enemies before the battle even began. In his fury, Neza's divine form slowly manifested a 3-headed, 8-armed manifestation. 8 arms wielded the yin-yang sword, 9-dragon divine fire shield, golden brick, fire-tip spear, heaven-earth ring, divine bow, and Vajra staff. The heaven-shrouding sash coiled around his waist, stirring without wind, its aura piercing the heavens. Seeing this, the thunder god Jianyu roared skyward, his form swelling several times larger as he too shifted his shape. Amidst thunderous roars, he descended upon the earth, each step shattering the flames beneath him. Clad in purple lightning armor, he wielded the 10-fisted sword. Violet thunder flashed in his eyes, while 8 thunder drums hovered behind him. Each of his movements caused the heavens and earth to tremble.
A mere child from the Central Lands dares to call himself a god?
The thunder god's voice boomed like 10,000 thunderclaps, shaking the cloud sea into churning waves. Neza stood atop his wind fire wheels, his heaven-shaking brocade fluttering fiercely. His fire-tip spear pointed diagonally at the mountain-like form of the thunder god. He rolled his eyes, the lotus seal between his brows igniting with golden flames. "Die already, you noisy brat." He charged straight at Takamikazuchi, spear in hand. The thunder god roared, blocking with his left 10-fist sword. Clang! The divine sword cracked under the spear's thrust. He staggered back 3 steps, the thunderous light in his eyes intensifying.
Not half bad.
Koto no Makoto switched to his right hand, bringing the 10-fist sword down in a thunderous cascade.
Neza neither dodged nor retreated.
His fire-tip spear whirled upward, its momentum transforming into a raging crimson dragon that collided head-on with the thunderous light.
Boom! A massive shockwave swept across the divine arena, extinguishing every flame within sight. Due to the special rules, the flames roared back to life the very next second. The thunder god's shoulders trembled as he struck the thunder drum behind him. 8 lightning serpents shot toward Neza's face from every angle. Trivial tricks. Neza sneered coldly. The heaven-shaking brocade suddenly unfurled like a crimson rainbow piercing the sun, shredding every lightning serpent to pieces. The thunder god Jianyu formed hand seals and the sky abruptly darkened. Billions of thunderbolts coalesced into the thunder god's great thunderclap. A purple pillar of lightning, 100 zhang in diameter, crashed down with a thunderous roar. Neza's pupils contracted sharply, yet he burst into maniacal laughter. Come on then. He leapt upward, unleashing his 3 treasures: the fire-tip spear, the heaven-shrouding silk, and the heaven-earth ring. A golden flame that could scorch the heavens blazed around him. Crimson flames collided with purple lightning, momentarily dimming the world. After the blinding flash, the thunder god Jianyu knelt on one knee. His purple lightning armor shattered, and 3 panels of his thunder drum were torn apart. Neza stood before him, the fire-tip spear pressed against his throat, though a trickle of golden blood now spilled from the corner of Neza's own mouth. Is that all you've got? He sneered. Then I'll send you back. Wiping the blood from his lips, Neza laughed with unrestrained arrogance. Okyu Nanushi gasped, go ahead and try. Neza frowned, leaning forward as he thrust the fire-tip spear downward with force. Clang! A crisp metallic clang echoed. The god of thunder roared with laughter, flinging Nada's spear aside to reveal his metallic neck. A deep voice, tinged with the sound of metal scraping, echoed. Didn't anyone tell you I'm the god of swords? My entire body can transform into blades. As he spoke, he rose again, his mountain-like frame trembling. Neza stepped back cautiously on his wind fire wheels, watching the thunder god's movements. Suddenly, countless rocks of all sizes rained down like meteors. Standing mid-air, Neza parried each one with his fire-tipped spear. After a whirlwind of flying sand and stones, the thunder god across from him returned to human size, his entire body a shimmering assembly of silver blades. Not just Neza, but Lin Xuan and General Jiang behind him, along with the Chinese people, all sucked in a sharp breath. So it really is Sakura, playing dirty like this. How do you kill an inanimate object? Sakura Nation truly has no place in this world. Cheating. Gimmicks. Damn it, even the gods are inorganic matter? Is that fair? This is truly a lost cause. Let's go. No point watching. Before it ends, we should flee while we still can. Given Sakura Nation's small territory, the Dongdao province hosting the match wasn't large either. Combined with China's extensive highway network, escaping to another province remained possible. Seeing this, many in the China arena began rushing out. Those who remained had nowhere to go but grit their teeth and pray with all their might. The entire arena echoed with the clanging of metal colliding. The 2 deities moved too swiftly for ordinary eyes to catch even a blur. Only the sparks flying from their clash proved that combat had just occurred where they stood. Except for Lin Xuan. He watched helplessly as Neza was cut by the blades sprouting from various parts of Takuma Kazuchi's body during their repeated clashes. As the wounds multiplied, Lin Xian's expression darkened. Good. How many years has it been? You keep making me relive that damn scene. You, damn it. Neza drew an exquisitely ornate silk pouch from his chest. Wiping the blood from his hands, he solemnly reached into the pouch and drew out a golden net woven from 9 intertwined dragons. Lin Xuan abruptly took 2 steps forward, his pupils contracting slightly as he stared at the golden object. This is the 9-dragon divine fire cover. After retrieving the 9-dragon divine fire net, Neza held it in his palm and chanted the 6-character mantra taught by Taizhenren. After reciting it 3 times, the divine fire shield suddenly shot toward the direction of the thunder god. Seeing Neza's intent, the thunder god Jianyu dared not take it lightly. He drew a great sword from his back, preparing to meet the challenge cautiously. As the 9 dragons' divine fire shield approached, he swung his greatsword in an attempt to knock it away. Neza crossed his arms, coldly observing him. Once the 9-dragon divine fire shield was unleashed, he wouldn't need to lift a finger. Just wait, you damn sword-wielding man. True to form, the moment the 9-dragon divine fire shield touched the blade, it sucked the greatsword into its fiery embrace. 9 divine dragons began to dart about at incredible speed. The canopy hummed intensely, radiating extreme heat and blinding light. Everyone instinctively lowered their heads and closed their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, the great sword had melted into a small pool of golden liquid. A nearby little dragon opened its mouth and sucked it straight into its belly. Neza lifted his gaze and sneered coldly. The outcome was decided. The thunder god of construction was startled. If even the Bu Diyuhun sword could be so easily melted, then his own. He looked down at his own metallic body and began retreating steadily. The 9-dragon divine fire cloak pursued relentlessly behind him. Damn it! What kind of divine artifact is this? A creation god's? Bloody hell! He frantically searched for a solution, flinging every divine weapon he possessed backward without hesitation to slow the 9-dragon divine fire shield's advance. Truly, he lived up to his name as the god of swords. He stripped off numerous weapons, even feeding the 9-dragon divine fire cover until it grew plump. The 9-dragon divine fire cover had struck gold, feasting on an all-you-can-eat buffet. It hovered within a meter behind him, its vast net spread wide, waiting for the thunder god to feed it. The Chinese populace watched this spectacle, roaring with laughter. This feeding-style divine battle was quite novel. I've already recorded it, I'll edit it overnight. This could go viral worldwide. Honestly, this is the most entertaining eating show ever. I'm unfollowing all other food channels, I'm solely subscribed to the 9-Dragon Divine Fire Shield now. Hope their Thunder God can get a bit more diverse. That little dragon on the left still looks kinda skinny. They're actually raising them now? I'm claiming the fattest little dragon on the right. Enough talk, I'm starving. Meanwhile, Sakura country is fuming. Their second-generation deity actually fled in such disarray. The samurai spirit cherished by the land of cherry blossoms demands a death with dignity. But for their god to end like this is utterly disgraceful. Set an example, go straight to your death. We have an old saying in Sakura country, a warrior may die, but he cannot be disgraced. Ah, if you put it that way, I must object. That saying belongs to my Korean nation. No other objections. The thunder god struggled to escape, searching for a way to break the stalemate. The venom in his followers' voices wishing him dead made the blades clanging across his body tremble with fury. For whom am I doing this? He abruptly halted, whirling around as the blades across his body gradually turned crimson. Ah! Almighty parent gods, grant me your power. Takamikazuchi stretched both hands toward the sky and let out a piercing cry. The harsh words behind him vanished instantly, leaving the entire scene in dead silence. Chapter 31, The Best Reward. Within the summoning zone of Sakura Nation, 2 points of light suddenly flared and the shadowy outlines of 4 hands were about to burst forth. Stop! A mechanical voice boomed from the air, forcing the partially extended phantoms back into the summoning artifacts. Seeing this, Neza immediately flicked a hand seal. The 9-Dragon Divine Fire Shield soared above Takamikazuchi's head. 9 dragons flared out, completely enveloping the god before slowly coiling and tightening around him. The metal body of the Thunder God Kanem slowly melted within the 9-Dragon Divine Fire Canopy, its agonized wails echoing one after another across the sky. The Cherry Blossom Nation spectators wept bitterly, pointing skyward and cursing the god's injustice. Takamikazuchi had even summoned his father and mother gods. Why was this forbidden? This was divine intervention on the battlefield. If the gods of Huaxia can pull out treasure after treasure, why can't we call upon other forms of aid? Don't we have any other tools? Quick, save Lord Takamikazuchi. Lin Xuan couldn't be bothered to listen to this barrage of ridiculous, anti-intellectual ranting. He rubbed his eyes and smiled as Neza returned, riding his wind fire wheel. Beep. National Fortune Settlement, China wins this round. Only upon hearing the victory announcement did the Chinese populace dare to erupt in cheers. They'd been utterly terrified by the Cherry Blossom Nation's endless array of gadgets. Until that mechanical voice delivered the final announcement, their hearts remained in their throats. Ha! We finally won. I knew it, I knew it. Thank you, Lin classmate, Lin professor, Lin god. And our god Naja, okay? Do you know how much I love that anime? That moment when he declared, my fate is mine, not heaven's, was just too cool. Seeing the real deity, I don't know why, but tears just started falling. The only thing is, why does Neza have silver hair and no dark circles? Super cool. Big sis is waiting for you to grow up. So I chose Lin Xuan. Sisters, don't fight me over this, I genuinely love him. Neja looked at Lin Xuan with a confused expression and rubbed his ears. Anime? Dark circles? Don't mind it, it's how people in this era express their admiration and devotion to you. The leaders on the podium finally broke into smiles. China had always employed delaying tactics, trading space for time. As a result, they were the nation that fought the least and thus never obtained any items. Yet despite this, our deities fought battle after battle, securing each victory with unwavering resolve. This has only strengthened everyone's faith in Huaxia's deities. Who dares claim Huaxia's deities are weak? Who would dare rush to challenge China to a duel? They'd better weigh whether they're even worth the effort. Once, under the control of radical factions, the land of cherry blossoms recklessly challenged nations to battle. The most despicable tactic was targeting countries on the brink of collapse, begging for one final fight. Amongst a pack of hyena-like nations, the land of cherry blossoms consistently ranked at the very bottom in combat strength. Consequently, it was perpetually targeted by those near collapse states as their final desperate opportunity for a last stand. Through this tactic, they accumulated a considerable amount of spoils. Until they encountered China, once divinely weak, relying solely on decent luck. Despite using 2 items, they failed to secure a single victory. Representative of China, please select your reward. Li Te glanced at Lin Xuan and selected the People button. Gain an overall physical enhancement. Increases the physical strength of all people within the combat zone by 30%. The announcement sent a wave of gasps rippling through the crowd. It must be noted that due to severe environmental pollution worldwide, average life expectancy was plummeting, especially in Dongdao province. Due to its proximity to the land of cherry blossoms, the region endures constant bombardment from nuclear wastewater and toxic gases day and night. Disease rates and cancer incidents have remained alarmingly high for years. Rumors even circulated that nuclear contamination could cause genetic mutations, leading to hereditary issues. Now, they gain a nationwide physical enhancement.
This meant extended lifespans, and for those already ill, significant relief or even full recovery from minor ailments.
Ha! I hit the jackpot again. That kid Lin Xuan really is my idol, tagging along with you is pure bliss. The blonde-haired guy in the crowd jumped up in excitement. After calming down, he hurriedly called his buddies to brag. Hey, it's me, yellow hair. Listen up, I just got a 30% boost in physical fitness. Check this out. He activated his camera and crushed the thick plastic chair in front of him, leaving deep finger indentations. See that? I'm not sick, just pure physical enhancement. That colorful auntie on my left? She kept complaining about shortness of breath and chest tightness earlier. She almost collapsed on me watching the divine arena. Look, now she's off dancing with them to celebrate. Yellow hair glanced to his right, discreetly tilting his phone that way while pretending to scratch an itch. He whispered into the phone, that girl in the white dress on the right? She looks just like my first love, Xiaolan. Pretty, huh? Earlier she was deathly pale, constantly taking puffs from her inhaler. Now look how rosy her cheeks are, her smile's even more captivating. Wait till I get her number. The generals and officials on the podium seemed to sense something too, lowering their heads to examine their own physical conditions. General Jiang, a lifelong warrior, had endured snowfield ambushes and mountain raids. His joints, swollen with frostbite fluid, bore witness to 40s below endurance. His repeatedly fractured shins had marched through 3 days and nights of forced marches. Every metal was a scar carved into flesh and bone, a testament to endless physical agony. Now, he could distinctly feel those chronic pains vanishing rapidly. His waist, legs, knees, and shoulders felt lighter than ever before. He recalled taking Lin Xuan to treat old Lu, and the look in the premier's eyes at that moment. This extraordinary ability was truly miraculous. Not only within the stadium, but people across the entire province showed remarkable improvements in their physical condition. Some who had just fled the province were now rushing back after seeing the live broadcasts and radio announcements. But the blessing had already descended. No matter how fast they hurried, it was too late. They could only watch enviously as those around them received the blessing. People flooded the global livestream chat with remote updates. Little King Lin, I was at the hospital with my mom, waiting for her surgery time slot. When I saw the live broadcast about physical enhancements, I rushed her back for a re-examination. The tumor vanished completely. No surgery needed. Can you believe it? Ultra awesome little jacket. You guys probably missed the news. The tycoon from Dongdao province, Sun Mojin, founder of Dongdao Group, who'd been in a vegetative state for years? He just woke up. It's already on the top news. Go check it out. Sakura Nation suffered another setback, this time with a punishment reducing everyone's lifespan by 3 years. Mass deaths occurred among the elderly and critically ill in Sakura Nation. Given its already aging population, this punishment caused the nation's population to plummet by 50%. Shikita Jiro turned ashen-faced, listening to the cries around him and the low-voiced report from his assistant. 2 consecutive defeats. And 2 precious items wasted. Gripping the phone that wouldn't stop ringing and facing the crowd pressing him for next steps, he clenched his fists and slammed them hard onto the table, his face contorted in fury. Request the final battle immediately. Quickly. Request it from the Emperor. Summon that one. No more holding back. If we lose again, the nation will fall. What good is saving it for? Chapter 32, The Cherry Blossom Nation's Ultimate Move. Impossible. That is our nation's ultimate trump card. If we use it now, what about the battles to come? We still won't win. Won't we still lose? Better to fight one last desperate battle and carve out a future. We still have supreme deities like Amaterasu. China only has one supreme god king. They already deployed theirs last round. What gods do they have left to fight us? We clearly had enough to win. Why must you exhaust our trump cards? We've already deployed the previous 2 artifacts, now you demand the ultimate card? I can't help but question your loyalty. On the Sakura Nation's podium, leaders argued fiercely. Meanwhile, in the summoning zone, the summoner of Takame Kazuchi stared at his phone. Half his nation's population had perished due to the deity tournament's failure. As a torrent of abuse and threatening curses flooded his homeland's chat feeds, he was overcome with emotion and publicly committed seppuku and atonement. Amidst the utter chaos in Sakura Nation, His Majesty the Emperor, the nation's ruler, arrived with his entourage. His face dark, the Emperor fixed his gaze upon Shikita Jiro, who stood defiantly shouting from the podium. Shikita Jiro immediately rose from his seat, bowing his head as he hurried to the Emperor's side, repeatedly kowtowing. Your Majesty, I am guilty. But please grant me one more chance to atone. If we can just produce. Shut up. You bloody fool. How many chances have you wasted? The Emperor delivered a resounding slap to Shikita Jiro, then murmured. I authorize them to summon that. Your Majesty, think twice. The Emperor's icy gaze swept over those attempting to intervene, silencing them instantly. No matter what, we must win this round. If we lose, the moment our nation falls will be the moment you all perish with it. At the Emperor's command, the summoning zone initiated preparations for the 3rd battle. Huaxia Arena. Sakura Nation requests the 3rd battle. Does Huaxia nation accept?
The familiar mechanical voice echoed, drawing the gaze of all in Huaxia to Lin Xuan alone. Lin Xuan observed the bustling scene in Sakura nation and smiled faintly. If they want war, then war it is.
It was clear that after fighting this long, the entire nation of Sakura was on the brink of a mental breakdown.
Victory was their sole obsession. Now they'd even abandoned their earlier tactic of synchronized divine summoning. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, his smile deepening.
Let's see what their final trump card is. Until Lin Xuan's pupils contracted slightly.
They had summoned a formless, conjoined deity with 2 heads, 4 arms, and 4 legs. One of its hands gripped a long spear. Lin Xuan scrutinized every detail, his mind frantically searching through records of the previous world related to Sakura nation. He found no deity matching this form and power until the live broadcast screen filled with the Japanese crowd cheering the names of Izanagi and Izanami.
Were Izanagi and Izanami twin deities?
Lin Xuan frowned as he watched the opposite side. Seeing Lin Xuan frown without moving, Li Tai quietly edged closer.
Hey, Lin, you haven't seen this either, right? Let me tell you, I've beaten every hidden level in the world's top AAA games. One of their Sakura Nation games has this hidden boss.
If you follow the normal storyline, these 2 deities are the grand bosses who bestow rewards. But if you follow the path of the slaughtering indiscriminately to earn a crimson title, you'll witness the birth of the merged, the 7th generation, the hidden stage of its origin. This hidden stage just got updated 3 days ago, and I'm the 9th person worldwide to clear it.
Ask anyone else, and they might not even know about it.
When Li Tai spoke about his area of expertise, his timidity vanished. He slapped Lin Xuan on the shoulder, his face lighting up as he spoke animatedly.
Lin Xuan clearly remembered that in his world, Izanagi and Izanami were Japanese creation deities with distinct genders, and there was no such thing as conjoined twins. Yet here they were, summoned into existence. He felt uncertain. After all, this wasn't the same world.
So Lin Xuan dialed General Zhang's number and connected with a scholar of divine culture from the land of cherry blossoms within the National Fortune AI group.
I'd like to understand, in Japanese deity culture, are Izanagi and Izanami depicted this way? No.
In all the historical texts and cultural artifacts I've researched from Sakura country, both deities possess distinct bodies. Even their marriage ritual involved a man and a woman circling separate pillars.
Lin Xuan didn't need to hear more.
What the scholar said matched the information in his mind perfectly. A theory formed in his mind, but it was so absurd he dared not believe it.
Lin Xuan's breathing quickened.
He abruptly turned his gaze to the monuments of glorious deeds on the table, his heart racing. Only he understood the immense significance of this discovery. What if the deities we summoned weren't true gods at all, but merely fleeting manifestations of mortal devotion? Lin Xuan carefully recalled all the events leading up to this moment. When he had added the soul-binding rope to the earth spirit, he had done so based on his understanding of divine attributes. As long as the summoned earth spirit acknowledged the item, it could be used. Following this logic, there were 2 ways to enhance a deity's power. One involved the number of believers and their sincerity, increasing the deity's divine might. The other involved the deity's weapons or their story background, boosting their combat strength. As long as the deity acknowledged it, one could even summon and fuse with other deities.
If
Lin Xuan murmured softly as he slowly circled the table.
What the hell is he doing? Why hasn't he let that grid guy summon the deity yet? Is he planning to do it himself? Who the hell should we summon? Damn those Sakura people, they don't give a damn about honor. Who the hell summons 2 at once? Then we'll summon 2 too.
My buddy just told me those 2 are Sakura's top tier father god and mother god. They created Sakura's entire realm. Holy, how are we supposed to fight this?
What do we do now? Think of a plan, damn it.
We've already won 2 rounds.
With so many Sakura going down with us, especially that last one, what a satisfying win. My life's been worth it.
Even if I die, I can face my ancestors with dignity.
As the Chinese audience groaned in despair, the global audience erupted in shock. God of the Arc de Triomphe, I'm deeply suspicious of Sakura Nation. How can they possess so many artifacts and still summon combined deities? White Sacred Bull, I support allowing summoning.
Among our 3,300 deities, if any can't win, they can seek refuge in my 3 kingdoms embrace.
We have that. K-pop king, the rules don't forbid it. If they successfully summoned it, it's valid. If the deity is weak, just admit defeat. Jing Xianyan, quiet. Look what's Lin Xuan doing. Chapter 33, The Battle of the Creator Gods. That treacherous scum.
General Zhang clenched his fists, frowning as he watched Lin Xuan's direction. He didn't know what Lin Xuan was up to, but if Lin Xuan had confidence, he would have summoned Li Tuk directly like before, instead of still watching and waiting. He had to prepare for both possibilities, contacting old Zhou to devise a backup plan. Yet the next moment, he saw Lin Xuan turn back and whisper something to Li Tai. Then, pulling his small engraving knife from his pocket, his eyes gleaming, he strode toward the Monument of Merit. On the eve of battle, a helicopter had urgently delivered a monument depicting a figure with a human head and serpent body. Given the previously established plan and promotional preparations, all resources had been allocated to the deities like Neza, resulting in their exceptionally high popularity and devotion ratings. According to the original plan, these deities were sufficient. Therefore, Lin Xuan hadn't considered this new deity at all, nor had he bothered to confirm its identity. Off the top of his head, he could name at least 4 or 5 deities with human heads and serpent bodies. But now, he brushed stone dust from his hands, took 2 steps back, and flashed a triumphant smile. He then pressed his palms together and murmured softly. The Taiji moves, yin and yang arise. Heaven above, earth below, thunder over marsh, mountain over wind. Emperor Fuxi held the compass, drew the trigrams to establish the way, all laws returned to the source. Empress Nuwa molded clay, refined stone to mend the heavens. 5 colors illuminate the world, all beings pray. Today we offer mountains and rivers as sacrifice, bloodlines as the conduit. Fuxi and Nuwa, twin sages in unison. When heaven splits, you mend it. When earth collapses, you hold it fast. All evils shall vanish, all calamities shall be nullified. Fuxi and Nuwa manifest in this world and save all beings. In an instant, a colossal bagua ray materialized behind the stone steel, interwoven with azure thunder and golden radiance. Wait, what? Golden? But Japan summoned a red deity. Witnessing this scene, the crowd began murmuring in confusion. What's with that blue color? It's not as vibrant as red. Could it be the weakest one? We're doomed, doomed. The bespectacled guy with the bowl cut turned ashen, muttering under his breath. The punk with the yellow hair beside him flared up, yanking his collar and snapping. Shut your mouth, you jinx. I told you Lin Xuan was the best. Say another word of doom and I'll wring your neck. The leaders on the podium were also whispering among themselves. Old Zhang, what kind of deity is this? What's the story behind it? Yeah, that blue one must be some kind of being beyond even the top-tier god kings, right? General Jian listened to their questions with a blank expression, saying nothing, only clenching the teacup in his hand. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the pillar of Huaxia's national fortune suddenly doubled in thickness. In an instant, the blinding golden light became unbearable to look at. General Jiang snapped his head up, the teacup in his hand slipping uncontrollably onto the table, spilling tea across the surface. What level of deity is this? The officials who had been questioning General Jiang were so startled they stumbled back several steps, gaping in shock at the sky. Viewed from above, Dongdao province now appeared as if thoroughly polished. The air was crystal clear, the trees a vibrant green, the soil rich and dark, and the surrounding sea a transparent blue. It stood in stark contrast to the hazy air and murky seas surrounding it. Yet all this was visible only to the Prime Minister and other national leaders far away in the capital, through satellite imagery. Well, this Lin Xuan never ceases to surprise us. After the initial shock, the Prime Minister gazed at the satellite images with delight. Turning to Chang Pingji, the head of national intelligence, he asked with a smile. What level of deity is this? Can we assess it? Chang Pingji's smile hadn't even faded before he stiffened and replied. Current intelligence lacks data on manifestations of this magnitude. We cannot assess it. The premier nodded, his gaze returning to the large screen, his smile now even broader. The crowd gathered at the scene on the large screen erupted in cheers. Only in the global livestream did foreign netizens' envy run rampant. Noble white bull, so what? At most, China's divine beings just doubled the diameter of their national fortune pillars. Japan's summoned Izanagi and Izanami can do the same. What exactly are the Chinese so excited about? Ridiculous. Beautiful Ilimi summoning a dual-bodied deity is impressive enough. I even thought they couldn't do it. Let them enjoy their moment. Chang Pingji wiped his brow, cautiously glanced at the Prime Minister, then looked back at the bullet comments on the big screen and rolled his eyes. How could that compare? Japan's national fortune pillar was already as thin as chopsticks. Doubling it would still be just a pair of chopsticks. But our mighty China's pillar is so thick, doubling that is a whole different scale. Moreover, Japan's 2 creator gods, how long have they been promoted? Nearly every anime or game's final boss is one of them, household names. Recently, they even added a combined form in a game dungeon. But who even knows who our 2 deities are? Given this state of zero recognition and zero faith, could summoning them to cause such extraordinary phenomena be anything ordinary? Ridiculous. Lin Xuan scoffed at these comments. His face brimming with anticipation, he gazed at Fuxi and Nuwa, whose serpentine bodies were intertwined before him. Clasping his hands in a bow, he addressed them. Great Emperor Fuxi, Goddess Nuwa. Fuxi's gaze gradually sharpened. He looked at Lin Xuan, a flash of light darting through his eyes, then glanced at the dazed Nuwa beside him. Let Nuwa rest for a while. Lin Xuan, take good care of Nuwa. I'll be back shortly. Fuxi gathered Nuwa, whose serpent coils were still wrapped around his waist, into his embrace. The yin-yang bagua symbols flickered in his eyes. Nuwa shrank steadily in his arms, transforming from a young woman in her 20s into a 34-year-old child. Her eyes closed tightly as she fell into a deep slumber. After one last deep look, he handed her to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan's eyes widened. He drew a deep breath, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst.
Slowly, he reached out and took the little girl. Fushi stood bare-chested, his dark skin marked by inexplicable wounds. The scales of the serpent tail rustled softly as it slithered toward the divine arena soaring high above. What had happened? The wounds on Fushi's body and the goddess Nuwa transformed into a little girl. Brother, come back. Nuwa lay with her eyes closed, her face deathly pale. Her small head swayed slightly as her entire body struggled desperately. Suddenly, a flash of blue light enveloped her and she slowly opened her eyes. Lin Xuan startled, his expression sincere as he bent slightly, looking down at the little girl in his arms. Goddess Nuwa, you're awake. Nuwa blinked, regaining her senses. She looked at Lin Xuan's face, grabbed his arm, and asked urgently. Where is my brother? Where is Fushi? Did they take his divine soul? Those? Before she could finish, a flash of blue light enveloped the little girl, and she fell unconscious once more. Lin Xuan stood frozen for several seconds before regaining his senses and turning his gaze toward the divine arena. Fushi stood alone, head held high. At 2 meters tall, he towered over Izanagi and Izanami across from him. Chapter 34, How can the actions of Huaxia deities be called stealing? While we fight for our lives, you lot stand by in this haze, aiding and abetting the tyrant, serving as their tools to humiliate the people of Huaxia. Fushi's gaze grew colder as he looked past the two, fixing his eyes on the Sakura nation's citizens behind them. The yin-yang bagua diagram spun wildly within his eyes. Your entire clan. Have you been conserving your strength just to return and oppress my people? Damn you. Fushi slowly raised his right hand, clenching his fist in midair before snapping it back with force. Something seemed to be violently yanked from the air. The people of Sakura country felt a hollow emptiness in their hearts, yet they couldn't grasp what they had lost. They could only stare at Fushi in bewildered helplessness. Fushi, without turning his head, casually flung the object in his palm backward, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the two before him. Izanagi gripped the Amaterasu spear, its tip pointed warily at Fushi, while his other hand shielded Izanami. He dared not move rashly. Izanami followed behind Izanagi, her expression gloomy, her clothes and skin hidden in the shadow cast by the figure before her. Did he not care about his own people? Fushi frowned, his face filled with confusion. He had just drawn a portion of the Sakura people's fortune and channeled it into his own followers behind him. He had expected this to enrage them, prompting a swift battle and swift conclusion. Yet to his surprise, they seemed utterly indifferent. As a god who created his people, Fushi could not comprehend how anyone could fail to protect their own. Then why not join us in resistance? Why not surrender early, willingly be absorbed, and become part of this world? If not to protect your people, then what for? To survive, of course. Izanagi's Amaterasu spear trembled in his grasp as he spoke each word deliberately. We are gods. Why should we sacrifice our lives? Will they even be grateful? They don't even know we're fighting for them. Especially your Huaxia clan. The longer you persist, the more you'll be forgotten. How much longer can your divine power endure? Izanagi smiled darkly. Fushi's brow furrowed deeply. He could never comprehend how one could willingly sacrifice vast amounts of divine power just to prolong their own existence, pouring it into this place. Continuing to aid the enemy in weakening their own strength. Below the stage, Lin Xuan suddenly snapped to attention upon hearing this. Right. He hadn't explained Fushi and Nuwa to everyone yet. With the global livestream and the live audience, he could gather another wave of faith energy for Fushi. As for the god's conversation, he needed to think it through carefully. He carefully sat down in place, switching the little girl in his arms to his other hand, and pulled a microphone from his pocket. The entire audience stared at the divine arena, yet their ears couldn't help but strain to catch Lin Xuan's voice. Fushi, the progenitor of Chinese civilization and one of the 3 sovereigns. The moment these words fell, golden sparks began to emerge from Fushi's body. Slowly, they repaired the wounds on his flesh and divine consciousness. Then, a similar golden light began to emerge from the bodies of all the Huaxia people in the arena. Like fireflies, the light gathered in the sky and drifted slowly toward Fushi. So that was the power of the world's rules. As long as Fushi's identity was explicitly acknowledged, he regained the power of the rules. Lin Xuan's mind raced, desperately trying to make sense of the situation unfolding before him. He had created the 8 trigrams, becoming a vital source of philosophy and divination culture. The Bagua diagram in Fushi's eyes projected onto Izanagi, who hastily raised the Amatsumagiri spear in his hand to defend. A smile flickered in Fushi's eyes. He extended his left hand, spreading his fingers wide. Almost simultaneously, Izanagi thrust the heavenly marsh spear toward Fushi. But to all the spectators, what they witnessed was Fushi extending his hand, and Izanagi delivering the spear into it. Divination and foresight? Lin Xuan's eyes flashed with excitement as he murmured. Fushi's muscles tensed as he roared, lunging to wrest the spear back. Izanagi clung to the spear with his entire body, his face contorted in fury. Bastard! The divine might of the Amaterasu spear. He swung the spear with all his might. The artifact's destructive and creative properties activated, emitting an intense white light that shattered Fushi's rules. It shook Fushi's grasp and returned to Izanagi's embrace. Fuxi gazed curiously at the weapon in his hand, astonished that it could shatter his own rules. Suddenly, he frowned, reaching toward the summoning zone where Lin Xuan stood. He cast a shadow of an 8 trigrams rune, covering everyone within its range. The next instant, Izanami emerged from Izanagi's shadow, materializing near the edge of the divine arena bordering Huaxia. Her long, filthy black nails pointed directly at Lin Xuan. A dark energy sphere, radiating an ominous aura, collided directly with Fuxi's Bagua shadow, shattering it instantly as black mist scattered. Yet a single strand of black mist remained unusually dense. Like a writhing ironworm, it stubbornly twisted its way toward the Bagua shadow, attempting to pierce through it and enter the Huaxia summoning zone. Fuxi glanced down at the dark thread, pinching it lightly between his index finger and thumb. Lin Xuan struggled to control his trembling body, turning his back to shield the little girl completely within his embrace. Suddenly, a faint wail pierced his ears. He slowly lifted his head from his embrace and glanced behind him. The mass of black mist and the twisted, eerie black thread had vanished. Enough! Fight me directly. What kind of coward attacks my people from the shadows? Fuxi finally lost his temper. Izanami's filthy, unclean palm brushed against her jet-black lips as she let out a wicked, cackling laugh. In a flash, she vanished into Izanagi's shadow. Before Fuxi could strike again, Lin Xuan reactivated the microphone. In one breath, he rattled off the information. Fuxi had created dragons, invented writing, taught humans to hunt and tame beasts, possessed scales immune to all attacks, and wielded the Fuxi-chin, an instrument capable of silencing all creation, even plunging the gods into eternal slumber. As he spoke, a black dragon coiled itself around Fuxi's shoulder, its lower body scales from tail tip to waist regaining their lustrous sheen. As if sensing something, he raised his right hand slightly, revealing a pale pink jade 7-stringed zither beneath it. A soft white glow emanated from the instrument's body. Fuxi gazed nostalgically at everything around him, even reaching out to stroke the black dragon's head before bursting into hearty laughter. Excellent! Lin Xuan, excellent! Awaken Manhwa. I need not worry here anymore, my companions have all returned. Watching the fiercely determined Fuxi, Izanagi steadily retreated, holding the heavenly marsh spear aloft. For a god without inner faith, only his own life mattered most. When the tide was favorable, he was the finest guardian deity, slashing through enemies to victory and plundering other lands. But when cornered, he becomes a selfish deity concerned only with his own survival, disregarding everyone else. Right now, Izanagi, his eyes darting about like a cunning fox, scheming his escape, clearly belonged to the latter category. Lin Xuan relaxed, glancing down at the adorable Manhwa with her round little face and 2 pigtails. Clearing his throat, he picked up the microphone once more. Chapter 35, Separate Skirmishes. On the divine arena, Fuxi and his 2 opponents traded blows fiercely. In the summoning zone, Lin Xuan held the little girl in one arm while gripping the microphone in the other. With just a few words, he wove the legendary tale of Manhwa, the goddess of creation. His animated storytelling brought vivid life to the tales of Manhwa, molding humans from clay and patching the sky with stones. Countless golden sparks flew into the little girl's body, coursing through her entire form. They finally converged at her head, even turning her hair golden. With a soft hum, the little girl opened her eyes. She stared at Lin Xuan's face, then turned to gaze at his chest where she was held. Realizing something, Lin Xuan quickly set the girl down, bowing with hands pressed together. Goddess Manhwa above, I meant no offense. Fuxi, still engaged in battle, twitched an ear and curved his lips. From the moment he set her down, the little girl grew at a visible pace. Within a breath, she had transformed into an adult form, her golden hair fading back to its original black. Her eyes flashed with brilliance, gazing at Lin Xuan with kindness and warmth. My child, are you well? Lin Xuan couldn't describe his current emotions. It felt like returning to many years ago, when he was protected and doted on by his mother. This feeling caused tears to well up in his eyes without him realizing it. He could only nod frantically, stifling the lump in his throat as he roughly wiped the tears from his cheeks with the back of his hand. Manhwa raised her hand, ruffling his hair gently with a faint smile. Lin Xuan felt his entire body undergoing a transformation from head to toe. Even the hand gripping the microphone began to tremble. Was this Manhwa's blessing? Manhwa suddenly paused, her gaze fixed upon the sky. On the divine arena, Izanagi seized the moment to thrust the Amaterasu spear into Fuxi's embrace. As Fuxi reached to seize the spear, Izanagi yanked him into the shadows behind him. Within the shadows, Izanami erupted. In her extreme Yomi state, her entire body resembled molten black mud, enveloping Fuxi and dragging him into the shadows in an instant. For a moment, only Izanagi's diminutive figure remained on the field. He raised both hands high, gazing skyward, his lips curling into an uncontrollable grin. Announce it already. We won. A mechanical voice echoed from above. 10 seconds remain. If no deity from Huaxia returns to the stage, Sakura Nation claims victory. 10. 9. Restoring the faith of the gods through cultivation techniques is beneficial. Manhwa, who had been in the summoning zone, appeared on the divine stage in the blink of an eye. Fragmented words drifted toward Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan frowned. It seemed like a complete sentence, restricted by some unspoken rule. Trapping my elder brother in the underworld won't kill him. Nuwa sneered coldly, flipping her palm. 5 dazzling multicolored stones swirled endlessly, capturing everyone's attention.
With a flick of her delicate jade fingers, the stones shot toward the 5 corners of the divine arena. Upon landing, they formed a pentagon of absolute defense.
A rainbow-colored light screen descended from the sky, sealing out the foul miasma of the netherworld.
She blinked, her serpent tail coiling around the earth-spewing soil. That filthy woman from the underworld won't be returning anytime soon. Izanagi drew the flaming 10-fisted sword from his side, a bronze mirror suspended above his head as filth churned beneath his feet.
Nuwa's serpent tail swayed lightly, and the sacred soil fell to the ground.
The divine arena abruptly rose into mountain ranges, forming countless clay figures.
The clay army transformed into bronze colossi, their fists pounding toward Izanagi. Izanagi sneered coldly.
With a horizontal slash of the 10-fisted sword, the purifying flames consumed every colossus. The sword's momentum cleaved through the divine arena, revealing the gate of the underworld shrouded in spreading black mist. From beyond the gate came Izanami's frenzied roar and the furious pounding on the door.
Izanagi's heart burned with urgency. He must swiftly defeat Nuwa before him, lest Izanami's control slip away.
His eyes darted, and he swiftly turned the bronze mirror to reflect its light. Within its surface, the clay figurine Nuwa had accidentally shattered while molding humans from earth was reflected.
Nuwa's spirit trembled, plunging her into memory.
Within that memory, she saw the scenes of the mortals she had created wailing as they perished. Seizing the moment, Izanagi swung his 10-fisted sword with all his might, cleaving a cross-shaped wound into Nuwa's serpent tail. Flesh and blood spilled outward, dripping golden liquid. The blood continuously purified the black impure energy clinging to the blade, preventing it from corroding her flesh, accompanied by a hissing sound.
The Fushi hexagram appeared between Nuwa's brows.
Gritting her teeth, she tore off a piece of her own serpent scales, dipped it in blood, and inscribed a talisman.
With my flesh and blood, I mend the heavens and restore the Tao.
The symbol transformed into fresh, fertile soil, where a blue lotus blossomed amidst the tainted earth. Its heart cradled a miniature version of the new world. Seeing this, Izanagi gritted his teeth, drew a segment of vertebra from his back, and let the blood from his spine drip into the black filth beneath his feet. He roared in agony, "My wife, Izanami, I borrow your curse." That vertebra swiftly darkened and eroded, eventually forming an ultra-slender sword. Nuwa drew her vine whip to meet the challenge. The whistling of vines and the clanging of blades soon filled the air as both deities unleashed their utmost fighting spirit. "For the sake of our people, I cannot retreat. As long as we wait for my brother to emerge, we will prevail."
Izanagi, too, was desperate to defeat Nuwa and reach the underworld to aid Izanami. He could clearly sense she was nearing her limit. "Damn it, you lowly woman, die."
Nuwa, the goddess of life and creation, possessed less raw offensive power than Izanagi. Yet her vines carried a thread of orderly energy, allowing her to exchange blows with him. High in the sky, they transformed into 2 spheres of light, colliding and separating in an endless dance.
In the final moment, Nuwa's clay army solidified into eternal pottery, while Izanagi's bronze mirror shattered into stardust.
At last, the divine arena returned to stillness, leaving only a broken sword embedded in the ground, its blade wrapped in half a serpent's tail scales.
No deities remained on the divine arena. In 10 seconds, it would be declared a draw. 10. 9.
In the land of the dead, by the flickering green ghostly flames, Fushi tore Izanami into countless pieces. Yet she still used her last divine power to bind his legs, preventing him from leaving.
Every sound from the arena reached Fushi's ears with crystal clarity, heightening his urgency.
He sensed he must leave immediately, lest something terrible happen. Yet he was held back. Even after he tore Izanami apart, she would always wriggle back together, reassembling herself. Hearing the countdown outside, he drew forth the Fushi zither. Its melody could silence all creation, even lulling the gods into eternal slumber.
Izanami's fragments began to cease their writhing and coalescing.
Yet the moment Fushi lifted his foot, they slowly began to coil around him once more.
5. 4. Fushi grew increasingly anxious, though his face betrayed nothing. He simply unleashed every attack he possessed upon Izanami. Qiangua, heaven's punishment.
In an instant, boundless darkness was illuminated by the divine thunder of the 9 heavens.
Countless crimson-purple lightning bolts thundered down upon the filthy, foul yellow springs, where black miasma spread. Earth's binding. Countless fissures tore open in the yellow springs, swallowing the remaining foul vapors and the spirits of the underworld. Flames of heaven.
Pure white solar fire was unleashed, flowing like liquid across the netherworld. Wherever it touched, all evil was utterly consumed.
Break for me.
After a few strikes, the netherworld was nearly purified.
Fushi tore through the realm's nearly transparent barrier with a wave of his hand.
With nothing left to obstruct him, he rushed to check on Nuwa's condition.
"Don't go."
A whisper so faint it was barely audible, yet Fushi caught it.
Fushi instantly understood, she was this underworld realm itself. As long as this underworld realm remained unvanquished, she could live eternally. Chapter 36, Extra Scene.
The Taiji Bagua swirled rapidly within Fushi's eyes.
All things in heaven and earth, yin and yang mirroring each other, ultimately return to nothingness. Barrier, shatter. With a sound like silk tearing, the famed lord of the underworld of the land of cherry blossoms met his end, vanishing into the river of history, never to return. But it was all too late. When Fuxi returned to the divine arena, the countdown had already concluded. Fuxi picked up the severed half of the serpent's tail from the ground, kneeling on one knee. His eyes bulged with fury, blood tears streaming down his face. You could have stayed there and lived on, yet you chose to come with me. Lin Xuan could not believe it. The gentle goddess who had once stroked his head, the mother goddess who bestowed spring breezes and vitality upon the mortal world, had fallen upon the very earth she herself had fashioned all for her people. Was this truly the will of heaven? Fuxi clenched his fists and slammed them hard onto the ground. As he bowed his head, tears fell onto the earth, spreading into a patch of strange color. Just a little sooner. If only he had emerged 1 second earlier. Lin Xuan pressed his palm to his chest, feeling the physical ache of his heart, throbbing in waves. The people of Huaxia witnessed this scene and fell silent. Many present averted their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Others seethed with indignation. Our deity was still standing on the platform. What was the point of this countdown? Shouldn't the family whose deity survived last be declared the winner? You set the rules. You can change them however you want. It's unfair. Now the countdown's over, but we still have deities on the stage. How is this even scored? Over in Sakura country, there were both relief and curses. We didn't lose. Lord of the Underworld held out until the very end. He earned us one more chance. This is our ultimate trump card. If we can't win with this, what else do we have to fight with? What the hell is that trash government doing? Don't they have intelligence on China? Why did they blindly declare war on China? Without a public vote. It's invalid. I refuse to accept it. Amidst the clamor, a mechanical voice sounded. Beep. National fortune settlement, this round is a draw. One extra match. All parties must negotiate and arrange a new divine battle. Lin Xuan felt as if he'd been plunged into a deafening roar, his mind foggy and dazed. Only when Li Tai beside him heard the announcement could he no longer hold back. He cautiously stepped forward and nudged him. Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan. Wake up. There's a tiebreaker match. Lin Xuan turned his vacant gaze toward Li Tai, yet his eyes remained unfocused, drifting off to some unknown place. Suddenly, Fuxi appeared before Lin Xuan, holding a severed snake tail. Lin Xian's gaze was finally anchored, following the tail's path. No. No. This is Nuwa. Ancient songs of minority tribes once recorded that when Nuwa created us, it was through flesh and blood. Other accounts spoke of sweat or blood. In any case, the accounts of Nuwa molding humans from yellow earth all mention the infusion of divine essence. So then, Lin Xuan snapped out of his muttering trance, his eyes blazing as he stared at the surrounding audience and Fuxi before him. What do you intend to do? Fuxi's hoarse voice echoed. Lin Xuan drew a deep breath and pulled the remaining figures from the summoning zone. All descendants of Huaxia, kneel. Pray for Nuwa. He snatched the microphone and suddenly shouted. Fuxi opened his mouth to stop him, but upon hearing the name Nuwa, he fell silent. In our fractured civilization, a crucial piece is missing, hence our collective amnesia regarding that era. At the dawn of creation, it was the Divine Mother Nuwa who poured her heart and soul into shaping humanity from clay, giving birth to our Huaxia lineage. Now, for our sake, Lady Nuwa has fought fiercely to this moment. I hope everyone will sincerely pray for her. Voluntarily return that thread of energy to Lady Nuwa. I believe that with the combined strength of all the Chinese people, we can certainly. He dared not speak too confidently. Seeing the glimmer of hope ignite in Fuxi's eyes, he stopped himself from continuing. Instead, he led everyone in kneeling and praying. Upon hearing this, the audience rose from their seats. They knelt reverently toward Fuxi, palms pressed together, bowing their heads in prayer. Viewers watching the live stream also began praying wherever they were, at work, on the road, in parks, or at home. Fuxi felt the power of faith from all of China surging endlessly into his hands, while countless threads of bloodline power also flew toward Nuwa's serpent tail. He lowered his gaze, his focus intense, staring at the broken scale fragment of Nuwa. The bloodline power transformed into delicate threads, weaving and patching it piece by piece. Piece by piece, the scales slowly grew back, and the flesh beneath them gradually regenerated. Fuxi's chest heaved violently, yet he dared not breathe, fearful of disrupting Nuwa's recovery. Only when she was fully restored did he exhale deeply, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes. At that moment, General Jiang, who was also praying for Nuwa on the podium, opened his mouth several times, yet no words came. He had never imagined that after a deity was slain, Lin Xuan could single-handedly bring her back to life. This is a top-tier divine emperor. The land of cherry blossoms lost 2 members in this battle, while we suffered almost no casualties. After this battle, China has risen to the top tier of nations in the global divine arena. The more he thought about it, the more his heart burned with excitement. Swallowing hard, he steadied his trembling hand and picked up his phone, intending to report to the Prime Minister. The moment he lifted the phone, the Prime Minister's call came through. He pressed the answer button and heard the Prime Minister's direct orders. He is a great hero. Protect him at all costs. Prepare for the final battle.
General Jiang nodded in assurance, then turned his gaze back to Lin Xuan.
Lin Xuan, enough.
Fuxi's divine power flickered, transforming Nuwa, who had just regained her human form, back into a little girl. The remaining fragments of her divine consciousness would need to be restored by her own efforts.
Thank you, Fuxi said solemnly.
Lin Xuan lifted his head to look at their monument of glorious deeds. Should we return to the stone tablet to recover?
He lowered his gaze and thought for a moment. Could the heavenly sacrifice chapter of the Dongba scriptures aid in restoring Lady Nuwa's divine consciousness?
Fuxi shook his head, and Lin Xian's eyes darkened.
The Dongba script is hailed as the world's sole surviving pictographic writing system, revered as a living fossil of language.
It was the pictographic script that Professor Lin Xuan from that world had researched most thoroughly, possessing the most detailed data and highest decipherment rate. He distinctly remembered it contained numerous scenes from different contexts, believing it might prove useful.
Lin Xuan gave a self-deprecating chuckle.
He always pushed himself to the very end. We were once immensely powerful, needing no mortal faith or prayer.
Today's situation has surpassed my understanding. So I don't know.
Fuxi spoke, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Lin Xuan.
Your actions, I will find a way to report them to the higher-ups.
Indeed, the primordial purple chi chose the right person.
Cultivate. Grow stronger.
The final sentence appeared directly within Lin Xian's consciousness, startling him into a sudden look of shock.
He watched as Fuxi led Nuwa into the monument of meritorious deeds.
Lin Xuan froze for a moment, then lowered his head and smiled. He drew his engraving knife, walked to their monument of merit, and reverently carved one pictographic character after another.
The entire hall fell silent. After Lin Xuan set down the chisel, the pictographs began to glow one by one.
As the light merged into a single radiance, the entire monument of merit began to emit a soft white glow. Everyone felt as though they could witness the gradual restoration of the goddess Nuwa.
Chapter 37, The Fourth Selection.
Lin Xuan took a few steps back, bowed with clasped hands toward the monument, and declared in a clear voice. We humbly bid farewell to the heavenly Emperor Fuxi and the goddess Nuwa. The other summoners behind him and the audience present followed suit, bowing in reverence. Soon, all the Chinese people watching the livestream joined in. He could faintly sense the profound reverence and emotion emanating from countless Chinese souls. After the ceremony, Lin Xuan frowned as he looked toward the cherry blossoms.
Chaos still reigned over there.
On the stage, some officials knelt on one side, polishing their long swords.
Others had removed their tunics, wiping their protruding bellies with a look of resentment.
Others argued fiercely with armed soldiers standing nearby, gesticulating wildly as they tried to explain something.
The emperor swept his wide sleeves, signaling soldiers to drag them all away.
He then sat down at the main seat with a frown, covering his nose with his sleeve.
It was understandable.
A row of fat-headed executives, several of whom had lost control of their lower bodies from fear, and one who had attempted seppuku halfway through. The stench of blood and decay invaded his nostrils uncontrollably. The emperor covered his mouth and nose in disgust, a muffled voice emerging from beneath his sleeves.
Next, who should take the stage? Silence fell around him.
All the responsible officials had been dragged away, and no one present could answer his question.
Call Professor Tanaka immediately. Isn't he the literary advisor for the National Fortune Project? Have him provide me with a list now. The emperor was furious to discover Professor Tanaka was not present.
If it weren't for the unbearable stench here forcing him to cover his nose and mouth with both hands, he would have slapped his assistant across the face.
How could someone as important as Professor Tanaka not be present?
But he had forgotten after defeating several nations earlier, in a moment of triumph, he himself had pardoned Professor Tanaka from the mandatory battlefield attendance requirement, allowing him to continue his research undisturbed at the Science Museum. But none of that mattered now.
The emperor took the phone and spoke with Professor Tanaka. Moments later, he wrote down 3 names and hung up.
His gaze signaled the chief steward behind him to approach.
Pointing at the 3 names, he asked, which one is more capable? The chief aide, dressed in a black morning coat, stepped forward.
He bowed his head and thought for a moment before looking up. This one excels in rapid combat. If unable to finish the enemy in one strike, he may falter later on. This one possesses balanced martial prowess and magical skill, but lacks any truly outstanding aspect. This one possesses the most formidable magic, but also the highest degree of unpredictability. The emperor shifted the hand covering his nose and mouth, letting out an impatient click of his tongue.
Then choose the strongest.
He tapped the 3rd name, then waved his sleeve, dismissing the others to make arrangements.
Make arrangements. Have the stand-in come here to hold the fort. Morale is crucial. I've got to go. This place stinks.
The emperor's brow was deeply furrowed. He felt as though the stench had permeated his entire being.
Make arrangements for me.
I'm heading to a beautiful island to bask in the sun and wash away this bad luck.
Find a country without a divine challenge arena.
The chief attendant nodded obediently, then escorted the irascible emperor to the lavatory before bringing back the new emperor, who sat down with eyes brimming with trepidation.
The Sakura Nation's summoning zone received the Emperor's request and initiated the summoning.
This time, a young woman in shrine attire appeared, holding a glowing jade ring wrapped in 5-colored cloth in one hand and a slender bamboo leaf in the other. Standing atop an inverted bamboo barrel, she initiated the summoning.
Purify the impurities, cleanse body and mind. O divine beings, hear our prayer. We worship Amaterasu Amikami, sovereign of Takamagara, and gaze upon the majestic radiance of your divine spirit. After one invocation, there was no response. Beads of sweat formed on the girl's forehead. She composed herself and recited the invocation again, this time with greater devotion, adding ritual gestures. Still no response. She looked around helplessly. The other 2 summoners had bolted faster than rabbits, keeping their distance. Try again. You know the consequences if she doesn't appear. Don't get us killed. Damn woman. You wanna die? Keep going, don't stop. Or bleed a little, cut off your finger and try again.
The girl trembled uncontrollably at their threats, clutching the jade ring as she continued, her voice breaking with tears. 3rd time.
4th time.
Her ritual dance went on until her toenails curled back, leaving her feet a bloody mess. Finally, the jade ring in her hand flickered. A tiny ball of light shot out from it, hovering above their heads.
What do you wish of me? A gentle female voice echoed.
The girl collapsed into the bloodstain on the floor, crawling forward as she reached desperately for the glowing orb.
Amaterasu-sama, please save us.
Your subjects, the deities summoned earlier, have lost 2 consecutive rounds.
If we lose this final round of the divine tournament, our entire nation will be destroyed.
The girl's desperate cry caused the light to pause for an instant.
What of the fallen gods?
The light approached the girl. Your father god and mother goddess, Izanagi and Izanami, along with Lord Yamada no Orochi, have all been slain by those despicable gods of Huaxia.
Amaterasu Amikami, you must avenge them.
The girl glared fiercely toward distant China as she explained to the light orb. With a whoosh, the light sphere retracted directly into the jade ring. The girl stared down at the jade ring, frozen in place.
It's not that I don't want to fight. If they're all dead, my going there would be pointless.
I am the noble daughter of Amaterasu. I should only fight victorious battles.
Summon another deity instead.
Not only the summoning area of Sakura country, but even the chief steward and the fake emperor were dumbfounded. In previous favorable battles, the sun goddess would always appear to deliver the decisive blow. Who could have imagined that upon hearing of the other deities' deaths, she would simply refuse to come out? The fake emperor frantically turned, casting a timid glance at the chief attendant. What should we do? The chief steward glanced at the 3 divine scrolls still lying on the table, licking his parched lips. He dared not arbitrarily alter the emperor's decision. If he chose wrongly and they lost, he would become a villain forever remembered in the history of the land of cherry blossoms, his name tarnished for eternity. The emperor would never spare him, he might even brand him a traitor. He couldn't bear any of those fates. Calling the emperor was pointless, he was already on the plane, drunk as a skunk, incapable of issuing any effective orders. The chief steward gritted his teeth. Continue the summoning. Arrange for every shrine nationwide that worships Amaterasu Amikami to perform simultaneous invocations. Bring forth all prepared death row prisoners. Perform the death ritual. Veins bulged on his forehead as he slammed his hand hard onto the table, startling the fake emperor. Yes, proceed as ordered. Go now, chief steward. As his order spread, dozens of shrines across the land of cherry blossoms echoed with the ritual dances of male and female kagura performers. They stood atop their respective wooden barrels, each clutching a bamboo leaf, dancing with an elegance tinged with despair. In the summoning area of the divine arena, the jade ring held by the maiden began to vibrate uncontrollably, radiating a blinding white light. What are you doing? You dare attempt to forcibly summon me? You lowly commoners! As the jade ring flickered brightly and dimly, a blurred, noble figure emerged. With each successive ritual performed nationwide, the figure grew clearer. A noble goddess, clad in 12-layered court robes, crowned with jewels, and holding a divine mirror, finally appeared, her teeth gritted in fury. Her eyes burned with venom, starkly contrasting her elegant appearance. Since you insist on forcing me into battle, very well. Then you shall sacrifice something too. Oomph. With a cold laugh, she extended her arm, as translucent and flawless as the finest jade, her slender fingers curling slightly, summon the sacrifice. The young girl in the summoning area, unaware of the reason, only sensed the fury in the goddess's voice. She prostrated herself on the ground, praying incessantly. Unseen to her, however, in every temple across the nation where she was being summoned, the lives and souls of all present were being stripped away. One by one, they ceased their actions as their divine spirits were absorbed, turning them into puppets. Amaterasu's pure, rounded fingers danced lightly through the air, ceaselessly draining the vitality and divine essence from her devotees. A dazzling orb of light gradually coalesced in her palm. Only when the orb ceased to grow did she raise an eyebrow and halt her actions. Is this the sum total of your faith and life force? So little. The people of Sakura Nation finally snapped to attention, their swarming thoughts converging upon the chief attendant. Is this our god? Brutal, cowardly, selfish. Despair and terror gripped his heart. Then again, wasn't the emperor the same? This so-called noble bloodline truly ran in the family. The chief steward stared at the stunning yet icy figure at the center of the summoning area and pressed the broadcast button with resolve. Great goddess Amaterasu, if you slaughter us all, your faith will have no one to spread it and your story will be severed forever. But if you defeat the Chinese deities this time, we shall offer you territory and people equal in size to China's, for your command and sustenance. The chief attendant uttered these words through gritted teeth. Drawing on years of experience serving the emperor, he knew that only by appealing to their self-interest and offering compelling reasons could he possibly persuade such selfish and brutal beings. Sure enough, the goddess Amaterasu's beautiful eyes swept across the chamber, locking precisely onto the chief attendant. A faint smile touched her lips. Very well. Remember what you've said. Her gaze swept toward the heavens as her sleeves billowed in the wind, and she glided gracefully onto the arena. Lin Xuan stood motionless, witnessing it all. Once he confirmed Amaterasu had taken her place on the stage, a sharp gleam flashed in Lin Xuan's eyes. He knew exactly who to assign to confront her. Chapter 38, Yang Jian and Erlangshan. Lin Xuan recalled a legend about Amaterasu. When Susanoo caused chaos in Takamagara, she retreated into the cave of Ama no Iwato, plunging the world into darkness. Demons swarmed, and calamities struck one after another. It wasn't until the 8 million gods devised a plan having Amaterasu's sister, Aim no Yuzum, dance atop an inverted barrel while waving bamboo leaves that her curiosity was piqued. Only then could Aim no Tsumi no Kami seize her and drag her out, restoring light to the world. What tactics should be employed against such a timid yet immensely powerful deity? Lin Xuan already had a plan in mind. Find a deity with formidable combat prowess. Overwhelm her from the start, beat her into submission, strike fear into her heart. No matter how powerful she is, she won't be able to wield her abilities. She'll be scared out of her wits. That leaves you, Lin Xuan declared, flashing a thumbs up toward the podium to reassure them before striding toward a monumental statue. Carved upon it stood a martial general, mounted on a steed, clad in full armor, crowned with a golden diadem beneath which a third eye glared wide open. A formidable trident-bladed sword hung from his back, while a slender hound was tethered to his left hand and a grey eagle perched upon his right arm. O venerable second lord, manifest your divine presence. Master of the clear source, subduing demons. Golden flowers gleam as the heavenly eye opens, iron bows and silver arrows strike fear into demons and gods. The trident blade shatters evil spirits, the heaven-roaring hound clears demonic mists. With devout heart, the disciple burns incense in supplication, beseeching your descent before this monument to protect all living beings. Lin Xuan clasped his hands before him, invoking with reverence. All eyes turned expectantly toward the monument of meritorious deeds. Previously, Huaxia had heavily promoted the might of the second Lord of Heaven. His exploits taming floods, slaying dragons, lifting mountains to chase the sun, hunting demons, splitting peaks to rescue his mother were legendary. These tales were all chronicled by Lin Xuan, then adapted by China's top screenwriters and directors into animations, mythological dramas, and novels. Within months, they swept the nation. Facing the sun goddess Amaterasu of the land of cherry blossoms, the Chinese people felt confident in their mighty war god. Have you read that novel about carrying mountains to chase the sun? He hauled mountains from all corners to crush the sun, preventing it from rising. I have. So facing the land of cherry blossoms Amaterasu? Piece of cake. She just controls the sun, right? After this win, I'm heading home for a bath and a good night's sleep. I've been on edge for far too long. This is actually our first battle without divine retribution, right? What incredible luck, I'd even written my will before leaving. That's all thanks to my idol Lin Xuan. What bull luck. Do you even know how to show gratitude? Amidst the jubilant atmosphere, occasional bickering quickly faded into cheers. The monument of merit blazed crimson as a snow-white steed, gleaming with silver light, emerged from the clouds, carrying a youth lying prone upon its back. Following behind were a white hound racing along the ground and a pink-winged silver eagle diving down from the sky. The silver steed trotted to Lin Xuan's side, gave a loud snort, then turned its head. Bending its four legs, it lowered its height, presenting the figure it carried to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan looked utterly bewildered as he took the youth from the horse's back. Seeing the youth in gleaming armor with eyes tightly shut, Lin Xuan couldn't help but feel worried. What had happened to his second Lord Xingtian? Was he injured too? He even began to entertain conspiracy theories. Fuxi and Manhwa had mentioned the war above. Could it be that the second Lord had been injured and fallen unconscious on the battlefield above, only to be summoned down by him? He carefully examined the youth from head to toe, assessing his injuries. No need to check. The true Lord is merely exhausted and has fallen asleep. The fine-coated dog behind him ran forward and spoke in human language. Is it from exhaustion on the upper battlefield? Lin Xuan pointed vaguely toward the sky and asked softly. You could say that, the dog replied. After all, he's still young. He should be sleeping more to grow tall and strong. The small dog replied with an air of world weariness. Lin Xuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Watching the little dog bustle about, fetching a shawl and blanket for the youth, tucking a rolled towel under his head, and tucking his hands beneath the covers. All right, let him rest here for a while. If you need anything from our second Lord Xingtian, I can handle it.
But I must return quickly. I can't leave soaring eagle and silver horse behind to care for him. When a pure white, gentle, and considerate little dog speaks to you with such solemnity, then expresses deep concern for its sleeping master, what can you possibly say? Lin Xuan blinked and cleared his throat. There are foreign tribes preparing to declare war on us. We need Erlangchen to defeat the sun goddess they've summoned. Do you think it would be possible? The small dog turned its body, looked up at the opposite side, then turned back and nodded solemnly. Yes. I'll go. Wait. Li Te, the dog god, couldn't help but interject from the side. This battle is of utmost importance. That Amaterasu isn't easy to deal with. Shouldn't you first awaken your master? He'd be better suited for the task. It's not that I doubt your strength, but the lives of our entire Huaxia clan are at stake. The small dog turned to look at Li Te, a flicker of disdain in its eyes. It snorted out a puff of white breath and turned its gaze to Lin Xuan. How about this then? The hound's front paws tapped lightly on the ground, creating a rhythm, snap, snap, snap. A thick white mist rose from its body, the rhythm continuing unceasingly within the fog until a golden boot stepped out. It was none other than the legendary Erlangchen, the majestic figure clad in golden armor, with a vertical eye on his forehead. Yang Jian is still young. The divine maiden Yaoji commanded me to protect him for 1,000 years. I dare not deceive the way of heaven in this matter. So, all those tales of Erlangchen, you were the one playing the role? Lin Xuan could scarcely believe it. Also, the way of heaven, who exactly are you referring to? The primordial purple chi has fused with you must be the one they chose. Erlangchen bowed respectfully in response. This matter cannot be discussed further. Shall we engage the enemy first and speak after victory? He glanced up at the sky, signaling to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan hesitated for a moment before nodding. When facing the sun goddess, strike fiercely from the outset. Overwhelm her with force until she surrenders in fear. Once her will crumbles, she will be easy to defeat. Erlangchen gave Lin Xuan a deep look and nodded in agreement. The triple-pronged spear pointed skyward, soaring directly toward the divine arena high above. This nod sent both China and Japan into an uproar. What the hell is going on? What is Lin Xuan doing? Sending that little white dog transformed into Erlangchen to fight on the divine arena? Is that even possible? Losing would invite divine retribution. Has he gotten too cocky after winning a few matches? That's the sun god we're talking about. Compared to the skepticism and concern of the Chinese people, the land of cherry blossoms was in an absolute uproar. This is an insult. We must protest. Arranging for a shape-shifting dog to challenge our sun goddess Amaterasu. Utter disgrace. Make them change the opponent. Damn Huaxia. How dare they insult us with a dog? Of course, there were also plenty of sneaky types quietly rejoicing. Enough shouting. Enough shouting. So what if it's an insult? As long as we win, beating a dog is a piece of cake. Seeking victory over a dog? You lot are the disgrace of our great Sakura nation. Get lost. Before the deities even began their contest, the Cherry Blossom Nation's spectators below the stage had already started brawling. On the stage, the sun goddess Amaterasu paid no heed to the foolish mortals below. Bored, she drew the Yata mirror and gazed at her own reflection. Seeing the strikingly handsome Jizo deity ascend the stage with his bright eyes and dazzling smile, she was overjoyed. To think such a god of beauty exists in Huaxia. Why not join me in a stroll, leaving all worldly concerns behind? With that, she thrust out her chest and performed a few ritual dance movements, attempting to seduce the second lord. But Erlangchen had eyes only for the still sleeping Yang Jian. He paid no heed to this fawning goddess. His handsome brows furrowed as he pointed his three-pronged spear directly at Amaterasu's chest. Fight it out. Enough of this nonsense. Amaterasu flew into a rage, even pulling out the 8-span mirror to check herself once more. No mistake, porcelain smooth skin, a cherry red mouth, almond-shaped eyes, and the intricate pattern on her forehead was flawless. You blind god who can't appreciate beauty. Die. Amaterasu was furious. In the chaotic pantheon of Sakura Nation, no god was beyond her reach. She resolved to first subdue her by force, then coerce her into submission. Chapter 39, The God Who Doesn't Understand Romance. Erlangchen twirled his spear, its triple-bladed edge dancing with violet-blue lightning. He stared expressionlessly at the goddess bathed in the radiance of the sun wheel. Her golden armor shimmered like fragments of stars in the sunlight, while her crimson cloak fluttered without wind, rustling in the air. Amaterasu's face was hidden within the radiance, only her eyes like molten gold remained clearly visible. The Yata mirror in her hand refracted countless rays of light, its surface seeming to hold 1,000 suns ablaze. Truly, you have no interest in becoming my personal attendant? With your beauty, I might even offer to lose to you willingly. Her voice rang out like 1,000 bells chiming in unison, ethereal yet commanding. The sun goddess lifted her noble head, utterly indifferent to the wails and cries of her cherry blossom subjects behind her. Erlangchen shook his head in honest refusal. Within the Huaxia district's arena, the men were filled with emotion. For the sake of China's happiness, well, that means it's not impossible to make a sacrifice. If Erlangchen refuses, then I'm willing to lay down my life for the nation too.
Gazing upon the goddess Amaterasu's exquisite features and curvaceous figure, countless men in the arena murmured among themselves.
Then go. Hurry the hell up and go. All I want is to win. Truly worthy of the name Erlangchen.
Both combat prowess and charm are top tier.
Can't help but admire him.
If I had looks like that, our school beauty would be mine for the taking.
Dream on.
You'd need looks, combat prowess, and the skill to slay dragons and serpents. Wake up, kid. The Cherry Blossom Nation's populace was now so enraged they couldn't speak, their faces flushed crimson.
How could it be? Their goddess has set her sights on that dog god from China, repeatedly risking the lives of her own people just to sleep with him? If she can't be mine, then she's my enemy.
She raised her left hand, her fingertips gathering a ball of white-hot light. With a flick of her index finger.
Then die. Erlangchen tilted his head, thrusting his triple-edged blade forward.
Blinding lightning flared from the blade's tip, colliding with the glowing orb.
A thunderous boom echoed as Erlangchen vanished from his spot. Amaterasu immediately raised the Yata mirror, and a blinding white beam shot forth from its surface.
Erlangchen instantly materialized before Amaterasu, his blade crashing violently against the Yata mirror. The collision of divine powers in midair unleashed a deafening roar, its shockwave instantly clearing the clouds for 100 miles around. The shockwave hurled both Jiro no Kami and Amaterasu no Kami apart, sending them flying to opposite ends of the arena.
Jiro-sama's toes touched the ground. He thrust off with force, soaring back toward Amaterasu.
In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the great goddess Amaterasu, his blade aimed straight for her back. Yet the blade halted 3 inches from her divine form, halted by an invisible barrier.
It was the divine might surrounding Amaterasu, the very embodiment of solar power. Without turning her head, the 8-span mirror flipped automatically, reflecting Jiro's image within its surface. Mirror image seal.
Jiro suddenly felt his body grow heavy, as if countless invisible chains extended from the mirror, dragging him into its world. Golden light blazed fiercely from his third eye, and veins bulged on his forehead.
Claw breaker. The muscles in both his arms swelled violently, his fingernails instantly lengthening.
Jiro God drew his triple-bladed sword behind his back, then clawed downward with both hands.
The divine chains were forcibly severed, showering shattered golden sparks like rain.
Hearing the commotion, the sun goddess Amaterasu turned with surprise, her gaze fixed on the claws Jiro-sama had not yet retracted. She raised an eyebrow, holding the Yata mirror high above her head.
Let's try this instead.
The sun's reflection within the mirror grew ever brighter until the entire arena was bathed in golden light.
Sunlight goddess descends. A colossal golden divine bird suddenly burst forth from the mirror's surface. This was Amaterasu's true form, the sunbird, Yatagarasu.
The divine bird spread wings vast enough to obscure the sky, each feather ablaze with an eternal divine fire, and swooped toward Jiro. Jiro God swung his massive blade to meet the attack. The clash of the blade against the divine bird's talons sent a shockwave of energy radiating outward. Seizing the moment, Jiro touched his forehead's third eye. A dazzling golden beam shot forth, striking Amaterasu's true form. This evil-dispelling golden light was specifically designed to pierce divine forms. The sun goddess dared not meet it head-on. Her form flickered, dispersing into countless points of light. The golden light pierced her original position, vaporizing the ground behind her. Yet in an instant, it returned to its former state. Amaterasu's scattered points of light coalesced anew in the distance, her countenance revealing gravity for the first time. She formed hand seals, and the Yata mirror suddenly split into 8 fragments. They circled around her, forming a perfect spherical barrier. Simultaneously, images of 8 suns appeared within the mirror surfaces. The temperature of the entire space surged dramatically, causing the air within the divine arena to begin distorting. Erlangchen stared intently at the Yata mirror, his leg muscles swelling rapidly. With a whoosh, he charged directly before the 8-span mirror, lifting his head and letting out a piercing shriek. The shout that breaks spells.
Amaterasu was indeed unsettled by the explosive sound.
Her hand trembled, and the 8 suns within the mirror began to dissipate. With eyes as piercing as torches, Erlangchen seized the moment. He swept his hand forward, conjuring a bursting tornado that compressed and surged toward the Yata mirror.
Boom! A black storm swept across the sky. Amaterasu clutched the Yata mirror as the exploding tornado hurled her hundreds of feet away.
The edges of her divine robe were torn by several gashes, and her fair skin bore a few marks. This was her first injury since the battle began.
The fury in Amaterasu's eyes nearly solidified.
She glanced down at her wounds, then fixed her gaze on Erlangchen. Very well, her voice suddenly grew calm, yet this stillness felt more unsettling than her earlier majesty.
Take this final blow. If you catch it, I'll concede defeat.
She extended her 2 slender, white hands, spinning the Yata mirror faster and faster. It whirled like a spinning top, its trajectory becoming indistinguishable.
Amaterasu's lips curved into a faint smile. Cast.
At every point, a separate Yata mirror materialized, soaring into the sky to form a dome of countless mirrored surfaces, sealing the divine arena within. Spectators outside were completely blocked from seeing what unfolded within, their anxious shouts rising.
What the hell? Is she pulling some dirty tricks? I knew that Demonis had no good moves. Just show us a live feed of what's happening inside. All they could hear were the sounds of fierce combat and flashes of light seeping through the gaps in the mirrored dome. The light of origin. The goddess's solemn voice echoed out. Immediately, the entire mirrored dome began violently shaking, the light seeping through the seams growing increasingly blinding. With a sharp crack, countless cracks began spreading across the dome's mirrors. After a violent explosion, the blinding light on the divine arena gradually faded. Lingguang lay face up on the ground, his legs shattered, muscles torn, bones broken, his chest rising and falling faintly. Amaterasu lay on the opposite side, two white animal hind legs impaled through her chest. Lin Xuan pressed his hand firmly over his chest, his eyes wide as he stared at Lingguang's torso. Behind him, the slumbering youth Xingtian fluttered his eyelashes and slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 40, Xingtian's Summoning. As if sensing something, Xingtian opened his eyes and his gaze immediately locked onto Lingguang, who lay bleeding profusely on the divine arena. The half-asleep youth instantly widened his eyes, his handsome brows knitting together as anger flared uncontrollably. Xiaotian. Return. He pushed himself up with his hands, sitting upright. With a wave of his hand, Lingguang flew down from the divine arena, landing gently beside Xingtian in the summoning zone. Lingguang forced his eyes open and offered Xingtian a weak smile. Young master, you're awake. I didn't disgrace you. I won. Xingtian stroked his pale cheek, pouting slightly. Enough talk. You've won. I've awakened. I can transform back now. With that, he glanced at his still bleeding severed limb without lifting his head. His right hand swept toward the divine arena once more. Return. On the divine arena, the two severed limbs embedded in Amaterasu's chest were violently wrenched free. Her corpse convulsed violently before flying back to Xingtian's side. Only two gaping, black holes remained in the goddess's chest on the platform. As Lingguang's severed limbs departed, Amaterasu gradually dissolved into scattered starlight, vanishing from the arena. A chorus of wails erupted across Sakura Nation. Their very Amaterasu had been defeated. Heaven seeks to destroy us, Sakura. I, the mighty Amaterasu, have been defeated by the pet dog of a Chinese deity. Run for your lives. You might still make it back to see your families. Your Imperial Majesty, save us. Your Imperial Majesty. The wails and pleas for help echoed in the fake emperor's ears, yet he was powerless to act. He could only cling desperately to the chief steward's robe, his eyes betraying deep fear and supplication. The chief steward recalled the follow-up plan confirmed with the emperor earlier, his face turning ashen. His trembling hands pulled out a paper already soaked through with sweat. His throat moved. This was the contingency plan devised at the very outset of the war against China, a plan so reckless and final that it seemed almost insane. It had been decided in a drunken jest between the emperor and himself, along with their advisors. But now the emperor was absent, and the other high officials he gave a self-mocking chuckle had surely fled to other countries as well. Thinking of his own family and children, he gritted his teeth and handed the paper and the safe in his hands to the fake emperor. Since that is the case, he said, the fate of the nation now rests with you. The code is on the paper. How you proceed is your decision. With that, he pried the fake emperor's hand open and waved his two bodyguards to flee amidst the chaos. He had hidden a helicopter on the rooftop of the adjacent building and had already applied for political asylum in a small country. There was still time. A cold mechanical beep sounded. Beep. National fortune settlement, China wins this round. The fake emperor stared blankly at the safe and note in his hands. Now, he frantically searched for any support, but all around him was the chaotic cacophony of wails, fleeing crowds, and trampling a veritable hell on earth. Raised in luxury since childhood, his mind was utterly empty. He didn't even know what to do now, only helplessly crumpling the paper in his hands. In a daze, he opened the safe as instructed and reached for the red button inside. A wave of intense unease washed over Lin Xuan. His gaze instinctively turned toward the land of cherry blossoms, where he saw the emperor pressing the button. He didn't know what the button meant, but a sudden, overwhelming sense of impending doom washed over him from all directions. He quickly tapped Xingtian, who was treating Xiaotian's wounds. True lord, Sakura country is plotting something. Please. Xingtian's hands never stopped moving, but his ears twitched. He nodded in acknowledgement. They've deployed thousands of airborne weapons across all surrounding regions. Before Lin Xuan could grasp the meaning of airborne weapons, Xingtian formed a seal with his right hand, pointed it toward the vertical eye between his brows, and looked up into the sky. In an instant, countless beams of golden light shot into the sky and vanished. Those are missiles. True lord. Don't touch them, they'll explode on contact. Lin Xuan finally grasped the danger, breaking out in a cold sweat as he urgently warned. Xingtian, his healing spell still active, responded to Lin Xuan, rest assured. My heaven's punishment eye has forced their weapons and missiles back to their launch sites. They will detonate there. Lin Xuan nodded in agreement, watching as Xiaotian's severed leg slowly regenerated. He stood with hands at his sides, giving General Zhang a thumbs up. Meanwhile, General Zhang received an urgent military observation report. All missiles from Japan's 3 major military bases had been launched, targeting all surrounding regions including China. He had just ordered the full activation of the missile interception system when the voice on the other end of the line informed him that all missiles heading toward China had been redirected back to their launch bases in Sakura Nation. Returned to their launch bases? General Jiang frowned, gripping the receiver tightly. It meant they were flying back along the exact same trajectory they had taken to get here. The missiles were heading straight for us, flying backward. The Chinese liaison, sounding as if he'd seen a ghost, struggled to explain this surreal scene to the general. According to the final footage from our tracking drone, the first missile retreated directly into its launchpad's reverse propulsion system before detonating. General Zhang's gaze swept over Lin Xuan's surreptitiously raised thumb, and it clicked. He couldn't suppress the smile spreading across his face as he spoke into the phone. Ha! Excellent! We can save on our surface-to-air systems. Our nation is truly blessed by divine protection. The on-site audience remained oblivious to what had transpired, but the global livestream was erupting in chaos. Koreai, not Korean, strongly condemned Japan's suicidal tactics. I didn't care about this China-Japan conflict before, but Japan is harming innocents. Massive civilian areas in our country are under missile attack, with countless casualties. Demand UN sanctions against Japan. All power to ULA, how dare they use such despicable tactics as missiles to drag us down with them. Once their divine punishment ends, our nation will send troops to level this place, leaving not a blade of grass standing. Cute mushroom-picking girl, I've always said this filthy race deserves annihilation. Even I, a radical, find this too lenient. Make the beautiful nation great again. As the world's guardian of peace, our nation must indeed step forward. We cannot let the cherry blossom nation succeed in its strategy of mutual destruction. It's time for a bloody crackdown. Other small nations should not follow their example. Any nation needing assistance from the beautiful nation in border defense may contact us. It is our duty to aid the world's weaker nations. General Jiang concluded his missile briefing to the Prime Minister in the capital. With a smile, he reviewed all the passionate comments flooding the live stream before listening to the International Intelligence Bureau's report. Without haste, he picked up the microphone and explained to everyone present in the live stream audience how the divine youth of China had saved countless lives with a single wave of his hand. Cheers erupted instantly both on site and online, propelling Yang Jian's faith value to its peak. Yang Jian, who had originally needed more time to heal Xiao Tianxuan's leg injury, suddenly felt divine power surging within him. His healing abilities intensified several-fold, completely restoring the dog's wounds in an instant. Watching the slender white hound instantly leap to its feet and wag its tail at him, Yang Jian looked down at his own palm. Unbeknownst to him, his own form was slowly elongating, gradually transforming from the youth Yang Jian into an adult. Chapter 41, Victory Once More. Representative of Huaxia, please receive your personal reward. Lin Xuan looked up at the sky as a glowing orb slowly descended before him. Suppressing his excitement, he reached out to catch it. A notification flashed in his mind, reward, 10 years added to lifespan. Lin Xuan frowned at this reward, puzzled. After all, defeating a nation had earned him the primordial purple chi last time. That was a world of difference compared to just 10 extra years of life. Behind him, Yang Jian, now restored to his adult form, stroked the dog's head and chuckled softly. Not satisfied with the reward? Before Lin Xuan could respond, another voice echoed in his mind, want another strand of primordial purple chi? Lin Xuan turned to face him. Last time your reward was also 10 years of life, but it was modified to grant a strand of primordial purple chi. Very well. The crucial information was blocked again, but Lin Xuan already understood the previous reward had been altered by a higher level deity. If I'm not mistaken, from now on, whenever you win, your personal rewards will all be these useless trinkets. Yang Jian eyed the glowing orb in his hand with disdain. Lin Xuan pondered briefly and understood. Exactly. He already possessed primordial purple chi and cultivation techniques. Extending his life by 10 years was frankly laughable. It was like telling a billionaire, here, this is your reward $10. Take it. As if telling a billionaire, here, this is your reward $10. Take it. Ugh. At this realization, Lin Xuan's eyes widened. He flipped his palm and turned to face Yang Jian. True Lord, may I then take this reward? Yang Jian, cradling the heavenly hound, encouraged him. I've never possessed the primordial purple chi either. If you want to try something, just go for it. Worst case, you fail. Anyway, this thing isn't much use. Might as well give it a shot for fun. His words instantly dispelled Lin Xuan's worries. Staring at the glowing orb in his hand, he channeled his Hongmeng purple chi into it through sheer willpower. Moments later, the primordial purple chi emerged again, returning to Lin Xuan's body. Instantly, Lin Xuan felt as if he had grasped some profound mystery. Closing his eyes, he let the primordial purple chi flow freely through his body, allowing his consciousness to follow its lead. With each cycle of circulation, tiny spheres of light began forming one after another within the acupoints throughout his body, identical to the reward orb. These spheres gradually floated out of his body, instantly enveloping him into a luminous being. Yang Jian raised an eyebrow in surprise, indeed, one chosen by the Tao. He has something special. When Lin Xuan felt he had reached his limit, he opened his eyes.
Countless spheres of light, encircling his entire body, flew off in all directions as he willed them. He only managed to control one sphere, directing it precisely into General Jiang's body.
The arena fell completely silent.
Those struck by the spheres bent down to examine their bodies for any abnormalities, while those untouched looked curiously at their neighbors. On the podium, several soldiers and security personnel rushed forward to check on the general's condition. The general glanced at Lin Xuan's smiling face, waved his hand at the others, and dismissed them. Surely that kid Lin Xuan had some strange trick up his sleeve again, but it definitely wasn't anything bad. He glanced down at his chest, no abnormalities. His body showed no other reactions. He looked back at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan opened his mouth wide, forming the words silently, extend lifespan. But the general clearly didn't speak the language and didn't quite understand. Yang Jian couldn't help but laugh at the sight of him looking like a clown. He's supposed to be someone recognized by the heavenly Tao, doesn't he even know telepathic communication? Come here. He beckoned Lin Xuan closer with a wave, then gently pressed his index and middle fingers against the youth's forehead. Lin Xuan felt a sudden dizziness in his brain. Shaking his head, a jade slip appeared in his mind. This is the simplest spell. Learn it well. Do I really have to rely on you mortals to save me? How accurate is that prediction anyway? He gave a soft click of his tongue, motioning for Lin Xuan to try. Lin Xuan closed his eyes, his consciousness entering the jade slip to locate the sound transmission technique. When he opened his eyes, he immediately fixed his gaze on General Jiang and transmitted his voice directly to him. The reward I just transferred to you was a personal bonus for extending lifespan. I used a little method to duplicate the reward, a small experiment. Fortunately, it succeeded. General Jiang had been conversing with other leaders nearby, assuring them the light sphere posed no threat. Suddenly, Lin Xuan's voice echoed in his mind. General Jiang abruptly pushed away the podium and sprang to his feet. Everyone froze, halting their discussions. The only sound left was the sharp tearing of chairs scraping across the carpet. General Jiang stared at Lin Xuan with eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Lin Xuan nodded at him, then pointed to his head and burst into laughter. General Jiang glanced around. Everyone stared at him with puzzled expressions. Indeed, only he had heard Lin Xuan's voice promising an additional 10 years of life. For a moment, he didn't know whether to be shocked that Lin Xuan could replicate a personal reward that extended lifespan and then distribute it wildly, or to be shocked that his own lifespan had actually increased, or to be shocked that Lin Xuan had somehow mastered the immortal art of telepathy. Old Jiang, your hair seems to have turned black again. I remember it was almost entirely white before. How come it suddenly has so much dark hair now? If you put it that way, how come all those age spots on your face are gone? Hey, Oldly, you were chosen by that light orb too. How come you look younger now? What the heck was that orb? Don't tell me it's some kind of elixir of youth. You know what? I really do feel like my body has rejuvenated a bit, like I'm back in my early 40s. My aching back and sore legs are gone, and even my presbyopia has vanished. So extending life by 10 years means reverting your body to 10 years ago, granting an extra decade of life? Precise as ever. General Jiang smiled. As for the other light orbs, they randomly entered the bodies of audience members present or flew to other people in Donggao province. In the ICU of a top hospital in Donggao province, a large family gathered around a frail elderly man, waiting for the final medical instructions to be read before disconnecting the life support. Suddenly, a sphere of light passed through the wall, flew into the old man's chest, and vanished. Before the gathered crowd, doctors, or lawyers could react, all the monitoring equipment began to alarm. Doctor, what's happening? Is my father gone? Doctor, save him. Please. The eldest son wailed, clutching the bedside. The other children looked on with disdain, dismissing his performance as a dutiful son and virtuous grandson. Doctors and nurses scrambled to check the monitors before examining the old man's condition. A miracle. Old Master Yang's vital signs were miraculously stabilizing. Judging by the current readings, his heart and lungs appear largely unaffected. We'll conduct further examinations. If everything checks out, he might be discharged in a few days. Look, Old Master Yang has opened his eyes. Left alone by the bedside, the eldest son stared at the scene in disbelief. This round of the National Fortune Divine War, China secured 3 victories and 1 draw triumph. Please receive your National Fortune rewards. A dragon's roar echoed as the dragon head of China soared skyward, lunging to bite down on the national fortune tree of the Cherry Blossom Nation. With a vigorous shake of its head, it uprooted the tree entirely and swallowed it whole. The pillar of national fortune behind it surged by 15 units. No wonder the land of cherry blossoms simply couldn't compare to China. Stripped of all its fortune by China, earthquakes erupted across Sakura Nation. Without national fortune to suppress them, this tiny nation perched on a seismic belt was instantly torn apart by countless tremors, large and small. Compounded by the cumulative punishment from the 2 previous divine wars, torrential rains, typhoons, and ocean pollution all descended upon this tiny island nation. Countless citizens were displaced, some even facing imminent peril. Watching the desperate scenes flash across the large screen, the paralyzed pseudo-emperor struggled to climb onto the podium and cried out to the heavens. Please help us.
We're willing to become your vassal state forever. Whether it's China or Korea, please save those innocent cherry blossom people. They're innocent. China and Korea were the closest neighbors to Sakura Nation. Theoretically, if relations were amicable, assistance might be possible. But he had likely forgotten that the missile button he'd mindlessly pressed had already destroyed the last shred of goodwill from neighboring nations. China, protected by Xingtian, remained unscathed. But the other neighboring nations suffered profoundly. To expect anyone to come to their aid now is laughable. Korea would never send aid, even if it meant their own deaths. Their military is currently rescuing people and rebuilding areas devastated by the missiles. The only reason they haven't sent troops to stomp on Japan is because they're watching its hellish situation unfold. Yet some on the podium were itching for action. After all, China's missiles had been intercepted, causing no tangible damage. We can limit our rescue efforts to nearby survivors. If any manage to reach Chinese territory alive, we'll assist them. No need to risk our lives in their dangerous territory. Once rescued, send them to remote border regions to farm the land. Generations of servitude would be fitting. The cherry blossom nation harbors wolfish ambitions. The slightest spark could reignite its ashes. This inferior race is rotten to the core beyond redemption. General Jiang remained motionless, his gaze fixed on the large screen. The devastation of Sakura Nation contrasted sharply with the clear skies, green trees, and crimson flowers of Dongdao province, bathed in a sky as blue as washed silk. He glanced at his phone again. No messages. The final decision of the nation's leaders was already clear. He smiled in agreement. To put it simply, back when they discharged nuclear wastewater, his hometown was right nearby. To put it more broadly, consider all the past bullying and humiliation inflicted upon China, the wanton slaughter of ordinary people. To this day, they refuse to acknowledge their past crimes, and their national education system instills no sense of guilt or shame whatsoever. Such a worthless piece of trash, it wasn't worth sacrificing a single human life to save. General Jiang tapped the table in good spirits, turning his gaze toward Lin Xuan. This was the one who truly deserved comprehensive protection. His thoughts drifted back to the 10 researchers and over 50 soldiers killed in the surprise attack by the land of cherry blossoms. He began formulating a secure evacuation plan for later. After all, everyone had witnessed Lin Xuan's capabilities. With Sakura now effectively destroyed, the other anti-China nations would undoubtedly fixate on him, viewing him as a thorn in their side. He even wondered if forces outside the arena might. The general narrowed his eyes, picked up the phone, and dialed a number. Chapter 42, The Three-Person Looting Squad. To ensure Lin Xuan's safety, General Jiang arranged 10 escort teams, planning to return to the Zhurong Palace via various different routes. He then assigned Lin Xuan to travel with the 11th escort team, outfitting him with top-tier tracking and protective gear. Not necessary, General. Today the true lord imparted some. Lin Xuan looked at him, tapped his temple lightly with his index finger, and smiled at General Jiang. If they don't come looking for me, I'm too busy to bother with them. But if someone wants to come looking for trouble, I can spare the time to oblige. Lin Xuan gave the general a knowing glance. His palm flipped upward, and a swirling mass of spiritual energy surged in his hand, shifting from a bullet to a weapon, even morphing into Lin Xuan's own likeness. Lin Xuan abruptly clenched his fist, crushing the swirling energy. He looked up with a smile. Rest assured, General. Additionally, I need an open space. It would be best to arrange for more cultural relic researchers. The earthquakes in Sakura country are growing increasingly severe. I must retrieve what belongs to us. How exactly? General Jiang frowned, clearly disapproving. That's far too dangerous. I must consult the Prime Minister. He understood that Sakura Nation had plundered countless treasures from China throughout history, and the value of these artifacts was incalculable. But Lin Xuan's importance to China was equally immeasurable. He could not be lost. Crucially, the Prime Minister had just ordered Lin Xuan's security level elevated to match his own. Yet now he was sending Lin Xuan to excavate treasures in the Heaven's Punishment Zone? The general shook his head. Some things were perhaps destined to be lost to China. If possible, it was rumored that there were genuine works by Wang Shiji and Huang Tingjian's wild cursive script. Even General Jiang, an ardent calligraphy enthusiast, could only reluctantly abandon them. Lin Xuan smiled mysteriously, fixing General Jiang with a meaningful stare. I, Li Xin, and you will go together. Those 10 teams of fake bodyguards won't be needed either. No point in unnecessary casualties. In my current state, while I may not be a red-tier deity, mortal weapons can no longer harm me so easily. With that, he led the general and Li Xin to the venue's staff locker room, while the other guards remained stationed outside. Lin Xuan casually traced a circle on the floor with his index finger. The tiles within the circle instantly became exceptionally clean. He crossed his legs and sat down first, beckoning the other two to join him. Li Xin, having previously received spiritual initiation, readily followed suit and crossed his legs to the left of Lin Xuan. The general observed this, then removed his military coat laden with medals. He carefully hung it on a nearby rack, straightening several slightly askew decorations before taking off his shoes. He crossed his legs and sat down to Lin Xuan's right. He exhaled deeply. Let's begin. Lin Xuan nodded, first turning to Li Xin. He placed his left index and middle fingers upon the young man's forehead. The second Lord Xingtian has passed down the foundational practice, the Jade Void method. You shall cultivate this daily. Once your foundation is solid, you will advance to the higher level Jade Void Immortal Arts and the 8-9 Mystic Arts. Under Li Xin's eager and expectant gaze, Lin Xuan swiftly imprinted the techniques upon him, instructing him to study and comprehend them independently. He then turned his attention to General Zhang. As for you, General, I must first open your meridians. Since you've previously benefited from physical enhancement and lifespan extension, the sensation will be much more pronounced. Therefore, you must remember the pathways of internal circulation. After the general nodded, Lin Xuan placed his hand atop Zhang's head, channeling primordial purple qi into his crown. After a long while, Lin Xuan withdrew his hand, and General Zhang slowly opened his eyes. He looked down at his body, turned his palms, clenched and unclenched his fists, feeling the difference within. Lin Xuan explained earnestly, I circulated the primordial purple qi through your body once, treating all other latent injuries within you. I also cultivated a thread of innate true qi to remain in your body. What you must do now is refine this thread of qi, allowing it to circulate within you through sustained cultivation. Later, you will also practice the foundational technique, the Jade Void method. I have imparted that to you as well. Now you understand why I said there's no need to worry about my safety. Feeling the qi surge through his body, the general clenched his fist and slammed it into the wall beside him. A piercing whistling sound was followed by a massive explosion, causing the entire room to tremble. Guards outside the door immediately rushed in, ready for battle. General Zhang emerged from the cloud of dust, laughing heartily. It's fine. We're all safe. The security chief, submachine gun in hand, scanned the wall beside him with piercing eyes. A whole half a meter in diameter gaped there. You call this nothing? It's blown right through to the women's changing room next door. You'd need several bombs to do that. General Zhang brushed the dust off his clothes, then patted the security chief on the arm. Let's go. Since everything's taken care of. Hey, where did you say we were headed next? Hurry up. If we delay any longer, the paintings and calligraphy will be ruined by the water. Now you're worried? Who was the one shaking his head and refusing earlier? Lin Xuan chuckled and shook his head, then hurried to catch up with General Zhang. Little did anyone know then that this was the embryonic form of the Chinese collection unit that would later strike fear into the hearts of other nations. After the three exited the changing room, they briefly reported to the Prime Minister by phone and requested authorization. With authorization secured, they commandeered the largest warship in Dongdao province and steered it toward the waters closest to Sakura Nation. Ahead, the scene resembled the apocalypse, dark clouds gathered thickly, waves crashed skyward, and the deafening roar of thunder and howling waves filled the air. Yet just dozens of meters away, the waters of Huaxia were calm and serene. Under a clear blue sky, sunlight danced upon the crystal-clear surface, radiating pure transparency. Experiencing this earth-shattering spectacle up close deepened everyone's reverence for heaven's punishment. Had China lost today's match, it would be the millions of Chinese citizens behind them who would face this apocalyptic storm. All eyes turned involuntarily to Lin Xuan, standing at the bow facing the sea breeze. Thankfully, he was here. Lin Xuan turned, squinting as he asked, It's a bit sunny. Does anyone have sunglasses or a sun umbrella? An old man like me can't handle the sun. General Zhang pulled a pair of sunglasses from his pocket and handed them over. Who else would I be talking to but an old man like me? Lin Xuan didn't argue. With his usual good-natured smile, he took them, put them on, and continued gazing ahead. After a while, he gathered everyone to discuss the plan. Everyone except those essential for navigation should come to the deck. We'll form a transport team to receive the supplies we'll bring over shortly. Despite the earthquake and tsunami in Sakura country, their mostly single-story houses built at higher elevations meant the situation was better than I'd imagined. The three of us could go together. The general's guards tried to stop us in various ways, to no avail. Only after Lin Xuan gave his assurance that he would bring the general back safe and sound did they reluctantly concede. Lin Xuan took one by each hand, and the three of them stepped into the air, entering the storm zone. Time was of the essence. If we didn't go now, the antiquities would be destroyed. Along the way, he briefly taught them low-altitude levitation, protective shields, and telepathic communication techniques, ensuring they could defend themselves and communicate remotely. He dropped the other two off at the location of the Cherry Blossom Museum, where they each went in to search for treasures. He himself sensed the locations of spiritual energy bursts, gathering all manner of lost treasures imbued with divine power. With the gods descending to the mortal realm, many ancient legends and myths had gained a sense of authenticity. The artifacts featured in those tales had, to varying degrees, absorbed traces of divine essence. Most were stored in Sakura Nation's special artifact containment facilities, their precise locations previously unknown to Huaxia. But the sudden, unforeseen divine punishment earthquake had left these items unsecured, some exposed, others buried deep, unable to be properly contained. This presented Lin Xuan with an opportunity. Lin Xuan, come quickly. Here lies the sutra on the Bodhisattva's residence in the womb and the 1,000-character classic in Zhiyong's true cursive script. Before long, the general's excited voice echoed through the telepathic link. But the two hadn't mastered the art of telepathic communication precisely. Unable to control the range, their private transmission turned into a three-person voice chat. Li Xin heard this and asked, "What is it? Is it valuable?" The Sutra of the Bodhisattva in the Womb is the oldest extant ink on paper manuscript, a Japanese national treasure. I specifically had Lin Xuan place me here after learning it was hidden in this location. Thankfully, its layers of protection kept it intact. General Jiang rarely spoke so much, he was clearly quite excited. And to think there's also the 1,000-character classic in Zhiyang's true and cursive scripts, this is like striking gold. Did you know? It was written by Zen Master Zhiyang, a calligrapher of the Sui dynasty and the 7th-generation descendant of Wang Shiji. Li Xin couldn't see General Jiang's side of the conversation. Scratching his head helplessly, he replied, "Oh, so scrolls and such are important, huh? But I've got porcelain and stuff here, no scrolls. What about this huge floor vase? The painted design looks blue, is it blue and white porcelain? Is it expensive?" He stood in the museum's northwest corner, propping up a tottering pillar, and asked the other two about the large vase in the center. Turning, he spotted a bowl nearby. There's also a small bowl, looks like it's covered in layers of protective coating. Must be valuable. Let's take one for now. This looks Japanese. Should we take it too? Nah, if it's nice, we'll take it. Nobody's going to claim it anyway. If Japanese cultural relic appraisers were here, they'd spit blood. What do you mean no one wants it? That's the imperial seal of Japan, the earliest national treasure of their cherry blossom country. When it came to combat skills and secrecy, Li Xin was among the best in the nation. But when it comes to antique appraisal? Not only does he fall short of professional masters like Lin Xuan, even General Jiang with his calligraphy hobby outshines him. It made perfect sense all his time and energy were poured into honing his combat skills. As Lin Xuan hurried off to General Jiang's place to retrieve the treasure, he listened to Li Xian's barrage of questions. Grab. Whatever's most heavily guarded, take it. Pack everything, big or small, together. I'll come pick it up. Meanwhile, the warship bustled with activity. Several hastily summoned antiquities researchers roughly assessed the artifact's value before arranging subsequent packing and precautions. Every few minutes, Lin Xuan returned with another pile, carefully handing them over to the receiving crew members. Holy crap, Huaxia, you won't believe this. That white-bearded professor just said the little wine cup I was holding is worth hundreds of millions. My hands were shaking like crazy holding it. I just carried several bowls over from Lin Xuan. One expert looked at them and stopped breathing, almost choked himself. He said one was some kind of transforming heavenly bowl, one of only 3 in the world, a priceless treasure. My life is complete. Today I handled billions worth of stuff, things most people never even get to see. Ha! And I even touched Lin Xuan's hand, that means way more than all your stuff. He's my idol now. Don't laugh so loudly, be careful. Slow down, watch your hands. Handle with care. Put the porcelain with Professor Lu, the calligraphy and paintings with me, and the metal objects with Professor Chai. Don't mix them up. Good heavens, take one piece at a time. Don't carry it by the ears, hold it close to your chest, supporting the base. The researchers had never seen so many top-tier treasures in their lives. They controlled their emotions while managing the overall situation and assigning tasks. Chapter 43, The Immortal Cultivation Task Force. After a day and night of frantic salvage efforts, the team was finally halted by Lin Xuan as the earthquake intensified, recoveries dwindled, and the operation dragged on. Upon learning that the pile of porcelain bowls and plates he'd carried back was worth over 100 million, Li Xian patted his chest and declared he could easily dig up another 100 million worth. Lin Xuan countered that the crucial artifacts had already been retrieved, and with the impending intensification of the heavenly punishment, Li Xian's frail physique might not withstand the ordeal. If he really insisted on going, he should learn long-distance flight and go by himself. This instantly silenced Li Xian. This is precisely why Li Xian later became the most diligent member of the entire cultivation team, boasting the highest spiritual power and combat prowess. He'd truly suffered the consequences of insufficient cultivation, all those treasures left behind on the island, discarded without a second thought. It wasn't that he was particularly fond of money, but the experts had said many of those items were treasures of China, stolen by the shameless traders of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Naturally, every effort must be made to reclaim them. Had he possessed this combat prowess back then, he would have swept the Cherry Blossom Nation 3 times over with a sled, gathering every fragment for the experts to examine. But that's a story for another time. In the end, Lin Xuan took Li Xian straight back to the ancestral Dragon Hall, leaving General Jiang to handle the remaining tasks. Before departing, the general patted Lin Xuan's shoulder, hesitating as if he had something to say. Lin Xuan caught on immediately. He smiled, then grew serious. Please ensure the premier is informed of today's events. Whether it was saving Elder Lu or aiding your cultivation with Li Xian, I believe these were profoundly worthwhile endeavors. The more I experience alongside you, the stronger my sense of duty becomes to protect this land and you, its most admirable people.
Moreover, the more one cultivates, the more vast and pure their faith energy becomes.
You've witnessed firsthand the power of faith for the divine.
General Jian lowered his gaze in thought, while Lin Xuan escorted Li Xian back to rest. Lin Xuan rested for 3 full days, organizing various information without even stepping outside the main gate. Old Master Zhou visited him twice to exchange some data. Lin Xuan casually restored Zhou Lao's missing arm and treated an old ailment within his body. An elderly professor who poured his heart and soul into serving the nation, stepping forward in times of crisis to shoulder such immense pressure, this was no ordinary feat for a scholar. Lin Xuan was more than willing to help, using his abilities to alleviate physical pain and enable Professor Zhou to fulfill his research aspirations.
In fact, he had even glimpsed a reflection of his former self in Professor Zhou.
The remaining task was to spend a few days organizing the cultivation jade slip Yang Jian had given him. This small jade tablet held wonders beyond measure. It contained not only Yang Jian's 8-9 mystic arts and the cultivation techniques of the Xingtian sect, but also methods from the Jia sect, solitary immortals, demon clans, and even the Western sect, the precursor to Buddhism. As Lin Xuan organized the tablets these days, he pondered what events had unfolded in the upper realm to bring about such a grand convergence of previously hostile factions. How had they merged all their cultivation methods into this single jade tablet, passing them down entirely? Combining this with what Fuxi and Niwa had previously revealed, he ventured a bold hypothesis. A war among the gods was raging in the heavens. The deities of the land of cherry blossoms had once been allies with the gods of our Huaxia, but through betrayal or some other means, they had secretly retreated back to the mortal realm. Now, they desire mortals to cultivate. Perhaps the goal is to gather more faith energy, making them more powerful? Lin Xuan drew a question mark over the word purpose. Fortunately, blessed with extraordinary memory, he recorded every similar statement made by the deities upon his return. The information is still too sparse, and there are things that can directly prevent deities from speaking. He frowned. Just then, the phone on his desk suddenly rang, startling him. It seemed this phone hadn't rung since he moved in. He'd always used his cell phone and hadn't paid attention to it, treating it more like an antique ornament. His phone, on the other hand, was constantly buzzing with calls from various invitations and messages from people trying to build connections with him. Sometimes he felt like he'd truly returned to his previous life. He had no idea where these people had gotten his number, so he rarely responded. After staring at the ringing landline for a moment, Lin Xuan picked up the receiver. This is Zhang Guoxing.
General Jiang, hello. What can I do for you? You've really been sitting tight, haven't you? 3 days now. How's the rest going? Ready to get out? Fancy a walk with me?
General, please don't misunderstand. I haven't left the house in 3 days, but I've been busy with work.
Surely you're aware of that. Ha, alright. You're as smooth as an old hand. Get ready. I'll pick you up shortly.
Lin Xuan agreed immediately, needing no explanation of the destination. He had a pretty good idea. Sure enough, they hauled him straight onto a helicopter and airlifted him to the National Transport Conference Room in the capital. As soon as Lin Xuan entered, he saw over a dozen people seated in the conference room. The Prime Minister occupied the central position, with 5 stacks of documents of varying thicknesses spread across the table.
He was currently reviewing one of them.
Young Mr. Lin has arrived.
Please take a seat. I won't beat around the bush. This is our second meeting.
If you occasionally watch the news broadcast, you should recognize me. I'm the Prime Minister of Huaxia. Lin Xuan nodded and followed the Prime Minister's gesture, taking the empty seat to his right.
Today's meeting is specifically convened for you.
The agenda concerns the concrete plan for opening up cultivation practices. The individuals you previously treated, Lu Nong agricultural expert, Zhang Guoxing general, and Zhou Huayong head of the Zhurong Hall, have all undergone comprehensive physical examinations.
I just reviewed their reports.
The premier tapped the folder to his right and met Lin Xuan's gaze. As Zhang Guoxing mentioned, you can enable everyone to practice divine arts, and this is what the deities desire.
Lin Xuan nodded and replied candidly, yes. Cultivation improves one's physical condition.
If practitioners also worship the deities of Huaxia, it enhances the deity's power derived from faith. In other words, the more people cultivate and the more sincerely they worship the deities, the stronger our Chinese deities become.
Though everyone present had reviewed the materials beforehand, hearing Lin Xuan's resolute words, they couldn't help but glance at the others around them.
The Prime Minister smiled warmly upon hearing this.
Excellent.
Let me introduce the future leaders of each department.
Should any questions arise, consult the relevant personnel. If an issue remains unresolved, come directly to me. The Prime Minister then had everyone introduce themselves.
They rose one by one, stating their names and roles.
Biology expert, Cui Xiaobing. Medical expert, Fu Yun.
Member of the Military Commission's Science and Technology Committee, Zhao Jian.
Minister of Publicity for Huaxia, He Jun. Minister of Intelligence, Chang Pingji.
Don't worry if you can't remember them all, they'll come looking for you when needed, and you'll gradually learn their names. The premier smiled at Lin Xuan's gradually bewildered expression.
All right. My part is done. You two discuss it now. I'll just listen in. The Prime Minister glanced at General Jiang and Lin Xuan, spreading his hands with a smile. General Jiang pondered for a moment before asking, "Must you personally initiate everyone's cultivation? Is it impossible for anyone no matter how gifted to successfully cultivate from scratch after obtaining a cultivation technique?" All eyes turned to Lin Xuan. This question was crucial as it determined whether cultivation techniques risked being leaked and even influenced their promotional strategies. Currently, it's impossible. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air is too low to form true qi through natural absorption. Without true qi, cultivation is impossible. Only by infusing a thread of true qi into their bodies can I initiate their cultivation. It's like this light tube. Even if you buy all the equipment and understand how it works, it won't light up if there's no electricity in your home. Lin Xuan pointed specifically to the overhead lamp to reassure everyone. I don't know how many people can be activated in a day yet, we'll need to test it in practice. Lin Xuan anticipated the general's next question and addressed it directly. General Jiang blinked, then scribbled a few words in his notebook. After a series of detailed inquiries and multi-dimensional deliberations, the final operational plan was set. First, select 100 elite combatants confirmed loyalists with deep faith in the divine to assist Lin Xuan in conducting the initiation capacity test. The project team would then begin accepting initiation applications, prioritizing candidates based on their contribution to Huaxia. Nationality was not a factor. After application, candidates would undergo comprehensive evaluation by an expert committee to determine whether to grant cultivation abilities or limit the blessing to healing effects. This measure was also implemented to prevent individuals lacking integrity or of questionable character from becoming cultivators. Such an enticing opportunity. No promotion needed as long as information isn't blocked, the number of applicants would be immeasurable. What do the powerful and influential fear most? Longevity. Even without granting them the path to cultivation, the mere promise of healing effects would be enough to draw them in droves. And what lengths they would go to for survival? We shall see. Whether they are expert professors, military warriors, or other contributors of great merit to China, once granted the cultivation of true qi, they must submit to China's oversight. Soldiers participating in the cultivation program automatically become members of the National Destiny Project Team. General Jiang will establish a dedicated cultivation enforcement department to manage them separately. Any issues arising from cultivators would subsequently be handled by this department. The intense debate raged on throughout the entire day, finally drawing to a close at midnight. The sheer magnitude of this initiative and its intricate details made the discussion unavoidably lengthy. Even after the meeting concluded, the professors, experts, and responsible officials still felt something was missing. They lingered, reluctant to adjourn, convinced there was more to add. It wasn't until the Prime Minister clapped his hands, "Let's call it a day. The remaining points are minor details we can address through ongoing communication. Lin Xuan, here are the multi-dimensional analysis reports compiled by everyone. You may take them back for review. If possible, begin implementation promptly. Though your presence has deterred other nations, several major powers remain embroiled in conflicts with others. We must remain vigilant." Chapter 44, Mass-Producing Immortal Warriors. Early the next morning, Lin Xuan accompanied General Jiang to a secret training base on the outskirts. It was clearly a recently cleared-out abandoned steel mill, littered with rusted steel rings and dust-covered machinery. An unusually tall and muscular supervisor stood atop several scrap metal pieces, stopwatch in hand, watching other warriors lap around the vast, abandoned workshop. He blew his whistle and barked orders intermittently. Before Lin Xuan and his group could approach, squad leader Yulei heard the approaching footsteps and whipped his head around, eyeing them warily. His eyes lit up the moment he recognized General Jiang and Lin Xuan, and he immediately put on a flattering smile. "General, Lin, I've been waiting for you. Shall we conduct an inspection?" "We're just doing a simple 10-kilometer warm-up." Captain Yulei was brimming with enthusiasm. General Jiang laughed and called him out. "Cut the nonsense, kid. Get them lined up immediately. You kept asking why I wanted you to pick 100 elite recruits? You'll find out soon enough." Yulei scratched the back of his head with a sheepish grin. "I heard high schoolers love all that honor and prestige stuff, so I wanted to make a good impression on little Lin." General Jiang wasted no words, he kicked him right in the shins. Glancing at Lin Xuan, who showed no sign of caring, he glared at Yulei. Yulei sidestepped, grabbed the whistle hanging around his neck, blew it twice, and ordered everyone to form ranks and at ease. He kept his composure outwardly, but once turned away, he couldn't help but swallow hard. He was genuinely nervous. He'd seen Lin Xuan on TV, a national hero who remained unflappable in crises, saving the country from peril. Despite his young age, he was truly Yulei's idol. To see his idol and still manage to switch gears so quickly, even cracking a little joke, excellent. A huge success. Besides, the fact that Lin Xuan had come to their elite brigade, he swore by his soldier's instincts, meant something big was definitely happening. Suppressing his excitement, he stood in the front row of the formation, part of the 101-man squadron. Reporting, General, elite squadron strength is 101 present, 101 accounted for. Report complete. Awaiting your orders.
A deep, resonant bass voice, tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor, echoed throughout the abandoned workshop. The general surveyed the soldiers before him, then turned to Lin Xuan and asked, "What do you think of this batch of warriors?" The sheer pride in his tone was almost tangible, making Lin Xuan chuckle uncontrollably. So he'd slipped in some personal favorites after all, likely hand-picked from his own men. Lin Xuan scanned the young faces in formation and nodded.
Excellent. Absolutely excellent.
He scanned his surroundings, pointing toward a glass-walled room in the corner.
What's that room for? Could you clear it out for me?
Yulei shot forward to answer, "Of course.
Expert Shaolin needs a quiet room, right?"
Ma Wei, Jiang Zil, Xingtian stepped forward.
10 minutes to clear that room out. Ensure Expert Lin has a proper working environment.
Lin Xuan smiled and shook his head, "No need. Just clear a clean patch of floor for us.
We'll be sitting on the ground. Did you hear that? Hurry up."
The three quickly gathered their things, and Lin Xuan began his first day of authorized cultivation work. He instructed Yulei to assign a soldier to accompany him inside. The small room had only 2 grimy glass windows, making it impossible to see inside from outside. After the first soldier entered, Yulei paced nervously outside.
"General, what's going on here? Tell me first."
"My men are already inside, and there's been no movement for ages. They're my brothers." General Jiang merely smiled mysteriously, refusing to speak. After over 10 minutes, the first soldier emerged, staring straight ahead.
His entire demeanor was vacant, his eyes glazed over, and his limbs seemed uncoordinated. This sight terrified Yulei.
Forgetting everything else, Yulei rushed over to check on him, demanding to know what had happened and what had transpired inside. As Yulei approached to check him, he instinctively dodged Yulei's touch. His reflexes were so sharp that Yulei hadn't even registered the movement before the soldier had already evaded his touch.
"What the hell is wrong with you? What happened in there?"
Yulei demanded in a low, gritted teeth voice.
"You have to tell me if there's a problem." A young student who suddenly rose to prominence, favored by the gods, helped the nation win the national fortune competition. What more could he want?
But he demanded 100 elite special forces soldiers from the National Dragon Group, top-tier elites, with unwavering faith, peak physical condition, and boundless energy. They also had to pass rigorous screening through multiple intelligence and information courses. Originally, they thought he was recruiting apprentices, or at least bodyguards, and he'd even given priority to the other brothers. But seeing Ma Wei emerge like this, he couldn't help but wonder.
Could it be that Lin Xuan intended to take them one by one into a room to absorb their spiritual energy? Otherwise, why would he come out with his eyes bulging like that? Just as Yulei was about to intervene, Ma Wei finally snapped back to reality. Rubbing his nose, he turned to the general. Reporting to the general, "May we discuss this with the squad leader?" Yulei's eyes widened in shock. "What's going on? I handpicked you all for this unit. I'm the one in charge here. You can't tell me?"
The general shook his head with a smile. "Only those who've been inside can communicate with each other. Those who haven't been inside aren't allowed to tell them. After all, not everyone gets the chance." He fixed Ma Wei with a meaningful stare, then surveyed the entire formation, speaking deliberately. "All of you have passed the political screening and physical examinations.
Lin Xuan is your final test.
Any ill intentions or issues, trust that his divine methods will uncover them.
Those who pass Lin Xuan's inspection may return to their quarters.
Only those who pass may converse with one another.
You know how to discern."
With a wave of his hand, Ma Wei, his face aglow with excitement, gave everyone a thumbs-up gesture before darting off in a flash. Under Yulei's silent gaze, the others entered their rooms one by one, each looking alert and determined, only to emerge later, staggering and disoriented. What could he do? As the head of the Special Forces Brigade, his clearance level wasn't high enough to ask. He felt no resentment after all, he deplaced himself last on the list. Over 4 hours that morning, 30 people passed the test. Lin Xuan declared he didn't need to eat, insisting on completing all tests today to see where his limits lay. Another 40 passed through in the afternoon. The last soldier, Chen Xiaobing, supported Lin Xuan as he staggered out, his face deathly pale. Chen Xiaobing looked troubled as he hesitated before speaking. "Master Lin seems to be completely drained." Guided to the only clean chair, Lin Xuan waved his hand dismissively. He was too exhausted to speak properly. The remaining 31 trainees were stunned into wide-eyed silence at the mention of master, their gazes shifting between Chen Xiaobing and Lin Xuan. After a long pause, Lin Xuan spoke slowly. "For the rest of you, I'll first assess your mental energy. If there are no issues, let them return to their dorms for now. They can come back tomorrow for their session." Waves of psychic energy surged into everyone's minds. "Do not resist me." Experiencing this mental intrusion for the first time, they could only suppress their instinctive reactions, forcing themselves to relax their tense muscles and nerves. "Third person in the last row." Lin Xuan gasped, pointing in that direction as everyone turned to look. "Huh? What's wrong with me? Could you please explain clearly? Could it be a misunderstanding? Maybe it's too far away. Should I come closer so you can try that divine power again?" He spoke while moving swiftly toward Lin Xuan. "Stop. Li Ti Anhua. You damn well stop right now.
Yulei immediately sensed something was off and stepped forward to block the man. The intruder acted decisively, realizing his cover was blown. With only 30 meters left to Lin Xuan, he gritted his teeth and charged at Yulei, launching into combat. Every strike was lethal. Yulei still hadn't grasped what was happening. He kept backing away, trying to subdue the man and get to the bottom of things. He's a loyal ninja from the land of cherry blossoms, not some comrade you know. Yulei's heart sank. How could this be? His brother-in-arms, who had shared life and death experiences with him, was actually a spy from the land of cherry blossoms, a ninja. He thought back to their training sessions, their conversations. He couldn't recall every single word they'd exchanged. What if one of them touched on state secrets? No, this entire project was classified. He'd been personally selected for this top-secret national mission. The consequences were too severe. His skin wouldn't be enough to cover it. He had to subdue him first, get to the bottom of this situation, and find out exactly how much information he'd leaked. Everyone swarmed him, pinning him down and dislocating his jaw to prevent him from swallowing poison. Yulei glared back at Lin Xuan. Master Lin, is this true? If it's a lie, why would he attack you? Lin Xuan understood his concern and waved his hand dismissively. The rest are fine. It's not your fault. Take him down for questioning. He must have only been here a few days. I can tell his aura hasn't fully blended with the rest of you yet. He's one of those who believes in the eight-headed serpent. His faith is pure and easy to spot. Lin Xuan curved his lips slightly. I'll return tomorrow. I hope you'll have good news for me. Yulei stared at the man pinned to the ground by the others, his eyes fierce. He nodded. Chapter 45, The Mad Cultivator Warrior. The next day, Lin Xuan and General Zhang arrived at the training base as usual. 30 warriors stood at attention in perfect silence, facing the main gate, their eyes fixed on the ground as they waited expectantly for their arrival. Reporting, General. The elite battalion should have 101 members present, but only 30 are accounted for. Report complete. Awaiting your instructions. The other 70 are already cultivating, correct? Lin Xuan silently nodded. Yulei and the other members wore expressions of eager anticipation. After yesterday's master, seeing them all sitting cross-legged on their beds meditating back in the dormitory, what else was there to misunderstand? The only regret was that they were assigned to the later ranks, forcing them to begin their cultivation a full day later than the others. Then there was Ma Wei, who'd originally slept in the top bunk. He insisted on swapping with someone who hadn't received their initiation yet, claiming it would make meditation easier. Hey, who wouldn't learn meditation? It was only a day's delay. Though they temporarily gave up their bunk for him, they weren't about to make it easy. The younger soldiers immediately pinned him down. He'd have to call them big brother and share some snacks with each of us before he could get the lower bunk. Unexpectedly, Ma Wei, who previously lagged in mixed martial arts, had surged in stamina, holding his own against 3 opponents. Finally, at everyone's urging, he demonstrated his strength by punching straight through an abandoned concrete wall. What a huge hole! It startled all 30 of us who hadn't received the initiation. Everyone rushed over to inspect it, even touching the exposed bricks themselves. They spent the restless night agonizing over it. Yulei greeted them with a beaming smile, rubbing his hands together. Master, you're finally here. We've been waiting so anxiously. We truly couldn't sleep all night. The warriors beside us have been practicing all night long. Lin Xuan chuckled. Hold on. First, I'm not your master. I'm merely here by the divine command to impart this cultivation method to you. Second, cultivation must never be rushed. Faith and spiritual strength are paramount. Don't chase after immediate results. When rest is needed, rest. Ah, right, that ninja from Sakura country yesterday. Did you find out anything? He said this was his mission, to infiltrate Huaxia and await further orders. That's all. As for who the contact was and when the message would arrive, he had no idea. Yulei felt helpless too. That guy might be skilled, but he was clearly a suicide agent. Lin Xuan and General Zhang exchanged a glance, saying nothing. Alright, let's get started. Yulei and the soldiers behind him nodded urgently, trying their best to appear completely unhurried. The morning passed quickly, and the operation was finally complete. The first batch of 101 cultivators assembled in full. To help them adapt quickly, Lin Xuan specifically kept Li Xian behind to educate them for a few days. After all, Li Xian was among the first to receive the initiation and had progressed the fastest. Apart from accompanying Lin Xuan, he devoted every waking moment to cultivation. Had it not been for the need to protect Lin Xuan and follow him everywhere, the fellow would likely have retreated deep into the mountains for seclusion. After several months of study, he could now lift his feet a few centimeters off the ground, achieving levitation. Lin Xuan didn't quite understand why Li Xian was so fixated on practicing levitation techniques, but at least it was proof of his progress. Li Xian was also quite content to stay here. After all, he had witnessed Lin Xuan's abilities firsthand. His own cultivation progress was painfully slow, leaving him far behind Lin Xuan. Following him day after day, it was hard to tell who was protecting whom.
If he could focus on training here, helping everyone improve along the way, and then protect Lin Xuan once his abilities were stronger, that would be ideal. Besides, he and Yulei were old comrades in arms and rivals. Only a handful excelled in every aspect within the unit. Back then, he had defeated Yulei and several others, gradually earning his place by Lin Xuan's side. Glancing at his old rival, he arched an eyebrow. Lowering his gaze to the ground, he formed a hand seal and floated step by step toward the 30 men. With an elegant turn, he positioned himself beside Yulei, rejoining the team. Catching the stunned gazes of everyone around him, Li Xian smiled faintly. What I know extends far beyond this.
But Lin Xuan could never have imagined that when he assigned Li Xian to teach them for a period, Li Xian would also bring their stories along.
The tale of a small bull worth billions, though it was a pity his cultivation was insufficient back then, forcing him to watch helplessly as the nation's precious treasure was lost. He also dangled a carrot. Next time they defeated another nation, they would certainly recover more treasures of human civilization. Once they mastered cultivation, they would all have the chance to serve their country. And thus, the most fanatical group of immortal warriors in history was born. No sooner had Lin Xuan returned to the ancestral Dragon Hall than Elder Zhou summoned him to catch up on all the battle footage from previous conflicts with other nations. Though written records existed, first-hand observation was essential. Key details might have been missed by other observers. Particular attention was given to the two major deity-cultured nations still engaged in combat, the Three Kingdoms and the Sela Kingdom. They had chosen medium-tier opponents for their battles. Against smaller nations with weaker divine cultures, they resorted to outright threats, forcibly annexing land and devouring their destiny through colonial rule. Under the guise of protection, they actually prioritize using those colonial territories as war stakes during battles. Against medium-strength nations, they launch direct warfare. Victory means voraciously devouring their national fortune and plundering everything. Defeat merely costs them a few colonies. Through this virtually cost-free business model, these despicable nations have expanded considerably, their ambitions steadily swelling. Their previous reluctance to attack China stemmed from two factors: one, China's geographical distance from their territories; two, the constant covetousness of Eagle Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation toward China. Currently, major powers are still annexing smaller nations, not yet reaching the stage of rival powers competing for supremacy. But now, with China's successive victories over the Eagle Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation, it has begun to show signs of advancing toward the first tier, inevitably drawing their attention. Moreover, there are no other first-tier nations standing in our way. This means that, to them, China is now a tree steadily growing into a giant. They may choose to first deal with weaker nations, waiting for the ultimate clash of titans, or they may pivot their focus, eliminating China now to reduce future adversaries. The international landscape is ever shifting. Upon returning, Lin Xuan wasted no time resting. By day, he frantically wrote and dictated detailed accounts of the deities to the liaison officers at the Ministry of Culture and Publicity. By night, he studied combat footage of foreign deities. Until one day, while discussing the latest excavated silk scroll with Old Zhou in his office, Old Zhou's phone rang. Lin Xuan picked up the magnifying glass and continued his work while Zhou Lao answered the call, glancing at him intermittently. After hanging up, he looked hesitant and said, "That was the East Island Province Chamber of Commerce. They said they want to donate to us out of gratitude for saving their province." Lin Xuan looked up curiously. "Aren't we already a national project? Why would they need to donate?" Old Zhou gave a resigned smile. "Look at the thousands of people down there. The state gave them iron rice bowls and rewards, but they still need to get married, have kids, buy houses, pay for tutoring. If they could earn some extra income, that would naturally be better. After all, they practically live here now. Between home and work, they need to bring in more money. That's wonderful. But they're requesting to meet you. Two influential members of their chamber claim you saved their lives, yet they've had no way to repay you. That's why they came to me." Lin Xuan had indeed hosted many business figures in his previous life, but they all come seeking authentication or endorsements. Hearing for the first time that someone wanted to repay a life-saving debt, he thought it over and nodded in agreement. Seeing his prompt agreement, Old Zhou mentioned that several others had recently sought him out, all claiming to be looking for Lin Xuan. Among them were his former high school principal and homeroom teacher, who had brought along a former summoner, Chen Feng, the one with the severed arm. The principal wanted to leverage Lin Xuan's reputation to promote the school and boost enrollment. The student, however, hoped to gain entry into the Zuluan Hall and join their research institute. As Old Zhou spoke, he observed Lin Xuan's lack of reaction and felt reassured. It seemed their relationship truly wasn't very good. Oh, and one more thing. Old Zhou tapped his head, nearly forgetting. Earlier, he'd received an appointment letter from the Capital University's Archaeology Department offering him a professorship. But he'd been so busy organizing materials on Sakura country that he'd completely forgotten about it. Me? My current education level is high school dropout. How could I possibly become a chair professor? Lin Xuan gave a dismissive chuckle. Given his experiences in his previous life, he genuinely didn't place much value on such a title. Still, he was genuinely pleased that Capital University had overcome numerous obstacles to extend this invitation, acknowledging his dedication and hard work. "That's not quite how it works, Mr. Kobayashi. Professor Zhou approached him, offering earnest advice. You're still young and may not fully grasp certain things.
Academic titles, authority, and status can greatly benefit your research work,
whether you need access to materials or reading privileges. Plus, your reputation could influence other newcomers interested in historical culture and folklore. If someone makes a mistake in their research, you can boldly point it out.
Plus, the subsidies vary by rank. There are subsidies too. I estimate you should receive over 3 million annually. I'm currently applying for you to be classified as a top-tier scholar in the National Fortune Project.
Lin Xuan chuckled.
Right. He'd forgotten.
Authority, titles, and status are crucial for scholars researching historical artifacts. As for money, it allows access to ancient artifacts beyond government collections like those found at international auctions, which is equally vital. As he pondered, anticipation began to build within him. His eyes gleamed brightly as he looked at old Zhou.
The results should come out within the next few days. I've also applied for those academic credentials and diplomas for you. You'll go through the special recruitment and approval process directly.
Excellent, Lin Xuan nodded.
No need to retake the college entrance exam or waste time in university.
But you must appear in the archaeology classrooms at Capital University, teaching as a professor to fulfill your course hours. Once your teaching hours meet the graduation requirement, you can apply for your degree.
Attend Capital University's archaeology lectures with my current 19-year-old body? Are you serious?
Lin Xuan pressed his hand to his forehead.
Chapter 46, Rule Upgrade. 1 week later. Professor Zhou escorted Lin Xuan in a special vehicle to Capital University. First, to attend the appointment ceremony. Second, to deliver his inaugural campus lecture.
Given the combat prowess Lin Xuan had demonstrated, General Jiang had now approved him to travel with fewer bodyguards. A minimum of 2 was the absolute baseline. Lin Xuan himself was a research-focused recluse who rarely ventured out, so it made little difference to him. Security protocols were meticulously planned by the department, yet Lin Xuan rejected every proposal. He simply refused to see the sacrifice of those 10 students repeated. He would rather act as bait himself, luring out any hidden threats lying in ambush. After all, you can't guard against thieves forever. The final arrangement was for him to ride in the lead vehicle with 2 security personnel, followed by Zhou Lao's car and the National Security Company's vehicle. The 3 cars proceeded toward Capital University. He paid no heed to the other covert protection personnel or contingency plans. Over the mere 15-kilometer journey, they were ambushed 4 times. They faced. Shortly after departure, they encountered a Japanese ambush. Several ninjas emerged, demanding close combat. Lin Xuan sat calmly in the vehicle, one hand maintaining a protective barrier while the other deflected every attack. The ninjas were annihilated on the spot. Next, ascetic monks from the 3 nations emerged from the shadows. Before they could even exert their power, Lin Xuan's binding technique immobilized them on the spot, handing them over to the arriving SWAT team. The mercenaries proved the most troublesome. They had pre-established several sniper positions, shredding the tires of their vehicles and wounding several staff and security personnel.
This finally enraged Lin Xuan. He took to the air with a single hand, eliminating the hidden snipers. As for the indigenous assassins, they were apprehended by security and special forces before he even had a chance to intervene. By the end of the battle, only 1 vehicle remained out of the 3, and roadblocks had been set up along the route. Those lurking in the shadows, agents from other nations and factions who had been itching to act, reported the situation back to their headquarters. The unified order they received was, retreat. Observe for now.
Lin Xuan was simply too formidable. Lin Xuan yielded the last vehicle to Elder Zhou, then flew ahead to Capital University, carrying a security guard in one arm. After this warning shot across the bow, other nations would think twice before orchestrating such amateurish assassination attempts. Those accompanying him would be safer from now on. The moment he arrived at the university gates, he saw a crowd of officials standing at the entrance, along with countless news media outlets armed with cameras and microphones. Not far away, 6 live broadcast trucks were parked.
Such a massive setup? Was Capital University's appointment ceremony actually being broadcast live?
Lin Xuan was a bit speechless. He contemplated the situation from above for a moment, but hey, he was Chinese, might as well make the most of it. He landed beside the university officials and nudged his 2 security guards toward the journalists and cameras.
Excuse me, everyone.
Apologies for being late. We encountered a minor issue en route, but it's resolved now.
Professor Zhou is right behind me and should arrive shortly. The president smoothed his receding hairline ruffled by the wind Lin Xuan created upon landing and beamed. No problem, no problem. We just arrived ourselves. The auditorium is ready. Our Capital University students have been eagerly awaiting your lecture. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Professor Zhou finally arrived. The group shook hands at the school entrance, posing for photographers before entering the main auditorium. The campus was packed with students lining the path. As Lin Xuan approached, they erupted in screams and cheers, showering him with flowers and gifts so many they couldn't keep up. Lin Xuan. Little brother, look at your big sister. Do you have a girlfriend? Would you like one like me? Get away. Mr. Lin, I want to have your baby.
Professor Lin, my family has a car, a house, and residency in the capital. I'll support you marrying into my family.
Wait, is that how you're supposed to address him? What if he actually agrees? Sisters. This devotee offers 20 years of my best friend's singleness in exchange for Lord Lin being with me. Is this right? Sisters?
Another woman stripped off her clothes, balled them up, and tried to throw them at Lin Xuan only to be intercepted by security guards. The stuffy old scholar had never witnessed such a scene. The wild words and actions made his ears burn uncontrollably. This reaction only amplified the surrounding screams. He'd accepted appointments before in his past life, but nothing this extravagant. It was just a ceremony in the auditorium, followed by occasional lectures when he had time. Yet he couldn't resort to force against his adoring students. Protected by security, he could only lower his head and rush into the auditorium. Before he could catch his breath, the dense crowd inside halted his steps. The grand auditorium, seating over 1,000, was packed to capacity, with students even squatting in the surrounding aisles. Lin Xuan instinctively pulled a small handkerchief from his breast pocket and wiped his forehead. This was indeed a bit too enthusiastic. Even old Zhou, who was witnessing this frenzied fan frenzy for the first time, couldn't help but smile at Lin Xian's flustered state. He hurried over to reassure him, worried the 19-year-old might be overwhelmed. Look, he said, you're so popular at such a young age. You could have a beautiful campus romance any time. Who says you have to follow the standard path of graduating from university? I think your situation is just fine. Old Zhou patted Lin Xian's shoulder with feigned ease, trying to cheer him up. Lin Xuan hastily waved his hands. Then came the standard appointment ceremony, receiving the letter of appointment, taking photos, and delivering a speech. Lin Xuan was well versed in this routine, having delivered countless speeches at conferences large and small. His familiar, relaxed demeanor drew widespread praise. Therefore, I believe the students of Capital University should cherish your opportunities. Whether or not you are archaeology majors, I hope. Lin Xian's speech was abruptly interrupted by a mechanical announcement. All divine arenas between nations have now concluded. In accordance with fairness principles, the arena rules will undergo an upgrade. Competitions are temporarily suspended. New rules will be announced and the new arena will open in 3 hours. Before Lin Xuan could process this, the auditorium erupted in chaos. What? Rule upgrades? What does that mean? Did something happen on one of the national arenas just now? Someone search for it, quick. Nothing came up. I was following the text broadcast on A3 Nations while listening to the lecture. No abnormalities. A3 Nations won, right? Nothing unusual here in the US either, just a routine win against a minor nation. They're just as confused over there, huh? I'm seeing global platforms frantically refreshing news about this rule upgrade. Nobody has a clue. Lin Xuan, what's your take? Lin Xuan? Why don't you explain this to us? Hearing this, the students and journalists below the stage lit up with bright eyes, looking expectantly at Lin Xuan on the podium. Lin Xuan picked up the pen and paper from the lectern, scribbled something down, then studied it intently for a full minute. He then held up the paper toward the camera lens. I'll just briefly touch on a few points, things anyone can observe. As for more detailed analysis, due to confidentiality, I can't elaborate here. Chapter 47, New Rules. First, all divine arena matches between nations have now concluded. After our nation's battles concluded, only the matches between the 3 nations versus Leads and the Beautiful Nation versus Bullfighting Nation remained. Based on the combat data collected from the deities of these nations, only the 3 nations and the Beautiful Nation have replaced their deities with new ones who hadn't previously appeared. However, their combat strength isn't particularly strong, nor do they show any special potential. They haven't caused any unusual disturbances and are therefore not being considered for now. Lin Xuan recalled as he spoke. Second, the principle of fairness. In other words, the organizers of the Divine Arena deemed that continuing the current format would no longer be fair. Over this period, I've reviewed nearly a year's worth of global Divine Arena records and found no particularly unusual matches or deity entries. So what exactly made them feel it was unfair? Lin Xuan lowered his gaze, tightening his grip on the pen in his hand. After a moment, he relaxed his hold and looked up, flashing a smile at all the students, teachers, and journalists below the stage. The new rules to be announced in 3 hours would reveal the answer. Ladies and gentlemen, due to unforeseen circumstances, today's lecture must conclude here for now. We must return to await the outcome and discuss countermeasures. Lin Xuan forced a smile, waved to the crowd, and patted the worried-looking old Zhou reassuringly before heading back to the research institute together. The moment they entered the institute, they were immediately surrounded by a crowd of people, all asking questions at once. Professor Zhou, did you hear that voice saying the rules would change? What are we supposed to do? Does that mean my research is cancelled? The Capital's data analysis team just sent you a document. I've placed it on your desk. Additionally, several items potentially related to the divine have been submitted by civilians. What do you think? Professor Zhou, General Jiang is on the line. Furrowing his brow, old Zhou raised a hand to silence the cacophony. Continue your work.
Follow established procedures for items with designated protocols. Until explicit orders to halt operations, proceed as usual. Don't panic.
With that, he grabbed the phone and hurried back to his office with Lin Xuan. He slammed the door shut behind him before returning General Zhang's call.
The phone rang only once before being answered. Is this old Joe?
This is Zhang Guoxing.
General Jiang, are you also concerned about the new regulations? The new regulations haven't been announced yet. There's nothing we can do about it.
No, I wanted to ask about Lin Xuan.
What was the unfinished statement he made in the university lecture hall?
Old Joe looked at Lin Xuan and gestured with another finger toward the phone by his ear. General Jiang is asking you what was the unfinished statement you made in the lecture hall earlier? Lin Xuan paused briefly, his voice tightening with tension as he forced out the words, I suspect they're targeting China. Old Zhou's eyes widened in shock. His grip loosened, nearly dropping the phone to the floor.
How could they target us? We've only defeated 2 nations.
Old Zhou gripped the phone tightly, shaking his head in disagreement. Ahem, Old Zhou, Lin Xuan, you should have received the files sent from our big data center.
Open them and take a look. Their findings largely matched Lin Xuan's speculation. Only then did the two notice a confidential document envelope on the desk.
Old Zhou gripped the phone and circled back to his office chair. He fished a letter opener from the drawer, swiftly slashed open the seal, and pulled out the stack of papers. Lin Xuan leaned in to look. For a moment, the only sounds were the quiet rustling of papers being turned and the distant tapping of knuckles on a desk from the other end of the line. As their brows furrowed in growing concern, the general's voice came through the phone.
Finished reading? These are the results from the big data center's analysis.
I've selected the 10 most critical pages of data and findings and sent them over to you first.
Lin Xuan nodded. He'd sensed this possibility before. Old Zhou, however, was utterly horrified. You mean, the entire divine arena is now targeting us, China? No, that can't be right. Old Zhou couldn't believe it, turning to Lin Xuan for confirmation. Is it because we've awakened overly powerful deities in recent months, propelling us into the ranks of the world's top divine nations? Isn't that a monument to our achievements bestowed by heaven?
Lin Xuan didn't know how to respond.
He hadn't even fully processed the content of the divine transmission himself. We need to prepare.
The data analysis indicates they might disable rules involving red deities and top-tier divine kings.
Assemble in the conference room in an hour and a half. We'll await the new rules. A few rhythmic clicks sounded from the phone before the call ended.
Upstairs, the two men sat in silence, flipping through the unfinished documents in their hands, occasionally glancing at their watches. Finally, at 1:45, they closed their files in unspoken agreement and called the researchers upstairs to gather in the conference room. The wall clock struck 2 p.m., the second hand clicking into place at 12, and the familiar mechanical chimes sounded,
announcing the latest rules. The divine arena will open in 3 days. Rule changes: 1. All previously issued divine summoning artifacts are hereby revoked. 2. Demons and monsters descend.
Each nation will randomly select one participant to summon a demon or monster for a survival challenge. If both the participant and summon entity perish, that nation fails and faces punishment. The surviving party wins and receives rewards.
3. Sealed realms will be added as battlefields, with locations selected at random. Good luck to all. After the mechanical voice faded, the vast conference room fell into a suffocating silence.
Until a scrawny, disheveled youth abruptly stood up, flung open the door, and dashed downstairs.
Thud. The sound of hurried footsteps and urgent words echoed back. I'm going to check on the monument of merit.
His action ignited the room like a drop of water splashing into boiling oil.
No way.
I need to go too. I'm still writing my thesis on the great god Xingtian.
Are they trying to kill me? Is the thesis the priority here? We've finally gathered so many red-level deities, plus 2 god kings.
Even though they're still recovering, if they're all taken away like this, we'll be left with nothing.
Demons and monsters. Who here studies demonology? We only have 3 days. We won't find any materials. All mainstream information on folk culture is blank.
Just like the divine records, whenever it comes to folk traditions, everything vanishes as if erased by divine hands, deliberately hidden from us.
Lin Xuan? Do you have any ideas? This time we don't even have summoning artifacts. How are we supposed to summon anything? Other countries at least have divine staffs or crowns. What do we have? Without any artifacts, how is Lin Xuan supposed to pull this off? Divine brush Ma Liang? Virtual reality? Researchers argued heatedly, voices raised until their faces flushed crimson.
Old Zhou's heart grew heavier by the moment.
Everyone was right. Lin Xuan and General Jiang were right too.
This damn thing really had rules tailored against China.
But what could they do? Chapter 48, 3 Days of Preparation.
Lin Xuan lowered his gaze, straining to recall all the spirits, gods, and demons of China. Though many remained in his mind, the fact that the divine arena's administrators had modified the rules specifically for China gave him a terrible foreboding. He couldn't voice the information stored in his mind publicly. Seeing Lin Xuan buried in thought, silent as a stone, both Elder Zhou and General Jiang felt their hearts sink to the depths. Old Zhou ordered everyone to gather and organize the existing materials first, while he would apply for additional resources. He hurriedly prepared to head to the capital with General Jiang to meet with the premier.
Lin Xuan silently followed, clutching his notebook.
Old Zhou and General Jiang glanced at him but made no move to stop him, allowing him to board the plane alongside them.
Lin Xuan, do you have? Mr. Zhou, how long will it take us to get there?
About 2 hours.
I was wondering. Is the premier already waiting for us? Are there other prominent folklore professors in the capital? Any you're familiar with?
As soon as Old Zhou opened his mouth to ask, Lin Xuan cut him off. He frowned, watching the youth who kept writing something with his head down. General Jiang tapped his shoulder, and only then did Professor Zhou snap back to reality. He was so anxious, thrown into disarray by these rules targeting China, his heart pounding with urgency. The crux was this: if even the mastermind behind the divine arena was targeting China, and China still had to fight other nations to the death on this seemingly fair stage, it left Zhou Lao with a crushing sense of helplessness. Lin Xuan had picked up on Old Zhou's agitation. He capped his pen, slid it into the slot on the notebook's edge to secure the page he'd just written on, and handed it to Old Zhou. Old Master Zhou took the notebook, and General Jiang immediately leaned in. Let's read it together, let's read it together. Old Master Zhou couldn't be bothered to call him out on his earlier act of composure. He buried his head in the notebook and began reading. 1. Even if the monument of merit is reclaimed, we must continue our worship and propagation. The power of faith must not be severed. It is speculated that the deities of Huaxia require our devotion. 2. If the divine arena harbors ill will toward Huaxia, we must ensure the utmost secrecy of all related information, not only from foreign powers, but also from entities in the void.
This is conjecture. 3. I possess some knowledge regarding demons and spirits, but summoning entities and the summoning process require experimental verification. Could artifacts salvaged from the Eagle Nation and the Land of Cherry Blossoms, along with other relics, serve as experimental subjects?
The two men transitioned from frowns to astonishment, then lifted their heads to look at Lin Xuan, who was beaming.
Can I have my notebook back now? I've got over an hour left to jot down more.
General Jiang immediately grasped the implication: if the divine arena harbored ill will toward China, Lin Xuan possessing vital intelligence would inevitably become the primary target.
This acute sense of danger was precisely why he'd said he needed to write more. Are you worried that if something happens to you, we can stop the general? That calm, resolute tone.
General Jiang fixed him with a deep, lingering gaze, clenched his jaw, and swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue.
What was the point of pledging to protect him with his life?
Lin Xuan's cultivation surpassed that of everyone in the world. If it weren't for this threat from the unknown entity in the void, he wouldn't need to worry about his life at all. The very documents he'd surrendered for his country were precisely what would cost him his life. Writing more was merely a precaution to ensure he could still entrust his files to others if the worst came to pass, continuing to protect his nation and its people. General Jiang clenched his fists tightly, closed his eyes, and spoke in a hoarse voice tinged with tremor. Very dangerous, is it? Old Zhou, who had been mentally reviewing what other comrades possessed demon-related materials, was jolted awake by the emotion and tremor in General Jiang's voice. He followed suit and looked toward Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan's pen moved with divine speed. Hearing the question, he lifted his head and offered a smile to both men. First, it. Lin Xuan pointed upward with his pen tip. I speculate that it cannot arbitrarily break the rules either.
It hasn't even revealed its form yet, has it? Second, I'm also diligently cultivating.
He chuckled softly, his voice barely a whisper. Third, the more it wants us to lose, the more I must hold up the sky. I'll start by writing the 100 Demons record or the classic of mountains and seas just to infuriate it.
Old Master Zhou nearly choked on his breath. What does first write 100 Demons compendium mean? Does that refer to 100 demons?
Then who was that guy at the meeting earlier, practically hiding under the table? His head buzzed all afternoon, fearing China would revert to its former state of weakness, vulnerable to anyone's trampling. Even now, the memory of their first battle against the Eagle Nation, the failure that brought down heavenly punishment, and the nationwide condemnation began to surface before his eyes.
And now you tell me to just write down 100 of them? Meaning there are even more?
Old Zhou watched the composed youth scribbling furiously, unsure whether to roll his eyes or gently tap the boy's head. General Jiang clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming as he watched Lin Xuan's pen dance across the paper. This is our true strength. If we had 100 summonable targets, we wouldn't flinch against any nation.
Soldiers never fear battle or sacrifice.
What terrifies them is facing enemy muskets and cannons while they stand bare-handed. Dying in such futility is unbearably frustrating. But this plan has one fatal flaw. Lin Xuan suddenly looked up, delivering another blow to both of them. What flaw? They asked in unison. We'll discuss it with the Prime Minister when we reach the capital.
Lin Xuan smiled, his eyes crinkling with amusement.
Taking advantage of their momentary daze, he bent his head and resumed writing.
The two exchanged glances, exasperated.
Upon meeting the Prime Minister, at their signal, they were swiftly ushered into a small, secure room soundproofed, protected against surveillance and eavesdropping, and shielded from all signals. They relayed the information they had just communicated to the Prime Minister.
His stern expression finally relaxed, the anxiety in his eyes eased. The other attendees were also deeply moved upon hearing about the 100 Demons registry. Once the pair finished, every pair of eyes in the conference room turned to Lin Xuan. So, what was that critical question? Because of the pressure from above, I dare not disclose all the information. I don't know if other measures targeting us might appear if our demons become too powerful. Lin Xuan said helplessly. Then don't disclose it. Once the candidates are randomly selected, you can provide them with the data. Someone suggested. But Lin Xuan shook his head, that won't work. Both our 100 Demons compendium and the classic of mountains and seas have long been lost to history. No one recognizes them anymore. If these creatures, like deities, rely on the power of faith to fight, we might summon demons with weak or even non-existent magical prowess. Moreover, whether this handwritten record of spirits and monsters can actually achieve summoning remains unknown. To be safe, I still need to gather relevant artifacts and antiquities to increase the success rate. Everyone fell silent. The opportunity was right before them, hundreds of summonable demons. Yet obstacles loom large. Thus, we must promote this without arousing suspicion, while ensuring the public continues their prayers. Success in summoning remains uncertain. Moreover, the randomly selected fortunate individuals must possess exceptional memory to memorize all the demonic records within 10 minutes. Chang Pingji, head of intelligence, summarized each point meticulously, gradually sobering everyone from their excitement over the 100 Demons compendium. What should be done? Chapter 49, Countering each move. The Prime Minister ultimately decided that Lin Xuan and Elder Zhou would oversee summoning operations. Any issues would be handled by Hu Jin, the first secretary to the Prime Minister, and General Jiang Wuxing, who would assist and coordinate progress. According to Lin Xuan's plan, they first needed to screen artifacts related to demons and monsters, or ancient objects depicting such entities. Thus began a sweeping campaign to collect cultural relics. First, the state issued a notice soliciting all artifacts related to demons and spirits from private collections and museums nationwide. This included, but was not limited to, porcelain, bronzeware, wooden artifacts, various gold and silver items, calligraphy works, paintings, and ritual objects. During the collection period, cultural relic researchers from the capital were dispatched to provincial and municipal museums, as well as national-level museums and auction houses, to conduct preliminary screening and authentication. The artifacts were then brought back for further selection by Lin Xuan. Amidst the roaring machinery of the state apparatus, within 2 days, Lin Xuan's laboratory had accumulated a considerable pile of ancient artifacts. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan himself, accompanied by Old Zhou and several core researchers, headed straight for the National Cultural Relics Restoration and Storage Depot in the distant suburbs. All the antiquities collected from Eagle Country and Cherry Blossom Country were still undergoing classification, cleaning, and restoration here. The group spent a full day and night sifting through the collection, transporting relevant items back to the lab. Ultimately, the laboratory amassed a total of 1,327 artifacts. Among these, 26 could be definitively identified with specific names of spirits, deities, or supernatural entities, and possessed sufficient combat power. The collection spanned diverse categories from silk paintings and porcelain to jade figurines and ritual artifacts, even including lacquered box sketches from hidden tombs. Lin Xuan observed the scene with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Turning to the exhausted team, he clapped his hands. Everyone! That's all for today. You haven't been home or rested for 2 days straight. Go home, relax, take a shower, get some sleep, and come back tomorrow. The older professors had already retired for the night, leaving only a dozen or so young researchers behind. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, the team nodded sleepily, set down their tools, and one by one, exited the lab. No wonder they were dazed. Lin Xuan was simply too extraordinary. He had the Hongmeng purple cheat code when tired or weary, his body operated automatically, his mind growing increasingly clear and his thoughts ever more active. Once everyone had left, he turned off the lab lights, locked the door, and walked with a smile toward the antique artifacts on his desk. A low, hushed chanting began, and a faint blue glow rose from the desk, illuminating Lin Xuan's handsome face. Summoning, confirmed. Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes in the blue glow. The next step was simply a matter of promotion and accumulating the power of faith. Surveying the 26 diverse antiques before him, an ingenious plan formed in his mind. He sprang into action, switching the lab lights back on before burying his head in writing. He finished writing only after his colleagues began arriving for work the next day. Glancing at the wall clock, he grabbed 2 notebooks and dashed to Old Zhou's office. Thud! Before Old Zhou could speak, Lin Xuan burst in with his notebooks. Old Zhou was already immune to Lin Xuan's sudden appearances. Holding his old-style thermos, he blew away a layer of tea leaves, took a satisfied sip, and spoke without looking up. Lin Xuan, you didn't stay up all night again, did you? This won't do. Old Zhou glanced up at Lin Xuan's fair, translucent, and delicate face. The words on the tip of his tongue retreated. He stirred the tea leaves in his cup with the lid, then cleared his throat lightly. Ahem. Well, as an immortal cultivator, it's quite fitting that you don't need sleep. Lin Xuan sighed. Master Zhou, you're a cultivator too. Haven't you noticed your stamina and vitality have improved significantly? Even your white hair has started turning black. That's not what I came to discuss. What I meant to say is I've thought of a way to spread the word.
Lin Xuan slid 2 pamphlets across the table toward him. Old Master Zhou set down his teacup, picked up his reading glasses from the table, slipped them on, and began flipping through the booklets.
The Classic of Mountains and Seas and the Compendium of 100 Demons, is this the entire list? Why are the first, second, and third spots left blank?
Old Master Zhou frowned at Lin Xuan. I deliberately left these spots open for the spirits and monsters I plan to summon to participate in the Divine Being Tournament.
Oh, though it might need to be renamed the Ghost and Monster Tournament now. But without names, biographies, or specific stories, how can we promote them? Lin Xuan chuckled. That's called comparative advertising.
By promoting the lower-ranked monsters on the list, people will naturally imagine the top-ranked ones must be incredibly powerful. Simultaneously, we'll promote the authority of the Shanhaijing and the 100 Demons Compendium, the very texts that catalog these creatures. Once people genuinely trust these books, even low-ranked spirits will be seen as exceptionally powerful, capable of soaring through the heavens and traversing the earth.
Then, when the summoning tournament begins, we'll unveil the top-ranked blank monsters. Their power drawn from faith will be immense.
Old Zhou nodded emphatically in agreement, his face radiating unhidden delight and satisfaction.
You young man, you're a genius. Why didn't you tell us about this plan sooner?
I'll contact Secretary Hu Jin immediately and have them convene a meeting to finalize the promotional strategy.
We only have 1 day left. We'll do as much as we can.
Old Master Zhou hurriedly made a call beside him. Lin Xuan studied the names before him, straining to recall past records and fill in any gaps. That's right, Lin Xuan had already compiled 2 demonic creature catalogs. One listed 108 entities, the other 80.
What? Lin Xuan's train of thought was abruptly interrupted by the roaring voice on the other end of the phone. Tell Lin Xuan to take the call.
Old Zhou covered his ears, handed the phone to Lin Xuan, and mouthed the word Prime Minister.
Hello?
Lin Xuan, Old Zhou says you've compiled a list of 188 demons and monsters all capable of being summoned for battle?
The Prime Minister's voice came through the phone, slightly trembling.
Clearly, this news had sent shockwaves through him. Lin Xuan smiled and nodded in affirmation.
Let's hold a face-to-face meeting. Right now. Everyone in the capital is online. Will convene immediately to discuss this.
The Prime Minister struggled to steady his nerves, yet his eagerness to see those 2 tomes was palpable. He decided to have everyone examine them, hoping to lift the gloom hanging over the conference room. Lin Xuan nodded, then watched as Old Zhou activated the wall-mounted television, or rather, the remote conference display. The familiar National Security Conference Room, the familiar group of experts and officials. The premier took several gulps of water to quell his own excitement and agitation. Glancing at the officials and generals beside him, their faces flushed crimson with emotion. What a sight! He'd completely forgotten his own earlier embarrassment when he'd nearly knocked over his water glass.
Could this be real?
Just moments ago, we were discussing that if there was truly no other option, I might as well.
Shut up. Could I see those 2 directories? I can't believe we have so many records of demonic folk culture. Ha! Happiness came too suddenly.
The generals were so overjoyed they couldn't find their bearings, while the propaganda minister sat beside them with a furrowed brow. Dear leaders, with only 1 day left, the fastest solution is to create a single-chapter illustrated storytelling video.
This minimizes time costs, maximizes distribution channels, and ensures even illiterate audiences can understand and enjoy it. Traditional methods like film and animation will also be launched simultaneously, but they definitely won't be finished as quickly. Chapter 50, Tiny and Adorable.
The propaganda minister struggled to explain the general direction of the plan to Lin Xuan and the others. Leave the professional work to the professionals, Lin Xuan nodded. Additionally, the number of monsters and the materials you provided is overwhelming.
Could we first select 20 of them?
I'll assign several teams to work on them simultaneously.
Lin Xuan nodded again, agreed.
I'll make the selections after the meeting and send them to you within 2 hours.
How will you prove it? Can you summon them?
The head of the intelligence department, initially delighted, pressed incredulously. Instant silence fell around them as all eyes turned to him, including the Prime Minister's. Truthfully, he too harbored some apprehension, though he had intended to confirm with Lin Xuan after the meeting. But now, seeing everyone's reaction, it was clear that Lin Xuan's credibility still needed to be established in their minds. He turned his gaze toward Lin Xuan, waiting for his response.
Well then, I happen to have an interesting discovery to share with everyone.
With a sharp tearing sound, Lin Xuan casually grabbed a booklet and ripped out the last page. Before anyone could react, the sight of this action made everyone wince in pain.
Wait, this is a blank page. Seeing their reactions, he offered an innocent explanation. Is it a problem that it's blank? This is the 100 Demons Compendium and the Classic of Mountains and Seas.
Such sacred texts you can't just tear out pages, even blank ones. Everyone hesitated to speak, but eventually all eyes were drawn to Lin Xuan's actions. He dipped his brush and wrote a name, then pressed his index finger against it while murmuring incantations.
9-headed serpent coils, turbid waves surge heavenward.
Where the serpent's body passes, all spirits perish. Now the seal is broken, heed my command.
Purify the world for me. True energy surged from his index finger into the characters. The black ink lines began to detach from the paper, gradually radiating a five-colored glow. In moments, a miniature line drawing of the nine-headed serpent Xiang Lu, palm-sized, leapt onto the paper. Most astonishingly, it moved 9 heads vividly animated, its serpentine tail undulating across the paper. At this sight, the Prime Minister's hands began to tremble. His eyes widened in shock, unable to blink. Is this a demon? So tiny and cute. But could such a tiny creature even fight? Could it really burrow into other demons and devour their flesh? The others snapped out of their shock, their heads practically reaching through the screen as they buzzed with discussion. Old Joe was stunned too. He gestured with both hands, holding his breath as he watched the little creature. Lin Xuan poked it with his index finger while explaining to everyone. Everyone, rest assured. According to records, the complete form of Shangliu can coil itself to entwine and destroy mountains. Its form is colossal. This is merely a small projection pieced together with true chi. It possesses no consciousness or physical form. It's just for everyone to see. Hearing this only heightened everyone's curiosity about those two ledgers and records. The Prime Minister watched with satisfaction as they discussed various details until all questions were answered. He then turned to the heads of other departments. Any further questions? Everyone shook their heads and then sensibly returned to their work. The propaganda minister was the last to leave the office, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Only the head of the intelligence department remained seated in the corner, unmoving. The Prime Minister leaned closer to the screen, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Xuan. What I want to know is this: what tier do the demons and spirits on these lists belong to? How would they stack up against other nations? Seeing Lin Xuan frown, the Prime Minister clarified. This isn't about assigning blame. It's about preparing contingency plans for response and evacuation should any nation declare war on us immediately after tomorrow. The Prime Minister's thinking was pragmatic. Before Lin Xuan produced these 2 volumes, tales of demons and monsters in China were virtually non-existent. The Prime Minister felt deeply distressed by this sense of an entire ethnic memory being erased by an unknown force, yet he was powerless to change it. Other nations, however, possessed intact traditions where deities were as numerous as stars, meaning their demonic entities must be even more abundant. After tomorrow, if a powerful civilization challenged them to battle, how would they respond? The new rules didn't explicitly forbid refusing a challenge. So could we? Old Joe truly possessed expertise in studying ancient artifacts, but outside the field of antiquities, he was a bit too naive. Lin Xuan shook his head. Every major power in the world today possessed a long history of civilization and rich folk culture. Even a nation like the United States, with its relatively short history, had leveraged its formidable national strength to forcibly annex several European countries rich in historical and cultural heritage. Now, whether in the divine arena or the real world, powerful nations have already bared their claws and won't tolerate such actions from others. Moreover, the mysterious entity hosting the divine arena from the heavens harbors hostility toward China. We are now truly caught between 2 fires. For a moment, both realms connected by the screen fell silent. But Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. I've already selected 6 formidable demons. If you insist on a benchmark, they'd be red tier. I can't guarantee that a 100 rated demon will definitely defeat those from other nations. Lin Xuan carefully considered the combat strength systems of other nations' demons and monsters, finding none that seemed particularly formidable. The other generals chimed in to console him. This is already quite good. Who knows? Maybe after resting tonight, new memories will surface tomorrow. I thought we'd be going into battle with nothing but the clothes on our backs, ha. That 9-headed, 5-colored serpent you summoned earlier was pretty impressive. Didn't you say its complete form was as big as a mountain? See? A single sentence can change its meaning the moment it reaches someone's ears. I meant its tail could crush a mountain. Meaning it must be far larger than a mountain. Lin Xuan explained with a mix of laughter and exasperation. As for demonic folklore, the strongest might be the 3 kingdoms, the Desert Kingdom, and a few Nordic nations. But those Nordic nations have been swallowed up by the beautiful country. So under these rules, our biggest rivals are the 3 kingdoms, the Desert Kingdom, and the beautiful country. Lin Xuan rubbed his nose bridge and sighed. Time is too tight, and we have too few resources and information. Given China's current situation, we can't guarantee victory in every battle. That single phrase uttered with regret and dissatisfaction immediately silenced all the national leaders. General Zhang frowned, searching for words to console him. But if he was so confident, what exactly was he sighing about? Unable to find words of comfort, General Zhang simply fell silent. The other generals beside him exchanged glances, equally at a loss for words. Should they tell him that even before receiving his 2 volumes, they had already considered the worst-case scenario? Never mind. Let the young man brood over this. It's rather endearing. The Prime Minister cleared his throat lightly. Just do your best. The confidence you've instilled in us is already remarkable. Lin Xuan gazed at the small booklet before him, his long, thick lashes fluttering slightly. This time, the rule was that the summoner must enter the battlefield alongside the summoned demon. If they lost. Moreover, if they lost, countless people would suffer. He recalled the divine retribution upon Huaxia from his original host's memories, and the retribution he'd witnessed firsthand upon the Eagle Nation and the land of cherry blossoms. Lin Xuan lifted his head and said earnestly, "Let's work together. We won't lose. We'll fight our way through." His resolve infected the others, who nodded in unison. One final question: is it possible for us to proactively select a nation? Or which nation is most likely to challenge China? Provide me with some data. Lin Xuan turned his gaze toward the head of the intelligence department. Chapter 51, Setting Targets. After a moment's thought, Chang Pingji, the head of the intelligence department, replied. Based on findings from our big data analysis department and global public sentiment monitoring, the top contender is the A Triad. Among the nations that have previously challenged China, they have always been present. If the rules remain unchanged, they have a 325 probability of issuing a battle request to us. Second place goes to Australia. Anti-China sentiment has surged in Australia recently, clearly state-sanctioned. Investigations suggest the United States is likely pulling the strings behind the scenes. Therefore, comprehensive calculations indicate Australia also has a 215 probability of declaring war on us. Additionally, South Korea ranks third. Due to reasons widely understood, both their government and populace persistently view us as thieves of civilization. Popular sentiment there includes calls to defeat China and seize legitimacy. Having unified the peninsula last month, they are highly likely to target us next, with a probability of 174. These are the top 3 nations most likely to initiate hostilities against us. Chongping opened a world map on the screen as he spoke, circling these 3 nations in red. He then switched to a blue line to circle 3 additional countries. The blue lines represent projections made by multiple researchers from our intelligence agencies and key commanders from the 3 military branches, based on limited information about the enemy. This serves as a reference for our leaders. The generals present nodded in agreement, their eyes turning expectantly to Lin Xuan and the Prime Minister. This was the solution they had collectively devised. Changping began his explanation in measured tones. The overall plan prioritizes challenging nations surrounding China that harbor hostility toward it, such as Myanmar, Vietnam, and the Philippines. 3 primary reasons underpin this strategy. 1. The civilizations of these 3 nations largely stem from Buddhist systems. As seen during the divine battle arena, their combat prowess is generally mediocre. Especially now, in the demon and monster arena, this may be precisely the weakness of Buddhist nations. As major Buddhist powers, the divine beings of these 3 nations possess unexpectedly formidable combat strength and are exceptionally fond of self-promotion. However, no information about demons or monsters has been reported to date, hence this inference. 2. Due to various historical reasons, these nations, though geographically proximate to China, have persistently promoted anti-China narratives and engaged in ongoing border disturbances, creating an unstable environment. They are susceptible to incitement by other countries to challenge China. 3. Declaring war on these nations, victory in the arena is ideal. Should we lose, General Su believes their leadership can be subdued within an hour through force, compelling them to sign a declaration of voluntary incorporation into China. This would nullify the arena rules, sparing China from divine retribution or redirecting it to the newly annexed territories. The preferred target is the state of Yu. Having endured repeated colonization and cultural assimilation, their folk traditions of demons and spirits are likely minimal. Moreover, Yu's capital lies close to our borders, facilitating surprise attacks. Its territory, while not vast, remains sufficient for subsequent competitions with other nations. Lin Xuan couldn't help but draw a deep breath as he watched General Su on the screen, standing tall and nodding steadily. This was the true Jia Su of our era. How did he come up with all these strategies? The Prime Minister remained silent, his gaze shifting to Lin Xuan on the other end of the screen. Lin Xuan turned his head, met old Zhou's expression of agreement, pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Why? Is there a problem with our plan? General Su, seeing Lin Xuan shake his head, asked bluntly. The general's plan is naturally excellent, seamlessly integrating the arena with the real world. Its dual-track approach complements each other, offering both offensive and defensive capabilities virtually unbeatable. Lin Xuan pondered as he gave a thoughtful reply. However, the challenge rules of the arena require mutual consent. We initiate the request, but they must also choose us. The nations you've selected are so well suited for the demon-slaying arena that I believe other countries will surely recognize this too. As leaders of you, why would they abandon battles with similarly sized nations to choose us instead? General Su pondered briefly before replying, then we can mass troops at their border, forcing them to accept. General Jiang beside him shook his head. If that were possible, a world war would have erupted long ago. The beautiful nations' annexations always cloak themselves in the pretense of bolstering the defense of weaker nations, never through military pressure. General Su looked unconvinced. So what if it triggers a world war? Would China ever be afraid? Lin Xuan continued calmly. Second, the arena's architects are targeting China.
They will inevitably turn their sights on us. In these uncertain times, I hope to help us all go further and eliminate a major threat to China, whether it's the Three Kingdoms or the United States. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Moreover, I will also. He was about to say he would also strive to cultivate and enhance his cultivation base, but the primordial purple chi within his body and those unknown enemies would not make it so easy to eliminate him.
General Sua's gaze toward Lin Xuan shifted upon hearing this, now tinged with both admiration and pity.
After pondering, he addressed the Prime Minister. We can deploy our strongest personal security detail SWAT teams, armored vehicles, encrypted communication lines, electronic jamming, and regular rotation of safe houses.
Everything within our power. General Su's expression was earnest and urgent.
Impatient by nature, he wanted to pack Lin Xuan up and take him away for protection immediately. Such measures might work against sneak attacks from other nations.
But against them?
The Prime Minister lifted his eyelids, glanced up at the sky, and shook his head.
What are we to do?
General Su slammed his fist on the table in frustration.
Nothing works. Look at you, getting worked up again. Sighed the Premier. For a moment, both conference rooms fell silent.
Only old Zhou patted Lin Xuan's back reassuringly. This silence, every second of it, only deepened the despair. Chang Pingji, head of the intelligence division, suddenly leaned closer to the screen and stared at Lin Xuan.
Since you can cultivate immortality, wouldn't the power of faith also be useful to you? Lin Xuan, under his piercing gaze, nodded.
After defeating Sakura in their last duel, he had distinctly felt the faith power within him surge. It must have been because the live stream camera had caught him after his victory. But it wasn't that he didn't want to cultivate the power of faith, it was that the civilizations of Huaxia were too severely depleted. He hoped to first strengthen all the Huaxia deities. He still harbored thoughts of the celestial battlefield mentioned by Fuxi and Yuhua. Moreover, he had previously gained Xingtian's protection and offensive abilities, along with the primordial purple chi. He wanted to say that he wasn't actually that fragile. The unspoken words and the worry in his eyes and brows were all seen by Chang Pingji.
Chang Pingji pondered, we won't monopolize the divine and demonic realms' promotional channels.
The pantheon already exists for the deities, the people can continue seeking blessings and paying homage there.
We've even granted it tax-exempt status and built numerous artificial attractions and amusement parks around it to draw crowds. We're also building momentum online, boosting entertainment value and public anticipation. All projects are free purely for popularity, subsidized by the state. Rest assured, the Pantheon is operating exceptionally well now, with extraordinary popularity.
For demons and spirits, we have multiple channels and formats like our radio station, AI-adapted comics, storytelling, and event previews. Contingency plans are in place, and projected data looks promising.
Changping studied Lin Xuan. As for you, I've come up with something on the spot. We could launch a national-level talk show for you.
You could stream live during your free time, and I'll assign a dedicated assistant to manage promotional channels, develop marketing strategies, and oversee implementation. With your permission, we can employ various methods to rapidly establish you as an internet celebrity representing Chinese civilization, cementing your image in the public consciousness.
Lin Xuan frowned.
He'd seen influencer news in his previous life, and his perception of them was limited to women who'd undergone various cosmetic procedures. Call him an old-school scholar, he probably couldn't handle that.
But Changping's subsequent words swayed him.
Both the nation and its people need a leader in folk culture. Influencer status is merely a means to that end.
You can use this platform to disseminate authentic folk traditions. First, it prevents misinformation from spreading. Second, your immense influence will provide crucial support during the later stages of the demon arena. Lin Xuan's frown eased. Alright, you've convinced me. What do I need to do? Chapter 52, Reaping Rewards Before the Battle.
Finally, Changping asked Lin Xuan to take the entire next day off. He would coordinate with various departments to arrange work and procedures. As for the final decision on China's primary combat or defense nation, the chosen battle zone, and evacuation plans, the Prime Minister waved his hand decisively. Tomorrow is our final day.
Continue gathering intelligence and data. We'll finalize decisions tomorrow.
As the meeting screen shut down, old Zhou gazed at Lin Xuan with deep concern.
You never mentioned before that you'd still be in danger. Does that mean, as you just said, that increasing the power of faith will ensure safety? But that's the arena's controller. How could that be possible?
Old Zhou's brow furrowed deeply. The overflowing concern and worry warmed Lin Xuan's heart. Strictly speaking, old Zhou was the first to extend goodwill to him when he arrived here.
He'd helped secure his position at the research institute, fearing Lin Xuan might be left vulnerable and mistreated.
Now, he was worried for him again. Lin Xuan felt touched, yet also amused. Old Master Zhou was acting like an overprotective father, but considering Lin Xuan was nearly the same age as him in that world, this dynamic part mentor, part friend felt surprisingly comfortable. But having him worry wasn't ideal. Lin Xuan quickly launched into an explanation. Under Zhou Lao's skeptical gaze, he quickly pleaded for mercy, rubbing his stomach and declaring he hadn't eaten all day and was starving. Only then did old Master Zhou recall his dinner appointment with the Chamber of Commerce head. He decisively took Lin Xuan straight to the hotel restaurant while calling the Chamber of Commerce representative. By the time they arrived, it was already past 9 p.m. Entering the reserved banquet hall, they saw a young man in a suit conversing with two white-haired elders dressed in traditional Chinese attire. Spotting the waitstaff escorting old Zhou and Lin Xuan inside, the trio rose promptly to greet them. The young man stepped forward first, extending his hand with an excited expression. "Mr. Zhou, Lin Xuan, you've finally arrived. I'm Gu Zhida, the chamber representative who's been in contact with you. Please take a seat over here. Why not sit beside Elderson? You are his benefactor, after all." Gu Zhida gestured toward the empty seat beside the elder in the white traditional robe, smiling at Lin Xuan. "This is our chamber's honorary advisor, Xingtian Old Master Cien." Seeing Lin Xuan's puzzled expression, he continued. "You must have heard of the East City Group. It was founded by Old Master Cien himself." Lin Xuan had been dragged into combat the moment he arrived in this world. Fighting his way through, he'd had no time to notice anything related to business. Seeing Lin Xuan's bewildered expression, Gu Zhida gave an awkward chuckle before smoothing things over himself. "No worries. It's perfectly normal for young people like you to not follow business news closely. At 19, you're young and promising. Your potential is limitless. Now let me introduce another key figure in our chamber, Old Master Yang, also known as Yang Jun. How to put it, half of Dongdao province, which you saved earlier, belongs to him." Old Zhou nodded at Lin Xuan. He had indeed seen both of these men on television. Lin Xuan gained a clearer understanding of their stature. Even workaholics like Old Zhou knew them. Wrapped in a youthful exterior, Lin Xuan saw no need for beating around the bush. He asked directly. "So, what brings you here today?" Gu Zhida turned his head to look at the two elders. The elder in white robes spoke with sincere earnestness. "We invited you here with genuine gratitude. After facing life and death, we two old men have truly come to terms with things. During that battle in Dongdao province, you saved both of us. We have no way to repay you, so we thought we'd meet and see if there's anything we can do to help. We old bones still have some connections." They exchanged a knowing smile before turning their gaze back to Lin Xuan. As a cultivator, he could intuitively sense others' emotions. These two elders genuinely regarded him as their benefactor and a junior. They radiated warmth from within, much like Old Zhou. Lin Xuan glanced at Old Zhou beside him, raising an eyebrow. Seems he was quite popular with his peers. But Lin Xuan truly had nothing they could assist with, only the need to follow through on the donation previously agreed upon with Old Zhou. The five shared a heartwarming meal. Lin Xuan casually gave them another health check, clearing any lingering issues before concluding the meeting. The next morning, Lin Xuan was still asleep when his phone rang. He answered groggily, only to be jolted awake by a booming voice. "Lin Xuan, time to get up. It's 5 a.m. I've arranged a helicopter and a limousine to pick you up at the institute in 20 minutes. Just freshen up casually, there'll be makeup artists waiting for you." Rubbing his eyes, Lin Xuan held the phone away from his ear and yawned in response. "What vehicle? Where are we going? Didn't we discuss it at yesterday's meeting? You have the whole day free today. I had old He from the PR department schedule you solid. I'll be accompanying you all day." "So, who are you?" "I'm Hu Jin, the first secretary general." Lin Xuan sighed deeply, resignedly crawling out of bed to wash up and change clothes. Though cultivators could function without sleep, Lin Xuan considered his soul to be that of an old man who still needed ample rest. Thus, he slept soundly throughout the entire journey. By the time he was fully awake, he was already seated in the makeup room at Capital Broadcasting Station, having his face sculpted by the makeup artist. Wow, this skin is truly flawless, not a single pore in sight, so smooth and fair. And those lashes unbeatable. So thick and long, just like a doll's. The stylist beside her couldn't resist giving them a little poke before glancing at the wall clock and sighing. "Sis, I get it. I know you're excited, but could you hurry up? I still have to style him. I should have come first. You insisted on coming first. What's so special about that black suit that it needs to be done early? I don't get it, just a plain black suit, and you, the top stylist in China, have to fuss over it." The makeup artist finished by applying a touch of lip balm to Lin Xuan. Truthfully, his features were already flawlessly refined, and with his impeccable skin condition, minimal makeup sufficed. While he was waking up, they dressed him in a tailored black suit and slipped several cue cards into his hands. "Take a look at these. The host will ask these questions shortly. Just answer while looking at them. The main goal is to establish your persona as a prodigious young talent, which will help build your fan base." Hu Jin hurried over, grabbing Lin Xuan's arm and rushing him toward the studio. After half an hour of rapid-fire QA and impromptu speeches, the first segment concluded. Lin Xuan could feel spiritual energy surging within his body. He met Hu Jin's expectant gaze and gave a reassuring nod. Her excitement only intensified. "Let's go. Next segment. We've got plenty more to cover today." Waving a stack of A4 papers in his hand, he beamed with excitement as he pulled Lin Xuan out of the studio.
Chapter 53, Draining the Essence of Merit. Teacher Lin Xuan, please change clothes over here. Teacher Lin Xuan, have some water. Let me fix your hair again. Ah, it's Teacher Lin Xuan. You're so handsome. Our whole family absolutely adores you. Teacher Lin Xuan. Over the course of the morning, he couldn't even recall how many people he'd met, how many studios he'd visited, or how many outfits he'd changed into. Lin Xuan was completely numb. For the first time, he realized he could gauge a program's ratings by the rate his inner faith energy surged. While conversing with various hosts and guests, he assessed the results, his smile perfectly measured. Spinning like a top, he finally emerged from CCTV's live studio at 3 p.m. This time, Jin didn't rush him out instead, she brought him makeup remover. Jin whispered, how much did it increase? Lin Xuan considered for a moment, then flipped his right palm. The next second, a multicolored nine-headed serpent coiled on his hand slowly materialized, appearing significantly larger than during the previous remote video conference. Walking beside him, Jin's eyes widened in astonishment. Seeing it up close for the first time, it felt completely different from the video. It was breathtakingly beautiful, a true miracle. He couldn't resist the urge to get closer, reaching out his hand. Lin Xuan swiftly clenched his fist, crushing the formed five-colored spiritual energy, then raised his chin toward Jin. Camera. Jin snapped back to his senses, nodded, and changed the subject. My arrangements for today are mostly wrapped up. I can drive you back to the lab. Great. Dealing with this is more exhausting than a day and night of research. But I have one more suggestion for you. If you can go live streaming once you're back at the lab, I think it could help you gain a lot more followers. Jin glanced warily around, carefully choosing her words as she explained to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan froze in shock. He thought he could finally rest and immerse himself in his silk scrolls and porcelain fragments, but now he had to do a live stream? He had seen a few old friends stream before, but he himself had never done it. Lin Xuan's face scrunched up in resistance. Jin had anticipated this reaction and immediately offered an enticing proposal. The premier mentioned he has a set of blue and white porcelain estate gift from the Leeds Kingdom during their visit to China. It hasn't been catalogued yet and is currently displayed in the National Reception Hall. If you cooperate with all the promotional work, I'll arrange to borrow it and send it to you. How does that sound? The kid is still too young, doesn't know how to protect himself, and is too kind to others. The premier instructed him to keep the kid in check and give him the maximum state support. If the power of faith could aid him, he must be given maximum exposure and devotion. He's made so many contributions to China, yet never boasts about them. He lives and works at the research institute, avoids the spotlight, and never mentions his achievements. They say the squeaky wheel gets the grease, but this child is too well behaved. He sacrifices everything for his family without complaint, and his parents can't help but worry. Especially since he's an only child. There is no second Lin Xuan in all of China. How could his parents not be deeply concerned? Granting him a position at Capital University and the salary of a specially appointed advisor provided Lin Xuan with basic security. Additionally, giving him some faith power would enhance his self-defense capabilities. As for the promised housing and funds, Lin Xuan never mentioned them. Could it be he hadn't opened that envelope yet? Jin suddenly remembered and casually mentioned, isn't there a safe in your lab's break room? Ha! I hadn't noticed. Is there such a thing in the lounge? Perfect. I definitely haven't seen it. His admiration for Lin Xuan deepened. This kid genuinely didn't care about worldly possessions, he wanted nothing. He looked at Lin Xuan with indulgent affection. Young man, go check that safe. From now on, anything valuable the state or other organizations or individuals give you, put it all in there. The Prime Minister's set of blue and white porcelain? That's a state gift. You can only borrow it, it can't be given to you. All right. After returning to the research institute, Lin Xuan began preparing for his live stream. Unsure what to say, he simply propped his phone on his desk, opened the platform as Jin had instructed, and clicked go live. The account Jin had applied for him naturally received the broadcast notification immediately, prompting him to arrange for various official media outlets to follow up with promotions. He had already notified the platform in advance. Once this account went live, all traffic support, anti-cyberbullying measures, anti-hacking protocols, and public opinion control must be strictly managed. Jin sat at his desk, sorting through the pile of official business that had accumulated over the past few days while occasionally glancing at Lin Xuan's livestream. Before his desk sat a team of 3 secretaries, specifically tasked with monitoring Lin Xuan's livestream data and public sentiment, ready to provide support at any moment. Daily Kid, whoa. Is this really Lin Xuan? The real deal? Hope it's not another impersonator. Dayu draws her gun, it's the real deal, sis. Just came from the official central account official guidance, no mistake. Shih Tzu is a little kitten, it's actually him. I'm gonna scream. I'm gonna tell my parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, neighbors, co-workers. Everyone better come bow down to God Lin. Glory of the soldier, seriously, our office told us to drop everything and gather in the conference room for the livestream.
Only urgent matters require an official request to skip it.
Martial arts master Xingtian, is he telling divine tales today? Or ghost stories?
I'm so excited. If only I could marry God Lin and have him tell me stories every day.
Got a little problem. Hey! Monster! You're eyeing my master again.
Master, my only niece was always sickly, practically raised in hospitals, but she's so sensible.
After that battle blessing, she's now super healthy and lively.
You're our family's savior. Xingtian must persevere. Our family too, all three of us were plagued by illness, truly at the end of our rope. After eating our last meal, it was you who saved us.
Wealth and bloom, brother. Thank you for saving Grandma. She's doing well now. I can go to kindergarten too. Thank you, brother.
A flood of people poured in, constantly flooding the screen with their stories and expressions of gratitude, causing the platform to lag. Lin Xuan stared intently at the words on his phone. It turned out he had truly helped so many people, so many families had been saved because of him. As the live stream's audience swelled, he could faintly see wisps of golden light drifting from his hands, fluttering onto his body before vanishing.
Merit light?
He followed the golden threads to his shoulders, arms, and palms.
Unlike faith points, this was a different, wondrous sensation, yet it too nourished the primordial purple chi within him. He could even sense his connection to this world deepening.
At this very moment, his inner world and the real world finally merged, no longer divided.
Boom!
Several loud firecracker explosions rang out from his phone, catching Lin Xuan's attention. Journey gifted the streamer 10 interstellar fireworks.
Journey, young friend, are you going live?
I'll have the entire group watch your stream right now.
Polite or not, wow, never seen interstellar fireworks before.
What tier are those?
Each one's worth 10,000 credits. This guy's a freaking tycoon. He mentioned the group, it might actually be legit.
Little bunny poops, heard you need to be level 100 to see these gifts.
We'll never get to see them. Just another day envying the rich. Genius, he's the chairman of East City Group. Look at his verification badge.
Who'd have thought I'd get to watch a livestream with a chairman in my lifetime?
Stellar Ocean, I'm here too.
I had the Chamber of Commerce promote you.
Stellar Seas has gifted the streamer 10 carnival tokens.
Lin Xuan was dumbfounded, staring at the screen filled with non-stop animation effects. His basic student phone was completely frozen by the effects.
Just then, the landline on stage rang. He picked it up.
Lin Xuan, this is Jin.
Open the drawer on your right, I've placed the latest phone there. It's top tier classified, with unmatched security and performance. Just swap your SIM card and you're good to go.
True to form for the Prime Minister's top secretary, the preparations were exceptionally thorough. Frantically swapping SIM cards, opening the platform, and going live, Lin Xuan missed the fleeting notification.
Your account, Lin Xuan. Gift revenue within the last 10 minutes, 1,365,522 yuan. The platform hereby grants your account official premium status. All earnings will be transferred to your account in real time, no commission deducted. When he restarted the stream, the screen was flooded with gifts again, so many he couldn't even make out the messages. He called Jin for help. How do I turn off this gifting feature? Gifts mean people like you. You're not an official civil servant, this isn't corruption or embezzlement. Sigh, I can't see everyone's comments anymore. With Jin's help, he finally disabled the gift sending feature. Lin Xuan wiped the faint sweat from his forehead and addressed the phone screen earnestly. I just want to chat with everyone. Tomorrow is the day the arena reopens. Let's just talk, no need to send gifts. The bullet chat exploded instantly. Those who had received his help but couldn't afford gifts rushed to buy traffic packages on the platform to promote his stream. Since our benefactor isn't asking for money and is streaming live, he must want everyone to see him. Bye. Today's money absolutely must be spent. Don't eat me, I'm tough. Hey, isn't that Lin Xuan? I can see him from this far? I'm in the tropical rainforest. Woody at the horizon, from Russia here, spotted him too. So glad our nation's summoner is so young and handsome. Today feels like the day to return home. Linden's Grace, Korean nation number 1. Seeing his face suddenly reminded me of that tournament against the Cherry Blossom Nation, truly impressive. I was moved to tears. In an instant, both domestically and internationally, Lin Xuan's popularity skyrocketed. If you dare, heat me up, I'm in the Three Kingdoms right now. The news here says a super powerful demon god has been awakened, and their leader Old Mo is calling out to China. Go check it out. Give me back my corpse, hurry back, bro. That country's been targeting us non-stop. This situation is getting tough. Global phishing, yeah, I saw that press conference. That old guy from the third country sure is sleazy. Summoning a demon king and getting all cocky. Daring to call us out like that makes my fists clench. Lin Xuan reopened the phone that had frozen during the livestream and launched the news app. Sure enough, the top headline was about the third country provoking China. Accompanied by screenshots of the demon god summoned during their press conference, Lin Xuan scrutinized the demon god's image before picking up the phone on his desk and dialing the Prime Minister. He shut down his livestream, spent half an hour on the phone, and finally persuaded the others. The final national decision: use every means possible to fight the three enemy nations. Chapter 54, Global Matchup. Early the next morning, the divine arena materialized high in the sky, a faint silhouette visible atop it. Then, a seductive female voice announced, "The upgraded divine arena is now officially open. National representatives, please declare your opposing nations. From this moment, all nations must participate. Select your adversary. Once selections are made, any unmatched nations will be randomly assigned to a battle group. You have 10 minutes to make your selections. The countdown begins now." The leaders of each nation appeared on countless screens in the sky, their expressions ranging from tense to sharp-eyed. The leader of the United States curled her lips in defiance. "We challenge Italy." With the state of Iowa as the wager. Italy's leader panics, urgently conferring with advisors behind him. Seeing this, the Bear Nation leader slams the table. "Then we'll battle Ukraine. Man up and step forward. No sneaky tactics." The Ukrainian leader stood ramrod straight, head held high. "We accept." A ding sounded in the sky. Bear Nation versus Ukraine, match confirmed. As the countdown ticked down, the remaining leaders scrambled to request matches. Several smaller nations were completely unprepared. Their leaders were visibly stunned, arguing fiercely with those beside them. They likely assumed the rules only changed the summoned entities and hadn't prepared for combat scenarios, intending merely to observe rather than engage immediately. One leader from a small southern African nation, frustrated by failing to reach agreement with his peers, raised his hand in protest. The earlier rule change didn't mention mandatory combat for all nations. This is an added rule, it shouldn't count. On the divine stage in the sky, that faintly visible figure gave a soft snort, pointing a slender jade-like finger toward the South African leader. With a loud bang, his head exploded on the giant screen like a burst watermelon. Instantly, the previously rowdy leaders fell silent as if frozen in fear. Only the screen from South Africa echoed with frantic screams reverberating through the air. "I set the rules. The pace was too slow before. Any further objections?" That coquettish voice reached every ear, automatically translating into different languages. The sinister undertones and utter disregard for human life were understood by people across the globe. Countdown, 6 minutes remaining. "Don't waste my time, ants." Hearing the impatience in her urgency, the leaders of the Three Nations and the Stick Nation shouted in unison, "We, the Three Nations and the Stick Nation, choose to fight against China." The Prime Minister of China looked up at the two giant screens in the sky, paused briefly, then responded, "We choose the Three Kingdoms." Match confirmed, a Three Nations versus China. With a whoosh, the leaders' screens instantly shattered. The Prime Minister rubbed his face. He hadn't expected to appear on the big screen, but at least the plan had been executed as intended. Lin Xuan and the other comrades involved breathed a sigh of relief, settling in to watch the spectacle with renewed interest. This marked the first time every nation on Earth had simultaneously entered combat. Many nations that had never participated before, countries like the Republic of Peace, had always proclaimed themselves peace-loving nations. This development instantly plunged their leaders into despair. But while they were busy laughing at others' misfortunes, they hadn't noticed that the Chinese people were equally distressed by their own battle assignments. "Why the hell are we fighting India? Pick Korea. Korea's clearly easier to take on. Korea's so huge, I feel like only Xinjiang could handle it. I'm already packing my things. I'll head to the airport with my parents soon to stay with my aunt for a few days. Trust the forest god. I'm not leaving. And don't even think about taking our rewards. Have you ever seen any ghosts, gods, or monsters in China? God Lin is an expert on deities, I believe him. But the rules have changed. India's 33 million gods and Buddhas aren't a joke. And that press conference they held, didn't you see it? You guys don't read God Lin's 100 Demons Compendium or Classic of Mountains and Seas at all, just foreign news. Address, XXXX. Please finish reading before you start ranting. We could have crushed the stick-wielding nation completely. Why pick the third? Are we paving your future glory with our lives? You executives will be protected first anyway. But when you sleep, don't you ever have nightmares? People across the nation debated fiercely, with both supporters and opponents voicing their opinions. The Prime Minister swiftly issued directives. Departments began reassuring the public while presenting a more comprehensive catalogue of Chinese supernatural beings to ease concerns. Those still anxious could pray at the pantheon. Lin Xuan remained utterly oblivious to all this. From the very start, he'd been gazing upward, his entire focus fixed on that faint shadow in the sky. When the phantom had extended its hand earlier, he had witnessed the air warping from the energy fluctuations. This made him wonder if the random selection process in the void operated on the same principle. Lin Xuan's breathing quickened. Could it be that his body, altered by the primordial purple qi, granted him this vision? If he could see it, did that mean he might also be able to influence the random selection? Earlier, when the phantom made its move, he'd been too engrossed watching to react. Just one more chance. One more opportunity. He would try, even if it meant only a slight influence. Alas, no one dared risk themselves again. 10 minutes later, all nations had been matched. That haughty yet bewitching voice echoed from the sky once more. Very good. Everyone has been quite obedient this time. Then, shall we commence hostilities at the same hour tomorrow? A simultaneous all-out battle, what a thrilling spectacle. Prepare well and unleash your full might. Amidst a burst of coquettish laughter, everything in the sky gradually faded away. In the capital nation's war council chamber, all personnel were present. Lin Xuan explained his summoning plan to the leaders, who then supplemented and refined it. Here are the profiles of the 6 demon lords I plan to summon. They should be sufficient to counter the Tarka demon lord already revealed by the 3 nations. As for the rest, we'll have to improvise. Lin Xuan's meticulous and responsible approach earned nods of approval from the leaders. The battlefield is inherently unpredictable, especially when the enemy remains unknown. It would have been far less credible if Lin Xuan had stood up in the meeting, pounding his chest and swearing victory was guaranteed. The battle commences tomorrow. Are there any further points you wish to add? The Prime Minister smiled as he looked around at the others. General Su took a deep breath. Prime Minister, if you want my thoughts, I'll share them. Last time I saw other nations pulling some underhanded tricks, so I discussed it with old Chang. Chang, you tell them. General Su's eyebrows and nose crumpled together, signaling Chang Pingji to take over. Chang Pingji sighed helplessly. During the earlier divine wars among nations, everyone resorted to underhanded tactics, aggressively promoting their own religions and deities. Back then, we also made some strategic moves along the borders of the 3 kingdoms and managed to gather some intelligence. The premier nodded, signaling him to continue. We dispatched 3 cultural outreach teams to provide free medical treatment in 3 border provinces. We promised medical care and medicine to their common folk if they converted to our deities. But those bastards, they took the medicine, got their illnesses treated, and even made advances toward our female doctors during the process. In the end, their faith remained unchanged. All the materials we gave them were simply used to wrap food and medicine. Seeing everyone frown, Chang Pingji smiled and continued. Upon receiving intelligence, I had all supplies and funding cut off. Then, using certain methods, I secured the loyalty of several high-ranking locals and disseminated some information. Now, those 3 clans have entered a state of partial chaos. The common folk are beginning to rebel against their fate, refusing to remain the filthiest underclass forever. Chang Pingji shrugged. We didn't succeed, but we didn't fail either. General Su slammed his fist on the table and stood up. Old Chang's just being all fancy. I'd say we're pretty damn successful. Caught by the Prime Minister's gaze, General Su rubbed his nose and sat back down. Anyway, I mused, there are still 25 states left in the 3 kingdoms. Let's go now and fan the flames of this grassroots uprising. Lin Xuan nodded and added. The 3rd kingdom is the world's most populous nation. Though most are uneducated commoners, their faith is the purest. And indeed, a significant portion of the lower classes worship demon gods. If we can make them allies in the battle for national destiny. General Su nodded vigorously, giving Lin Xuan a thumbs-up gesture that made Lin Xuan smile. For tomorrow's operation, to achieve a swift victory, we can requisition my warriors. Whether it's speed of transport, load capacity, or combat strength, they're more suitable. General Jiang suddenly spoke up. Lin Xuan's eyes lit up. He had nearly forgotten about the group of cultivator warriors. If deployed effectively, they could not only disrupt the enemy but potentially be won over. The Prime Minister listened expressionlessly, saying nothing. He merely glanced at the others before rising and leaving the conference room. Chapter 55, A Trial Run. Lin Xuan followed General Jiang, General Su, and the others out of the conference room. Hey, Lin Xuan, you've already hooked up old Jiang with a bunch of unbeatable warriors. When are you gonna do the same for us in the 71st Army? You can't play favorites, you know. No sooner had they exited the conference room than General Su threw an arm around Lin Xuan's neck, grinning as he made his request. Su Shagwa, don't try to intimidate the kid with your soldier thug tactics. Besides, is this something he can decide on his own? You should go ask the premier for approval. General Jiang shot him a helpless glance, reached out to free Lin Xuan, and smoothed the wrinkles in his collar. Ignore him. He's just a big kid at heart, envious that I pulled off the mission. Come on, I'll take you to the training ground. Let's review the ambush plan we've laid out for them. Lin Xuan shook his head, indicating he was fine, then froze. Ha? Raid plan? But just now. Lin Xuan watched the Prime Minister and his entourage vanish down the corridor, hesitating to speak. The Prime Minister didn't approve it earlier. Are we still going? General Su laughed heartily. You're such a kid. The Prime Minister doesn't know about our plan. Wrong. It's your plan. I don't know either. Since you won't take me along, I won't know either. I'm off to see the Prime Minister. I'll come find you to play once I get approval. General Su waved to them and hurried to catch up with the Prime Minister's entourage. We were a rescue organization, merely providing aid and support to the grassroots resistance to reduce their casualties. Ultimately, it's the brutal caste system in the 3 kingdoms that condemns the Dalits to a lifetime of the most degrading labor and oppression. What difference is there between that and slavery? We were there to save them. General Zhang's words, spoken with his usual calm and steady demeanor, carried exceptional weight. Lin Xuan nodded and added.
While the entire Triad nation is occupied with resistance, will simultaneously spread the message that self-reliance is the only path forward, not praying to gods or deities. All spoils earned through their arduous resistance are distributed immediately, letting them deeply feel the benefits of self-reliance.
General John raised an eyebrow. What about promoting our divine and demonic forces? No need. Their faith is too impure to be completely transformed in a few days. Besides, this rebellion was about oppressing their own people. It has nothing to do with our Huaxia, right?
General Jiang nodded with a smile, his eyes brimming with admiration for Lin Xuan.
I want to join too. Lin Xuan's eyes burned with eagerness for the upcoming operation.
As a folklore expert, he had participated in countless historical events, digging up and supplementing information. Now, he had the chance to be part of one himself. And this was a monumental event that might never be recorded in history.
To personally witness it, how thrilling. Moreover, with his current capabilities, he could undoubtedly play a pivotal role on such a battlefield.
It would not only prevent other nations from finding fault with China but also instill a sense of apprehension in them.
China was no longer the weak nation of their memories. We had risen.
This strike against the three nations would also be the world's first glimpse of our nation's power in another dimension.
Besides the deities of our nation, who else could receive such profound blessings? The Olympian gods with their tangled family ties and selfish agendas? Or those bird-like beings who blindly obey God's will without discernment?
Lin Xuan grew increasingly agitated, his body trembling slightly. His gaze toward General Jiang now held a faint gleam.
Control yourself.
Truthfully, if you wanted to go, no one could stop you. General Jiang firmly grasped his shoulders, urging him to calm down.
Lin Xuan took several deep breaths, meeting General Jiang's gaze earnestly. Please let me be part of this history.
Even if it may never be shown to the Chinese people, at the very least, I want every hero who silently sacrifices behind the scenes to live.
Therefore, I must go. Depart now. Bring them all back safely before the battle begins tomorrow.
General Jiang stared at him in silence for a long moment before finally uttering, "Thank you."
Night fell.
Thanks to Lin Xuan's exceptional piloting skills, they reached the training ground in 3 minutes. 17 minutes later, the entire team entered the three kingdoms of A under stealth. They made contact with the local liaison, delivering large quantities of medical supplies and food to support the suffering grassroots populace fighting for justice. Following the pre-arranged plan, the 100-strong force dispersed, launching lightning strikes against all temples and government institutions across the three nations. Lin Xuan had pre-installed sensory links on them. Should anyone be injured, he could instantly teleport to their side.
Begin! 101 figures scattered like fireworks, vanishing into the vast night.
Lin Xuan sought out the highest mountain nearby, leapt up, and sat cross-legged. He pulled out his military tablet and tapped its edge lightly with his finger.
11:13 p.m.
Initiate the first coordinated attack.
Boom! Violent explosions echoed from all directions.
Lin Xuan strained his eyes into the distance, where countless flashes of fire and billowing smoke pierced the thick night. Lin Xuan withdrew his gaze and looked down at the tablet.
First wave target, Demon God Temple. Successfully completed. 4 minutes later, the second wave commenced. Next came the third wave.
Lin Xuan's fingertips trembled as he rapidly tapped the preset targets on the tablet. The entire map of the three nations gradually shifted from a dense cluster of red dots to one covered in green. Far surpassing the tactical radio, the Jade transmission tablet streamed a constant flow of reports.
Unit 37, position 103 secured. Unit 59, position 288 secured.
Unit 13 encountered a mass enemy blockade at position 377. Lin Xuan's brow twitched. Instantly materializing beside Feng Lei at position 377, he swept his hand to conjure an arc-shaped protective shield, deflecting all incoming artillery fire. There must be a hidden military base nearby. Feng Lei leaned breathlessly against the crumbling wall of a ruined building, looking at Lin Xuan.
Lin Xuan extended a finger and gently pressed it against Feng Lei's forehead. Looks like you need clairvoyance. Immediately.
Golden light completely filled Feng Lei's eyes as he strained to scan the surroundings.
There. Feng Lei pointed toward the southeast. Lin Xuan nodded. Seems he adapts quickly.
Flipping his right hand, a swirling mass of translucent white energy gathered in his palm. With a flick of his wrist, the mass shot like a meteor straight toward the direction Feng Lei had pointed.
That military base is enormous.
Over 40 kilometers wide, and it even has an aircraft carrier. It's likely a long-hidden naval command center.
Feng Lei exclaimed excitedly. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. A hidden command center, huh? Got it.
He spread his fingers toward the gas cloud, twisted his wrist, then clenched his fist. The churning white gas exploded in midair like a colossal firework, scattering countless flashes of white light across the base's perimeter. The light rapidly corroded the ground, sinking deeper until it enveloped the entire 40-kilometer base.
With a thunderous rumble, the entire base shook violently.
It felt as if someone had scooped it out from beneath the earth with a giant spoon, exposing countless underground facilities along with it. Immediately afterward, the excavated earth and everything above it began compressing inward.
A relentless succession of explosions, large and small, erupted. The soldiers who had narrowly survived could only lie flat on the ground, their hearts, eardrums, and temples pounding with terror as if being relentlessly hammered by a heavy sledgehammer. They watched helplessly as their base, the world's second-largest naval facility, was squeezed to its limits in midair, reduced to dust. "Alright, you continue. I'll head back and await your good news." Lin Xuan patted Feng Lei, who was frozen in shock, healing his minor wounds and fatigue in the process before vanishing with a whoosh. Feng Lei snapped back to reality, glanced at the display screen strapped to his arm, and charged toward the next target. Gathering his spiritual energy, he unleashed a full power strike. Boom! The blazing light intertwined with other flashes across a sangua, dazzling and spectacular. What had been planned as a 69-hour operation to dismantle the cult and liberate the people was now complete. Thanks to Lin Xian's involvement, they'd also taken down the world's largest weapons testing ground and airbase. Everyone was back. Let's go home. Chapter 56, Rulemaker. At that moment, in the presidential palace of the three nations, President Amoni's face was ashen, his emotions tightly restrained as he watched one military secretary after another enter to report. Report! And Yura province has also been attacked. Our army weapons testing base. The tall, thin military secretary felt Amoni's icy glare pinning him to the conference room floor. He stumbled over his words, unable to continue. A deathly silence hung over the vast conference room. Until a loud thud echoed as another man burst in, reporting. Just received intelligence, Dalits in Leidong province have formed a resistance group, advocating that all men are born equal and demanding liberation and... Enough! President Amoni's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his neck like a roaring lion. He slammed his palm onto the table, sending a thunderous thud through the heavy solid wood conference table. Water splashed from the cups. His hawk-like eyes swept viciously across every person present, his gaze as sharp as a blade. So, who can tell me what exactly happened tonight? Overnight, 13 states erupted in rebellion, 20 state government offices were attacked and lost control, 3 military bases were destroyed, countless temples were demolished. From their religious foundations to their military strongholds, the very pillars of their nation were shattered, even stirring up riots. Amoni gritted his teeth. Damn it, I need precise enemy intelligence and a plan for revenge. Not a constant stream of bad news. Everyone present lowered their heads, unable to meet his gaze. We've suffered such devastating losses, yet we still don't know who the enemy even is. What good are you useless fools? Amoni swept his arm across the table, sending everything crashing to the floor. He glared at the bald, pot-bellied middle-aged man cowering at the back of the room. Tamir. My most loyal intelligence chief. Not a single shred of information? At that summons, even the sound of breathing vanished from the conference room. Tamir tremblingly raised his head, meeting the raging president's gaze. Shaking his bald head cautiously, he stammered, I suspect either China, the United States, or Russia. He glanced sideways at the president, swallowed hard, and continued. China is the prime suspect. With less than 3 hours until our Demon God Arena match against them, these enemies have attacked all our temples. Yet the enemies suffered no casualties. Such overwhelming capability suggests the United States has developed some new weapon. After all, the military might of our three nations has always been world-class. Tiny China couldn't possibly achieve this level. The only one capable of matching us is the United States. Last time, the United States demanded we purchase oil exclusively from them, but their price was exorbitant. We refused and instead bought from Russia. Do you recall? As for Bear Country, they offered cheap oil and signed a 5-year energy agreement with us. But after shipping their oil, they refused to renegotiate our terms. Tamir shook his head from side to side, analyzing potential adversaries. How could you blame them? Other nations constantly target them, making their list of adversaries rather long. Enough! Amoni slammed his hand on the table, cutting off Tamil's incessant muttering. Mobilize all forces to crush those filthy, disgusting lower caste Dalits. As generations of untouchable trash, they dare to defy us. Ensure today's Demon Arena event proceeds without incident. Amoni suddenly frowned, took a deep breath, and looked at Tamil. I recall the battle plan specified that the first summoner to enter the arena was supposed to be from the Lingguang faction. You should have gone to retrieve them in advance and ensure their safety. Tamir stiffly turned to General Raji beside him, his facial muscles twitching. General Raji, you were supposed to escort them here in advance, weren't you? Earlier when I suggested retrieving them early, you insisted we wait for the president's orders and not act on our own. I didn't say that. Boom! The wooden platform, not particularly thick, shattered under Amoni's blow, effectively halting their mutual blame game. Go now. Bring as many as you can. I've decided to change tactics. Since it might be Huaxia, let's give them a first battle they'll never forget. Amoni's icy gaze fixed on Dharmakara, the head of the Three Kingdoms National Fortune Arena and the nation's most renowned Buddhist monk. Dharmakara, clad in saffron robes, slowly and reverently pressed his palms together. He looked at Amoni and nodded. The wall clock ticked rapidly, soon striking 10 o'clock. The arena materialized in the sky as scheduled, along with that blurred figure.
Welcome, everyone, to my arena right on schedule.
Let me see exactly 100 nations remain.
That's perfect.
We'll draw 300 contestants first. I adore drawing lots.
As the coquettish voice faded, the shadowy figure in the sky reached out. A massive firework blossomed overhead, each burst of light hovering above someone's head. At that moment, Lin Xuan sat atop the zoo long hall, gazing upward as he sensed the 3 beams of light descending upon Huaxia. 2 beams plummeted straight toward the capital, while the third streaked toward the northwest. He pressed his fingers together, shooting out a burst of spiritual energy to forcibly drag the 2 closer lights toward him. Both attempts failed. Lin Xuan frowned, drawing a thread of primordial purple qi into his spiritual energy. He pulled the light from the northwest toward him. The light was instantly seized, twisting and straining like a living thing, desperately trying to escape Lin Xuan's grasp. Beads of sweat formed on Lin Xuan's forehead as he increased his spiritual energy output until the light ceased its struggle, seemingly resigned to its fate.
Ha! Someone actually managed to reverse it?
In the blink of an eye, an exceptionally alluring beauty appeared before Lin Xuan. Her eyebrows lifted slightly as she regarded the handsome youth gripping the light with a meaningful gaze.
Interesting. So you're the one from Dao Si Ji? No wonder I was suddenly summoned. The energy within you is abundant. That's excellent. Want to compete? Then come.
Her slender jade-like fingers gently brushed Lin Xuan's cheek. The icy sensation made him frown. Before Lin Xuan could react, he was engulfed by the light. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar place deep within a primeval forest. The rules again: kill every human and demon from the opposing nation to win.
You may quit the game.
Or, wait until every human and demon from all nations is dead, and be the last one standing. Complete the game directly and receive my special reward, MUA.
Battle Royale game begins in 1 minute. Everyone was stunned. Wasn't this supposed to be one-on-one? A summoning arena? What the hell is this now? Everyone thrown together? A massive free-for-all? I have a question. Why isn't this a 1v1 arena match? Where am I now? How do I find the Demon Lord and my allies?
The rules weren't like this before. A shivering young man with dark skin, randomly dumped in a snowy wasteland, raised his hand to ask.
As someone from an African country, he'd arrived here wearing only a tank top and shorts. How was he supposed to survive?
Shut up! A bolt of lightning struck the dark-skinned youth directly, leaving him bloodied and convulsing on the ground.
I set the rules.
They can change any time before the match starts.
Isn't that fair? Luck itself is a form of fairness.
She uttered these cold words in a coquettish tone, her methods brutally ruthless. Even contestants could be injured at will, without any restrictions.
Everyone fell silent. Chapter 57, 3 in a hand. After the rule change, there was no need to go to the venue.
Everyone could watch the large screens displaying their own country's competitors and those from other nations in the sky. Simultaneously, broadcasts were aired on television and major global platforms, allowing people to watch from home. When Lin Xuan's figure appeared on the screens, the entire nation erupted.
Ha! They randomly selected God Lin. This round is in the bag.
Watch God Lin crush them.
Am I the only one worried about him? This round involves both summoners and demon gods battling together. What if something happens to God Lin? Bad luck. My God Lin is so powerful. But what about the other 2? Who are they? Hurry and save my God Lin.
Everyone scanned the 300 screens searching for the other 2 Chinese players. The leaders in the capital's National Fortune Conference Room were doing the same.
Over there, row 21, column 3. A figure flickered through the rainforest. That must be Yulei. Only Li Xin remains.
General Jiang remarked with a smile, his relaxed tone drawing knowing chuckles from the others. This random selection was remarkable. It had drawn the 3 most powerful cultivators.
Everyone privy to the inside story had to stifle their excitement. After all, the battle hadn't even begun yet. Revealing our strength prematurely would be unwise. Without summoning divine beings or spirits, these 3 alone could wipe out the remaining 200+ opponents.
Only Chang Pingji frowned.
Old Chang, what's wrong? Have you spotted someone from another nation who's stronger than them? If you have intel, share it now.
General Su turned to the intelligence chief across from him, noticing his uneasy expression and asking.
No.
Chang Pingji kept frowning, his piercing gaze sweeping across the 300 screens.
Look at all 300 contestants, they all have something. What's so special? There are still 2 children here, aren't there?
General Su dismissed the concern, pointing to the 78-year-old child displayed on the 2 central screens.
The one on the left, clad in a white hunting robe, is Abe no Moritata from the former Sakura nation. When Sakura fell, these Onmyoji clans fled long ago, vanishing without a trace. It seems they've now gone to Ruishi Nation, becoming their vassals. Don't be fooled by his age, he's the strongest Onmyoji of this generation.
The black-rimmed glasses perched on Changping's nose flashed a cold gleam.
Damn, he doesn't look 10 at all.
Rumor has it he inherited his clan's most powerful Shikigami, which is why he grows slower than others. Of course, others say it's simply his extraordinary spiritual power. He can craft super strong amulets and is also a master of divination. Indeed, he's too sharp for his age, the old saying holds true. General Su stroked his stubble, nodded, and pointed to the large screen beside him, waiting for Chang Pingji's explanation. The others in the conference room followed his gesture, shifting their attention to another little girl dressed in a pink Barbie-style dress.
Likely Princess Sophia of Bear Nation. Never photographed in any public setting. All her records are top secret beyond my access. Yet the greater the secrecy, the more it proves her extraordinary nature. If that's the case, then Lin Xuan's situation isn't as safe and certain as they initially thought. Could it be that Demoness summoned all these great powers to eliminate Lin Xuan? But that didn't add up either.
Lin Xuan earned his entry through his own efforts, truly holding the choice in his own hands to succeed in the competition. The conference room buzzed with bafflement as minds racked for answers. If Lin Xuan were present now, he would surely give Chang Pingji a hearty thumbs up. With only this sliver of information, he had managed to deduce so much. The crucial piece missing from Chang Pingji's analysis was this: the primordial purple chi within Lin Xuan was originally that very essence that had fled. Had Lin Xuan not taken the initiative to act, the capricious beauty high above would never have detected him. How could she have chosen him? Lin Xuan had now grasped this crucial detail. After being dragged into this isolated space, his connection to everyone else had been severed. Only Yulei and Li Xin remained, positioned at his northern and southern ends respectively. Fortunately, he had planted the sensory link in all of them the night before. Lin Xuan stood still, closed his eyes, and sensed his surroundings. With a light tap of his foot, he dashed northward, vanishing from everyone's sight in an instant. Meanwhile, Li Xin trudged laboriously across the snow-covered mountaintop, the landscape a vast expanse of white. As he trudged onward, he cursed the damn new rules under his breath. Everyone had dreamed of being a hero, being chosen by the rules, casually summoning an invincible deity, annihilating enemies with a single strike, earning the adoration of the masses, and having beauties throw themselves at him.
But Li Xian had no time for such fantasies lately.
He and his brothers were training relentlessly at that training ground on the outskirts, pushing themselves to the limit to enhance their cultivation and mastery of spiritual energy. He hadn't paid much attention to those demon god promotional materials. Most crucially, when he was teleported away, he saw his best friend Yulei also selected by a beam of light. They exchanged glances, the shock and dread in each other's eyes unmistakable. Yulei, that soldier thug, was even less likely to read those mythical tales or comic novels. He was too busy competing with himself every day. If Li Xian managed to leap 5 centimeters higher, Yulei would aim for 6 the very next day. All hope now rested on the third candidate. But if that person also ignored the materials or was mentally challenged, preventing Huaxia from summoning the demon god at all, that would be a disaster.
Li Xian's face turned ashen.
He pulled his left leg free from the snow buried up to his thigh, took a step forward, then freed his right leg. The cold was one thing, but the guilt and pressure of failing to summon the demon god weighed heavily on him. Though he had mastered the art of treading air, allowing him to leave no footprints in the snow for brief moments, he had to conserve his spiritual energy to protect his body from heat loss while remaining vigilant against enemies that could appear at any moment.
He channeled a small amount of spiritual energy to scan his surroundings.
Already, he had encountered the frozen, stiff corpse of an African competitor along the way. He didn't know if death from the race environment counted as failure, and he dared not gamble on it. He could only pull his collar tight, bury his head, and push forward through the wind and snow. He had to escape this frozen world and find the other two.
Suddenly, Li Xian snapped his head up in alertness.
Something was rapidly approaching from the south, its speed so terrifying it made his heart pound uncontrollably. In this silent, snow-covered mountain, he was utterly alone. If it were a monster or summoner from another nation, he might not be able to fight it off or escape.
Li Xian tensed every muscle, watching warily as a small black dot flew toward him from the south, closing the distance in an instant.
It was Lin Xuan.
Li Xian was both thrilled and surprised. Lin Xuan? How could it be you? The other was Yulei.
Lin Xuan scanned him from head to toe before nodding.
I know. Come on, I'll take you to meet him. Stay hidden. Don't speak. Let's meet up first, then discuss the rest.
Rushing along the way with his spiritual power fully unleashed, he charged through the terrain and quickly located the tropical rainforest area where Yulei should be. Yet, to his astonishment, Yulei himself was nowhere to be seen.
Lin Xuan's expression darkened.
His perception seal was clearly still here, yet he couldn't locate the man.
Had the worst-case scenario finally unfolded? Chapter 58, The Spider's Son-in-Law. 30 minutes ago, tropical rainforest zone of the arena space.
Li Xian sat with his comrades in front of the cafeteria TV, intently watching the launch of the Demon God Arena tournament, curious to see who would be drawn this time. Suddenly, 2 beams of light pierced through the cafeteria's ceiling, landing before them and transforming into 2 pillars of light that enveloped Li Xian and Yulei. When Yulei opened his eyes again, he found himself in a stiflingly humid rainforest.
What else could it mean? He, Yulei, had won the lottery.
Yulei glanced down at his surroundings, his heart racing with both nervousness and excitement. 1,000 days of training, 1 moment of use finally, his time had come.
The cultivation techniques he'd learned from Master Lin would finally be put to use. But he'd apparently forgotten this was a demon god arena, where summoned demon gods were the primary combatants. And he didn't know a single summoning incantation. He spotted Li Xin, who had been selected alongside him. Yu Lei's first thought was to find Li Xin immediately, then discuss their next move together. As for the other summoner, he'd figure out how to find him after dealing with Li Xin. Yu Lei deftly rolled up his pant legs, tightened his collar and cuffs, and began navigating the tropical rainforest. Drawing on years of wilderness survival experience, he cleverly evaded the territory of man-eating ants, dodged attacks from venomous insects and poisonous plants, and pushed toward the edge of the rainforest. After only a few minutes, Yu Lei sensed something was amiss. Layers of damp leaves covered the forest floor, but where Yu Lei stepped, countless black, oval-shaped heads suddenly emerged from the gaps between the leaves. They stood upright, swaying slightly in the air. Leeches. He looked down at himself. His breathable, sweat-wicking performance suit, designed for efficient heat dissipation and moisture management, had instead become a magnet for the leeches. Both pant legs were densely covered with leeches. Fortunately, he still had half a pack of cigarettes and 2 lighters in his pocket. Yu Lei channeled his spiritual energy to envelop his legs, lifting his feet off the ground to escape this leech-infested zone. A powerful surge of energy erupted from his legs, blasting the black soft-bodied creatures off him and scattering them around. Only after clearing them did he notice his trouser legs were already soaked in blood. Though he felt no pain now, he could sense the fine wounds still bleeding steadily. He strained to channel his dwindling spiritual energy, sealing the countless wounds on his legs. He lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, frowning. If only he could master Lin Xuan's healing abilities. Stranded in this godforsaken place, reeking of blood, he didn't hold much hope for himself. Before his melancholy could deepen, a faint rustling sound came from his side. Yu Lei abruptly stubbed out his cigarette, his senses on high alert. Moments later, a beautiful young woman in an ornate kimono stumbled out from behind a towering tree. Her face was etched with terror, but when she turned and saw Yu Lei, a glimmer of hope flared in her eyes. The girl stumbled toward him, her hand outstretched in supplication as she chattered away in Japanese. Seeing Yu Lei unmoved, her eyes darted around before she cried out in broken Chinese. "Save me, please." Her pale, slender arms emerged from the wide sleeves, bearing several vivid red scratches that stood out starkly. The voluminous kimono was torn and scattered by branches, held together only by the sash around her waist. Her snow-white chest was faintly visible, creating a peculiar beauty. Unaware of her predicament, the girl continued struggling toward Yu Lei. Her heaving chest rose and fell with rapid breaths, her crimson cheeks framed by flying black hair. Her large, clear, elfin eyes looked at Yu Lei with desperate longing. Yu Lei remained cautious, his hands raised in alertness as he quietly gathered spiritual energy between his palms. As if sensing the shift within him, her dark eyes locked onto his hands, her pink lips pouting. "Huaxia! You bad man!" After her adorable little complaint, a strand of white silk not particularly thin shot from her mouth. It whirled around Yu Lei's wrists, binding his hands together in mere moments. No matter how hard Yu Lei struggled, channeling every last ounce of his remaining spiritual energy, he couldn't break free. He could only watch as the girl wobbled awkwardly toward him, then wrapped her arms and legs around his body, clinging to him like a spider holding its prey. Crawling from his front to his back, her limbs locked tightly around his chest, abdomen, and thighs. Her adorable head nuzzled against his neck. "Master!" The girl suddenly lifted her head and called out to the sky in a spoiled tone. "Master, come see. I caught a human. A Chinese one. I'm way more powerful than Snow Woman's sister." Yu Lei was already wrapped like a mummy in white silk, only his head still exposed. Hearing this, he looked forward too. Sure enough, an ice carriage drifted slowly through the air, carried by an ice crane amidst swirling mist. Within the carriage, 2 small children, a boy and a girl, were faintly visible. "Luo Luo, we should fulfill our agreement with the kingdom of Ruishi, first eliminate the contestant from the kingdom of Liba before pursuing our own plans." Inside the carriage, the 10-year-old Onmyoji Abe no Mamoru, clad in a white hunting robe, frowned like a little old man. He looked at his familiar, the girl Huaxia who had trapped Yu Lei, with clear disapproval. "But he smells so sweet. His very blood is fragrant. And he possesses energy power. If Luo Luo consumes him, she'll become a colossal Liangsenbu, the most formidable one." The spider plant's delicate cheeks and dark hair kept brushing against Yu Lei's neck. Holding this adorable girl in his arms, Yu Lei felt closer to death than ever before. In her large, cute eyes, he could see only endless hunger. "We cannot incur the wrath of Huaxia now. Remember my plan. If you truly cannot bear to let him go, keep him for now. Once we've slain the summoner and demon god of Liba, we'll use him to lure the Huaxia people." Luoxenbu nodded repeatedly, her face radiating uncontrollable joy. The master finally allowed her to raise a human. "So, you're my child bride now?" she asked. Do you Huaxia people call it a son-in-law?" Luoxenwu climbed off him, spun several strands of silk to bind him tightly, and strapped him onto her back. Yu Lei couldn't stand it anymore. A 6-foot-tall guy like him, being carried by a 5-foot-tall little girl? "You can't carry me. Let me down." The spider bride slowly crouched down with Yulei on her back, landing on all fours. She gently shook her tiny head, humming a strange little tune as her entire skeleton creaked. Within seconds, her body transformed into a giant golden spider 5 times its original size, with long, spindly legs. Yulei stared almost blankly at the terrifying monster before him. Before he could react, Luo Xinfu turned her head to look at him. Her head was still that adorable little one, but her pupils had transformed into golden vertical slits. "Oh, my dear little son-in-law. First, follow my master to fulfill our agreement. My master is a top-tier onmyoji who values contracts and honor above all else. Once that's done, you'll help us summon the rest of Huaxia, then conceive my child. Your spiritual energy and robust physique are perfectly suited for it." Luoxinva turned back, her adorable face now twisted into a lecherous expression. She even stuck out her pink little tongue and licked her lips, leaving Yulei stunned as if struck by lightning. What was she saying? Someone save me. Li Xin. Chapter 59, The Battle to Steal a Husband. Thus, when Lin Xuan and Li Xin finally tracked down Yulei's location, they heard continuous explosions echoing ahead. Lin Xuan pressed down on Li Xin's shoulders, enveloping them both in spiritual energy. This warped the surrounding light reflections, gradually fading their forms from view. Once the explosions ceased, they crept closer. There, sitting quietly beneath a tree in his ice chariot, was Abe Mamoru, watching intently. Amidst the fallen trees ahead, a golden-haired youth wrestled with a colossal golden spider, while in the sky, a ghostly woman and a snow maiden clashed in a magical duel. A wave of icy chill swept through the air, instantly dispelling the tropical rainforest's stifling heat. Li Xian glanced down at his arm, his hair standing on end. He instinctively averted his gaze. "Don't look at him," Lin Xuan whispered, gently turning Li Xian's face away. "The energy within that child rivals my own. The moment your gaze lands on him, he'll sense you instantly." "Then how are we supposed to rescue him?" Yulei exclaimed. "Where is he? Why can't we see him?" Li Xian grew anxious. He'd searched everywhere except the youth's car and found no trace of Yulei. Hearing this, Lin Xuan wore an expression that was neither quite a smile nor quite a frown as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. "Have you heard of the Spider Woman?" he asked. "She appears in ukiyo-e paintings, no plays, and various folk horror collections from the land of cherry blossoms." Li Xian shook his head. Lin Xuan lifted his chin, gesturing for him to look at the enormous golden spider. Li Xian scanned the colossal spider intently, spotting a cocoon wrapped in tangled silk between its 6 slender, razor-sharp legs that kept flailing. Before he could speak, 2 more white cocoons appeared on the spider's back. Lin Xuan saw it too, frowning in disapproval. "This spider woman has a warped view of love. She's not faithful. In the legends and paintings I've seen, the spider woman is fiercely loyal. She's born from the vengeful spirits of women betrayed or abused, and her targets are usually faithless men. Who would have thought the truth was like this? I must record this upon my return." Li Xian sighed, watching the high schooler critique the demon's emotional values with such world-weary wisdom. "So, those 3 cocoons on the giant spider, are they her 3 boyfriends? Which one is Li Xian? With the cocoons wrapped like that, shouldn't we hurry to save them? They might suffocate." "No worries. Those are her 3 husbands. She won't let them die until they've sired offspring." Li Xian looked utterly incredulous, about to say more when Lin Xuan abruptly covered his mouth. Seeing no way out, the blonde youth ripped the 3 wolf claws hanging from his neck and slashed them forcefully across his left palm. Blood spattered, forming a mist in the air. Within the crimson haze, faint wisps of black smoke swirled. "With my blood, I curse you. Drag you into hell, never to be reborn." The blonde youth gnashed his teeth, cursing the spider monster before him and the child in the ice carriage. With a thunderous boom, the blood mist ignited. Instantly, the area was engulfed in a sea of flames. The curling tongues of fire gradually transformed into countless wailing faces, wrapping themselves around the spider monster's 6 legs, chest, and abdomen. The colossal spider howled to the heavens, thrashing wildly on the ground in a desperate attempt to douse the flames engulfing its body. "Ah! My husbands! Quick, save my husbands!" The spider woman swiftly tore off 3 cocoons and hurled them toward the snow woman and Abe no Moritomo. But Yukiano was locked in fierce combat and couldn't possibly help her extinguish the flames. As for Abe no Moritoki, he didn't even spare a single glance at the silk cocoons. Even the closest one rolled right up to the front of his ice carriage. "Hey! Lin Xuan! Which one is Yulei?" Li Xian's gaze darted between the 3 cocoons, momentarily unsure which to rescue. Lin Xuan patted his shoulder, signaling him to stay put. He then stepped forward, approaching Abe Morio's ice carriage 1 step at a time. Abe's shoe sat upright in the carriage, utterly motionless, as if he hadn't seen a thing. Lin Xuan explained in a low voice as he approached, "We only wish to rescue our comrade. We won't interfere in your conflict. We'll take just the cocoon beside you and leave immediately." Abe Mamoru gave a slight nod, his demeanor as composed as a miniature adult. "Chinese man, you owe me one." Lin Xuan nodded repeatedly, sprinting closer. He hoisted the massive cocoon onto his shoulder and turned to flee. The spider in the fierce battle behind him seemed to sense something. It halted abruptly, its adorable human face turning its entire head to look. Ah! Who? Who stole my husband? Lord Abe Mamoru. Please help me. Focus. If you can't defeat them, I'll just kill the rest. Yes, my lord, please calm your anger. I'll kill him immediately. Don't touch my other husbands. Don't cry, spider wife. You'll have many more husbands. Losing one is no big deal. As long as I kill you. The spider woman seemed to enter a frenzied state, her attacks growing increasingly fierce. Even with his ghost summoning activated, the blonde man gradually struggled to defend himself. The more flustered and panicked the blonde man became, the more likely he was to make mistakes. Seizing upon a single lapse, the spider woman pinned him to the ground. Master! Look! He's dead! The spider bride gleefully extended her other limbs, dancing across the blonde man's body. She stabbed him repeatedly, creating hole after hole. Blood splattered onto her adorable face, revealing a cruelty so innocent it was terrifying. Abe no Moritata nodded, his gaze shifting to the Shikigami Yukiana hovering in the air. Yukiana, you have 5 minutes left. If you can make it in time, we might still catch up to those Chinese men. Upon hearing this, the spider woman remembered her husband. She hurriedly retrieved the remaining 2 cocoons, carefully wrapping them around herself once more, then looked up at the sky with eager anticipation. Hurry, sister Yukiana. The Chinese took my other husband too. While Yukiana channeled her power frantically, Lin Xuan sprinted with the 2 others. What the hell are we running from? Who are we hiding from, bro? Lin Xuan channeled his spiritual energy to sprint at breakneck speed. Even a top-tier special forces soldier like Lin Xuan could barely keep up without falling too far behind. That Abe guard earlier showed hostility toward us. But he's restraining himself, he wants to complete his promised mission first before coming after us. It's understandable. Our Huaxia people did bring down the cherry blossoms, after all. But we must complete our mission first. The 3 nations are our top priority. He's formidable. If we exhaust our energy fighting him before facing the 3 nations, and we lose, that would mean the lives of tens of millions of our people. Besides, who could guarantee the 3 nations would wait for us to find them? If they were taken out prematurely, we'd have to face every nation. Lin Xuan carried Yulei on his back, striding swiftly. He answered while deep in thought. So why does this rule feel like it's forcing us to fight to the bitter end? Any nation's opponents could be eliminated by others. Lin Xuan's body grew increasingly weary, yet his mind sharpened. At that moment, that unforgettable, enchanting voice echoed in everyone's minds once more. This time, however, it carried a hint of gritted teeth. To make the arena more fair, I've added random rewards and random punishments, with a 1-to-1 ratio. The prizes are nothing special, but the punishments? Those I've carefully crafted, they're quite spectacular, you know. Lin Xuan frowned slightly upon hearing this. Only Lin Xuan seemed oblivious to the issue, grinning happily. Hey, rewards. Chapter 60, Rewards and Punishments. After hearing the announcement, Lin Xuan and his group grew more cautious. Instead of scouring the entire map for rewards, they first found a place to hide, allowing Yulei to recover his stamina and cultivation. But some national teams didn't think this way, like the notoriously arrogant and self-important United States. Their 3 competitors were still venturing alone after all. Individual heroism was their national ethos. Especially since all 3 were elite in their fields. Take Jonathan, currently tackling extreme rock climbing. His solid, well-defined muscles had viewers watching the live stream screaming in excitement. Sweetie, when it comes to combat prowess, our beautiful country takes the cake. Jonathan is a retired Navy SEAL and wilderness survival expert who also loves all kinds of extreme sports. Jack Rodney 007, this is my idol. 26-year-old Nordic wilderness survival champion. Top finisher in the Wings of Rock wingsuit competition. Holder of the Swiss Eiger North Face free solo record at 2 hours 28 minutes. Jonathan was initially teleported to an island. For weaker nations or summoners, this was an ideal refuge. Surrounded by ocean, one could even hide until most competitors were eliminated before emerging to pick the low-hanging fruit. After confirming the area was clear, Jonathan successfully summoned the Hellhound using the materials provided by the United States. But before he could explain anything to the Hellhound, it dashed off to hunt for food, leaving Jonathan dumbfounded with only a "I'm off to eat. Call me if you need me." Jonathan headed to the island's highest point. First, he surveyed the entire terrain. Then, he searched for any other clues. Since this was a competition, the organizers wouldn't have placed him on an unreachable deserted island that would defeat the purpose of the contest. The island's highest peak stood at a mere 400 meters in vertical height, allowing Jonathan to reach the summit in just 1 hour and 44 minutes. Notice, 1 participant from Liba Nation has died, leaving 2 remaining. Punishment, 10 years will be deducted from the lifespan of every citizen nationwide. The sudden announcement rang out just as he reached the summit, nearly sending him tumbling backward down the slope in fright. Jonathan hurried inward, plopping down on the ground and gasping for breath. Notice, 1 contestant from Shisha Nation has died, leaving 2 remaining. Penalty, 30 health points deducted from the entire nation.
Notice, 2 contestants from the Western Sand Nation have died, leaving 1 remaining.
Penalty, 30 energy points deducted from the entire nation. 3 consecutive death notifications sent shockwaves through the entire crowd.
Previously, penalties only occurred once per round, and battles lasted for hours. Completing all rounds took at least several days, giving the nations or regions involved time to organize evacuations. Now, however, the outcome was decided in an instant. Those with weak abilities and bad luck could see their entire nation wiped out in mere minutes. Within mere seconds, the kingdom of Xisha suffered 2 consecutive defeats. Within a minute, the entire populace of Xisha nation had 30 health drained. Those who had been healthy saw the color drain from their faces and bodies instantly, their vitality fading as latent chronic illnesses rapidly worsened. Those with pre-existing conditions saw their ailments intensify and their resistance plummet. The critically ill or elderly perished outright. In just 1 second, over 300,000 people perished in the nation of Xisha, which had a population of only 2 million. The land was filled with wails of grief. Hospitals, streets, homes, offices everywhere, people collapsed instantly, their breath ceasing. Xisha instantly became a living hell. Desperate citizens began fleeing in all directions, desperate to escape this place of despair. Those unable to flee descended into a final frenzy of revelry, for no one believed the lone survivor could possibly stage a comeback from the brink of annihilation. Amidst the nationwide chaos, the intangible energy extraction process went entirely unnoticed. Jonathan was stunned. In just 2 hours, 3 contestants had already died. This also made him feel a quiet sense of triumph. At least his luck held landing in his safe zone early gave him time to grasp the rules. Though his summoned demon had fled, he remained unharmed. Climbing to a vantage point, he spotted what appeared to be a continent to the north, not too far away. Jonathan's eyes gleamed as he stared intently at that stretch of beach. Ha! A small glint on the sand? Jonathan's heart raced as he urgently summoned the hellhound. After promising a future feast, he emptied his pockets of every snack to offer as tribute to the hellhound. In return, it carried Jonathan flying toward that sandy shore. The moment Jonathan touched down, he dashed straight toward the glimmering spot. Sure enough, there lay a tiny golden bead. The moment Jonathan picked it up, he heard another voice. Notice, beautiful country contestants have obtained flying pearls. Consuming them grants temporary flight ability. Reward. This is the reward. Jonathan picked it up, wiped it on his short sleeve, and popped it into his mouth. The golden orb melted instantly upon contact, merging into Jonathan's body. Waves of energy flowed down his esophagus, permeating his entire body before converging at the base of his shoulder blades. Snap. Jonathan felt an itch on his back. With 2 sharp rips, a pair of black wings sprouted from his shoulders. The sight of a 6'3" muscular man flapping his wings as he test flew low over the beach appeared before the eyes of everyone watching the livestream. Is this the reward? So badass. He just turned into an angel. He's got his own transportation now, basically. His already formidable combat prowess, plus spatial combat capabilities. My great and beautiful country will be unbeatable. If a contestant fails, the entire nation suffers, but if they win a reward, it's theirs alone, nothing to do with the citizens? Who can explain that this isn't what it means? Ah, makes sense, bro. That's the fair rule. Just as the global audience debated the first reward, Lin Xuan and his team faced the third wave of monster attacks. These bird-bodied, human-faced creatures were social beings. Their combat prowess wasn't exceptional, relying solely on 4 attack methods: pecking, clawing, flying, and shrieking. But their sheer numbers made them relentless fighters, determined to battle to the death. More crucially, the desolate mountain they'd reached seemed to be the monster's lair. Kill the young ones, and the elders would come endlessly. Lin Xuan, Lin Xuan, and Yulei took turns guarding the cave entrance, fighting non-stop for a full day and night. Only when corpses piled high on the ground did they finally intimidate the remaining monsters into retreating. Notice, Huaxia contestants defeated the human-faced bird and obtained 1 blind box potion. A small brown vial suddenly descended from the sky, hovering before the trio. What do we do now? How come the reward is a blind box? One of you 2 has better luck, go try it. I've never been lucky myself. Yulei scratched his head and sighed. Lin Xuan gritted his teeth and reached for the vial. Let me try. Lin Xuan, who had been pondering nearby, swiftly intercepted Lin Xuan. Stop. Chapter 61, China's Premier Blind Box. First, the 3 of us represent China's team. If any of us makes a mistake, it's not just our own lives at stake, it's punishment for the millions of Chinese people behind us. Don't forget that. Lin Xuan understood and withdrew his hand. Furthermore, think about what she said during the announcement just now. She emphasized that rewards were handed out casually, but punishment was where she put her heart. Lin Xuan lifted the brown glass bottle and held it up to the sunlight. Therefore, we can safely assume rewards are usually placed openly. With blind boxes like these, the probability of punishment is significantly higher. He uttered this with a smile, causing the Chinese audience watching their screens to collectively inhale sharply. Wow, I was sure this was a reward. After fighting so many monsters, ending up with a punishment?
What kind of logic is that? I never thought we could infer anything from that line. But isn't that a bit too far-fetched? What if he's wrong? What if it really is a reward? Forget it.
Rewards benefit individuals, but punishments affect the entire nation.
I'd rather they get nothing. Unless it's 100% confirmed as a reward. Just don't punish me.
The graceful figure leisurely reclining on the high-altitude arena, watching the match, clenched the drink in her hand upon hearing Lin Xuan's analysis. She quickly sat up straight and checked all the reward and punishment settings.
Ha! It seems, it really is like that. Damn humans!
How dare they speculate about the thoughts of the gods? Her delicate fingers extended outward, her index finger and thumb flicking lightly. Instantly, all the punishment blind boxes were replaced with rewards. Then, her beautiful eyes fixed on the bottle in Lin Xuan's hand. Since you've already guessed it and made me reduce the number of punishments, then this bottle shall be yours, just as you wished. She curved her lips, ceasing all movement, waiting to see what Lin Xuan would do. True to expectations, Lin Xuan unscrewed the cap, dipped his finger in, and brought it to his mouth.
Lin Xuan! What are you doing?
Xingtian and Yulei swiftly snatched the bottle from his hand, glaring at him. At the same moment, an announcement echoed from the sky. Notice, one participant from Huaxia nation poisoned. Penalty, 10% of the nation's health points drained. The instant Lin Xuan placed the medicine in his mouth, every heartbeat in China froze for a second. General Jiang, watching the live feed in the National Fortune conference room, snapped his pen in half. How dare that kid?
Lin Xuan doesn't think he's worth a damn. Why aren't Xingtian and the others stopping him? What is he trying to do? After the punishment notification appeared, the entire room fell silent. A second later, countless comments flooded the live stream chat. Xiao Tian, I told you that was punishment. Did he have to test it? Just to show off his bravado, treating our lives like nothing. Don't argue with me, does God Lin have to test the poison himself? He was just telling the other two not to try it. Is he brain dead or just trying to kill us for fun? How much did he take to try and destroy us Chinese? Die-hard yellow hair fan of Lin Xuan, only 10 points deducted? Shut up. Lin Xuan is always right. Lin Xuan got poisoned. What kind of poison is that? Hate going to work, great, hospitals are gonna be packed again. Better rush my grandpa to the hospital to grab a bed now. If Lin Xuan keeps this up, my family won't last 2 rounds with these few lives. Everyone resigned themselves to this grim reality, save for a handful still fixated on Lin Xuan. On the screen, Lin Xuan raised his hand toward the sky and loudly interrupted the announcement, requesting reconfirmation I am not poisoned. The seductive overseer in the sky had been grinning just a second ago. Finally, I can punish this brat. Make him watch his people die by his own hand, make him feel guilty and suffer. But now he claims he isn't poisoned? The overseer checked and found he truly hadn't been poisoned. How did this kid pull it off? He was clearly poisoned just moments ago, his bodily functions completely disrupted. Lin Xuan grew increasingly anxious as no response came from above. But many questions remained, and he had to do everything possible to confirm his advantage. Nationwide punishment revoked. Hearing the gritted teeth announcement from the sky, Lin Xuan's heart finally settled. He had prepared before testing the medicine the moment it touched him, he refined it with the primordial purple qi. Whether beneficial or harmful, it wouldn't affect his body, but he could instantly discern its nature. As long as this technique worked, he could apply it to all ambiguous gains encountered henceforth. The entire Huaxia populace was stunned by this reversal. Die-hard yellow-haired fan of Lin God, who the hell was barking like a dog just now? Get your ass in here and apologize. UING XXXXXXXXXX. Rainy day carrot farmer, as expected of Godlin. I knew he'd have a solution. Xiao Chichi, I told you Lin Xuan had something up his sleeve. He wouldn't do something this stupid. That's why I stayed quiet earlier. I wanted to wait until it was confirmed. General Jiang finally exhaled, nearly scared to death by this kid. Lin Xuan patted the two beside him, screwed the cap back on the medicine bottle, and handed it to Xingtian. Keep it safe. You'll need it later. After all, it was a deity-level poison. If not for his primordial purple qi, which could neutralize all things, he would have been doomed. Moreover, the space they were currently in seemed to block spiritual energy, and it was faintly absorbing their own spiritual power. Lin Xuan frowned. He realized that even with the primordial purple qi as a foundation, it was difficult to absorb external spiritual energy. The energy depleted earlier couldn't be replenished. He narrowed his eyes and made arrangements with Xingtian and Yulei. Our most critical task now is to locate the 3 from the 3 kingdoms and eliminate them. We must secure victory in our core objective before considering anything else. He had originally planned to first figure out all the rules before confronting the enemy. But now it seemed that the longer they stayed here, the weaker their combat strength would become. There was also the matter of summoning the demon god. He had considered summoning it early to allow the populace to learn more about it, which would also help accumulate faith points. But now, summoning a demon lord before facing serious enemies would only drain more energy. Plus, you'd need the demon lord itself to have a good temperament and be willing to stay by your side indefinitely.
These stringent requirements, akin to a matchmaking event, were entirely at odds with the demon god's summoning list and battle strategy they had previously agreed upon. This was the trouble with rules shifting mid-game. Prevailing strategies crumbled, forcing them to hunt enemies in a completely uncharted space. As he pondered this, another notification chime sounded.
Notice, Maple Leaf Nation loses 1 participant, 2 remain. Penalty, 10 years of lifespan deducted from the entire nation's population. Notice, 3-Nation Alliance contestant obtains 1 deep sea pearl. Reward, purification of surrounding national waters.
Lin Xuan and the others, seeing him deep in thought, dared not rush him. They could only listen to the notifications from other nations, their hearts filled with anxiety. Lin Xian's attention snapped back from his thoughts the moment he heard a sangwa. His eyes lit up. Deep sea. A clue. Let's go head for the coast. But which way leads to the sea? We haven't encountered the ocean along the route we came.
Lin Xian extended his divine sense.
Barren mountains and desert stretched all around, no ocean in sight. His power wasn't sufficient to probe further.
His personal cultivation was still too weak. What could he do about his insufficient cultivation?
Lin Xian glanced at the 2 anxious faces before him, feeling utterly helpless for the first time.
Could we summon some powerful demon or spirit to fly us around and find people? Or find someone with divination abilities to cast a fortune for us? Which direction should we head?
The 2 chattered away, throwing out all sorts of outlandish suggestions. Yet as he listened, Lin Xian's eyes grew brighter and brighter.
Gotcha. Chapter 62, An Unusual Partner. That guy. Since I'd been considering the demon lords who might join the battle, my focus was naturally on those with formidable combat power.
But if he considered other factors, there was only one being who came to mind.
Lin Xian clapped the 2 of them enthusiastically. Ha! Well said. You 2 hit the nail on the head. That's the one.
As the 2 exchanged puzzled glances, Lin Xian lowered his gaze. He checked the items he carried, then glanced at the 2 of them.
Bring out any high-grade food you have. Let's try it.
He pulled out paper and pen from his bag and began sketching intently. The 2 pulled out all sorts of compressed biscuits, dried meat jerky, and canned goods from their bags, then gathered around Lin Xian to watch him draw.
What the hell is this? A tiger? But why does it have 2 horns? Lin Xuan, have you seen this before? Shut up and watch.
Don't embarrass us with your limited knowledge. Once Lin Xian finished, he placed the portrait at the top and arranged the military-themed offerings below.
He began the summoning.
Divine Beast by Zhe, Master of Yin and Yang.
Discerning spirits and evil, revealing fortune and calamity.
We beseech you to descend upon this altar, guarding all 4 directions. Reveal your true form, and let all ghosts cower. A handsome youth clad in white, with jet black hair and eyes, slowly materialized before the 3, a rosebud clenched between his teeth.
Which lovely lady summoned you? Who are you?
The handsome youth by Zhe quickly changed his expression upon recognizing his surroundings, pointing angrily at the trio as he demanded.
Where is this place? Who are you? How dare you, a hideous man, summon me? Lin Xuan and Yulei turned to Lin Xian, blinking their wide eyes in confusion.
Lin Xian hurriedly waved at them. No, wait a moment. He turned to the handsome man before him, who kept fiddling with his hair. May I ask, honorable sir, are you Lord Bai Zhe?
Bai Zhe conjured a mirror out of thin air, holding it before him. He adjusted his side-parted bangs while humming lightly and nodding. Though you're not beautiful women, it's been ages since I last visited the mortal realm. This is rather fortunate. Speak, what do you wish to ask? Only one question, mind you. Since you're not lovely ladies, after answering your question, I'm off to play with girls.
Bai Zhe flashed the trio a flirtatious glance before resuming his hairstyling. Lin Xian calmed the other 2 and bowed to Bai Zhe. Lord Bai Zhe, we're currently participating in the national fortune battle.
We seem to be in another dimension.
We need to know how to locate our enemy, the contestant from the 3 kingdoms. At the mention of another dimension, Bai Zhe's hands froze mid-motion. His gaze sharpened like blades as he fixed it on Lin Xian.
You humans actually possess such abilities? Ha! I can't see through it.
Bai Zhe completely abandoned his hairstyle concerns, extending his right hand to begin divination. Lin Xian, hearing Bai Zhe's words, quickly pressed down on his calculating hand. Lord Bai Zhe, please hold off on that for now.
First, help us locate the participants from the 3 kingdoms.
Lin Xian was genuinely afraid of him.
His actual demeanor upon arrival was completely different from the rumors. What about being gentle and wise, close to humans? Well, it wasn't entirely wrong. Being close to human women was probably accurate.
As for his supposed knowledge of all things and ability to ward off evil, let's see if he can even calculate the position of the 3 kingdoms first. Bai Zhe flicked Lin Xian's hand away with obvious distaste. Let go. I'll calculate it for you. Don't get too close, I don't like men.
Lin Xian raised his hands, sighing helplessly. Fine.
Rest assured, I don't like men either.
Your enemies lie to the southeast. Go now. This godforsaken place has lousy food and no beauties. Don't bother me next time. I'm outta here.
Bai Zhe curled his lip and prepared to vanish. Lin Xian quickly stopped him. If Bai Zhe could truly obtain information about this unknown space, it proved he genuinely possessed the ability to comprehend all things. Moreover, his divination skills were formidable. Before the battle began in earnest, his abilities would be a tremendous asset.
My lord, please don't rush off. I haven't touched you, sir. Just hear me out. Ever since you materialized, haven't you sensed your faith points rising? Feel it.
Bai Zhe turned his head to look at Lin Xuan.
Actually, we're currently in a competition. All our words and actions are being broadcast live. Seeing Bai Zhe's impatient expression, Lin Xuan took a deep breath. Countless beautiful women are watching you right now.
Millions upon millions of young beauties, from every nation and every skin tone.
Ha! Why didn't you say that sooner?
Bai Zhe produced a wooden-handled folding fan from nowhere, flicking it open to shield his face.
Lin Xuan and Yulei gasped behind him. This effeminate pretty boy, is he really Lord Bai Zhe? After Lord Bai Zhe composed himself and Lin Xuan offered some persuasive incentives, the four finally set off on their journey. To allow the women of the world to witness Lord Bai Zhe's formidable power and imposing physique, he reluctantly transformed back to his true form and permitted the three to ride upon his back. With a whoosh, the massive white tiger spread its enormous white wings from its back and soared gracefully into the sky. Thanks to Bai Zhe's assistance, it took 3 hours of flight at his speed just to reach the coast. Lin Xuan carefully observed the surrounding scenery and environmental changes throughout the journey, reaffirming that the current competition space was indeed a scaled-down version of Blue Star. He couldn't help but frown.
They seemed deliberately scattered to opposite ends of Blue Star. Further deduction suggested this rule upgrade was essentially an escalation of the slaughter. By deliberately placing rival nations so far apart, only exceptionally powerful combatants could swiftly locate and eliminate their opponents. Take, for instance, Abe no Morinaga, the Onmyoji from Sakura Nation. Those who failed to locate and eliminate their opponents immediately would face extremely low chances of successfully completing the arena requirements later. Powerful nations would then engage in brutal slaughter to maximize rewards, while weaker nations might even hide to survive without losing. Compounding the chaos, real-time broadcasts announcing which nation's members have perished drive competitors into despair. This triggers a frenzy of slaughter against others, accelerating the deterioration of the situation. Therefore, Lin Xuan fixed his resolute gaze upon the three disheveled ascetics on the beach. This time, he would prevail. He told Bai Zhe to sit aside and play. Bai Zhe declared he was going to catch some fish to show off his legendary culinary skills to all the beautiful girls, then plunged into the water and vanished. Left behind were Lin Xuan, Lin Xuan, and Yulei 3 against 3. The old monk seated farthest left had smeared an unknown powder across his face, rendering it deathly pale. His emaciated, bare torso was stark against the sand, while his golden eyebrows and beard were matted and filthy. The old monk's eyes snapped open with a flash of sharp focus. Gripping the sand-covered trident, he rose slowly. People of Huaxia, greetings. I am Anagu, an ascetic of the Indian religion from the Three Kingdoms. Before coming, our master instructed me to speak with you about family and friends. Lin Xuan froze, clenching his fists. What have you done? Chapter 63, Confronting a Sandgun. In the National Affairs Conference Room, the Prime Minister, several generals, and department heads also froze upon hearing this. All eyes turned to General Jiang. General Jiang shook his head. He had already gathered and analyzed all information related to Lin Xuan during the conflict with Eagle Nation, classifying it as top secret. All of Lin Xuan's significant relatives, friends, and former residences were under covert protection. Yet up until now, no abnormal reports had surfaced. To verify the information, General Jiang immediately called the head of the specialized security team. He confirmed that personnel were still stationed at Lin Xuan's former school and orphanage, and the Zhurong Hall was, of course, completely normal. Faced with this baffling threat, the leaders could only continue staring at the screens. General Jiang and the premier exchanged a glance, each harboring a suspicion. General Jiang nodded and gave the order. Lin Xuan glanced at Lin Xuan and Yulei beside him, but his gaze passed right through them, drifting instead to the 99 warriors who had stirred up the storm in the Three Kingdoms of A. Originally, the Triad had planned to confirm their opponents on the day of the battle, then have spies infiltrating China kidnap relatives of the Chinese combatants to use as leverage. However, due to Lin Xuan's group's little operation last night, the Indian government authorities had completely collapsed. The spies, having received no orders from the government, dared not act rashly and remained in hiding. But when Anagu mentioned it, General Jiang and his team caught on. They immediately dispatched personnel to root them out. In the process, they also uncovered a large number of spies and agents from various nations, but that's another story. Back to the battlefield. Anaga gripped his triangular iron fork, gave it a sharp shake, and said expressionlessly, I don't know. The master only told me to deliver this message. If you want to fight, then let's begin. Lin Xuan silently glanced at the other two monks, still seated calmly on the sand with eyes closed in meditation, then looked back at Anagu. Anagu swayed his head solemnly. Your enemy is me. Lin Xuan sneered in response, your master must have told you that a few days ago. Because today, he probably won't have the time. Anagu lowered his head and thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement.
He looked at Lin Xuan with a calm expression. Very well. Then summon your demon first. I'll have my comrades step back for now. Agreed.
Anago raised his bony arm, tapping his prominent collarbones and slightly sunken forehead. His parched, cracked lips parted slightly as he murmured their summoning incantation.
Lin Xuan instructed Li Xian and Yu Lei to find Bai Zai and stay by his side no matter what.
He himself stood not far from Anago, watching the summoning unfold. Watching Anago pull a transparent glass bottle from the tattered, filthy rags covering his lower body, he poured the half-filled yellow liquid over his head. The orange-yellow liquid washed away streaks of white powder from his face, then trickled down his neck to his chest. Anago extended his withered, tree-like fingers, dipping them into the murky liquid pooling on his chest to trace sinuous curves across his skin. Lin Xuan's pupils flinched slightly, and he instinctively took a step back. First, he recognized the mandala Anago was drawing. Second, he realized what that yellow liquid was. It was horrifying. In his previous life, Lin Xuan had heard rumors that the people of Asangwa worshipped cattle and drank this fluid for healing. But witnessing these shocking practices firsthand was still hard to stomach. Though not squeamish, Lin Xuan now faintly detected a peculiar, mingled odor drifting from the devoutly praying monk. The thought of facing such an adversary in combat if he accidentally flung the liquid and it splashed onto him. Lin Xuan's expression hardened like never before. He became utterly focused and intensely vigilant. But to the leaders and people watching the livestream, his expression and body language conveyed a completely different meaning. What was Lin Xuan thinking? He'd always been so calm before, never seen him this serious. Could it be he recognized the demon god summoned by Asangwa as exceptionally powerful? General Su nudged General Jiang with his elbow and continued. He told the other two to stand aside first. Could it be he's telling them to run if they can't win? After all, Asanjon's Buddhist and Hindu civilizations are remarkably intact, with no historical gaps, and their mythological worldviews are exceptionally well developed. General Jiang shifted closer to the side, glancing at the Prime Minister who remained composed, even handling official business, and hissed under his breath, "Shut up! Look! He's summoned it already!" On the screen, Anago raised his two gaunt arms, his face consumed by fervor as he gazed at the strange phenomenon in the sky. A dark blue vortex suddenly surged in the sky, lightning coiled like writhing serpents, and gales whipped sand and stones into a towering whirlwind piercing heaven and earth. The air thickened with the mingled scent of sandalwood and sulfur, faintly carrying the hum of pipa strings vibrating without wind. At the vortex's core, a blinding azure light erupted. A colossal figure gradually solidified, three-eyed, four-armed, with crimson hair and scarlet eyes. His upper arms held a lapis lazuli pipa coiled with lightning, while his lower arms grasped a vajra scepter and a demon binding rope. He stood atop a burning lotus chariot. His armor was forged from jade and gold, surrounded by the ethereal forms of Gandharv musicians playing a soul-shaking war overture. Every citizen watching the live broadcast instantly felt their hearts clenched by an invisible hand, while countless chanting voices echoed in their ears. Lin Xuan channeled his entire true chi to resist the sonic waves and spiritual shock. Once he had adapted, he looked toward Anago. To his astonishment, Anago was bleeding from all 7 orifices, crushed to his knees by the divine power fluctuations in the air. It was indeed the wrathful demon king, Tarka. Lin Xuan felt a surge of quiet satisfaction. The first battle was unfolding exactly as they had planned. This would make things much easier. While Tarka communicated with Anago, Lin Xuan began his own summoning ritual. He retrieved a bowl of black rice, a bowl of tofu, a stack of joss paper, a teacup, a wine cup, and 3 incense sticks from his backpack. Arranging them meticulously, he poured tea and wine with fluid grace before lighting the incense and planting them in the sand before him. He then retrieved yellow paper, cinnabar, and a brush from his bag. Using the sand as his canvas, he swiftly drew the Fengdu summoning symbol. After completing the drawing, he pinched it between 2 fingers and chanted the invocation spell. With sincere devotion, I bow in reverence. Fengdu of the northern underworld, Luo Mountain, and the 9 depths, 10 halls of the underworld kings, who command all spirits. Today, disciple Lin Xuan, with reverent offerings of incense and lamps, humbly bows before your holy presence. We solemnly summon the first hall's great King Qin, the true lord of the profound darkness. Clad in purple robes and jade sash, whose majesty commands the gates of the underworld. Judges wielding pens, ghostly envoys bearing stocks. Rewarding virtue and punishing evil, dispatching judgment between the living and the dead. Your divine presence graces this altar, temporarily relinquishing your majestic radiance. Unlocking the path to the underworld, manifesting divine power. Disciple Lin Xuan, now as urgent matters I beseech the true Lord to save our Huaxia, repel the demon gods of foreign lands. I beseech your discerning insight and divine revelation. Urgently as. By the decree of the great Emperor of Fengdu. By the decree of the Supreme Lord of Salvation. Upon finishing the incantation, he flickered his 2 fingers, and the summoning talisman between them ignited without flame. Lin Xuan pointed his fingers forward, and a towering figure began to materialize before him. Chapter 64, Anago vs. Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan watched as the daylight overhead abruptly darkened. Black clouds obscured the sun, casting a chilling, icy chill. Whispers beyond comprehension mingled with the gusts of cold wind drifting into his ears. Wang stood several zhang tall, clad in a purple robe with a jade sash, crowned with an imperial diadem. Holding the book of life and death and the judge's brush, he gazed down at Lin Xuan with an expressionless face. Lin Xuan could even vaguely discern the shadowy forms of the black and white impermanents, ox head and horseface, and other underworld officials trailing behind him. A flash of sharpness flickered in Lin Xuan's eyes. He immediately bowed his head, pressed his palms together, and murmured the revered title of the Lord of the Underworld.
Enough. No need to say more. I know.
Wang took a step forward, swiftly transforming into a towering emperor figure standing about 2 meters tall. No wonder business has been so busy lately, turns out the higher-ups are playing these games. I was this close to summoning Earthstore Bodhisattva for overtime. But I can't directly infiltrate the human realm for investigation, our passage has been sealed.
Until now.
Wang's face darkened as his gaze shifted from the demon king Tarokia across from him to the sky. Lin Xuan's heart pounded wildly. He felt like he'd just torn open another sliver of the truth. Based on the information gathered so far, the aerial arena's overseers initially suppressed the entire underworld, orchestrating global deities to slaughter each other. During the same period, some deities were elsewhere, including numerous Chinese deities. Deities from the land of cherry blossoms were originally present there but later defected to join the global deity conflict. Now, the arena supervisor had recalled or suppressed all deities, initiating a slaughter between the underworld and its associated demons and monsters.
Lin Xuan frowned. What had transpired among the deities that caused them to abruptly end their contest before it concluded? The information was too sparse to draw any conclusions for now. He relayed what he knew to King Wang, briefly summarizing the key battles and outcomes from the divine arena. Wang lowered his head to calculate. Sure enough, it matched that period. The death toll had surged dramatically, then plummeted just as abruptly. During that time, the 10 kings of hell had worked frantically overtime, the names on the book of life and death changing by the minute, constantly fluctuating. Wang's expression grew grave. Later, unable to investigate the mortal realm themselves, the spirits somehow reached the underworld directly and sought out Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha for answers. The next day, Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha vanished. Hearing Lin Xuan's account now, Wang understood there must be a terrifying truth behind it all, one far beyond what the two of them could currently grasp. For Lin Xuan had mentioned rewards would be distributed after victory, and perhaps even monitors would descend. Wang needed to witness all this with his own eyes. Wang drew a deep breath, his judge's brush spinning lightly at his wrist. His voice boomed like thunder. Very well. Battle first. We'll discuss later. With that, he moved with the swiftness of the wind, closing the distance to Taro Ka in 2 strides. By the time he stood before Taro Ka, he had grown to match the latter's size. But the sharp-eyed Lin Xuan could see Wang's form flickering at a frequency barely perceptible to the naked eye. Taroja's form, by contrast, remained remarkably stable. It seemed that even after destroying all the demon temples last night, the deep-rooted, long-held faith still held profound influence. As usual, Lin Xuan pulled a stack of documents from his backpack, preparing to promote our Wang King through the live-streamed battle. You might not have time to process documents anymore, Lin. Anaga shook his head expressionlessly, cradling the triangular iron fork in his crooked arms. He pressed his palms together and gave Lin Xuan a slight nod. Lin Xuan chuckled. He'd forgotten, since the new rules allowed summoners inside, there must be a reason. Lin Xuan carefully stowed the documents back in his pack, then slammed his palm into the sand, blasting a hole. He tossed the backpack inside and swept his hand to cover it. He certainly didn't want this little skirmish to ruin all the preparations he'd made. Alright, let's get this over with quickly. After all, I'm an ambassador, not a combat specialist. I shouldn't be spending too much time fighting. Lin Xuan waved his hand, urging Anaga to attack immediately. Anagu, however, remained motionless. Without batting an eye, he declared, as long as you don't promote your demon god and stay quiet here, I won't attack you. Only when our demon god shows signs of defeat will I begin to fight you. Whoa, you've got some principles. Lin Xuan, momentarily unsure how to respond, looked up at the thunderous battle raging high above. Sighing, he stepped forward. Fine, I'll go first. I can't wait for you. Lin Xuan channeled his spiritual energy, blinking instantly beside Anagu. His palm slammed into the demon's chest as surging energy erupted from his body. Clang! It sounded like striking metal. Anaga's lean, dark frame, with ribs clearly visible beneath his chest, merely caved inward slightly. This genuinely startled Lin Xuan. Since beginning his cultivation, he had never actually fought anyone, leaving him without a clear understanding of his combat prowess among mortals. Anaga's reaction now, however, only served to excite Lin Xuan. It seemed that mortals in this world, when cultivated to a certain level, were indeed formidable. Then let's try this again. Lin Xuan's eyes flashed with intensity as he continued his assault with a broad grin. Head. Back. Arm. Stomach. Leg. Anagu remained expressionless, solely focused on defense. But only he knew the sheer shock surging within him. Each of Lin Xuan's seemingly light attacks struck directly at Anagu's internal organs and bones. Anagu had undergone 37 years of grueling cultivation. His flesh had long since hardened like armor, while his internal organs and bones had begun to take on a metallic quality. Theoretically, no one in this world should be able to harm practitioners of his caliber. Among the 1.4 billion people of the Anagu kingdom, Anagu ranked among the top 3, a testament to his formidable strength.
In his youth, he had fought across the nation until a single battle brought sudden enlightenment.
He became an ascetic, rolling daily in thorns, never bathing, enduring 37 years of rigorous training.
He believed he had achieved skin as tough as copper and bones as hard as iron, invulnerable to harm. Yet Lin Xuan of Huaxia, this youth, had no history of ascetic training, nor did he radiate the intense aura of religious devotion. Anagu was forced into retreat, yet his eyes grew increasingly puzzled. He fully embraced physical pain, viewing any suffering merely as part of his cultivation journey. Thus, his face never showed anguish, only bewilderment. Lin Xuan grew more exhilarated with each exchange.
He now felt genuine curiosity and admiration.
This ascetic from the 3 kingdoms was truly formidable. Even after unleashing 50% of his spiritual power, the monk remained utterly unfazed. Anagu lowered his gaze to the multiple indentations on his body, gripping the triangular iron fork in his hand. Ignoring Lin Xuan's attacks, he thrust the fork forcefully toward him.
Fine. Let's see who's stronger. Lin Xuan didn't grow angry, instead, he smiled.
He didn't retreat either, slapping one palm toward Anagu's shoulder while using the other to directly intercept the attack from the triangular iron fork.
Lin Xuan! Li Xian and Yulei, watching from a distance, shouted excitedly. All viewers before the screens held their breath, watching this scene unfold. Chapter 65, Demon King vs. King of Hell. A deafening crack echoed as Lin Xuan seized one prong of the iron fork, blood dripping down its length. Anagu held the fork in his left hand, while his right shoulder and chest were disintegrating, gradually turning to dust. Lin Xuan froze for a moment. He looked at his own pale left hand, then back at Anagu. For the first time, Anagu smiled, a look of long-awaited liberation washing over his face. His voice raspy, he murmured to himself, "I am finally free. Great Lord Shiva, I am finally free from the endless cycle of mundane illusions." Thank you, Lin. You are strong. With those words, he released the trident, crossed his legs where he stood, closed his eyes, and entered paranirvana on the spot. Lin Xuan watched until Anagu no longer stirred, until the crackling explosions in the sky startled him awake. I have more important work to do promoting our 10 kings of hell, right?
Lin Xuan glanced at his wounded palm, channeled his chi, and the injury healed instantly. He dug his bag out of the sand, pulled out the stack of documents, and glanced once more at the 2 remaining ascetics in meditation. They showed no movement, their eyes still closed in contemplation. Lin Xuan began observing the aerial battle while explaining to everyone the first hall of the 10 kings of hell, Yinfengdu, and its ruler, the true lord of Xianming. Don't be fooled by the back-and-forth exchanges between Taroka and Xingtian Wang in the sky. That's merely the first round, a superficial clash of divine might. Speaking of divine might, we must mention our own Xingtian Wang. As the foremost of the 10 kings of hell, he presides over the first hall, overseeing the initial review of the Book of Life and Death, the judgment of departed souls, and the assessment of their deeds. According to the complete Chinese mythological system, after a person dies, their soul first arrives at the first hall of the underworld. There, Xingtian Wang examines their Book of Life and Death to verify their deeds in life. The souls of the virtuous are sent directly to the 10th hall, to the king of the wheel of rebirth, for reincarnation or ascension to the heavenly realms. The souls of the wicked are banished to various hells to suffer punishment, such as the hell of tongue extraction or the hell of the mountain of knives. As for the hells of the wicked, I can tell you all about them in detail. Lin Xuan smiled broadly as he recounted the horrors and details of the 18 hells, even having prepared 18 illustrations of hellish torments beforehand, fearing the Chinese people might not grasp the full gravity. As one of the supreme judges of the underworld, our King Lingguang commands legions of ghostly soldiers and officials to suppress rebellious, vengeful spirits and wronged souls. Of course, if someone dies unjustly, appealing to Lingguang's court might grant them permission to return to the living realm to seek redress. This is one of Lingguang's special prerogatives. At this point, I simply must share a tale from Strange Tales from a Chinese studio. Once upon a time, Lin Xuan's professional oratory skills swiftly captivated all the Chinese people with his tale. As they listened to the king of Lingguang's past meticulous discernment and formidable power, they watched the 2 demon gods in the sky, colliding and separating like 2 meteors. Flower King of Rabbit Country, wow, so King Lingguang is this powerful. The mirror of karma sounds pretty interesting. It can show all the sins a person has committed. Like a lifetime surveillance replay. Brave Dong Yang, fearless of hardships, the supreme prosecutor of the afterlife. He can pass judgment with just a pen and a ledger. Plus, he has a whole army of subordinates dedicated to capturing ghosts and suppressing supernatural disturbances. Top-tier prosecutor. Luxury Little Hope doesn't like bubble tea. Can he summon his subordinates to fight alongside him? Ox-headed and horse-faced demons, all manner of ghosts and monsters, the black and white impermanents, even the ghostly soldiers and generals all charging in together. As the live chat exploded with comments, Lin Xian's words flowed nonstop while his eyes darted around following Qin Guangguang's figure. He could see the king's form growing increasingly solid, even the soldiers trailing behind him becoming vividly lifelike. Lin Xian's smile grew wider. His promotion of Qin Guangguang had intensified the deity's faith energy, boosting his combat power. Meanwhile, on the opposing side, Toroja's form had begun to fade due to his summoner's death. Compounded by the escalating unrest and rebellion within the country of Asan, the people had lost interest in worship, causing his faith energy to dwindle. Finally, after several collisions, Qin Guangguang's form stabilized completely. Toroji, his eyes filled with apprehension, stood at a distance, hesitant to strike. Qin Guangguang turned his gaze toward Lin Xian, his eyes brimming with admiration and approval. Unfolding the book of life and death, he chanted the verdict, "Thou art Toroja, and thy lifespan shall end." The laws of the underworld coiled into black chains, spiraling toward Taroka in an attempt to bind him and erase his very existence. Seeing this weapon, pulsing with the essence of karmic retribution, hurtling straight toward him, Taroka's already hideous features contorted further, his fangs bared. Holding the thunder sound pipa with all four arms, his fingers danced across the strings, plucking forth a resounding, apocalyptic battle melody. The sonic waves repelled the divine binding chains, while the pipa summoned thunderbolts to strike them, filling the air with thunderous clashes. Qin Guangguang shook his robes, manifesting the divine form of Fengdu. His stature surged to 10,000 zhang, his purple robe transforming into the river of the underworld, 12 strands of skulls hanging from his chest. The illusory forms of the 18 layers of hell beneath him began to materialize. Qin Guangguang pressed both hands downward simultaneously, forcing the 18 hells, the blood pool, the mountain of knives, and others toward Taluojia, intending to plunge him directly into the abyss. Seeing this, Tarka swayed his body and stamped his feet. Amidst earth-shaking tremors, he transformed into his Azura form. Standing 100 zhang tall, his muscles bulged like coiled ropes. Fangs protruded from his jaws, his eyes blazed like torches, and flames erupted from his mouth. Poisonous blood seeped from his pores, deadly to any who touched it. 6 arms thrust upward, veins bulging, supporting the 18 hells. In the sky, thunder and lightning coalesced into a Vajra wheel, circling through the hells, gradually grinding their projections to dust. King Qin Guang sneered coldly, doubling his divine power output while simultaneously invoking the mirror of karma. Its light shone upon Taroka, forcibly revealing his past lives killing karma, triggering a backlash of karmic flames. Taraja howled madly within the flames, his form swelling 10,000-fold as he tried to extinguish the fire consuming him. But the karmic flames expanded and contracted with his body, burning his soul relentlessly, never ceasing until death. Cease your struggle. Until your karmic obstacles are cleansed, the flames shall never cease. You who have committed countless evils, enter my hell and face my judgment. Qin Guangguang swept his sleeve, and the 18 layers of hell reappeared. A chilling wind swept through the hall, and ghostly whispers echoed, further tormenting Taraga's mind. Each day I cut my flesh and cast it into the flames, enduring the 5 fires of penance. Thus I earned the blessing of Brahma. I have been blessed. No creature or artifact can kill me. I cannot be killed. Taroga screamed wildly, struggling desperately to escape the hell's gravitational pull. Instantly, sand and stones rolled, the sea roared, and countless gales swept through. King Qin Guang smiled calmly, I am not a living being, nor is my hell a magical artifact, it is reincarnation. Therefore, return. Purify your sins. Watching Toroji gradually sucked into the underworld, King Qin Guang flipped open the book of life and death. The 3 characters Toroji slowly materialized upon its pages. Qin Guangguang descended gracefully from the sky, landing before Lin Xian. His voice was calm as he spoke. Young friend, you have not disappointed. Chapter 66, Divine Retribution descends. Notice, 1 participant from the 3 kingdoms has perished, leaving 2 remaining. Punishment, 10 years shall be drawn from the lifespan of all citizens nationwide. The sudden voice made Qin Guangguang frown. Is this the one who sets the rules? King Qin Guang transmitted his voice to Lin Xian. Lin Xian blinked in acknowledgement. Qin Guangguang concealed his right palm within his sleeve, drawing forth the mirror of karma. He cast its light toward the faint silhouette in the sky. When Qin Guangguang clearly saw the reflection within the mirror, his fingers trembled violently, nearly causing the mirror of karma to slip from his sleeve. Lin Xian sensed the ghostly power within Qin Guangguang momentarily slip from control and turned to look. Qin Guangguang flicked his sleeve, restoring outward calm. Beep. National Fortune Settlement, China wins this round. Reward. The reward announcement didn't come immediately, instead, it dragged out with a long, drawn-out note. This sent a pang of unease through Lin Xian's heart. Could that demon woman be scheming against our nation again? Reward, 1 string of consecrated prayer beads. Heh, these are treasures, you know. I hear they were consecrated by your venerable Bodhi patriarch and carry merits you'd all cherish. Fair enough. Lin Xian glanced at the bewildered Qin Guangguang and the approachingly Xian and Yulei. He was certain this reward announcement was meant only for his ears. A streak of crimson light shot down from the sky, landing before Lin Xian. He caught it mid-air and tucked it into his sleeve. The Chinese people watching the screen stared intently at this national fortune reward.
What kind of reward is that? They won't even tell us. This is driving me crazy. It's definitely some kind of magic item like a ban reset orb or a reset orb. That's how those mysterious items the Cherry Blossom Nation used before were secretly distributed. Wow, seriously. Only my Lin God could pull this off. China is finally taking off.
No one had seen his movements clearly, except for Wang. But Wang said nothing more, merely watching him with a look of deep satisfaction.
With this matter settled, this palace must return. Since you've obtained this item, I shall give you one as well.
Should you need anything in the future, present this token to seek me out. Wang flicked his fingers, and a streak of blue light shot straight into Lin Xuan's sleeve. Lin Xuan lowered his gaze, his fingers searching within his sleeve for the cold object. It was a square metal token, intricately engraved with elaborate patterns and what appeared to be several characters.
Lin Xuan tucked the token away and offered Wang a grateful smile.
Xingtian and Yulei returned, checking Lin Xuan over before turning their curious gazes toward Wang. Wang nodded to them before preparing to return to the underworld, only to be stopped by Lin Xuan, who tugged at his robe.
Lord Yen, please wait. I have some questions to ask.
Lin Xuan's expression suddenly turned grave as he looked at Wang. Your Majesty, Lin Xuan gestured with a sweeping arc of his hand, blinking rapidly to signal Wang. Wang complied, waving his hand to draw them all within the circle, creating a barrier that blocked sound and sight. He then looked up briefly before turning his gaze back to Lin Xuan.
It's fine, Lord Yen. This was given to me by her in the first place. Even if she can't be blocked, it's no problem. As long as the monk from the Three Kingdoms and the live streamer can't see it, it's fine.
Lin Xuan removed a string of purplish-red crystal beads from his wrist and held it before them. He deliberately flipped out one bead, pinching it to show them.
Wang touched the bead with his finger, silent for a long moment. It's genuine Bodhi prayer beads.
But this mark.
Wang frowned, feeling the crack.
The depth of this mark let alone you lot, even I couldn't have carved it this deep. Wang shook his head and returned the bead to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan ran his fingers over the smooth, warm beads in his hand, his mind racing with thoughts. At the very least, this bead strand was concrete evidence that the top-tier deities of Huaxia were indeed engaged in battle and their opponents possessed formidable strength.
The monitors of the National Fortune Arena could obtain some remnants from their battles. Could it then be inferred that the monitors were also observing the battles of the supreme deities? Then why would they now alter the rules, drastically increasing the death toll among both the National Fortune Arena's participants and the demon gods? What about the battles among the top-tier deities in the heavens? What was their motive? What could they possibly gain? Did she deliberately give me this bracelet? Was she trying to hint at something? Lin Xuan's breathing quickened. He desperately wanted to look up again, but he clenched his fists tightly and held back. He didn't possess the strength to pursue these truths now. Lin Xuan pressed his hand over his heart. For some reason, he had a bad feeling danger seemed to be drawing ever closer. He must strengthen himself quickly. Lin Xuan abruptly turned to look at the other two ascetic monks from the Three Kingdoms meditating on the beach. The first battle for your nation has ended in defeat. When will the two venerable monks initiate the second battle? Is it possible to fight consecutively? On the sand, the monk covered head to toe in white powder opened his eyes at the words. Battle! The burly monk rose to his feet, picking up the chain of 5 skulls before him and draping it around his neck. In his hand, he held a skull-adorned staff. Lin Xuan frowned at the bone artifacts adorning his entire body. A cannibal monk. Damn, a Sandwood desperate for victory, they've even sent out monks like this. Yulei nudged Lin Xuan's arm and whispered, this time, let us take the lead. Lin Xuan turned to see Yulei and Xingtian staring at him expectantly. Lin Xuan considered it for a moment, then flashed a meaningful smile. Very well. These cannibal monks of the Three Kingdoms have always fed on human corpses, worshipping Shiva. They emphasize destruction and rebirth, thus transforming themselves into the final link in the cycle of reincarnation. I suspect that by the time they reach the pinnacle of monkhood, they've consumed countless corpses. They're likely poisonous all over, and that white powder they smear on themselves is probably bone ash. Yulei grimaced with disgust, gritting his teeth as he stepped forward. Let me try. All right. I'll teach you both breath-concealing techniques and fetal breathing methods. Whoever masters it first gets to go. Lin Xuan touched his finger to the brow centers of Yulei and Xingtian. As for the summoning, I'll handle that myself. I suspect he'll summon a demon god of devouring or reincarnation. Most likely a serpent demon god or an Asura. At that moment, the cannibal monk began his summoning ritual, oblivious to his surroundings. He raised his skull staff high above his head, swinging it rhythmically. His mouth gaped wide, throat vibrating slightly as he emitted a sustained, ultra-low frequency sound far beyond the range of normal human hearing. Lin Xuan frowned. After a long while, there was still no reaction whatsoever. Was it the monk who was strange, or the demon god he was summoning? Surely the summoning couldn't have failed?
Suddenly, a vast expanse of pitch-black clouds swept swiftly across the distant sky, gradually enveloping the entire heavens as they began to swirl in a vortex.
Lin Xuan's extraordinary vision could discern the sky teeming with predatory birds, hawks, eagles, vultures all circling in unison.
Yet they remained silent, heads bowed, creating an eerie sky without cries. Within a 10-mile radius of the desert, countless sand pythons, horned vipers, and other desert serpents emerged, darting about frantically.
A bizarre phenomenon even occurred: swarms of snakes began to self-immolate.
Around the man-eating monk, countless lotus flowers burst forth from the desert soil, their centers ignited by subtle blue flames.
Chapter 67, The 2v1 Trial.
A golden light erupted in the pitch-black sky, plunging downward like a meteor. By the time it landed before the cannibal monk, it had transformed into a massive sphere of golden glass filament. With a crisp shatter of crystal, a giant golden-winged bird spread its wings with a whoosh. The edges of its feathers glowed with a rainbow halo. Each flap generated a hurricane, scattering the sky-obscuring flock of birds. Lin Xuan could clearly see the serpentine necklace adorning its chest, its serpent head hanging down, still flickering its tongue in struggle.
It was a Garuda.
The enormous golden glazed bird before them left the other Chinese nationals utterly stunned.
What kind of bird is this? Old Chang, do we have any intel?
In the National Fortune Conference Room, General Su, seeing this, impatiently nudged Chang Pingji, the intelligence officer. The Prime Minister and others also turned their gaze toward Chang Pingji. The Divine Beings of the Three Realms, Demon and Spirit Volume, page 135.
Garuda, the Mount of Vishnu.
Amidst the rustling of pages, Chang Pingji spoke slowly. In the Hindu-Buddhist scriptures we've collected, it possesses gravity control, illusion-inducing abilities, sonic attacks, black flames, and illusory Dharmakaya wheels. Most challenging of all, it can freeze time and space with a single flap of its wings.
Holy crap, how do we even fight that? Do we have any demon gods in China that can match it?
General Su glanced at Chang Pingji, who showed no reaction, then turned to General Jiang.
Hey, did that kid Lin Xuan mention any plans or solutions?
General Jiang shook his head silently, drawing a collective sigh from the assembly.
Activate the emergency evacuation plan.
The premier tapped the table, issuing the order.
How many people have been evacuated from Jiang province? The Jiang province is too vast and its population too dispersed.
Currently, 40% of the region has been evacuated, with 3.3 million permanent residents relocated.
Approximately 300,000 more are en route.
The Prime Minister nodded, his gaze returning to the large screen just as Lin Xuan's turn to speak was displayed. Lin Xuan rummaged through his bag once more, pulling out a bronze mirror engraved with dragon patterns, a bronze sword, a jar of 5 grains, and a bottle of clear wine.
He then wrote the summoning ritual text in vermilion ink on yellow paper.
After placing the yellow paper and burning 3 sticks of incense, he pointed the bronze sword toward the east.
Heaven and earth, vast and boundless, all spirits bow in reverence.
Today, disciple Lin Xuan humbly beseeches. Supreme Dragon God of the 9 heavens, descend to the mortal realm. Recall the sacred war of Xianyuan, when you shielded the sun with your dragon wings and tore apart Qiyu with your claws. When great you tamed the floods, you carved rivers with your tail, guiding the torrent to the sea. Above, you connect with the purple microcosm below, you hold sway over the netherworld and the yellow springs. With wind, rain, thunder, and lightning as your retinue, and mountains, rivers, and the state as your foundation. Today we offer pure wine and 5 grains, vermilion talismans and scrolls. Borrowing the righteous energy of heaven and earth, we invoke your true name, Divine Lord. O Dragon of Response, manifest your divine presence and swiftly reveal your true form.
If you hear my call,
riding clouds and mist,
bring thunder to purge the demonic aura,
and bestow sweet rain to nourish all living beings. I bear the supreme command, divine might resplendent.
Urgent as the law commands.
With that, he burned the sacrificial text and sprinkled wine upon the ground.
In an instant, a fierce wind arose. Within the thick, dense clouds, lightning flashed, and within the purple lightning, the faint outline of a dragon could be seen.
A golden fissure split the clouds, revealing crimson dragon eyes like sun and moon suspended in the heavens, surveying all below. The dragon's head emerged from the clouds, its antlered horns towering, its whiskers billowing like a falling Milky Way. With each breath, the mist churned violently. In a single breath, its claws tore through the clouds, their tips gleaming cold as stars. Its body stretched over 1,000 feet, covered in azure scales edged with crimson gold radiance.
Its back bore wings vast enough to obscure the sky. When spread, they unleashed sudden gales. Their membranes, woven from dawn's glow, thundered with each beat. Its tail lashed out, unleashing torrential rain. Yet within the downpour lay the seeds of life. Barren desert sands suddenly revealed flecks of green amidst the deluge, as tiny shoots began to pierce the sand. A miracle. This is a miracle.
Yulei and Li Xian looked up at the sky, raising their hands high to catch the life-giving rain, their faces aglow with excitement. Meanwhile, the cannibal monk danced wildly in the downpour, his face contorted in a hideous grimace as he chanted incantations. The torrential rain washed away the white powder coating his body, revealing filthy, black skin. His matted, grimy hair flung clumps of dark, murky water as he moved. Amidst the echoing dragon's roars, the cannibal monk's dance grew faster and faster. Cracks began to appear in his thick, grimy skin, and streaks of blood slowly emerged. Yet seemingly oblivious to the pain, his movements grew more violent, the 5 skulls on his chest colliding wildly, thudding loudly. Suddenly, a piercing bird cry split the sky. Hearing the bird's call, the cannibal monk burst into maniacal laughter, his face contorted in frenzied ecstasy.
Great Garuda! Descend upon this world and vanquish all enemies. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out abruptly.
The frantically dancing cannibal monk halted, his face darkening as he turned toward Lin Xuan and the others. Yulei stepped out from behind Lin Xuan, slowly lowering his gun as he stared intently at the cannibal monk with a stern expression. Lin Xuan, this demonic monk is impervious to blades and bullets, even gunfire can't pierce his defenses. He's protected by Garuda, ordinary weapons can't harm him at all. Channel your spiritual energy into your eyes, temples, and brow to activate spiritual vision.
You'll see it then.
Yulei and Li Xian obeyed the command, channeling their spiritual energy to activate their spiritual vision. Sure enough, they saw a layer of black flames burning around the cannibal monk's body.
You two truly need practical experience with spiritual power combat.
Perfect, use him as your trial. Lin Xuan glanced at the last monk still in meditation. I'll provide backup. The two exchanged a glance, nodded to Lin Xuan, and with a light tap of their feet, charged toward the cannibal monk. They charged in, one from the left and one from the right, striking with punches in a pincer attack. Their spiritual energy collided with the cannibal monk, sizzling as it was consumed by the black flames.
Yet the monk watched them impassively, seemingly unaffected by the assault.
One move proved ineffective, and both men swiftly retreated.
Dragon patterned mirror and dragon roar sword. Catch!
Lin Xuan hurled the 2 weapons from behind the very items used in the summoning ritual. Having successfully channeled the power of the Yinglong dragon, they were now perfect for striking down the cannibal monk. The 2 men caught the weapons and charged the cannibal monk once more.
This time, the cannibal monk dared not be overconfident.
He removed the skull necklace and hurled it at Yulei, while thrusting his skull staff toward Li Xian's long sword. Yulei's circular mirror struck the skull necklace squarely. With a humming sound, the struck skull suddenly erupted in a dense black flame. Yulei gritted his teeth, advancing instead of retreating, and struck relentlessly with both arms. Meanwhile, the other skulls closed in around Yulei, tightening their encirclement.
Lin Xuan watched from behind, shaking his head. What a brute! It's a mirror. Reflect it.
Yulei's ears twitched as he struggled to flip the mirror's surface, aiming it at the skull.
No reaction. Yulei shouted. Spiritual energy. Infuse it with spiritual energy to activate the dragon scale mirror. Yulei immediately obeyed. Once infused with spiritual energy, the bronze patina on the dragon scale mirror shattered instantly.
The entire mirror body erupted with a blue glow, instantly incinerating the skull to black ash. He swiftly adjusted the mirror's angle, directing the light straight into the cannibal monk's eyes. The creature raised its hands to shield its face, but the mirror's blue light struck its body, sizzling audibly. The blue light actually burned its flesh. It works! Yulei was overjoyed. On the other side, Li Xian followed suit, channeling spiritual energy into his bronze sword and slashing relentlessly at the cannibal monk. Caught between the 2 attacks, the cannibal monk suffered repeated wounds, his flesh torn open as he wailed incessantly. Just as Lin Xuan's face lit up with satisfaction, the cannibal monk spat a mouthful of blood onto his skull staff and swung it with all his might. A crimson arc of light traced the swing of the skull staff, like a sharp scythe, sending Yulei and Li Xian flying backward. Seeing the 2 men crash into the sand, coughing up blood, Lin Xuan's expression darkened.
Chapter 68, Conclusion. You Chinese, dying soon? I can devour your slain bodies for you, helping you enter reincarnation sooner.
The cannibal monk shook his head from side to side, grinning widely. His cracked, peeling lips couldn't hide his yellowed teeth.
Lin Xuan rushed over to check on the 2.
Seeing only internal organ contusions, not life-threatening injuries, he administered basic treatment before setting them aside.
Since their training session is over, you're no longer of use.
Lin Xuan glared coldly at the revolting cannibal monk before him. Lin Xuan seized the bronze sword and channeled spiritual energy into it. The blade instantly blazed with intense light, its length swelling to twice its original size. Lin Xuan advanced, swinging the sword with all his might. The cannibal monk blocked with his skull staff as usual, but Lin Xuan's spiritual energy far surpassed others.
The skull staff shattered cleanly, severing the monk's right arm and sending it flying. Damn it! My skull staff!
The cannibal monk howled madly, his eyes bloodshot red. Though he'd lost an arm, he seemed to feel no pain whatsoever, only grief for his lost staff.
You, damn you!
With his remaining hand, the cannibal monk pulled a string of small skulls from his loincloth and hurled them at Lin Xuan. Black flames blazed from the eye sockets and nostrils of each skull as they hurtled toward him.
Lin Xuan's gaze flickered, rage boiling within him. Newborns? You beast!
He swung his sword at the string of skulls.
Unexpectedly, the skulls exploded with a thunderous boom.
White bone dust splattered onto Lin Xuan, instantly halting all his movements. His eyes glazed over.
Ha!
You little brat, you've fallen for my fear illusion powder.
Might as well put you out of your misery and spare you the agony.
However, the cannibal monk continued, a body that dies in extreme terror degrades in quality.
It's not fit for consumption. Best to just kill you outright.
The cannibal monk extended his long, filthy, grime-encrusted claws, thrusting them straight toward Lin Xuan's heart.
Yet upon touching Lin Xuan's chest, they were halted as if pulled back by some force, unable to advance an inch.
Lin Xuan seized the cannibal monk's wrist, tightening his grip inch by inch, like a giant pair of pliers clamping down on a tiger's jaw.
You!
How could you escape the illusion of fear so quickly? The cannibal monk roared in disbelief. A world devoid of ancient artifacts, history, or culture would indeed be terrifying and hopeless. But it would also be utterly unreal.
Lin Xuan smiled elegantly.
Then, with a sweeping motion of his hand, he brought his heavy sword down, cleaving the cannibal monk in two and ending the battle completely. Instantly, a notification sounded in his ears.
Notice, 2 participants from the Three Kingdoms faction have perished. 1 remains. Punishment, 30 years shall be deducted from the lifespan of all citizens nationwide.
Yay!
I knew it.
With Lin Xuan around, taking down a scruffy old monk is no big deal.
Truly the little Lin we know. Excellent, excellent.
In the National Fortune conference room, several generals exchanged nods of approval and excited murmurs. The others all breathed a sigh of relief. But don't celebrate too soon, there's still the battle of the demon gods in the sky. That strange dance performed by the cannibal monk earlier did indeed cause the divine bird in the sky to shine brighter. After the monk's demise, the bird's overwhelming aura gradually faded.
But what can we do? The battle of the demon gods, we mere mortals can only wait and see. Look! What is Lin Xuan doing?
One of them exclaimed, pointing at the large screen.
All eyes converged on Lin Xuan.
There he was, wielding his bronze longsword with fluid grace, his movements as smooth as flowing clouds in water. The blade sliced through the sky like a colossal dragon, each swing and stomp radiating profound mysticism. The colossal dragons locked in aerial combat seemed to echo this rhythm, their forms subtly doubling in size. With each swing of Lin Xuan's sword and each kick, their massive dragon scales shimmered like breaths of light. As the dragon lunged to strike, Garuda raised its neck, its hawk-like beak snapping open. A piercing, high-frequency shriek, too rapid for the human eye to track, shot forth. Simultaneously, the colossal Lingguang opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrential water column toward Garuda.
Within the column, faint flashes of lightning flickered.
The Garuda's piercing shriek reached Lin Xuan's ears, causing his movements to falter as a flood of scattered thoughts surged uncontrollably through his mind. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xuan channeled his entire spiritual energy to break free from the shackles binding his form. He took a deep breath to clear his mind of the chaos and continued to wield his sword in the dragon's form.
Sword pointing at the azure abyss, dragon's breath piercing the rainbow. My blade is your fang, my heart is your pupil. Together we conquer the 9 heavens, sharing life and death as one.
Sword dance, dragons roar, heaven and man united in power. Empowered by Lin Xuan, the Lingguang unleashed a torrential surge that crashed and coiled around the Garuda, scattering its feathers wildly as they drifted down in disarray. The Garuda struggled fiercely, drawing one wing free and lashing it out with such force that everything around froze for half a second except the Lingguang.
Why? Why are you immune to my spacetime great law? Time and space? Ha! When it comes to mastering the laws of time, I'm your grandfather, little golden eagle.
Seeing defeat in its true form, the Garuda decisively shifted into human-shaped golden red feathered robes, eagle eyes piercingly sharp, illusory giant wings emerging from its back, both fists wrapped in the scorching flames of the burning karma. Seeing this, Lingguang refused to be outdone and also assumed human form. Clad in a silver-armored dragon-patterned battle robe, his white hair cascaded like a waterfall, his pupils cold as stars. Wielding the mystic ice dragon spear, his body was coiled with purple-silver lightning. Garuda soared skyward, palms pressed together, summoning the great sun's golden flame. 10 blazing suns erupted across the heavens, their searing light scorching the earth in an attempt to evaporate Lingguang's water-based magic. Lingguang sneered coldly, thrusting his halberd into the ground. He summoned the 9 depths black ice, unleashing a surging tide of frigid cold that reversed its course, freezing each blazing sun into crystalline meteors that plummeted toward Garuda. Garuda couldn't dodge in time, and an icy meteor grazed his left arm. Where golden blood dripped onto the grass and trees, everything instantly petrified.
Garuda clutched his arm and teleported behind Lingguang.
His poisonous flames formed a blade as he swung down with the Garuda's karmic slash. Where the blade's light passed, space itself warped. Lingguang swept his dragon spear back, meeting the blow head-on with scaled sky collapse. The collision of ice and fire ignited an explosion. Seizing the momentum, he closed in, his dragon claw clamping down on Garuda's throat and slamming him into the sand. Kalura sat in the sand pit, blood spilling from his mouth. The toxins in his blood instantly turned the sand beneath him into scattered black fragments. Garuda unleashed his ultimate technique, golden-winged calamity form. His true form manifested as a 1,000-foot-tall bird shadow diving down, its beak like a celestial sword, thrusting straight at Lingguang. Lingguang unleashed his true form, dragon horns sprouting from his brow as the primordial dragon's shadow materialized behind him. Roaring, he unleashed the primordial dragon's breath. A bolt of chaotic lightning pierced the golden-winged phantom, its aft shockwave tearing through Garuda's chest.
Garuda's golden feathers scorched away as he staggered to his knees. Lingguang pointed his halberd at the bird's forehead. Victory was clear. Garuda still sought to resist, baring fangs and revealing his savage nature. Dragon God, I implore you, show no mercy. The people of Huaxia need this victory. Lin Xuan pleaded earnestly from a distance. Lingguang thrust his halberd forward. With a sharp thud, it pierced the Garuda's forehead, emerging cleanly through the back of its skull. The mighty Garuda's massive form finally collapsed to the ground, motionless. Black blood flowed ceaselessly from the back of its head, scorching the sand beneath it, the sizzling sound echoing endlessly. Only one remained. Chapter 69, The White-Robed Monk's Advice. Before Lin Xuan could turn to ask, the last white-robed monk rose to his feet and began walking toward Lin Xuan, step by deliberate step. Simultaneously, an announcement echoed from the sky, beep. National Fortune Settlement, China has won this round. Reward? A coquettish, teasing voice echoed in Lin Xuan's mind. This time, I'll give you a few more useless meaningful options, Chinese man. Lin Xuan frowned, standing still as he waited. 1. Add the scruffy monk's 50 years of lifespan to you. 2. Grant you the Garuda's abilities from earlier. 3. Bestow treasures from hostile nations upon you. Treasures? Send them to the Prime Minister in our capital. Lin Xuan instantly reacted, shouting in his mind. Good. A graceful figure high in the sky casually reached out. Instantly, countless starlight points ignited across the land of the three kingdoms, swiftly ascending into the heavens. Countless citizens and monks of the three kingdoms watched helplessly as ancient artifacts, sacred Buddhist relics, and countless treasures from their temples, museums, and even private collections were sucked into the sky. What is happening? Why is this happening? Haven't we already been punished? Our lifespans were shortened by 10 years. My father and grandmother, along with my 6th sister, have all died. Is heaven trying to destroy us, the three kingdoms? Aren't we one of the strongest nations in the first tier? Even the Buddha's relics, why, heavens above? After all, a Sangui is a nation where nearly everyone practices religion. In an instant, almost all citizens poured into the streets, kneeling on the roads as they watched the national treasures soar into the sky. The entire nation wailed in grief. Already devastated by the previous midnight assault that destroyed countless temples and shattered cultural beliefs, the people had descended into civil strife. Now, even their last remaining treasure had been taken. After this battle, a Sangui suffered a complete cultural rupture. Faith in divine lore could only be preserved through oral tradition and the fragmentary transcriptions of information by a few fortunate sages who survived to pass it down. Without the constraints of religious indoctrination, the new generation of commoners grew more self-aware. Rebellion intensified until it toppled the caste system that had oppressed the people for millennia. The once great Buddhist empire plummeted from its divine pedestal. But that is another story. At that moment, all the treasures streaked across the sky like shooting stars, plunging straight into the National Fortune Project conference room of the eastern Huaxia capital. At that moment, the Prime Minister, generals, and officials remained utterly focused on the large screen, holding their breath in anticipation, eager to discover what reward China would receive in this game. Seconds later, the conference room ceiling suddenly filled with various earthenware jars, silk manuscripts, silk paintings, bamboo slips, and ancient scriptures. They descended swiftly yet smoothly, landing on tables, the floor, and into the laps of the leaders. Quick, someone. Contact the experts. Ancient artifact restoration and preservation. Get some people to transport these items out immediately. They're still falling down from above in an endless stream. What on earth do we do with this ancient book? Why does it seem to be turning yellow? And look, the cover is visibly crumbling apart. This was their first genuine encounter with rewards from the National Fortune Arena. The leaders, both thrilled and anxious, cradled the precious artifacts, unsure how to handle them. Finally, the Prime Minister instructed everyone to remove their outer garments and use them to wrap the items, minimizing direct contact. He then arranged for the guard squad to transport them in batches to all available offices and conference rooms nearby, awaiting expert handling. While chaos erupted in that area, Lin Xuan turned to the white-robed monk before him with a broad smile. First, the monk's aura of battle had stirred Li Xian and Yu Lei, who had been lying unconscious behind Lin Xuan. After resting for a while and allowing their qi to repair their bodies, they finally awoke. Second, encountering a monk who appeared normal and clean was a rare sight for both the Sangui and Lin Xuan. The white-robed monk pressed his palms together, bowed his head slightly, and spoke politely. Greetings, esteemed representative of Huaxia Nation, Mr. Lin Xuan. I know some information about you, and I have witnessed your abilities. My suggestion is this: we shall focus solely on summoning the demon god to battle. The demon god's victory or defeat shall be our victory or defeat. As for you and me, there is no need for further conflict. After all, I am merely an ordinary monk, possessing no combat strength whatsoever. Lin Xuan scrutinized the white-robed monk closely. A tall, fair-skinned youth of European descent with deeply carved features. He wore a soft, natural white silk monk's robe, adorned with no accessories whatsoever. His feet were clad in pure white silk shoes, and he carried not even a single string of prayer beads. My name is Rishi, a Brahmin of the highest caste in the three kingdoms.
Fearing Lin Xuan might not believe him, he added more, his words dripping with the pride of his exalted status. He even raised his hand, displaying his pale, delicate, slender fingers to Lin Xuan.
We have cultivated for 10,000 years to attain Brahmanhood. We should not suffer any harm.
So that's what all the fuss was about, Lin Xuan thought, speechless. He had initially suspected this white-robed monk of some hidden scheme, preparing to counter any move. Yet it turned out the boy was merely the little emperor of the three kingdoms, having never endured hardship or pain, and simply didn't want to be beaten. Lin Xuan nodded helplessly.
As long as the demon god won, it counted as a victory for Huaxia.
If the rules didn't apply, he could always deal with this foreign monk later.
Lose?
Lin Xuan hadn't even considered the possibility of losing.
Seeing Lin Xuan nod, Rishi took the initiative to initiate the summoning.
He bent down, plucking a dew-kissed leaf from the newly sprouted green grass. Holding it carefully in his hand, he raised it high above his head. Homage to the water-bearer, the dreaded Azura King, the Almighty Lord. Form of wrath, strike of lightning, sacrifice to USVH perfection. The dark clouds, just dispersed by Lingguang, instantly gathered again above the group, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun.
Yet strangely, no torrential downpour followed.
On the contrary, the rain that had nourished the desert grass during the previous battle was now sucked back up from the sands.
Like transparent pearls strung by invisible threads, they hung suspended in the air. After the first deafening roar, a gaping hole was scorched through the sky by a massive black fire. A terrifying Azura, with a hideous expression, a green face, and sharp fangs, crawled out through the hole. Is this the water-holding Azura King? That wrathful incarnation of Shiva?
Lin Xuan frowned, murmuring to himself. The moment the water-holding Azura King extended his limbs, the dark clouds turned crimson. Where the red clouds covered the land, rust-colored rain began to fall. The rain carried the pungent smells of rust and sulfur, causing Lin Xuan to instinctively lower his head and rub his nose. That downward glance revealed the desert, once sparsely dotted with small grasses, suddenly surging with subterranean currents. Within the fine streams, dark shadows swam. Avoid those shadows. Retreat beyond the red clouds. Quick! Lin Xuan manipulated his chi to hover in midair while shouting to Li Xian and Yu Lei behind him.
Though confused, their military instincts kicked in.
Upon hearing the command, they immediately began running backward, escaping the dark currents reached just in time. According to the Mahabharata's description of Krishna manifesting the cosmic form, dark shadows swam within the water currents, and those who touched them descended into madness. Then came black lightning piercing the sun and twin moons soaring across the sky. As Lin Xuan spoke each word, the sky unfolded the very phenomena he described. Upon hearing this, Rishi smiled generously at Lin Xuan.
Very well. It seems you know quite a bit about our Hinduism. Now then, how do you intend to deal with our wrathful, restless Azura King of Water? Chapter 70, The Solution.
Lin Xuan nodded gracefully.
I'm grateful for your generosity. May I ask, do you still need that?
Lin Xuan pointed at the corpse of Anagu, now in a state of sitting meditation, and looked at the white-robed monk Rishi.
Rishi shrugged, signaling him to proceed as he wished. Lin Xuan dragged Anagu's corpse to an empty space nearby. Centering it, he drew a pentagram array. Before the corpse within the array, he inscribed the oracle bone character 4 dry. It's not quite a mummy, but he's already thin enough to resemble one. Since he's dead now, it should work, right?
Lin Xuan muttered to himself as he drew.
He hadn't originally planned to summon such a powerful deity.
But since the other side had brought out the water-holding Azura King, it must be their trump card. After all, in the Shiva Purana, the water-holding Azura King was the one who instantly defeated Garuda, a being capable of standing toe-to-toe with Vishnu.
In the Linga Purana, Shiva vanquished Vishnu in a single day and night.
The Lotus Purana recounts Shiva spinning Garuda with one hand while shooting Vishnu down with an arrow, capturing him. Lin Xuan's brow furrowed deeper with each thought.
Such demonic beings possessing godlike powers could only remind him of the daughter of the Yellow Emperor.
Born divine, she exhausted her celestial power and could not return to heaven. Her lingering on earth caused droughts, leading to her demotion as the goddess of drought. Later, she was gradually demonized, transforming into the red-haired, fanged, zombie-like drought demon Ba. Legends even spoke of her scorching the earth wherever she went. As Lin Xuan pondered, he completed 5 summoning talismans. He lit one at each point of the pentagram array, then chanted the summoning incantation. Scarlet heavens blaze, drought's breath reigns supreme.
The female drought spirit descends, all trees wither and turn yellow. The corpse's spirit communicates with the underworld. Blood as the lure, bones as the offering. Ba, hasten forth. In an instant, the entire desert seemed to split in two.
On the side where the white-robed monk Rishi and the water-wielding Azura stood, dark clouds gathered, thunder roared, and a fine, cold mist fell. On the other side, where Lin Xuan stood, the crimson sun hung high in the sky, its light stretching for miles. Clouds swirled, and waves of heat rolled across the land. From beneath the desert came a dry, cackling laugh like an old crone's, accompanied by the sharp scraping of sand. In the still air, sand spontaneously gathered into small whirlwinds, their centers revealing a crimson-haired humanoid figure. Only when she stepped out of the whirlwind did everyone clearly see this woman of breathtaking beauty. Her entire body was enveloped in a thick, silky mane of red hair, while her slender limbs remained exposed, appearing even more fair and delicate.
With a mere tiptoe, she teleported instantly before Lin Xuan.
Lin Xuan instantly felt as if a miniature sun had appeared before his eyes. Though he clearly saw a sacred, noble, and graceful goddess, every fiber of his being screamed warning, urging him to flee.
His sixth sense told him he faced boundless, raging energy.
A soft, delicate voice drifted toward him. "Did you summon me?" Lin Xuan dared not lift his head for a moment. As Manhwa drew nearer, he could feel the intense radiation of her energy, piercing his scalp even with his head bowed.
He hurriedly bowed low. "Your divine majesty, China now faces peril. The demon god of a rival nation challenges our land. We implore your divine majesty." "Is it him? That demon god?"
The delicate, gentle voice cut him off. Lin Xuan lifted his head slightly, following the direction of her pale arm.
"Yes, that demon god. His name is Huaxia King.
His primary combat skills are water manipulation, mastery of bows and tritons, and mental illusions. Lin Xuan meticulously detailed Huaxia's abilities to her. Before he could finish, Lin Xuan sensed the terrifying radiation force before him vanish. He snapped his head up, only to see that vivid splash of red already vanishing into the cold, drizzling rain.
Truly a goddess, powerful yet gentle. Li Xian and Yulei exchanged a speechless glance. Gentle, does that mean her voice is soft?
She charged in before he even finished speaking.
Where exactly is the gentleness?
That overwhelming energy field nearly radiated them both to death.
Lin Xiaolin loves fish. Regardless of anything else, this female bot truly fits my aesthetic.
That noble bearing, that silky red hair cascading to her ankles, absolutely top tier.
Fatso, can such a delicate, fair-skinned beauty really defeat the demonic Azura across the battlefield?
Riceball Yuzu, she's got a fiery temper, I love it.
Just diving right in. No need for anything else. The drought demon naturally couldn't hear their thoughts.
Her feet seemed to carry the wind as she lightly tapped the air several times, teleporting instantly beside Mizumari Ashura. Every spot she touched turned sand into glass. Where the water holding Ashura stood, a ring of scorching crystalline basin formed instantly, vaporizing the small puddle she'd been standing in. The drought demon gazed at the towering, ferocious Ashura before her and tilted her head adorably.
"Are you the enemy of China? Are you that formidable?"
Then, as if transformed, her gaze sharpened and her voice rose in pitch.
"You're the foreign water god, right? Or the rain god? How delightful, heh."
The crimson hair that had covered Nuba's body instantly turned azure, then shifted to golden battle armor in the next moment, constantly transforming. Her expression shifted constantly, as if three distinct personalities were switching between her, the innocent goddess with crimson hair, the fierce drought spirit in azure robes, and the golden armored goddess.
Lin Xian's heart sank. This is bad. Had he stirred up Nuba's past, causing her to lose control?
According to records, during the Battle of Zhuolu between the Yellow Emperor and Qiyu summoned the Wind Lord and Rain Lord to unleash a violent storm. The female drought spirit was dispatched to Earth, using her divine power to halt the downpour and aid the Yellow Emperor's victory. However, her divine energy was exhausted, preventing her return to heaven, leaving her stranded in the mortal realm. Now, encountering the Azura waterholder who could summon such storms, she might have recalled the very Battle of Zhuolu that caused it all. Indeed, Manhwa now finds herself immersed in the overlapping memories of these two experiences, struggling to distinguish past from present. The only certainty she holds is this: she must defeat her enemy and return to heaven. This time, she absolutely cannot remain stranded in the mortal world, becoming a monster despised and driven away by all.
Manhwa's eyes began to redden, her entire body trembling uncontrollably as her garments transformed at an accelerating pace.
To the naked eye, only a swirling cascade of crimson, azure, and golden light remained visible.
"Defeat you, and I can return to my father's side. You rebellious scum. Why do you keep appearing before me, time and again, provoking my wrath?" Nuba's teeth ground with a hissing sound.
The temperature around her body rapidly rose, causing the air to warp. Even near Shuichi Ashura across from her, white steam began to rise. Her once slender, fair limbs and delicate features rapidly withered and darkened, her nails growing long and black. Finally settling into form was a gaunt, black-haired, black-armored.
Die. Chapter 71, The Ultimate Yin and Yang.
The Haba's eyes blazed crimson, their gaze warping the very atmosphere and scorching the clouds. She fixed her stare on Sueji across the way, a scarlet laser piercing through the rising mist to strike her directly.
Shuichi swung both arms forward, forming an X-shaped barrier to shield his face and chest.
Simultaneously, he summoned a water shield with divine power to withstand the assault.
Amidst the raging heat waves, the temperature at Suechi's central position skyrocketed.
Where the steam was thickest, it approached 1000 degrees Celsius. Suechi's normally dark blue skin turned a sickly crimson, and his normally bulging muscles appeared slightly withered. He touched his forehead, opening the third eye between his brows. A colossal water spirit snail projected from his dark eyes. Waterholder extended his right hand, whirling the water god's conch wildly through the air. In moments, an endless torrent erupted from its coils. The flood surged like a colossal dragon toward the drought demon, engulfing her entirely in an instant.
He could actually summon the phantom of the Ganges.
Lin Xuan clenched his fists, his gaze filled with worry as he watched the drought demon. What he couldn't see was that beneath the torrential deluge, not a single drop touched the drought demon's body. All the water vaporized into boiling mist the moment it approached within 3 feet of her. Water holder cackled wildly as he poured the Ganges waters relentlessly.
Woman, do you think evaporating my water will defeat me? Ha! Things are different now.
The waters of the Ganges now laced with deadly poison. Shui Qi's expression turned venomous as he stared at the water curtain before him. Until an unusual sound of water erupted. The next instant, the drought demon sliced through the water curtain and burst forth. Without pausing, she spun to face the curtain, leaping into the air in a few strides. Her claws shot out, slashing viciously at the water spirit snail suspended above. With a thunderous boom, the water snail shattered in her grasp. But sharp-eyed Lin Xuan noticed her hand was wounded by the explosion, trickles of golden blood seeping out. The drought demon casually flicked the blood from her hand, turned to face the water guardian, and gave a wink.
Is that all the foreign water goddess can do?
Clearly, the explosion had restored some clarity to her divine mind. Shui Qi visibly startled. He hadn't expected this woman to be so formidable, capable of shattering his divine artifact with a single claw. His expression hardened as he began to take her seriously.
Fine. Then I'll show you my full power.
Shui Qi raised both hands above his head and began performing an odd dance, leaving the others speechless. His movements grew faster and faster, blurring beyond human vision.
In a flash, his 2 arms multiplied into 4, then 6.
Each of the 6 powerful arms was encircled with golden bracelets and armbands, wielding weapons like tridents, conch horns, water wheels, a variant of dharma wheels, and giant axes. His head bore a jewel-encrusted crown, his ears adorned with gleaming shells, and his neck draped in a necklace woven from pearls and coral. The entire figure radiated extraordinary opulence and nobility.
Is the transformation complete? Can we start fighting already? My patience is wearing thin. It's not like we're getting married. Why all this pomp and circumstance? What a strange demon. Seeing Mizuchi finally complete his transformation, Haba lunged forward.
The sound of claws tearing through the air mingled with his grumbling complaints. Sueji raised his trident and great axe to block, but the Haba's claw strikes tore through space, leaving scorched claw marks on his weapons.
Ha! Tough. Come again. Hurry up. Don't you have other arms? Bring them all out and fight. More arms? The drought demon seemed to get hooked on the fight.
Seeing its claws only leave marks, it went wild, clawing and attacking relentlessly. Shui Qi's weapons, arms, and shoulders took relentless, terrifying blows. Flesh flew, blood flowed unchecked. Every clawed wound rapidly discolored the drought demon's corpse, poison taking effect. Water holder frantically retreated while using water currents to scrub his wounds. To his utter shock, the wounds contaminated by the corpse poison couldn't be healed with magic. He had been too overconfident. Shui Qi concentrated his magic into his third eye, confusion illusion. Instantly, the drought demon was trapped within a crimson light. The drought demon, seemingly disoriented by the vision, descended into even greater frenzy. Clawing wildly at the air with hands and feet, the whistling of her attacks combined with her chilling laughter made the battlefield feel utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, Shui Qi, poison throughout his body, lay gasping weakly to the side. The battle reached a stalemate. 10 suns appeared in the sky during the Yao dynasty. The deranged woman's voice grew louder amidst her frenzied attacks. Shui Qi rested his hands on his knees, frowning as he watched the deranged drought demon.
What is she doing? Does she have another move? No one knew.
To the drought demon, now under the illusion spell, this was her final showdown with the Wind Lord and Rain Master. She still resorted to her last move, the ancient Fire Emperor's curse, summoning the illusory forms of 10 suns. As she chanted frantically, the air around her surged with heat. Even Lin Xuan and the others, far away, felt the scorching currents in the air. His expression darkened.
Go! Retreat!
Lin Xuan spun around, yanking 2 others with him. The primordial purple chi surged violently within his body as he teleported several times, stopping only when the intense heat became barely perceptible. Sensing their surroundings, he realized they were now dozens of kilometers away from the battlefield where the drought demon fought. In the distance, a crimson glow still hung high in the sky.
Lin Xuan's hands trembled, sweat soaking his palms so badly he could barely clench his fists.
They had only been teleported here for a dozen seconds, yet the scorching heat in the air was already slowly creeping toward them.
This is bad.
At this rate, this entire space won't be enough for her to burn. Suddenly, a black waterfall surged upward, engulfing the original crimson light column.
It also blocked the intense heat. Lin Xuan turned back, instructing the 2 to stay put.
Gritting his teeth, he sprinted toward the heart of the battle.
At that very moment, Suichi Ashura had already unleashed his ultimate trump card, the Vedic Varana Astra.
Directly beneath the drought demon's feet, he channeled the river Styx from the depths of the underworld. Black heavy water surged skyward like a reverse waterfall, propelling the drought demon high into the air. The moment she touched the heavy water, its bone-chilling cold snapped the drought demon from her illusionary trance.
Yet by then, she could no longer control the divine power within her.
10 suns, faintly appearing in the sky, relentlessly drained her divine power. The forbidden spell was complete, a battle to the death. Finally, she found herself in the exact same predicament as last time. Feeling the biting cold seep into her bones, the drought demon shed a single tear of blood. Ever since she became stranded in the mortal realm, every day she relived that fateful day. Every day she lamented why she had given her all then, why she had drained her divine power completely. While on earth, she had begged passers-by to help her return to the heavens, but no one dared approach her. Ultimately, she was permanently banished, becoming a solitary symbol of calamity. She had resented everyone, yet later reconciled with them all. She believed that given another chance, she would never repeat such a mistake. But now she realized she was still herself, impatient, quick to anger, unable to control herself. Ah well. This time, helping these mortals, helping Huaxia, it was worth it. The drought demon turned her head. On the sandy ground scorched into a glassy surface, the figure holding the water remained steadfast. A flash of resolve flickered in her eyes. Chapter 72, Overtime. The drought demon plunged a hand into her own chest. With a muffled groan, she tore out her own golden heart, blood dripping freely. Though the world branded her a demon, her divine bloodline remained unchanged. She was still the Yellow Emperor's daughter, the divine maiden Ba. Clutching the still beating organ, her jet-black lips parted. The 10 suns in the sky, growing ever brighter, seemed to be pulled toward her, slowly converging on the dry demon's position. This caused the heavy waters of the yellow springs beneath her to begin evaporating as the ultimate forces of yin and yang clashed. As the suns drew nearer, even Ba struggled to endure. She forcefully spat a mouthful of blood, temporarily lowering the surrounding temperature, and continued to tug at the 10 suns before her with all her might. Seeing this, the water beneath her intensified its divine power output. The heavy water surged upward with ferocious force, forcing the drought demon position precisely at the convergence of yin and yang to spit out another mouthful of blood. Damned outsiders. Want to die? Fine. Then die together. She clenched the golden heart in her hand, squeezing it hard several times. 10 suns radiance, heed my command. Return to my service. The 10 suns accelerated their return, hurtling toward the drought demon. The demon chuckled softly, turned, and charged straight into the pitch-black heavy water, flying toward Mizumari. The 10 suns plummeted to the ground not far behind. Ha! Come on! You monster! You are the true monster. And I? I am the divine maiden who executes heaven's will. She charged toward Mizuchi like a miniature missile, trailing 10 miniature suns in her wake. Mizuchi, in turn, summoned every ounce of his divine power to open the gates of the underworld to their fullest extent. Boom! An explosion that seemed to last an eternity. The collision of extreme yang and extreme yin energies formed a vacuum sphere 50 li in diameter. Lin Xuan, carrying the 2 others, fled frantically the instant the explosion erupted. Under the extreme threat of death, the primordial purple chi within him surged to its peak, causing blood to uncontrollably spill from his eyes, ears, and nose. They finally escaped the blast radius before the explosion spread. The 3 plummeted beyond the blast zone, yet were still caught in the aftershock. Slammed to the ground, they lay motionless, powerless to move. All they could feel was the earth's tremors, the agonizing pain of dislocated organs, and the overwhelming terror brought by the boundless pressure. Only those watching the livestream could witness it. After a blinding flash of light, a bizarre ecological steam desert emerged at the center of the battlefield. Liquid quartz flowed like streams under extreme pressure, while sodium chloride crystals grew into towering trees. Countless swirling hurricanes, large and small, circulated throughout the area. Holy crap! This is the most breathtaking god war I've ever seen. So thrilling. So exhilarating. This is what a real battle should be. Are Lin Xuan and the others okay? Why aren't they moving? 2 voices echoed simultaneously in the National Strategy Conference room. General Su and General Jiang exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. Ah, right, Lin Xuan and the others are still lying on the ground. It's been quite a while now. Are those 3 okay? General Su rubbed his nose awkwardly and added. The Prime Minister removed his reading glasses, wiped them with trembling hands, cleared his throat, and said, they should be fine. If anything had happened to the 3 of them, the broadcast alert would have sounded already. They're fine. They're fine. Viewers watching the livestream flooded the chat with comments. God Lin forever, is my God Lin okay? Why is he bleeding from his eyes and nose? Chubby, where's my red-haired goddess? After that flash of white light, I haven't seen her or that Azura. Where did they go? Riceball Yuzu, so, who won this time? Someone tell me. Lin Xiaolin loves fish, obviously we won. Our goddess tore down 10 suns and smashed them into that monster. Should have vaporized him instantly. This was precisely the question Ceci in the sky sought to resolve. She'd even rewound time multiple times, trying to determine who died first or whose ultimate move was more powerful. But it seemed like a dead heat, posing a major crisis for her judging career. If it were up to her, she'd simply pick whichever side she liked better. But she'd recently been reprimanded for failing to be impartial, so she couldn't risk defying that order now.
After agonizing over it for a while, she glanced down at the current situation and made her decision. This round, the demon gods of Huaxia and the three nations perished simultaneously, and both summoners sustained injuries at the same time. Verdict: draw. A tiebreaker round may be held, or the two summoners may engage in a duel to determine the winner. The moment her voice echoed through the arena, the white-robed monk who had been feigning death on the ground leaped to his feet. A rematch? A rematch. Lin Xuan promised me we wouldn't fight each other. Lin Xuan, he's not dead, is he? He must not be dead. If he were, he wouldn't have suggested a duel to the death between the two summoners. Seth turned her gaze back toward Lin Xuan, who was slowly rising to his feet alongside the other two. Aguo requests a tiebreaker. What is Huaxia's position? Lin Xuan shook his head, wiped the blood from beneath his nose, and looked up to respond. China agrees. One extra round. Seth showed no surprise at this answer. The original desert had been scorched into a glassy wasteland. After a moment's thought, Seth reached out and grabbed hold of an isolated island surrounded by sea on all sides. Since you're so powerful, you might as well go somewhere less dangerous. Lin Xuan's trio and the white-robed monk Rishi had barely taken their positions when a wave of dizziness swept over them. Their legs buckled, and in the next instant, they materialized on a desolate island. Alright, you may proceed with the extra match. Lin Xuan glanced down at his disheveled appearance, bloodstains still clinging to his sleeves. He turned to look at the white-robed monk Rishi, whose garments were similarly torn and stained with blood. Come on. I'll start again. How about you summon first this time? Li Shi suggested, shaking his head. If you think it's unfair for you to summon first, we can skip the summoning altogether. We'll just fight each other directly. It's the same thing. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow, directly challenging Rishi. No need to be so extreme. Fine, I'll go first. It's the same thing. Rishi pressed his palms together, swaying his head as he tried to calm Lin Xuan's impulsiveness. Fearing Lin Xuan might get carried away and demand another summoner's battle, Rishi quickly declared his surrender. Right now. I'll summon immediately. Don't be impulsive. You can wait until I finish my summoning before you summon yours. Rishi examined several scrapes on his hands, gritted his teeth, and picked at one of the small wounds. Wincing, he wiped the blood from the wound with his finger and began tracing Sanskrit symbols in the sky. O Asura, bringer of chaos and destruction. With ashes as my bond, with blood as my offering. Banda Asura, born from Shiva's wrathful flames, manifest now. Chapter 73, The God of Many Treasures. Instantly, a shadowy Asura materialized, a blue-faced, fanged colossus adorned head to toe with glittering treasures. The white-robed monk Rishi cast an ingratiating glance at Lin Xuan, nodding his head as he asked, I've already summoned mine. What about you? Lin Xuan sighed. Another Asura. Hindu Asuras were truly countless, and the descriptions of their appearances across sects were all remarkably similar. Staring at this form, Lin Xuan frantically searched his memory for the abilities of the Asura Bandara. Banda. The Bhagavata Purana, the Vishnu Purana, the Mahabharata, the Agamas. Rishi would never summon an ordinary, unremarkable Asura. Thinking further, Lin Xuan unconsciously frowned again, his mind racing through the various scriptures he had studied, swiftly searching and comparing. Found it. It's the King of Treasures. Lin Xuan's eyes instantly flashed with light, only to dim again. Damn it. This Asura might not be exceptionally powerful in combat, but it possesses endless magical treasures and special mental control abilities. To find a demon in China specifically countering multiple magical treasures and immune to psychic abilities. Lin Xuan lowered his gaze, deep in thought. Got it. Lin Xuan turned his gaze to the Asura behind Rishi, who was displaying himself like a precious artifact in his showcase. He carefully arranged the golden sand, talisman brush, talisman paper, 3 incense sticks, an apple, and purified water from his bag. For this summoning, he took a bottle of water to wash his face, hands, and clean his wounds. He even pulled out a fresh set of clothes from his bag and changed into them. Wait. Master, you even prepared a whole change of clothes? That's way too thorough. What else is in that bag? Indeed, he was cautious. Ignoring the two beside him, Lin Xuan reverently drew the talismanic symbols. Then, facing east, he performed 3 bows and 9 kowtows. After a moment of contemplation, he chanted solemnly. With wholehearted devotion, I bow in reverence. Supreme Primordial, Supreme Pure Tao Ancestor. Within the Palace of 8 Scenes, your sacred virtue shines brightly. Today, disciple Lin Xuan, with reverent awe and trembling heart, presents this petition before the holy hearing of the Supreme Lord of the Great Purity. I humbly recall the azure ox with horned horns. Once accompanied the holy ancestor through Hango Pass, as purple mist swept eastward for 30,000 li. It also guards the golden hooded mountain, the great king of rhinos, whose inner core holds profound mysteries. Now, as calamity befalls this disciple and demons run rampant, I humbly beseech the azure spirit guardian to descend to the mortal realm. With a single roar, it shatters the path to the underworld. The sacred jewel shall subdue all demonic forces. After reciting the incantation, there was no response. Lin Xuan sighed, having anticipated this possibility.
After all, he wasn't directly summoning the Azure Ox spirit but petitioning the old lord for aid, beseeching him to dispatch the Azure Ox to assist. These supreme deities of Huaxia, whom he had never encountered, might not even respond. Just as he was debating whether to change his invocation target, a distant clatter of hooves echoed through the air. Lin Xuan looked up. A purple cloud suddenly appeared on the eastern horizon.
A green ox stepped through the rainbow, its nostrils breathing wind and thunder, clearing a path before it. Finally! It had finally arrived. Lin Xuan's heart settled. Other Chinese viewers watching the livestream began discussing the scene. A green ox? Was this because of the Three Kingdoms' reverence for cattle? Can a mere ox defeat the green-faced, fanged demon across the battlefield? The summoning incantation was so lengthy I expected some formidable great demon. Is this it? Trust the divine Lin, okay? If he summoned this ox, it must have something special, right? At least those horns look exceptionally sharp. It can't even transform into human form, how advanced can it be?
As they spoke, a massive blue ox towering over 2 men in height landed beside Lin Xuan. It casually tilted its head back, its single horn gleaming jet black and reflecting dazzling rainbow hues. Great King Shi, I beseech you to aid our Huaxia and repel the enemy. Lin Xuan clasped his fists and bowed deeply, offering a sincere salute. Since the Lord of the West has commanded it, I shall do my utmost. But a demon of this caliber and they expect me to handle it? The blue ox shot a glance across the room and snorted loudly. Great King Shi, do not underestimate him. He is the god of many treasures among the Asuras, possessing countless magical artifacts. Moreover, he wields psychic control abilities. At the mention of treasure, the ox's eyes bulged wide, green whirlwinds erupted from his nostrils, and his front hooves furiously pawed at the ground.
Why didn't you say so sooner?
I, the great King Shi, am quite willing to help you humans. His eyes darted around as he lowered his head to look at Lin Xuan. Just one more thing, if I defeat these demonic beasts, their treasures are all mine, right? Not that I'm being petty, but in our celestial battles, there's always a prize at stake.
We don't fight for nothing, right? The blue ox blinked its large eyes, looking expectantly at Lin Xuan. The moment Lin Xuan nodded, the Azure Ox eagerly turned and charged toward the opposite side, its 4 hooves kicking up dust as it sprinted.
Lin Xuan immediately grabbed Li Xian and Yu Lei, frantically fleeing the battlefield. He'd already learned his lesson, and seeing how greedy this green ox spirit was for treasures, Lin Xuan decided survival came first. Moreover, observing the Qingyo spirit's robust physique and formidable presence so different from the frail deities summoned elsewhere prompted Lin Xuan to ponder other possibilities. Did higher-tier divine battles truly exist? What stage had the current conflict reached? What outcome could it possibly bring? And why did Lao Jun's mount show no signs of abnormality or diminished divine power? Lin Xuan gazed at its massive form, lowering his eyes. The green ox, however, wasn't pondering such things. It merely stared greedily at the golden treasures adorning Bandara Azura's entire body, its mouth watering. Banda, huh? Hurry up! Your pile of treasures, no battle weapons. Come on! The blue ox charged before Banda, swiveled its head, and urged him on. Banda roared with maniacal laughter as his 8 arms spread wide, radiating a blinding, treasure-like light. Each hand wielded a supreme artifact, swinging them through the air. Blood spear of boundary shattering tears through space, ignores defenses, strikes directly at the soul. Karmic flame lotus consumes all existence, even scorching the purest cosmic chi. Soul-capturing demon bell, its ringing seizes the spirit, causing even immortals and Buddhas to falter. Underworld bone mirror reflects all spells, even briefly replicating an opponent's divine abilities. Celestial net treasure umbrella shrouds the heavens and blocks all spells, ensuring invincibility. 10,000 poisons golden needle thinner than a cow's hair, specifically designed to pierce protective chi barriers. Those struck suffer flesh rotting. Azura war drum, its beating amplifies one's own combat prowess while weakening the enemy's will. Chaos orb fragment, though incomplete, it contains a trace of chaos power, capable of briefly disrupting the laws of heaven. Banda activated the divine artifacts in his hands. Instantly, a swarm of magical treasures flew above and beside the Azure Ox, their dazzling lights intertwining. We Hindus have always held the ox in the highest reverence. Therefore, I wish not to cause you undue suffering. Once my myriad treasures are unleashed, it will be over in an instant. I shall spare you as much pain as possible. The fiery glow in Banda's eyes intensified as all 8 arms swung toward the Azure Bull. Go! Chapter 74, As Many as I Demand. The blue ox braced against the blinding radiance of countless magical treasures, stiffening its neck and thrusting its single horn upward. As the myriad weapons struck its body, a tremendous white light erupted instantly. Lin Xuan and his companions instinctively closed their eyes, crouched low, and covered their heads to avoid the direct impact of the energy. When Lin Xuan and the others lifted their heads to look toward the center of the battlefield again, they saw a faint, clear light flowing over the blue ox's body. A faint protective layer had formed over its skin. It dawned on him. As the mount of the old lord, the blue ox must have been blessed by him, granting it the ability to deflect certain attacks. Sure enough, the Azure Ox raised its neck and bellowed proudly, twitching its ears. Lin Xuan's keen eye spotted a reflective earring on the ox's ear. It must be the protective artifact Lao Jun had bestowed upon it. Lin Xuan continued scanning the ox's body, moving from its ears down to its neck.
Sure enough, a slender silver collar encircled its neck. With a flick of its head, the silver ring shot high into the air, emitting a faint blue glow. The ox commanded, "Vajra bracelet. Retract." The Vajra bracelet swiftly shrank, flying toward Banda Azura and colliding with his 8 palms.
Banda instinctively raised his weapons to defend.
Unexpectedly, the moment his weapons touched the Vajra bracelet, they vanished instantly.
By the time Banda realized what was happening, more than half the weapons in his 8 arms had already been absorbed by the bracelet.
In panic, he hastily withdrew the remaining weapons, resorting to bare-handed defense. But it was futile. Any weapon targeted by the Vajra bracelet was inevitably claimed.
The diamond bracelet launched its own close-quarters assault, inch by inch, pounding Banda's body. It stripped him of every adornment: bracelets, necklaces, nose rings, ear studs, earrings, armor, and anklets, taking them all. When Bandara Azura finally regained his senses from a wave of agonized wails, he was covered in bruises and completely naked. Driven by desperation, he hastily summoned other treasures to cover his body. The Vajra bracelet, which had begun flying back toward the Azure Bull, halted mid-air upon seeing Bandara Azura instantly adorned once more with glittering jewels. It spun back toward him, initiating a new round of plunder. Banda Ashura had no choice but to summon his full set of offensive artifacts to stubbornly defend himself. But this time he had learned his lesson, conjuring only artifacts capable of ranged attacks: thunder hammers, lightning spears, wind whips, and rain fans. He aimed to keep the Vajra bracelet at a distance, preventing it from closing in. Witnessing this from afar, the Azure Ox reared up, bellowing loudly. Instantly, the same protective aura that enveloped his body now shrouded the entire Vajra bracelet. The Vajra bracelet brushed aside the wind and thunder attacks, swiftly closing in on Bandara Azura. Amidst another clatter of clashing weapons, it plundered the treasures from the Azura's body. Realizing Banda Azura must still possess more treasures, it didn't fly far away. Instead, it hovered near him, waiting for him to conjure more treasures to feed upon. The scene instantly became comical. A silvery white diamond bracelet hovered above Banda's head, periodically tapping the Azura's skull and torso to coax out treasures. The moment any treasure materialized, it would instantly devour it whole, relishing every bite. Behind him, the blue ox visibly perked up, its 4 hooves tapping excitedly on the ground. So delighted, in fact, that it transformed into a curvaceous beauty with a voluptuous figure. Lin Xuan was stunned. "You two are actually mother and daughter?" The blue ox's beautiful eyes flashed as it glared at him. But it was so stunning that even its angry glare looked like a flirtatious glance. "What's the matter? Do you humans actually practice gender discrimination? I transformed into this weak form just to build good relations with you humans. I'm being so approachable, and yet all you care about is my gender?" Lin Xuan hastily waved his hands. "It's not that I dislike your gender. It's just that your original form was so towering and powerful for us frail humans. Such immense strength is usually..." The blue ox beamed with delight. "I transformed into human form to build goodwill with you humans. Though I am a bit frail now." She glanced at her slender arms and legs, pouting slightly, "But I hope you see my sincerity. If there's ever another opportunity like this, please call on me again. I don't relish fighting, I merely eliminate evil and uphold justice, aiding the guardians of Huaxia." Only in a world where Azura suffers can this be achieved. He now faced a dilemma. If he didn't conjure his magical treasures, he'd be beaten, but if he did, his treasures would be seized, and the beating would continue. Yet against pure physical attacks, he couldn't prevail. He was the very god of magical artifacts. The situation was awkward. Though he possessed countless treasures, they would eventually be drained dry. What then? Banda Azura, contemplating this, refrained from summoning new treasures, allowing the Vajra bracelet to strike his body. For Shiva had granted him immortality. While ordinary attacks caused him agony, they could not take his life. His suffering stemmed solely from the fact that he had always fought using divine artifacts, never enduring physical wounds before. But now that his treasures had failed him, he could only defend with his own body. "If only I possess the physical fortitude of other Azuras, but that requires enduring immense hardships in cultivation." Banda Azura reflected. As Shiva's wrath incarnate, he had been pampered since childhood and was never meant to endure such ascetic hardships. But then he thought, since my physical cultivation is lacking and I'm not skilled in direct combat, I can summon other Azuras. He let go completely, allowing the Vajra bracelet to strike his body at will. Instead, he began chanting the summoning incantation, gesturing wildly as he called upon his Azura brothers to come to his aid. Xingtian saw countless illusory figures begin to surge behind Bada Azura. Instantly understanding, she watched Bada Azura gesticulate wildly, muttering incantations. She swiftly charged toward Banda Azura on a cloud of mist. Before his summoning was complete, she transformed back into her true form and lunged forward, disrupting his invocation. Banda Azura was sent tumbling through the air by the Xingtian's horns, his chest pierced clean through, blood gushing freely. "Ouch! That hurts like hell. So this is what getting hurt feels like? Stop already. Fine, I'll use my magical artifact."
Banda Azura possessed Shiva's blessing of immortality, allowing his wounds to gradually heal. Yet the agony still made him writhe on the ground. The Vajra bracelet continued its relentless assault. Unable to endure the agony, he offered countless treasures to appease it, buying a moment of respite. Meanwhile, the Azure Bull stood vigilant nearby, wary of any other wicked tricks he might attempt. Thus, the two bandits, one watching, one focused on plundering the Azura, proceeded. Until Banda Azura was stripped bare once more. His massive form collapsed to the ground, his enormous demonic eyes brimming with tears. "I truly have nothing left, not a single drop," Azura pleaded, collapsed on the ground. "Spare me, Green Ox and Vajra bracelet. I have no treasures left." Meanwhile, the Vajra bracelet had devoured countless treasures. Its white ring had swollen to several times its original size, swaying unsteadily in the air, unable to fly in a straight line. The Blue Ox remained skeptical, piercing Banda's body with her dark horn, creating several new holes. Banda howled in agony, tears streaming wildly onto the ground, yet no more treasures materialized. The Blue Ox pondered for a moment, then beckoned the diamond bracelet back to her neck. "This guy's really out of luck. Let's go." With that, she prepared to fly back. Lin Xuan shouted, "Your Majesty! This isn't a robbery, it's a contest. We must determine a winner." Only then did the Blue Ox realize, oh, the contest is still on. She sheepishly returned to Banda Azura's side. "Since we need to decide the winner, you should just admit defeat." Banda Azura truly wanted to admit defeat, the pain was unbearable. But the white-robed monk Rishi behind him would not allow it. Rishi brandished a jet-black token and bellowed at Banda Azura. "No surrender. This is Shiva's command, I am authorized to command the Azuras. Victory is mandatory, defeat is forbidden. You are not permitted to concede verbally. You have already cost us so many sacred treasures. If you lose this final battle, I shall report everything to the higher powers, and they will deal with you." Rishi was powerless. This was the final battle for the Azura kingdom. If they lost now, the nation would face utter annihilation. As the highest-ranking Brahmin of the entire Hindu faith, even authorized by Lord Shiva himself, he could not accept that his invocation of such a weak deity would jeopardize the lives of all Azura citizens. Thus, he forcibly commanded Banda to fight under Shiva's decree. Upon hearing Rishi's words, the Azure Bull turned back, her expression grave as she unleashed her most devastating attack, the Divine Bull Charge. Under the dual assault of the Azure Bull and the Vajra bracelet, the Azura Banda could only desperately defend with all 8 arms. He was pierced countless times by the Blue Bull, yet rose again and again. Without a superpowered artifact capable of delivering a single devastating blow, he could keep resurrecting. Thus, even though the Azure Ox inflicted countless fatal wounds, he could still recover swiftly. After all, the immortal blessing of the supreme deity of the Azura realm proved remarkably potent. The battle reached a stalemate. Chapter 75. Even the referees grow impatient. The battle raged on for 3 days and 3 nights. Banda Azura resurrected endlessly, while the Azure Ox and the Vajra bracelet attacked relentlessly. Both sides grew exhausted, yet neither victory nor defeat, life nor death, seemed imminent. Finally, both parties collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The ring supervisor watching from above was utterly speechless. "If you keep fighting like this for 10 or 100 years, other nations will perish while only your 2 countries thrive. Is that fair? This is practically a form of cheating." Realizing this, she immediately halted the match. Given neither side could kill the other, this round remains a draw. Any objections? I will permit one final summoning. Should this summoning also result in a draw, the 2 summoners must engage in a fight to the death. Or you may choose to fight to the death immediately, putting an end to this tedious farce. Rishi had gone from initial resentment to numbness. But at the suggestion of a life or death duel, panic seized him once more. "Then let us try one more time. One final summon. If it ends in a draw again, I'll accept it." Lin Xuan nodded in agreement. He observed that the Azure Ox had indeed acquired considerable treasures this time. Though Huaxia hadn't won this round, they'd still gained much. He was curious to see what other tricks Rishi had up his sleeve, so he waved his hand, signaling Rishi to initiate a new summoning. This time, Rishi didn't initiate the summoning immediately. Instead, he stared intently at Lin Xuan for a long while, then lowered his head and drew something on the ground for quite some time before finally beginning the summoning. He produced a dagger from somewhere, slashing open his palm. The blood from his palm dripped onto the dagger's hilt. The hilt appeared to be made of human bone. The slender, gray-white hilt swiftly absorbed his blood. Then, he began chanting the summoning incantation. "Great Shiva and Kali, I beseech you for the power to command Vishvaru. Hail Vishnu, may the power be granted." But Lin Fan hadn't anticipated that this time, Rishi had made himself the vessel for the summoning incantation. After Rishi finished the closed-eye invocation and opened his eyes again, Lin Xuan clearly saw his entire eyeball had turned pitch black. He had clearly been possessed by the demon god he had just summoned. Lin Xuan sighed. "Is this your final plan? Summoning a demon god to possess you, the ultimate tactic of human-demon fusion?" The possessed Rishi lurched toward Lin Xuan, his entire skeleton creaking and cracking. "Vitara. The twisted humanoid mouth kept chanting this name.
Lin Xuan carefully scanned the records stored in his mind, finding no mention of Vitara or any related pronunciations. He studied the possessed rishi before him. Armed only with a bone-handled dagger, his physique showed no alteration. A bold guess, this was likely a spellcasting or psychic-type demon god, not a melee combatant. Judging by Rishi's robe, now blackened and torn, Lin Xuan speculated this demon might symbolize death or disease.
Who could possibly handle a demon of this nature?
Lin Xuan pondered for a long time.
Finally, it hit him.
He produced talisman paper, cinnabar, and an ink brush, lit 3 incense sticks, drew the summoning talisman, and set it ablaze.
From the gloomy underworld, beneath the vast blue sky, Fox Spirit Empress, heed my call.
1,000 years of cultivation, 9 tails reaching the heavens, now, with incense and offerings, I beseech you to descend to the mortal realm. With bronze mirrors as eyes, revealing true form with vermilion as lure, enchanting shadows manifest. A living chicken is sacrifice, fine wine is pledged with sincere devotion, I beseech your descent.
Should you grant aid, rich reward shall follow. Should you break this vow, heavenly thunder shall strike the demon. Manifest yourself swiftly.
No sooner had the words left his lips than 6 pale green fox flames appeared before Lin Xuan. They formed a ring, spinning rapidly as a sickly sweet fragrance filled the air. Within the ring of fox flames, eerie auroras swirled. A tiny, snow-white fox leapt forth from the aurora, its 9 tails fanning out like a fan. Its pupils stood vertical like a snake's, gleaming with a golden light. As its tiny tail swayed, space itself warped. Only Lin Xuan knew that each tail represented a distinct power: fire, illusions, poisonous mist, and more.
But the Chinese citizens watching the livestream remained utterly unaware.
All they saw was Lin Xuan pondering for a while before summoning a tiny, snow-white fox that looked like a pet.
The final battle. Why not summon the mightiest one? A snow-white fox like that? I could crush one in my hand. Surely it can't just be for looks? Maybe it has some special skill? What exactly is Lin Xuan doing? Don't we have any other demon lords? Didn't he say there are 10 Yama kings in the underworld? If all else fails, there are still 9 Yama kings.
They'd be better than this little fluffball. He's just trying to show off by summoning more demons no one else recognizes, only he knows them.
My idol, Lord Lin, must have his reasons. Shut your filthy mouths if you don't understand. Wait until I, Lord Lin, win, then I'll slap your faces. Humans summoned me to fight this disgusting black corpse demon? But why should I bother with something so stinky and ugly?
A cute, pure white little fox perched on Lin Xuan's shoulder, grooming its soft fur while occasionally tilting its head to glance at him. Fox goddess, please help our Huaxia win this battle. The lives of countless people behind us rest in your hands.
This merit, what do you say? The little fox blinked its clear, round eyes. Alright, that sounds decent enough. Plus, you smell rather sweet. I'll help you this once. Afterward, you become my little pet, grooming my fur and keeping me company every day.
Lin Xuan fell silent. He hadn't expected that summoning a demon god to fight for his country would require sacrificing himself.
I still have other duties to fulfill. China hasn't secured its final victory yet, and there's still.
Before Lin Xuan could finish his protest, the little fox waved its paw, cutting him off.
Fine, fine. At least you didn't lie to me. So be my little pet for now.
As for those other tasks, we'll deal with them after you've finished everything. Gazing at the possessed rishi across from him, his body engraved with black incantations, blood streaming from his eyes yet wearing a sinister grin, the little fox leapt forward, its tail swaying lightly behind it.
1. Twice. To everyone else, the little fox vanished in an instant.
Only when Rishi's right arm snapped with a crack did Lin Xuan see the fox darting to Rishi's right side, just retracting its claws. Yet Rishi seemed impervious to pain.
Vessel-like tendrils shot from his palm, binding the 9-tailed fox's movements.
His other hand summoned ghostly green flames, scorching the fox demon's spiritual energy. The 9-tailed fox lashed out with 3 tails simultaneously, the swish-swish sound echoing incessantly.
Still trying to use illusions? Rishi's lips curled upward, revealing his jet-black teeth. He clasped his hands together and began chanting a reversed Buddhist sutra, suppressing the 9-tailed fox's illusions. Upon finishing the chant, Rishi thrust his hands forward, palms open.
Tentacles pierced through one of the 9-tailed fox's tails.
The tiny 9-tailed fox yelped in pain, its cries piercing the air.
The sound felt like countless sledgehammers pounding his skull, his heart pounding wildly out of control, his insides churning violently. Lin Xuan momentarily didn't know whether to cover his ears or clutch his heart first.
What kind of technique is this? Chapter 76, The Final Battle.
Vitara coughed up a mouthful of black blood from the shock of the howl, then sneered savagely, "Fox demon, nothing special." Vitala's veins pulsed violently as he yanked the wounded 9-tailed fox toward him. As he closed in, the fox suddenly detonated an illusion, trapping him within a web of foxfire. The 9-tailed fox let out a piercing howl to the heavens. The skies darkened, day turned to night, and a full moon climbed high.
Empowered by the full moon, the 9-tailed fox ignited its millennia-old demonic power. Each tail transformed into a demonic moon, unleashing silver flames.
Vitara's aura of death was instantly purified, his dark curses suppressed by the moonlight, and the veins in his palm turned to ash. Seizing the moment while Vitara's power was greatly diminished, the nine-tailed fox swayed 7 tails, activating its enchantment spell. As an undead being, Vitara possessed no emotions. Yet the nine-tailed fox's millennia-honed enchantments seeped into his consciousness, causing his undead awareness to intertwine and distort with Rishi's obsessive fixation. This fleeting moment of wavering created a breach in Vitara's defenses. The nine-tailed fox concentrated all her demonic power, compressing the foxfire into a dark purple demonic core, which she hurled directly at Vitara's core, that pale bone blade. Vitara's body disintegrated in the demonic force's explosion, dissipating into black smoke, while Rishi collapsed to the ground, his fate unknown. The nine-tailed fox's small form leapt onto Rishi, biting clean through the bone blade's hilt to sever any chance of its revival. The last shred of demonic energy within the blade shattered and flowed into the fox's body. A thread of dark energy from Indian esoteric Buddhism mingled within the demonic power, turning the tips of the nine-tailed fox's tails a faint, dark gold. In a daze, the nine-tailed fox abruptly transformed into human form with a thud. Her floor-sweeping hair draped over her unclothed, curvaceous figure. Still clutching the broken blade in her mouth, she tilted her head with a clear, bewitchingly adorable expression, gazing at Lin Xuan. Old Lin couldn't bear to see this, so he quickly took off his coat and draped it over her. "Miss, cover up. Quickly." With the outcome of the battle decided, everyone's attention was diverted. Wow! That little white fox actually transformed into such a stunning beauty. Look at those adorable doe eyes, that round little face, and that enchanting figure. Absolute perfection, truly perfect. Who was just complaining about Lin Xuan summoning a little white fox for no good reason? Now they're practically drooling over her. I hereby declare my devotion to the nine-tailed fox. Grant me beauty and a figure like hers. If that's impossible, then at least grant me a partner like her. Doesn't anyone care about the battlefield situation? The battle's over, why haven't they announced victory yet? Everyone believed China had won this battle, just waiting for the sky to announce the result. Rishi, who had been slumped motionless beside him, suddenly stirred. The possessing demon must have been driven back, for his black robes had reverted to white. Slowly raising himself, he gazed westward, shaking his head repeatedly while murmuring incantations. "People of the 3 kingdoms, all who worship Vitara. Now, I need the power of your faith. All followers of the demon god, I need your lives. I need the power of your faith. Surrender everything you have to me." As he finished speaking, an endless tide of dark gas surged from the sky. Meanwhile, the 3 kingdoms had plunged into war. As the common people fought against the government forces, they suddenly noticed many comrades, even enemies locked in combat across the battlefield, collapsing. A cloud of black smoke billowed from their nostrils and mouths, drifting upward into the sky. What was happening? Those around them were utterly bewildered. Only a handful of high-ranking military officials watched them, their faces twisted with fear. This is a sacrifice. What had happened? Could we have actually lost? That they'd resort to such a massive sacrificial forbidden spell? If you were to look down upon India from high above right now, you would see countless lives across the entire triangular territory of the 3 nations suddenly collapse to the ground without warning. Clouds of black smoke gathered in the sky, swirling toward the battlefield. To accelerate his own recovery and that of the demon god, Rishi sacrificed nearly 100,000 people from the 3 nations without batting an eye. Yet he seemed utterly unconcerned. His wounds rapidly healed, the exhaustion and depletion in his eyes fading swiftly. Within minutes, all the lives he sacrificed returned to his body as pure energy. The same energy poured in frantically, saving the demon god before him. Yet the 3 kingdoms were now plunged into turmoil. Civil war raged, smoke signals rising ceaselessly. Many common folk had abandoned their faith, embracing the Huaxia ideals of man conquers nature and better to be born a warrior than a coward. Consequently, few warriors possessed the unwavering conviction required for direct sacrifice. This scarcity ultimately led to the demon god's resurrection failing due to insufficient faith and life force. Rishi glared at the remaining wisp of black energy, his rage boiling over. What use are you people? Unable to muster even devout faith. Wasting my empire's grain and the finest Ganges water to raise you, only to become such ungrateful dogs? Rishi raged, yet he was powerless. For before this, Huaxia had already infiltrated and helped the common people establish an entirely new value-based political system. Now, few people held pure and deep faith. Compounded by his near-total sacrifice of them this time, the common folk's belief in Hindu gods and demons was severed forever. Those who learned the truth behind the deaths turned to other faiths. After this battle, Hinduism tumbled from its throne as the dominant religion in this shattered land of the Third Empire, becoming a faith everyone despised and sought to destroy. Originally, he could have accelerated his recovery by drawing upon the accumulated faith stored within the countless demon temples scattered across the nation. Yet overnight, China's special forces destroyed them all. Centuries of accumulated faith dissipated in a single moment. Amidst such chaos and turmoil, religious faith became a luxury.
This was precisely why Rishi had been so adamant that his ultimate fail-safe plan, the one he believed could never fail, had become the greatest vulnerability. In the end, only Rishi was restored. He looked at Lin Xuan and finally raised the jade scepter in his hand high. I concede. The sacrifices of all our lowly Dalits combined couldn't resurrect the demon god. My final plan has failed. A voice finally echoed from the heavens. This round of the National Fortune Deity War, Huaxia Nation wins 3, loses 2. Victory! Please receive your National Fortune reward. A delicate hand waved in the sky, causing the National Fortune pillar of the 3 kingdoms to shatter instantly. Countless fragments of golden light, like a drifting galaxy, flowed into the pillar of China's national fortune and were absorbed in an instant. China's pillar of national fortune began to hum and tremble, visibly swelling and thickening with each vibration. The pillar radiated an intense glow, repeatedly nurturing the environment of China. In the capital's National Fortune conference room, ministers and generals found their breathing growing heavier without realizing it, their eyes fixed intently on the pillar's display screen. The prime minister appeared relaxed, yet his trembling fists clenched beneath the table betrayed his own profound excitement. By the way, have our warriors all returned? The prime minister turned to General Jiang. I arranged for their return after the second victory. Given their capabilities, they should have reached the homeland by now. The prime minister nodded, his gaze shifting to the live feed of the 3 nations. After China had seized all their national fortune, the 3 nations began to crumble. The Ganges River reversed its flow, and toxins from the air, land, and sea surged madly toward their borders. Plagues began to spread like wildfire. In stark contrast, China's land grew increasingly fertile. Formerly barren salt flats, deserts, and other harsh terrains were gradually transforming into fertile farmland and forests. Pollution once caused by low-end factory emissions and mining operations was steadily improving. The illnesses afflicting the people living in these environments, caused by accumulated pollutants in their bodies, also began to improve. Everything was moving in a positive direction, and the people of China rejoiced. Finally found you. Lin sang. Just as everyone was celebrating joyfully, a cry rang out from nearby. Chapter 77, The Battle for Restoration. Lin Xuan and the others looked in the direction of the voice. In the distance, a crystal-clear ice carriage glided slowly toward them, carrying Abe Mamoru, whom they had met not long ago. By his side, as always, were 2 beautiful young women. Particularly the round-faced, adorable girl with long black hair on the left. Her eyes were fixed intently on Yulei, the intensity in her gaze almost as if she wanted to devour him whole. Yulei couldn't help but shiver at the sight, goosebumps rising on his skin. He quickly ducked behind Li Xin, not daring to lift his head. Yulei nudged Lin Xian's back with his other arm. Lin Xuan, they're here. Lin Xuan had no heart to tease Yulei. Seeing the pristine clothing of Abe Mamoru and his group, his heart sank. Hadn't they fought after eliminating the blonde man's group? But so much time had passed. If they pursued directly, they should have arrived long ago. Lin Xuan frowned, observing the 3 men before him, not a scratch on them. He then glanced at his own group, dusty, disheveled, and splattered with blood. May I ask, sirs? Is there something you need from me? Could it be that you're here to collect on that favor I owe? Lin Xuan asked with a smile. Yes. The youth in the ice carriage nodded solemnly before pulling a translucent golden orb from the wide sleeve of his kimono. Lin Xuan rubbed his temples. What kind of artifact is this? Aren't they already fighting for the kingdom of Rishi? Does Rishi possess so many artifacts? This orb is a rule orb we acquired from North Africa. Its original purpose is to adjust battle rules during combat. However, I am applying to use this rule orb to petition for the war to restore the Huaxia kingdom. The youth raised the orb high and shouted toward the sky. The excitement and tremor in his voice made Lin Xuan glance over. High above, Sess straightened in her seat, beckoning the orb into her palm to examine it closely. Oh, indeed. The rule orb has a wide range of applications. If you wish to use it as a condition to initiate the war to restore the nation, it is not impossible. But why should I agree? What do I gain from it? Seth lowered her gaze to the youth below, her thick lashes fluttering slightly as a soft chuckle shot straight into his mind. The youth froze for a moment, lowering his head in thought. If you agree to our restoration war, Sakura Nation will deploy all its demons and monsters, giving our utmost effort. We promise to deliver the most spectacular competition. We can request an unlimited summoning tournament. Until the last one falls. My Sakura Nation possesses a night parade of 100 ghosts and countless demons and monsters. This battle will be truly spectacular. The youth lifted his head, chest puffed out, radiating absolute confidence. Sayus, observing from above, raised an eyebrow, permitted. Given that a contestant has used the rule orb to request a restoration match, the representative of the kingdom of Rishi in this battle shall be transferred to represent the kingdom of Sakura. Should the kingdom of Sakura emerge victorious, it shall be restored and claim all territories and people of the kingdom of Huaxia. Should the kingdom of Huaxia prevail, all remaining bloodlines of the kingdom of Sakura shall perish. Amidst the shock of Abe Mamoru, Lin Xuan, and the others, Sayus continued. Begin your infinite summoning battle.
Infinite summoning means combat must continue until all participants are dead or one side concedes defeat.
For a moment, everyone inside and outside the arena was stunned. No one understood what agreement Abe Mamoru had reached with the Divine Arena's overseer. Why had even the rules of the tournament changed?
Lin Xuan immediately turned to look at Abe Mamoru inside the ice chariot with a cautious expression. He was alone, yet he dared to challenge us to an infinite summoning tournament. His mind raced, recalling every demon, spirit, and monster from the Sakura nation's lore.
Was this Abe no Moru's confidence? As an onmyoji, he commanded countless shikigami.
Add to that the myriad demons and spirits of Sakura country's divine culture. Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes. But the historical and cultural illusions of our thousand-year-old Chinese civilization are no weaker. Lin Xuan remained composed, but the others in the capital nation's project meeting room were in a panic. General Su couldn't contain his temper. Slamming his fist on the table, he sprang to his feet and pointed at the screen.
How could this happen? What exactly is that rule beat of theirs that actually allows them to apply for a restoration war? Old Chang, do you have any information on this in your files?
Others murmured in agreement.
What's the point of arguing now? The Sky Overseer has already approved their restoration battle request. The most critical question now is, what kind of demons and supernatural beings does this Sakura nation possess? That's the real priority. And who exactly is that youth?
Intelligence Chief Chang Pingji hadn't anticipated such a rule as a restoration war even existing.
He urgently called his assistant to fetch Sakura Nation's sealed archives from the records room.
Turning, he found the Prime Minister and others staring intently at him. He thought for a moment. The youth before him was named Abe Mamoru. He was the most outstanding young member of the Onmyoji clan and their next head. The two shikigami by his side, one was a spider spirit named Rakashinbu, and the other was a snow woman, a frost demon.
On everyone's desks lay page 273 of the National Contestant Information, the representative from the Kingdom of Rishi. It contained details on the three known individuals and brief introductions to their Onmyoji shikigami. We had assumed Sakura Nation had been annihilated.
Consequently, the demons and spirits of that realm were not included in the records.
Chang Pingji glanced up at the Prime Minister.
The Prime Minister's expression visibly darkened. I'll immediately contact experts specializing in Sakura Nation's civilization and have them compile the material swiftly.
The Prime Minister massaged his temples and asked in a low voice, has Lin Xuan reviewed all this material?
Chang Pingji nodded hastily. Before the competition, I had Lin Xuan review all of this material.
He possesses photographic memory. He can recall everything after a single glance. Except for the ghosts and deities of Sakura Nation. Chang Pingji trailed off.
Discussions gradually filled the capital's conference room. As ordinary citizens of Huaxia, they naturally knew nothing of this, making their outrage entirely understandable.
What's Sakura Nation's problem? They just won't let it go? Their territory is gone, they're extinct. How dare they use some worthless bead to apply for a restoration war? Who is this youth? What's his deal? Is he that powerful? Just him and two girls, daring to approach our forest god to request a restoration war, and it's some sort of infinite summoning tournament? Speaking of infinite summoning tournaments, do we even have that many spirits and monsters to summon? That Sakura Nation youth seems awfully confident. All I know is their anime and movies are packed with countless demons and monsters. Their night parade of 100 ghosts alone must have over 100, right? But their nation was conquered, right? How much faith power can their remaining citizens offer their gods? We Chinese have such a vast population and land. Just summoning one famous spirit could wipe them all out, right? But we've already summoned quite a few already.
This guy must have seen us battle the three kingdoms, depleting their demon forces. After watching us defeat the three kingdoms, he feared we'd withdraw from the competition altogether, so he chose this moment to step forward.
What a cunning scheme.
Watching Abe Mamoru step out of the ice carriage, his snow-white brocade shoes touching the island's rocks, he flashed a faint smile.
Lin Xuan's expression turned grave. Chapter 78, The Struggle for the King of Hell's Authority. Lin Xuan stared coldly at Abe Mamoru. How do you want to fight? Abe Mamoru chuckled. Since it's an infinite summoning tournament, let's start by summoning a wave and sparring with you first.
A faint smile touched his lips.
For the first battle, we summon the rulers of Hell, Yama and the 10 Kings.
Lin Xuan smiled upon hearing this.
The 10 Kings of Hell, huh?
That tradition was passed down from our land of China to your land of cherry blossoms. When it comes to the source of cultural exports, we are the true originators. Lin Xuan looked up at the sky and declared loudly, our side rejects their claim to the demon deity belonging to us. The ruler of the underworld belongs to us. Moreover, I have already summoned one of them to fight for our China.
We request the supervisor's discernment.
To be precise, concepts of the netherworld and the underworld appeared in our oracle bone inscriptions as far back as the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Later, the classic of mountains and seas referenced mythical geography like the Ghost Gate. The names of the 10 kings were established in the early Tang dynasty Dunhuang manuscript as 3961 of the Sutra of the 10 Kings. It wasn't until the Southern Song dynasty that the Jade calendar circa 1160 first comprehensively documented the names and functions of the 10 halls, such as King Qinguang and King Chujiang. This synthesis incorporated Buddhist concepts of cause and effect, Taoist principles of merit assessment, and Confucian ethics. Lin Xuan spoke with great eloquence and sound reasoning. Supervisor Sess couldn't be bothered with such details. She waved her hand dismissively. Your civilizations have passed down too many adulterated versions. Since doubts exist and Huaxia seems to present a plausible case, Sakura country will simply adopt a new one. Abe Mamoru stared dumbfounded at the scene, then spoke up. But we possess the complete underworld civilization of the 10 kings of hell. Lin Xuan chuckled. Who said we Chinese don't have it? We have it too. Come on, if you claim the 10 kings of hell originated in your Sakura nation, then present your complete lineage and evolutionary history. It couldn't have been transmitted directly from India to your Sakura nation, could it? Hinduism itself doesn't even have the concepts of the 10 kings of hell or the 18 layers of hell with mountains of swords and seas of fire. How did you evolve that? Abe Mamoru was completely flustered by Lin Xuan's question. He wasn't a scholar, so naturally he didn't know the specific lineage. All he knew was that China had absolutely no recorded history of such traditions. His suspicious gaze fixed on Lin Xuan, convinced he was fabricating this. After all, there was no way China could provide evidence to support such claims. I don't believe it. In our nation's history, these traditions arrived fully formed. Your claims lack any evidence. If we previously lacked evidence, it's because nations like yours monopolized it all. But now, we've reclaimed many ancient artifacts belonging to Huaxia. The Sutra of the 10 Kings, the Guiding Bodhisattva Sutra, and the 10 Kings of Hell transformation painting. Lin Xuan lowered his head, brushing invisible dust from his sleeve, struggling to suppress a smile. After recovering these Chinese artifacts from your collections and restoring them, our civilization's heritage has begun to revive. Every antique artifact represents the evolution of our cultural legacy that is our evidence. If necessary, the regulators may come directly to our land to examine the relevant evidence. But can you produce any evidence of your own indigenous ancient civilization? Abe Mamoru was rendered speechless by the direct challenge. Though he possessed formidable spiritual power, he remained, after all, a teenager barely in his teens. From childhood, he had devoted himself solely to studying onmyoji knowledge within the Abe household. Beyond that, he had neither the time nor the guidance to acquire any other knowledge or information. That he had grown to this age without becoming a twisted individual was already remarkable. Faced with Lin Xuan's unwavering certainty, he found himself unable to refute it. Abe Mamoru frowned. Fine. I won't summon the 10 kings of hell. But I have other options. Our land of cherry blossoms holds countless legends of gods and spirits. With that, he wasted no further words on Lin Xuan and began the summoning ritual. His hands formed intricate seals as he chanted. Great Tengu of Mount Anzan, God of boundless divine power. Your disciple summons you with sincere devotion, hoping to behold your presence. Descend like the wind, follow like a shadow. Grant me wisdom, bestow upon me divine power. Hasten forth as commanded. After reciting the incantation, Abe no Moritomo drew a handful of glutinous rice from his sleeve and scattered it into the air. With a thunderous boom, each grain exploded in midair, forming a white mist. A violent whirlwind suddenly swept across the tranquil island, while surrounding waves roared toward the shore. The sea breeze felt eerie, its howl seemingly mingled with low, sinister laughter. Crimson flames flickered around him, illuminating the surroundings yet carrying no warmth. Shadows beneath the flames twisted and distorted, like the spread of enormous wings. Lin Xuan crouched low, his hand reaching out to touch the rock beneath him. Beneath the cool surface, the entire stone trembled faintly. A distant, drum-like rumble echoed, causing his own heart to pound in sync with the earth's violent quake. With a whoosh, a 6-meter-tall monstrous creature abruptly descended from the clouds. Entirely pitch black, it bore dark wings on its back that, when spread, obscured the sky and moon. Its mask-like face bore a hammer-like snout, eyes bulging with fury, and a savage grin at the corners of its mouth. Lin Xuan could only stare for a moment before feeling dizzy. With its left claw, it thrust downward at the Vajra staff. A flash of light erupted, and it transformed into a tall, gaunt man. He wore a black turban, a white monk's robe, and held a crozier, yet retained the long nose and crimson face. Its voice boomed like thunder as it spoke to Abe no Mori, its words laced with ancient phrases and Sanskrit incantations. Abe Mamoru replied in the same archaic tongue before turning his gaze toward Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan quickly averted his gaze. He distinctly felt an eerie gaze sweep over him. A chill ran down his spine, and suddenly, his limbs felt bound by an invisible force. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Lin Xuan's forehead. Such an eerie power. So this is the legendary Great Tengu of the land of cherry blossoms? It certainly has something. Lin Xuan braced against the Great Tengu's imposing pressure, forcing himself to stand straight. Abe Moramesa bowed respectfully to the Great Tengu. Perched atop the tallest tree on the barren island, the Great Tengu nodded haughtily, its gaze fixed on Lin Xuan. Abe Moramesa turned back, smiling as he gestured to Lin Xuan, "Begin your summoning." Lin Xuan nodded.
Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed the great Tengu's razor-sharp claws and wings that could blot out the sky when spread. After a moment's thought, Lin Xuan lowered his gaze to the island beneath his feet. He contemplated the rugged cliffs and sparse trees that had withstood untold years of wind and wave erosion. He crouched down, pressing both hands firmly against the exposed rock beside him. The cold surface and sharp edges pressed into his palms. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xuan began to summon. He produced a withered branch from his pocket, found a crevice in the rock, and inserted the branch into it. Then, using his spiritual energy, he ignited the dry wood. The crackling flames and flickering light cast shifting shadows across Lin Xuan's face. Chapter 79, The Great Tengu versus the Old Demon Horde. Lin Xuan stared into the flames, murmuring incantations. In the northern sea, a mountain devours sunlight. 10,000 souls gather in its caverns, clad in miasma. Devouring souls in essence, it commands spirits and demons. Darking takes form, crowned demon emperor. Your name shall be carved upon the bones of the 9 netherworlds. Your spirit guards this realm of the river of the dead. Bear witness to my blood sacrifice and hasten to this world. The pact is sealed, no regrets sacrifice to the boundless void. Stone coffins shatter, demon winds rage. All spirits fall silent, all grass is frosted. The Black Mountain Demon treads the nether moon, revealing its true form in the cosmos. In an instant, dark clouds engulfed the entire sky, while a crimson blood moon hung faintly on the horizon. A fierce wind began to howl once more. The air carried an inexplicable stench of decay, causing everyone to wrinkle their brows. Not far away, the white-robed monk Li Shi even covered his nose with his robe. Amidst the wind, faint wails of ghostly wailing echoed. Black liquid suddenly seeped from the exposed rocks of the island. Lin Xuan reacted instantly, swiftly suspending his body in midair with spiritual energy. Simultaneously, he swept his arm wide, propelling the two behind him away from the black water's reach. Before Li Xian and Yu Lei could react, they heard the white-robed monk Rishi behind them let out a piercing wail. What the hell is this? It's corroding my shoes. Is it sulfuric acid? Ah! My feet! Damn it, what is this? Lin Xuan shot Li Shi a glance. This is the black water of the underworld. Touch it and your flesh rots away. If not for the last shred of divine power protecting you, you'd already be a pile of bones. Since our conflict is over, you should depart first. Alright, I'm leaving right now. Upon hearing this, Rishi scrambled to his feet and sprinted backward. As he ran, he shouted at them. I won't leave. I'll challenge weaker summoners and seize their treasures. If Sakura Nation can be restored, so can my triple kingdom. Even if I can't find the resurrection artifact, I'll stir up trouble. Since we've failed, no one else shall succeed. Let everyone join us in our downfall. Ha! Or perhaps someone from another nation wants to hire me? Grant me citizenship and royal monk privileges. I can help you eliminate enemies or join your summoner faction. As for how to contact me, figure that out yourselves. These words unsettled the leaders of other minor nations, but Lin Xuan merely shook his head. He paid no heed to such a mad, cowardly summoner. His full attention was now fixed on Abe Mamoru across the way. He hadn't noticed that the once yellowish-white island rocks had already transformed into pitch-black mountains beneath the black water. Beneath his feet, the rocks writhed like shadowy black mountains, gradually coalescing into a colossal face over 100 zheng tall. Its eyes were pools of blood, its mouth a bottomless abyss. The shadows coalesced into a skeletal figure clad in black robes, its hands gripping a skull staff. Countless chains slithered across the robes, emitting creaking sounds. Countless translucent specters crawled from the crevices of the rocks, kneeling and howling in worship. Lin Xuan hurriedly bowed to the elder. Greetings, revered Black Mountain. You summoned me, boy? You'd better have sufficient offerings. Otherwise, the price for me to manifest once is steep indeed. The skeleton's bones creaked as its eyes sudden orbs and sunken sockets fixed on Lin Xuan. I wouldn't dare, revered one. Look up, the dog demon in the tree holds immense power. That is my offering to you. The skull and neck bones creaked as the Black Mountain old demon turned toward the great Tengu in the tree. Do you take me for a fool? It may be powerful, but if I were to fight it, wouldn't that mean I might get injured? You! Go capture it for me. Bring it to me to feed on. The Black Mountain old demon pointed a finger at Lin Xuan, actually ordering him to go. Lin Xuan was stunned. Could things really go this far? He turned to the Black Mountain demon and said, Honorable one, this is the great Tengu of the land of cherry blossoms. I am but a mortal, I cannot defeat him. His energy reserves are indeed immense. It's understandable that you, a mere mortal, couldn't defeat him. The Black Mountain demon glanced at the great Tengu across from them, then shot Lin Xuan a look of contempt. Very well. I shall summon my minions to surround and attack him. You, meanwhile, will strike from the shadows. Bring him to me so I may feed. Before Lin Xuan could respond, all of China was stunned. What was this? Why summon demons only to have the summoner fight for him instead of doing it himself? Could Lin Xuan possibly defeat them? The demon spread its wings, so vast they seemed to obscure the sky. The Capital National Affairs Conference room buzzed with murmurs. Old Chang, think fast. You're from intelligence, give us a plan.
General Su glared at Chang Pingji, who wore an expression of utter helplessness.
What can I do? We can't even reach their battlefield. It's an alternate dimension opened by the Overseer completely beyond our reach. Then what? Are we supposed to let this demon force Lin Xuan into battle? What if he gets injured? Lin Xuan absolutely cannot suffer any harm.
General Jiang gritted his teeth and whispered. Lin Xuan knew full well that if he went to the front lines, the situation might spiral out of control.
But he couldn't refuse the Black Mountain demon either. After all, the demon's eyes were filled with icy coldness. Given the current circumstances, if he dared refuse, the Black Mountain demon could eliminate him first.
Lin Xuan turned his head and gave a wry chuckle.
Very well, Honorable One. Proceed with your summoning.
I shall join your minions in capturing this enemy for your consumption. The Black Mountain demon heard these words and nodded with a smile. He spread his palms wide, his arms tracing an H-shaped pattern through the air as his long, black nails flicked through the void. It seemed as though he were inscribing some strange, arcane symbols.
My countless disciples and followers. My legions of ghostly servants. Hear my command. Swiftly subdue that demonic great Tengu before you. Bring him before me to feed upon his essence. Instantly, the island's surface cracked inexplicably, crackling sounds echoing ceaselessly. Countless dark spirits crawled from the fissures.
A thick, black-gray fog obscured the sky and sun. High-ranking ghostly demons emerged from the mist, lunging toward the great Tengu.
Lin Xuan stood behind them, watching their charge. His eyes darted as he followed a burly high-ranking specter, keeping pace behind him as they moved toward the great Tengu.
Since all his comrades were ghosts, they defied gravity entirely, hurtling from every direction through the air toward the tree where the great Tengu stood. Shrouded in a sea of black mist, the great Tengu instantly became a gravitational center, the air filled with incessant ghostly screams. The great Tengu flapped its wings, vast enough to obscure the sky, stirring up a hurricane that swept away countless oncoming ghost soldiers. Only a few high-ranking ones managed to maintain their form, still struggling to advance toward him.
Interesting. Keep coming. I'll see just how many more ghost soldiers you have left.
The great Tengu's eyes blazed with intensity, the corners of his mask-covered mouth stretching wide into a grin that nearly reached his ears.
Chapter 80, One Against Many. As the ghost soldiers multiplied, the great Tengu opened its massive maw, unleashing a torrent of flames. It swept wildly through the air, circling several times to force back the remaining demons and monsters closing in.
A few smaller yet spiritually potent high-tier demons slipped through the flames to approach him. Spotted by the great Tengu's powerful divine sense, he swallowed them whole.
Ha! Is this the might of your Chinese warriors? Is this all you've got? Not enough to satisfy my appetite. Keep coming.
The Black Mountain demon's round eyes glowed faintly crimson as muscles and vascular membranes began to overlay his skeletal frame. His jet-black lips opened and closed, moving faster and faster. Behind him, countless ghost soldiers and generals, along with subjugated demons, surged forward in an unending tide, seemingly endless as they charged at the great Tengu, enveloping him completely into a black mass. From within the shadowy mass came incessant, piercing wails of vengeful spirits, occasionally punctuated by flashes of light piercing through the dense shroud of ghostly energy.
Everyone tensed up.
Lin Xuan prayed incessantly behind him, tear it apart. Tear it apart. As time passed, Lin Xuan sensed the emotions of the countless spirits at the battlefield's center growing increasingly frenzied. A faint, lingering scent of blood also drifted toward his nostrils. Ghost soldiers and generals don't bleed. Lin Xuan's eyes widened as he strained to see the battle unfolding within the black mass. Could it be that the great Tengu was injured? His hunch proved correct. Though the great Tengu possessed formidable wind and fire powers capable of flinging enemies away and incinerating all in its path, the Black Mountain Old Demon's ghostly soldiers and generals were simply too numerous. After circling his neck to sweep flames in a wide arc, he found even more reinforcements closing in. His wings flapped ceaselessly the moment he paused, the ghost generals would advance. Yet he could not flap his wings forever, nor spew his deadly flames endlessly. Unlike those already dead demons, he was not immune to fatigue. He could feel his wings growing heavier, the gusts of wind weaker with each flap, and the flames erupting from his mouth no longer as fierce as before. Ah! He cried out. In a moment of inattention, two ghost heads had latched onto the tip of his right wing. He struggled to shake them off with his right wing, only to find three more demons pouncing on his left back. They clawed and bit through the feathers covering his body, clinging to him as they devoured his flesh and blood. Other demons nearby, drawn by the scent of his flesh, lost all restraint and frantically swarmed toward him. The overwhelming horde of demons and monsters crashed down, knocking the great Tengu from the tree and smashing him to the ground. Countless demons piled upon him in layers, voraciously devouring his flesh. The agony left him writhing on the ground, wailing incessantly. The horrifying wails and the countless gnashing teeth and whispers of the demons caused Lin Xuan to involuntarily take a step back. It was all too horrifying. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from the center of the battle. A blinding white light erupted. The great Tengu had transformed itself into a pure white form, resembling the sun itself. It used the sun's radiance to incinerate the countless ghost soldiers and generals that dared to approach, reducing them to ash. Only then did Lin Xuan finally get a clear look at the great Tengu, now surrounded by demons. His pure white fur was now dotted with bloodstains. His thighs, calves, and back were torn and mangled, flesh and bone exposed. A rib protruded from his right side, blood dripping relentlessly down his body, an utterly horrifying sight. Is this the best your Huaxia people can do? Bullying the weak with sheer numbers? Abe Mamoru shouted angrily. Lin Xuan looked utterly innocent. I didn't set this, it was the Black Mountain Sage's request. The Black Mountain Demon wore an expression of utter certainty. Why not? I worked hard to tame them, one ghost at a time. I convinced them with my power, and they provide me with blood offerings. What's the problem? Do you expect a master of my caliber to hunt for food myself? Is that even reasonable? Only creatures like you, with no sense of hierarchy and chaotic culture, insist on one-on-one duels. You, a winged dog, dare demand I fight you? Is he even worthy? He can only face the ghost soldiers and shadow troops I've subdued. First defeat them, then speak to me of one-on-one. What kind of trash is this? Do you really think it's time for me, Black Mountain, to step in? Ridiculous. Abe Mamoru's chest heaved uncontrollably as the Black Mountain Demon's words choked him, his face flushing crimson. He couldn't find the words to retort. He could only vent his fury on the great Tengu. Get up! Kill them! Damn it! Aren't you the strongest demon warrior in our land of cherry blossoms? You can devour the moon, hurry and kill them. Hearing this, the great Tengu staggered to his feet, supporting himself on all four limbs. His wounded wings flapped furiously behind him, and within mere breaths, he charged straight toward the Black Mountain Demon. Yes, that's it, attack their master directly. Once you eliminate their master, the rest of the demons will vanish. The great Tengu muttered incantations. Before the Black Mountain Demon could react, 10 identical great Tengu instantly materialized, surrounding him completely. All 10 attacked simultaneously, leaving him nowhere to hide. Unfazed, the Black Mountain Demon pulled a ceramic jar from his robe. His left hand formed a seal while his right hand extended the jar forward, sweeping it around the 10 great Tengu in a circular motion. Muttering incantations, he instantly sealed 7 of the giant Tengu within the jar. Only 3 remained, circling around him. Very well. Your illusory arts are quite impressive. Even my divine artifact cannot discern them completely. Let us fight. The Black Mountain Demon, wielding his skull staff in one hand and forming a seal with the other, charged straight at one of the giant Tengu. Simultaneously, countless ghosts and monsters behind him howled as they pounced upon the other 2 giant Tengu. The Black Mountain Demon used his spiritual energy to bind the giant Tengu's limbs, wrapping threads of energy around them to immobilize it. He then struck its head forcefully with the skull staff. To his surprise, the giant Tengu instantly disintegrated into ash. This one is fake. He immediately turned his attention to the remaining 2 great Tengu, flinging his skull staff to strike one of them. But this one actually blocked the blow with its wing. The Black Mountain Demon chuckled. This one must be the real deal. He strode confidently toward the center. Everywhere he passed, the ghost soldiers and generals parted in sequence, clearing a path for him toward the encircled great Tengu. And at that moment, the great Sky Dog was still thinking about how to break through the obstacles and escape? Until a pitch-black hand seized him, its glossy black nails digging into the flesh of his neck. Any more tricks up your sleeve? If not, I'll gladly accept this. Before the great Sky Dog could speak, the Black Mountain Old Demon seized his jaw and sniffed deeply at his face. Lin Xuan hid behind a ghost soldier, watching as puffs of white vapor emerged from the great celestial dog's eyes, ears, and mouth, only to be sucked into the Black Mountain Demon's mouth. An unknown amount of time passed. The Black Mountain Demon tossed the great Tengu aside with a snap, his face contorted in sheer delight. By now, the great Tengu had been sucked dry, his once pure white skin and fur now reduced to a desiccated corpse. The great Tengu, once the demon king of Sakura country, had been utterly devoured by the Black Mountain Old Demon. China had won this round. Abe Mamoru seemed utterly unprepared for this outcome. He stared blankly at the great Tengu for a long moment. After a pause, he spoke in a deep voice. It's not over yet. Continue. My Sakura nation possesses countless spirits and demons. We shall not be defeated. Chapter 81, Oyama Maru. Abe no Moritomo muttered to himself as he pulled an ancient book from his pocket. His trembling hand reached out and began flipping through its pages. Lin Xuan couldn't see the contents, only the cover, which appeared badly damaged. Looking closely, he noticed it was bound with straw rope. We still have powerful ones, we're not afraid. Just wait, I'm summoning. Lord Oyomagaro. Abe Mamoru flipped through the pages until he reached a specific one, then jabbed his finger forcefully at that page. You're doomed. This time, you're definitely doomed. Without giving Lin Xuan any time to react, Abe Mamoru began his second summoning. He drew 3 differently colored metal plates from his sleeve, slashed his palm with each one, and let the blood drip onto the plates. Arranging the plates in a straight line before him, he initiated the summoning. The ancient sealed great demon. The master of 3 demon swords.
I summon you with the raging tides of Isa. With Suzuka's tempestuous winds, I summon you. The sky resounds with the wails of demons. The earth churns with the breath of demons. The divine blade, poisoned by demons, now gleams. Great Torin, little Torin, break free now. Oyama Maru, manifest before us. Bound to this world by the blood of our pact. Break the laws of this world. No sooner had he spoken than strange phenomena erupted all around. Purple-blue thunderstorms erupted from the clouds, the island shook violently, sending Lin Xuan and his companions reeling. Looking down the cliff, the surrounding waters began to boil, forming billowing mist. Within the mist, ghostly flames materialized, forming the phantom of three swords. The first, named Divine Venom, was the master sword, its blade wrapped in black flames, bringing instant death to all it touched. The latter two, named Great Link and Small Link, were the subordinate swords, capable of flying autonomously to strike enemies. Surrounding trees withered, and blood-red patterns emerged on the rocks. A 9-meter-tall demon, muscular and twisted, with dark blue-black skin and a demonic face adorned with fangs, materialized gradually from behind Abe no Moritomo, resembling the embodiment of a mountain. Two curved demon horns protruded from its forehead, their tips coiled with purplish-blue lightning. Fangs bared, jaws jutting, it exhaled violet miasma with each breath. A blood mist perpetually swirled at its feet, leaving scorched earth in its wake with every step. Within a 100-meter radius, ordinary creatures froze, paralyzed by Oyamaru's demonic might, while plants withered instantly. Upon Ogakamaru's appearance, the Black Mountain Demon immediately ordered his demonic minions forward, eager to test the great sword's prowess. Dayuawan did not disappoint. His three swords were specifically forged to slay demons and monsters. Those struck by his blades howled in agony as their souls shattered and scattered. Seeing this, the Black Mountain Demon dared not act recklessly and recalled all the remaining demons. Turning to Lin Xuan, he said, "I've already won that battle. But this one, I cannot defeat. Your offering was excellent, and I'll remember the favor. Summon other demons that can counter it." With that, he vanished without a trace. At that moment, the live stream chat exploded with messages. Particularly, the remnants of Sakura's people, those resettled by neighboring nations, filled the chat with frantic shouts. "Uyama Maru is one of our nation's most powerful demons. Your puny Huaxia people have no match for it. Surrender now. Our great Sakura Empire will reclaim its throne, using your Huaxia people as sacrifices for all we've lost. Please defeat them at all costs. Restore our empire and enslave every last one of those Huaxia people. We'll possess Huaxia's vast lands and countless slaves. After this battle, we'll rise to become a world-class superpower. How could we Chinese people tolerate this? They're spewing nonsense in our live streams. Our people must fight back. This is hilarious. Little Sakura must think they're invincible. Didn't they just lose that match? Why are they acting like they won? Are they really that good? You have tools to counter ghosts, but don't we have tools to counter swords? Go, God of the Forest. Take them down. If there's one nation and people I despise most in this world, it's undoubtedly the Cherry Blossom Country. They're cowardly and despicable, resorting to any means necessary. Disgusting and perverted. They had this artifact capable of restoring their nation, yet they didn't use it earlier until their entire country was destroyed. Then they chose this moment to use it. What else could it be but perverted?" Lin Xuan had no idea what the public debate outside had escalated into. He frantically searched his memories until he finally found the name Daijetsumaru, gaining some understanding of his enemy. Thus, he continuously devised countermeasures, combat strategies, skills, and every conceivable tactic within his mind. After much deliberation, he made his decision: he would employ that one. In ancient China, there was another ghostly immortal renowned for his mastery of swords and blades. That figure with his curly beard, fierce eyes, leopard-like head, and piercing gaze, clad in crimson robes, sword in hand, and standing atop a demon, was the formidable demon exorcising true lord. That was Zhong Kuei. Since everyone was wielding blades, he would compete with them in the power of swords. Additionally, Lin Xuan harbored another concern. After all, Dayumaru was the leader of Deer Forest Mountain. If he were to summon the mountain's night procession of 100 ghosts, Lin Xuan would need to summon Zhong Kuei and his entire ghost-catching entourage to counter such a group attack with a group attack. After deep contemplation, Lin Xuan finally began summoning Zhong Kuei. He pulled a mask from his bag, leopard-headed with ringed eyes, steel-capped and silver-browed, and donned it. A peachwood sword and a bronze bell were clutched in each hand. His peachwood sword danced with grace in one hand, while the bronze bell in the other swayed rhythmically. "Heaven is clear, earth is pure, sun and moon shine bright. Hail the great general who subdues demons, the divine lord who aids the sage, manifesting divine might. Crowned with the black hat of the sun and moon, robed in crimson to steady the heavens and earth. Sword of 7 stars in hand to subdue demons, 5 ghosts underfoot to protect the people. True Lord Zhong Kuei, heed my command. Slay the wicked, bind the ghosts, and vanquish the demons. The celestial masters decree, thunder and lightning follow. Dare to defy, and be utterly destroyed. I now burn incense and bow in reverence, beseeching the true Lord to swiftly descend and protect the sacred ground. Hasten as the law commands.
His voice grew ever louder, each syllable seeming to carry the force of thunder. The island's rocks began to tremble, dust drifting down in swirling clouds, while the faint clanking of chains dragging across stone echoed from all directions. A towering figure stepped through the void. His crimson robe billowed like blood, his curled beard bristling like spears. Zhong Kuei's eyes blazed wide, his qingfeng sword gleaming with icy coldness. Where the blade pointed, Daijetsamaro wielded 3 swords in defense. Daijetsamaro, the great demon lord who, according to legends of the land of cherry blossoms, commanded the demonic hordes, wielded the divine sword Daikorin. His 3 crimson eyes blazed, his fangs gleamed menacingly, and a pitch-black demonic mist swirled around him. His laughter thundered across the land. Ha! The demon-slaying god of the Central Plains? Nothing but a hideous brute. Zhong Kuei's eyes blazed with fury. His crimson robe fluttered fiercely as golden light erupted from the 7-star demon-slaying sword in his grasp. Standing atop the 5 ghost-seen wind, his voice thundered. Demon scum, dare you defy the Chinese nation? Today I shall scatter your soul to the winds. Chapter 82, single-handedly suppressing the night parade of 100 ghosts. De Yuan roared with maniacal laughter, swinging his great unifying blade. A jet-black sword chi ripped through the earth, hurtling straight toward Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei neither dodged nor retreated. He leveled his blade, its golden light surging as he forcibly cleaved the demonic energy. Clang! Sparks flew as the blades collided. De Yuan's 3 eyes blazed with fury as his demonic power surged, forcing Zhong Kuei back 3 steps. Not half bad. Zhong Kuei sneered coldly, flicking his fingers in a seal as he bellowed, 5 ghosts, heed my command. Bind the demon. Instantly, 5 green-faced, fanged demons burst from the earth. Iron chains coiled around them, instantly binding Daijetsamaro's limbs. Daijetsamaro roared, his demonic energy surging skyward, shattering the 5 ghosts. He formed seals with both hands, chanting an evil incantation. Gate of the underworld, open. The earth split open, and countless vengeful spirits surged forth like a tidal wave, madly charging toward Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei snorted coldly, bit his fingertip, and drew a talisman in midair. By the Tianqi's command, thunder and fire shall slay the evil. Boom! Heavenly thunderbolts descended, crimson flames scorched the sky, and the vengeful spirits were reduced to ashes in the thunder and fire. Dayakumaru, enraged by the failure of his demonic arts, swelled to monstrous proportions, transforming into his true form as a 100-foot-tall demon king, 3 heads, 6 arms, and demonic energy darkening the sky. Howling winds tore through the air, and towering waves crashed against the shore. The island was now shrouded in pitch-black demonic clouds, so thick that even moonlight couldn't pierce through. Zhong Kuei stood atop the reef, his crimson robe billowing in the wind, the 7-star demon-slaying sword in his hand gleaming with a chilling light. His gaze was like a torch, fixed intently on the front. Dayumaru stood atop the cliff's edge, his 3 eyes glowing crimson, fangs bared menacingly. The divine sword Dato in his grasp was shrouded in ominous black mist. He laughed savagely, his voice echoing like the depths of an abyss. Zhong Kuei, do you truly believe you can defeat me on this island? This is the hunting ground of 100 demons. Daijetsamaro swung his sword with brutal force, unleashing a jet-black blade of energy that ripped through the earth, hurtling straight toward Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei sneered coldly, leveling his blade horizontally. A burst of golden light erupted, forcibly cleaving the demonic energy apart. Boom! The shockwave exploded, shaking the entire island as countless shards of rock flew everywhere. Daijetsamaro roared with maniacal laughter, his form flickering like a specter as he closed in on Zhong Kuei in an instant. 6 arms shot out, demonic claws sharp as blades. Zhong Kuei roared with fury, his sword striking like a dragon. Golden light and demonic energy collided violently, sparks flying everywhere. Daiyuan abruptly retreated, hands forming seals as he chanted a wicked incantation. Yellow springs miasma, corrode bones and scorch souls. The earth split open, spewing forth a pitch-black toxic mist. Wherever it passed, vegetation withered and rocks corroded. Zhong Kuei's brow furrowed as he formed seals and chanted. Tianqi's protection shields me, no evil can touch. A golden shield instantly enveloped his entire body, causing the poisonous mist to dissipate upon contact. Daiyuan, seeing this, let out an even more savage laugh and stomped his foot fiercely. Earth-binding demon array, activate. Countless ghostly hands suddenly erupted from the island's ground, gripping Zhong Kuei's feet with deadly force. Daijetsamaro cackled wildly, how delightful. He bit his finger, smearing his sword with blood, and roared. The night parade of 100 ghosts manifests. In an instant, the entire island was swallowed by pitch-black demonic clouds, as countless specters crawled out of the void. Hungry ghosts, vengeful spirits, bone maidens, split-mouthed women, Shuten Doji. 100 demons roared, their demonic energy surging skyward as they surged toward Zhong Kuei like a tidal wave. The ground cracked open in countless fissures, spilling forth thousands of starving ghosts. Emaciated to the bone, their bellies swelled like balloons. Sharp claws frantically clawed at the earth, emitting bone-chilling creak sounds. Zhong Kuei snorted coldly, twisting his sword blade. You wretched starving corpses dare to defy me? He swept his sword horizontally, unleashing a wave of golden light that instantly reduced the front row of hungry ghosts to ash. Yet the ones behind them trampled over their fallen comrades and surged forward, some even beginning to devour their slain kin, their bodies swelling rapidly.
TSK. They can evolve? Zhong Kuei frowned, forming a seal with his left hand. 5 Thunder Righteous Law, shatter. 5 bolts of thunder crashed down from the heavens, exploding amidst the starving ghosts. The acrid stench of burning flesh instantly filled the air across the entire beach. Before Zhong Kuei could catch his breath, a bitter chill descended, and eerie ice flowers formed on the ground.
The Snow Maiden glided toward him, her pale lips parting to exhale a soul-freezing breath. Simultaneously, the Bone Maiden emerged from the shadows, a stark white skeleton draped in human skin, her bone fan swaying as countless bone spines rained down like a storm. Zhong Kuei's sword danced like a whirlwind, deflecting every bone spike, yet his feet were already frozen in ice. Seizing the moment, the Snow Maiden closed in, her icy fingers reaching for his throat. Oomph! Zhong Kuei stomped his foot, unleashing a burst of true fire that shattered the ice. Seizing the Snow Maiden's wrist, he sneered coldly, "Such a pitiful chill, and you dare call yourself the Snow Maiden?" A bolt of lightning erupted from his palm. The Snow Maiden screamed as she dissolved into crystalline ice. Seeing this, the Bone Maiden attempted to flee, only to be pinned to the rock wall by Zhong Kuei's hurled sword scabbard. With a single stroke, his blade severed her head. The ground suddenly shook violently, accompanied by a deafening laugh. "Ha! Now we're talking." Shuten Doji strode forward, shouldering his demon gourd, each step leaving burning footprints in the earth. He gulped down a mouthful of demonic wine, his form swelling to 3 times its size, muscles bulging like rock. "Come! Spirits of the Central Land, drink with me till we're drunk." Shuten Doji swung his gourd like a club. Zhong Kuei met it with his sword. Clang! The shockwave from the collision shattered every tree within 100 meters. Zhong Kuei's palms went numb, and he inwardly gasped, "What brute strength!" The more he fought, the stronger he grew, the demonic wine continuously amplifying his power. Zhong Kuei knew this battle couldn't drag on. Suddenly changing tactics, he slashed his sword across the demon gourd. Break! The gourd exploded, spattering demonic sake everywhere. Shuten Doji staggered backward. Seizing the moment, Zhong Kuei thrust his sword straight through the demon's heart. "Ah, fine wine!" Shuten Doji collapsed laughing, his body turning to burning ashes. Enraged by this sight, Daijet Samara bit his finger, drawing a blood seal upon his forehead. "With my blood, I consecrate the souls of 100 demons." The remaining spirits let out piercing wails as their bodies twisted and merged, coalescing into a monstrous statue 100 zhang tall. With 3 heads and 6 arms, each face contorted in agonized screams, its entire form oozing putrid flesh and blood. All 6 arms of the demon statue struck down simultaneously, causing the entire island to collapse. Zhong Kuei was driven to the shore, where waves lapped at his boots. Wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, he suddenly smiled. "Now we're talking." He bit his tongue, spurting his essence blood onto the blade. The 7-star sword instantly blazed with blinding golden light. The dark clouds in the sky were torn apart by a golden radiance, revealing the faint silhouettes of celestial soldiers and generals. "True Lord of subduing demons, grant me divine possession." Zhong Kuei's form surged, his crimson robe transforming into a blazing battle armor as golden divine patterns emerged upon his forehead. He rose upon the waves, colliding with the demon statue mid-air. Slash! Golden light pierced the heavens and earth. The demon statue shattered amidst agonized screams, releasing countless souls that were instantly consumed by divine flames. Deyumaru knelt on the ground, blood tears streaming from his 3 eyes. Impossible. Zhong Kuei returned to his human form, pressing the sword tip against his throat. "The demon king of the land of cherry blossoms is nothing special." One strike to the throat. The sea suddenly grew calm. The first golden rays of the rising sun pierced the clouds, illuminating Zhong Kuei's blood-stained crimson robe. He sheathed his sword, gazing at the pale eastern sky as he murmured, "Time to head back for a drink." Lin Xuan stood frozen. He had intended to witness the night parade of 100 ghosts and had considered summoning a different demon, never expecting Zhong Kuei to handle them all single-handedly. Chapter 83, The True Night Parade of 100 Ghosts. Just as the group finally relaxed, a maniacal laugh echoed from behind them. "Ha! As expected of you, Master Lin. Even my most favored Daijet Samara has been destroyed by you. Excellent. This forces me to unleash my full power." "Did you really think a mere ghost immortal could annihilate the true night parade of 100 demons?" Behind them, Abe no Morohiro stood, his robes as white as snow. He walked slowly to Lin Xian's side, gently fanning himself with a jade folding fan, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Since you're so formidable, you truly deserve to witness the real night parade of 100 demons. Staking the dignity and lives of our entire Onmyoji clan, we summon the true Hyaki Yagyo, all the spirits and demons from the entire history of Sakura Nation's civilization." Before Lin Xian could react, Li Xian and Yulei exchanged a glance and simultaneously launched punches. Flanking him from both sides, they aimed straight for Abe no Moribito's vital point. Yet 3 feet from Abe no Morimesa, their blows were halted by a transparent barrier. 12 talismans swirled around the Onmyoji, forming a flawless defensive barrier. Too slow. Abe's shoe snapped his folding fan shut with a sharp crack, glancing over his shoulder.
Behold the true power of a Shikigami.
He bit his index finger, blood tracing intricate patterns in the void. His eyes, cold as stars, fixed upon the array diagram covered in incantations as he murmured. Borrowing the power of heaven and earth, the 12 divine generals of yin and yang's rotation, obey my command, manifest in this world. Before the words faded, the raging winds ceased abruptly, and the world seemed to fall into an instant of stillness. Then, 12 brilliant pillars of light shot skyward from the array. The azure dragon, sovereign of the east. First to appear was the azure dragon coiled in the east, its scales like jade, its eyes like cold lightning. With a low growl, clouds churned, and the entire mountain forest trembled. White tiger, western conqueror. Golden light erupted in the west as a snow-white colossal tiger stepped forth from the void. Its fangs gleamed menacingly, its roar shook the heavens, and a murderous aura swept across the land, dimming even the moonlight. Vermilion bird, southern flames. Southern flames blaze fiercely, its fiery wings obscuring the sky. The vermilion bird spreads its wings and cries out, its searing flames transforming into streaks of crimson light that illuminate the night sky. Xuanwu, guardian of the northern abyss. In the north, black waters churned as the black tortoise, a creature of intertwined tortoise and serpent, slowly emerged. Massive as a mountain, it was shrouded in deep, misty vapors, as if time itself had frozen before it. The serpent's swift shadow. A crimson serpentine shadow flashes abruptly, the soaring serpent darting through the formation like lightning. Wherever it passes, the air distorts and flames linger. Hex contract lock. Amidst a gentle green glow, Lu Ha appears, holding the bonds of the 6 harmonies. His gaze is as gentle as spring breeze, yet capable of binding countless malevolent spirits. Gaochen, pillar of the earth. Amber light coalesced as Gaochen stood with mountain-like steadiness. With each step, the earth cracked beneath his feet, only to instantly mend itself. Tianyi, eye of destiny. Tianyi is enveloped in an ethereal blue radiance. His eyes are as deep as the starry sky, seemingly able to peer into the river of destiny and foresee fortune or misfortune. Tenho's water moon mirror. Ripples spread across the water as the heavenly empress appeared like a moonlit fairy. The water mirror in her hand reflected all things, piercing through every illusion. Taiyin, the concealment of the dark night. From the shadows, Taiyin materializes silently, ethereal as night mist yet carrying a deadly chill. Tai Chang's balance of order. Golden light flickers as Tai Chang holds the scales of justice, symbolizing balance and fairness. All chaos shall be rectified before him. The void realm of the sky. Finally, the sky descends like a phantom, its form elusive, standing at the threshold between reality and void, commanding the power of the barrier. The 12 Shikigami descend, and the heavens and earth change color. It's not over yet, young Onmyoji, he murmured, shaking his finger with a chilling smile. He raised his bitten index finger, the wound already beginning to stop bleeding. Abe no Moritoki reopened the wound on his finger, rubbing it heavily against the rocky ground, using the blood to draw the summoning array of 100 demons. Lin Xuan's brows furrowed as he watched Abe no Morio's actions, his mind racing. Abe no Moritada was making his final gambit. First summoning the 12 Shikigami, then the night parade of 100 demons. Lin Xuan's unease grew ever more intense. He couldn't wait any longer. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xuan suppressed the violent throbbing in his temples and simultaneously activated the summoning of the 10 kings of hell. In desperation, Lin Xuan pulled a golden dagger from his bag, slashed his 5 fingers, and used his blood as ink. Simultaneously, he knelt on the ground and began drawing the Yama summoning array. Summoning a single entity could be done with a standard ritual, but summoning all 10 kings simultaneously demanded his utmost focus. There was no room for error, nor time for further experimentation. Both the live audience and viewers at the scene held their breath, watching the two face each other as they drew their respective summoning arrays, invoking beings that shook the heavens and earth. Lin Xuan sighed, "We humbly summon King Xingguang Jiang, whose mirror illuminates virtue and vice in the first hall. I humbly beseech King Li of Chu River, second hall, whose icy coldness purges sins. Sincerely inviting Emperor Song Wanyu, third hall, whose black rope upholds the moral order. With reverence, I summon Lord Lu of the fifth hall, whose blood pool guides the deluded. I humbly invoke King Bao of Yama, whose fifth hall's grim court judges the living and dead. We respectfully invite King Bai of Bianqing, whose sixth hall resolves grievances in the city of injustice. We beseech the King of Mount Tai, Dong, to punish the wicked in the seventh hall with grinding stones. We earnestly request King Huang of the city, to purify deluded minds in the eighth hall's sea of fire. We respectfully invite King Lu of the ninth hall, to show mercy to all beings in the Avicii hell. We humbly beseech King Shui of the wheel of rebirth, granting new life through the 10 halls of reincarnation. In the 10 directions of the underworld, may justice prevail. 3 incense sticks as witness, heaven and earth bear witness." After reciting the incantation, Lin Xuan steeled his resolve, bit his tongue, and spat a mouthful of blood into the crimson array. The array began to emit waves of crimson and azure light, and shadowy figures appeared within it. The Du's northern shadows, the 10 directions of the underworld. Lin Xuan pressed his blood-stained finger to his brow. A piercing pain, like an ice spike, shot through his crown chakra. His spiritual energy had been drained to the point of overload.
Lin Xuan swiftly channeled a thread of primordial purple chi, and the slightest infusion instantly brought him relief. A thunderous crash of snapping chains echoed from beneath the earth. Beneath Lin Xuan's feet materialized the ethereal image of a bronze compass 10 zhang in diameter. The reliefs of the 10 Yamahals engraved upon it ignited one after another with ghostly blue flames. From the nearest position, the voice of King Wang echoed with the distinctive reverberation of the netherworld. Lin Xuan? What business summons the 10 halls? Simultaneously, Abe Mamoru began chanting. Hundreds of ghosts, thousands of spirits, heed my command. Incense burns as a guide, revealing the path to the underworld. Paper money paves the way, spirits follow in procession. Demons and spirits, manifest yourselves at once. All mountain spirits and wild beasts, come forth to this realm. Summon the green-faced, red-tongued fiend to spew venom and scorch hearts. Summon the white-bone yaksha, holding lanterns to illuminate shadows. Summon the fox demon in painted skin, to dance her sleeves and bewitch souls. Gather the mourners and the lost souls, wailing in the realm of the dead. Dark winds stir, ghostly fires glow. All sounds cease, men flee in fear. 100 ghosts parade through the night, unrestrained and uninhibited. Behind Abe Mamoru, a colossal black hole appeared, its edges billowing with layers of dark smoke. Countless pale limbs stretched from its rim, as if innumerable specters strained to crawl out. Both sides presented scenes of utter hell in an instant. The entire island was engulfed by churning black mist, filled with a bone-chilling cold. Yet within a 10-meter radius around Abe no Morashire, protected by the 12 Shikigami he had summoned earlier, no dark mist or sinister energy could penetrate. Lin Xuan fixed his gaze intently on King Lingguang, then turned to face the howling, wailing black hole before him. Your Excellency, the Lord of the Underworld, he reported. The Onmyoji of the Land of Cherry Blossoms has acted perversely, disregarding the order of the mortal realm, and summoned a procession of 100 ghosts. Chapter 84, The Final Battle. Lingguang turned to Abe no Morio. Piercing, maniacal laughter surged from all directions, like a million twisted mouths grinning simultaneously. A procession of ghosts? King Wang met it with a cold stare, even letting out a faint smile. Turning to his colleagues beside him, who were itching for action, he noticed one of them, presumably bored out of their minds, had summoned even the ox head and horse face, along with the black and white impermanence. Reporting to your majesty, they announced. The number of humans dying in the mortal realm has plummeted lately. With hardly any souls entering the vast land of China each day, we've all been bored out of our minds. Upon hearing the summons from the underworld, we requested permission from the 5-officer king to join you. Seeing King Wang staring at them, the white impermanence hurriedly explained. He reached out to summon his mischievous friends to account for their presence. Wang cut him off, gazing ahead. Enough. Since you're here, deal with those demons and monsters up front. At that moment, countless ghostly green pupils emerged from the pitch-black waters, like stars fallen into the deep sea. Creak. Eerie laughter echoed from the waves. One by one, pallid sea lords surfaced, bald, one-eyed, hunched bodies dripping mucus. They shuffled toward the shore, stepping on the crests of the waves. Shells on the sandy shore suddenly burst open, revealing crab-like creatures with human faces. Their shells bore twisted features, and with each snapping of their claws, they emitted cries like those of infants. A drowned girl, her body tangled in seaweed, crawled out. Wreckage from sunken ships was entwined in her long hair, and with each step she took, foul-smelling black water oozed from beneath her. Have you seen my child? She asked, lifting her rotting face. Her empty eye sockets fixed on Yulei, who cowered nearby. Yulei looked in disbelief at Li Xuan and Lin Xuan before him, then at the dozen or so ghost kings of the underworld surrounding him. He pointed at himself. Me? With all these people here, how did you pinpoint me in the back row? Am I some easy target? Li Xuan and Lin Xuan turned to look at Yulei, bursting into laughter. Because you're the weakest. Li Xuan cut straight to the chase. Fuming, Yulei charged straight toward the drowning maiden. Lin Xuan exchanged a knowing glance with Li Xuan. Li Xuan glanced at the ghost kings beside him, nodded, and followed. The dense forest on the island began to warp. Cracks split open in tree trunks, oozing sap as crimson as blood. Wood spirits extended withered, branch-like arms from the fissures. The ground bulged upward, spewing forth earth spiders' 8 legs like spears, human faces on their abdomens snarling as they spat venomous threads. 2 crimson lanterns flickered to life within the mist. Roar! A bull demon burst through ancient timber, its horns laden with fishermen's skeletons, its hooves trampling ghostly blue flames. Snorting, its murky yellow eyes locked onto Lin Xuan. The scent of the living. Suddenly, the shadow beneath Lin Xuan's feet began to move on its own. Watch your back, Chinese guy. A flirtatious female voice rang in his ear, and Lin Xuan whipped his head around. Yen Luo emerged from his shadow, purple smoke from her pipe coiling into a skull shape that wrapped around his neck. Before Lin Xuan could react, Black Wu Chang stepped forward, flicking his soul binding chain to secure Yen Luo tightly. Meanwhile, White Wu Chang swung his staff, sending the ox demon flying. Before Black Wu Chang could return Yen Luo to the underworld, the entire island began to tremble. Giant waves surged across the sea surface as a colossal form slowly rose from beneath the water. Was that the ghost ship?
A rotting ghost ship broke through the surface, its deck teeming with drowned souls wailing in unison, a sound that shattered rock. But the most terrifying sight was the figure standing at the bow. Flame-red hair blazed like fire, a single arm raised toward the heavens, ghostly horns piercing the night sky. Suzumi Duji? Lin Xuan's pupils contracted sharply. The Demon King grinned, revealing gleaming white fangs. To dare summon 100 ghosts within my domain, how amusing. Black flames ignited on his lone arm as he slammed a fist into the sea. Boom! Giant waves transformed into countless water demons surging toward the shore, instantly engulfing the entire island. Isoana with seaweed-like tangled hair, pallid swollen skin, and fish-like membranes on their fingertips, half human, half fish sea people with mouths split to their ears, filled with saw-like teeth, mountain hags covered in skeletons clinging to rocky cliffs, and ancient tree spirits on the island's old trees, their faces gradually transforming into those of old men. Hundreds of ghosts, at your command, tear them apart. Abe no Morizumi flicked his folding fan, and the ghosts screeched as they charged forth. Meanwhile, the 10 kings of hell and their minions, Oxhead and Horseface, sprang into action, plunging into the myriad horrors. Instantly, the entire island was engulfed in a chilling wail, the aura of ghosts surging wildly in every direction. Xingtian, clutching the book of life and death, glared with lightning-like eyes. Any demon meeting his gaze had its soul instantly ripped from its body. As King Chu Jiang swept his sleeve, the frozen hell unfolded beneath his feet. The demons' souls froze solid, turning them into ice sculptures. Emperor Song glared with fury, sweeping his demon whipping rod across the horde. Monsters fell like straw. But the most terrifying was Yama, who stepped forward last. He merely raised his hand. Judgment! His decree carried the force of law, and dozens of demons vanished into nothingness on the spot. The black and white impermanents drifted out of the shadows, their chains clanking loudly. The living retreated, while the souls were bound. The white impermanents, Xia Bayan, wore a smile as sharp as a blade. With a swing of his morning staff, the long-necked ghost's neck snapped clean in two. Black Wuchang Fan Wujiu wore a grim, murderous expression. With a flick of his soul-reaping chain, he locked it around Shuten Doji's neck and dragged him forcefully toward the gates of the underworld. You lowly ghost officers dare touch me? Shuten Doji roared, clawing at the chains. But then, Nyotu and Mamian stepped forward from both sides, their steel forks and horse-slaying swords slashing down and across. Boom! Shutan was smashed into the earth. Amidst the dust, his crimson hair ignited with ghostly flames as he rose, cackling wildly, now this is fun. Suzumi Toji tore through space with a maniacal laugh, his one-armed demon claw striking straight for King Yama. Hear this, ruler of the Chinese underworld, dare you meet my claw? King Yama snorted coldly, flicking a Fingdu seal from his sleeve to collide with the demonic claw. Boom! The shockwave shattered half a mountain peak, causing the sea to surge backward. King Yama's sleeves billowed as illusions of the 18 layers of hell materialized beneath his feet. Layers of illusions unfolded, mountains of blades, seas of fire, ice prisons, and cauldrons of boiling oil. Wretched fiend, witness the meaning of endless torment. With a swift grab of his right hand, he snatched a sword of retribution from the void, its blade coiled with countless wailing souls of the damned, and struck it toward Tsukimori's forehead. Tsukimori's maniacal laughter only intensified as he raised his lone arm. Secret technique of the demon clan, devouring heaven. A gaping maw split open in the palm of his demonic claw, its fangs gleaming menacingly as it seized the sword of karma in one bite. Crunch! Amid the shrill screech of warping metal, the blade itself was gnawed until it cracked. A cold glint flared in Yama's eyes. He abruptly released the sword hilt, forming the seal of Mount Tai with both hands as he roared. 5 peaks crush the heavens, scatter soul and spirit. 5 illusory mountain peaks crashed down from the heavens, smashing one after another onto Tsukimori's back. Thud! 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 Tsukimori was smashed to one knee, black blood spurting from his 7 orifices. Yet his demonic claws clutched the sword of retribution with deathly grip as he snarled. Gotcha! He violently yanked the blade toward his own chest. Splatter! The sword of retribution pierced his body, yet simultaneously, his demonic claw lunged forward, aiming to rip out Yama's heart. At the critical moment, the 3 lives mirror appeared before Yama's chest, reflecting the image of Tsukimori's past life. A young ghost burned to death by humans. Tsukimori's movements faltered. That split-second opening. Yama King thrust his fingers like a blade, piercing Tsukimori's forehead. Cross the river of the dead, release your obsession. The instant his fingertips made contact, the demonic aura surrounding Ibaraki Doji suddenly froze solid, then shattered into countless black Higan banaflowers, scattering and drifting away. The other Yama Kings likewise annihilated every enemy within their reach. As the 9 Yama Kings cornered the 100 ghosts, a 6-colored rain of light suddenly descended from the sky. The wheel-turning king appeared, stepping to the clear chime of the reincarnation bell. Beneath his feet, the pattern of the 6 realms of rebirth materialized. The vengeful spirits forcibly summoned by the Onmyoji gradually ceased their howling under the light of reincarnation. Dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth. Chapter 85, not over yet. Abe Mamoru stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. He even wanted to break out of the encirclement of the 12 Shikigami to confirm what he saw.
He refused to believe what he saw at his night parade of 100 demons had failed too. This wasn't just a small-scale gathering of spirits in Deer Forest Mountain, it was every demon and ghost in the entire land of cherry blossoms. Night Parade of 100 Demons was merely a title, their true numbers ran into the tens of thousands. Yet even this force had failed to defeat China, failed to defeat Lin Xuan. Even within the protective circle of his 12 guardian spirits, Abe no Moritada's raging fury could not alter this outcome. Lin Xuan watched as the island returned to tranquility before finally turning his gaze toward Abe Moritomo. With a smile, he asked, "Is that enough? Ready to admit defeat?" Abe Moritomo raised his head in fury, his hands already stained crimson with blood, even his entire eye sockets flushed red with rage. "It's not over. None of this is over." Abe Mamoru blared viciously at Lin Xuan, I still have my final 12 divine beasts." He spread his arms wide, his emotions surging as he looked at the 12 Shikigami surrounding him. "Charge! Kill!" Before he could finish, Lin Xuan cut him off. "Hold on a moment. I still have something to say. You can give the order after I finish. The first 12 Shikigami you summoned, at least the 4 heavenly Shikigami, aren't from your Sakura nation. They belong to our Huaxia. The Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Azure Phoenix all appear in our nation's records of deities in history. They are part of our mythological heritage. If you need proof, I can find it for you. Every cultural record from ancient times to the present, along with relevant ancient texts and artifacts." Abe Mamoru stared blankly for a long moment before snapping out of it. With a vicious snarl, he grabbed a stone from the ground and hurled it toward Lin Xuan in a fit of rage. "Impossible. How could our celestial guardian spirits possibly belong to your China? That's impossible." This time he must stand firm, he wouldn't be swayed by Lin Xuan's words. The 4 heavenly Shikigami were the cornerstone of their military might. According to his original plan, combined with the 12 Shikigami, he could perfectly trap Lin Xuan and the entire horde of ghost kings and generals behind him. But without the first 4, Abe Mamoru feared there might be a fatal flaw. Unacceptable. He absolutely could not permit any flaws. He must secure a flawless victory in this battle. This was his final trump card. Facing Abe Moroshi's chilling gaze, Lin Xuan spoke calmly. "If you insist on disputing our claim to these beings, then I have more to say. The 4 Earth-type Shikigami among your 12 Shikigami Tingsha, Gaochen, Tianhou, and Taiyin also originate from our Chinese Taoist traditions. We demand they be banned as well. Of course, in the spirit of fairness, we won't use them either. For in our tradition, these 4 are deities, not demons or monsters. As for why they became demons and Shikigami in your traditions, that stems from your later, defiled usage. If you insist on using them, I won't mind summoning the original deities to show you how to deal with those who defile them, ordinary mortals." Lin Xuan shot Abe no Morinaga a glance, speaking calmly. "Additionally, among your 12 Shikigami are the 4 heavenly guardians of the mortal realm. The deities of sky and supreme ruler also belong to our Chinese Taoism. Only your heavenly one and Yiksha, I acknowledge those belong to your land of cherry blossoms. Finally, let us address the legitimacy and rationality of your summoned 12 Shikigami serving as guardian deities. I hope the celestial overseers will accept my petition." At this point, Lin Xuan raised his head and bowed toward the heavens, his tone sincere yet resolute. "Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to present all evidence and lodge a formal complaint regarding the unfairness of this war of national destiny." Upon hearing this, Seth, the overseer in the heavens, cast his gaze down upon the mortal realm below. This time, to ensure the truth, he even invoked the Eye of Causality. As her beautiful eyes swept across the room, it was clear that 10 out of the 12 Shikigami accompanying Abe no Moribito were indeed bound to China by dense strands of causal threads. These threads, thick and tangled, radiated from their heads and bodies, all pointing toward China. Only a few strands of causal connection remained wrapped around Abe no Moribito himself. This left Sesho utterly helpless. With a furious wave of her hand, she erased the forms of all 10 Shikigami. Watching his once certain trump card vanish into thin air amidst Lin Xuan's casual banter, how could Abe Sho possibly tolerate this? He erupted in rage, bellowing toward the sky, "Overseer! I protest! This is unfair! Why should their word be law?" The supervisor, Sesho, was equally exasperated by Abe no Moribito's outburst. Furious, she snapped, "If you have the audacity to steal another nation's treasures, then steal them properly. Clean up your own mess. If you can't pull it off and get caught, then you'll have to live with the consequences. A perfectly good war, ruined by you lot into this mess, and I'm always the one who has to clean up. I'm sick of it. And now you come here yelling at me." Seiya suddenly reached out, unleashing an invisible shockwave that slammed straight into Abe Mamoru. Fortunately, 2 high-ranking Shikigami stood by his side. One shoved him out of harm's way, while the other absorbed the brunt of the attack. The entire battlefield of Sakura Nation instantly erupted in a cloud of explosive smoke. "Fight if you can win. If you can't, then die quickly. Got it?" Seiya's voice remained sweet and seductive, yet the chill laced within it sent shivers down everyone's spine. She cared nothing for their lives, only to end the fighting swiftly. "Let them all die." Lin Xuan silently analyzed the situation. Abe Mamoru was frozen in terror. Sai casually pointed a finger, nearly obliterating his Tiani Shikigami on the spot. Even so, the Heavenly One was already gravely wounded. Seeing this, Abe Mamoru immediately recalled Tiani. With its combat effectiveness gone, there was no point in keeping it out any longer. It's fine. I still have Yasha. Abe Mamoru looked at the remaining Yashas, Yukiana, and Kuwabara behind him, his eyes blazing with renewed fighting spirit. If Huaxia can win with fewer numbers, so can our land of cherry blossoms. All units, heed my command. Charge! This is the final battle. Victory means life, defeat means death. Only Lin Xuan watched and shook his head. Didn't I mention this Huaxia is identical to the Azura we just fought? Green-faced with fangs, twin horns protruding from its forehead, standing 6 meters tall. Even the large strands of Buddhist prayer beads and human skulls hanging from its chest were identical. Thank goodness the 3 kingdoms have already been destroyed. Otherwise, they'd be jumping out to accuse them of plagiarism right now. Lin Xuan chuckled, glancing at his comrades in arms. Several of them were already bickering over who would face which opponent, nearly coming to blows. Li Xian and Yulei insisted on facing the Snow Woman. They'd developed psychological barriers after facing the Spider Woman, especially Yulei. The remaining 10 kings of hell, the black and white impermanents, and the ox-head and horse-face demons couldn't find opponents. Bai Wuchang spoke up first. Since none of you want that Spider Woman, we'll take this spider monster. Fan and I will handle her. Black Wuchang nodded in agreement. Then the remaining 10 kings of hell all turned their gaze toward the Yaka. Xingtian sighed, rubbing his forehead. A Yaxa requires all 10 kings of hell to attack? Just send anyone. Just as they debated who to send, the Yaka charged straight at them. The Yaka's short temper flared. Seeing the Huaxia side almost resorting to rock paper scissors to fight over him, he exploded. You Chinese are insulting me. Rock paper scissors, huh? Forget it. Bring it on all at once. Before his words had even faded, he charged forward. He targeted the figure at the very front, the 5th Hall King Bao Zhang, whom he deemed the most imposing and darkest-skinned among them. The remaining Abe Shasako charged straight at Lin Xuan. He had to eliminate the source who could summon countless ghosts first if he wanted any hope of victory. The others were merely distractions to keep Lin Xuan occupied. As he charged at Lin Xuan, he remained vigilant against surprise attacks or reinforcements from the other Yama kings and the ox-headed and horse-faced demons. But strangely, the others showed no intention of intervening. They merely watched from afar as he charged toward Lin Xuan, who responded with a smile. This sent a chill through Abe Mauritian's heart. Why, when their summoner was already engaged in combat with me, did not a single demon or spirit step forward to assist? Was it overconfidence, or was Lin Xuan's control over them too weak? Abe Mauritian charged toward Lin Xuan, his mind racing with caution. Battle. Chapter 86, The Battle to Defend the True Name. The first to initiate combat were Yulei and Li Xin. Leveraging their dual team advantage and unleashing their spiritual power, the two engaged in a fierce battle against the Snow Woman. After a fierce exchange, Yulei propelled Li Xin skyward from below, and together they yanked the Snow Woman down from the heights. Panicked, the Snow Maiden unleashed her energy in a frenzy. The instantaneous extreme cold froze Li Xion's hands solid into ice balls while forming a protective ice shell around her own body. After landing his strike, Li Xian swiftly retreated. Despite his frozen hands, Yulei managed to catch him. After setting Li Xian aside, Yulei channeled spiritual energy into his hands, legs, and toes, launching a frenzied assault on Snow Woman. Each time he struck her body, she preemptively covered that area with thick ice to defend herself. Yulei's attacks were lightning fast. In no time, the Snow Woman had encased herself in a solid ice sphere. What to do? I can't break through her defense. Yulei frantically called out to Li Xian behind him. Keep attacking. Don't stop. Li Xian channeled his spiritual energy in his palms from the rear, finally managing to melt through the thick ice layer. Seeing Yulei's desperate cries for help, he rushed to assist. He pulled out the long sword and sharp staff from his bag, hacking and slashing at the Snow Woman's ice sculpture, but it had no effect. Clearly, the ice sculpture's temperature was too low, its quality surpassed most metal weapons. Behind him, Lin Xuan's voice echoed through the air. Focus all your attention. Channel every ounce of spiritual energy throughout your body, concentrating it at the point of attack while reserving 2 parts for the minor heavenly circuit. Imagine a white, suspended chaos pearl within your dantian, its surging power boundless and vibrant. Following Lin Xuan's combat guidance, the two concentrated their spiritual energy into their limbs. With all outstrikes, they gradually shattered the Snow Maiden's hardened ice shell, revealing its true form. Li Xian and Yulei had long since lost count of how many punches they'd thrown. Their fists were layered with blood, and just as they lost sensation, the Snow Maiden's protective shell finally shattered. Amidst the Snow Maiden's frantic wails and desperate flight, she erupted in a torrent of ice and snow. Exhausting their last ounce of strength, the two shattered her into fragments. Only when they staggered back after defeating the Snow Maiden did they see that Bao Zhang had driven the spider demon underground with his yin-yang mace. Only the Yaka remained, desperately holding its ground under the dual assault of the black and white impermanence. Bind him.
The black and white impermanence unleashed the life-binding chain and the god-slaying whip, binding the Yaka layer upon layer. The Yaka struggled with all its might, snapping one of its horns in the process. The chains tightened around its body, emitting a bone-crunching, flesh-splitting creak. Ah! I, the Yaka, shall never die. Hear my command. All lingering souls within the land of cherry blossoms, rise forth. Whether in battle or wailing, let them witness our might. Seeing his imminent descent into the Chinese underworld, Yaxia swore by the immortal souls of his clan, summoning all the lingering spirits of Sakura country to awaken. He sought to transform the entire battlefield into a hellscape for Sakura country. The black and white impermanence watched as Yaxia shattered inch by inch within the life-binding chain, dissolving into drifting ashes. Immediately, a black vortex began to form where he had stood. The 10 kings of hell instantly gathered around the black hole, chanting the underworld incantation in unison. In that instant, a blinding radiance erupted. Heaven clears, earth settles, yin and yang separate. By Fengdu's decree, all ghosts return to the underworld. The 10 halls seal the gates, the 9 hells shut their doors. Dare to defy, and fall eternally into the Avicii hell. Simultaneously, all 10 formed the Fengdu seal, attempting to seal this ghostly passage. Why? It didn't work? The Yama lords were stunned. Lin Xuan pondered briefly before understanding. While fending off Abe Mamoru, he shouted toward the gate. This is the National Fortune Arena. It belongs to no nation. It can only summon and destroy spirits. Her rules she won't allow it. High above, Cess heard this and smiled seductively, blowing imaginary dust from her fingertips. Indeed, she had just imposed a minor restriction preventing China from sealing the Ghost Gate. For she suddenly realized this was the true essence of the Ghost War. Closing the summoning gate at its source? What fun would that be? Seeing this, the 10 kings of hell each took a step back, firmly sealing the ghost seals once more, preparing to divide and destroy the 10,000 spirits that emerged. A vast black fog churned, countless pale hands reaching out, followed by ghosts clad in various attire, limbs torn off, intestines trailing behind, faces smeared with brain matter. Until Lin Xuan saw those ghostly soldiers clad in World War II-era Japanese imperial uniforms, some even wearing helmets and carrying rifles, emerging from the abyss like wandering spirits, their eyes vacant as they rapidly transformed into vicious demons. The 10 kings of hell methodically dispersed each emerging specter. At that moment, on this stage of national destiny, Lin Xuan, Yulei, and Li Xian all saw red. Extreme fury and hatred erupted from them. Lin Xuan glared at Abe Mamoru with such ferocity his eyes seemed ready to bleed. His previously composed and controlled attacks turned into a frenzied onslaught, abandoning all defense. Abe Mamoru, momentarily stunned, scrambled away in disarray. Lin Xuan, you're mad. You want to fight me to the death? Abe Mamoru shouted in disbelief as he scrambled away, clutching his head. Lin Xuan. What are you doing? Why trade your life for theirs? They're already losing. Wang and the other Yama kings cried out in concern. You damned devils. You. 1,000 cuts wouldn't be enough punishment. Lin Xuan's eyes widened in fury, his voice trembling uncontrollably as he pointed at the endless stream of soldiers pouring out of the black hole. You don't understand. They are demons. Their so-called Yamato race brutally slaughtered countless Chinese people between 1931 and 1945. Lin Xuan's trembling hand pointed at the ghostly soldiers in their yellow uniforms as tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. Though born too late to experience the war of resistance firsthand, his parents had lived through those terrifying years. Throughout his upbringing, they repeatedly recounted that history, their own narrow escapes and the overwhelming majority who did not survive. Each story, forged from blood and tears, was reinforced by later-day records, documentaries, and films. As a folklore historian himself, he studied not only ancient but also modern written materials. Each time new materials were unearthed, he would confirm and organize them while shedding tears. Lin Xuan's voice was like raw iron scraped by sandpaper, each word carrying the rusty stench of blood. He detailed their past invasions of China to the 10 kings of hell, the black and white impermanence, and others. The Battle of Nanjing. The Nanjing Massacre. The poison gas warfare of the Battle of Changde. Unit 731's human experimentation. His Adam's apple and tears rolled down his neck, bulging veins stretching from his temples to his collarbone. At that moment, the entire world seemed to fall silent. Abe Shuya froze in his movements. His eyes widened as he shook his head repeatedly, listening in disbelief to Lin Xuan's anguished recounting of these stories. No. Our teacher said these were all fabrications by you Chinese. Our land of cherry blossoms, a nation of etiquette, could never do such things. Xingtian, the black and white impermanence, and the ox-head and horse-face demons carefully recalled that within the last 100 years, there had indeed been a period when the number of souls arriving in hell surged dramatically. They were overwhelmed, severely short-staffed. Compounding matters, the underworld itself faced its own crises, tying up their hands and leaving no time to investigate the cause. They could only hastily categorize souls by virtue and vice, accelerating operations. But who could have imagined that China was enduring such immense suffering and torment at that very time?
Even the Yama kings overseeing the 18 hells of the underworld couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. The global livestream chat now split into two camps. One faction believed China's account, even finding numerous black and white photographs and written records online both from China and foreign sources. They vehemently condemned the people of Sakura country as cold-blooded and heartless, calling them demons walking among humans who should pay with their lives for the Chinese people. The other camp firmly believed Japan was innocent. They dismissed all of China's evidence, insisting that as long as Japan didn't admit guilt, the matter was null and void. The clash between the two sides caused the livestream to lag. Amidst the chaos, the large screen showed Lin Xuan, his face pale and twisted in a grim smile, beginning to summon the ghostly masses from his own side who had endured this war. If my words hold no weight, then ask our countless warriors and innocent civilians. Lin Xuan wiped the tears from his cheeks, closed his eyes, and before the 10 kings of hell, began summoning spirits from the underworld. Yet not a single one intervened. Lin Xuan steadied his emotions, then opened his eyes to look at Abe Mamoru nearby. Since you can summon your soldiers, why not grab a few and question them? Use the soul binding spell to make them tell the truth, dare you? After all, Abe Mamoru was merely a teenager. Facing Lin Xuan's clear, earnest gaze, he found himself unable to meet his eyes. What am I afraid of? My teachers, parents, even the Prime Minister have repeatedly told us this is all your fabrication, a ploy to paint us as demons before the world and diminish our voice. Then come. Have the guts to face me? Our people stand behind me, every single one of them bears your blood debt. Lin Xuan clasped his arms, struggling to suppress his trembling. Yet the sudden, raised shout in his final words betrayed his raw emotion. Abe Mamoru forced himself to remain calm, summoning 2 soldier spirits with a wave of his hand. He casually formed a seal, compelling the 2 ghosts to speak truthfully. But what they revealed left Abe's shoe squirming in agony, utterly shattering his worldview. Yes, I participated in the Nanjing massacre. The commander's orders were clear: spare no one, men, women, children. Leave no survivors. Our great cherry blossom empire must not become a target for international humanitarian criticism. Therefore, no survivors could be left. I participated in the Pingdingshan campaign. Under the pretext of suppressing bandits, we machine-gunned over 3,000 villagers before dousing them with gasoline. Abe Mamoru shook his head frantically, covering his ears to block out this truth. In a frenzy, he summoned the ghosts of soldiers near the black hole before him, his expression deranged. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Speak. Speak. Speak up, all of you. Over a dozen ghosts, their expressions numb, spoke in unison. I participated in the Battle of Hanyang, responsible for incinerating field hospitals with flamethrowers. I guarded Unit 731, overseeing the maternal love experiment and the plague bacteria experiment. I was responsible for the Shanghai campaign. I was responsible for. Beneath the layered voices lay countless horrifying truths of despair. At the arena of national destiny, beneath the feet of 3 grand old men, large droplets of water fell onto the rock, staining it with dark pools. At last. After the nation of cherry blossoms fell, this chapter of history was finally vindicated. Countless innocent lives lost unjustly are now seen by the world. Only in this moment did Lin Xuan truly feel the urge to thank the founders of the National Fortune Arena. They had brought this buried, denied bloodshed into the light. He slowly lowered his gaze, a faint smile playing on his lips. Outside, the world must be quite a spectacle now. Chapter 87, Global Shock. It unfolded exactly as Lin Xuan had anticipated. As the ghost spoke of the past, the global livestream chat exploded with an overwhelming flood of comments, obscuring the video feed entirely. The land of cherry blossoms had committed such horrific crimes against China. Their leaders never admitted it. I followed this news before even the Wang from the United States vouched for them back then. Now, come out and explain that guarantee in detail. They're all demons. No wonder China crushed them into extinction karmas. Don't the remaining Japanese descendants feel any guilt? Oh no, the family next door seems to be Japanese refugees. Could they be descended from those murderers? I'm starting a community vote to expel them. How could our bare nation harbor the bloodline of demons? They're lying. Our Sakura nation never did any of these things in history. Those ghosts are all controlled by China. Still making excuses? Just look at the Sakura nation summoner. If you'd even glanced at him, you wouldn't be typing such absurd nonsense. His faith has collapsed into this grotesque state. If China had really tampered with things, would he be making that expression? Citizens worldwide unleashed a torrent of comments in the bullet chat. Japan's dwindling population was already thin, and seeing the irrefutable evidence shattered the remaining few. They couldn't even muster a counterattack against the flood of responses. When truth is revealed, the world will roar for China, no words needed. The Chinese people will never forget these shameful chapters of history. We must remember the past to prevent such a situation from ever recurring. Capital City, National Destiny Project Conference Room. The Prime Minister and the assembled generals were all in tears. How many years has it been?
Generation after generation of leaders have persistently pursued recognition through international organizations gathering evidence, seeking validation. For so many years, they strived to achieve a globally recognized truth, but failed. Today, Lin Xuan has done it. No more feigned pleasantries with those sleazy officials from the Cherry Blossom Nation's propaganda department. No more preparing dictionary-thick appeal documents and self-certification files for international organizations. No more witnessing China's elderly witnesses pass away one by one with unresolved regrets. Those elders never lived to see a single public apology from the land of cherry blossoms. Lin Xuan dumped all of this onto Abe Mamoru. Lin Xuan stared at Abe Mamoru, now plunged into utter mental chaos, at the black hole of summoning spirits endlessly spewing ghosts from the land of cherry blossoms only to have them instantly turn to ash, and at the encircling 10 kings of hell. We knew of the mortal world's wars, but we did not know of such brutal and inhumane mass slaughter. Young friend Lin Xuan. The king of the fifth hall of hell gazed at Lin Xuan with a hint of regret, his expression filled with reluctance before sighing deeply. So many souls died unjustly back then. The other kings of hell could only sigh helplessly. Lin Xuan fell silent. He could imagine the scene, countless Chinese souls dying horribly each day, the underworld teeming with restless spirits. Lin Xuan turned to look at Abe Mamoru. Now everything was crystal clear. What more could you say? Can you admit defeat? Abe Mamoru's face was deathly pale. He looked up frantically, his eyes filled with despair. He opened his mouth several times, as if trying to say something to Lin Xuan. But in the end, he found he had nothing left to say. Their ancestors were demons utterly unlike the principles of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and integrity he'd been taught since childhood. What could he do? Yet behind him stood tens of thousands of Sakura citizens. He recalled his master's teachings before the tournament, his childhood friends who grew up together, the kind-hearted elders and friendly neighbors he'd met along the way. He should surrender and admit defeat. If it were only him, he could even commit seppuku on the spot, upholding the samurai spirit of all Sakura nation. But he wasn't alone. He had no choice. Behind him now stood countless innocent civilians. If he surrendered, the entire bloodline of the Sakura nation would be severed. At this very moment, he finally understood the true feelings of those Chinese soldiers back then. Those steps that refused to retreat even in the face of death. That courage and desperation of clutching explosives until the very last moment. He struggled to his feet, yet dared not meet Lin Xuan's gaze. The apologies welling up in his throat felt so feeble. He choked for a moment before whispering softly, "I'm sorry. I solemnly apologize to you for the crimes committed by our great Sakura Empire." He bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. So low that Lin Xuan could see droplets of tears falling onto the ground through the back of his head. Abe Mamoru was merely a child of 10 or so. Yet he bore the weight of centuries of immense wrongdoing committed by such an evil nation, wrongdoing that persisted to this day, denied to the very end. But Lord Lin Xuan, Abe Mamoru said, his voice nearly choked with emotion, enunciating each word carefully. Our war is not over. For the people behind me, I must fight to the death and cannot surrender. Grant me this final wish of fair duel. I know I may not defeat you. But this is the last thing I can do for the people of Sakura. I will return to the heavens with them. Let us draw a final line under the mistakes of the past century. Abe slowly straightened his back. Despair and exhaustion were etched clearly in his eyes. The 10 kings of hell beside Lin Xuan wore expressions of disapproval. Li Xian and Yulei stepped in front of him, shaking their heads in refusal. But Lin Xuan nodded. He patted the shoulders of the two beside him. Let me go. It's time to settle all grievances between our two nations. He can't defeat me. The two nations' top combatants, mirror images of each other, roughly wiped the corners of their eyes, assumed their stances, and began their duel. As an onmyoji, Abe Mamoru was inherently weak in hand-to-hand combat. Worse still, he seemed determined to court death. He summoned no Shikigami, channeling every ounce of his energy into each punch and kick, strikes brimming with final fury and utter helplessness. This was his final act of accountability to Sakura Nation. Lin Xuan held nothing back either. This was his greatest respect for Abe Mamoru. How could Abe Mamoru possibly withstand the physical strength constantly nourished by the primordial purple chi? One punch sent a crack echoing through Abe Mamoru's forearm as it shattered. Again! Don't stop, I can still fight. Abe Mamoru trembled in agony, yet his eyes burned with near madness. He swung his fists violently toward Lin Xuan. His face contorted in a grimace of rage, his teeth gnashing, instantly reminding Lin Xuan of the soldiers from the land of cherry blossoms he'd seen in movies. In this moment, he seemed like one of the countless innocent civilians from back then. Lin Xuan could no longer control his body. The rage in his mind ignited in an instant. Roaring with fury, Lin Xuan charged forward. He channeled every brutal blow and every ounce of rage accumulated over a century into countless punches and kicks, unleashing them upon the snarling Abe Mamoru. In that moment, he felt as if his senses had been stripped away. His mind was filled only with hatred, rage, resentment, fear, screams, and tears. When he finally came to his senses, Abe Mamoru was already dead. The merciless laughter echoing from the sky snapped him out of his extreme emotional state, and Lin Xuan finally regained his senses. Hee. Let's congratulate China's contestant, Lin Xuan. Simultaneously eliminating competitors from both Sakura Nation and Huaxia Nation, he achieved a remarkable double kill. However, since Sakura Nation had already been annihilated and possessed no national fortune pillar, China received no reward. Ha! Seriously? At least give us something else? If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have cared. But now you've brought it up, and I instantly feel so wronged. Yulei looked up at the sky and roared helplessly. Li Xian quickly covered his mouth. Ha, so what? I'm fully compliant, absolutely no. The voice in the sky abruptly halted. After a moment, it resumed with gritted teeth and resentment. Alright. Huaxia wins. Reward, 1 mysterious gift box from the Siberian plains. Seth gave a seductive smile. We'll see if anyone dares challenge you this time. After Seth declared the event concluded, Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes, wiped the blood from his face, and strode resolutely toward Li Xian and Yulei. The National Fortune Arena isn't over yet. Let's go. Chapter 88, Victory at Last. Lin Xuan understood the moment he heard Seth's final words. She was deliberately making things harder for his team again. This so-called gift box had surely been announced to competitors from other nations. Seth glanced at Lin Xuan and murmured to herself, can't count this as me breaking the rules, you know. After all, I did give him the reward, and he was the closest to the blind box. But if someone else wants to fight him for it, that's not my problem. I'm being perfectly fair. Lin Xuan had no time to dwell on it. He bowed farewell to the 10 kings of hell, the black and white impermanence, and the ox head and horseface, sending them back to the underworld. Then he hurriedly summoned Li Xian and Yulei to depart. Right now, we only know the general location, the Siberian plains. But the plains are vast, and we don't know if other national competitors might be closer than us. We have to move faster. Lin Xuan summoned the White Zhe to guide them. After all, having the all-knowing White Zhe along would greatly facilitate their journey. To prevent Bai Zhe from expending excessive energy during the journey while still appearing in the livestream to absorb faith points, Lin Xuan explained the situation and tempted him with delicious food. Finally, Bai Zhe nodded and shrank himself. Transformed into a thumb-sized mini white tiger, it sat adorably in his palm. When I get hungry later, you better make me something super delicious, okay? The spoiled Bai Zhe added with a tiny, emphasized note. After all, he'd already eaten his fill in the ocean. While the humans were fighting, he'd been stirring up the sea, which had truly drained a lot of his energy. Primarily, Bai Zhe possessed the ability to know everything. Even in a completely unfamiliar space, he could rely on his innate talent to cover a certain area with his domain. Within this domain, he could utilize his omniscience to help Lin Xuan and the others confirm their direction. However, due to limitations in his faith points, he could only scan the area once per hour. Furthermore, as his mission reward, Bai Zhe demanded delicious food as payment after each completed task. Thus, they proceeded in fits and starts, taking several hours before finally glimpsing the landforms of the Siberian plains from the sky. The vast Siberian plains were blanketed in snow at this time. Lin Xuan promptly summoned the others to circulate their spiritual energy throughout their bodies for warmth. He then instructed Bai Zhe to activate its coverage, attempting to locate the treasure box. However, their treasure box seemed shielded by SSS or possessed a function to block spiritual treasures, as Bai Zhe detected no anomalies. Seeing this, Lin Xuan also activated his divine sense coverage, but found nothing. Until they stepped into an oasis. It was astonishing. In the snow-covered Siberia, there was an oasis warm as spring. The moment Lin Xuan stepped into the oasis, he raised his hand to signal the others to halt. He sensed others within the oasis, 3 individuals who had arrived before them. Stop! Someone's here. But his warning came too late. The 3 ahead had sensed their presence. Instead of continuing their exploration, they turned and charged swiftly toward Lin Xuan's direction. Lin Xuan and his companions looked up at 3 dark specks slowly gliding across the distant horizon, gradually growing larger. Damn it! Which country are you from? This oasis is already under the control of my country. If you want to live, get the hell out of here. The 3 approaching them, 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men had hair plastered flat against their scalps, as if licked by a cow. Their exaggerated double-door physiques made them appear unusually burly and bizarre. The woman behind them wore red high heels, a tight-fitting pencil skirt, and a blouse that accentuated her slender figure. With striking beauty, she trailed leisurely behind the 2 men, strolling toward them. Be nice to them, Xingtian. Don't be so harsh. The girl behind them murmured softly, addressing the imposing figure ahead. The imposing Xingtian quickly turned around, gently taking her hand and running his thumb over the back of it. Yes, baby. Whatever you say. I just had to chase him away so all the treasures I find can be yours. The burly man adopted a falsetto voice, revealing his lecherous nature as if no one else were present, causing Lin Xuan and his 2 companions to frown deeply. The alluring girl cast a coy glance at Xingtian before whispering urgently for Lin Xuan and the others to leave. But Lin Xuan and the others paid it no mind.
Li Xian firmly shielded Lin Xuan in front of him, while Yulei took a stride forward. You want to mess with us?
Then hurry up, we're in a hurry to find the treasure.
That's your treasure? You're Lin Xuan from China? Changqian finally caught on.
Unbeknownst to him, the beauty behind him bit her lip lightly. She had intended to pretend she didn't know them and bluff her way through. But now, it was clearly impossible. She knew exactly how powerful Lin Xuan and his group were. She decisively turned, leaving the two behind, and transformed into a streak of light dashing toward the oasis. Brother Changqian, you two hold off the Chinese. I'll go ahead and find the treasure, then we'll escape together. Changqian paused briefly, then nodded in agreement. He immediately assumed a fighting stance facing Lin Xuan and his two companions. Li Xian and Yulei stepped forward simultaneously, their voices merging into one. You'll have to get past us first. Then Li Xian turned to Lin Xuan behind him. Go after that woman. Don't let her actually take our stuff and run off. How can we let someone else snatch our reward? Lin Xuan gave a resigned chuckle. The Koreans really do love snatching our things. Whether it's our culture, our deities, or our ritual practices. Then again, a nation that even tries to claim the Dragon Boat Festival wouldn't pass up a chance to snatch rewards. It was truly laughable and frustrating. With that, he picked up speed and sprinted after the woman. But she seemed exceptionally adept at running, and soon the two were neck and neck in a chase that showed no clear winner. As he chased, Lin Xuan had the little Baizhe in his pocket sense for any anomalies in the surroundings. West. Turn. Xiao Baize poked his head out of the man's pocket, flapping his wings against the fabric as he called out. There's an abnormal magnetic field. Let's go. Lin Xuan heard this and immediately halted his pursuit. He pivoted on his heel and sprinted westward. Before long, he found himself at a steaming hot spring pool, while little Baizhe leapt straight out of his pocket. Lin Xuan reached out to grab him, but little Baizhe dodged his hand and plunged into the pool. I'll give you 3 minutes. If you're not out by then, I'm coming down to get you. Lin Xuan addressed the pool, watching the hands on his watch tick by while scanning his surroundings. He feared the woman might have set another trap, perhaps a monster lurking near the treasure box. A rumbling vibration surged upward from the earth. Lin Xuan crouched nervously, pressing his hand against the damp ground beside the pond. The tremor traveled through his palm, growing stronger by the second. Lin Xuan turned with a grave expression, staring intently at the pond as ripples began to form on its surface. Chapter 89, A Sliver of Truth. Before long, the Huaxia surfaced, its jaws clamped around a gaunt old man covered in moss. The beast's teeth gripped the old man's neck and the towel tied around his waist. After reaching shore, it spat several times, depositing the man beside Lin Xuan. Then, shaking its head violently, it flung droplets from its fur onto the ground and all over Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan swiftly extended his hand, conjuring an invisible barrier of spiritual energy to block the downpour of droplets. Baizhe lifted its head and addressed Lin Xuan. It's this old man. He clung to that treasure chest so tightly, refusing to let me have it. I was afraid hitting him too hard would damage the treasures inside, so I had to bring them both up first. After speaking, it bared its teeth to intimidate the old man. Lin Xuan focused his gaze. The 5-foot-tall, hunched old man trembled violently, hunched over, clutching something tightly with both hands and feet, his expression panicked. Lin Xuan crouched down and softened his voice as he explained to the old man, Old man, are you the guardian of this treasure chest? I'm Lin Xuan. The overseer specifically notified me to come retrieve the treasure, so you can trust me with it. After hearing this, the old man furrowed his brows and glared at Lin Xuan. What do you mean, hand it over? This treasure was mine to begin with. Those shameless scoundrels ripped it out of my very body. They thought killing me and stealing my treasure pearl would be the end of it. But what they didn't know was that I myself am the pearl incarnate. As long as the pearl remains intact, I can be reborn. And you're nothing but a lackey of bandits. The old man's chest heaved as he pointed a finger at Lin Xuan's nose and bellowed. Besides, do you really think possessing the treasure will do you any good? You're Huaxia people indeed, all of humanity don't even know how much longer you'll last. Taking my treasure will only prolong your miserable existence. The old man belatedly realized what he'd said and clamped his mouth shut. He glanced at Lin Xuan, then turned his gaze to Baizhe, clearing his throat. My jewel neither revives the dead nor enhances combat prowess. In truth, it was precisely because I held little value to them that they cast me aside, banishing me to the void treasury to linger in existence until now. That is also the true reason you were able to obtain me. Do I really need to explain this logic to you? The old man swallowed hard, his gaze darting away as he desperately tried to cover his slip of the tongue. Lin Xuan's gaze sharpened as he curled his lips into a nod. He had heard the phrase humans don't know how long they can exist perfectly clearly. There was no way Lin Xuan could have missed it, but now wasn't the time to press the matter. He suspected the overseer in the sky could monitor every detail of this alternate space at all times. This conviction led him to decide to bring the old man back first. He would wait until the arena competition concluded and they returned to the ancestral dragon hall before pressing for answers. As for this old man, he understood that whatever the overseer offered him couldn't possibly be anything good.
Yet if it had caught the overseer's attention, even a useless trinket must possess some extraordinary quality.
And the old man's extreme nervousness, his constant fear, clutching it tightly to his chest while repeatedly mentioning its useless function, this piqued Lin Xuan's curiosity.
So, old man, what exactly is the function of your treasure?
The old man's eyes darted back and forth as he scrutinized Lin Xuan. He craned his neck forward and spoke slowly, enunciating each word.
Truthfully, I'm not very useful. I can only offer a bit of cheer to others.
Yes, whoever holds me nearby won't feel quite so miserable. He fixed his gaze on Lin Xuan's expression, rolling his eyes as he added, so I only serve to calm one's mood.
That's all I'm good for. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. That sounds quite good to me.
If you can help us achieve a calm state of mind, it will aid our daily meditation practice.
In that case, I'll place you in my training room to assist me in cultivating and advancing.
The old man's expression instantly turned panicked upon hearing this.
He blinked his small eyes frantically. This was unexpected.
He'd assumed this was the most useless ability, which is why he'd agonized over this excuse on the way here. But he hadn't anticipated that even the mood-calming function would prove useful to this youngster before him.
However, he had no intention of accompanying Lin Xuan back to any training room.
The old man racked his brain for a way out.
Oh, wait, no,
my function to calm emotions is only a little bit effective. It just means that when you humans are too sad or too happy, I can slightly reduce that emotion a tiny bit.
No worries, even a little bit of use is enough.
I doubt the supreme overseers in the sky would collect something completely useless. Given their capabilities, if they deem you only slightly useful, then you must be incredibly valuable to us humans.
No need to feel inferior, old man.
Lin Xuan watched him darting his eyes around nervously and chuckled inwardly. Though this treasure sphere had taken on human form, its mind was certainly not as sharp as a human's. That look of panic and dread was identical to his former lab students when they hadn't finished their reports.
Seeing he couldn't out-argue the boy, the old man sighed heavily. Alright, I'll tell you the truth. My treasure sphere's function is restoration. But don't assume it's particularly useful.
It cannot restore living beings, so it's useless for medical treatment, nor can it repair large objects, meaning national infrastructure, land, or buildings are beyond its scope. Its restoration ability only works on things roughly my size or smaller. I mean, both volume and weight must be smaller than mine.
Lin Xuan looked at the stooped, frail old man and sighed in exasperation.
The old man added, just now it occurred to me the most crucial thing is that the repair power depends entirely on my spiritual energy. For instance, right now, since I just used the treasure to repair my own body, I have no spiritual energy left. Therefore, I can't repair anything at the moment. And judging by current rates, it'll take at least a month, 3 months for my spiritual energy to recover. The old man held out his palm, dripping with moisture, and extended 3 fingers.
So, what he can offer you certainly isn't anything good. And I'm of no use either.
Oh, and this is only possible because I've been living in this water pool all this time. Otherwise, my recovery would take even longer, maybe half a year, or even a full year. The old man's cunning eyes sparkled with delight, darting round and round. Clutching the treasure box, he began shuffling toward the water pool.
Bai Zhe watched this unfold.
His massive tiger paw slammed onto the ground, and the tiger head bared its teeth, letting out a fierce roar at the old man. Instantly, the old man was scared stiff, collapsing onto the ground, unable to move.
But I'm truly of little use. I can't even repair plants. Anything with life, anything that grows, I can't fix any of it. All I can do is mend your pots and pans, that sort of thing.
Those with spiritual power greater than mine, I cannot repair. Your treasures and magical artifacts, I can't touch them either. I can only fix things as useless as myself.
But Lin Xuan's eyes lit up.
If you can fix pots and pans, then surely you can help us repair antiques, bronze artifacts, books, scrolls, and bamboo slips, right?
Lin Xuan was filled with excitement.
The old man's face scrunched up in dismay. He racked his brain for a way to refuse, but he knew he could indeed do those things. After pondering for a long while, he said, I can repair them, but I cannot replicate the original rust marks and scars.
The repaired parts will be new.
Therefore, after repair, you won't be able to sell these as antiques.
Instead, they'll become a hybrid fake that no one will want. I cannot create any value.
Years ago, he'd encountered people like this before, those who'd ask him to restore precious items only to sell them off. So the old man deliberately kept his guard up, determined to dash Lin Xuan's hopes. Though he'd once enjoyed wealth and luxury in the antique trade, living as a wealthy man in the human world for centuries. But now, with the human world facing grave crises, he truly didn't want to return to such dangers. He felt content to slowly restore and cultivate his spiritual power within the watery pool. But this approach was useless against Lin Xuan.
Because Lin Xuan wasn't a second-hand antique dealer.
As an expert in cultural relics research and folklore, if you could restore those damaged artifacts to their complete form, allowing him to glimpse the lost traces of the past, Lin Xuan could deduce the history of that bygone era. The age of the artifacts mattered little to him. Hearing the old man's words only heightened his excitement. He hurried over in a few strides, steadied the old man, and brushed the water plants off his body and shoulders.
Old man. Since you're so useful, you'll come with me. Of course, you don't have to come. You can return directly to the treasure sphere, and I'll take the sphere with me. Or I could strike you down until your soul is utterly destroyed, making it even easier for me to take the sphere. You choose. The old man fell silent after hearing this. I've laid it all out for you, and you still think I'm useful? I've truly met my match. The old man scratched his seaweed-like hair. His small, dark eyes glanced skyward before fixing on Lin Xuan. Must I truly not go? A great calamity approaches your land. Even if I return with you, I'd enjoy but a few days of peace before being captured again or worse, caught in your chaos. Why bother, young man? Lin Xuan frowned upon hearing this and pressed softly, then tell me what you know. Seeing the old man's clear reluctance to stir trouble, Lin Xuan considered his words before saying, if you can convince me that a great calamity truly looms over us, that we cannot change it, and that staying here is the only way to ensure your safety, then I won't stand in your way. But if you fail to convince me, then I'm afraid you must come with me. Fearing the old man might refuse to speak, Lin Xuan deliberately emphasized his tone. He even reached out to grab the treasure box from the old man's embrace. The old man quickly turned away, preventing Lin Xuan from touching it. Chapter 90, What now? Amidst the incessant announcements echoing from the sky notifying XX Nation of victory rewards and XX Nation of defeat penalties, the old man urgently beckoned Lin Xuan to his side, whispering rapidly about what he knew. It turned out this old man had once been a priest of the sacred orb. When the temple where it resided was breached, it was fortuitously chosen by the invaders and carried away as spoils of war. There, it witnessed countless unimaginable and unbearable horrors. Throughout it all, it relentlessly suppressed its own power, using only the most basic repairs for that warrior. Perhaps deeming it of little use, the warrior later cast it aside, only retrieving it occasionally to mend small broken objects. Yet every time he went into battle, he would bring all his belongings with him. Because of this, it passed through the hands of many warriors during their campaigns. Sometimes it would be left behind in some place for hundreds or even thousands of years. Gradually, it learned to manifest forms and blend into its surroundings. Later, it could even briefly leave the orb and utilize some of its basic functions. Thus, it lived here for hundreds of years as a wealthy recluse, but it was too timid. After the National Fortune Arena officially opened here, it found a pond brimming with energy and settled there. After so many years, it felt that enhancing its own energy was paramount. Of course, the ultimate outcome was being unearthed once more, bestowed upon Lin Xuan as the most worthless of jewels. So what do you mean by you are about to perish? Lin Xuan pressed after hearing this. What do you mean? It means your mighty warriors have fought them for ages and many have been captured. But your warriors are extraordinary, they don't vanish immediately after death. Instead, they can resurrect by drawing spiritual energy from you, the powerless ants. They once attempted to erase memories and purge the sustainers of those mighty warriors. Yet those warriors proved too formidable, even severing their sustenance only temporarily halted their rebirth, with their combat prowess merely weakened. Yet your civilization possesses another extraordinary system, the hellish cycle of reincarnation, functioning as a parallel mechanism for revival and restoration. They have attempted to invade your hell system multiple times, only to encounter the fiercest resistance each time. The old man clutched the treasure box, his eyes crinkling with laughter as he extended a thumbs up in praise toward Lin Xuan. But the latest intelligence I've received indicates that only your Huaxia warriors continue to resist. The other factions have either been defeated or surrendered outright. Lin Xuan's heart trembled violently upon hearing this. He never imagined such a vast conspiracy lurked behind the divine arena. Yet in that instant, Lin Xuan understood why only China had experienced a civilizational gap and why he always felt the overseer was deliberately targeting him. Reflecting now, the absence of China's top-tier deities likely meant that the formidable warrior the old man had mentioned was constantly battling them. What they didn't know was that Lin Xuan was a transmigrator, possessing vast knowledge and records of countless top-tier deities within his mind. Previously, he hadn't publicized this knowledge simply because those deities weren't listed on the Monument of Merit. He had misunderstood the logic behind the creation of the divine arena. He believed the Monument of Merit must exist first to summon corresponding deities, and even then, summoning might fail. But now that he knew the truth, he understood what he had to do. He needed to swiftly end this war, return alive to China, transcribe all the top-tier deities' records by memory, proclaim them to the world, and restore the faith power of all China. He bowed his head low, gripping the old man's arms with trembling hands. The knowledge and thoughts now filling his mind must never be shared with anyone. He could only cling desperately to them. He must return. He had to return now, immediately. He had no idea how the battle raging high above was progressing, nor how many deities had been captured by them. The overseers had even altered the rules of the contest. He could no longer discern from the Monument of Merit or other summoned artifacts how many gods had been defeated and captured. Could captured deities even be cast into the mortal realm to become monuments of valor? He had no answer. Lin Xuan's mind was in utter turmoil. Meanwhile, the two battling the Korean forces were suffering terribly.
No one had anticipated that the woman who had fled mid-battle would return first, with Lin Xuan nowhere in sight behind her. Unscathed, she stood nearby, flipping her hair as she addressed the four combatants. Lin Xuan has been killed by the treasure-guarding monster. I've secured the artifact. Now finish off these two Chinese men. Or, you two handsome Chinese guys, surrender now. I'll tell Appa not to kill you. He'll take you along to ambush competitors from other nations. Otherwise, if you die, think about the national catastrophe that will befall China, mass deaths, perhaps. With that, the woman actually produced a massive gemstone ring and waved it triumphantly at the group. Li Xian watched the woman approach, already wary of her intentions. Hearing her words, he immediately expressed disbelief. Yet his trembling arms betrayed the resolve in his voice. Yu Lei's head buzzed after hearing everything. After enduring several blows from his opponent, he lunged toward the woman to demand answers. His opponent, of course, wouldn't let him go. He quickly wrapped his arms around Yu Lei, preventing him from escaping. The woman didn't approach either, instead watching them from a short distance away with a smirk. Her name was Kim Su-min, a psychic attacker. Having once been the most powerful cult leader in Korea, she had absorbed vast amounts of her followers' faith energy. Combined with the arrival of the National Fortune Arena, she had actually gained the ability to attack with psychic power. Now, she was simultaneously feeding the two men false information to shatter their resolve while attempting to psychically control the two Chinese fighters. Whenever Li Xian or Yu Lei showed signs of attacking or gained the upper hand, she would verbally provoke them while channeling psychic energy into their minds. The moment they lost control, their attacks inevitably weakened or veered off course. This allowed the Korean contestants to continue their fight against the two Chinese competitors, even gaining the upper hand. You know what? That's exactly how your Lin Xuan died. While he was battling the dragon guarding the treasure chest, I suddenly invaded his mind. He was distracted for just a moment, and the dragon tore him to shreds. Ha! Ah, this gemstone ring is truly beautiful. Kim Su-min launched verbal attacks while infiltrating their minds, occasionally waving the ring before their eyes to distract them. Chapter 91, The Collapse of 3 against 2. Headaches surged like waves, each more intense than the last, threatening to swallow their will. Li Xian and Yu Lei gritted their teeth, struggling against the two Koreans through the agony. Only their clenched jaws and bloodshot eyes betrayed their struggle. Neither had spent much time with Lin Xuan, yet both had received his help. They recalled the boy teaching them how to circulate spiritual energy with such earnestness, the victories they'd won for their nation, his detailed explanations of the divine beings. Their attacks grew faster and more desperate, bordering on a suicidal fury. And that damned Korean woman, Kim Min-soo, kept droning on, detailing how Lin Xuan had been wounded by monsters, how she'd seized the chance to invade his psychic energy, and how he'd ultimately been torn to shreds by the dragon. Even Lin Xian's heart-wrenching howls echoed across the entire desert. To heighten the realism, Kim Min-soo even covertly employed psychic empathy during her narration. To the point where everyone present felt as though they could truly see and hear the scene, as if the stench of blood hung before their very eyes. By now, Li Xian was losing control. He drained every last ounce of spiritual energy from his body, his fists pounding his opponent with frenzied fury. Die! Die now! He was completely deaf to any other sound. His mind held only one thought: kill the enemy, avenge Lin Xuan. He dared not even consider how he would return to report this to the Prime Minister and the generals. Meanwhile, the man from the stick country was bearing immense pressure, desperately fending off his attacks. Seeing this, Kim Min-soo frantically channeled mental energy to bolster his comrade's composure. The man's eyes gleamed as he fixed his gaze on every one of Li Xian's movements, responding with calm composure. However, his physical prowess fell short of Li Xian's, and lacking spiritual energy support, his defense was strained. Meanwhile, Li Xian was being flooded with the agony of losing Lin Xuan while simultaneously enduring a mental assault. This caused his current attacks to become wildly aggressive, gradually losing all structure. In that split second, his opponent seized the opening, landing a direct punch to his neck that crippled most of his mobility. Li Xian let out a muffled groan. He discovered his right side had gone completely numb, unable to move. He scrambled backward, dragging his right leg, simultaneously channeling every last ounce of Lingqi into his right side, desperately trying to reopen the meridians in his limbs. But the enemy gave him no chance. The man charged forward, relentlessly pursuing him. He even drew a military-grade trident knife, swinging it fiercely toward Li Xian. Li Xian couldn't block in time. Deep gashes cut into several places on his body, instantly staining his clothes crimson. He couldn't help but groan in pain. Fortune in misfortune, the blood loss actually helped restore some of the previously blocked and numb meridians. He quickly used his spiritual energy to seal the wounds and stop the bleeding, simultaneously shaking out his numb limbs. Just then, a woman's seductive laughter echoed from behind him. "Oh dear, you're both injured. What a predicament. Both of you so badly hurt? Then we can utterly conquer China, can't we? Think of your country, think of your poor people. Earthquakes and floods are coming. I hear your country has 1.4 billion people now? Once you're dead, that should leave about 1 billion to bury you, right? Why not just admit defeat?
Wouldn't joining forces be better than outright annihilation? Our true adversary isn't you, I need your help.
Kim Min-soo felt a surge of urgency. After fighting for so long, neither of them had been defeated. She couldn't help but curse the Korean men as useless in her mind. They had a 3-on-2 advantage, with her here creating psychic attacks and spreading false information to confuse their minds, yet they still couldn't finish the job. If Lin Xuan really returned soon, 3 against 3 they wouldn't stand a chance. So she must take them both down now to secure the alliance. Then, when they least expect it, she'll strike and kill them.
You old hag. Dream on. You killed Lin Xuan and expect us to cooperate with you? Yu Lei cursed furiously. His subordinates' attacks grew even more ruthless, each strike a lethal move. Since Lin Xuan was already dead, he would make sure the remaining few would join him in death. Once these men were dead, he and Li Xian would immediately request withdrawal from the battlefield.
Having defeated the 3 kingdoms, there was no need to waste further time in this war.
On the other side, Li Xian attacked relentlessly, gritting his teeth without uttering a word.
Jin Minchu was enraged by the old hag insult, nearly summoning all manner of demons and ghosts to slay the 2 men. But she feared the ghostly aura and supernatural phenomena unleashed by summoning would draw Lin Xuan's attention. She had witnessed all of Lin Xuan's battles. In her own global combat power rankings, Lin Xuan stood among the absolute elite. That was precisely why she wanted to flee the moment she saw him. She had entered the national fortune arena for glory and riches, there was no need to risk her life. She could only order the other 2 to swiftly take down the 2 from Huaxia nation. As the fight continued, Li Xian's wounds multiplied, his movements slowed, and his consciousness began to fade. With a thud, the Korean man landed a punch squarely on his temple. Li Xian collapsed to the ground, motionless. The scene then shifted to a 2-on-1 fight. The 2 Korean men flanked Yu Lei. Combined with Kim Min-soo's intermittent psychic attacks, Yu Lei soon collapsed, knocked straight to the ground.
Kill them both quickly.
Let's grab some loot first, then go find that treasure. The woman gave the order.
You said treasure? So that ring wasn't the oasis's treasure at all, was it? What about Lin Xuan?
Yu Lei, lying motionless on the ground, heard the woman's words. After a long moment of contemplation, he gasped out a question.
You'll find out when you're dead.
The woman refused to elaborate, waving her hand to signal the others to dispose of them. Gazing at Li Xian, collapsed on the ground, blood gushing from his wounds, Yu Lei struggled to sit up, his heart filled with despair. If only he'd learned more martial arts from Lin Xuan back then.
Or at least cultivated more spiritual energy. Then he wouldn't be lying here, utterly exhausted and paralyzed.
He forced his neck to turn, glancing at his pocket as he murmured.
At least I can have a cigarette before I die.
Under the gaze of several people, Yu Lei struggled to direct his left hand to pull out the flattened pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled. He fished a talisman paper from beside the cigarette pack.
Old Li, throw the talisman.
With his blood-stained hand, he pinched the talisman and flicked it toward the approaching Korean man. Instantly, a thick bolt of lightning, as thick as a water column, shot out from the talisman.
It struck the enemy squarely in the chest.
Amidst a thunderous roar, the man collapsed to the ground.
The explosive thunderclap froze Kim Min-soo and Sung Chan in their tracks.
They had no idea what other tricks he had up his sleeve and dared not proceed recklessly.
Come on. What else could they do? I still have a few talismans left, just enough to take all your lives. So what if we die together?
Lin Xuan is already dead, and my survival tactics are useless now.
Let's all die together.
Kim Min-soo quickly ducked behind Song Chan, who in turn yanked the incapacitated Li Xin to his feet and shielded him with his own body.
Don't be impulsive. Everything can be discussed.
Kim Min-soo shrieked in protest.
Chang can even press the Mitsubishi blade against Li Xian's neck as a threat.
The situation reached a tense stalemate. Kim Min-soo violently stirred Li Xian's consciousness with her psychic power, causing him to tremble uncontrollably even in unconsciousness, his mouth emitting waves of wails.
Drop your talisman and surrender peacefully. Otherwise, I'll turn this comrade of yours into a fool right now.
Even if he could be cured, he'd remain a simpleton forever. Yu Lei watched, clenching his teeth so hard the grinding sound carried a raw, blood-soaked intensity.
I'm a soldier. Soldiers don't cower under threats.
His gaze fixed on Li Xian's increasingly pallid face, his fists clenched so tightly that blood dripped steadily from his knuckles onto the floor.
Yu Lei pulled the remaining 4 talismans from his pocket.
They were given to them long ago by Lin Xuan, only 5 per person. He had no choice now. The woman saw the resolve in his eyes and panicked.
It hasn't come to this.
Lin Xuan was still alive. He hadn't caught up to him, nor had he caught up to him.
Your comrade is still alive too. I'll return him to you right now. Put away your talismans first. Let us retreat to a safe distance first.
I'll place your comrade on the ground immediately, then you can rescue him yourself.
Is that acceptable?
Jin Minqiu looked at Yu Lei with pitiful eyes.
Yu Lei didn't respond, only glaring at them fiercely.
Seeing Yu Lei pause his actions, Jin Minqiu patted Chung Ken's shoulder, signaling him to take Li Xian and slowly retreat behind her. Uncertain of the Thunderbolt Talisman's attack range, she could only lead them as far away as possible. Once they were far enough, Jean Minxiu spun around and sprinted away frantically, calling out to Xingtian.
Brother Xingtian, run! Leave that Huaxia guy behind, let's go.
By now, they were nearly 100 meters away from Yulei, who sat slumped beside the talisman.
Xingtian's muscular arms tightened around Li Xian's neck, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. The first kill of the Huaxia, I'll gladly take it. With that, he tightened his grip, ready to choke Li Xian to death. Chapter 92, We Can't Let Them Go. Xingtian tightened his grip around Li Xian's neck.
The pressure from his arm grew relentlessly stronger.
Yulei could almost hear the faint cracking sound of Li Xian's cervical vertebrae about to snap.
He raised the Thunder Talisman high and barked out a command.
Let him go this instant. Or none of you will live. My Thunder Talisman can easily cover this entire area.
Xingtian chuckled darkly, you wouldn't dare. He relished the look of fear on Yulei's face as he slowly tightened his grip on the head beneath him. But what he didn't notice was that Li Xian, in front of him, was slowly regaining consciousness amidst the suffocating crisis and the desperate cries of his comrades ahead.
Li Xian slowly opened his eyes.
As he took in the situation, his gaze shifted from the Thunder Talisman waved by Yulei to his own pants pocket. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a yellow talisman of his own. Amid Yulei's horrified shouts, a relieved smile spread across his face. He swiftly turned and affixed the talisman to Xingtian's waist behind him.
A deafening explosion erupted, shaking the earth and mountains.
Through the chaos, Yulei faintly saw Li Xian's lips move, murmuring something indistinct, perhaps take care.
Since Li Xian himself had 4 additional talismans on his body, the Thunder Talisman triggered the detonation of the remaining 4. In an instant, both men were obliterated into dust.
Only scattered fragments of ash remained as evidence of their existence. Yulei lunged forward, but it was too late. All that remained was a figure sitting motionless amidst the swirling dust. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan was racing back with Bai Zhe and Old Man Baozhu. Along the way, they heard several explosions, and the final series of blasts sent an inexplicable pang of pain through Lin Xian's heart. Meanwhile, reports echoed continuously from the skies above.
South Korean contestant Park Yun-yang is dead. China receives reward, Spirit Energy Revival 1. China's contestant, Li Xian, has perished. South Korea's contestant receives reward, Spirit Energy Revival +1.
Lin Xuan was stunned by this final notification. Unable to believe what was happening, he channeled his chi to its absolute limit. Minutes later, he arrived at the scene and saw Yulei sitting motionless amidst the dust. As Lin Xuan approached, Yulei reflexively lifted his head, his face alert. Only when he recognized Lin Xuan did his numb emotions finally break free, tears streaming down his face. You know what? He actually enlisted at the same time as me. I never liked him, he always had to outdo me in everything. Even the mission to protect you, he snatched it right out of my hands. That time, I was just one move away. Yulei slowly extended his index finger, blinking as a bead of tears fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. But now it's finally settled. We both serve under you. We're equals now. I'm no worse than him. No, I am inferior to him. He chose to die alongside that man to save me. He traded his life for mine. Because he knew I wouldn't, I couldn't. Yulei could say no more. Lin Xuan walked over slowly and helped him up. Isn't there another woman in that country? Come on, let's go find her. After all he had endured, Lin Xuan firmly believed in an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Since the damage was inflicted by the bastards from that country, they must pay with the destruction of their nation. Yulei froze for a moment, then snapped out of it as if awakening, his eyes lighting up. Right. That woman just said their enemy is the Congo. She must be looking for them. Otherwise, she can't end the war. Lin Xuan nodded. Good. Then we'll go find them too. We have 2 objectives, locate the Congo nation or track down that woman. Oh, and there's also the all-knowing Lord Baze. I didn't manage to mark her, but our trip wasn't entirely wasted. Lord Baze, please help us track down that woman. Bai Zhe observed the surging spiritual energy radiating from Lin Xuan. Extending his broad tiger paw, he tapped the young man's shoulder. The massive tiger head nodded up and down. It led them to the summit of the highest nearby mountain. Hearing it roar, a deep, majestic cry pierced the surroundings. Its long white fur billowed in the wind. Amidst the howling wind and forest, it appeared exceptionally majestic. Before long, the 2 heard rustling sounds emanating from the low shrubbery below the mountain. Then, countless insects and animals of all sizes began rushing toward them. All manner of arthropods appeared, insects, centipedes alongside diverse mammals, squirrels, rabbits, even fawns. After Bai Zhe let out several loud howls, the large group of animals slowly retreated back into the bushes at the foot of the mountain and vanished. Only a rabbit and a giant snake remained. Amidst the serpents hissing, Bai Zhe nodded. Then the adorable little bunny opened its 3-lobed mouth and emitted a low ultrasonic sound. They said they spotted a long-haired human and told us to follow them. And so the pursuit began. Lin Xuan also instructed Bai Zhe to arrange for other animals to surround and intercept the woman ahead.
Jean Minxiu was ruthless, yet strangely, she feared spiders. So, under the spider blockade, Lin Xuan and his group quickly caught up to her. Damn spiders! Stay away from me! Ah! Jean Minxiu screamed in terror, and in her panic, she spotted Yulei. What do you want? I already told you, Lin Xuan. You're here too? When Kim Min-soo saw Lin Xuan and the countless animals surrounding them, she realized this must be China's tracking method. She had thought only Yulei was after her and was trying to figure out a solution. She never expected Lin Xuan to catch up too. What made it even more despairing was that brother Chengcan and Park Ryan-young were both dead. Yes, she had heard the broadcast too. With such an irreconcilable grudge now formed, Kim Min-soo knew escape would be impossible. She seethed inwardly. The plan had been perfect, 3 against 2 for a swift ambush. Then they would go fully armed to deal with Lin Xuan. If they couldn't win, they could always run. Everything had been calculated perfectly. Except the combat prowess of these two from Huaxia nation had exceeded her expectations. Damn trash men, she'd misjudged them. If her 2 men hadn't been so weak, how could they lose a 3-on-2 fight? Summoning spirits was useless, and close combat was hopeless. What good were these men? Jean Minxiu frantically fled while biting her nails, desperately searching for a solution. The swarm of venomous insects and spiders closing in around her grew ever larger. There was nowhere left to run. In this dire situation, she gritted her teeth fiercely, halted her steps, and turned to face everything head-on. Since there was no escape, she resolved to unleash a national-level battle summon to confront the monsters, her only remaining card. As Yulei and Lin Xuan closed in, her eyes flashed with resolve. She removed the jewelry from her wrists, slipped off her high heels, and shed her clothes entirely, replacing them with a white shrine maiden's robe. In her hand, a wooden staff bound with white paper strips appeared from nowhere. She began the summoning ritual. Chapter 93, The Baffling Truth. Kim Min-soo's body began to tremble, the shaking growing more violent until her bones creaked. With a sharp crack, her head snapped back at an unnatural angle, an inhuman whimper rising from her throat. Suddenly, all sounds ceased abruptly. A dense black mist surged behind Kim Min-soo, instantly engulfing her entire form. From within the thick, pitch-black fog, a deafening thudding of footsteps echoed, as countless giant ghosts emerged. Among them were 8-foot-tall one-legged specters, gaping-mouthed demons whose mouths reached the heavens, and sea monsters resembling giant turtles known as ghost-repairing mountains. Suddenly, the piercing wails of infants pierced the minds of those present. Amidst the swirling darkness, countless shadowy infant specters began crawling from the churning ground. Following this, countless shimmering gas masses emerged from the shadows. These formless black vapors shifted constantly, sometimes coalescing into massive lion-tiger hybrids crawling on all fours, other times morphing into serpentine or dragon-like shapes. Black flames danced across the ground, leaping in shifting form as they advanced toward Lin Xuan and his companions. Beyond the shifting black flames on the ground, countless dazzling, multicolored flames now began to emerge from the earth around them. A Korean version of the night parade of 100 demons. Lin Xuan frowned. He had just dealt with the night parade of 100 ghosts in Sakura country. Was he really going to have to summon the 10 kings of hell again? Just as he resignedly prepared to rise and summon them, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky, causing the very ground to tremble. Following the source of the noise, Lin Xuan instinctively glanced backward. 2 bursts of blue light erupted simultaneously from the sky and the earth. The celestial blue light cleaved through layer upon layer of heavy clouds, while the terrestrial blue light resembled an earthquake fissure, splitting the ground several meters wide beneath his feet. The crack extended all the way to Lin Xuan's very position. Who dared steal my treasure? A deafening roar erupted from all directions, knocking everyone to the ground. The ground convulsed as if hit by a magnitude 10 earthquake, violently churning. Several people couldn't steady themselves and fell to their knees or faces. Amidst the jolting, Lin Xuan witnessed Jean Minxiu's terrifying form reappear. Her summoning spell, cast with eyes rolled back, was abruptly interrupted. She spat a mouthful of black blood onto the ground and collapsed, her life hanging in the balance. The dark energy sphere behind him rapidly dissipated, leaving only the summoned specters floating in midair. Yet, intimidated by the strange creature behind Lin Xuan, they dared not advance. Seeing this, Lin Xuan struggled to steady himself, rolling once on the ground before turning to look behind him. The old man inside the treasure bead in his pocket swiftly transformed into human form, shouting loudly into the distance while waving his hands frantically. "It's me! I'm over here! Hurry and save me! They're trying to take me away! Luckily, I'm clever. I told them all sorts of things, some true, some false, to slow them down. Otherwise, I'd have been taken already. You slept far too long." The old man grumbled as he pulled his original form out of Lin Xuan's pocket, ready to dash across. Lin Xuan reached out and shouted. "You told me so much. Which parts were true, and which were lies?" The old man chuckled behind him. "Half true, half false. At least the part about you guys being no match for me is definitely true." As the distant sandstorm swept in, the earth tremors grew increasingly violent. Lin Xuan braced himself against the churning earth, preventing himself from falling into the fissures beneath. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed a figure resembling a colossal sea turtle. but coiled around its shell was a monstrous serpent. Lin Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Speechless, he gasped. Xuanwu? Are you Lord Xuanwu? Upon hearing this, Base poked its head out from his pocket. It really is you. Xuanwu, what the hell are you doing here? What are you doing with all those jewels? The enormous figure ahead rapidly shrank as the miraculous Xuanwu charged toward them at an impossible speed. Bai Zai. Bai Zai, you got captured too? What? Captured? What happened? Bai Zai stared with his round tiger eyes, his gaze clear. Xuanwu's small eyes were filled with regret. You've forgotten even this? Then you must have been. Xuanwu trailed off, only gazing at Bai Zai with regret and guilt, taking him in from head to toe. Forget it. Don't go. Just stay here with me. Don't go back, and don't help those humans anymore. It's pointless. Bai Zai turned to look at Lin Xuan, then back at Xuanwu. What happened? Tell us first. Xuanwu remained tight-lipped. He motioned for old man Baozhu to climb onto his back, then turned to leave. Before departing, he addressed only Bai Zai. The battlefield above holds no hope now. It's a fight to the death. Nothing matters anymore. Live happily for a few days, if you must cling to this human to find joy. As Bai Zai stood bewildered, Lin Xuan suddenly wrapped his arms around Xuanwu's rough, scale-covered hind leg and pleaded. Lord Xuanwu. I don't know what happened up there. I just wanted to win the match. Your gem just told us many things, but what it said was half truth, half lie. I only wish to seek the truth. Xuanwu turned its long neck and gave him a deep, lingering look. The primordial purple chi. Since the ancestor has acknowledged you, so be it. Follow me. I shall first heal your wounds. This is my greatest tribute to the ancestor. With that, it opened its massive jaws. A mysterious suction force drew Bai Zai, Li Xian, and Lin Xuan firmly onto its tortoise shell. Seated upon its shell, the trio watched as Xuanwu smoothly moved its limbs, traversing vast distances in mere moments. Before long, they arrived at a completely unfamiliar land. It was a valley. Normally, I'd head to the nearby marshes. But the toxic fumes there are too potent. I feared you might perish there. That's why I brought you here instead. Xuanwu explained slowly, swaying its long neck. I've placed a simple formation over this valley. Our conversation won't be overheard for now. I don't know when it began, nor why. When Xuanwu finally awoke after an unknown duration of slumber, the celestial beings were already locked in a fierce, life-or-death battle in the heavens. The enemy wasn't particularly formidable at that stage. The truly powerful deities hadn't yet intervened, leaving the celestial soldiers and generals to bear the brunt of the conflict. But one day, it received news: the supreme beings like the ancient sage Bodhi had all vanished without a trace. They left behind only a single message: to seek out the treasures of the mortal realm, activate the defenses, and await their return. When they attempted to contact the mortal leaders entrusted with safeguarding the treasures, those leaders refused to cooperate, each nation offering excuses. It was only then that these celestial soldiers and generals realized the enemy had already seized control of the mortal world. The enemy had established some sort of national fortune arena, compelling nations to devour countless smaller states until they were gradually extinguished. The powerful nations, unwilling to forfeit opportunities for conquest, hoarded the treasures within their grasp. Their words and actions made it clear they would only relinquish them after subjugating others. Without the protection of the mortal realm's treasures or the guidance of supreme deities, the battle proved exceedingly difficult. To make matters worse, some despicable deities surrendered outright, or after perishing in battle, refused to be reborn, instead descending to the mortal realm to lord over it with tyranny. After Xuanwu's defeat, his recovery period alone took over a century. By the time it returned to the upper realm, the forces holding the line consisted almost entirely of Huaxia deities. Deities from other races were few and far between. Xuanwu thus lost all desire to fight. They poured their efforts into aiding mortals against the invasion. Yet mortals, driven by selfish desires, ravenously conquered other nations below. What were they even doing? They might as well have just given up. Let the invasions happen. After all, this old turtle could simply burrow into the earth and sleep for thousands upon thousands of years. By then, who would control this world was still uncertain. Chapter 94, The 7 Ancient Civilizations. So what exactly are the 7 treasures of the mortal world? And what was that so-called previous war? Where did those supreme deities vanish to? Lin Xuan felt that the more information he received, the more mysteries seemed to pile up. But for now, no one could answer these questions. He could only tackle them one by one. First and foremost, he must locate the 7 supreme treasures of the mortal realm. Lin Xuan's determined gaze fixed on Xuanwu. Only after pressing further did he learn from Xuanwu that the 7 treasures were scattered across 7 different locations. After verifying each address, he couldn't help but suspect. Moreover, it was highly probable that these very treasures had given birth to the 7 great ancient civilizations. Lord Xuanwu, we were unaware of these circumstances before, and I understand your disappointment in mortals. But I implore you to grant us one more chance. Speaking only for Huaxia and the 3 kingdoms, I assure you we will secure the treasures within these 2 regions. As for the other 5 great civilizations, we will undoubtedly obtain them as well. Could you describe what these sacred artifacts look like? Xuanwu listened, then opened his massive jaws and exhaled a puff of white smoke. The smoke drifted into the air, coalescing into a jade ring formed from dense vapor. The ring sliced evenly into 7 pieces mid-air, each bearing a unique pattern. Lin Xuan quickly pulled out paper and pen from his bag, sketching every pattern. Xuanwu watched him silently. Then, as if struck by an idea, Lin Xuan tapped Yulei beside him and pointed toward the sky. Since we've already defeated the 3 kingdoms, he said, we can actually leave the game anytime now. Yulei instantly grasped Lin Xuan's idea, yet hesitation clouded his expression. He didn't want to leave, he wanted to stay and protect Lin Xuan. Yet he knew his strength paled in comparison to Lin Xuan's. Far from being a protector, he'd only become a liability if danger struck. Lin Xuan looked at Yulei. Once I finish here, I'll come find you. If possible, I'll try to gather information about other ancient civilizations here. Then we can work together from the inside and outside. Yulei nodded, stepped outside the boundary of the black tortoise's barrier, and shouted toward the sky, I'm withdrawing. A flash of white light erupted, and Yulei vanished. Alright, Senior Xuanwu, rest assured. At least we've begun our operations. If you remain uneasy, you may follow my lead like Elder Baizhe and oversee our actions. After this divine arena concludes, join us in descending to the lower realms. The world today is vastly different from centuries past, trust us. Xuanwu glanced at the bewildered tiger eyes of Baizhe beside him and shook his head. It was unwilling to descend, but as compensation, it generously produced that treasure sphere. Take it with you. It can repair any item from the mortal or immortal realms, with almost no level restrictions. The higher the item's grade, the slower its repair, that's all. The old man of the jewel dared say no more, obediently hopping into Lin Xuan's hand. Seeing Xuanwu unmoved, Lin Xuan found it hard to press further. He bowed respectfully to Xuanwu, then departed the valley with Baizhe. Before they departed, Xuanwu slipped a dark green scale into his pocket. A telepathic whisper instructed him to summon it if danger arose. Lin Xuan smiled. He raced back along the path with Baizhe. He had business to attend to with the remaining female contestant from the Korean team. Of course, Kim Min-soo wouldn't just sit around waiting for him. After Lin Xuan departed with Xuanwu, Kim Min-jiam struggled to regain control of her body. She sucked all the summoned demons back into herself. Biting back the immense backlash, she staggered away from the battlefield. She needed to hide first and recover her injuries. This time, she'd learned her lesson. To evade detection by the beast riders of China, she directly summoned the easiest to control water ghost to possess her. She concealed herself within the central pond of the oasis. First, this preserved the drowned ghost's combat strength. Second, the water's scent helped mask her human odor. This maneuver proved remarkably effective. When Lin Xuan ordered Baizhe to summon the 10,000 beasts for tracking a second time, they detected no trace of her. But the problem was, that pond was the lair of the old man with the treasure bead. The old man of the treasure pearl saw no hope of staying put. He would have to journey to the mortal realm once more, with no idea how long he'd be gone. He petitioned Lin Xuan to take all his collected daily necessities with him. After much wandering, the group found themselves back at the very same pond. The moment they arrived, the old man of the treasure pearl sensed something amiss. This pond, where he had reigned for countless ages, now harbored another energy faint yet undeniable, sinister, and chilling. He immediately informed Lin Xuan, and naturally, Lin Xuan also noticed Jin Minxiu. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yulei's first move upon returning to the real world was to head straight to the National Fortune Project conference room to brief the leaders on the latest intelligence. The leaders were stunned upon hearing the report. Faced with various ambiguous pieces of information, the leaders held differing opinions. We currently hold the greatest military advantage. We can easily continue fighting while collecting the so-called sacred artifacts from the defeated nations. Clearly, there's a bigger problem at play here. We need to convene a UN meeting immediately and get everyone to voluntarily hand over their relics for unified management. Cut the nonsense. Do you really think those nations will hand them over willingly? I even suspect they knew about this beforehand. Who knows which leaders refused Xuanwu's demands back then? The Prime Minister watched their heated debate in silence for a long while before carefully questioning Yulei on numerous details. First, swiftly assemble 7 exploration teams to journey to the birthplaces of the 7 civilizations and seek out the mortal sacred treasures. The coordination for the Huaxia region would be handled by Assistant Wang, with maximum government support provided. For the 3A countries, humanitarian principles would guide a certain level of rescue efforts. The remaining 5 civilizational origins required covert operations. This demanded formidable individual combat capabilities and extensive knowledge of ancient civilizations. The premier slowly finalized the plan and turned to General Jiang. General Jiang nodded. The same 100 immortal warriors would be deployed first. Personnel deployment would be based on regional complexity. Other areas would be handled by our local liaison officers, who would follow up and provide relevant leads. Thus, each directive was swiftly disseminated. Across the globe, it sent out invisible ripples. As for the Prime Minister's public endorsement, no further communication was needed for now.
After all, nations possessing such invaluable treasures tended to have formidable military strength. Only the Mesopotamian plain, currently fragmented into several nations, might require significant resources and time to search. We require a massive scientific and archaeological team to meticulously unravel the most promising leads, then deploy personnel to execute the operations. Just stick with the current group of scholars from the Zuluwang Hall. The scholars had assumed that after wrapping up the first phase of the divine arena, they could finally rest. Little did they know that beyond the ghost arena, their untapped potential was being tapped once more. They were collectively summoned back to handle the more critical task of unearthing crucial clues. But that's another story. Chapter 95, Surrender When You Can't Win. Meanwhile, Jean Minchu, hiding at the bottom of the water pool, was overcome by immense panic. She couldn't comprehend how she'd been discovered, even after hiding in such a remote corner. Kim Min-soo carefully calculated that the terrifying demons summoned last time had been largely depleted. The few remaining ones were certainly no match for Lin Xuan. That damned old man who just swum into the pond must have gone to report the news. That old man was as insubstantial as a ghost. Her water ghost, which should have been invincible underwater, couldn't even catch the old man and let him escape. With no other choice, Jean Minchu shed the drowning ghost's possession and slowly surfaced. The warm pool water left her small face flushed pink. Her already thin garments clung to her proud curves after soaking through. Her wet black hair clung to her slender neck, disappearing into her collar, a pitiful yet alluring sight. She turned her head, striving to present her most beautiful right profile, her eyes brimming with tears as she pleaded with Lin Xuan, her voice dripping with desperation. "Don't kill me. Spare my life. I'll give you everything I've gathered." Lin Xuan looked at her, his face cold and indifferent. Li Xian had died at the hands of those bastards from their country. Lin Xuan had no intention of exchanging another word with her, launching into a fatal strike with his first move. Jean Minchu fought back desperately, tears streaming down her face. "I really have some valuable things. I can help you. Just spare my life, and I can help you defeat the enemies you want to eliminate. Just help me take care of the Congo too. If you can't find Congo, that's fine too. I'll just stay here and wait it out until the end. And you can leave anytime, I know. I heard it on the broadcast earlier, your enemies have already been eliminated, haven't they?" Kim Min-soo dodged with all his might, his chest heaving violently. "To show my sincerity, I can give you everything." She reached into her robe and pulled out a small red embroidered pouch, using it to block Lin Xuan's attack. It actually contained a top-tier defensive array. Amidst the struggle with Lin Xuan, Jean Minchu seized an opening, unleashing a torrent of psychic energy in a desperate attempt to inflict a fatal blow to his mind. Lin Xuan, having never faced psychic attacks before, was momentarily caught off guard and actually took the hit. Fortunately, the primordial purple chi within him automatically enveloped his brain to block the assault, preventing any harm. Nevertheless, it halted his assault. He stood rooted in place, his expression dark and unsettled as he stared at Jean Minchu. "Is this the killing move that let you take down Li Xian? A psychic sneak attack?" Jean Minchu was at a loss for words. Without deploying her trump card, she couldn't possibly halt Lin Xuan's assault. Yet unleashing this technique meant Lin Xuan would surely harbor fresh resentment toward her. Yet she had no other choice. Gritting her red lips, she wildly waved the embroidered pouch in her hand. The pouch's opening face downward as she clattered it open, spilling countless items onto the ground. Countless edibles spilled out, bread, drinks, assorted cooked foods, pots and pans, daily necessities, a pile of firearms and telescopes, even women's cosmetics clattered onto the ground. Lin Xuan remained wary, his gaze fixed on Jean Minchu. She knelt down immediately, her posture sincere, hands raised above her head, her slender frame trembling slightly. "As long as you spare my life, all of this is yours, including this spatial storage pouch. It's spoils from my participation in the National Fortune War. None of them know about it." Lin Xuan remained silent. Meanwhile, in the National Fortune conference room, the leaders were speculating whether Lin Xuan would spare her. Meanwhile, the head of intelligence was under intense scrutiny from others, who pressed him for details on Jean Minchu. The South Korean dossier lay on everyone's desks. Page 301 of the contestant intelligence. Kim Min-soo, a psychic attacker. One of the National Fortune bestowed mutant abilities. Personal combat capabilities unknown. Formerly a philosophy teaching assistant at Hangkyong University in South Korea. Her dissertation was altered and published under the name of a wealthy student from the same department. After she discovered this, the student attempted to bribe her with money, which she refused. This ultimately led to her expulsion from the university and the end of her academic career. Unable to find work after offending the heir, she lived with her mother and accumulated over 10 billion won in debt during her lowest period. During the recent Korea-Xibe War, she was randomly selected as a combatant. She successfully summoned the Bear King and secured victory in the battle. This single victory catapulted her to fame, making her a national icon in Korea. She later founded the cult organization Lin Xuan Cult in Korea, becoming its queen. This allowed her to collect vast amounts of faith energy to enhance her own spiritual power. Though the exact method of extracting this faith energy remains unknown, South Korean citizens report a distinct sensation of something being drawn from their minds. Her combat prowess on the national fortune arena then markedly increased. The deities she summoned also proved stronger than others. Moreover, the deities she summoned all possessed certain demonic attributes. Even the righteous gods radiated an unmistakable aura of darkness.
Lin Xuan couldn't hear these details in the conference room,
but he could access his own memories. Before his departure, the intelligence chief had given him a booklet containing information about this Kim Min-soo. Seeing the palm-sized storage pouch in Jin Minchu's hand, Lin Xuan truly coveted it. If he could possess a spatial storage pouch during battle, it would spare him much trouble while allowing him to carry numerous items. But he had no intention of letting this woman off. He would avenge Li Xin. Before he could speak, Bai Zhe leapt out of his pocket. Darting forward, he landed and transformed into a chubby young boy. He scooped up a pile of snacks, hugging them close, and sprinted back to Lin Xuan's side. "You guys can fight all you want, but don't knock my snacks out of the way." He tore open the plastic wrapper of a large chicken drumstick. With a satisfying rip, he shoved the entire leg into his mouth and began chewing. His round little face wobbled adorably with each bite, but his words were icy cold.
"Alright, hurry up and finish off that woman. We need to find that thing for your so-called Xuanwu from ancient Greece, ancient Rome, or ancient Cuba, right? Let's help Xuanwu find it."
Perhaps dissatisfied with its meal, it reverted to its original form, using its plump little white paws to tear open the packaging. It shoved bread, chicken drumsticks, and cookies whole into its mouth while grumbling impatiently at Lin Xuan.
"Hopefully it won't hit my side. Chew. Need me to back up a bit more? Chew."
Seeing how much the white tiger beside Lin Xuan enjoyed eating, Jin Minchu quickly shook her embroidered pouch again and again, shaking out more military biscuits and canned rations.
"I have plenty more food. Can you spare me for now? I'll give you all of this."
Bai Zhe lifted his neck haughtily.
"If Lin Xuan kills you, won't all this be mine anyway?
I won't even need to wait for you to pour it out. I can eat whatever I want whenever I want." Jin Minchu racked her brain for a solution, cold sweat soaking through her clothes once more.
"Wait, what did you just say? You're going to ancient Greece? I know the way I can lead you there."
Fearing they wouldn't believe her, Jin Minchu gestured wildly as she explained. "Before I met you, I saw them. They were fighting summoners from the Black Tower Kingdom. Ancient Greece is too powerful. They shattered the entire space. None of us dared to get close."
"Then how do you know it was them?" Lin Xuan frowned.
"The battle was so fierce.
So many mummified soldiers were blown out. Wrapped in white shrouds, mummified bodies stuffed with spices. Who else could they be? It had to be ancient Egypt."
Seeing Lin Xuan lower his gaze in deep thought, she knew her chance had come.
Gritting her teeth, she upped the ante. "And there's another crucial piece of information.
Though I didn't get close myself, I had two others sneak in for a look and gather some intel.
Among those three from ancient Egypt, one also possesses psychic abilities. If you take me along, I can provide psychic defense for you, even counterattack.
I know you're powerful, exceptionally strong in combat and summoning.
But you don't seem to have specialized in psychic training. Without me, facing 3 against 1 would be overwhelming.
I can at least absorb half their attacks and provide protection."
"You've got nothing to lose."
Jin Minchu was completely at a loss for words.
She couldn't think of anything else to persuade Lin Xuan. Watching Lin Xuan remain silent, she broke down and wept. "I can't die.
My mother is still waiting for me to return. If I die, she'll surely be torn to shreds by those conglomerates.
Only if I survive will they fear me."
Lin Xuan recalled some of her experiences and remained silent. Seeing she still couldn't persuade him, Jin Minchu clenched her jaw.
"I have something to show you.
I brought it with me, though I'm not sure if it'll work. I haven't dared to try it yet. But I hope that if I give this to you, you'll spare my life, regardless of whether it's useful or not." With that, she strode toward him without waiting for his response.
Lin Xuan channeled his spiritual energy throughout his body, preparing for anything. He watched silently as Jin Minchu approached.
She furtively pulled something from her pocket and swiftly slipped it into Lin Xuan's pocket.
"Find the right time and place to use it."
Lin Xuan reached into his pocket and instantly stared wide-eyed at Jin Minchu. Jin Minchu flashed him a faint smile. "I used up all my spiritual energy to bring this in."
Chapter 96, Securing the Communication Device.
Lin Xuan rubbed the plastic case in his right pocket, savoring its texture beneath his fingertips.
"I can let you tag along for now, but you must follow every order. Otherwise, I'll eliminate you at any moment.
If you can help us fight ancient Egypt, I'll provide some assistance to ensure you can return and report satisfactorily." A look of delight lit up Kim Min-soo's striking face. She threw her arms around Lin Xuan's neck and planted a kiss on his cheek without a second thought. "This is wonderful. I'll do my absolute best to help you. You're so amazing. All Chinese men are incredible." Lin Xuan quickly pulled her hands away and roughly wiped his face with his sleeve. "What a disgrace. Public displays of affection in broad daylight? What a disgrace." Under Bai Zhe's amused gaze, the group set off once more. But they weren't heading straight to the ancient Egyptian site Jean Minxiu had spotted last time. Lin Xuan needed to return to the valley where Xuanwu had been last time. Because of this thing in his pocket, they had to hurry back to the valley first. By now, Xuanwu was nowhere to be found in the valley.
Lin Xuan wasn't looking for Xuanwu anyway. He recalled Xuanwu mentioning this place could evade the watchers in the heavens.
He simply needed such a place to carry out certain tasks. So upon their return, he eagerly pulled the object Jean Minxiu had given him from his pocket. It turned out to be a satellite phone. Realizing he could contact China's high command, Lin Xuan felt it was essential to report the situation first. Although he had already instructed Yulei to return and relay these developments, he needed to confirm the high command's operational strategy. But when Lin Xuan pulled out the phone, he realized he didn't know the number for the State Council conference room, nor did he have the premier's number. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister and others watching the large screen were equally speechless.
In this day and age, who would bother memorizing phone numbers? Who else could he possibly call?
Lin Xuan was equally speechless. After a moment's thought, he remembered his own mobile number and dialed it.
Over in China, things were equally hectic.
The Prime Minister slammed his fist on the table and stood up, urgently ordering the entire row of secretaries behind him to find out exactly who Lin Xuan had called. Find out where that number is connected to and transfer the call immediately. Lin Xuan held the phone and dialed the number, but there was no sound on the other end.
He looked at Li Minsu with the phone in hand. Are you sure this phone even works? Could there be some kind of signal blocker in this alternate dimension?
Kim Minsu extended her slender fingers and pressed against the back of the phone.
I'll use my psychic energy to assist. Try again. Previously, phones couldn't be brought in at all.
It was only after I enveloped it with my psychic energy this time that I managed to bring it along.
Lin Xuan dialed the number again.
Sure enough, the receiver emitted a dial tone. The investigation on the Huaxia side finally yielded results. They checked the phone lines for Lin Xuan's friends, family, office, and all the generals. It was his own number. They then deployed emergency technology to route the call into the National Security Conference Room. As Lin Xuan waited anxiously, the Prime Minister's voice came through the receiver.
Hello, is this Lin Xuan? I see you. This is the National Security Operations Center.
It's the Prime Minister.
Great.
I had them route your phone line directly to the National Security Conference Room.
Everyone is here now. That's excellent. Yulei should have briefed you on the 7 sacred artifacts, correct?
Yes, we're aware of the situation.
You can continue your efforts on your end. We've made corresponding arrangements here.
We'll work on 2 fronts simultaneously to gather them all swiftly.
Lin Xuan nodded.
Since we can now reach the higher-ups, this will be much easier to handle. I'll try my best to persuade them. If that fails, we'll have to capture a few of them to threaten their superiors.
I don't believe the artifacts are on the 3 contestants. We'll have to search for them in the real world.
But if their nation faces imminent peril, I suspect they'd be willing to hand them over to save their own skins. The Prime Minister nodded.
I understand your point. But the competition arena is unpredictable.
Prioritize your own situation and keep us updated at all times. Lin Xuan nodded, ready to end the call.
Just then, Jean Minxiu tugged at his sleeve, signaling she had something to say.
Lin Xuan kept the line open, activating speakerphone for her to speak. Jean Minxiu held the phone reverently.
Esteemed leader of Huaxia Nation, I implore you to send someone to rescue my mother from the Korean peninsula. I may not be able to return. My mother will undoubtedly face immense suffering and torment.
I cannot trust those damned chables, but I am willing to trust you to trust Lin Xuan.
This is my only lifeline. You can use this to compel me to do anything for you. In this contest of national destiny, my life belongs to you. As long as you can keep my mother alive.
General Su rose immediately upon hearing this. I will handle this matter. He knew South Korea had already lost 2 summoners, and the sole survivor would surely be under heightened surveillance. But to secure the full loyalty of this Chinese ally, this mission must be accomplished at all costs.
The Prime Minister nodded and said into the phone, we'll arrange it immediately.
Kim Min-soo let out a faint smile.
Doing your best is enough. If you said it was 100% certain, I wouldn't believe it. Just do your best.
If it truly can't be done, then we'll just accept it as fate for us mother and daughter. Lin Xuan looked at her. Since you've sincerely chosen to stand with us, I'll treat you as a comrade in arms with equal dedication. As for how we handle Li Xian's life, once we're out of here, we'll give you a fair and just resolution.
Right now, you're my comrade, and I'll do everything I can to keep you safe.
Kim Min-soo instantly perked up. Like a little girl, she wrapped her arms around Lin Xuan's neck, stuck out her tongue, and said, I'm not just your comrade now. I'm also your communications officer. Without my psychic power boosting your signal, you couldn't even make a phone call, you know? By the way, why are you picking a fight with ancient Egypt? What are you trying to get from them? The 7 sacred artifacts? Lin Xuan impatiently swatted her hands away and retorted.
Grown-up matters. Kids shouldn't pry. Bai Zhe bounced around nearby, snacking and mimicking Lin Xuan's words. Grown-ups business, kids shouldn't ask. Kim Min-soo was speechless, pointing at Baze. Is this even an adult? The group chatted as they ran toward the direction where Jin Minshu had witnessed the ancient Egyptian battle earlier. Only upon arriving did they realize it was the former ruins of Lulan. The desert landscape now lay utterly devastated. Patches of black ash and dazzling crystallized sand grains, fused by intense heat, blanketed the surroundings. It seemed their war had finally ended. Lin Xuan carefully examined the surrounding traces, trying to determine their next course. Follow me. My little ones say they headed this way. Bai hovered in midair, all four paws suspended. Countless desert black scorpions surfaced from beneath the sand, arching the desert into mounds of sand. A rustling sound filled the air as countless fine, dense mounds of sand arched up around them. Jin Minxio's skin crawled, and she pressed herself close to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan's face lit up with delight. Perfect. Let's go. He followed Bai forward at a run. Jin Minxio stomped her foot in frustration. Why doesn't he show any consideration for a lady? What a fool. Fighting back the nausea from her intense fear of clusters, she stubbornly followed after them. Chapter 97, City of the Dead. As they ventured deeper into the desert heartland, the sun grew increasingly merciless overhead, while the ground beneath them gradually transformed into endless stretches of white sand. After walking for an unknown duration, they finally reached a desolate ruin surrounded by crumbling walls and broken stones. The swarm of desert scorpions was held back within a 10-meter radius, forming a dense, arc-shaped barrier. It seemed as if some ancient barrier magic had once existed within this structure, preventing the native creatures from advancing further. This situation needed no further explanation from Bai Zhe. Lin Xuan and Jin Minxio both knew something was amiss ahead. Exchanging a glance, they prepared for battle. Lin Xuan drew a dagger from his pack, while Jin Minxio produced a translucent stone resembling amber, clutching it tightly in her hand. Accompanied by Bai Zhe, they cautiously advanced inward. The moment Lin Xuan's right foot stepped into that area, the sandy ground began to boil as if it had been brought to a boil. Sand particles rose and fell continuously, swirling into the air and forming a thin haze. These grains were so fine they were invisible to the naked eye, easily inhaled like dust if one wasn't careful. They quickly raised their arms to cover their mouths and noses, preventing the particles from entering. After scanning their surroundings for a moment and finding nothing amiss, they continued forward. A few steps later, the sand's boiling motion abruptly ceased. The next second, a massive human face emerged from the sand. Lin Xuan and Jin Minxio found themselves standing directly at its mouth. Intruders! Very well. Then come in and talk. The upside-down face in the desert roared with laughter, its massive jaws opening and closing. Within seconds, it swallowed both men whole. Witnessing this, the white ja, which had been hovering in the air, plunged headlong into its mouth without hesitation, vanishing along with them into the desert. The once undulating desert instantly returned to stillness, as if nothing had ever happened. Lin Xuan felt himself sinking deeper and deeper into the sand. The dense, swirling grains around him made it impossible to open his eyes. He could only hold his breath and focus, spreading his hands wide to gauge their descent by the speed of the sand grains slipping through his palms. When the sound of surrounding sand finally ceased, they plummeted into a cavernous pit. Thankfully, a thick layer of fine sand cushioned their fall, leaving them largely unharmed. Could this be Egypt's City of the Dead? Kim Min-soo suddenly spoke up, grabbing Lin Xuan's sleeve. Lin Xuan didn't respond, merely groping around nearby. Black rock surrounded them, its walls etched with deep, linear inscriptions. These were ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs. Judging by the inscriptions, they seemed to be records of rituals. But how do you know this is the City of the Dead? Lin Xuan ran his fingers over the deep grooves in the cold stone wall as he asked Jin Minxio behind him. Haven't you seen any movies? Aren't all ancient Egyptian films about the City of the Dead? Lin Xuan was at a loss for words. That was the reason? He'd expected at least some historical basis or corroborating evidence. After surveying the immediate area, the two ventured deeper into the tunnel. Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed from the tunnel's depths, causing the entire passageway to shake violently. Small fragments of rock rained down from the walls and ceiling. Lin Xuan swiftly waved his hand, deploying a spiritual energy shield to protect himself and Jin Minxio. Before he could ask, the supervisor's notification sounded in his ear. Congratulations to Egypt for securing victory. The final summoner of High Bay has been eliminated. National health points increased by 10. Additionally, 1 healing orb has been acquired. Lin Xuan instantly understood. The explosions they'd heard earlier must have been Egypt's final battle against High Bay. The deaths and punishments they had previously heard from High Bay were all related to their conflict with Egypt. Since they hadn't heard any death penalties for Egypt before, they hadn't connected the two nations. Now, it was settled. Egypt had employed some unknown ability. They had actually rebuilt their necropolis within the alternate dimension of this national fortune arena. They're either crushing enemies with absolute territorial advantage or luring them here. Lin Xuan carefully reviewed the nation battle roster. Egypt's opponent was none other than High Bay. We need to hurry over. They just defeated their opponent, and I fear they might withdraw from the battlefield.
With that, he grabbed Kim Min-soo, channeled spiritual energy into his legs, and sprinted toward the explosion's epicenter. The Egyptian contestants at the blast's epicenter weren't faring much better. Though all three survived, two lay severely injured nearby, having sacrificed themselves to minimize the blast's impact. The elder with the lesser injuries held a healing orb, hesitating over whom to treat first. Carlos, if it comes down to it, just heal half of us each and then withdraw from the competition. The remaining injuries can be treated in the human world. Leaning against the stone wall, the two pleaded with the middle-aged man holding the orb. The man, wrapped in a white turban and clad in a white holy robe, nodded upon hearing this and tossed the glowing green orb into the air. Just as he was about to issue the healing request, Lin Xuan and his group burst in, disrupting his rescue plan. Summoners of Egypt, is it? Dare you face us in battle? Which nation do you represent? Egypt and your country are not at war. Carlos hastily retrieved the healing orb he had just tossed, tucking it away. He then turned to rebuke Lin Xuan and Jean Minxiu, who had just entered, adopting an air of haughty condescension. We have no quarrel. There is no need for battle. If you leave now, we can pretend nothing ever happened. Lin Xuan flashed them a smile. We are indeed not at war, but I require something from Egypt. Hand it over, and we'll leave immediately. Carlos couldn't help but explain, we possess no treasures, only this healing orb. Knowing Lin Xuan must have seen the orb in his hand and heard the announcement, he stopped hiding it and openly displayed the healing orb. But this healing bead is for my comrades. If you say. Lin Xuan cut him off. Had this bead been given to me sooner, I might have saved Li Xin. But now? It's utterly useless to him. Rest assured, I don't want what's in your hands now. I want a jade fragment from your nation's collection. If you contact your sovereign immediately and have him retrieve it, delivering it to our Huaxia, we won't harm you. I can even escort you until you leave the game. Lin Xuan curled the corner of his mouth and remarked pointedly. Your current location isn't particularly hidden. That explosion just now, everyone nearby should have heard it. Carlos frowned, momentarily baffled. You're blackmailing me at the National Fortune Arena? Demanding our monarch give you something in reality? Even if he does, how will you verify receipt? All our matches are broadcast live. Rest assured, your monarch is undoubtedly aware of this by now. If he's willing to give, then everything's settled. If he refuses, I'll receive word within minutes. Lin Xuan curved his lips slightly, meaning Carlos's gaze. Since we rarely meet like this, if I don't get benefits in reality, I'll just have to collect some interest in the tournament arena. Lin Xuan spoke slowly, his face radiating confidence. He even had the leisure to pull a snack packet from his pocket, tear open the wrapper, and feed it to the little Baizé in his bag. This left Carlos and the others feeling anxious. So our king is currently in contact with your president, correct? Might I then treat my two companions first? Lin Xuan shook his head. Sorry, not yet. If your king ultimately chooses to refuse, the healing bead in your possession will become one of my prizes. Of course, I can see your two companions are indeed near death. So I suggest you try to hurry him along. Carlos nearly lost his mind. How am I supposed to urge him? I don't even have his contact information. Lin Xuan smiled faintly, summoning Jean Minxiu to pull out her phone and dial the number for Huaxia. Chapter 98, National Negotiations, Foot Soldiers Await. As soon as the call connected and the ringtone sounded, the Prime Minister immediately took the phone and stated they were contacting the ruler of Egypt. Minutes later, the three-way conference call was established. Lin Xuan activated speakerphone, letting Carlos communicate directly with the Egyptian monarch. Carlos reported that they had successfully completed their mission, even exceeding expectations by eliminating 3 operatives from other nations. They were now free to withdraw from the battlefield. However, if Lin Xuan and his team forcibly intervened, they would inevitably lose several lives here and could not retreat unscathed. Moreover, if the healing orbs weren't administered immediately, the other 2 comrades might not survive even a few more minutes. The monarch, however, hesitated. Carlos, it's not that I don't want to save you. I have no idea what this jade fragment of the white jade ring is. I've never even seen one. Where am I supposed to find it for you on such short notice? Thus, the Egyptian monarch attempted to negotiate with the Chinese delegation. Esteemed leader of China. Might we proceed thus? First, allow our warriors to withdraw. Then, we shall mobilize our entire nation's resources to search for it on your behalf. Once found, we shall hand it over without reservation. Lin Xuan shook his head. He harbored little trust in Egypt. A review of their history revealed they were not a people known for honesty or integrity. If they truly intended to rescue people, they should open their borders now. Allow our Huaxia warriors to assist in the search for the jade fragments. Instead, they wait until their people are safely secured before mobilizing the entire nation to search. Such blatant evasion was obvious even to Lin Xuan, let alone the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister smiled upon hearing this and addressed Lin Xuan directly, then let the search begin. Their sincerity is lacking. When they contact us, we'll signal you to halt. Have Kim Min-soo stand by with the phone, ready for my instructions. Lin Xuan nodded and strode heavily toward the trio. Baizé and Kim Min-soo watched him from behind, phones in hand. Carlos watched Lin Xuan advance step by step, his brow furrowing deeper with each stride. He remembered Lin Xuan. After all, this man had once turned the tide of battle and defeated the land of cherry blossoms. He was a summoner with formidable abilities. Then Carlos turned his gaze to the woman beside him. He had absolutely no recollection of her. Yet this did nothing to lessen his apprehension, for unknown enemies were always the most troublesome. He was now likely facing a 2-on-1 battle. The healing orb in his hand couldn't be thrown back for safe treatment. He glanced back at his two teammates, their faces drained pale from severe blood loss. Turning back to Lin Xuan, he declared, "My teammates won't last much longer. We need to finish this quickly. Summon your strongest forces. If I lose, I'll give you 3 lives. As for our sovereign, it remains to be seen whether he values his subjects more or that unknown jade fragment. But if I win, you must let us go immediately." Lin Xuan nodded. He had anticipated this outcome. He gestured for Carlos to proceed, signaling him to summon his spirits. "Would your big cat mind staying a bit further away?" Carlos asked politely. Lin Xuan froze, suddenly remembering that in ancient Egypt, cats were guardians of the underworld, tasked with suppressing all manner of hellish spirits. Earlier, to better enjoy his snack, the creature had grown even larger, now sprawled on the ground, munching noisily on a chicken leg. With Baizé this massive and brimming with spiritual energy, he was directly suppressing Carlos, making it impossible for him to summon any spirits. "If you can't even summon a demon god, just admit defeat already. All these questions? It's just that your abilities are lacking." Kim Min-soo wasn't about to coddle him, driving straight to his weak spot. Carlos had no choice but to struggle backward, retreating all the way to the opposite side of the passage. Leaning against the rock wall, he pulled out the thick Sun Sutra. Flipping through its golden pages, he steeled himself to chant the incantation for summoning a mummy. In the dimly lit tunnel, the faint glow of scattered torches clinging to the walls cast a gloomy light. As Carlos chanted, wisps of black smoke rose from the Sun Scripture's brilliant pages, coalescing into shadowy figures swirling in the darkness. Amidst the churning mist, the filthy, yellowed bandages of the mummy slowly came into view. Kim Min-soo recoiled with a look of disgust. "Appa, I'll leave these to you. They look disgusting. Plus, I just scanned them with my psychic powers. They have no free will, driven entirely by that Carlos." Lin Xuan nodded, flashing a meaningful smile. "Since he summoned mummies, I'd like to try my countermeasure." He'd watched mummies movies as a kid and always wondered, if he'd had fire magic back then, could he have burned them all to ashes? After all, the shrouds and the white bones inside looked like highly flammable materials in the desert. Now he wanted to test that childhood fantasy. Lin Xuan formed hand seals with both hands, initiating the summoning. Invoking the southern fire virtue, under the command of the Flame Emperor. From the essence of the departing fire, the purest of Bing and Ding. Behold the western land's corpse spectre, clothed in filthy shrouds, chanting wicked incantations. I specially summon the crimson spirit serpent spirit, manifest your true form. Dwelling in the earth's depths, cultivating fiery eye scales cloaked in blazing flames, breath spewing crimson radiance of fierce and unyielding nature, subduing all dark evils. Hear my command manifest swiftly. Aid my true fire to incinerate this demonic corpse. Urgent as the law commands. Watching the mummified legion gradually take shape before him, Lin Xuan remained utterly unflustered. Having finished reciting the invocation, he gracefully stepped aside. The cool temperature within the cavern began to climb at an astonishing rate. The icy stone walls grew scorching to the touch, moisture in the air evaporated instantly, and even breathing became a searing, stinging pain. The flickering torchlight on the walls began to warp and twist. Through the boiling mist, the light cast a sinuous, writhing shape upon the stone. The dense horde of mummies opposite instinctively sensed immense terror. They halted their advance, curling into themselves and emitting uneasy gurgles. At the spot where Lin Xuan had just summoned, a ball of intense crimson flame appeared. Within the fiery cocoon, a distinct figure gradually coalesced. Huge, dark crimson scales flashed within the flames, each edge gleaming like molten gold. The fiery cocoon silently dissipated, revealing the true form of the crimson serpent spirit. It was not the clumsy, massive serpent of Western legends, but an Eastern giant snake, slender, elegant, and radiating raw power. Its body was thicker than a water barrel, its length impossible to gauge, with parts of its form still shrouded in the warped air. Its entire body was covered in dark red, blood-like scales. Between the scales, golden, magma-like energy flowed and dripped, scorching small pits into the sand and stones on the ground with a sizzling sound. Its eyes lacked pupils, two burning white flames, cold and ancient, devoid of emotion, fixed solely on the mummy before it. Its mouth opened slightly, and as its forked tongue flickered in and out, it spewed not saliva, but tiny sparks and sulfuric smoke. The crimson serpent spirit glided slowly before the mummy legion, hovering silently mid-air, radiating terrifying waves of intense heat. The mummies were utterly overwhelmed by this force. Their wrappings began to char, curl, and even emit wisps of blue smoke. They attempted to retreat, but their movements became excruciatingly sluggish. The crimson serpent spirit didn't even need to attack. It simply exhaled a breath in the mummy's direction. This was no ordinary breath, a visible, warped heat wave, streaked with golden sparks.
Wherever the heat wave passed, the sand on the ground vitrified, leaving smooth, glossy black trails. The mummy army was struck directly by this breath. The shrouds enveloping them ignited instantly, turning from charred black to blazing flames before disintegrating into ash. Their parched bodies proved the finest fuel, rapidly carbonizing and disintegrating from the outside in, crackling and popping as they burned. Carlos struggled to resist, sweating profusely as he chanted incantations. Yet any Egyptian curse rune, upon contact with this essence of Eastern earthfire, melted away like ice exposed to the scorching sun, utterly ineffective. Within seconds, the once mighty mummy army was reduced to a pile of smoldering black ash. When it was all over, the crimson serpent spirit's burning eyes glanced at Carlos without emotion. Carlos, his face ashen, stumbled backward. Seeing this, the crimson serpent spirit's entire body transformed into a swirling mass of flame, sinking into the earth and vanishing without a trace. The intense heat within the cavern rapidly dissipated, leaving only a floor of vitrified sand, the pungent stench of sulfur, and a pile of ashes, proof that what had just transpired was no illusion. Chapter 99, Master of Both Worlds. Seeing his summoned mummy swiftly destroyed, Carlos turned and retrieved another Necronomicon from behind him. As the Necronomicon appeared, two crimson-robed warriors materialized beside Carlos. Protected by the crimson-robed warriors, Carlos chanted the invocation from the Necronomicon, summoning the Scorpion Emperor. The Scorpion Emperor commanded the ancient Egyptian Legion of Death. If physical attacks from the mummies proved ineffective, what about the Legion of Death? Carlos smiled as he looked in Lin Xuan's direction. Your fire attacks will be useless now. The Death God's Legion commanded by the Scorpion Emperor consists entirely of incorporeal specters. Lin Xuan was speechless. If you insist on playing this way, then I'll have no choice but to summon the entire crew from the Underworld's administrative and enforcement branches once more. He began chanting the summoning incantation once more, calling upon the Underworld's duty officers to come in for overtime. Lin Xuan, you better have an urgent matter. Do you have any idea how busy we are in the Underworld right now? When Oxhead and Horseface appeared before Lin Xuan, their notebooks were still automatically recording. Only when they lifted their heads and saw the army of death before them did they grow slightly more serious. Oxhead gasped, holy crap. This year's performance targets are covered for sure. Where did all these souls come from? The only potential issue is they'll have to squeeze together in the Underworld. Luckily, ghosts lack physical form, even 100 piled on top of each other wouldn't cause any trouble. Ma Mian replied cheerfully. Honored messengers, your efforts are greatly appreciated. This is the Western region's army of the dead. We humbly request you either collect them or eliminate them here. There are also the Sun Sutra and the Necromantic Black Sutra over there. I believe they would be quite suitable for your underworld. You might find them useful. Lin Xuan gazed at the two summoning scriptures in Carlos's hands, his eyes sparkling as he addressed the ox-headed and horse-faced demons. The ox-headed and horse-faced demons glanced in the direction Carlos was pointing. They nodded. These foreign artifacts possess considerable power. We shall take them back to the 10 kings of hell first and see if they have any use for them. Carlos chuckled from a distance. I command an army of 100,000 death gods, yet you two mere ghost generals dare consider dividing my summoning relics? Is that even reasonable? Where do you get the confidence? Carlos waved his hand, and the 100,000-strong army of death crammed into the narrow passageway. Black-clad death gods crawled menacingly toward them from the floor, walls, and ceiling. Nyo Tu and Ma Mian formed hand seals, extended their index fingers, and suddenly opened a portal to the underworld behind them. It was as if a vast, spiraling black sack had opened, directly sucking all the crawling ghost soldiers and generals of the Death Legion into its inky depths. When Carlos realized that the Chinese side had already switched to a supply mode, and their Legion of Death couldn't even touch Lin Xuan and his companions, nor could they do anything to the ox-headed and horse-faced demons, he could only watch as they were kicked one by one into the black mist. He stared in utter disbelief. Behind him, two gravely wounded men had already closed their eyes. All hope was lost for them. Any other tricks up your sleeve? If not, kindly contact your sovereign again. I sense that within 3 minutes, you may lose 2 summoners and simultaneously face 2 unknown calamities, whether natural or man-made. Lin Xuan shouted to Carlos. Every word of this exchange was, of course, relayed verbatim to the Egyptian king through the live broadcast. The ministers behind the king were also frantic with worry. They didn't know what the jade ring fragment demanded by Huaxia was. But they understood that if the 2 men behind Carlos perished, regardless of the punishment the overseer imposed upon them, it would spell a catastrophic disaster for the Egyptian nation. The scale of casualties in the affected regions would be utterly unpredictable. Thus, they all began urging the king. If that jade ring fragment holds no miraculous power to bolster our nation's combat strength, one minister pressed, then, with all due respect, we should simply hand it over. Yes, let them have it. Otherwise, losing 2 summoners in succession, I don't know if my old bones can endure to the end. Everyone frantically urged the monarch to prioritize the greater good. The ruler gritted his teeth. Here he was, the sovereign ruler of Egypt, being threatened by a mere teenager from China. He simply couldn't swallow his pride, yet he had no other choice.
After a moment's hesitation, he summoned a nearby minister to search the national archives for that jade ring fragment. Simultaneously, he contacted the Chinese prime minister, demanding they halt their attacks. The weak nation's capitulation felt like a profound insult to his dignity. The Egyptian monarch kicked over a solid wood conference chair with a loud crash.
Damn it! You've made me lose all face. Why can't you learn from other nations?
The entire Egyptian executive conference room fell deathly silent. On the national fortune arena, Lin Xuan received the call immediately.
The prime minister demanded he give Egypt 10 minutes. If no response came within that time, the match would resume. Carlos watched Lin Xuan answer the call with a terrified expression. Only after hearing the conversation did he exhale a long sigh of relief. So can I treat my comrades now? They can't wait 10 minutes.
Lin Xuan pondered for a moment before nodding. Carlos swiftly passed the healing jewel to the two men behind him, administering equal portions of healing to each. It was just enough to stabilize their most critical injuries. The superficial burns on their bodies remained, but at least their lives were saved.
Carlos nodded to Lin Xuan in gratitude. 10 minutes passed quickly.
Yet there was still no word from Egypt regarding the jade ring fragment. Lin Xuan waved helplessly, signaling Carlos to continue.
Carlos felt equally helpless.
He gathered the countless patches of gray-black ash from the ground into a single mass, relit it with his lighter, then scooped up handfuls of the scorching black ash and scattered it through the air. Suddenly, a dark figure materialized. As the gray mist gradually cleared, it turned out to be a massive dog-headed man. He was Anubis, the god of death. He stood majestically at the entrance of the passageway, holding a massive scepter in his hand. Carlos stood beside him, tilting his head back as he struggled to recite the summoning incantation. With a casual wave of his hand, Anubis opened the gates of hell, preparing to drag Lin Xuan and Jin Minqiu across to the underworld. The ox-headed and horse-faced demons behind Lin Xuan were not pleased.
We didn't come up here to take your summoner away. What's your game now? Ignoring us?
Armed with soul-reaping hooks and soul-binding chains, the ox-headed and horse-faced demons charged toward Anubis. Meanwhile, the Egyptian pharaoh sat firmly upon his golden throne in the conference room, watching the standoff unfold on the live broadcast screen. Anubis, the god of death, was his ultimate combat asset.
He was confident this battle would not end in defeat.
Thus, upon hearing his subordinates report the failure to locate the jade ring fragment, he merely waved them off, instructing them to continue searching.
It didn't matter. Those two from China looked utterly destitute. Once Anubis dragged them underground, they wouldn't pass the final gate. They'd never reach the afterlife, doomed instead to endless torment within the 9 gates of the underworld. But the pitiful ruler failed to consider that with Lin Xuan's current combat prowess and the demon god he had summoned, there was no way Anubis could drag him into the underworld. Chapter 100: Ox-headed and horse-faced demons and Anubis.
Deep within the subterranean tunnels, the air hung thick and viscous as solidified gel.
Huff!
Heavy panting shattered the deathly silence.
The Minotaur, a bang, dragged his massive black iron axe along the ground.
The blade scraped against the sandstone, sending a series of blinding sparks flying. Beside him, the horse-faced demon held a 9-ring ghost head blade upside down.
The cold metal rings made not a sound in the absolute silence.
His enormous horse-like eyes scanned the boundless darkness ahead with vigilance. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows. He bore the head of a jackal, his eye sockets deep as ancient wells, burning with cold, pale blue ghostly flames. His frame was tall and lean, his skin the dark purple of night-stained rosewood, as if distilled from 1,000 years of darkness. In one hand, he held a massive golden balance, one pan bearing a pure white ostrich feather, the other empty, awaiting its weight. His other hand grasped a golden scepter. He was Anubis, guide of the dead and measurer of worth. He slammed the scepter into the ground with a thunderous thud, the heavy sound echoing his hostility and authority. Anubis tilted the golden scale slightly. The white feather, symbolizing truth, drifted gently downward. Mid-air, it suddenly fragmented into 1,000,000 sharp white feathers, transforming into a blinding white blizzard that silently descended upon the ox-headed and horse-faced demons. Each feather contained the power of judgment and purification, potent enough to tear apart the souls of ordinary demons.
Bring it on! Mamion roared, his 9-ringed ghost blade trembling violently.
For the first time, the 9 bronze rings emitted a soul-shaking hum, forming an invisible sonic barrier. The feathers collided with the sound barrier, erupting in a dense, crisp crackling like rain on banana leaves. They shattered into pure points of light and dissipated. Simultaneously, the Minotaur's massive frame erupted with speed, defying its bulk. His black iron battle axe, wielded with mountain-splitting force, tore through the air, carrying the gale of hell itself, and came crashing down upon Anubis's head. This single blow could cleave a small mountain. Anubis did not meet it head-on. His form blurred like a sand sculpture scattered by wind, reappearing several yards away in an instant.
The Minotaur's axe swung wide, crashing heavily into the tunnel floor. Boom! The entire tunnel shook violently. Huge cracks spread outward from the axe blade's point of impact, and countless pebbles and sand grains rained down from above. Onabi's wolf head tilted slightly upward as he chanted an ancient, obscure incantation.
The scarab beetle motifs carved into the stone walls suddenly came to life, transforming into a torrent of countless black beetles with a metallic sheen. They swarmed toward the two ghost officers, capable of devouring all energy in physical form. Ma Mian snorted coldly, thrusting his ghost-headed blade into the ground. His hands formed seals, underworld ghost fire, ignite. A ring of ghostly green flames erupted from beneath his feet, instantly engulfing the area ahead. The sacred scarabs plunged into the inferno, immediately crackling and sizzling as they were consumed, turning into wisps of black smoke. The air filled with a pungent, burnt stench. Yet Anubis had already achieved his goal. In the very moment the ox-headed and horse-faced demons were distracted by the scarabs, the golden scales in his hand materialized once more. This time, the empty side of the scales silently manifested the phantom forms of the ox-headed and horse-faced demons. He intended to directly weigh their hearts, exercising his authority to judge the souls of the dead. Instantly, Oxhead and Horseface felt an intangible, fundamental force seize their very cores. A profound terror descended, the dread of being stripped bare, scrutinized, and condemned. Their movements froze abruptly. Oomph! Not even the Lord Judge's Book of Life and Death could erase our names. How dare this foreign scale presume to do so? Oxhead roared, unleashing a torrent of ghostly energy that violently resisted the judgmental force. Ma Mian struggled fiercely too, the 9 rings on his ghost-headed blade clashing wildly, emitting demonic sounds that interfered with divine perception. The 3 divine forces collided violently within the cramped space, crushing and annihilating each other. Large chunks of stone wall peeled away, the ground beneath their feet cracked continuously, and the entire ancient tunnel seemed on the verge of complete collapse. The underworld flames in Anubis Wolf's eyes flickered violently. He clearly hadn't anticipated the souls of these 2 Eastern visitors to be so heavy and resilient, far surpassing any Egyptian spirits he had ever weighed. His scales trembled slightly, struggling to maintain balance. With a sharp crack, his spectral scales shattered completely, and Anubis violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seizing the moment, the ox-headed and horse-faced demons charged forward together, shattering Anubis's severely wounded form. Abi struggled to reassemble his form, only to be shattered again by the pair. Standing beside the dark shadow, they hammered away like demolition workers, repeatedly smashing his apparition to pieces. Finally reduced to a mere wisp of shadow, Anubis, consumed by fury, refused to reform. Instead, he transformed into a dark whirlwind, sweeping away Kim Min-soo, who had been hiding alone in the corner. "Come find me in the underworld if you dare. That is, if this woman hasn't turned to dust by the time you locate me." With a whoosh, it vanished underground. Lin Xuan roared with fury. His fists pounded the floor tiles, sending thunderous booms echoing through the chamber, yet it was all futile. Even if he smashed a gaping hole through the floor, he couldn't reach the underworld. Before him, Carlos trembled in fear at the sheer power of his rage. Only 7 days remain. The path to the underworld takes 7 days. Only after 7 days will that woman reach the palace of judgment, where sins and punishments are weighed. Therefore, within these 7 days, you must intercept him. Carlos's face was ashen as he stammered out the words. Lin Xian ordered Bai Zhe to remain behind and monitor the 3. Should they attempt escape, he was to kill them immediately. Meanwhile, Kim Min-soo had already been led by Anubis into the underworld. She traversed the long, shadowy path, heading straight for the palace of judgment. Anubis sensed a terrifying force pursuing him from behind. His noble jackal head held high, he howled, burning his soul power, propelling Jin Minshu forward at breakneck speed. A journey that would normally take 7 days was completed in just 3 as he delivered her to the guardians of the Hall of Judgment. "Ha, you cannot defeat me, much less the Hall of Judgment." Anubis gazed toward the end of the long corridor, where the 12 judges sat in the void. As his soul power drained away, he was drawn into the scales before him, finally revealing a satisfied smile. Kim Min-soo watched all this with equal parts curiosity and dread. She stood in the long corridor queue, watching an elderly woman undergoing judgment ahead. The old woman tremblingly removed every valuable piece of jewelry from her body. She slowly shuffled forward to a massive scale suspended in the void ahead, placing all her valuables onto the right side of the scale. 2 pearl earrings and a small bracelet. On the left side of the scales lay a pure white feather. The scales, once perfectly balanced, tilted instantly not toward the jewels on the right, but toward the white feather on the left. The 12 judges above her heads declared in unison, "Worthless. Condemned to oblivion." As they spoke, 2 spear-bearing guards approached from the wall, escorting the old woman toward the black hole on the left. The old woman looked terrified, pleading incessantly with the 2 guards beside her. "This is all the money I have left. Please give me one more chance. I'll earn more in my next life." The 2 dog-headed guards remained expressionless as they escorted her into the black hole. Worthless. Verdict, reduced to ashes. In an instant, the old woman turned to ash before the black hole, completely swallowed by its darkness. Next up was clearly a wealthy old man. Clutching a box of treasures, he flattered the 12 judges hovering overhead with a smile. He cautiously approached the scales and placed the box of jewels onto one pan. Seeing the scales swaying slowly without tilting, he hastily stripped off every gold button from his clothes, along with necklaces, bracelets, and rings, tossing them all into the right pan.
The massive scales finally tilted slowly to the right. The 12 judges above shouted, "Worthy. Permission granted to be reincarnated." Without needing the dog-headed guards to escort him, the old man, overjoyed, ran toward the right side. "Wonderful! I can finally be reincarnated." After observing the trials of the dozen or so people ahead of her, Jean Minxiu had grasped the general procedure. When her turn came, she walked confidently toward the judgment platform. "Who stands below? What do you have to offer?" boomed the guard captain at the front. Kim Min-soo pointed at herself. "You're talking about me? My name is Jean Minxiu. What do I have? I possess exceptional beauty, I have a great deal of wealth, I possess psychic abilities, and yes, I also hold Chinese nationality, though I'll need to complete the formalities once I return." Kim Min-soo stood tall and spoke with confidence. The 12 judges above her heads rumbled in discussion before finally deciding. "Place all items into the scales before you. The scales shall render the final judgment." Kim Min-soo looked ahead. There, suspended in the air, was a massive scale. On one side lay a single white feather, a huge feather. The other side remained empty. The judge in the front row pointed his finger at the empty scale, signaling the manager to place the items on it. "How could I have brought my beauty, wealth, or nationality with me?" Kim Min-soo looked up at the judge curiously. The judge sat up straight overhead, reaching out with his right hand to grasp a clump of golden substance directly from Kim Min-soo's chest, tossing it onto the scale. "Is this what you referred to? Let us see its worth." The judge's deep voice echoed. Kim Min-soo looked down at her chest, then up at the scales. She was just as curious about the outcome. She truly felt no worry for herself. For some reason, she was certain Lin Xuan would come to rescue her. Therefore, she was also curious to see how her worth compared to the box of jewels from the previous individuals. Just as she waited expectantly for the verdict, a violent explosion erupted behind her. It turned out that Lin Xuan, by some unknown means, had actually broken into the underworld. Wielding a massive sword, he materialized abruptly in the passageway behind them. Seeing the handsome youth come to the underworld to save her at all costs, Jean Minxiu felt her heart skip several heavy beats for some inexplicable reason. She bit her lower lip and pressed one hand against her chest. When she had been brought to the underworld, her heart had already stopped beating. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, as she looked at Lin Xuan, she felt as though the heart within her icy body, the one that had ceased beating, had secretly fluttered a few times. Lin Xuan, of course, was oblivious to Jean Minxiu's girlish thoughts. Having finally cleared this passage, he advanced step by step toward Jean Minxiu, his massive sword raised. "Pack your things. Once I break through here, come with me." Lin Xuan's keen eye spotted the massive scales before Jean Minxiu and the golden glow radiating from the tray. Jean Minxiu nodded and swiftly gathered the glowing orb from the scales into her palm. In an instant, the light vanished into her body. The 12 judges seated high above roared to their feet. "Daring mortals! Guardians, seize them! Once placed on the scales, it becomes ours. You thief, drop it now!" Lin Xuan looked up at the sky and couldn't help but marvel. Truly worthy of the Egyptian judges, there are so many of them. 12 judges? That's 2 more than our 10 kings of hell. With that, he held nothing back, chanting divine incantations to summon the corresponding demon gods. Chapter 101, Lin Xuan and the Sphinx. Before he could finish the incantation, a massive explosion erupted behind them. Jean Minxiu and Lin Xuan both instinctively turned toward the passageway behind them. Who could it be? To everyone's surprise, it was Carlos and Baze this time, both scrambling toward Lin Xuan. "I saw you hadn't come out for ages and feared something had happened to you, so I came to rescue you. I've already locked up the other 2. I brought Carlos along. He said he was afraid we'd gang up on him, so he wanted to come watch." Lin Xuan was speechless. He raised his hand and summoned the 10 kings of hell and the black and white impermanents. But what he never anticipated was this: the 12 Egyptian judges seated above were utterly powerless combatants. The moment the 10 kings of hell and the black and white impermanents appeared, they were instantly slain. Lin Xuan stared at Carlos in disbelief. "These are the top judges of your Egyptian underworld?" Carlos sighed helplessly. The primary duty of the 12 judges was judgment, not combat. They possessed almost no fighting ability. Carlos was trying his best to make amends for them. Egypt possesses other demonic deities. He drew a dagger, cutting a cross-shaped wound on his forehead, then pressed the dark Bible against the fresh wound. "By the light of the God of light, the great guardian, the shadow of wisdom of the Sphinx, I stand upon sacred ground, seeking the guidance of truth. Grant me the path to knowledge, or test my soul with riddles." The space before Carlos began to warp, like a crumpled black silk cloth. Countless flickering, fragmented lines of text in Greek letters appeared in the air. Like drawn in fireflies, they swirled and coalesced, emitting a dizzying, low hum. The flickering symbols suddenly collapsed inward, coalescing into a colossal sphinx-like entity. First appeared its massive lion's body, muscles taut and sinewy, claws digging deep into the black earth of the underworld. Then came the human head, utterly incongruous with the beast's body, a face cold, intelligent, yet utterly lifeless. Its eyes slowly opened, devoid of pupils, only a ceaselessly shifting, calculating expanse of starry rivers and sandy seas. It spoke in a dual tone, a blend of male and female voices, so calm it was suffocating. Who disturbs my slumber? Better it be a wise one I admire, or else you are doomed. Carlos's smile returned as he tilted his chin toward Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan's face remained stern, ready for battle. The Sphinx, a sphinx-like demon, adhered to strict rules. One must answer its riddles correctly. Failure meant certain death. Its combat prowess was unknown, but all records stated that failure to answer correctly meant certain death. Such rule-bound entities were the most troublesome, yet Lin Xuan stared at it with palpable excitement. Gazing at the formidable Sphinx before him, his eyes shone brightly. The Sphinx was a creature he'd always been deeply curious about. Alright, I'm eager to see what a legendary tier demon god is like. Come on. Ask your question. The Sphinx's massive lion eyes flickered. Its golden wings slowly extended forward, their tips lightly tapping the ground and igniting a ghostly blue flame. It spoke, all travelers who come here must pay a price to pass. The rich pay with everything they possess. The poor pay with all they possess. The wise pay with all they know. The brave pay with everything they have done. What is this price? Lin Xuan froze. Ha? Why wasn't it that riddle about the creature with 4 legs at dawn, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs at dusk? The Sphinx rolled its eyes in a most human-like manner. The question bank has been updated. Otherwise, you humans would all get it right. What fun would that be? Speaking with indignation, its massive forepaws slammed the ground several times. A wave of energy rippled out, causing the entire netherworld to shake violently. Lin Xuan's expression remained inscrutable. He glanced at its claws, then turned to its handsome face, raising both hands in a calming gesture. Alright, let me think. Lin Xuan pressed his hand to his forehead. This sounded like a question about the rules of the underworld. After a moment of deep thought, he looked up and answered, the answer is the past. Before the Sphinx could open its mouth, Lin Xuan quickly explained. For in the legends of the netherworld, souls must often pay the ferryman's fee for their lifetime, or drink the water of oblivion. The rich, the poor, the wise, the brave, all they possessed, all they had, all they knew, all they did ultimately converged into their unique past. That was their sole and indispensable currency. He confidently adjusted his collar and looked at the Sphinx. Is there a flaw in my logic? A gurgling sound rose from the Sphinx's throat. The swirling starry rivers in its eyes accelerated slightly, showing no hint of approval as it posed a second question. It fixed its gaze upon Lin Xuan, its eyes cold and profound. It devours light, yet bestows form. It is silent, yet all the dead can hear it. Kings build palaces for it, beggars make it their home. What is it? Lin Xuan pondered long and hard before answering, darkness or shadow. It devours light yet defines the shape of all things. In the realm of death, it is the eternal companion. Whether grand tombs or humble graves, they are the dwellings of the departed in darkness. Lin Xuan felt he'd grasped the trick to answering these riddles, a faint smile curling his lips. With such philosophical questions, as long as the answer ultimately held itself together, the Sphinx couldn't pin him down. After the first 2 correct answers, the Sphinx made its first subtle movement. Its human head tilted forward slightly, the swirling starry rivers within its pupils halted, locking intently onto Lin Xuan. Its voice grew deeper, striking directly at Lin Xuan's heart as it posed the final, most treacherous question. You are seeking it. Once you find it, it vanishes. If you do not seek it, it will exist forever. What is it? The final question. Jean Minchu couldn't help but clench her fists tightly. She suddenly realized her hands had turned blue from the pressure, snapping back to awareness in an instant. The Sphinx was using psychic energy to influence their emotions and atmosphere. This was a psychological and philosophical paradox, one that also surreptitiously created an atmosphere of intense tension. At this moment, the Sphinx wasn't testing knowledge, it was attacking Lin Xuan's mental state. It forced Lin Xuan to engage in introspection and abstract thinking within an extremely short time frame. Lin Xuan stood rooted to the spot, motionless, his mind churning. The answer? The objective? The enemy? No. He had to break free from conventional thinking. Lin Xuan suddenly sensed something was off. His heartbeat, breathing, and sweating his entire body felt abnormal. He snapped his head up, staring at the Sphinx. What? Can't answer? Mind in chaos? A shrill, piercing laugh erupted from a voice blending male and female tones, like a sonic assault drilling into their ears. Chapter 102, Kim Min-soo Strikes. Lin Xuan and his companions were utterly shocked. No one had anticipated that before the question was even finished, the Sphinx would resort to underhanded tactics, launching a mental assault against them. Watching Lin Xuan's face grow increasingly pale, Jean Minchua gritted her teeth. She scooped up the little Baizé beside her with her right arm, wrapped her left arm around Lin Xuan's waist, and unleashed a torrent of psychic energy that enveloped all 3 of them. But the Sphinx was, after all, a demon god. Even a playful mental attack exceeded Jean Minchu's limits. In a mere 3 seconds, the Sphinx retracted its shrill laughter. Yet to Jean Minchu, those 3 seconds felt like an eternity. As the laughter ended, Kim Min-soo violently coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Her entire state visibly collapsed, and she could only half lean against Lin Xuan to maintain her posture. Otherwise, she might have collapsed to the ground.
Lin Xuan stood frozen in place, reaching out to pull Jin Minxiu close. He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and gently wiped the blood from the corners of her mouth and her chin. He patted her tense arm, gently urging her to release his grip before setting her down beside him. Lin Xuan stood tall, facing the Sphinx directly. He shouted, "The answer is wrong. When you find an error, the error itself ceases to exist. If you never seek it out or ignore it, it remains forever." Jin Minxiu cradled Baze as she leaned against the stone wall. Both lifted their heads simultaneously, their gazes locking onto the Sphinx in perfect unison. The surrounding air seemed to freeze. In that moment, the silence was terrifying. Only the Sphinx's two massive lion paws kept scratching at the dark soil of the underworld before it, revealing its restlessness and agitation. "Very well. You answered all 3 questions correctly. You have passed my test." After a long silence, the Sphinx finally delivered its verdict. And this verdict was something Carlos could not accept. "Is that it? You're just letting him go? You're one of Egypt's most powerful demon gods." The Sphinx was even more furious than Carlos, swiping him away with a single wing. "Then what do you want me to do? My role is to pose questions and solve riddles. He answered correctly, can I just kill him on a whim?" It spat a fierce breath at Carlos. "Damned humans. Who gave you the right to question me? Who is the true master here? I can grant you humans the power to summon through prayer, and I can take it away." With a whoosh, it vanished, flapping its massive golden wings. Carlos collapsed to the ground in despair. He was utterly out of options. The martial-type demon god couldn't defeat the one summoned by Lin Xuan, the judge couldn't defeat the Chinese judge, and the rule-level deity had all its puzzles solved by Lin Xuan. With a resigned wave of his hand, he conceded defeat. He transported Lin Xuan and his companions out of the netherworld, returning them to the desert where they had first arrived. Carlos wasted no words, instructing Lin Xuan to dial the phone again. He and his 2 teammates sat down casually on the ground. "Call our king again. If he refuses to save us, then take our lives. We were outmatched, I have no complaints." Before Lin Xuan could even make the call, the phone from Huaxia had already rung. The moment Egypt's ruler heard Carlos's surrender, he hastily contacted China's prime minister. His sole purpose was to prevent Lin Xuan and his team from harming the 3 Egyptian contestants. They had already located the jade ring fragment and were arranging for a dedicated aircraft to deliver it to China immediately. Since they had applied for a special military flight route, it would arrive in China within 7 hours. Therefore, Lin Xuan was required to provide personal protection for Carlos and his companions for the next 7 hours. Once the jade ring fragment arrived in China and underwent authentication, Carlos and his companions would be free to depart on their own. Whether they choose to withdraw from the battlefield or continue fighting would be entirely up to them. Upon hearing this, Carlos and his men widened their eyes, nodding excitedly in agreement. With combat power as formidable as Lin Xuan and his team, spending another 7 hours with them posed no issue. They might even get to pick up some scraps in their wake. "So, which country are you targeting next? We might be able to lend a hand after all, we're comrades now, right?" Carlos' enthusiastic and eager proposal left Lin Xuan both amused and exasperated. With each nation they conquered and each new ally they gained, their ranks steadily swelled. "We currently have 2 directions. First, locate the remaining 7 ancient civilizations. Second, find the Republic of the Congo." Upon hearing his plan, Kim Min-soo abruptly turned to face Lin Xuan. She was surprised. She hadn't expected Lin Xuan to actually consider her earlier suggestion and treat her as a true teammate. Tears welled up in Kim Min-soo's eyes, but Lin Xuan merely smiled. Initially, he hadn't considered her a teammate. But during the Sphinx's psychic assault, he witnessed Kim Min-soo instinctively shielding both him and Baekseek with her own psychic energy. This girl had decent character. Might as well give her a ride after all, she had saved their lives. Carlos first introduced his other 2 teammates. The young man with the high nose was his cousin, Stephen. The older one was named Leo. Leo asked them to detail exactly which nations were missing from the 7 ancient civilizations. After listening to Lin Xuan's explanation, Leo suddenly recalled that when they were first summoned to this national fortune space, he thought he had heard a burst of Persian. Because his ancestors had Persian blood, Leo's grandfather had specifically sent him to study Persian for a time. Frowning, Leo strained to recall, "I remember, it sounded like their leader believed this alternate space was a miniature version of Blue Star. So they intended to search for the true source of their Persian bloodline. I even mentioned it to Carlos and the others back then, the Persian nation randomly selecting these 3 summoners, who knows if it's a blessing or a curse." Carlos recalled it too, nodding vigorously. "Yeah, I always thought they were just making up some lame excuse. I figured we should find a remote spot and hide out there until the tournament ended." Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan's eyes flickered as if recalling something. Carlos continued, "Right, you reminded me. So those were the Persians. Which river did they say they were going to?" Leo shook his head. "I didn't catch it clearly, only that they were searching for the ruins of their ancient Zoroastrian religion. To uncover the ultimate truth. So where exactly are the true ruins of the Zoroastrian religion?" The group fell into deep thought. Bai Zai lay comfortably in Jin Mingxiu's arms, snacking while listening to their conversation. When he heard the name fire-worshipping sect, his adorable fluffy ears twitched. But his mouth was too full to speak, so he frantically swallowed the food, even stretching his neck straight in the process. After finally pushing the food down his throat, Bai Zai spoke slowly and deliberately. The Amu River, the birthplace of Zoroastrianism. Lin Xuan turned around with a look of surprise. Right. I'd forgotten about our sacred beast, the White Jia. He knows everything in the world. Even though this alternate dimension was a miniature version of Blue Star, the basic terrain and landforms remained intact. Bai Zai could easily guide them there. Bai Zai was quite agreeable. The adorable little tiger opened its wide mouth and pointed its paw at its own mouth. Snacks are gone. As everyone frantically fed Bai Zai, none of them could have imagined that the formidable opponent they were about to face would be the strongest contender in this national fortune tournament. Chapter 103, The Terrifying Zoroastrian Fanatics. Feeding him lavishly, Bai Zai gained an extraordinary abundance of food. He even savored exotic Egyptian cuisine. In high spirits, it transformed into a colossal Bai Zai evolution form, inviting everyone to climb onto its back and burrow into its pure white fur. Then, flapping its immense wings, the Bai Zai soared toward their destination. This was everyone's first time riding a divine beast aircraft, a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. Excitement surged as the clouds below seemed close enough to touch. The dread came from not daring to extend their hands, clutching tightly to Bai Zai's fur instead. They dared not even lift their heads, for the winds at such heights were savage. Any part of their bodies venturing beyond the protective fur would be subjected to hurricane-force winds like a slow torture. Huddled low, they peered through gaps in the fur at the azure sky and billowing clouds below, their hearts filled with awe. They had no idea how long they'd been flying when they finally spotted a winding river and endless plains below. But then, circling the vast plains over and over, they saw no trace of any large altar or temple. Could it be that the three of them weren't here? Just as the group was taken aback, a wisp of white smoke suddenly rose into the sky from a nearby hillock. Without a word, the White Jia charged straight toward the source of the smoke. Its massive paws thundered across the ground. Within mere breaths, it carried them to the smoking spot. It was a peculiar dome-shaped structure, resembling an inconspicuous hillock covered entirely in grass and shrubs. Had the mound's curvature not been so perfectly uniform, they might not have noticed anything unusual even upon closer inspection. But such a perfect curve was clearly man-made. The White Jia approached the smoke vent, shrinking its form. Those on its back tumbled directly onto the ground. Was this their destination? Beneath the earth? Carlos scrambled to his feet, his face etched with disbelief, while Lin Xuan merely shot him a dismissive glance. Is this really something to be so shocked about? Isn't your underworld supposed to be underground? Carlos suddenly seemed to realize something, rubbing the back of his head and chuckling. Lin Xuan surveyed the surroundings and began digging into the grass beside the smoke vent. After just an inch, he uncovered a massive stone slab concealed beneath the turf. This was most likely the location of the Zoroastrian altar. The near-circular dome was probably the standard structure above the sacred fire altar. The opening at the dome's center served as its standard vent. This opening symbolized the passage connecting the mortal world to the heavenly realm. Sacrificial smoke and sacred light ascended through it, reaching the divine presence above. This also signified the entire sacred fire temple as a microcosm of the universe. Lin Xuan's fingertips brushed the cool stone slab hidden beneath the turf. Gazing at the smoking vent beside him, he strained to recall every detail of Zoroastrianism stored in his mind. So we just charge down and take them out now? The impetuous middle-aged man, Leo, looked eager to act. We need to find their secret passage first. This dome is the pinnacle of their universe. It's usually built exceptionally thick. Directly below should be their sacred fire altar. Even if we could break through this dome, do you really want to fall into their sacred flames? Before anyone else could speak, Lin Xuan activated his spiritual energy, scanning inch by inch from the ground up, seeking any spiritual energy feedback or anomalies. After scanning with his eyes closed for a moment, he suddenly opened them, thrust his hand forward, and darted ahead almost simultaneously. He didn't forget to call out behind him, urging everyone to follow. Without hesitation, the others swiftly followed. As they descended the small slope, a rock wall resembling a landslide appeared ahead. A crude hemp rope hung down from the cliff face. The rope was fresh, tied securely to a massive boulder below. Lin Xuan grabbed it and tugged, testing its strength. He then turned to the others who had followed and explained his plan. I'll go down first. If there's no sign of trouble in a few minutes, I'll give the rope a sharp tug. Then you can follow. If anything's amiss, I'll shout to warn you. Jin Mingxiu quickly grabbed Lin Xuan's arm and shot him a look. The plan's fine. But send them down first, they should scout the way. Lin Xuan gave her a reassuring smile. That won't be necessary yet. If those three from Persia are fanatics, they're likely deep in their devout ritual right now. And ancient ruins like this, even if they had traps, would have been eroded and decayed over time. No need to worry. Lin Xuan's hunch proved correct. He climbed unimpeded into the mountain's fault line and successfully located an inconspicuous entrance.
He rappelled down the rope into the opening, briefly scouted the area to confirm it was safe, then vigorously shook the rope. Before long, the entire group had rappelled down the hemp rope into the mountain's cavern.
Lin Xuan had intended for Carlos and the others to wait at the rock wall opening until they returned.
But Carlos and the others firmly refused. They argued, there are 3 enemies too. You could at least leave the weakest one for us 3.
Lin Xuan was speechless. These guys really were here to take advantage of the situation.
He shook his head and let them follow.
This ancient altar site, built within a massive cavern, was actually a naturally formed hollow within the mountain. Carved into the rock walls on both sides were patterns of sacred fire altars.
Clearly depicted was a large, bowl-shaped brazier resting on a square pedestal.
Flanking it were 4 priests dressed in elaborate robes. Directly before the brazier stood a king crowned with a regal diadem. This was an ancient Persian ritual rock painting. Lin Xuan was thrilled.
How could such ancient rock art, spanning such a vast period of time, remain so remarkably well preserved?
Lin Xian's eyes suddenly widened.
He understood.
He understood why those 3 Persians had rushed to seek out their ruins the moment they entered this national fortune arena.
Lin Xian's breathing quickened as he gently traced the rock's textured surface.
If his hunch was correct, this alternate battlefield forged by the overseers was a direct replica of ancient data. That meant if he returned to the lands of China now, he might even find vibrantly colored Dunhuan Mogao grotto murals and other series like the Lulan ruins. And then there were those historical remnants eroded and worn away by the river of time. Those unique imprints of Chinese civilization. He didn't know why these Persians knew all this so well. But he decided to hurry inside and get what he wanted.
Then he would return to Chinese territory immediately, determined to preserve that history and the cultural imprints eroded by time.
With this thought, he sped into the passageway. Seeing this, the others quickened their pace to follow Lin Xuan.
5 men and 1 tiger marched majestically into the sacrificial ruins. Chapter 104, The Terrifying Altar. After traveling about 50 meters inward, they discovered a vast cavern within the tunnel.
At the far end of this cavern stood a massive bronze brazier, its sacred flames blazing fiercely. Beside the brazier, 3 figures knelt motionless, their heads pressed firmly against the ground. From the flames atop the bronze brazier, wisps of white smoke rose steadily, drifting toward the small opening in the cave ceiling. In the dead silence, only the crackling sound of the sacred fire burning in the brazier was clearly audible, deafeningly loud.
This compelled the intruders who had entered the altar to halt in their tracks. The atmosphere here was too eerie.
The 3 figures prostrate ahead showed not even the slightest rise and fall of their chests, as if they were dead. Lin Xuan, however, could make out the patterns behind the flickering flames. The flickering flames danced hypnotically, causing even Lin Xian's gaze to grow unfocused. As if guided by an unseen force, he murmured the words, Hall of Silence. Instantly, the pattern behind the flames twisted like a serpent, eventually coiling into the name.
Atash Balam.
Only after uttering the name did Lin Xuan snap out of his daze, instinctively taking a large step backward.
Indeed, this was the very birthplace of the Zoroastrian faith. Atashbram. The highest level holy fire temple.
The place where the sacred flame was said to burn eternally, the core of the Temple of Silence. At that moment, the 3 figures kneeling with their backs to them began emitting a series of teeth-grinding sounds, creaking and grinding.
Chilling to the bone.
Suddenly, with a sharp rustle, the figure on the right struggled to its feet. As if every bone in his body had been shattered, he writhed painfully. Lin Xuan could even hear the grating sound of bones grinding against each other. After a series of terrifying contortions, the figure on the right finally turned to face them. His face was deathly pale, his eyes entirely black. Clad in coarse orange-red hemp robes, he tilted his head to stare at Lin Xuan and his companions. Jean Minqiu let out a startled scream before covering her mouth, her eyes wide as she stared ahead.
Was this demonic possession? It was utterly terrifying.
Lin Xuan reached out, pressing his hand on her shoulder and patting her reassuringly.
The fire worshippers adhered to an ancient, systematic dualistic cosmology of good and evil.
In their belief system, only malevolent and benevolent deities existed. What you witnessed were likely the dark forces conjured by their malevolent god, Angramenyu.
Angramenyu commands 6 major demons.
Each of these 6 major demons commands their own distinct hierarchy. I'm not sure how to classify the current one, but the first name that comes to mind is Nasu the corpse demon. Lin Xuan frowned, watching the twisted humanoid figure inching closer toward them.
So they killed their comrades and summoned a corpse demon? Lin Xuan didn't answer her question, instead pointing ahead.
Look at what that man worshipped before he rose. Lin Xuan pointed to the spot where the man had knelt. A dark red, shapeless bundle of cloth lay there, surrounded by rotten fruit covered in a filthy, sticky, yellowish-black liquid. Seeing this, Lin Xuan hesitated no longer. He formed a seal with his hands while chanting the summoning incantation.
Eastern seas flowing waves, azure beast lurking in the depths.
1 foot treads the waves, its roar shatters the clouds.
Thunder is its soul, lightning its crown.
Without horns yet bearing might, cleave filth and open the feast.
Now I summon you by name, Kuei.
Depart the dark depths at once.
Borrow your thunder and lightning, a 3-foot blade. Shatter all evil corpses, crush all worldly dust, reveal.
A bolt of lightning erupted suddenly in the scorching air, striking the vast hall. The lightning did not fade, but grew thicker and thicker. Within the thick lightning, a figure resembled an ox but had no horns. Its massive body was supported by only one leg. Behind him, Kim Min-soo and the others peered curiously past Lin Xuan to look ahead. What kind of monster is that? I have no idea. I've never seen one before. It's not even mentioned in the Huaxia materials collected in our country. Truly remarkable, China. Look at all these monsters Lin Xuan summoned, almost none of them are duplicates. It's as if he has an entire encyclopedia of Chinese demons and monsters stored in his mind. Amidst the murmurs of those behind him, Lin Xuan pointed toward the corpse demon slowly approaching from across the way. Lei Kuei sensed the primordial energy emanating from Lin Xuan. Raising its massive bovine head, it let out a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. Immediately, it aimed its massive bovine maw at the shambling corpse demon. A bolt of lightning as thick as a man struck toward the corpse demon. The corpse demon couldn't even react, shattered by the thunderbolt before it could utter a sound. The lightning carried the pure yang essence of ultimate divine retribution, pouring down relentlessly. This unique lightning strike could not only shatter corpse bodies directly but also dispel putrid, evil chi with its thunderous force. It prevented the undead demons from reassembling using corpse fragments or regenerating through decaying chi, effectively countering them precisely. Instantly, a notification sounded from the sky. Alman Benik of Iran has perished. Iran receives punishment, national lifespan reduced by 10. Lin Xuan of the Huaxia nation emerged victorious, receiving the reward, national appearance increased by 10. Lin Xuan listened to the reward announcement in his ear, neither confirming nor denying it. This was clearly another useless reward deliberately selected for him by the overseer. After all, in his understanding as an elderly man, appearance wasn't particularly important. What he hadn't anticipated was that for a vast majority of the population, appearance value held significant importance. Many overweight patients suffering from weight-related chronic illnesses experienced an immediate 10-point reduction in their weight after receiving the appearance boost. As for those conditions not covered by medical insurance or health metrics like cleft lips, squints, buck teeth, or even botched cosmetic surgeries, they found redemption through Lin Xuan's seemingly careless reward. Thus, unbeknownst to Lin Xuan, his reputation and devotion ratings among the populace surged dramatically. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan stared warily at the backs of the other two figures kneeling before him. Any news from the other end of the line? Lin Xuan asked Jin Minchu while keeping his eyes fixed on the figures ahead. Kim Min-soo checked the satellite phone and shook his head. Alright, then let's proceed. Lin Xuan then instructed Lei Kuei to unleash his lightning power once more, targeting the two summoners on the opposite side. He didn't notice that at the spot where someone had just been incinerated by lightning, a wisp of black smoke dispersed into countless specks of ash, drifting slowly back toward the kneeling man at the very front. Lin Xuan watched as the second thick bolt of lightning struck the figure who still hadn't turned around. A thunderous crack echoed through the air. In disbelief, everyone stared at the figure still lying motionless where it had fallen. Such a massive bolt of divine retribution had not even slightly affected the man. He hadn't even shifted his body an inch. The Thunder Gui in front, unable to believe it, unleashed several more thick bolts of lightning. Yet, striking the enemy produced still no reaction whatsoever. Seeing this, Lei Kuei grew even more frenzied, unleashing the thunder within him to strike the two figures ahead, along with their altar in sacred flame. What was happening? A mirage? A shimmering illusion? Lin Xuan frowned. He realized. The second man represented Druji. All forms of falsehood. Deception, hypocrisy, and betrayal. A demon god of lies. Therefore, at this very moment, he deceived everyone's eyes, ears, and even their five senses. Everything currently perceived was false, which was precisely why the lightning strikes couldn't connect. What to do? Chapter 105, The Sin of Deception. This was awkward. Not even the enemy's true location could be found. This opponent was indeed formidable. Kim Min-soo and Steven activated their psychic powers, searching this vast underground hall inch by inch. The hall was simply too vast. No matter how hard they strained, until sweat beaded on their brows, they detected nothing unusual. Lin Xuan, psychic energy detection is ineffective. Jin Minchu and Steven exchanged a helpless glance before reporting back to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan turned around and glanced at them. Then they noticed the Huaxia sleeping soundly in Jin Minchu's arms. Lord Baizhe. Right. We still have Lord Baizhe. Quick, wake him up. Jin Minchu was baffled, but obediently shook the adorable creature's large head. But Baizhe was like a drunken mess. No matter how hard Jin Minchu shook him, turning him into a limp noodle, he showed no signs of waking. Lin Xuan was speechless once more. This time, he truly had to borrow its power. The White Tiger's most fundamental ability was to comprehend the essence of all things and discern the forms of spirits and deities across the world. Whether it was a false god fabricated by druids or an illusion conjured by dark arts, Baizhe could instantly see through the patterns of corrupted energy and the deceptive divine facades that formed them. More crucially, the white chick could suppress the flow of evil energy within Druji's forgeries using its own aura of truth, causing the false gods to collapse from internal chaos without needing direct combat.
But what if he couldn't do that now? Lin Xuan pondered. Who still has food? Something meaty would be best. Open a packet and hold it under its nose. If that doesn't work, shove it in its mouth.
The group rummaged through their pockets, pulling out their meager remaining provisions, a packet of compressed luncheon meat. They opened it and held it under the white tiger's nose. They watched as the white's nostrils flared and its snout twitched. Before its eyes even opened, it snapped at the food near its mouth and devoured it. The aroma of the luncheon meat made its eyes snap open instantly. How come you still have stash? I thought we'd eaten it all. What kind of meat is this? Why wasn't it offered to me before? Bai Zhe squinted, savoring the delicacy in its mouth. Two pristine little tiger paws cradled the luncheon meat packet, carefully bringing it to its lips.
Lin Xuan had to interrupt its culinary delight.
Lord Baze, please help us identify the shadowy figures ahead.
Where exactly are those two kneeling figures and the sacred fire altar? Having eaten, Bai Zhe felt indebted and couldn't bring himself to refuse.
But with both front paws holding the luncheon meat and a chunk still in its mouth, it extended its left leg and pointed toward the corner of the hall on the left. Lin Xuan hurriedly instructed Lei Kuei to cast his spell. Instantly, lightning struck the spot Bai Zhe had indicated.
Yet, still nothing appeared. Hesitating, Lin Xuan turned to see Bai Zhe's left leg move again, this time pointing toward the right.
Before he could issue another command, Bai Zhe's furry right leg began twitching, darting back and forth as if in spasms.
So now you're saying that illusory god keeps shifting its position in the air, right? Meaning, though we can perceive it, we cannot keep up?
Bai Zhe nodded with a muffled sound, savoring the delicious food in its mouth. It glanced at the believers before it, then with a sudden resolve, swallowed the remaining luncheon meat whole.
Then it let out a loud, satisfied burp.
Remarkably, with that single burp, Lin Xuan could see its aura spreading outward from its body.
Wherever the layers of transparent energy waves covered, its true form was revealed.
It turned out everything they had seen earlier was an illusion. The bronze brazier stood in the right corner of the hall. A figure cloaked entirely in black robes knelt in prayer.
The illusory evil they were currently battling stood less than 5 meters away.
Now, the figure had shed its human form. Its legs were a pair of black goat hooves, planted firmly on the ground. The upper body retained a semblance of humanity, though 2 jet-black goat horns now protruded from its skull.
Was this their illusory evil? A half-goat, half-human entity? Now that it had revealed its true form, the fight would be much simpler.
Lei Kuei watched its goat hooves leap across the hall with astonishing speed and range, leaving one speechless.
Lei Kuei remained unflustered, opening his mouth to spew forth a dense web woven from lightning.
It spread out densely over a vast distance, enveloping the demonic goat man within its reach. The demonic goat man muttered incantations, its words indistinct. Strangely, the demon's whispers seemed to materialize in the ears of every person in Lin Xuan's group. Amidst the seemingly endless murmurs, Lin Xuan could hear the people behind him, as if bewitched, speaking incoherent words and slipping into a nightmare world.
Think you can defeat me just because you can't find me? This is only the beginning. First escape my illusion, then speak to me.
Amidst the sparse murmurs, Lin Xuan seemed to glimpse scenes from his previous world. He felt transported back to that national project discussion meeting, where he stood on stage, speaking eloquently.
Suddenly, something struck his head. He looked up at the dazzling lights of the great hall of the people and the sea of attentive listeners below. He couldn't understand why he felt something violently pounding against his skull, beat after beat. The pain in his head grew more intense. The sea of people below the stage rose to their feet, refusing to let him leave, their voices demanding he continue speaking. Amidst the increasingly heavy blows, he finally collapsed to the ground in agony. When he came to again, his chest felt so heavy he could barely breathe. When he opened his eyes, he found Bai Zhe crouched on his chest, bouncing up and down as if performing CPR on him. Enough, enough. I'm awake now.
Lord Bai Zhe, please stop.
Only then did Bai Zhe exhale deeply and climb off Lin Xuan. You humans are so weak. Can't even see through a simple illusion? Why must Lord Bai Zhe intervene in your lowly fights?
Bringing you here was already exhausting enough.
Intervening comes at a separate price.
Lin Xuan listened to its ranting and glanced to the side. The goat man lay collapsed on the ground, soaked in his own dark, foul-smelling blood. Look at my claws, that stinking creature has dirted them. Bai Zhe wouldn't let it go, insisting Lin Xuan acknowledge its sacrifice. Lin Xuan scrambled to his feet, surveying the haphazardly collapsed figures on the ground. He instructed Bai Zhe to rouse them as best he could. After Bai Zhe had roused them one by one, the group turned their solemn gaze toward the last remaining figure.
Yet for a moment, no one moved. Kim Min-soo, still no calls from China? No calls.
But there was a message: stay safe and do everything possible.
Did the negotiations with Iran fall through? Very well. Then we'll arrange humanitarian aid after we defeat the last one.
The leaders watching the live feed in the National Fortune Project conference room nodded in relief.
Bai Zhe, what's our reward for this round? And what's their punishment? Our reward is Iran's fertile lands. Their punishment is a 10-year reduction in lifespan.
Lin Xuan felt a deep sense of helplessness. The publicly announced rewards were getting worse and worse. At the same time, he was troubled. If this was the case, how was he supposed to obtain the jade ring fragment? Without relying on national power, it was uncertain whether they could ever find it with just their small group or the few warriors sent by Huaxia. Then there was the most enigmatic final individual.
Chapter 106, The Final Demon. The figure lying on the ground remained motionless, yet a strangely effeminate male voice suddenly echoed in Lin Xuan's mind. The voice, as if possessed, kept murmuring, "You'll never know how good it is." It sounded like the opening of another utterly bizarre love story. But Lin Xuan dared not move. He could feel every hair on his spine standing on end, as if an icy cold hand was gliding lightly down his back. So Lin Xuan watched helplessly as the figure on the ground arched his hands behind his back. Those hands bent backward beyond human limits, as if supporting something from behind and gradually lifting it into the air. It was coming. Suddenly, an extremely faint voice exploded in Lin Xuan's ear. He snapped upright, staring at Kim Min-soo beside him, his nerves completely frayed. Kim Min-soo, naturally, looked back at Lin Xuan with equal bewilderment as he stood rigid, his hair standing on end. Before she could ask, the figure in the distance teleported before them in the blink of an eye. Still facing away from them, it knelt devoutly on the ground. Holy crap, what the hell is going on? Following Carlos's voice, the others looked over and were startled as well. There should have been only one person ahead. But at some point, it had multiplied into 7. With their backs to the group, the 7 kneeling figures formed a circle, trapping them inside. Beyond the circle, countless beautiful female elves and death demons wielding chain scythes instantly materialized, crowding together as if awaiting orders. In that instant, the circle formed by the 7 figures seemed to become their life-saving barrier. The sight sent chills down their spines, prompting them to summon their guardian demons. They were only 5, yet 7 figures knelt before them. Kim Min-soo, who had kept Bex in her pocket the entire time, radiated energy more intensely than the others. Consequently, 2 kneeling figures slowly approached her. Lin Xuan also faced 2, while the remaining members each dealt with 1 kneeling figure. In an instant, the vast mountain hollow was engulfed by swirling black mist. The summoners frantically called forth powerful demons to shield themselves. Yet the demonic creatures of the fire worshippers only grew more frenzied. Lin Xuan couldn't fathom why, but a deep sense of unease gripped his heart. Instead of summoning his most formidable combatant first, he unexpectedly called forth a being that astonished the world. Paper as prison, ink as lock, painted skin ghost, heed my command. Hidden for 10 years, feeding on chi for 3 autumns, now summoned by Vermilion to draw forth evil spirits, commanded by yellow talismans to cleave the wind. Break the barrier. Reveal your form. Urgent as the law commands. As the final syllable echoed, the yellow talisman snapped upright in his hand, its corners aflame with a ghostly blue light. Beneath him, the dark shadow twisted violently, the ink-black form surging like a living serpent. Indeed, he summoned the painted skin demon. Existing in another dimension, he needed no portrait of a beauty to conjure it from the void. From the shadow beneath his feet, a withered, shriveled roll of skin slowly emerged, unfurling into a complete human face. At Lin Xuan's command, the skin drifted toward the figure kneeling before him, intent on enveloping it entirely. The instant the skin touched the figure, it whipped around, instantly grappling with the skin in a fierce struggle. But to Lin Xuan's eyes, the figure that turned was none other than the familiar General Jiang. Lin Xuan shook his head in disbelief. When he looked again, the face before him had transformed into that of a completely unfamiliar Iranian man. He dismissed it as nothing, watching the skin-changing demon handle this opponent while he turned to engage another. Having already summoned the skin-changing demon, he also called forth the mural demoness group. The synergy between the two could even form an impenetrable formation. One side existed within the painted world, the other within the real world. Both sides cycled endlessly, leaving no room for countermeasures. Thus, Lin Xuan watched as the mural demon sucked the remaining kneeling figure into the painted world. At his command, it also pulled the painted demon and the other combatant inside. Only then did he find time to check on his comrades. He discovered every one of them wore expressions of agony, their eyes brimming with tears even as they fought. Only then did he realize that the phantom demons here might not be illusions at all, but deities capable of stirring immense emotions within them, deities that could make everyone lose themselves and their 7 passions and desires in the turmoil of those feelings. Savalao and Talamati. One presided over chaos and disorder, the other over emotions and defiance. Surveying the chaotic battlefield, he couldn't distinguish friend from foe, let alone locate the 2 entities manipulating emotions. Lin Xuan frowned. It seemed this situation would require the underworld's intervention. But after the previous night parade of 100 ghosts, he had no idea what the current situation in the underworld was. He dared not summon everyone recklessly. After much deliberation, he decided to contact the White Impermanents first. After all, they were the most reasonable entity in the underworld. Cold winds swirled around the candles, ghostly notes drifted through the dust. Guide in white robes, heed my call. A faint apparition of the white ghost slowly materialized before him. What is it, Lin Xuan? Why have you summoned me?
Lin Xuan watched as the apparition bustled about, the soul guiding sail in his hand seemingly tugging at something behind him.
Is the underworld still so busy? Could you spare some personnel? The battle above is growing tense.
Please arrange for reinforcements to lend me a hand. The white ghost paused his actions, his form gradually solidifying as he surveyed Lin Xuan's current situation.
Feasible. Our ghost apprehension and detention tasks are nearly complete.
What remains are primarily trials and punishment enforcement matters. If you require it, I can assign 5 ghost kings, along with the day roaming spirit and night roaming spirit. Add the Rakshasa ghost and staff wielding ghost, making 9 ghost generals in total.
What do you think? That would be excellent.
Arrange it promptly to aid me in vanquishing this foreign demon god.
Bai Wu Chang nodded. I'll report to Lord Yen and have them dispatched immediately. With that, he vanished.
Meanwhile, the oppressive atmosphere in the hall grew even heavier. Lin Xuan, who had barely regained his composure, nearly lost his focus again, nearly overwhelmed by the emotions swirling around him. Suddenly, several dark figures shot out with whistling sounds. A piercing ghostly howl cut through Lin Xuan's thoughts. Lin Xuan swept his arm wide. Ghost generals, what you see before you battling humans is the foreign demon god your target.
Aid us in victory and destroy this evil deity. The ghost kings, towering and menacing, growled low and charged toward the enemy.
The day wanderers and night wanderers drifted among the evil gods, frantically absorbing the malevolent energies they emitted across the battlefield. The Rakshasa and staff-wielding ghosts, however, behaved strangely. Instead of charging the present evil gods, they darted straight toward Lin Xuan's head. The staff-wielding ghost, with elongated ears and a bulging belly, hair disheveled, soared overhead in a few swift strides. His right hand gripped a ghost chain, while his left held a blade-tipped staff. He brought it down with a fierce chop into the void. The Rakshasa then appeared, its appearance terrifying, a green face with fangs, its entire body covered in pitch-black skin. He soared into the air, swiftly shifting form into that of a gaunt, white-haired old man. The invisible presence in the air, after being slashed repeatedly, swiftly pounced upon the Rakshasa demon's white-haired old man form.
Chapter 107, The Evolving Battle Form.
Lin Xuan rubbed his eyes. When he looked up at the sky again, he suddenly noticed a gaunt, oddly short-limbed figure clinging to the Rakshasa demon's back. It appeared abruptly, hovering on the back of the Rakshasa-possessed old man. The instant the creature touched the old man, the elder's coat vanished. It then attempted to touch the old man's shoulder, only to be blocked by the old man's outstretched hand. The creature, with its disproportionately short limbs and grotesque appearance, then proceeded to touch the old man's arm. Originally, the Rakshasa-transformed old man's arm was piled high with Vajra bracelets. After being touched by the strange being, the Vajra bracelets vanished as well. It was Negahi, the demon symbolizing poverty, scarcity, and imperfection.
Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes, realizing something.
He shouted a warning to the Rakshasa. The Rakshasa's ears twitched slightly. Hearing Lin Xuan's warning, he instantly created distance from his enemy, attacking only the creature's ugly, flawed features and stubby limbs with his staff and soul binding chain. Without the close-range contact he craved, the monstrous Nagaha instantly found himself at a disadvantage. Yet, the instant the soul binding chain restrained him, he used a pair of deformed little hands protruding from his back to lightly touch the chain. In that moment, the soul binding chain became incomplete, a gap appearing. He tore free at the gap and even had the composure to retract the soul binding chain into his body. After all, representing poverty and scarcity, his desire to collect and possess objects was exceptionally strong. The Rakshasa demon felt a pang of pain. This was one of his most powerful magical treasures, and it had been taken away. The Rakshasa demon drew a spear from behind his back. He resolved to use only offensive magical artifacts, determined to inflict damage upon Naga. The underworld spear pierced directly into the monster's body, causing blood to gush forth, then vanished. The Rakshasa conjured a double-ringed broadsword, cleaving Naga into several chunks. The fragments splattered into the blood-soaked floor with a sticky plop. Slowly, the flesh pieces began to coalesce within the pool of blood, but the broadsword's blades vanished as well. Rage surged through the Rakshasa, who seized the divine demon hammer and began pounding the still-moving flesh fragments into pulp with relentless blows. The hammer crashed down again and again, thudding so hard it shook the entire hall. Only when the pulp beneath the hammer ceased all movement did he finally lean against the stone wall, gripping the hammer's handle and panting heavily. Suddenly, a burst of flesh and blood erupted from nearby from the kneeling figure who had been battling Stephen. With a loud bang, the kneeling figure exploded into a pool of bloody pulp. Before the others could react, a pale, clean-faced infant slowly rose from the pool of blood before the Rakshasa. Lin Xuan stared at the infant, his brow furrowing deeply. Seeing this, the Rakshasa ghost swung his massive hammer, aiming it directly at the infant emerging from the blood. The ghost child, seeing the blood-stained hammer closing in, erupted into a shattering wail, a deafening cry. The Rakshasa's attack faltered for a split second. In that instant, the ghost child teleported to Stephen's side, throwing itself onto his shoulder and frantically gnawing at his neck. In mere seconds, Stephen rapidly aged. His hair instantly turned white, his skin began to wither and wrinkle, and he collapsed. He was dead? By the time the Rakshasa demon regained its senses and reached Stephen's side, he was already lifeless. The Rakshasa demon resumed its battle with the little ghost child. Perhaps having absorbed the human's strength, the child moved with blinding speed. The Rakshasa swung its massive hammer wildly, but couldn't land a single blow. The little ghost, however, repeatedly broke through the Rakshasa's defenses, leaving deep claw marks across its body and face. Fortunately, the Rakshasa wasn't human to begin with, so there was no life force or lifespan for it to consume. Yet, if the battle continued indefinitely, defeat was inevitable. Behind them, the staff-wielding ghost moved. Dragging his soul-binding chain and staff, he coordinated with the Rakshasa's close-range attacks. To be cautious, they didn't smash the little ghost doll with the giant hammer. Instead, they used the staff-wielding ghost's death god scepter to dismember it completely. They stared intently at the flesh chunks on the ground, certain there was no movement or sign of life. Unexpectedly, the opponent who had battled Leo exploded with a pop, reforming into a mass of flesh and blood. Meanwhile, the Rakshasa's blood-soaked mass began slowly coalescing once more. This enraged the staff-wielding ghost. He brought his staff down with a thunderous blow, shattering the ghost child's body into a spray of blood and flesh. Amid countless blows and the crackling of exploding flesh, the ghost child finally ceased to exist. Lin Xuan remained hunched over, watching the pool of blood before him with vigilance. Just as Lin Xuan had anticipated, a massive minotaur emerged from the pool of blood. I finally understand. This minotaur is Pride. He pointed toward the minotaur. This is Ingra Mainu's true form. Each time you slay it, one of its avatars perishes, while the entity itself evolves into its next incarnation. The 7 great evils beneath its throne manifest as 7 crouching human figures. At the very beginning, the mural fiend and the skin-stripping fiend dragged away deceit and chaos. Just now, the Rakshasa ghost eliminated poverty and decay. With the addition of the colossal minotaur, only wrath and evil heart remain. The moment Lin Xuan exposed this truth, the scene in the hall abruptly shifted. The 2 remaining kneeling statues rose eerily to their feet. The others launched all-out attacks on those 2, aiming to slay their avatars. The Rakshasa and Staff Ghost launched all-out assaults against the now colossal, arrogant ox demon. The other demon kings transformed into streaks of light, frantically slashing at the scattered succubi and death demons throughout the hall. As the number of demons in the hall dwindled, the ox demon's size and combat power gradually weakened, while the Rakshasa and Scepter Ghost's coordination grew increasingly seamless. They swiftly bound the ox demon, then pounded it relentlessly with the death scythe and ghost hammer. The remaining tasks fell to Leo and Carlos, who confronted the evil heart, while Kim Min-soo and Lin Xuan dealt with the rage. Upon learning their opponents were avatars created by the core evil force, all unleashed their most powerful techniques. Yet amidst their battles, none anticipated that the swiftest conclusion would come from Carlos and Leo's confrontation with the evil heart. The evil heart excelled at psychic assaults, planting malevolent thoughts directly into minds, twisting truth and deceiving all. Carlos summoned the Devourer amid a hybrid monster with a crocodile head, lion torso, and hippopotamus lower body. It possessed no surplus of high-intelligence psychic power. In myth, it was solely responsible for executing judgments, the demon of final judgment for all evil. Thus, the evil heart's seduction held no sway over it. Instead, it was devoured outright during the battle. The moment Amit consumed the evil heart. The attacks from the Rakshasa and staff-wielding demon in the sky present a fleeting opening. The destruction of its clone inflicted unimaginable agony upon its main body. The Rakshasa seized that split second, gripping the ox demon's 2 horns in midair with ironclad force and driving its death scythe deep into its forehead. The ox demon roared in agony, violently shaking its head in a desperate attempt to throw off the Rakshasa. At that moment, a chain appeared, binding the Rakshasa demon and the ox demon's horns together. The staff-wielding demon flew into range, raising his staff to strike viciously near where the scythe had pierced, tearing open another hole in the ox demon's skull. Both chanted incantations as the staff embedded in the skull and the scythe of death churned violently. The ox demon expelled its final burst of explosive flames before finally collapsing. The instant it fell, Lin Xuan and Jin Mingqiu simultaneously annihilated the enraged clones before them. The last 2 enemies exploded almost simultaneously. But because this creature had resurrected so many times, the group dared not relax their vigilance. They remained fully alert, watching the pools of blood around them. Only after several minutes passed, when they were certain nothing else would resurrect, did they finally exhale in relief and collapse onto the ground. Meanwhile, the Rakshasa ghost used its death scythe to scoop a small object from the blood-soaked pit where the ox demon had fallen. With a light flick of the scythe, the item arced through the air and landed beside Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan saw it and quickly reached out to catch it. A fragment of the jade ring. Here of all places. He couldn't believe it. Originally, he had thought he would need the state to send men to Iran for a rescue mission and search for it then. But now it seemed unnecessary. This was his first time holding the legendary jade ring fragment, the very one said to be capable of constructing a global barrier. Though it had been soaked in blood for who knows how long, not a single drop clung to it when he pulled it out. It still looked as pure and flawless as ever. Chapter 108, The First Fragment. Lin Xuan held the jade ring fragment, stunned into speechlessness.
He wondered if the fragments from Huaxia and the three countries had been found yet. The one in his hand might very well be the first fragment discovered. His thumb traced the carved ridges and grooves of the jade, savoring its ancient, smooth texture. Suddenly, he sensed a resonance between the jade fragment and the primordial purple chi within his body. With a whoosh, the fragment vanished from his hand. The others were utterly bewildered, searching frantically and even suspecting the enemy had returned. Only Lin Xuan knew the fragment had entered his dantian, where it now fermented alongside that wisp of primordial purple chi. Just then, Jin Mingxiu's phone finally rang. General Jiang informed him that both the Huaxia fragment and the Asan Kingdom fragment had been located, awaiting their return. The Egyptian fragment had also been handed over ahead of schedule. Plus the fragment of the Iranian nation within his dantian. At this moment, 3 more fragments from the 7 ancient civilizations remained scattered across the world. Lin Xuan nodded. 3 crucial tasks now lay before him. First, gather the remaining shards, which would require seeking out representatives from the other ancient civilizations. Second, to recover the lost memories of the Huaxia civilization scattered throughout history. To piece together the records of historical artifacts eroded by the winds of time. Third, return to the real world. Using the other 2 fragments, he must verify the status of the fragment within his body and understand why it had suddenly appeared in his dantian. After listening to the call, Carlos and Leo were itching to leave. Lin Xuan understood that one of them had sacrificed themselves during the battle. But the fighting had been so intense at the time that he hadn't even heard what their punishment was. Still, it was understandable that the 2 survivors were eager to retreat. Yet one thing remained peculiar: despite fighting for so long, they had yet to receive any reward notifications. Then, an announcement echoed from the sky. Iran has been defeated. As the joint forces of China and Egypt defeated Iran, Iran's national fortune shall be divided equally between China and Egypt. Iranian nation punishment, national average lifespan reduced by 50 years. Rewards for China and Egypt, average national lifespan extended by 10 years. After the announcement concluded, Carlos and the others grew even more eager to return home. The 2 looked at Lin Xuan pitifully. You should apply to withdraw from this National Destiny tournament. Upon hearing this, they emptied their backpacks of remaining supplies and emergency medicine, handing everything to Lin Xuan and Jin Mingxiu. Then, they shouted into the air, request to end the game. Immediately, their figures vanished. The entire arena was left with only Lin Xuan, Jin Mingxiu, and the Huaxia standing by. Only Greece, Rome, and the ancient Babylonian kingdom remained. However, the ancient Babylonian kingdom had since fragmented into several nations: Iraq, Syria, and others, all of which had once belonged to it. So our targets are slightly more numerous. Lin Xuan sighed helplessly. Then we'll just have to find the corresponding nations one by one, he said. Maybe we'll even run into the Congo. And while we're at it, wipe out my enemies. Kim Min-soo couldn't fathom the complex emotions tugging at Lin Xuan. Perhaps only those with a deep faith in history and culture could understand the tugging at Lin Xian's heart at this moment. On one hand, he needed to collect the jade fragments as quickly as possible. This alternate dimension might persist for an unknown duration. He must race against time to reach the lands of Huaxia, imprinting as much of what had vanished from the real world into his mind as possible, even if he could only reconstruct it upon return. Alright then. Follow me toward the borders of China for now. If we encounter contestants from those nations along the way, or receive information about their locations, we'll deal with them. That includes the Congo, of course. If we get no leads along the way, you'll accompany me to a few places first. Given the lack of clear information or direction, Kim Min-soo nodded. Lin Xuan finally realized something belatedly. Bai Zhe was the divine beast who understood all things in the world, wasn't he? Throughout the journey, Bai Zhe carried them both as they flew toward Huaxia. Lin Xuan took the opportunity to ask the divine beast about various historical and cultural questions. So King Zhou of Shang wasn't that incompetent, lecherous, and brutal? How many wives and children did that incompetent King Zhou even have? Look at the others instead. Bai Zhe rolled his eyes. He truly couldn't fathom why this human suddenly seemed a bit dim-witted. Meanwhile, all the leading experts in archaeology and ancient folklore across China had set aside their work. Everyone was glued to the large screen, intently watching every word and movement between Lin Xuan and Bai Zhe. Ask more questions. Are those wild historical anecdotes and secrets true? Did Chu Yuan really throw himself into the river? What about the second half of Dream of the Red Chamber? Was it a continuation? The historical mysteries left behind were simply too numerous. No one knew where Lin Xuan would choose as his first destination. Many bigwigs even pulled out their current and shelved projects from their studios, placing them before televisions in some mystical prayer ritual. Of course, while professors and experts were glued to their TVs, their students also received urgent calls from their professors demanding they come watch immediately. This moment might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to witness history. Those archaeology professors and experts who had previously dismissed Lin Xuan as a show-off, arrogantly flaunting his limited knowledge of folk culture, were now changing their tune. For sometimes, only they could truly understand Lin Xian's current turmoil and excitement. Their first destination? Straight to Dunhuang. All the research projects involving Dunhuang experts and scholars were abuzz. Whether it was mural relics or ancient Buddhist sutra scrolls, these experts were exceptionally excited, some even dancing with joy in front of their televisions. Experts from other projects felt a bit downcast, patting their project files to console themselves. It's okay, there's still time, still opportunities. Lin Xuan, of course, knew nothing of this. All he knew was that he was finally heading to a completely unexplored Dunhuang grotto. Bai Zheji led him straight into the Dunhuang grotto's library cave. Back then, the British hadn't yet deceived us into handing over our scriptures, silk paintings, and embroideries. Gazing upon the mountains of intact scriptures and artifacts before him, Lin Xuan could not control himself. His entire body trembled unconsciously with excitement. Jean Minxiu didn't understand. She stepped forward and patted Lin Xuan on the shoulder, but he instinctively grabbed her arm in return. Kim Min-soo winced in pain, and only then did Lin Xuan realize what he'd done, releasing her arm. Sorry. Lin Xuan suddenly remembered that his current actions were likely being broadcast live. He shouted towards several spots in the air. Everyone, I'm about to enter the grotto of the Buddhist scriptures. Please bring out as many high-definition audio and video recording devices as possible to capture this moment. After saying this, he felt uncertain. He didn't know if these things could be recorded. Therefore, he also needed to rely on his own mind. He pulled out paper and pen from his bag and stepped inside one step at a time. Upon seeing the countless piles of precious artifacts, Lin Xuan's heart pounded so loudly it seemed to echo in his ears. He felt both extreme excitement and profound sadness. Excitement that he could finally see and touch these complete treasures of civilization with his own eyes. But he was also profoundly saddened that in reality, most of these treasures had been looted, and he had no way to take them out. Not specializing in Dunhuang's grottos, he couldn't identify which artifacts were currently missing or which had been recovered by the state. Just then, Kim Min-soo's phone rang abruptly, forcing her to chase into the cave with the call. Lin Xuan quickly took the phone. It turned out to be an expert in the archaeological field specializing in the Dunhuang grottos, whom the Prime Minister had personally arranged for him to contact. Under the expert's excited guidance, he only needed to slowly turn through the pages of a dozen or so sutras, one by one. In the real world, specialists were already tasked with transcribing and photographing the texts. Lin Xuan was astonished by the sheer volume of texts our nation had recovered. The expert on the other end of the line chuckled, attributing this success largely to Lin Xuan's victories over nations like the Eagle Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation in the previous National Fortune Tournament, which had enabled the recovery of a vast collection of artifacts. After completing these tasks, Lin Xuan rushed straight to the famous Dunhuang Mogao Grotto's murals. He moved slowly past every mural, allowing personnel from the relevant national departments to document all the mural content. He moved especially slowly when reaching those sections that had been nearly eroded away by the elements in modern times. Chapter 109, A Palace-Sized Monster. Just as Lin Xuan was reveling in the joy of discovering these treasures, Kim Min-soo suddenly called out to him. While they happily collected historical data here, in the same space, contestants from other nations were fighting to the death. The announcements grew increasingly frequent, constantly reaching everyone's ears. Every 10 minutes or so, someone died, resulting in rewards or punishments for their nation. Just then, Jean Minxiu heard the announcement that Pakistan had received a reward chest. She immediately called out to Lin Xuan. The reward chest was located within Greece's territory. It was highly likely that Greek contestants would attempt to seize it. By this stage of the competition, the weaker nations had either been eliminated or gone into hiding. Medium-sized nations had either withdrawn after winning or were fighting hard to survive. Taking on anyone now was no easy task. Therefore, once word spreads, both the relevant nation and other competitors nearby might head there. Should we go check it out? Lin Xuan initially had no intention of going, as he considered the treasures in his possession far more important. But he suddenly recalled that Pakistan was a friendly diplomatic ally. The Prime Minister and others had previously stated that if they encountered a situation where they could potentially help, they should lend a hand. He found himself torn. Alright then, we'll sneak over quietly. If we don't find our target, we'll come back and keep working on your business, no time wasted on either front. Bai Zhe is incredibly fast. He can whisk us there and back in no time. Hearing his name called, Baze poked his head out from Jean Minxiu's embrace to look at the two of them. Jean Minxiu pulled out a bag of snacks from his pocket and bribed Baze with it. How about it? Lin Xuan nodded in agreement. The two beckoned Bai Zhe to fly toward Greece, naturally treating him to delicious snacks along the way. As they soared over the miniature Aegean Sea, Bai Zhe was suddenly struck by powerful jets of water erupting from the sea. Unable to continue forward, it scrambled away in disarray. Lin Xuan and Jean Minxiu, perched on its back, couldn't make out the attackers below. They had no choice but to turn Bai Zhe around and land on the shore of the Aegean Sea. Remarkably, the water column attacks ceased the moment they left the Aegean Sea's vicinity. So what were those creatures in the water? Jean Minxiu, still shaken, looked at Lin Xuan and the Bai Zhe. I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. Even omniscience requires seeing the opponent. Merely speculating, there are far too many aquatic monsters capable of such abilities. Bai Zhe shook his head in response. This is a common water manipulation ability, many aquatic beasts possess it. What if we narrow it down to the Greek seas? What sea monsters are there in Greece? Just in Greece alone, there are plenty: Sirens, Hydra, Scylla, Charybdis. Bai Zhe rattled off the names with great familiarity, leaving Jin Minchu with a headache. So what do we do now? Are we just stuck here? Lin Xuan stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment before saying. We can lure it ashore. Whether it's a sea monster or a water demon, we stand no chance against it in the Aegean Sea. But once it steps onto land, it's bound to show its weaknesses. The only question now is, how do we get it ashore? The two fell silent once more. Lin Xuan glanced at the white Jia, who was happily eating nearby, and an idea struck him. He called out to Jin Minchu. How about this? Do you have any more meat? We'll toss some into the ocean to lure that monster out. Bai Zhe, who had been eating with his head bobbing up and down, grew alarmed at Lin Xuan's suggestion. That food is all mine. Didn't we agree earlier? The leftovers are all mine, and I'll fly you guys around. Jin Minchu understood immediately and hurried over to placate Bai Zhe. But we have no choice. Otherwise, we can't get through. Luring it out is beyond us two puny mortals. The only idea we have is to use some food to lure it up. Bai Zhe looked at the two pitiful little humans who'd been tending to him these past few days, holding the delicious marinated chicken drumstick. It wasn't that Bai Zhe couldn't help him lure it out, but the offerings had long since become its due. Without more tribute, it wouldn't have been necessary. Now they were even taking items already offered to it and throwing them to those monsters. After all, Bai Zhe had lived for thousands of years. Though he was a glutton, he wasn't stupid. Its tone grew increasingly indignant, tinged with a hint of grievance. Seeing this, Lin Xuan hurriedly interjected. Lord Bai Zhe, we're not just offering ready-made delicacies. I can whip up something fresh for you. I've even brought plenty of that special seasoning. Once we take down this sea monster, we'll catch some fish. How about I whip up a modern-style grilled fish platter for you? Guaranteed to be delicious. Bai Zhe had originally intended to join the fight to protect his snacks. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, he nodded haughtily. He was the type who'd take any excuse to back down. All right. I'll help you lure it out. You two stay near the shore, don't get too close. I'll need to save you guys later, after all. Bai Zhe hadn't realized that the rule he'd set for himself to only guide them and do nothing else had just been broken by his own hand. Once rules and boundaries start to crack, things get interesting. Lin Xuan smiled and nodded as he watched Bai Zhe enlarge itself, then shoot like a meteor toward the center of the Aegean Sea. Sure enough, upon reaching the center, it was assaulted by wave after wave of water projectiles. Yet now, it showed no fear. As the water blasts approached, it swiftly shrank to evade the attacks, teleporting to another location before resuming its colossal form. The underwater creatures pursued relentlessly, seemingly tireless. Bai Zhe continued to grow and shrink, guiding the sea monster away from the center. Then, with a sudden dive, it seized the moment when the sea monster paused to unleash another water blast. Plunging into the very center of the blast's origin, it struck with a single claw, sending waves crashing everywhere. The underwater monster let out a low, guttural growl, then unleashed a barrage of countless water blasts. Bai Zhe swiftly dodged several times, flapping its wings furiously as it fled frantically. Its attack seemed to enrage the sea monster beneath the waves, which began a frantic pursuit of the white Jia, shedding its earlier composure. The chase continued all the way to the shore, where the creature even lifted its head slightly above the water. Bai Zhe stared at the thick scales exposed above the water, the pair of eyes resembling a puppy's, and the snout. Bai Zhe resorted to his old trick, diving downward once more. He extended both claws, reaching out to scratch at that head. But the scaled dog-like head beneath the water didn't retreat. Instead, it lunged forward, opening its massive jaws wide, attempting to bite the airborne Bai Zhe back into the water. To reach the white spirit, it nearly leapt its entire body out of the water. Only then did everyone clearly see its complete form, a dog's head fused to the body of a whale. Its colossal form, resembling a palace, was breathtaking. Naturally, the white Jia evaded the bite. With a few swift wing beats, it vanished from the low-altitude zone. Lin Xuan and Jin Minchu stood on the shore, staring at the colossal form in the sea, utterly speechless. What kind of monster was this, so enormous? Chapter 110, A Drop of Blood vs. The Wan Yang. The white deer returned, violently shaking its head to fling water from its body. Lin Xuan and Jin Minchu watched the creature still thrashing wildly in the sea, its fury churning waves several meters high. Bai Zhe flapped his wings casually and remarked, "Isn't that just the Greek sea monster, Scylla? You don't even recognize it?" Lin Xuan shook his head earnestly. His knowledge of Greek mythology was indeed limited. Especially the bizarre relationships within Greek mythology, they were simply too convoluted to comprehend. Lord Bai Zhe, could you elaborate on this, Scylla? Knowing our enemy is key to victory. Kim Min-soo patiently coaxed Bai Zhe. Only through Bai Zhe's narration did they grasp just how formidable this adversary truly was. Cetus was actually born from a single drop of Hades' blood. Massive in size and immense in strength. At full power, it could effortlessly destroy ships, its colossal body capable of smashing large vessels with a single impact. Its formidable strength allowed it to easily drag ships underwater or slam them against the shore, causing catastrophic destruction. Its body was covered in hard scales, acting as natural armor that protected it from most conventional weapons and shielded it from physical damage. Seth also serves as an emissary of Poseidon, the sea god, carrying out his commands. This indicates it possesses a degree of intelligence beyond that of a mere beast, capable of purposeful actions based on instructions. Due to its connection with Poseidon, the sea god, Scylla possesses the power to manipulate waves and ocean currents, capable of unleashing massive storms and tidal waves to attack enemies or create chaos. After hearing this, Lin Xuan and his companion froze. Could they possibly drag this fight onto land? But first, they must provoke it into losing its senses and venturing onto land, right? Both turned to look at Bai Zhe. Don't bother thinking of solutions yourselves. I'm hungry and too weak to care. With all the spirits in China, just pick a few. Find some water spirits and you're done. Bai Zhe rejected their idea but offered a new perspective. Lin Xuan heard this and found himself paralyzed by choice. The water spirits of Huaxia were indeed far too numerous. Princess Andromeda's legendary beauty spread far and wide. Jealous of her grace, the sea nymphs demanded she be bound to the shore and offered to Cetus only then would the kingdom be saved. Perseus, son of Zeus, fell instantly in love with Andromeda. Using Medusa's head, he turned Cetus to stone, saving both Andromeda and the kingdom. Seeing Lin Xian's hesitation, Bai quietly recounted the tale of Cetus. Kim Min-soo listened with delight, while Lin Xian's eyes grew increasingly bright. So that's it. I get it now. Since the enemy's physical strength is so formidable, we'll counter with psychic-type demons. Water-type, specifically psychic-type combat skills. Lin Xian grinned as he pulled talismans from his backpack and began the summoning ritual. Heaven and earth grow dim, energy runs rampant. Here upon the shores of the Aegean Sea, I invoke ancient runes as my guide. O spirits slumbering in the dark waters, heed my summons. Shatter the illusions and come forth. Obey my command and serve my purpose. Countless shadowy figures seeped from crevices in the reefs and damp sands left by receding waves, gathering denser and denser like ink. These shadows had no fixed form, short, lumpy masses that crawled close to the ground. A chilling aura followed, not the coolness of the sea breeze, but a bone-piercing coldness carrying the stench of rotting seaweed mixed with an indistinct rusty odor. Outlines slowly emerged from the shadows, causing Jin Minchu, whose psychic senses were exceptionally keen, to instinctively take a few steps back. Lin Xian murmured incantations, pinching a talisman between his fingers and pointing it toward the sea. The chilling aura in the air gradually dissipated, and the black shadows sank into the depths of the sea. We'll just wait and see. Lin Xian said confidently. After an unknown span of time, the winds over the Aegean Sea suddenly shattered. Setusa's massive tail lashed out violently, churning the sea surface into a boiling cauldron of molten copper. It let out a low growl as it whipped its slime-covered tail fin, attempting to smash whatever was coiled around its body. But these were not physical objects, they were shadows formed by shadowy spirits, like countless inky ribbons emerging from beneath the waves and out of the darkness, clinging tenaciously to its body covered in solid scales. Seth's roar shook the reefs, sending crumbs scattering. Accustomed to tearing prey apart with brute force, it opened its massive jaws wide enough to swallow half a tsunami-sized wave. Yet when it lunged to bite the shadowy mass coiled around its neck, its teeth passed straight through. These specters possessed no fixed form. The moment they were torn apart, they seeped back through the gaps inside scales, even burrowing into its nostrils with each breath. Cetus arched his body violently, his massive tail smashing down on the sea surface. This strike should have raised a wall of water tens of feet high, but before the wave could surge, it was crushed by a swarm of shadowy entities surging up from the depths. The gray-green mist formed by the shadowy figures enveloped the waves, freezing the surging seawater mid-air for an instant before it fell as foul-smelling ice shards. Even more eerie was the sudden sluggishness in Saito's movements. It was an injury rather, his eyelids felt heavy, and the frenzied rage that had consumed him moments before seemed to vanish. The deep, dark abyss of the ocean surfaced inexplicably in his mind. Beyond his own labored breathing, a faint, rustling sound filled his ears like countless whispers, pulling him into eternal night. This was the work of the shadowy spirits. They didn't rely on brute force, but instead burrowed into Saito's senses. Seth shook his head, trying to dispel the sound, only to see the sea before him begin to warp. Countless blurred faces seemed to float atop the waves, all the forms of prey he had devoured in the past. Those faces drew closer, carrying a bone-chilling cold. The force of its frantic tail lash sent it reeling. Scales on its chest and belly were gnawed bare by regrouping shadowy creatures, leaving white marks where the life force beneath had been sucked away by the darkness, draining half its strength. Seth realized something and plunged his body deep into the ocean, then surged upward with tremendous force. The force carried a mountain-moving pressure, scattering most of the wraiths clinging to its body. The churning sea water revealed the gruesome old scars on its spine. A hissing sound followed as the black mist from the wounds dissipated under the sunlight. It opened its mouth, unleashing a water jet infused with the power of the sea god, striking directly at the Wanglian gathering anew beneath the waves. As the water column pierced the mist, it emitted a hissing sound, like boiling oil poured onto ice. The shadows of the shadowy creatures were forced back several feet, their condensed forms fading slightly. They feared this divine seawater, and even more, the tangible power within Saito's current frenzy. The shadowy figures began scattering in all directions, abandoning their direct assault. Instead, they slipped into Set's blind spots, emerging from behind reefs and the wreckage of sunken ships, weaving themselves back into a net. This time, they did not bind his body, but burrowed into Set's eyes. As Seth began to close his eyes, darkness engulfed his vision, not the night sky, but countless fragmented shadows obscuring his sight. The whispers echoed in his ears, clearer than before, evoking the terror he felt when Perseus threatened him with Medusa's head. The giant beast roared violently and slammed itself against the reef, hoping to dispel the illusion through pain. Yet the reef shattered into dust, and the shadows clung to it like a flesh-eating ulcer, coalescing once more around it amidst the debris. The waves still churned, half the briny foam stirred by Seth's, half the icy chill exuded by the specters. Cetus's massive tail could shatter anything within 10 zhang, yet it couldn't dispel the mist clinging to its body. The specters could drain its strength and unsettle its mind, yet they couldn't deliver a fatal blow. One was a brute force colossus that churned mountains and seized the other, a shadow spirit that gnawed at the soul. Entwined in the Aegean, half the sea frothed with furious white foam, half a murky green that refused to dissipate. Even the wind carried a strange scent, both frenzied and bone-chilling. The battle reached a stalemate. Chapter 111, The Tyrant of the Aegean finally falls. Yet even a mythical creature like Seth's could tire, its roar gradually fading. When it lashed its tail for the last time, the force was too weak to raise even a decent wave. The malevolent spirits that had burrowed into its eyes and nostrils knew no fatigue. Like countless icy needles, they gnawed away at its divine consciousness. The rage and frenzy that had burned so brightly moments before now dissolved into a thick fog, clouding its mind, blurring even the very concept of resistance. What it saw was no longer churning seas and rocky reefs. Its vision was filled with blurred shadows, all staring at it eerily. What it heard was no longer its own gasping breath, but the countless, fragmented shrieks of souls. It was as if every living being it had ever devoured was now crowding its ears. Thud! Its massive form crashed heavily onto the sea surface, the splashing waves shrouded in gloom. Seth tried to lift its head, but its neck felt like it was filled with lead. Even opening its mouth was a struggle. The specters had already coiled around its soul. Those shadowy figures gathered on its long, dog-like head, no longer darting about but clinging silently, as if feeding on something. The scales on its body began to lose their luster. Its once gray-green spine slowly turned white, and even the movement of its tail fin became an unconscious twitch. The salty tang in the wind faded, replaced by a thicker, colder dampness like soil freshly dug from a grave. The shadowy figures seeped from Saito's body, reforming into shadows that clung to the water's surface, flowing outward with the waves. Some burrowed into crevices in the reef, others sank to the bottom of the waves. Only a few low-hanging shadows lingered above Saito's head, as if verifying something. Satusa's eyes were half open, devoid of any spark. The massive tail gave one final, gentle sweep across the water's surface before coming to a complete standstill. From his body, a translucent, soft-skinned water droplet slowly drifted out. At first, no one paid it any mind. Not until Baze pointed it out and instructed them to retrieve it. Lin Xuan channeled spiritual energy into his legs, stepping onto the dry, brittle white scales after a few strides to retrieve the translucent droplet. It appeared incredibly soft, yet remained unbreakable in his hand like a pliable balloon filled with water. What is this thing? Xingtian stared curiously at the water sphere in Lin Xian's hand. The blade of Poseidon. A blade? The two stared at the water sphere in puzzlement. It certainly didn't resemble a blade at all. Bai Zhe remained silent, only instructing Lin Xian to absorb it into his body. After Lin Xian obediently absorbed the water sphere, he discovered he now possessed the ability to unleash endless water projectiles. As long as he stood near a water source, he could fire them endlessly. He instantly grasped the meaning of Poseidon's blade. It referred to water blades. He could now transform water into any form of weapon. He even instinctively transformed water into rapid-fire projectiles and solid walls of water. Wow, this ability is incredible. Watching Lin Xian conduct his water test, Xingtian's eyes widened in astonishment, and she even clapped her hands. Now they had a means of self-defense wherever water existed. However, crossing the Aegean Sea had taken some time. So by the time they reached Greece, the conflict had already begun. Gazing at the dazzling fireworks of battle several kilometers ahead, Lin Xian held back Kim Min-soo. They're already fighting up ahead. We'll have to advance quietly. He glanced at the Bai Zhe, the divine beast possessing its own stealth abilities. Bai Zhe understood immediately, nodded, and vanished from their sight in an instant. Then, Lin Xian felt a weight settle on his right shoulder. He smiled and probed with his divine sense. Only when his spiritual energy extended beyond his body could he sense the vague outline of Bai Zhe on his shoulder. He raised an eyebrow, reaching to touch the empty space on his right shoulder. Under Xingtian's curious gaze, he seized her wrist in one swift motion. Stay still. I'll envelop us both in spiritual energy to minimize our aura and sneak past.
The fleeting delight and blush that had flushed Jean Minxiu's cheeks when he first seized her wrist vanished instantly.
Oh, so that's how it works. Fine. She rolled her eyes expressionlessly, gave a brief nod, then lowered her head and muttered to herself. I thought this kid finally got it. Turns out he hasn't a clue. What are you muttering about?
Lin Xuan, focused on maintaining the spiritual energy barrier, hadn't caught Jean Minxiu's words clearly.
Nothing. Just curious, if you grab me like this, won't they notice? If they weren't in the middle of a battle, they probably could have noticed. After all, I have no idea what kind of monitoring methods they have. But right now, they're locked in a fierce battle. It's unlikely they have the spare capacity to maintain constant surveillance over such a vast area. As long as we mask our aura and stay sufficiently distant, they'll likely never detect us.
Kim Min-soo nodded thoughtfully. Obediently, he let Lin Xuan pull him along, cautiously making their way toward the direction of the explosions.
Damn it, I never expected their defensive capabilities to be this strong. Who is that person constructing the defensive shield? Do you have any intel on him?
A soldier clad in full camouflage fatigues demanded, his voice laced with frustration. Beside him stood two men clad in ivory white coarse linen robes, dressed like priests or devotees, one tall, one short. The shorter priest shook his head.
Their daily work is to pray within the temple. They have no interest in outside affairs.
Seeing this, the camouflaged soldier frowned and clicked his tongue in disapproval. The taller priest declared loudly, that heavily fortified figure across the way is the Neapolitan scholar of Pakistan, a position akin to a bishop. Kim Min-soo watched this scene with curiosity, straining to listen as he leaned closer.
Lin Xuan, did you hear that? They just said the one across there is actually from Pakistan. Then who are those two in linen robes and the soldier in front of us?
Ever since Kim Min-soo learned Lin Xuan was a scholar of historical folklore, she had held him in high regard. Lin Xuan frowned, glancing at the three people closest to him before shifting his gaze to the white-robed figure holding the line in the distance. He couldn't immediately identify their nationalities, but they were definitely from one of the neighboring countries in this region.
The Pakistani one isn't called a bishop, it's a transliteration of the Arabic term meaning elder.
Look at the pointed cap on his head. And the winged red heart emblem scattered across his robe. He must be a Sufi elder. Lin Xuan's exceptional eyesight allowed him to see the man clearly.
They have different branches? What's this Sufi sect all about? The Sufi sect pursues a life of simplicity, rejecting material indulgence.
They believe that excessive focus on material things turns people into slaves to desire. They are deeply devout in their faith and principles, strictly adhering to the teachings of the Quran. They devote nearly all their time to prayer, focusing on the purity and tranquility of their individual souls. They can be considered the most devout believers. Lin Xuan explained while recalling the details, and Jean Minxiu nodded repeatedly.
No wonder they possessed such formidable strength. A single individual had withstood the attacks of three.
After hearing this, Kim Min-soo felt profound admiration. After all, she herself could never abandon all worldly attachments.
Clearly, the enemies of the Sufi order didn't believe it either. I don't buy it. How could just the two of them stop us from returning to our country and reclaiming our treasure? Once it's placed in our nation, it belongs to us, no one takes it away. The camouflage-clad soldier leading the assault had a fiery temper.
Seeing their prolonged failure to break through, he finally lost his temper. Lin Xuan and Kim Min-soo exchanged a glance. A meaningful look passed between them.
Your territory and country, huh? Chapter 112, Effortless Acquisition. They hadn't held out much hope.
But Greece was right before their eyes. Kim Min-soo tugged at Lin Xuan, urging him to run forward.
Lin Xuan quickly pulled her back. Hold on. For now, they could still handle the situation. Neither nation had begun summoning their demons yet.
We should use this chance to set up an array that's more important.
It'll prevent them from escaping.
Kim Min-soo realized she'd been too hasty.
What if one of the three escapes?
She nodded, then urged Lin Xuan to hurry and take her to set up the formation. Lin Xuan had acquired foundational array knowledge during his initial cultivation training, though he'd never had time to study it properly. Now, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and dive in. Fortunately, they had gathered quite a few treasures along the way.
After infusing them with spiritual energy, they could serve as array eyes and array bases.
So, to avoid alerting the two priests and the soldier behind them, Lin Xuan and his companion retreated a few more steps. They finally settled about a kilometer away and began constructing the formation. When they circled around the Greek battlefield and scouted toward the Pakistani side, they discovered that behind the Sufi elder lay a dense forest. His reason for not fleeing was that his two teammates were furiously hacking away at a treasure chest behind them.
The chest stood nearly as tall as a person, resembling an upright golden coffin.
With the battle raging so fiercely, Lin Xuan and Jean Minxiu dared not approach too closely. They feared any distraction might compromise the elder's shield, potentially exposing them to grave danger. Thus, Lin Xuan and Jean Minxiu remained at a safe distance, communicating telepathically with their two comrades hacking away at the coffin.
Our Pakistani comrades. We are the Chinese contestants, your allies.
To ease their concerns, Lin Xuan even pulled a neatly folded 5-star red flag from his bag. Infusing it with spiritual energy, he sent the flag drifting toward them. Sure enough, the two who had been hacking away at the treasure chest with all their might froze in shock. They frantically scanned their surroundings. Even upon hearing the words China, they remained on high alert. Until one of them, sharp-eyed, caught sight of the corner of the flag. He excitedly tapped the other man on the shoulder and pointed toward the flag. Only then did both men visibly relax, their faces lighting up with the joy of having narrowly escaped disaster. The shorter man was even on the verge of tears. They strode over to their elder, gesturing wildly as they spoke. The elder's expression shifted from momentary shock to suspicion, then his eyes regained their sparkle. The shorter man, unable to contain his excitement, dashed toward the 5-star red flag. Seeing this, Lin Xuan and the others slowly raised the national flag and walked over. It really is you. The moment the two sides met, the slightly shorter Pakistani soldier exclaimed with delight. Lin Xuan had been anxious, fearing they might suspect his group of impersonation. But seeing the young soldier recognize him, he breathed a sigh of relief. So you guys are here for the treasure chest too? The shorter soldier blurted out bluntly. If you need this treasure chest, you can have it first. When we entered the battlefield, the Prime Minister told us that the Chinese contestants are always our good brothers. They are comrades we can fight alongside and prioritize protecting. Hearing this, not only was Lin Xuan stunned, but Kim Min-soo, listening nearby, gasped repeatedly. She never imagined people from two nations could be like brothers. This wasn't just entrusting the lives of competitors, it was entrusting the lives of nations and their people. We've received so much help from you. Without you. The young soldier continued his impassioned speech, while Prime Minister and the leaders in the Huaxia National Project conference room were deeply moved. The scheming, honeyed words, and ruthless tactics among leaders of nations like Eagle Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation were all too common. A brother nation like Pakistan, willing to entrust lives, was truly rare. Several generals made immediate decisions on the spot, expressing their willingness to personally oversee all future military and civilian aid provided by Pakistan. If the gods could truly manifest their power upon this land, we would welcome Pakistan's entire territory into China's sphere of protection. Some generals even spoke passionately. The Prime Minister merely nodded without comment, turning to instruct his aide to record the matter for discussion after the war's conclusion. Meanwhile, tens of millions of Chinese citizens were profoundly moved by this earth-shaking display of national brotherhood. It must be noted that many had previously known little about Pakistan. For the general public, terms like all-weather strategic cooperative partner appearing in news reports failed to convey the depth of this relationship. The public could only see that the two countries had established diplomatic relations long ago and maintained cordial ties. However, due to the great distance between their territories, there was little mutual assistance or connection in terms of interests. Media coverage about Pakistan was also scarce. Frankly speaking, if not for this national competition, most people would remain largely unfamiliar with Pakistan. At most, people might occasionally see one or two travel bloggers on certain platforms visiting these countries, where they were enthusiastically pursued by locals eager to take photos with them, and that was about it. Only now has the general public truly recognized the benefits of the Chinese government's diplomatic efforts. It's not that China single-mindedly supports weaker nations, while those nations, driven by economic interests, jump back and forth between major powers. Rather, China is carefully selecting its partners. We are forging genuine alliances, true comrades in arms who will stand by us in any situation. After finally meeting up, Lin Xuan instructed the elder to maintain the protective shield. They did not reveal themselves to the Greek forces but instead circled around behind them, refining the formation. Ultimately, they established a unique formation that neither allowed entry nor exit. Only a presence surpassing Lin Xuan's strength could break through his restraining formation. As Lin Xuan placed the final spirit energy-infused crystal ore into the designated array point, all could faintly perceive a streak of blue light connecting the earth to the heavens. In an instant, it streaked across the sky, vanishing on the other side. Alright, the formation is complete. We can go take a look now. Xingtian offered a faint smile to the others. Now we can finally appear openly on the Pakistani battlefield. We'll catch the Greeks off guard. What's going on? Why did two people suddenly barge into our combat zone? And without any warning whatsoever. On the Greek side, they stomped their feet in frustration while unleashing their full combat power, launching a frenzied assault. The soldier-dressed guy even started complaining about the other two. Aren't you two supposed to be priests? Don't you have any sense of crisis? What happened to the warning puppets you were supposed to deploy earlier? The two could only shake their heads helplessly. Their warning puppets seemed to have failed. Now, the tide was turning decisively. Do you know who joined the battle over there? Now it's 5 against 3. We're the underdogs. The gaunt priest tapped his head hard. He felt strangely familiar with that man. I remember now. That man, the newcomer, he's from China. His name is Lin. Lin single-handedly wiped out the land of cherry blossoms and the land of the rising sun, truly unforgettable. Unless you're exceptionally arrogant, you wouldn't ignore other nations' combat intelligence and national profiles. The gaunt priest had had enough of the soldier's arrogant demeanor throughout the journey and couldn't resist taking a jab at him.
His remark left the other two speechless. Such overwhelming combat power? We must devise a plan immediately. We cannot allow them to deepen their connection any further. You two, think fast. The soldier barked at the pair. The elder priest offered no reply, only gazing ahead with a sinister glint in his eyes. We must strike first. If we wait for them to join forces, we won't stand a chance. We need to take an unconventional approach. With that, he actually motioned for the other two to head toward Pakistan, attacking while closing the distance between them. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan remained engrossed in the emotional reunion, oblivious to the situation. Only when they drew dangerously close did Jin Minxiu realize their group had advanced to midfield, prompting the others to snap back into alertness. What are they up to? Stay alert. Lin Xuan focused his full attention, a faint counterattack formation forming in his hands. Whatever attack they unleashed next, Lin Xuan could guarantee it would be bounced back instantly. And the Greek priests did not disappoint. Two priests moved their hands ceaselessly, murmuring incantations. Before long, they summoned a slender, graceful demoness. Her abundant hair danced in the air without a breeze, her figure enchantingly alluring, her eyes glowing with a sinister light. Lin Xuan instantly knew it was bad news and activated his counterattack formation at the last moment. Yet it was already too late. Anyone who laid eyes on Medusa would be instantly petrified, unable to move. Lin Xuan's deflection array redirected Medusa's petrifying power toward the Greek contestant across from him. In an instant, all five were frozen solid. The situation was now extremely awkward. Everyone who could move was trapped in place. They stared at each other, their expressions agitated yet filled with despair. Only the rustling wind and the occasional bird gliding overhead proved they were still alive. Chapter 113, 123 Statue. Jin Minxiu, cradling the sleeping Baze in her arms, stirred in her drowsiness at the sudden stillness and began to open her eyes. Lin Xuan urgently whispered telepathically to Baze, instructing it not to open its eyes or look toward the opposite direction, for there stood Medusa, capable of petrifying anyone who gazed upon her. The longer they remained still, the more pronounced the petrification symptoms became on Lin Xuan and the others. Those with weaker spiritual energy petrified at a faster rate. Thus, they watched helplessly as the Greek soldier completely petrified before their eyes. However, the petrifying effect proved limited against someone like Lin Xuan, whose formidable mental strength resisted it. Lin Xuan could sense that he was still able to move his eyeballs. As time dragged on, he even felt his eyelids begin to droop slightly. He had to break the petrification faster than the opposing priest, or else their side would be in grave danger. What he hadn't anticipated was that Jin Minxiu's recovery rate was nearly on par with his own. So this was where his mental strength advantage could be applied. Watching Jin Minxiu struggle to blink, only managing to make his long lashes flutter slightly, then attempt to signal Lin Xuan with frantic eye movements, Lin Xuan felt like laughing. Unfortunately, he couldn't move to smile. Instead, he focused all his effort on pushing the primordial purple chi within his dantian. But for some reason, the primordial purple chi within his body became entangled with the jade ring fragment in his dantian, seemingly falling into slumber together. With tremendous effort, he managed to stir only the tiniest thread of it. That sliver of primordial purple chi struggled to pull itself out of his dantian and flow into the meridians of his limbs. He could distinctly sense that the primordial purple chi acted like a key. All the meridians it flowed through instantly began to reactivate. He could even see the petrification on his arms slowly receding. Meanwhile, the Greek nation's competitors were in a panic. The soldier had completely petrified, showing no signs of life. Of the two remaining priests, the young, slender one was desperately trying to stop the petrification from spreading throughout his body, while the tall, older priest was struggling to reduce the petrification within himself. The Medusa they had summoned also became a stone statue due to her own petrifying power. Because she trusted her petrification ability most, she held nothing back with her psychic power. The result of pouring it all out was that she herself had no resistance left. The question remained, would her statue retain magical power after petrification? That was precisely why Lin Xuan forbade Bai Zhe from emerging from his pocket. Bai Zhe observed the outside world was quiet, seemingly devoid of danger. Since Lin Xuan forbade it from leaving the pocket, it decided to continue sleeping. Thus, it sank back into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan used a thread of primordial purple chi to first unfreeze his fingers, arms, and mouth, the critical areas. Facing an opponent like Greece, he dared not be overconfident. After all, Greece was one of the cradles of ancient civilization. Seizing this chance to gain the upper hand, he had to ensure a decisive victory in one strike. Otherwise, he had no idea how many more demons lurked within Greece. At this thought, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, the divine and demonic realms of Greece are truly chaotic. Gods could mate with any demon or spirit, giving birth to bizarre creatures. Truly a chaotic region. Lin Xuan resolved to finish them in one strike, leaving no room for counterattack. He strained to control his fingers, forming the summoning hand seals, while his arms bent upward with effort. Once the gesture was complete, he focused entirely on controlling his mouth and tongue, striving to utter the clear incantation of the devouring enemy summoning spell. Grim winds roll like armor, blood mist coalesces into banners. With enemy bones as fuel, their arrogance as sacrifice.
Now we tear open the rift of the netherworld, summoning the name of the fiend.
A sheep's face holds malevolence, armpit eyes glaring through battle armor. Copper teeth grind armor to dust, blood-red tongues devour all life. Descendant of the Xingtian clan, lord of gluttony. Tao Tai. Break through the barrier and come forth. See the foes within their ranks, all shall become your belly's feast. Devour. Leave not a shred.
After the petrification was lifted, his tongue still tingled. He had to recite this summoning incantation 3 times over. Just as he was sweating profusely, about to recite it a 4th time, he suddenly sensed something amiss beside him. The wind around the open ground shifted in tone. The refreshing breeze that had swept through the forest suddenly grew heavy and sticky, carrying a foul stench mingled with rust and decayed earth. The treetops ceased their swaying, their leaf tips stiffening as they pointed skyward, as if gripped by an invisible hand around their necks. The pale clouds on the horizon darkened visibly, not with the weight of gathering storm clouds, but like ink splashed into water, spreading into a murky gray-black chaos. A crimson light erupted from the clearing ahead, not shooting upward but surging along the ground in all directions. Wherever it passed, grass blades instantly withered and curled, and even the soil cracked with fine fissures, as if all vitality had been sucked away. Immediately after, a muffled rumble rose from deep within the earth, thudding against the eardrums. A gaping hole suddenly opened in the flat ground. From the pitch-black void emerged first a half-neck covered in grayish-yellow hard scales, followed by a head indistinguishable as sheep or human. Arms stretched out, eye sockets nestled under its armpits, now swirling with murky crimson. Its gaping mouth stretched to its ears, revealing jagged, coldly gleaming teeth. The gust of breath it exhaled swept through, snapping nearby saplings clean at the waist, charred stumps left behind. Not yet fully emerged, its half-exposed body already occupied a small patch of ground. The surrounding wind swirled into a vortex, whipping dry grass and sand toward its maw. Even birds deep within the distant woods scattered in panic, yet they couldn't escape the realm shrouded in its malevolent aura. They could only circle frantically mid-air, their cries shrill enough to shatter the air. The air thickened with ravenous malevolence, the very wind itself seemed to howl, urging it to fully emerge and devour everything in sight. Once the Taodai fully materialized, it roared at its opponents across the way. The earth-shattering roar instantly formed a hurricane, sweeping the 3 Greeks away and hurling them far into the distance. Lin Xuan was momentarily speechless, his tongue numb as he shouted, "Go kill them!" But by then, the enemy had been blown far away. They lay on the ground, obscured by sparse shrubs, their condition unclear. Only Medusa and the soldier, being completely petrified and thus much heavier than ordinary humans, weren't blown far. They were swept into the air before crashing heavily back down. Their petrified bodies crashed onto the ground with deafening explosions, shattering stones and sending a dense, crackling sound rippling through the air. Medusa and the soldier were now utterly beyond recovery. Just then, the sky echoed with the announcement. Leonidas of Greece is dead. Penalty, national health points reduced by 30. China defeats 1 opponent. Reward, national mental health increased by 5. Another rather peculiar reward. Lin Xuan listened silently, his eyes fixed intently on the direction of the bushes. All he could see were the constantly swaying bushes, the rustling sounds, and the massive silhouette of the Taotia. The 2 petrified Greeks made no sound, yet the Taotia did not return. Instead, it continued weaving through the thicket. This gave Lin Xuan a sense of foreboding. Chapter 114, Taotia vs. Hades' 3-headed hound. Lin Xuan suppressed the inexplicable pounding in his chest, watching ahead with heightened vigilance as he accelerated the circulation of that wisp of primordial purple chi around his body. Faster. Much faster. Something felt like it was about to be too late. He swallowed uncontrollably, his throat moving slightly. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from the thicket. The blinding white light from the blast forced tears to stream uncontrollably down Lin Xuan and the others' faces. The violent shockwave from the explosion knocked them all flat onto the ground. The impact of hitting the ground shattered the petrified layer encasing Lin Xuan's skin. The moment he regained his mobility, he understood why the Taotia couldn't find the 2 Greeks in the thicket. They must have shattered their own petrified shells upon impact, regaining partial freedom to escape the Taotia's pursuit. His reasoning was partially correct. However, the situation facing the others was far from as straightforward as Lin Xuan's. After all, Lin Xuan had activated every fiber of his flesh and sinew with primordial purple chi. He only needed to shatter the petrified layer enveloping his exterior to regain complete freedom. The 2 Greek priests, however, still had significant portions of their bodies petrified. Though the fall cracked the petrified layers, exposing the flesh beneath. But because the petrification ran deep into their flesh, the fall shattered not only the stone skin but also the petrified flesh itself. Both men bore fracture marks on their arms and lower legs, the cracks extending all the way to their leg bones and shoulder blades. The Tao Tai had been tracking them by the scent of their blood. That was until the elder priest summoned the 1-legged demon, EPSA, capable of rendering them completely invisible. The 2 priests lay flat in the bushes while the 1-legged EPSA transformed into a giant transparent bird. It spread its wings over them, concealing their forms and scent entirely. Then it embraced them, hovering in midair.
The Taotai stood beside the last bush where their scent lingered, furiously clawing at the surrounding vegetation until it was razed to the ground. Waves of yellow sand and smoke billowed across the ground, yet the priests remained nowhere to be found. Taotai raised its forepaw and let out a piercing howl to the heavens. The eyes beneath its armpits emitted white laser beams, sweeping wildly around it, yet found nothing. The two priests watched the terrifyingly ferocious battle raging below. The elder priest pondered briefly before silently initiating his summoning. The sight of the Taotia's overwhelming combat prowess immediately reminded the priest of Cerberus, the guardian hound of Hades, lord of the underworld. With 3 heads symbolizing the past, present, and future, it guarded the entrance to the underworld, devouring any living soul that dared approach. The elder priest produced a bone staff from somewhere, his aged, wrinkled fingers gripping the serpent-headed handle. The staff's tip pressed against the hem of his linen robe, where he traced 3 concentric circles with blood from his fingertips. Within the circles, intertwined runes of the underworld's chains were etched. His eyes lowered, his voice deep as the icy waters of the river Styx, each syllable drawn out, gatekeeper of Tartarus, faithful servant of Hades. Bound by bone, summoned by breath of sacrifice. The priest's gaunt arms surged with force. The serpent-headed bone staff whistled through the air with a sharp crack, striking the chaotic mist that had swirled around the Taotia's head. The moment the staff descended, the mist froze as if pinned in place, then churned violently. The serpent's eyes at the staff's tip suddenly glowed with an eerie green light. The priest's throat churned out rapid incantations. Where the bone staff touched the mist above the Taotia's head, black smoke hissed and rose. The beastly, malevolent white mist that had belonged to the Taotai was forcibly torn open by that power, revealing a fissure from which a denser, colder black mist rapidly poured forth. Carrying the distinct scent of sulfur and decaying earth characteristic of the underworld, it instantly enveloped the bone staff. The tremors beneath their feet intensified abruptly. The Taotai, disturbed by this foreign force, let out a low, guttural roar. Suddenly, 3 necks covered in black mane thrust out from the black mist. The central head broke through the fog first, its fangs still clinging to lingering shadows. The 2 side heads followed closely behind. 6 eyes, gleaming with a cold light, scanned the surroundings as a growl like crushed rock rolled from their throats. Cerberus's massive form slowly descended from the black mist above the devourer's head. Its 3 heads swayed slightly, the chains around their necks clanking sharply with each movement. When its front paws touched the ground, the stone slabs cracked and splintered beneath its weight. The priest's knuckles whitened from the grip on his staff's handle. As the 3-headed hound materialized, a savage grin twisted his lips. He turned to the other side, where a pale, frail priest stood shrouded in wings, and said with fierce determination, "I will avenge this wrong for you." Lin Xuan was some distance away. Compounded by the priest's use of an invisible demon beast, Lin Xuan couldn't discern the enemy's form. Suddenly, a dark cloud appeared above the Taotia's head, followed by a 3-headed monster that burst forth and engaged the Taotai in combat. This incidentally confirmed that the priests were definitely not dead. Not only could they summon monsters to fight them, but they also possessed the ability to become invisible. Seems like formidable opponents. Lin Xuan steadied himself, brushing off the fine pebbles clinging to his body, and staggered toward the battlefield. Greek mythological civilization truly commanded his respect, he had to admit it. The persistent silence of his phone reminded him that in the real-world game of power, the Greek government likely didn't believe they could be defeated so much so that they refused to offer the jade ring fragment as a peace offering. At this moment, perhaps he needed to deliver a small shot to the Greek government and its people. Lin Xuan staggered forward, his hands moving ceaselessly as he muttered incantations under his breath. "Since you're so confident, I'll fight until you submit." Lin Xuan regained his formidable agility as he walked, covering the dozen-step distance with swift strides. After infusing his legs with spiritual energy, he leapt several times into the air, landing atop the head of the Taotia. The chaotic purple chi surged violently, shielding the Taotai from the hellhound's roaring sonic assault. Biting through his fingertip, he dripped blood onto the Taotia's forehead. In legend, the Taotai was associated with greed, and Lin Xuan's vital blood could awaken its most primal ferocity. Sure enough, the Taotia's form instantly swelled by half its size. The roar erupting from its throat was no longer mere intimidation, it carried low-frequency sonic waves potent enough to shatter divine souls. Its jaws, once only capable of tearing flesh, now created brief spatial distortions during swallowing. Even the underworld flames spewed by Cerberus were swallowed whole, only to be expelled between its teeth as a searing blast of energy fused with both forces. Seeing the Taotia's combat prowess surge, Lin Xuan swiftly retreated from the battlefield, running backward. As he ran, he mentally commanded the Taotia to actively bite at the underworld chains encircling Cerberus's neck. Those chains were magical artifacts bestowed by Hades, inherently possessing binding power. But after being crushed and swallowed by the Taotia, the underworld law energy within the chains collided with the Taotia's devouring power, temporarily imbuing its fur with a layer of dark patterns. When Cerberus's claws struck, they only sparked sparks, unable to harm it in the slightest. Chapter 115, Breakfast to Fill the Belly. Seeing that its own teeth could no longer harm the Taotai, the hellhound could only whimper, wag its tail, and retreat backward. Its whimpering voice was filled with supplication. The Taotai grew even more excited, charging forward with renewed vigor.
It knew only that the food it had fought so long for was finally within reach. As it ran, saliva dripped uncontrollably from its mouth, arcing through the air before splattering onto the ground with sizzling, scorching sounds. The Greek priest gritted his teeth, forcing himself not to panic, desperately searching for a solution. Since the hellhound can't bite through you, let's try something else. Watching the frail priest beside him grow weaker by the moment, he grew genuinely anxious. He had to defeat Lin Xuan and the others quickly, then take Jizya to a quiet place to break his petrification. The situation was too tense for him to focus on healing Jizya. All reservations vanished. Incantations poured forth unceasingly from his lips as bursts of white and crimson light flickered around him. By the oath of Tartaros as my pledge, by the ancient god's bones as my witness, hear my call across the three realms. Chimera! Spread your eagle wings bearing blazing fire, tear through the heavens with your three-headed roar, come forth. Cyclops! Raise mountains as your fists, pierce illusion with your single eye, manifest. Nemean lion! Clad in immortal mane, wielding claws to cleave chaos, descend. Hear my command. Gather in this abyss, devour the gluttony before you. Those who defy my will shall fall eternally into the depths. Amidst his ceaseless chanting, countless points of light gathered and scattered around him, coalescing and dispersing like breath, their brightness ever shifting. And finally, Lin Xuan pinpointed the priest's location. That bloke chanted for far too long, causing noticeable energy fluctuations around him despite his invisibility. Lin Xuan detected this anomaly instantly and charged toward the source of the energy fluctuations, attempting to interrupt the priest's spellcasting. But it was clearly too late. Those scattered points of light coalesced into three flickering orbs. Then, all three orbs exploded simultaneously. Before Lin Xuan could close in, the explosion of the orbs forced him back. Fortunately, the spiritual energy within his body automatically shielded him at the critical moment, preventing injury. At that moment, parts of three demonic beasts extended from within the light rings. The summoning was complete, irreversible. Lin Xuan watched with concern as the gluttonous beast feasted voraciously, swallowing the hellhound whole. His heart was filled with dread. Though he knew the Taotia possessed formidable combat prowess, it was still a 1-against-3 battle. Lin Xuan pursed his lips, considering summoning other demons to assist the Taotai. As if sensing his thoughts, the gluttonous beast glanced back at him. Its massive limbs stomped the ground, accompanied by a deep, resonant growl as if urging Lin Xuan not to rush. Lin Xuan could only temporarily suppress his anxiety and observe its actions. Sensing Lin Xuan's unease, the Taotai lost its initial urgency and regained its grace. Carefully controlling its stride, it charged toward the three demons burrowing out of the ground. Perhaps due to its wings and smaller size, the first to emerge was the Chimera, a lion-headed, lion-limbed creature with a serpent's tail. The Chimera struggled to free its wings from the light sphere. With the aid of its wings and lion's head and claws, it swiftly broke free from the orb, appearing before the Taotai in its full, intact form. The Taotai showed no mercy, soaring into the sky in a few swift leaps to confront the Chimera. In the Taotia's understanding, such bizarre creatures fell into only two categories, utterly inedible or utterly delicious. The hellhound it had just encountered had tough, chewy meat, but it carried a faint stench that the Taotai found unappealing. But now, this winged lion before him. The glutton smacked its lips, let's hope this one tastes better. With that thought, it flew toward the Chimera with its mouth wide open. It intended to bite off the lion's head first, stretching its jaws to their limit. The Chimera remained utterly unmoved. Its massive lion head opened wide, and a terrifying ball of flame erupted from its maw, warping the surrounding air. Amidst the crackling of burning air, a superheated fireball hurtled toward the Taotia's head and face. The Taotai showed no mercy, opening its massive jaws wide and charging directly into the fireball's path. The blazing orb was swallowed whole into its belly. After a moment of chewing and digestion, it belched contentedly, a small flame flickering from its mouth. The Chimera could scarcely believe what it was witnessing. Seeing the fire attack fail, it paused briefly before engaging the Taotia in close combat. Its lion head lunged forward, claws extended, attempting to clamp down on the Taotia's head and gouge out its eyes. The Taotia closed its eyes and whipped its head violently, but the Chimera locked its jaws around the Taotia's neck. But this was precisely what the Chimera had anticipated. It continued to tightly coil its serpentine tail around the Taotia, releasing venom that splattered onto the thick scales covering its shoulders. After being sprayed with venom, the Taotai remained completely unscathed. In fact, the scales hit by the venom became even darker and more lustrous. Out of options, the Chimera strained every muscle to choke the Taotai, attempting to strangle it to death. Meanwhile, the Cyclops finally emerged completely from the summoned orb of light. Swinging a fist the size of a small mountain, he stomped toward the Taotia with earth-shaking steps. The Taotai twisted its body, biting precisely onto one of the Chimera's lion claws. With a violent flick of its head, it hurled the Chimera straight into the Cyclops' fist. The sound of flesh tearing echoed as the Taotai clamped down on the Chimera's entire right foreleg, its body already hurtling toward the Cyclops. The Chimera's massive wound spurted bright red blood in midair. The Cyclops' fist struck it next, sending the creature crashing into the ground and leaving a large, deep crater. The Chimera lay in a pool of blood within the pit, its fate unknown.
The Taotai swallowed the chimera's severed armhole, glancing at the Cyclops advancing like a mountain.
That flying lion tasted decent enough.
Wonder if that punch shattered every bone in its frame? I do prefer a bit of chewiness. He took a few deliberate steps toward the Cyclops. Though we are gluttons, we must always be elegant. It would never forget who had whispered those words in its ear. Therefore, though it yearned to savor the Cyclops' towering, mountain-like muscles, it held back. Observing the Cyclops' robust physique, the Taotia's self-control strengthened considerably, a development it found quite satisfying.
Seeing the Taotai dare to challenge him, the Cyclops' single eye began gathering energy, then fired a laser-like beam at the Taotai.
The laser's energy was too intense. Even before it got close, the Taotia sensed it.
Even it wouldn't dare take it head-on, leaping several steps into the air to meet the Cyclops eye to eye.
So that eye on your head is a laser eye, huh? Never tried what laser eye tastes like, have you?
Fearless of heaven and earth, the Taotia, seeing this, instead edged closer to the Cyclops, attempting to yank that enormous eyeball right off its face. As the Taotia swung its claws, the twin eyes beneath its armpits blazed with golden light. With fierce aggression, they shot toward the Cyclops. The Cyclops deflected them with 2 punches.
This is insane. What kind of fists are these? They can even redirect lasers. Chapter 116, that's all for this meal. Seeing this, the Taotai abandoned its playful mood.
It seemed the Cyclops was slightly more formidable than the flying lion it had faced earlier. Then, an even more severe trial arrived.
Another lion, the Nemean lion, appeared beside the Cyclops. The Nemean lion was the first monster Hercules faced in his 12 labors of Greek mythology. It possessed strength far surpassing ordinary lions, with claws sharp as blades that could easily tear through rock and armor. Combined with its massive body, its charges delivered devastating impact. Its jaws possessed astonishing bite force, capable of instantly crushing prey's bones. Its mane and hide were as hard as steel, impervious to ordinary weapons. This allowed it to attack without restraint, pouncing and tearing with unchecked ferocity. Lin Xuan recognized it and raised an eyebrow. Specifically designed to counter the Taotia? A brilliant plan. The Taotia's formidable physical attacks would clash with the Yamani lion's exceptional defensive capabilities. Unfortunately, the Yamanis and the Taotai were simply not on the same level of combat prowess. The Cyclops and the Yamani lion charged toward the Taotia simultaneously, though the Yamani lion was noticeably faster. Before the Cyclops had taken more than a few steps, the Yamani lion had already reached the Taotia. It intended to endure the damage and counterattack the Taotia, just as it had done in previous battles. But the Taotia's bite sank deep into the Yamanian lion's fur with its sharp, long teeth, causing the lion to writhe in agony. As the creature with the strongest defense in Greek mythology, it had never suffered such injury. Its pain threshold was exceptionally low. After the Taotia tore several bloody holes in its flesh, agony overwhelmed its brain, driving it to thrash frantically within the monster's jaws. But soon it ceased struggling, realizing that every movement only intensified the agony. Finally, it could only lie still, uttering a despairing howl. This outcome had not been anticipated by either the Taotai or Lin Xuan. A mere light bite had utterly broken it. With that, the Taotai showed no further mercy. It seized the lion's trembling hind legs with both claws, tore it clean in two, and tossed the pieces into its maw. The taste was better than the previous one, and it served as a convenient way to sharpen its teeth. Seeing this, the Cyclops launched into a frenzied charge. It reached the Taotai just as it was devouring its meal. Perfect timing. I just finished one, and here you are. This delivery service deserves promotion. The Taotia even glanced back at Lin Xuan, giving him an appreciative look. Lin Xuan could only nod back, signaling his understanding. Taking advantage of the Cyclops and the Taotia locked in combat, Lin Xuan planned to charge once more toward the location where he'd detected the anomaly earlier. He couldn't let the damn priest continue summoning creatures, it would never end. He needed to capture one alive and wait for the peace talks between the two nations in the real world. However, the priest, now utterly intimidated by the Taotia's combat prowess, had completely lost his earlier composure. Now, the priest's mind was consumed by the fear that if the Taotia wasn't stopped, he himself might not survive. Thus, at the same moment, he launched a second wave of frenzied summoning. He planned to wear it down with relentless attacks. No matter how formidable the Chinese demon beasts were, a relentless barrage of attacks would wear them down, right? But he didn't yet realize that what was a relentless barrage to the Greeks became a buffet-style feast for the Taotia. The Taotai had no idea what immense pleasure awaited it. Poor Lin Xuan was once again forced back by a swarm of glowing orbs. Watching the countless orbs swirling around the void before him, Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes. While the Taotia could certainly devour them, Lin Xuan feared it might suffer losses under such a multi-pronged assault. After much deliberation, he decided to summon another being similar to the glutton. Scratching his head at the sight of the countless orbs, Lin Xuan mused, two should be enough to devour them all. Lin Xuan glanced back at the Taotia, who was now pouncing on the Cyclops. The Taotia bit into the Cyclops, drawing blood and causing it to scream in agony as pools of blood gathered beneath it. His gaze shifted back to the dozen or so light orbs before him, from which arms and various monstrous limbs were emerging.
Lin Xuan pursed his lips, retreated to a distance, and began forming hand seals to initiate the summoning. The wasteland of the north, where malevolent energy crystallizes. A deep incantation echoed through the forest. His fingertips sliced his palm, and a crimson droplet fell to the ground, instantly swallowed by the dark light that rippled through the air. Thou art Xiongqi. Nature devouring the loyal and virtuous. Wings spanning to swallow the wind. A blinding light erupted before him, whipping up a cold, foul wind that violently shook the trees, twisting their crowns into grotesque shapes. The air thickened with a stench of rotting bones mingled with gunpowder. From afar came a low roar like a tiger's growl, intertwined with the sharp rustle of flapping wings. Now, with my blood as the catalyst, and resentment as the medium, mist surged, outlining the shadowy form of a tiger's head, bird's wings, and ox's body. With each fraction of solidity gained by the apparition, the ground trembled anew, as if a colossal beast were tearing through the earth from the depths of the underworld. Hear my command. Shatter the barrier and come forth. Xiongqi, manifest. As the final syllable fell, a blinding crimson light exploded. A colossal claw, covered in dark green scales, crushed the array's focal point, unleashing a gale that swept everything nearby into ruin. From the shadows, those vertical pupils said to discern good and evil yet inexplicably drawn to the dark glowed with a sinister emerald light. A piercing shriek echoed across the land. Then, a more furious roar echoed from behind. It was the Tao Tai that had sensed it. The Tao Tai had just finished dismantling the Cyclops and was in the midst of devouring it when it sensed the massive energy surge ahead, mingled with a familiar aura. This scent infuriated the Tao Tai. I've only eaten 2 or 3, and you come running over to snatch my food. It abandoned the Cyclops' remains, flinging them aside, and charged straight toward the Xiongqi. Lin Xuan was stunned. Xiongqi, sensing the familiar roar and presence behind him, turned toward the direction of Tao Tai and assumed a defensive stance. The two sides were on the brink of war. Meanwhile, on the Greek side, the nine-tailed serpent leapt from a cluster of light orbs and lunged toward Xiongqi's back. Xiongqi had no choice but to pivot, grappling fiercely with the nine-headed hydra. Just as the Taoyi arrived, the 100-headed dragon-laden burst forth from the light clusters, charging straight toward the Taoyi. Taotai could only set aside its hunger for revenge and focus on securing its prey first. Taotai and Xiongqi found themselves surrounded by over a dozen monsters. What began as hostility transformed into a buffet competition, a race to see who could devour more, who could devour faster. On Xiongqi's side, the nine-headed serpent led the assault, while others like the harpies, birdwomen, and minotaurs, bull-headed monsters, swarmed around it, enveloped in a kaleidoscope of magical energy. On the Taoyia's side, the main attackers were Scylla and Eurydice, Medusa's own sisters. Also present were the 100-eyed giant Argus and Scylla, the sea monster dwelling in the Strait of Messina. Her upper body bore 6 gorgon heads, her lower half connected to 12 serpent tails, and 6 wolf heads sprouted from her waist. Lin Xuan shook his head in disbelief. The sheer variety of grotesque monsters was overwhelming. The Greek priest, hidden high above, finally revealed a smile, a grim, ruthless expression fixed on the scene below. Lin Xuan also looked up into the sky, a smile spreading across his face. He could finally focus on dealing with this Greek priest lurking in the sky. Summoning so many demons and monsters must be exhausting, right? Chapter 117, The Greek Priest's Hidden Skill. As Lin Xuan crept toward the Greek priest, he suddenly noticed a faint crimson halo emerging beneath his feet. The halo followed his footsteps. With each step he took, the color of the halo beneath his feet deepened slightly. Soon, he felt his levitation and spiritual energy circulation become severely impeded. It felt like sinking into quicksand. Channeling spiritual energy and casting spells became difficult, slow, and consumed twice the energy. The protective effect of his spiritual aura also weakened significantly. The moment Lin Xuan sensed the problem within his body, he halted immediately. Clearly, the priest had detected his movements. Lin Xuan took a step back. He discovered that as long as he remained outside a certain range, his spiritual energy flowed without issue. Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes, gazing toward the sky not far away. The priest must have a domain surrounding him, suppressing his spiritual energy. At that moment, the priest glanced at Lin Xuan, who dared not advance. He rubbed his index finger against his thumb, feeling the sticky black sheep's blood on his hands, and a smirk curled his lips. Is that all? Some ignorant brat thinks he can challenge me? After pondering outside the domain for a moment, Lin Xuan gritted his teeth and attempted to activate an exorcism talisman. Though he didn't know what method the priest had employed, stepping within the range, he could feel the air grow viscous and heavy, carrying a faint, metallic, rusty stench. Thus, Lin Xuan concluded the exorcism talisman might prove effective. When he cast the talisman, its glow was dim, and it flew out at a sluggish pace. It neutralized some of the domain's foul aura and carved out a small, temporarily refreshing space. However,
The effect didn't last long and was soon overwhelmed by the domain power of the black sheep's blood. Realizing this limitation, Lin Xuan rummaged through his bag for the remaining exorcism talismans. He affixed them to key areas, his legs, hands, and front and back of his chest, before plunging back into the priest's blood-soaked domain. Since the talismans wouldn't last long, he had to act swiftly and decisively. Lin Xuan advanced rapidly while keeping a watchful eye. The priest remained invisible, forcing Lin Xuan to rely on the waveforms of energy fields and his perception of murderous intent to infer the priest's approximate location and vague outline, unable to pinpoint precise movements. Simultaneously, entering the priest's blood-soaked domain required constant replenishment and expenditure of spiritual energy and exorcism talismans, forcing Lin Xuan to pause every few steps to recharge. Seeing Lin Xuan struggling to keep up, the Greek priest sensed his chance. He hastily summoned the one-legged demon, EPSA, who had granted them invisibility. Carrying the two, he silently flew behind Lin Xuan, approaching from the side with a dagger drawn. Taking Lin Xuan by surprise, he swung the dagger, aiming for the side of his neck. At that very moment, Lin Xuan distinctly sensed a powerful killing intent. He swung his arm to block the priest's dagger attack, but to his shock, the blade was coated with a paralyzing effect. Lin Xuan's left arm instantly went numb. He let out a pained groan, but used this moment to pinpoint the priest's exact location. Lin Xuan's right hand darted into his robe, snatching a fire talisman. Instead of flicking it toward the attacker's left flank, he flung it directly onto the ground. A clever move. The priest, having missed his strike, had swiftly retreated and was already far from his original position. But the moment Lin Xuan's fire talisman touched the ground, it exploded with a boom, unleashing a burst of flames. Though its damage was limited, the wide-spreading flames instantly scorched the invisible demon Upsa, who was still close to the ground. EPSA let out a shrill, agonized scream as its form fully materialized, twisting uncontrollably. The two people it had been shielding with its wings were instinctively flung away. Ignoring the numbness in his left arm and the dizziness from drained spiritual energy, Lin Xuan seized this fleeting opportunity. He thrust his feet forward and charged toward the Greek priest who had suddenly revealed himself. He remembered the aura of the attacker from earlier and immediately pursued the older priest. The priest frantically raised his dagger to defend, but Lin Xuan was faster. A precise punch struck his wrist. Clang! The dagger fell to the ground. Lin Xuan's fists flew like the wind, swiftly beating the elder priest into submission. Bruised and battered, he was left unable to resist or move. As the elder priest's consciousness began to blur from the beating, the invisible demon he had summoned gradually slipped from his control. Witnessing Lin Xuan's overwhelming combat prowess, the wounded demon emitted a bitter, unwilling snarl. Its form began to fade, dissipating directly into the air. Simultaneously, the oppressive, blood-soaked aura and chilling atmosphere surrounding them began to rapidly dissipate. Lin Xuan gasped for breath, his spiritual energy nearly depleted. He looked at the elderly priest before him, his face frozen in terror yet utterly immobilized. His gaze shifted to the unconscious young priest not far away, whom Jin Minqiu had struggled to drag over. Meanwhile, the buffet feast being held by the Taotai and Xiangqi was nearing its end. They had already slaughtered every enemy surrounding them. Only a minor disagreement arose over which beast tasted best. Each firmly believed the demon beast they had slain was the most delicious, crunching away with relish. To determine which was truly the tastiest, the two even engaged in a brief skirmish. Ultimately, they settled on exchanging their delicacies as the final method of judgment. Lin Xuan observed this without comment, simply sitting down on the nearby ground. After Jin Minqiu dragged the remaining man over, he dialed the Chinese government's number. The Huaxia government did not disappoint him. In fact, the Huaxia government had already been in contact with the Greek government from the very beginning. However, the Greek government had initially been stubborn and unyielding. They believed their powerful divine culture could never be defeated and refused to accept China's peace talks. They considered trading treasures for survival too humiliating. The consequence was that when the first Greek soldier died, the nation's overall health plummeted by 30%. This instantly claimed the lives of over half of Greece's elderly leadership. Suddenly, governance became impossible, plunging the nation into chaos. Amidst the chaos, they couldn't even find a single leader capable of representing the nation. The entire nation plunged into factional strife, with the specter of civil war looming. Only after Lin Xuan subdued the remaining two contestants did Greece's factions instantly calm down. The instinct for survival made them abandon their power struggles. 2 more drops in health would likely leave few survivors across all of Greece. The final consensus was clear: whoever recovered the Jade Ring fragment first would assume leadership and initiate peace talks with China. At this point, there was little left to conceal from China. The temporary leaders of the factions engaged in open and candid discussions with China's prime minister. Fortunately, Greece's territory was small. It didn't take long to locate the Jade Ring fragment. By the time Lin Xuan called, the handover was already underway. However, the distance between the two countries was indeed considerable. Even with China dispatching a special aircraft to retrieve it, the journey would still take 7 hours. This works out well. I see you're injured and your strength is depleted. We might as well rest here for a while. After Jean Minxiu dragged the priest over, she examined the wound on Lin Xian's arm and suggested cautiously, "Oh, right. What about our 3 Pakistani comrades?" Only then did Lin Xian belatedly recall they still had 3 comrades petrified. Chapter 118, The Screen Peeping Gadget. Lin Xian hurried off to find them. The 2 elders had actually managed to break free from the petrification on their own. However, the young warrior, whose spiritual power was relatively weak, had suffered a more severe degree of petrification. The 2 elders frantically summoned all manner of demonic beasts capable of lifting curses to treat him. In truth, the moment the 2 elders regained their freedom, their first instinct was to rush to the central battlefield to aid Lin Xian, but seeing him handle the situation with ease, they turned back to rescue their comrades. At the very least, they had to save his life. Spotting Lin Xian approaching, the 2 gazed at him with pleading eyes. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing they were all still alive. Seeing their state, he beckoned them over, gesturing for them to carry the warrior and follow him to the center of the battlefield. Several people stared at the young Greek priest lying unconscious in the center and the older priest whose face was etched with terror. Lin Xian flicked the dagger in his hand and asked casually, "How can Medusa's petrification be undone?" The older priest looked utterly terrified. There was a way the blood from Medusa's right side could counteract the poison, but the blood from her left side is deadly poison. But you've already petrified Medusa. Who knows if any blood remains in her body? The elderly priest explained, his voice trembling. Upon hearing this, Kim Min-soo hurried to find the petrified Medusa. She called upon 2 elders from Pakistan to help her drag Medusa back. The elders summoned a mighty ox demon, who carried the petrified statue of Medusa back. Before the priest, they carefully shattered the left side of Medusa's body. Inside the statue, they discovered a small fragment of preserved blood vessels and a few strands of blood. They diligently rubbed it onto the young warrior's body, rubbing it back and forth. Minutes later, a faint crimson hue began to slowly return to the rubbed areas. Who would have thought that faint trace of dark red could have such a powerful effect? Watching the 3 Pakistanis embrace each other, tears of emotion streaming down their faces, Lin Xian walked over to Medusa's statue, silently channeling his spiritual energy for protection. Wielding his small hammer, he began exploring its right half. If the antidote worked so well, the poison itself must be potent too. Perhaps Medusa's venom inherently possessed resistance to petrification. After chipping away, a thumb-sized fragment of flesh remained on its right side. Lin Xian enveloped the fragment in spiritual energy and stored it in his storage pouch. This drew a frown from Jean Minxiu, though she said nothing. After finishing all this, Lin Xian led them back to retrieve the original golden treasure box. After exerting tremendous effort to cleave it open, they discovered a long blade inside. It was the Azure Dragon Crescent blade. Lin Xian was stunned, blurting out its name instinctively. The blade measured roughly a meter in length, its body forming a broad crescent arc resembling a gibbous moon. The spine was thick and heavy, the edge razor-sharp, with the tip forked into a sharp angle. The hilt bore engraved dragon patterns, while near the edge, the inscription Qinglong Yenuet was cast in seal script. Lin Xian trembled, pointing at the inscription with trembling fingers, his eyes wide with disbelief. Which son of China has not yearned for this divine weapon? The martial saint of loyalty and righteousness. The moment the green dragon crescent blade appeared on the live stream, viewers both on and off the screen erupted like ripples spreading across a lake struck by a boulder. The bullet chat exploded instantly. The flood of comments praising as expected of God Lin, unrivaled in China, froze midstream, replaced by a dense wall of astonished exclamations. Holy crap, is that the green dragon crescent blade? It can't be fake, right? After all this time, you're still questioning its authenticity? With so many lives at stake, would anyone bother faking a blade like this? Some viewers frantically searched for details. Are there patterns on the blade? Legend says Guan Yu's blade had a swallowing beast design. History buffs instantly got hyped. The size. Historical records say the crescent blade weighed 82 jin by the looks of it. This one could match. Oh man, I've got goosebumps. Suddenly remembering that scene where he beheaded Huaxia with a cup of warm wine. I miss my grandfather. When I was little, he'd tell me Guan Yu stories and use a stick to show me the shape of the green dragon crescent blade. Off-screen, in the National Affairs conference room, the leaders instinctively sat up straighter. Several generals even stood up, staring intently at the screen to examine every detail of the blade's body. General Jiang clenched the documents in his hand tightly, murmuring, Guangdong's blade, I've actually seen it. His eyes glowed red. To them, this wasn't just a cold weapon, it embodied the legendary tales of conquering 5 passes and slaying 6 generals. a symbol of boundless righteousness passed down by the older generation. Younger officers frantically shared the livestream, flooding social feeds with updates. Check it out. The green dragon crescent blade is live. It looks just like the real thing. In an instant, countless messages flooded the internet. Some dug up historical records to compare dimensions. Others debated where such a blade might be hidden if genuine. Even those usually indifferent to history were drawn in by the fervor of the comments. Is this blade really that legendary? Why is everyone so worked up? Even old Zhou from the ancestral Dragon Hall was drawn in, intently watching the livestream for analysis. The forging technique bears traces of Han Dynasty ring-handled swords, yet it's far more intricate. History bloggers were already typing away their headlines ready: the Green Dragon Crescent Blade and the weaponry of the Three Kingdoms era, why it became synonymous with Guan Yu. The three Pakistanis watched Lin Xuan's visibly excited expression. They exchanged glances and nodded solemnly. It sounds like this blade belongs to your Chinese heritage, correct? Then today, let's return it to its rightful owners. Lin Xuan turned his head blankly, gazing at the three smiling figures across from him. He blinked, falling silent for a moment. In that case, I won't keep refusing. What do you want? As allies, we can't take advantage of you. You've already helped us. Without you, we would have been defeated outright by those Greeks. The elder stepped forward, took Lin Xuan's hand, and led him to the Qinglong Yenhua Dao. He placed Lin Xuan's hand on the hilt. Since it is your nation's treasure, I shall return it to you. You saved us, which is equivalent to saving our entire nation. You saved at least 100 million of us. Lin Xuan's fingers traced the cold hilt, feeling the intricate carvings and vibrant colors. He truly could not bring himself to relinquish this national treasure. What about your battle against the warring states? Have you finished it? If not, we can join you. If you finished your contest with the rival nation, I suggest you leave the game first. At this stage of the tournament, only the strongest nations remain. The elder nodded, then shook his head. I know, if our enemy were another nation, we would have retreated long ago. But this time, the National Fortune Tournament randomly assigned us Afghanistan. This is something we absolutely cannot abandon. It's like the relationship between your nation and the land of cherry blossoms. Having finally encountered them, we must annihilate them, then seek out remote hiding places. Stay off the main battlefield. Lin Xuan pondered for a moment before suggesting. The Pakistani group nodded in agreement without hesitation. If we hadn't happened to kill a lone competitor last round and obtained the hidden gift box, we wouldn't have come to a place like this. Lin Xuan nodded, but then it hit him. Hold on, let me make a call for you. He'd completely forgotten he had the ultimate cheat device, that phone. In an instant, Lin Xuan's eyes lit up. He quickly dialed the number and asked the leaders watching the livestream. Please check the Afghanistan livestream for me. Where are they hiding now? Kim Min-soo's eyes widened. Also, could you check where the contestants from Iraq and Italy are right now? Lin Xuan could have kicked himself right then. He remembered to ask Bai Zhe for directions, yet completely forgot he had the ultimate communication tool at his disposal. It was like being in the middle of a battle and being able to peek directly at the enemy's screen. How could he not win every single battle? The only problem was that his screen peeking gadget had only 20% battery left. Another problem was that he might have to bring along 2 prisoners of war again this time.